This chubby young man is named Sangu. He cares about everything in life and even thinks that eating or resting is unnecessary when he can just play games. He enjoys drinking, dating, and traveling, wishing he had two bodies to help himself, and that wish came true. He exists in a world of hunters, where there are countless hunters with special abilities. To gain abilities, one must participate in the awakening program managed by the government, which awakens latent powers. This process requires stepping through a gate to stimulate development. The protagonist also queues up to go through the gate, and after passing, he gains the ability to clone himself. Currently, he is at level 1, able to create a perfect clone of himself using energy, with the maximum number depending on his level. The original is connected to the clone, and for now, he can only summon one clone at a time with a 24-hour cooldown. Sangu follows the theory, closes his eyes, imagines, and successfully creates a clone identical to himself. Sangu looks at the chubby clone standing naked in front of him and asks confusedly, "Is this the clone? Can I touch it?" The clone doesn't respond. It acknowledges him as its master. Feeling embarrassed, he turns himself off to wake up, then starts inspecting the clone. He exclaims, "This is a real flesh and bone body, not an illusion." Sangu looks down at the clone's private parts and says, "Put some clothes on first." After the clone gets dressed, they stand facing each other and he orders, "Sit down." Immediately, the clone sits down. Sangu is amused that it obeys without needing him to speak. He thinks again, "Stand up." The clone complies. Sangu continues giving commands to repeat, and the clone gets up and sits down several times, panting. It seems the clone's stamina is exactly like his own. After some exercise, a notification appears. Sangu's strength increases by 0.001. At the park, his clone is running continuously. The clone runs dozens of laps around the park every day, then sits on a bench, panting. A kind lady offers it water, but the clone ignores her and continues running. She sighs, "Is this guy a freak?" Sangu gets on the scale, and his current weight is 78.4 kg. Lately, he has been eating more than twice as much as before. This month, he has still managed to lose 20 kg without doing anything, his body slimming down each day and appearing slightly taller. The system stats display a slight increase in his endurance and reflexes. Sangu sits down on a chair. He realizes a few things while observing his clone. First, he doesn't feel pain or fatigue, but the clone must bear it for him. Second, the clone only disappears if it's injured or uses up too much energy. Third, whenever his body changes, the clone immediately copies his appearance. Fourth, even from a distance, he can give orders to the clone by thought. And finally, the clone cannot create another clone. Sangu checks the Hunter Wiki to search for data. A level 1 data is the limit for adults who haven't awakened yet. There is normal and special data, but most awakened fakes can only access normal data. Special stats include recovery, resistance, strength, intelligence, and the methods to unlock special data are hard to know, except in a few exceptional cases. With normal training, it's hard to increase a stat by 0.001 each day. Sangu glances at his total stats, 0.39. The reason is that his clones train non-stop, executing every command. They operate to the extreme, which helps his stats rise quickly. Sangu wonders if training with his clone would raise his stats too, but he would never participate in such torturous training. Suddenly, Sangu sees an advertisement for a gym and gets an idea. He checks the registration fee and realizes his account isn't enough. Sangu sighs, having spent a lot recently on food, and thinks he should find another job. The business at his current job isn't going well, so he clatters on the computer searching and plans to work as a construction worker to build his body and earn money. He looks through some jobs, but for the first few, he has to do them himself since the clone can't do things he hasn't experienced. He stops at a delivery job advertisement and picks up the phone to call the recruiter. The phone rings, someone picks up, and he asks for information about the job. The person on the other end says he doesn't need an interview, just show up to work, and asks when he can start. Sangu replies, "Tomorrow." The person on the other end is surprised and asks, "Can't you start today?" Sangu was surprised when he finished listening and declined, but the other side insisted that he come at 6 p.m. the next day. The next day, Sangu went to the delivery company to make sure, bringing a replica and asking it to wear a mask. The replica of Sangu wore a full-face hat, and Sangu instructed it to respond well. When working, its name was Gyeongdu. As Sangu was wondering where to go, someone suddenly called him. Turning around, he realized it was an acquaintance, Uncle De OK Kai. Uncle didn't recognize Sangu immediately because he had lost a lot of weight. He directed him into a building and told him to go inside. It was an office. Sangu felt confident and prepared himself to work, thinking he would finish quickly and go home. After a while, he was panting heavily, his mouth dry and his hands and legs trembling. He realized he had greatly overestimated this job. It might take take until tomorrow just to survive. Sang-gu couldn't cry anymore, thinking he should have stayed home. The replica was the only one able to do the work. When he was told to take a 1-hour break, Sang-gu felt like he was about to meet his end. At that moment, Uncle De Kai handed Sang-gu 2 cans of water and advised him to drink enough to replace the sweat he lost. He even bought food for him. Sang-gu gratefully accepted. Uncle De Kai sat beside Sang-gu and the replica, then asked the replica's name. The replica worked hard but was quite reserved. It answered with the name Sang-gu had given it. Uncle then turned to ask Sang-gu, "Are you okay?" It seemed this was Sang-gu's first time doing this kind of job. He replied that he was quite tired. Uncle laughed loudly and praised them both for their perseverance. Most people would have quit by now. Sang-gu thought to himself, crushing the can in his hand. If it weren't for being broke, he wouldn't have to do this job. Uncle asked which university he attended. Sang-gu replied that he attended Jianggo University. Uncle praised him, saying he must be really smart to get into that school. Uncle wished his daughter could get into that school too. Sang-gu reassured him that he shouldn't worry too much. Though he wasn't very good, he still managed to get in. Uncle curiously asked how Sang-gu got in. Sang-gu replied that he had some qualifications and was accepted directly. Uncle burst out laughing. After thinking for a moment, he asked if Sang-gu wanted to find another job. Sang-gu asked what kind of job. Uncle suggested that he tutor his daughter instead of suffering here. Sang-gu hesitated a bit, thinking about his bank balance. He asked, "How much does it pay?" Uncle said it was 50,000 won per session, 2 hours per session, 1 to 2 sessions a week. Sang-gu thought for a moment. 50,000 won for 2 hours of work seemed decent compared to the time spent. Sang-gu agreed. Uncle brushed off his clothes, stood up, and said he would discuss it with his daughter and contact Sang-gu later. Sang-gu also stood up and stretched his back to relieve the soreness. Just as things were going smoothly, the system notification popped up, increasing the stat by 0.001. He felt satisfied with both work and a stat boost. Just then, another uncle rolled out 2 boxes of goods and told them to forward them. Sang-gu turned off the electronic board, rummaged through his food bag, and decided to eat first before continuing. The food bag was shiny. Sang-gu looked over and saw the replica chewing away, messing it up. He froze, then laughed. The replica's mouth had already eaten all the fat, the jerk. The next morning, Sang-gu's body ached all over. He cursed, thinking he would only use the replica for part-time jobs from now on. Seeing his stat go up a bit more confirmed that the replica was working hard. Sang-gu used telepathy to order the replica to go home. Sang-gu wanted to make the replica disappear by summoning it back, so it would lose its suit. After finishing breakfast, replica number 1 also returned. Sang-gu told it to take a shower and change clothes, then ordered it to hold out its hand. Sang-gu trembled, holding the needle and pricking the replica's finger. Blood came out, but the replica showed no reaction. Sang-gu quickly wiped the blood away. Sang-gu asked if it hurt, but it remained indifferent, expressionless. Sang-gu read the news on the Hunter Wiki. To unlock the reincarnation skill, there are 3 methods. First, inflict injury on oneself. Second, let the wound heal by itself without external help. Third, repeat the 2 steps above until the skill unlocks. Sang-gu felt scared and didn't dare cause a bigger wound. Sang-gu thought it was disgusting, so he decided to only make a small wound until the skill unlocked. Sang-gu told the replica that whenever it was hungry or finished working, it could eat ramen. He handed it a phone and told it to bring it when it went to work, remembering to answer the phone. Sang-gu found the gym's address from the other day. While he was on his way, he met an acquaintance. A tall, dark young man patted his shoulder and asked how he was doing. Sang-gu jumped a bit and brushed his hand away. The guy was Kim Gai-ongdu, laughing loudly, saying Sang-gu had lost weight and must have been on a diet. Sang-gu held up a flyer and said he worked out every day now and was heading to the gym to train. Jiangdu reached out to touch the fat on his stomach, realizing he needed to work out, so he asked Sang-gu what the gym he usually goes to was called. Sang-gu said the gym was called Flexible Body. Jiangdu laughed heartily and said it had a great reputation. He mentioned that the trainers there were extremely attractive, then immediately followed Sang-gu to the gym. The 2 of them walked inside. The staff quickly greeted them and mentioned that there was a promotion going on. He said, "If you sign up for 3 months, it's only 160,000 won. Sang-gu didn't hesitate and immediately signed up for the 3-month plan, since the clone would train in his place anyway. Sang-gu asked him to show the machines suitable for his body. After paying, the 2 of them took a tour around the gym. Sang-gu tried lifting weights, but after a few reps he was already out of breath and sat down to rest. The trainer complimented his physique. Just as he was about to explain the machines, loud noises erupted from the other side. Turning around, they saw Jiangdu lifting weights with ease, strong as an ox, and then striking a pose to show off his muscle. The trainer marveled, "Wow," and asked, "Have you ever worked out before?" Jiangdu laughed loudly. "This is my first time." He said his physical strength increased after awakening. The trainer asked again, "What's your fitness level?" Excitedly, he replied, 2.1. Hearing this, Sang-gu realized that the hunter skill Jiangdu mentioned before was actually his strength. He thought that if a basic skill made him this strong, high-level hunters must be terrifying. He felt it made sense why people only talked about hunters. Just then, Sang-gu's phone rang. He answered. The caller was Deok Kai. He asked, "Do you have time now? Let's meet and talk about tutoring." Sang-gu replied, "Yes." They agreed on a place, hung up, and he went to Deok Kai's apartment. On the way, he muttered that Jiangdu showed off but didn't sign up for anything, probably because there wasn't a pretty personal trainer to motivate him. Still, he felt it was fine because he wouldn't need to worry about sending the clone to the gym. Soon, Sang-gu stood in front of Deok Kai's door. It sounded noisy inside, so he listened at the door and heard a father and daughter arguing about tutoring. The daughter didn't seem to want extra lessons. Suddenly, the door swung open and Sang-gu was pushed back and fell. Deok Kai stepped out to go to work and saw Sang-gu standing at the door, while the daughter inside was stunned. After the chaos, Deok Kai invited him in. His wife offered apples and noted that Sang-gu had lost weight recently, and she almost didn't recognize him. Sang-gu turned to the daughter, who no longer looked as angry as before. She shyly introduced herself. Deok Kai and his wife whispered and laughed. "She's shy." Hye-yeon still felt embarrassed and didn't know what else to say, just wanting to disappear because she thought Sang-gu heard the entire argument. Sang-gu acted casual and started talking about studying, then said, "Show me your grades." Hye-yeon shyly handed them over. After looking, Sang-gu froze, unable to laugh. Deok Kai and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. Deok Kai quickly grabbed his coat and said, "I have to go to work." Sang-gu noticed the girl's shyness and reassured her, "Don't worry, my grades weren't great before either. I have ways to improve." Hye-yeon immediately brightened, showing excitement, and Sang-gu began tutoring. After finishing the lesson, he returned home, telling himself to keep trying harder, but felt relieved that Hye-yeon understood quickly. Sang-gu sat down, thinking that Clone 1 must already be at work since he had given it the spare phone. He realized that if the number of clones increased, preparing many phones would be troublesome, so he went online to check hunter skill. He saw an ad for a telepathy skill, which could link senses with pets and summoned creatures. The description said the user could share visions with others, priced at 100 million won. Sang-gu continued browsing other ads. A role of telepathy skill was listed at 400 million. Sang-gu muttered, "With that money, I'd buy a house instead." He complained that it would take lifetimes to save enough for these skills, and wondered if hunters could even afford them, even at these low prices. Sang-gu checked his account and saw only 233,000 won left, then threw his phone and collapsed on the bed. Feeling discouraged, he thought, "Forget it." He hesitated about becoming a hunter. Scrolling through news, he saw the luxurious lives of rank hunters and jumped up. He realized that skill would be very useful, making it easy to control clones to do chores. Sang-gu put on his jacket, decided, "If I'm going to be a hunter, I'll do it," and headed straight to the hunter center, stretching along the way. He felt energized even after only a few hours of sleep. Entered the center, looked around curiously, and noticed not many people had come for inspection. The receptionist announces that there are 20 minutes left to register for the hunter's ability test on the first basement level. Sang-gu follows the directions downstairs. He opens the door to the test room. Inside, a group of people are already waiting. Sang-gu doesn't dare to say anything more. He takes an empty seat. A moment later, 3 people enter. The short man leading the group is Han Myong-won, a C-rank hunter and also the exam proctor. He introduces the test, which includes a written exam, practical test, and skill assessment. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified from this exam and banned from next year's exam. The atmosphere suddenly becomes tense. The test begins. In some car, CEO Kang of GM Company is being urged to pay the deposit. He promises to pay it all by the end of this month. After hanging up, he looks at his watch and thinks that the hunter's test should be over by now. He needs to rush there to prepare. Sang-gu finishes the test and feels like he just had a dream. Now he is a D-rank hunter. He never expected it. Everyone says the test was easy. He is still unsure how easy it really was. Turns out it's just like a driver's license test. The written exam questions were quite easy. You just need to remember a few things. They gave plenty of time to practice for the practical test, and the field wasn't too far away either. The skill assessment was like a civics class in school. Just one question, then leave. This job involves weapons and could be life-threatening, yet the test was this simple. Sang-gu couldn't help but wonder, does the government want them to do this job? Sang-gu sighs. He sees a group of people in the distance and wonders if they are the hunter recruitment agency. Suddenly, someone from behind hands him a business card and congratulates him for passing the hunter test. The person is CEO Kang. He introduces himself as Kang Junmo and tells Sang-gu to contact him whenever he needs to buy items or find monsters to hunt. You will get the lowest possible discount. Sang-gu awkwardly thanks him. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. His cloning skill has leveled up to level 2. The maximum number of clones he can create at once is now 2. Not waiting for CEO Kang to finish his introduction, Sang-gu hurriedly runs off, leaving a message. "I'll contact you later." CEO Kang sighs, silently crying. Tears and mucus flow quietly inside. "Remember to contact me." Sang-gu chuckles. Cloning is amazing. He names his newly created clone number 2, then takes out the business card he received today, preparing for his hunter journey. CEO Kang is even more exhausted, throwing the remaining business cards on the seat beside him. He silently hopes that people will contact him back. He shudders as he looks out the window, thinking back to his conversation with his superior at headquarters. His superior handed him a pile of papers and told him to disperse the funds according to the amounts listed. He flipped through the papers and noticed the amounts felt strange. The price for a dwarf demon's blood is at least 5 million. His boss simply said one short sentence, telling him to use your brain. "My boss knows you're very upright, but don't be too sensitive about business here," he said, patting Kang Junmo's shoulder. Kang Junmo trembles, clutching the pile of papers, not daring to say anything further. His head starts to ache. If he had known, he should have stayed silent. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Sang-gu calling. He has something to ask. The two arrange to meet at a cafe. When Junmo arrives, Sang-gu is already sitting there and they exchange a few words. Sang-gu wants to hunt in a safe area suitable for a rookie. Junmo asks about Sang-gu's skill. He replies that his skill is cloning. Junmo is a bit surprised. He's heard of this skill before. It's the ability to create illusory clones, but the clones are useless. A rookie with such a useless skill can't do much while hunting. Junmo thinks for a while but remains polite. He pretends to praise Sang-gu's skill and then hands him a contract to read. The first hunting spot he suggests is Slam Field. Slam isn't aggressive or dangerous, but if it's hit, it releases a liquid and toxic vapor. You need to wear a mask and protective gear. These are not easy to wear, so the downside is that you can't hunt for long. Sang-gu takes the contract and says, "No problem." The second option is hunting for a unicorn rabbit. The hunting time here is abundant, but they're quite difficult to catch, so it's not guaranteed you'll get much. There's a barrier around the area, so it's also safe for hunting. Then there are other low-level monsters like giant rats, but these two options are the best if Sang-gu wants to ensure safety. Sang-gu continues to study the contract. Both options are good and he's quite satisfied with the prices for the item. He places the contract down on the table and says he accepts. Kang Junmo writes in his notebook and asks which hunting field Sang-gu wants to choose. Suddenly, another hand holds a stamp and presses it down. Another Sang-gu appears. He said he liked both hunting grounds and wanted to try them all. Kim Junmo was stunned seeing two identical people standing in front of him. He suddenly remembered having once met a ninja with the ability to clone himself. But those clones back then were mere illusions, passing through everything, unable to cause any real harm. Yet now, seeing Sang-gu's cloning ability firsthand, he was amazed. The clone could review contracts and even drink coffee. It was the first time he had witnessed such a skill. Junmo, still skeptical, asked Sang-gu, "Are you two twins?" He laughed. Such a misunderstanding was understandable. Sang-gu patted his clone and said this was his copy. "My clone is the real deal. Actually, I have another one, but I sent it to the gym." Junmo was shocked and asked, "Does a clone need to work out too?" Sang-gu explained casually, "If my clone is stronger, I will be stronger too." Hearing this, Junmo felt a surge of hope. Clearly, this was not just an ordinary F-rank hunter skill. Sang-gu had immense potential. He asked Junmo if a person entering multiple locations at the same time would face issues. Junmo replied that simultaneous entry could be difficult, since each entry is recorded individually. Tears welled up in Sang-gu's eyes as he poked his fingers together and said, "So it's not allowed." Junmo said he would discuss it with the Hunter Association and make the necessary adjustment. In return, he needed to scan Sang-gu's collar and have him demonstrate the skill directly, so he asked him to come along. Sang-gu agreed but said he could only use the skill again tomorrow evening due to cooldown. Junmo scheduled a meeting at the Hunter Center 2 days later. After signing the contract, they officially partnered. On the appointed day, Sang-gu arrived and soon Junmo appeared. They entered and lined up for their turn. He said he wanted to copy access to the hunting grounds. Since his skill was cloning but only had one identification collar, the staff asked him to wait a moment. As this was the first dungeon break case requiring access copying, the procedure took extra time. Soon, the staff gave him a stack of forms and guided him to the administrative office and equipment room to complete the process and register for the skill illustration test. Seeing the thick paperwork, Sang-gu broke into a sweat and said, "So much paperwork." Junmo took the files to handle them for him. He told him to go to the skill illustration room first. After Junmo left, Sang-gu went there, summoned his clone, and asked it to create an identification collar identical to the original. This allowed his clones to access the hunting grounds via fingerprint scanning. Considering the cloning skill, Simultaneous access to multiple locations was possible, and the clones could enter places he had visited before. Sengu took the bracelet and thanked them, while the old man was extremely fascinated, constantly observing his clone. To his knowledge, there was no precedent like this in Korea or worldwide. Not wanting to linger, Sengu pulled his clone away. He met Junmo and informed him that access had been granted. All preparations for the hunt were finally complete, and he planned to head to the hunting grounds that very day. While the three were talking, someone Junmo knew appeared. It was the Haisang Guild leader. He jumped from the second floor, looking challenging, and asked Junmo, still working as a hunter. Junmo was furious but helpless, gritting his teeth as the old guild leader laughed loudly. The old man glanced at Sengu, silently asking who he was. Junmo replied that he was a hunter affiliated with his company. The guild leader looked Sengu up and down with disdain and said, "An F-rank huh." The guild leader struggled to suppress his laughter, mocking that leaving home was never easy. He teased that Junmo had overseen C-rank hunters and now found himself in this situation. The guild leader laughed hysterically, almost losing control. He couldn't believe Junmo was concerned about an F-rank wearing such a ridiculous sweater. Junmo got angry, intending to respond, but Sengu patted his shoulder to stop him, while the guild leader continued. He looked at Sengu like a worm and asked, "Anything you want to say?" Sengu smiled gently, contrary to usual reactions, and said, "I'm truly honored to meet the guild leader of the country's top corporation." The guild leader appeared interested and praised his discernment. Sengu continued, "I mean more than that. Not only is it the top corporation in the country, but also the #1 exclusive dungeon corporation, leading in hunting ground control and payout rates." He expressed amazement that the guild leader was praising himself like this. "Now you're so excited you don't know what to do." The guild master twisted his neck, noting that Sengu was quite brave. Somehow he had quietly moved up behind you. He wanted to test whether your skills matched that boldness. Sengu broke into a cold sweat, glancing back. Luckily, someone stepped in just in time to stop the guild master. He let go of Sengu and asked, "What's your name?" Sengu sneered without answering, telling him to find out for himself. Then everyone left the guild hall. Junmo thanked you for what had happened. You said you weren't foolish. I discovered it after a brief investigation into the GM organization. However, there was almost no information online about this organization. While researching, you read a rumor about manager Kang Junmo. According to insiders, he had been ousted from Haisang Corporation. Realizing Sengu already knew everything, Junmo asked, "Why did you choose our organization?" Sengu replied without hesitation, "For the payout rate." Unexpectedly, the ratio was 8-2. You added that if trouble arises in the industry or with corporations that you couldn't handle, you could trust Junmo. Junmo gratefully said, "Thank you." Meanwhile, in the gym, one of Sangu's clones was training intensely. It trained until its hands bled, causing nearby people to whisper anxiously. Suddenly, the phone received a message. The clone opened it and saw Sangu's message, "Training completed, go shower. Wait for me in front of the gym at 4. The clone obeyed, stopping training, drinking water, and resting. Sengu was now at the hunting area, fully suited up, holding a slam hunting hammer. Leaving the hunting area, he removed the mask and sighed. "This gas mask is really cumbersome. Feels like I'm wearing a dozen masks but still have to breathe." Junmo said the slam hunting area was fairly safe but few hunters visited, so the yield wasn't high. Sengu thought it would be hard to stick with this work long term. Junmo said you could hunt until the container was full, then move to the locker to switch. But even with patience, enduring 6 hours wasn't easy. Sengu knew he might not last 2 hours, let alone 6, so he decided to assign this task to clone number 2. Sengu tearfully sent number 2 into the hunting area. Then he turned to Junmo. "Next, let's go to the single-horned rabbit hunting area." At that moment, he remembered clone number 1 hadn't been picked up at the gym. Sengu and Junmo went there to fetch it. Junmo found it amusing that Sengu named the clones number 1 and 2, since they were just clones, and names weren't really important. He thought elaborate names would just confuse him. Sengu changed the topic. "Have you heard of people using guns to hunt single-horned rabbits? So should I prepare some gear like a gun?" Junmo said not to worry. You could use your own or rent at the hunting ground, but later it's best to prepare your own equipment, because rented gear could only be used there for easy return. After some distance, they reached the single-horned rabbit hunting ground. Outside, many guards were present. This was a large-scale Jiangsan hunting area, far bigger than Slam hunting ground. Sengu had heard of this place. Essentially, the gates here didn't connect to the outside world. Thus, most hunts happened after hunters passed through the gate. Occasionally, monsters broke through, wreaked havoc, and gradually turned the area into a hunting ground. This phenomenon was called monster break. 5 years ago, when it happened, most high-level monsters were eliminated. What remained were mostly E and F-grade monsters, so hunters considered it a rich hunting ground. The two entered inside. Junmo pointed to a counter with a tall, dark man and said, "You can rent equipment there." The man tossed a box containing a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, around 400 bullets, and an entry ticket, totaling 700,000 won. Sang-gu staggered, handing over the card, crying silently, "That expensive." Junmo reassured him that most of the cost was for ammunition, but if Sang-gu hunted a single-horned rabbit, it wouldn't matter. The price of one single-horned rabbit was equivalent to a few slam essences. Junmo led them deeper into the hunting ground. They stopped before a door. When it opened, gunfire erupted. Inside was crowded with people hunting rabbits. Junmo pointed out your position, which was number 4. Sang-gu confidently held the gun, boasting that he missed only 3 shots during the hunter exam. Junmo didn't reply since missing 3 shots at such close range was surprising. Sang-gu loaded, put on earplugs, and confidently declared, "Those monsters won't escape the eagle eyes of this gun." Junmo felt a bit embarrassed. He thanked the heavens that everyone was wearing headphones. Sang-gu looked through the scope and called out when he saw a rabbit. He aimed for its head and pulled the trigger, but 3 hours later, Sang-gu was in a state of shock. He couldn't believe that he missed the shot. How could this happen? Sang-gu sighed in despair. It seemed fine when he aimed, but the rabbits were too fast. Just as the bullet flew, they ran off. Junmo had asked to leave earlier because it was too late. Sang-gu was upset. Not only did he fail to make a kill, but he also couldn't recover the money spent on the bullets. He wondered whether he should give up and head home. Sang-gu ordered clone number 1 to keep hunting the one-horned rabbits and use the harpoon gun to catch them. He instructed clone number 1 to send him a message every time it made a successful shot, and to call him when it ran out of ammunition. Sang-gu sighed in frustration. He decided to go home and lie in bed. Noticing the continuous increase in his mana, he comforted himself, thinking that at least clone number 2 was still doing a great job at monster hunting. Although his stats were still rising compared to that old guild master, the road ahead was still very long. Sang-gu yawned tiredly. Hunting the one-horned rabbit was truly a mistake. He didn't think it would be so difficult. Sang-gu closed his eyes and wished that clone number 1 would at least catch one rabbit to preserve some dignity. He then fell asleep without noticing the continuous messages from clone number 1. Junmo was sitting idly in the office when he suddenly received a call. They were the hunt managers, requesting him to come quickly because Sang-gu's clone had been hunting for over 24 hours and was no longer able to stay awake. Junmo was shocked and hurriedly ran out. By the time morning came, Sang-gu finally woke up, worriedly wondering if clone number 1 had run out of ammo. He opened his phone and was surprised to find an overwhelming number of messages. Junmo had reached the slam hunting grounds. He couldn't believe it. Within a day, the clone had filled up all the containers. The clone was still wearing protective gear. Blood was flowing everywhere, but it didn't stop. Junmo took out his phone and called Sang-gu to share the good news. His clone had filled up all the containers. He was preparing to call the monster cleanup team. He told Sang-gu to tell clone number 2 to stop. Sang-gu was currently at the one-horned rabbit hunting grounds, telling Junmo to send someone immediately because the pile of rabbit carcasses collected by clone number 1 was blocking the way. A crowd had gathered around clone number 1. They kept filming videos and talking, unable to believe that clone number 1 had taken down all the rabbits. Clone number 1 wore a mask and a hat, sitting in a daze. A broker from the Brown Bear Guild approached and handed it a business card, praising its sharpshooting skills. The broker kept holding the card out, but clone number 1 showed no reaction. The broker tried to stay calm, holding the business card with trembling hands, comforting himself, thinking that all geniuses are unpredictable. No need to rush. Another broker from a different guild laughed and reminded him. No matter how much they tried to strike up a conversation, the clone didn't speak a word. The broker from the Brown Bear Guild seemed to not believe it and thought there must be something to say. Sang-gu, wearing a hood, secretly handed some ammunition to clone number 1. He told it to keep hunting, and if Junmo came, to let him deal with the pile of rabbit corpses. Sang-gu patted clone number 1 on the back, praising it for doing well, and then left. Clone number 1 was happy to be praised, excitedly holding the gun and continuing the hunt. The crowd gathered again, and a passionate fan was ready with a camera to take pictures. Sang-gu was heading out when he suddenly thought about what the clones could accomplish. He realized he had underestimated their abilities. Currently, the clones had reached 50% of his stats. If looked at in simple terms, that meant they could do 50% of what he could do, but something still felt off. It felt like having machines do the work. The clones made decisions without hesitation and were always highly focused. Sang-gu was lost in thought and didn't notice Hyeon calling his name. When she shouted too loudly, he startled and dropped his pen. Hyeon asked what he was thinking while spacing out. Sang-gu awkwardly handed her the paper, praising her for doing a better job than before. Hyeon took the paper and asked him what he had been thinking about this whole time. Sang-gu rested his chin on his hand and answered vaguely, I passed by the hunting grounds earlier, and there was something more surprising than I expected. When Hyeon heard about the hunting grounds, she jumped up. She suddenly asked if he was a hunter. Sang-gu didn't deny it. Hyeon sat down, took out her phone, and searched for information. She asked Sang-gu if he knew this guy. Everyone was talking about him on the wiki today. Hyeon held up a video, saying it was a genius hunter with eagle-eyed precision. Sang-gu watched the video and was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Hyeon excitedly asked if he knew this person. The wiki was going crazy over him, and this video showed him hunting more than 200 rabbits. He didn't say a word, but everyone noticed his cool and mysterious aura. When asked his name, he answered vaguely, Woo Jiang-san. Sang-gu was even more shocked upon hearing this. He froze, speechless. Hyeon watched the video with admiration. She also longed to become a hunter. Sang-gu asked if she was serious about wanting to be a hunter. Hyeon sighed, a bit shy. She had a license but was still nervous about going to the hunting ground. Hyeon hesitated, fidgeting. She asked Sang-gu if she could go hunting with him once she scored high on the next test. Sang-gu saw no problem with that. He said if she worked hard and scored high on this exam, he would take her there. Hyeon cheered in excitement, raising her finger to remind Sang-gu of his promise. Sang-gu sighed. After promising her, he stood up and went out to get ready to leave. Hyeon's mother asked him about her studies. Sang-gu said she was talented and there was no need to worry. Her mother wanted him to stay for a meal, but he declined, saying he had other business. Hyeon listened eagerly, jumping for joy at the chance to learn from Sang-gu, knowing he was a hunter. This way, she could talk comfortably. At first, she wasn't keen since he was her father's acquaintance, but Sang-gu was kind, taught clearly, and was handsome, which delighted her. Hyeon dismissed her negative thoughts and sat at the desk, determined to study. Sang-gu went to the single-horned rabbit hunting area, which was still bustling. Junmo called many people to collect the rabbits. Junmo asked if he had checked the transferred money. Sang-gu pulled out his phone, had notifications off, so he hadn't seen it. When he checked the balance, he was stunned. Over 32 million won. Sang-gu asked in surprise why it was so much. Junmo said his skill had surpassed F rank, so he raised it to 83% for an E rank hunter. Sang-gu embarrassedly scratched his head, but he wasn't even E rank. As everyone laughed, a man with wide eyes approached, pointing at Junmo, asking if he was the manager. He was a hunter who lost his prey. All the single-horned rabbits he targeted had been snatched by Sang-gu's clone. The hunt was a failure and the man demanded compensation. Junmo whispered to Sang-gu that they seemed to have chosen the wrong spot. Sang-gu thought for a moment, then devised a plan. He whispered it softly. The man lost patience and demanded 10% of the reward. Sang-gu laughed. The man angrily asked, "What are you laughing at?" Sang-gu patted number one's shoulder and hinted, "Don't worry, he won't be coming here for a few days." The old man turned to tell Junmo to leave. The man grew more furious, but Sang-gu remained calm, ignoring him. The man, enraged, tried to attack Sang-gu. Sang-gu commanded number one with his mind, and it immediately jumped in front of him to block the attack. The man's punch landed perfectly, sending number one flying and spitting blood. The guy froze, wondering, he didn't even hit that hard, did he? Sang-gu, standing nearby, had been recording the entire incident on his phone, then shouted in panic, "This is too brutal, violent behavior in a sacred hunting ground." He continued, "If people find out, they won't let this slide." The man looked around and saw everyone watching him, while Sang-gu took the opportunity to exaggerate. Sang-gu yelled, "Oh my god, it would be awful if this video gets posted on the hunter's website. Our star, the eagle Yu Jiang-san, was attacked." He emphasized, "This is shocking." The man started to worry, sweating, as Sang-gu held the video up in front of him. Patting the man on the shoulder as if empathizing, he asked, "Are you leaving now?" The man gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. The three of them went into a cafe, where Junmo guessed that the earlier hunter belonged to the High Sung Guild. Since this guild was large and diverse, that made sense. Sang-gu asked, "How do you know?" Junmo explained that as soon as he entered the hunting ground to collect colors, the guy stared at him, possibly as part of a revenge plan. He speculated they mistook number one for another hunter who had contracted with him, hence the conflict. Previously, GM Company's hunters had faced similar situations. Junmo admitted it was somewhat embarrassing, because previous hunters usually ended their contracts quickly and left. Now only a few F-rank hunters remained, including Sang-gu. Junmo couldn't promise to stop the High Sung Guild. Sang-gu shook his glass and said, "Don't try to make me change my mind." He asserted, "I know about this but still join the guild. I won't let those bastards bully us like that." At the same time, Sang-gu revealed he had a plan to increase his power quickly. He enthusiastically explained his entire plan to Junmo. After listening, Junmo took out a notebook to jot it down, having never thought in that direction before. He asked, "Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, okay?" Sang-gu agreed happily, and they finalized the location before going home. The next day, they went to the hunter's supermarket, where the trade of weapons, armor, and equipment had long been thriving. A department store model also entered the market, quickly gaining an important position in the industry. Thus, all types of equipment hunters needed were always available. Sengu donned a sturdy titanium armor, strong enough to resist E-rank monsters. He marveled, very comfortable and light too, I like this set. Junmo asked about weapons. Sengu drew a small knife from his side and said, I'll practice shooting better, this is enough. Sengu asked the shopkeeper for 2 more armor sets identical to the one he was wearing. Junmo asked, you still need close combat skills, right? Sengu confirmed but wasn't sure if they were sold here. So they continued searching and finally found a close combat skill that shared vision and senses with pets. Seeing the price near 200 million, Sengu trembled, sighed, and turned to Junmo begging for an advance on his salary. Junmo, half amused, half exasperated, could only lend him 50 million for now. Sengu bought the bone ice orb, took out the manual, and infused mana into the skill orb. The instructions said that for someone who couldn't control mana, simply pressing the button while holding the orb against the body would work. Sengu didn't know how to use mana. He fumbled to find the activation button, holding the controller, trembling as he touched the orb and decisively switched it on with eyes closed. The orb instantly vanished, the close combat skill formed, and Sengu called his 2 clones back to prepare for the next step. Previously, he had shared with Junmo an idea to rapidly increase the group's strength. He hadn't anticipated the previous hunt's results. Although the clones had only half his endurance and reaction speed, they took down 300 one-horned rabbits while he couldn't catch a single one. Even having the clones take the full punch from the hunter and act out the tragedy was part of the plan. Still, timing it perfectly and calmly presenting their faces to the punch wasn't simple. Despite low stats, the clones had extremely precise body control. Sengu wanted to leverage this advantage. First, he sent the 2 clones to different training grounds. One clone trained with ranged weapons, the other in close combat. He planned to train them rigorously to reach maximum limits. After just a few basic drills, the clones easily defeated opponents and shattered practice targets. The next step was using the close combat skill, which not only shared vision but also transmitted senses, sense, and other perception. The skill synchronized touch and multiple sensory experiences between all parties. Sengu stood in a different position, activating the close combat skill while the clones sparred or practiced shooting. You can sense everything around you, from the distance in the fight, the angles of the joints, to the balance of the body, the movement of muscles and the power flowing through the body. Every motion of your clone is clear to you. You can even feel the air pressure as the baton slides by, the smell of gunpowder, the strong pull, and the lingering fatigue. Even without moving, you feel everything because the clone's movements are identical to yours. Sengu feels he can imitate these movements instantly. The system notification appears. Your stamina and reflexes have increased. Sengu stretches, ready to go. Today he will try sparring and shooting. Sengu decides to check on number 1 first, activates the synchronization skill, and moves to number 1's location. Number 1 is sparring with the coach. They've exchanged dozens of rounds, and the coach seems pressured. Although number 1's attacks are sloppy, as if it has never used a baton before, its defense is extremely strong. It dodges very well. Coach Thacker tenses his abs and struggles to counter number 1. Its strikes are too strong, it has copied the coach's movement. The coach swings his baton at number 1, but number 1 evades. Number 1 retaliates with a jab to the coach's shoulder. The coach grits his teeth and, as number 1 prepares to attack again, seizes the moment to jump. Attacking from above, the coach knocks the baton out of number 1's hand. The spectators applaud. Their coach is no ordinary opponent. Sengu silently exclaims, "That moved my wrist." The coach picks up the baton and asks if number 1 wants to continue, while Sengu anxiously asks if number 1 is okay. Number 1 says nothing, just prepares to continue. It jumps, mimicking the coach's moves. Sengu jumps to number 2. The air here is tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. A man and woman are praising each other. Number 2 shoots the clay targets of nearby participants. Sengu ignores them, focusing on shooting, following number 2's movements and sensing each action. Upper body stable, he doesn't move his body, only turns toward the shot. When the target is aligned, he fires. The clay shatters. Sengu tries to memorize every small detail. He must absorb everything his clone experiences. After jumping back and forth for a while, he returns. Sengu wipes sweat, feeling a bit dizzy. His mana is drained. He sighs, sits down, and marvels. The movements of these clones are strange. Perhaps because they don't feel fear and don't overthink, their focus is intense. He's gained some experience. Next time, he'll practice more. He's gazing at the sky when Hyan, his favorite student, walks by. He asks her, "Why are you still here so late?" Hyan replies she just came back from the library. They chat happily, unaware of a group watching them from afar. One of them is the troublemaker from the single-horned rabbit hunting ground. He was reprimanded for failing a task. He awkwardly apologizes, claiming he just wanted to scare a bit, but someone recorded it. The other party asks if he was filmed beating someone. He hastily denies it but is cut off before finishing. They tell him to shut up and do nothing more. Stay away from the Yujiang sand field. Whatever happens, he has nothing to do with the Hai Zung gang. They leave him with the heads wiped out the market already and hang up. The man curses in anger. He throws his phone against the wall and stomps on it repeatedly. While venting, two others arrive to check, one fat, one long-haired. He recounts everything. The fat one, his senior, Jun Seok, holding a cigarette, scolds him for being foolish. Joining the top gang is already stupid, the fat one says. He bows in remorse, asking if there's anything he can do. Now the gang tells him to stay away from the Yu Jiang sand field. The fat one turns to the long-haired man, asking if he has any tasks for him. Suddenly he sees Sang-gu in the distance and shouts, accusing him of filming him. The fat one asks if he's sure. The man quickly confirms, hiding behind a pillar. The man is furious. Sang-gu and Hyen are chatting happily when the three step out. The fat one leads, asking if he's the one bullying his sister. Sang-gu doesn't know this fat man, but seeing a familiar face behind, he recognizes him. Sang-gu stands calmly and asks, "What's going on?" The man behind can't take it anymore, shouting at Sang-gu to stop pretending. The fat man stops his underling's actions and asks Sang-gu about a video of his younger brother, suspecting that his brother may have acted impulsively and done something by accident. Sang-gu replies that he will delete the video if they back off, but the man is skeptical and demands assurance from Sang-gu. The fat man pretends to remain calm and changes his attitude, no longer willing to let Sang-gu go. Sang-gu realizes the situation is becoming dangerous, quickly hides his phone in his pocket, and whispers to Hyen to look for an opportunity to retreat. The fat man and his underlings are ready to attack, ordering the other two to charge. Sang-gu has to face both of them at once and struggles. He is punched relentlessly, falls to the ground and starts bleeding. Hyen anxiously stands in front of him, while Jun orders to call upon his psychic orb to intimidate them. The two underlings notice Hyen is a fake awakener and hesitate to charge further. The fat man taps the heads of each member in his group, mocking Hyen's weakness. Then, Hyen launches a light orb toward the fat man. The fat man easily blocks the orb and swings his hand toward her. Sang-gu jumps in just in time, intercepts the strike, and counters with a strong punch to the fat man's face, causing him to lose balance and step back. Seeing their leader get hit, the underlings charge in to retaliate, but Sang-gu applies theory into practice. He observes the movements of the underling, dodges to the side, and lands a powerful punch to his face. The long-haired man seizes this opportunity to charge, but Sang-gu knows he can't avoid the strike from the long-haired man, so he uses a double strike. Sang-gu's punch lands on the long-haired man. Both sides are panting and the fat man becomes more tense. The fat man didn't expect Sang-gu to be able to resist, so he begins attacking seriously. Sang-gu continues dodging and counterattacking the fat man, causing him to lose balance. He quickly strikes to wear the fat man down, relentlessly attacking. Sang-gu always evades the fat man's punches, while the fat man grows more agitated as he can't land a hit. The fat man, enraged, flexes his muscles and prepares to throw a punch at Sang-gu. Sang-gu gets ready to dodge, but the long-haired man holds his legs, preventing him from moving. Sang-gu doesn't have time to avoid the fat man's punch and is sent crashing into the wall. He finds it hard to breathe. The fat man approaches, preparing to throw his next punch. Sang-gu thinks he's done for, but suddenly an explosion rings out. The fat man is struck and opens his mouth in shock. The one who struck him was Hyen. The two underlings see Hyen make a move and rush toward her, but Sang-gu's two clones arrive just in time and knock them down. Sang-gu gets up from the ground, wipes the blood from his mouth, and finally can breathe again. The fat man doesn't give up and charges again. Sang-gu leaps into the air and delivers a powerful downward strike, knocking the fat man unconscious. Sang-gu is exhausted but receives a system notification that his stats have increased and his cloning ability has temporarily leveled up. He sighs and collapses to the ground, his clones worriedly rushing over to him. After bandaging Sang-gu, Hyen and he head home, chatting the whole way. Hyen has figured out that the famous rookie hunter is actually Sang-gu's clone. Sang-gu asks her not to reveal this. The two arrive at Hyen's house. Sang-gu checks if she's okay, and Hyen happily replies that she's fine. Sang-gu thanks her for helping him. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the fat man. Hyen blushes and says that if he wants to thank her, he should buy her some meat, not just say thank you. Sang-gu promises to buy her meat and the two bid each other farewell. Sang-gu returns with his two clones. He suddenly remembers something. He asks his clones why they are following him and orders them to work hard. The clones explain that it's late and all the shooting ranges are closed. Sang-gu picks up 2 sticks from the ground. He hands each clone a stick and tells them to work in the park while he goes home. A month later, Junmo calls Sang-gu to check in. Sang-gu replies that everything is fine and that he can now use a handgun, and his cloning skill has leveled up. Junmo happily congratulated him, while Sanggu noticed his stats had risen by 1.4 and told Junmo he wanted to secure 3 F-rank hunting zones for tomorrow. Junmo was moved by this, but still promised to find those hunting zones for Sanggu at any cost. Sanggu planned the clones' morning training and afternoon hunting. They discussed the schedule for a while before ending the call. After the call, Sanggu ordered the 3 clones to go to the park. He told them to return before noon and stay home. The 3 clones acknowledged and left immediately. Sanggu browsed online information and sighed. Through training, he realized the clones had learned very well. Unless movement was impossible, they could replicate and recreate almost anything. He wondered what would happen if he learned all the monsters and how to hunt them precisely. Thinking it, he began learning, and one night passed. When the clones returned, it was noon. Sanggu yawned. They were still full of energy despite a full day of work. He ordered them to bathe and eat. Sanggu had read nearly all the F-rank monster guides and needed to check if the clones hunted according to instruction. He planned to test actual hunting and familiarize himself with combat using familiar skill. Then he studied mana during a break. Sanggu received a message from Junmo. Junmo urged the clones to eat quickly and get ready. Sanggu led Clone B to meet Junmo. He asked, "Is the training zone ready?" Junmo replied, "He found 3 zones, the distance between them isn't too bad." Sanggu handed the 3 clones to Junmo and stayed home to study using remote skill. He also practiced mana breathing techniques. After the vehicle left, Sanggu returned to his room. He closed his eyes, meditated following the breathing guide, trying to recall the feeling of using skills. A glow gradually accumulated in his body. Sanggu opened his eyes. He acquired the contemplation meditation skill, which stabilizes the mind and slightly restores mental fatigue. Mana regeneration and development slightly increased. In the hunting zone, a hunter struggled to escape. He wondered, why is that monster here? This is clearly an F-rank red inferno. They only hunt exotic fish. I need to report this. But the monster didn't let him escape, tearing his hand with sharp teeth. At that moment, Zumo sent a clone to the wastewater plant, saying there were exotic fish there. The clone, known for its strong jaw, responded, "Understood," and went inside. Junmo informed Sanggu that all 3 had arrived. He couldn't believe a hunter could hunt in 3 different zones. The original was in his room. This ability was truly amazing. At home, Sanggu was thrilled to receive the mana breathing skill. A true once-in-a-millennium genius, but he didn't have time to rejoice. His phone reminded him to continue sensing mana and breathing. Sanggu realized meditation and mana breathing were different. He found it difficult to acquire this skill. The excitement was overwhelming. Checking his phone, he saw all 3 clones had arrived. Sanggu used familiar skills to reach the training zone. Entering, he was startled by a bird-pierced giant rat. Calmly, he realized Clone 1 was hunting. Sanggu continued observing. Clone 1 followed the theory in the video precisely. The giant rat is one of the most troublesome F-rank monsters. Hunting them usually requires a team. Solo hunting is possible. Keep distance and shoot when the rat charges. It's impossible to kill all from a distance, so switch to melee, aiming for the ribs as the skull is hard. Rats reproduce quickly and are numerous. Clone 1 calmly defeated each one. Sanggu went to observe Clone 2. His clone hunted exactly like him, using skills without panic or fear. They hunted without caring about opponent rank, and he tested hunting using familiar skills. Sanggu's stats steadily increased. The clones grew stronger. Today he cleared all F-rank monsters. After a while, feeling something was missing, Sanggu realized he hadn't collected the monster corpses. The rewards were gone. Immediately, he ordered the 3 clones to return and collect the corpses quickly. Without the rewards, Sanggu cried dry tears. Sanggu pointed at the fish over there and asked why number 3 didn't gather them. Number 3 replied that it wasn't hunting those fish. Anyone who hunts them should gather them. Sanggu looked at number 3 angrily, warning that they were all money and not to mess around like that. Number 3 complied and gathered them, but when seeing the fish in disarray, Sanggu felt quite disgusted. Number 3 pulled out an arm from its body and asked if Sanggu needed it gathered, since it wasn't a fish. Sanggu froze upon seeing the arm when suddenly there was a noise from behind. The 2 turned around and looked around cautiously. Number 3 noticed movement to the right. It was just a fish head, but it turned out to be a trap. The big fish had been behind them all along. Number 3 didn't react in time, attempting to turn and shoot, but the fish tore off one of its arms. Sanggu screamed in pain, feeling as if the arm had been severed. Immediately, Sanggu looked at his arm, which was still intact, but the feeling of connection was severed due to the pain, and Sanggu was still in shock. He dialed Junmo's number, telling him to come to number 3's hunting grounds. There wasn't much time for explanation, so Sanggu quickly put on his shoes and left. He called numbers 1 and 2 as well. Meanwhile, number 3 was struggling to fend off the huge muscular fish. By the time Sangu arrived at number 3's hunting grounds, he had lost contact with number 3 and had to wait for a long time to reconnect. He passed through the checkpoint and met Junmo and 2 of his clones. It was then that Sangu explained the situation to Junmo, telling him that the monster in the hunting grounds was very strong. Number 3 was gone. Sangu described the monster as having a fish head, a muscular six-pack, and fully developed arms and legs, in other words, a merman. Junmo was shocked and said he would need to report this up the chain, temporarily closing the area. The monster Sangu mentioned was called a merman. Its rank was D, and even an E-level hunting team would have a hard time doing anything to it. Sangu asked Junmo to notify the guards to prevent other hunters from entering after his clone went in. He couldn't sit still. He wanted Junmo to trust him like he trusted his clone. Sangu activated his familiar skill and moved in with his 2 clones. They swiftly headed to the spot where number 3 had disappeared. At that moment, the monster was chewing dangerously close. They had to seize the opportunity to attack. Although his stats were currently on par with an E-level hunter, his clones were only about 53% of that. They were only around E-level as well. However, the merman wasn't in its best state right now. With the hunting skills of his clones and their coordination, it was still possible. He ordered the clones to shoot at the fish's head. Both bullets aimed at the fish's head were deflected. The 2 clones looked at each other in confusion. The bullets had no effect. The fish slowly stood up. The fish roared and leapt towards the 2 clones. Number 1 and number 2 leapt up to attack the fish from behind. However, they only managed to leave a small scratch on it. The fish swung its sword, chopping down trees in the forest. Sangu sighed in relief, grateful that the fish's large body made it difficult for it to swing the sword in the woods. But Sangu had to retract his words when the fish sliced a tree in an instant. Number 1 and number 2 continued to charge and attack the fish's arm with knives, but it had no effect. The fish punched number 2, sending him flying into a tree. Sangu cursed, "Damn. If these attacks keep failing, how are we supposed to hunt this massive armored fish?" Sangu remembered the 2 bullets earlier when number 1 and number 2 shot at the fish. The first bullet was deflected immediately, but the second one caused some damage. He ordered his clone to target the fish's injury again. And indeed, it worked. Sangu saw a glimmer of hope and ordered his 2 clones to give it some sweet treats. Number 1 and number 2 quickly moved, jumping around, firing repeatedly at the fish's wounds. The fish, enraged, saw its sword glow red and swung it at the clones. Number 1 raised his hand to block the blow but was tossed aside. Number 1 spat blood. The fish had gotten stronger than before. Sangu quickly realized that its sword reacted to its own blood. This meant that the fish had been severely wounded, so it was only temporarily stronger. The 2 clones continued to attack the fish's wound. The fish punched number 1 straight in the stomach. Sangu felt the pain as if it were his own. Number 1 grabbed the fish's arm that had punched him. With his other hand, he repeatedly stabbed the fish with a knife. The fish screamed in pain. It kicked number 1 away and swung its sword to strike down. Just then, number 2 rushed to shield number 1, and the 2 clones continued their attack. After a series of relentless attacks, the fish was too heavily wounded, losing too much blood, and could no longer hold on. It fell. The 2 clones were also exhausted. Panting like cows, they collapsed to the ground. They couldn't move anymore. The ammo was gone. Sangu thought that today's hunt was enough. It was time to stop, thinking the fish was dead. He sat up and was about to report to the manager. But then he realized the fish had disappeared. He ordered number 2 to track it, following the footprints. The fish was heading towards the main gate. Outside, the guard team had just received a report about the appearance of a D-rank monster in the hunting area, so the entrance had been sealed off. They informed the newly arrived hunters that the association's hunter team would be deployed soon, and if anything changed, they would report immediately. At that moment at the gate, a monster had approached and was about to rush out. The gate guards fired their guns as hard as they could to stop the monster from escaping. But the guns were ineffective. The fish shot out of the gate, and number 2 from behind used a knife to strike from inside out. He struck the knife into the monster's head, jumped up, and Sangu rushed out from somewhere holding a knife. He put all his strength into the strike directly on the wound on its head. The fish screamed in pain. Blood splattered everywhere, but Sangu didn't let go, continuing to stab with force. The fish collapsed. Number 2 proudly shed tears and raised his hand in applause. A moment later, the association's hunters arrived. When he arrived, the fish was lying in a pool of blood. He asked what had happened here, and the gate guard explained. A D-rank monster appeared, but a hunter entered the gate before it was sealed off and took down the monster. The association's people were suspicious because this was not an far-ranked hunting ground, so how could a D-rank team appear? The gate guard quickly explained that it wasn't a D-rank hunter or a D-rank team. They were still investigating, but according to the gathered information, an F-rank hunter had taken down the monster along with their duplicates. The association's people observed the condition of the fish. noting that the attacks on the wound must have caused significant damage, even without special weapons. But could it be possible to accurately hit the wound of a moving monster? He said he would check if there were any more monsters inside the gate, and reminded the gate guard to complete the investigation before he returned. The association's hunter sighed, unsure how to report to the association, saying that he took down the monster himself might be a bit much. After taking down the monster, Sangu unlocked many skills such as sprinting, regeneration, and striking. Other stats also increased. Sangu wiped the blood off his body, realizing that this time he unlocked more skills because he was too busy earlier to notice. Although number 1 and number 2 were heavily injured, they didn't disappear, proving that they had many valuable skills. Junmo anxiously asked number 1. "How is number 2? Sangu replied. "They're injured, but they need more cooldown time before you can revive them." He thought letting them recover on their own would help boost their regeneration stats. Junmo laughed and praised Sangu, truly impressive. "You've taken down a D-rank monster by yourself." He thought that now, Sangu could even take down an E-rank monster alone. Sangu suddenly remembered that the fish earlier had a unique short sword that could absorb blood. He intended to take the sword, but Junmo stopped him, saying the duplicate should take the sword instead. Sangu asked, "Can't cursed items be used?" Junmo explained that cursed items were very rare, and their value was determined by their effects. Hearing about money, Sangu's eyes lit up, and he agreed to let the duplicate keep the sword and let the team handle the cleanup. He thought that today was enough. If he stayed any longer, he'd be surrounded by reporters. Sangu took something out of his bag and showed it to Junmo, asking, "Is this expensive?" It fell out from the head of the fish. Junmo was startled when he saw the gem Sangu was holding. It was a low-grade gem, worthless, but seeing Sangu's hopeful look, Junmo didn't dare to say anything. He said, "This gem isn't worth much. It only helps boost stats, but it's rarely used due to serious side effects. It's very cheap." Sangu felt insulted after hearing that, threw the gem on the ground, and said he didn't need it. Sangu said goodbye to Junmo and took the 2 duplicates home. Number 1 and number 2 were lying on the bed, almost dead. Sangu sat on the floor, revived number 3, and told it to train with the equipment it had just received. He sat and looked at the sword and the gem he had just discarded. He picked up the gem to check its properties. It was a low-grade strength gem, a crystal that could enhance strength. Humans couldn't use it. It worked with summoned entities but turned them into monsters. The gem increased strength by 0.005. Very tempting, but the stats made him wonder. The injuries or feelings of the duplicates didn't affect him. But what if the one who turns into a monster isn't a clone, but you? Just imagining himself turning into an ugly monster, Junmo panicked, aimed his gun, and shot a "you're done for" shot, making Sangu put away the gem for now. Then he drew his sword. To prepare for any mishap, he had stored it in this box and carried it here. He could sell it because it's very valuable, but trying it out before selling should be fine, right? Sangu ordered number 2 to hold the sword up and test it. Sangu hoped something would happen, but nothing did. "That's it," number 2 honestly reported, hearing a voice. Sangu used a close combat skill to enter number 2, and as soon as he did, it felt like a hornet sting straight to the head, filled with the sound of killing, so he immediately withdrew. Number 2 itself didn't react either. It seems if the sound isn't at maximum volume, the clone won't be affected. If he held it himself, who knows what form it would take. No wonder that fish went crazy. He told number 2 to keep holding the sword a bit longer. The system reported that the rebirth stat increased. Resting would help them recover slightly faster. Sangu felt troubled. Tomorrow he had to lead them on a hunt, but the situation now, he ordered the bodies to unlock their mana breath. Today they would meditate together. The next morning, Sangu returned to school after a long break, and his stats had increased significantly. But more importantly, no one came to greet him. Sangu didn't expect to feel so alone. He entered the classroom and met his friend. He asked why his friend was in this class. The friend said he chose this department because the professor was easygoing and generous with grades. Sangu sat down to chat with him. People around started whispering, "Is that Sangu? Wasn't he really fat before? Look at him now." Sangu asked his friend if he had changed a lot. His friend laughed and asked if he had seen his parents yet. "I bet even your old folks wouldn't recognize you." His friend invited Sangu to drink after class, but he refused, saying he had plans. His friend threw a tantrum, yelling at Sangu for betraying them. Abandoning friends for a girl, Sangu couldn't stop his loud mouth. 2 other friends heard and swore revenge. They vowed to remember the day Sangu betrayed them. At that moment, the professor entered, ending the commotion. At the Global Hunters Association (WHA), they calculated a disaster. A portal would form. Thousands of monsters would pour out. The highest level is A, and the portal would likely open within a few days. The location is South Korea. Upon receiving the news, the association organized a meeting of top guild leaders nationwide. The cat-eared girl is Han Miho, leader of the Zolo Guild, ranked 6th nationwide. This man is Park Won-T, leader of the Kenius Guild, ranked 3rd nationwide. They coincidentally met on the way and entered the meeting room together. Other guild leaders were present, including Hee-song, the top-ranked leader nationwide, despised by everyone who met him. He greeted Won-T, but Won-T ignored him, unwilling to talk. But Hee-song didn't let it go easily. He hit a sore spot, mentioning a team of Won-Ts that recently entered Odin Tower and had been missing for days. The second-ranked leader, Kim Egon, said Hee-song was going too far. Hee-song still disregarded everyone, laughing harshly. Won-T's eyes turned red with anger, but he held back, saying nothing. At that moment, the president of the Korean Hunters Association entered. Sensing the tension, he cleared his throat and sat down. He announced the impending monster disaster. Fearing the presence of rank monsters, hunters were asked to cooperate with the strongest guilds in the country. Someone asked when and where it would happen. The Forest Guild president replied. Beyond the possibility that it would happen within the country, they had no specific information. The second-ranked guild leader slammed the table in frustration, standing up. So we have to protect the whole nation without knowing the portal's location. The association president shyly raised a document to cover his face. The only thing they knew was that the disaster would happen soon. Other guilds began to stir, as they didn't even have enough hunters to handle internal issues. How can you prevent a disaster when you don't know the time or place? A flood of questions from other guilds left the president flustered, unsure what to do. Won-T raised his hand to speak. He proposed that each guild prepare a hunter team that could be deployed anytime in emergencies. They would monitor areas around their territory, and when disaster strikes, all guilds would converge with full force, no exceptions. Any guild that disobeys will be severely punished. The president found this proposal reasonable. He asked if anyone had other opinions. They would decide by raising hands. The other guild leaders had no objections and raised their hands in unison. The president breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a conclusion, the meeting ended. The other groups continued to protect their areas and maintained close cooperation. After the class finished, Sang-gu happily grabbed his backpack and headed home. From a distance, he saw a man trying to flirt with Hee-yeon. He asked her for her phone number. Hee-yeon declined, saying she already had a boyfriend, but he didn't give up, continuing to pull her back and asking why she was there. Hee-yeon saw a chance and quickly called Sang-gu my love, then ran over and grabbed his arm, pulling him away. Sang-gu was completely confused about what was happening. After getting away from the man, Hee-yeon explained everything to him. She explained that she didn't have a boyfriend and tried to emphasize that to Sang-gu. He didn't react at all. Sang-gu then asked why she had asked him to buy the meat for her. Wasn't she supposed to be going to school today? Hee-yeon started to worry about herself and asked Sang-gu if he couldn't take his eyes off her pitiful look. She even asked if he wanted her phone number. Sang-gu stood frozen, his hands clenched. I've been out of touch for a while, he said. Suddenly, he received a message from Junmo notifying him that his payment had gone through. He checked his account and saw that he had earned an extra 50 million. With that amount, Sang-gu excitedly told Hee-yeon to go right away and pick out the most expensive meat. The two of them went to a Korean barbecue restaurant. The meat was delicious, no doubt, but Hee-yeon was still worried about the price. Sang-gu told her not to worry and to eat as much as she liked. While they were eating, an emergency announcement suddenly came on the TV. A nationwide disaster announcement was broadcast, warning citizens to pay attention because this was a very serious issue. Sang-gu's friends, Jingdu and others, were crying in frustration, feeling it was so unfair. They were annoyed that Sang-gu could be having fun eating with a woman, while they were just walking around alone. They saw Sang-gu eating with Hee-yeon through the glass and couldn't stop calling him a traitor. At that moment, Jingdu received a notification and opened it. On the internet, people were supporting each other because of the disaster, but no one at school seemed to be saying anything. Just then, Sang-gu and Hee-yeon walked out of the restaurant. One of the group asked if Hee-yeon was Sang-gu's girlfriend. Sang-gu replied, "No, she's my student, I just invited her for a meal." They greeted each other and introduced themselves. Sang-gu handed Hee-yeon a bag of food, telling her to take it home to her family. He had asked the staff to pack the leftover food for them. He told her to be careful going home and not to wander around anymore. Hee-yeon blushed and asked Sang-gu if there was nothing else today. Is that all? Sang-gu coldly told her she should go home quickly, because her parents wouldn't be happy if she kept loitering on the street with a disaster warning. Sang-gu's friends mocked him for being old, saying he was like an old man. Sang-gu got angry, shouted at them, and sent them all home. After seeing his friends and Hee-yeon off, Sang-gu looked around and saw that everyone was calm, as if nothing was happening. They were still chatting happily as usual. Sang-gu called Junmo on the phone, asking about the disaster. Junmo said the information was not yet official. However, the association planned to maintain the warning for at least 3 more months, because they didn't know when or where the space gate would appear. They said the number of monsters invading would be huge, and there could even be level monsters. If the space gate appeared in the capital, there would be many casualties. Sang-gu didn't understand. If it was that dangerous, why wasn't the association providing more information and urging everyone to be more careful? Junmo used the example of hunters from the association to explain that if they were sealed off for 3 months, the economy and essential resources would be severely affected. People would still have to work throughout that time, and the association would definitely face criticism for the damage, so they don't release all the information. Thus, no matter what happens, at least they can claim that they warned the public. Junmo said he would head to the shelter immediately, and the hunting areas had also been sealed to prevent anyone from hunting in this situation. Sang-gu said he would return home, and the call ended. Sang-gu returned home to check on number 1 and number 2. Number 2 was mostly unharmed, while number 1 was seriously injured and still bedridden. Noticing that the previous cooldown period had ended, Sang-gu decided to heal number 1. He gave them a new hat to avoid confusion among the 3 clones. Just then, number 3 also returned, and all 3 went to visit Sang-gu's parents. His mother opened the door and froze for a moment. She almost didn't recognize her son, while his father and sister happily came to greet them. His sister even asked who he was. Sang-gu's mother noticed the clones behind him and asked if they were his friends. Sang-gu told the clones to remove their masks, which made the whole family scream in shock. After the explanation, everyone understood that it was Sang-gu's skill. He had joined the awakening program a month ago. Sang-gu's father asked if he was also a hunter, and his mother opposed it, saying the job was too dangerous. Sang-gu tried to explain that he wasn't directly in danger because his clones did the hunting. Sang-gu informed his parents that there was currently a disaster warning and they needed to go to the shelter, but his father seemed unconcerned. "Let's see about that, I still have to work tomorrow. They can't just pack and leave suddenly like that." Sang-gu sighed because his father didn't realize the severity, while the outside world still seemed relatively calm. He decided to stay with his family from today, and lied that school had been cancelled. Sang-gu took out the Korean beef he had just brought and invited the family to eat. His mother wanted to offer some to the clones as well, but he said just giving them some rice was enough. No need for a feast. The family gathered around the table, with the 3 clones sitting around a large bowl of rice. While everyone was enjoying the meal, the house suddenly collapsed, and Sang-gu briefly lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw the house reduced to rubble, and monsters filled the sky outside. What the hell is going on? A giant dragon roared, gathered a fireball, and shot it in all directions. Sang-gu panicked and turned to check on his family. Everyone was unconscious, and number 1 had disappeared after shielding the family from the explosion. Number 3 was severely injured and lost an arm. The gate opened faster than expected, and the family members gradually regained consciousness. He drew his gun and said, "Everyone get out of here quickly. The spatial gate has opened, staying here is dangerous." The monsters continued to destroy the city, capturing and killing civilians, with devastation everywhere. Sang-gu gave his sister the equipment that number 1 had used, and the family quickly prepared to evacuate. At that moment, a monster fell from the sky, looked at Sang-gu, and laughed. A gate appeared in the sky and more monsters fell along with it. Not knowing how to fly, they fell from a great height and were seriously injured, and Sang-gu quickly eliminated them. Meanwhile, his family tried to open the door. The door wouldn't open, so he took his father's baseball bat, activated the enhancement skill, and struck to break it open. The family exited the apartment, but all vehicles were damaged, while the nearest shelter was 2 kilometers away. Still, more monsters were falling, mostly unharmed by the impact. Sang-gu's sister suggested everyone head to the underground basement, where there was a temporary shelter. As they were moving, cries for help rang out. Turning back, they saw a man trapped under rubble and a nearby monster suddenly opening its eyes. It was a D-rank monster. Sang-gu's father told him to think carefully because this wasn't the time to save others. They should head to the basement first. Sang-gu gritted his teeth and turned away because number 3 could no longer fight. Moreover, only number 2 wasn't enough to save the man, and he wasn't in a merged state to use his skill. If he died, it would be permanent, while the man's cries grew increasingly desperate. On one side, his family kept urging him to leave. On the other, the desperate calls for help. Finally, Sang-gu decided to save the man, instructing his family to go to the basement, close the door carefully, and wait for him to return. Number 2 followed him to save the man, while number 3 stayed behind to protect the family. Sang-gu is a hunter. In a situation where monsters attack en masse, a hunter's only job is to eliminate them. Sang-gu tells number 2 to save the man, while he charges at the monster with his baseball bat. Number 2 frees the man from the rubble. He tells him to run quickly. The monster, angered by the insult, growls and reddens. Sang-gu asks number 2 to get the weapon. He pulls out a gem for someone else, saying this is not the time to hesitate. He throws the gem to number 2 and tells him to eat it. Number 2 complies, swallows the gem, and instantly transforms into a monster. Sangu asks number 2 if he's still conscious. Number 2 growls and responds with a grunt. The low-level monster looks at Sangu with a confused gaze when he asks. Sangu snaps, telling him he's lucky to be on the same side. He checks his own body, relieved to see it's fine. His stats surge, but there are no side effects. The battle begins. Number 2 swings his sword at the monster, cutting off its arm. The monster screams in pain and crazily swings its club back at number 2. This monster is slower than a merman, so they easily dodge its attack. Sangu continues attacking. The monster's severed arm quickly regenerates, it blocks his strike and throws him backward. Sangu falls to the ground. He observes and notices the monster's skin isn't very tough, but its healing ability is extremely fast, so stacking damage won't be effective. Sangu orders number 2 to take down the monster within minutes. Number 2 obeys, slicing the monster's leg, causing it to fall. Sangu takes the chance to shoot 2 bullets into its eyes. The monster clutches its face in pain. Number 2 seizes the moment to strike other parts of the monster. As its eyes recover and look around, Sangu is already in front of it. He activates his rapid attack skill and hits the monster squarely in the face with his baseball bat. It falls unconscious to the ground. Sangu rubs his hands, saying the rapid attack skill has immense destructive power, with serious consequences. This monster is slightly stronger than a merman, but mermen are also strong in their own territory. Still, this monster is quite powerful without any special condition. Sangu stands and brushes off his clothes, telling number 2 to quickly enter the shelter. Their families are already worried. He looks around but can't find his phone. It must have fallen during the fight. He asks number 2 to lend him the phone. Sangu laughs and teases that number 2 will be thrown out of the shelter looking like that. At that moment, another group is attacked by monsters. Sangu thinks to himself that the monsters are still rampaging in the city. Soon after, people from other groups gather to take down the giant dragon. T's military aircraft have also arrived. He commands the army to shoot down the monsters. Subordinates report that the giant dragon is starting to leave the area. T orders the troops to evacuate survivors first, while other groups target the dragon as well. That would waste manpower. Wanty stands on the aircraft looking down, seeing hunters exploiting the situation to rob unlucky victims. He glares at them with disdain. Those filthy people. Subordinates report a few survivors 700 meters north. T orders Gung T to check on the survivors. He activates his equipment and sees Sangu's group fighting a monster. He puts on a mask and jumps from the aircraft. Meanwhile, Sangu struggles to hold his ground. He planned to leave after killing the monster, but too many people are in danger. Sangu shouts for everyone to return to the basement of the apartment building, as the monster has surrounded them. Sangu orders number 2 to guard the rear while he blocks the front. He feels exhausted. He can no longer use the rapid attack skill because he's drained. At that moment, a giant goose emerges from the ground. It plunges its beak into the ground, spraying molten rock toward the people. Number 2 jumps to shield them but is severely injured. Sangu plants his bat on the ground and tries to stand. Just then, another tiger appears. Sangu knows he's about to die. He sits and waits as the tiger swipes its claws at him. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them, a man has slain the tiger with a single slash. This man is Wanty. He asks if everyone is okay. At the same time in the shelter, Sangu's younger sister Jiu is arguing with number 3. She insists on going outside to save her brother, but number 3 refuses. He must prioritize the master's orders and protect the family. Sangu's parents advised their daughter to stop yelling because everyone was terrified. He fully believed that Sangu would return, and going outside at this moment would be even more dangerous. If they went out now, they would likely interfere with Sangu. Therefore, it was not wise to make decisions based on emotions. At that moment, a cry for help came from outside the door. Jiu was excited, wondering if that was her brother. Everyone looked through the camera and saw a figure outside calling for help. It could be the person Sangu just saved. Jiu opened the door and saw another person next to him, likely her brother. Jaiwoo entered the password and the door slowly opened. Outside was a corpse, and behind it were 2 monsters, one of which was a B-rank creature, the bug, howling. It had the ability to mimic other voices. When the people inside saw the monster, they scattered in panic. Jiu stood still, unable to move. Number 3 rushed forward to shield Jiu. It tried to poke the bug's eye directly, but the bug was tough. It pierced through number 3 and hit Jaiwoo, who was standing behind. She spat blood and collapsed. Number 3 fired at the gate control panel, pinpointing the fatal wound. Emergency door closure in progress. Number 3 used all their strength to push the bug outside. Sangu, witnessing Gongti for the first time, praised him for being willing to sacrifice himself to save others instead of running away. Sangu was praised and his smile never stopped. Wang Ti remembered when he rushed down and saw Sangu's clone number 2 taking a hit for the civilians before vanishing. He still had doubts about what that was. Wang Ti asked about Sangu's skill. Sangu wasn't sure whether to tell the truth, but just as he was about to respond, the connection with number 3 suddenly disappeared. Sanggu grabbed number 2's sword and ran desperately toward the shelter, as his family was in danger. He had to go immediately. Wang Ti ordered his subordinates to locate him and bring the survivors to safety. Sanggu ran with all his might, his eyes glowing red from the sword's effect. He activated his sprinting skill at maximum speed. The group in another area continued focusing their firepower on bringing down the giant dragon. They had tried everything. From slashing to poison, nothing could pierce its skin. They planned to cooperate to take down the dragon. But the association leader, Hai Sung, disagreed. He came because he heard there was money involved and didn't want to cooperate for any other reason. Hai Sung used his skill and summoned a huge flame to burn everything. Sanggu's parents continued to stop the bleeding for their daughter, tears flowing non-stop, only able to encourage her to endure. The bug that had taken down number 3 returned to destroy the 2 doors. Du shouted painfully, "Mom and Dad, run!" The bug kept jumping, making unpleasant noises. Just then Sanggu arrived, saw his sister unconscious and froze as the fire broke out. His eyes were bloodshot. Sanggu yelled and charged at the bug, but the bug swiped at him. Sanggu was seriously injured, blood flowing. The firefly remained unharmed, sticking out its tongue provocatively. Sanggu grew angrier, using his own blood to coat the sword and continued to charge at the bug. As the 2 sides were about to clash, someone suddenly lunged forward to stop Sanggu. They forced him to the ground. A group of people arrived just in time, ready to fight. The girl who had stopped him quickly tended to Sanggu's wounds, but he was still stumbling, wanting to continue fighting. She activated a mana transfer skill to calm him down. Sanggu cried out in pain, saying, "My sister is hurt over there, please save her." Wang Ti seriously comforted Sanggu, "You and your sister won't die today." After saying this, he jumped into battle with the monster. In the Hunter Association office, the president recalled his conversation with the old man Hai Sung. The president planned to evacuate everyone early to minimize the losses, but Hai Sung scoffed and criticized him. They didn't even know when the disaster would happen. The old man said if they evacuated in 3 months, everyone would blame the association. Those who lost their families or property would gather and destroy the association. Hai Sung pressured the president, "I don't know if my head will still be on my neck by the end of this month, let alone in 3 months. The president sharply asked him, "What do you want me to do?" Hai Sung told him not to inform the people about the appearance of rank monsters. He advised the president to hide the danger level, telling him to let the people blame themselves for not evacuating because they were too weak to protect themselves. The president couldn't believe it. Do you know how many people could die? Hai Sung didn't see it as a problem. He believed that the more people died, the more valuable hunters would become. Starting from D-rank monsters, the army can do nothing. In the end, these weak humans can only defend themselves with the help of hunters. Hagen smiled slyly. He wasn't asking the chairman to do this, he was forcing him. So now, the association chairman has no choice but to turn a blind eye to all notifications. Sanggu leisurely ate snacks while his clone was struggling with exercises. He lay on its back and told it to do push-ups quickly. "Too slow," Sanggu laughed. "This skill is amazing. The clone earns money while training for me. He doesn't have to do anything, yet his stats keep increasing. He doesn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life." After receiving Junmo's message, he got up and called number 1 to earn money together. Today he took number 1 to hunt a one-horned rabbit. Junmo asked, "Where is number 2? He answered that number 2 was exercising. Junmo asked why he wasn't training too. If he did, he'd be much stronger. Sanggu laughed heartily, evading, and said, "The cat wants to train, but actually I wasn't serious about becoming a hunter. He has earned enough from hunting one-horned rabbits and now has many hunters from the association. Missing one like him doesn't matter at all." Junmo said he was just making a suggestion. He saw Sanggu had a lot of potential but wasn't using it. Sanggu could become the best hunter, but Sanggu never thought about that. He only focused on taking care of himself. Suddenly, Junmo's attitude completely changed. He was no longer the Junmo from before. His eyes were empty and black fluid flowed from them. He slashed, severely injuring Sanggu's hand. Somehow, the atmosphere turned red and Sanggu was surrounded by living corpses. They were his parents scolding him and his sister, endlessly crying for help. Sanggu screamed, sitting up. Gasping, he realized it was just a nightmare. Wang Ti, standing by the bed, told him not to move too much after waking up. Sanggu took a deep breath, hugged his arm, and said he was fine. Wang Ti reminded him to be careful as his condition was not good. The wound was deep but fortunately not too serious. Sanggu thanked Wang Ti for saving him not once but twice. Wang Ti had something to say but postponed it. Now Sanggu's parents had arrived. They were worried and relieved to see him awake, hastily asking if he was okay. The doctor checked the results and said his surgery was very successful. They would keep him for further observation. But with such a fast recovery, he could go home in a month. Sanggu asked about the gate. It had been open for 4 days. The high-level monsters were dealt with, but many low-level ones had escaped. Sang-gu felt a headache coming on. He remembered nothing after losing consciousness but then panicked and asked about his sister. His parents and the doctor bowed silently. Everyone took him to see his sister. The doctor had treated her abdomen, but she had been infected with the Manhwa virus. Everyone had been infected from the monsters that escaped the dimensional gate. It's a virus that absorbs mana and the host's life force. Most cases aren't serious. Each person has different attributes. If incompatible with the virus, it dies without harm. But in rare cases, the host's mana matches the virus, which absorbs so much mana and life force that the host cannot wake up. Sang-gu trembled and asked if there was a cure. The doctor said that with current technology there is. The virus has synchronized with the host's mana. Even healing magic has no effect. The only option is to supply mana and maintain nutrition. There's a very small chance if aided by an S-rank hunter with blessing magic, or an item like a transformative camellia or elixir from beyond the gate. Those things are extremely rare and expensive. Sang-gu knew this, staring blankly out the window without saying anything. He gripped the IV pole tightly, blaming himself that if he hadn't turned back to save people. If he had prioritized protecting his family first, if he had been a little stronger, he could have saved everyone, including his sister. Sang-gu strained even more. He broke the IV pole, causing blood to flow from his shoulder wound. The doctor and others rushed to stop him. They treated his wound. Sang-gu paid no attention to his own injury. Tears streamed down his face. If only he had tried a little harder, it wouldn't have come to this. Sang-gu was taken back to his room and sat up on the bed. The door suddenly opened. It was Hyein. She had come to visit after hearing he was hospitalized. Sang-gu asked if her family was okay. He was worried because her house was near the danger zone. Fortunately, her family was fine, only the house was slightly damaged. Hyen's father had contacted Sang-gu's parents, and since he couldn't reach him, they found out he was here. Sang-gu realized he had lost his phone and felt awkward when Hyen called him teacher instead of brother. Hyen corrected herself nervously. She reminded Sang-gu to recover quickly so they could continue their lesson. But Sang-gu sighed and said he would not be teaching her anymore. 2 weeks passed and the wounds on Sang-gu's body had completely healed, surprising even the doctor. He was preparing to leave the hospital. Sang-gu remembered his earlier conversation with Hyen and told her everything about his current situation, just apologizing to her. Hyen thanked him for everything and realized that Sang-gu probably wouldn't be contacting her anymore. She smiled faintly and said that Sang-gu would regret losing such a beautiful student like her, adding that she would go to university with everything he had taught her. She said that when she entered university, she would find a boyfriend and reminded Sang-gu not to regret it at that time. Hyen smiled beautifully before leaving. Sang-gu understood her feelings, but he no longer had time to regret. Sang-gu left the hospital, searched for information about Gung-ti, and took a taxi to the Water Tree Association building. Sang-gu entered and the receptionist asked him what he needed. He said he was there to see Chairman Park Gyuong-ti, but since he had no appointment, he was not allowed in. A tall man wearing a hat approached and asked if he was Sang-gu. He was a senior officer and invited Sang-gu to his office. Wang-ti was waiting for him. Sang-gu was led to his office to thank him for all the help he had given him. He was very grateful for the way Wang-ti had saved his family and quickly treated him in a dangerous situation. He also wondered why Gyuong-ti had gone so far for him. From the hospital, he heard that it was Gyuong-ti who had provided his family with private rooms. He even provided temporary housing for his parents and covered his sister's expenses. Sang-gu asked if these things had anything to do with what he was about to hear from Wang-ti. Wang-ti gripped his hand tightly and said he also had a sister, but she had gone missing along with a group of friends. Perhaps that was why he saw himself in Sang-gu. He felt conflicted about his personal feelings, but didn't act in a way that would force Sang-gu to feel indebted or obligated. Sang-gu asked why Wang-ti wanted to see him when he was feeling better. He wanted to ask about Sang-gu's ability. He asked if Sang-gu's desk could do everything, even save other people as just a desk. Sang-gu was not planning to hide anything. He told Wang-ti that it was his skill. Wang-ti held his hand tightly and got straight to the point, needing his power. He begged Sang-gu to rescue the Water Tree Association's team, just like he had saved other survivors without expecting anything in return. Wang-ti wasn't asking for help to be repaid. He knew that the only person who had a chance of saving his sister and the members of Team 1 was Sang-gu. Wang-ti bowed his head in sincere plea. Sang-gu thought for a moment, remembering that Wang-ti had saved his family and now it was his turn to return the favor. Wang-ti joyfully thanked him. Sang-gu was led to the Water Tree Association's training basement. Wang-ti told him he could use his skill freely, and the facility was solidly built. Sang-gu wondered why they weren't preparing to rescue right away. Wang-ti explained there were 2 reasons before proceeding. First, the faster they proceeded, the higher the chance of a successful rescue. However, time wasn't too urgent. His sister's abilities had helped Team 1 hold out for a long time, at least 8 months before they couldn't hold out anymore. Second, due to the dungeon level, although Canis's elite team was ranked B overall, Team 1 had suffered heavy damage and failures in escaping the dungeon, so the level was nearly A. With Sangu's current level, he wasn't capable of going in. He felt a chill down his spine. Wang Ti seriously told him that humans displayed extraordinary strength when on the brink of despair. Defensive strength in life-threatening situations could tear muscles or break bones, directly proportional to the explosion of stats. Currently, Sangu's stats were still lacking. He had overcome obstacles with his battle senses, but this training would hit his limits. Wang Ti gripped a wooden sword tightly and charged at Sangu. Sangu texted Junmo telling him not to worry, that he would take a break from hunting for a while. Junmo nervously bit his nails waiting for him. When Sangu arrived, Junmo barely recognized him, beaten up badly. Sangu explained everything and he nervously asked if Sangu was okay. Sangu said he was fine. The mana traits in each person are different, even within the same family, so he was okay. Junmo also knew Sangu had taken on a mission from Canis and was quite surprised not to have been able to contact him. He didn't expect so much had happened. He asked more about the situation and Sangu's safety. Sangu explained that everything had been handled properly. He said you are using the phone of number 2 and asked Junmo to change the contact name of number 2 to your name. Junmo asked if you had backed up your contacts, including the numbers of friends and others, but Sangu decided not to back them up. You thought it might be better to leave things as they are. Junmo couldn't understand Sangu's actions and continued asking about the injuries on your face. Sangu replied that it was due to training. Junmo stood up, unable to believe they had pushed Sangu to this point. He said he would file a complaint to the association, but Sangu stopped him and mentioned that Gunk's sister was being held in the dungeon. He was the one who had to risk more than anyone else, and Sangu understood that feeling. Sangu summoned his clone, told it to dress, and then attacked Gunk again. He told himself that he might lose today, but tomorrow was uncertain. Sangu changed tactics, taking fewer enemies with more force and called number 1 to join in. The result was both the original and the clone were beaten up. Sangu called number 2 to join the battle, 3 against 1, but still couldn't gain the advantage, and the result for all 3 was no better than the day before. On another day, you decided to summon all 3 clones to join you in the attack, but all 4 returned together in defeat. Sangu returned to where Junmo was sitting, accepting that Gunk was just too strong. The clones were great at mimicking movements, so it wasn't that you hadn't learned anything, but the power gap between the two sides was still too vast. He needed to find a way to close that gap. Sangu had a new idea and asked Junmo if it was okay. Junmo worried about whether it would be safe, but Sangu confidently assured him that there was no problem. The next day, Sangu returned, and this time, all 3 clones had transformed into monstrous forms. Earlier, he had asked Junmo to urgently buy a bunch of mana stones for the clones to eat, so today their stats surged. Sangu drew his sword, determined to fight his hardest today, while Gunk still only held a stick to defend himself. The clones charged forward, usually weaker than the original, but now they were on par. After becoming stronger and entering a berserk state, they lost much of their accuracy, which had been their strength. Sangu swung his sword, but Gunk easily dodged. Another clone aimed a gun at his head and pulled the trigger, but without mana bullets, the shots were completely useless against Gunk. He grabbed Sangu's wrist, swung his stick, and landed a painful blow, while all 3 clones' simultaneous attacks were easily blocked by Gunk. He held the wooden sword and advised Sangu to infuse mana into the sword and into his hands, blending them as one, like a unified entity. If mastered, this technique could allow one to cut down monsters with just a branch. Sangu struggled to his feet, determined not to give up, gritted his teeth and swung the sword again, but Gunk only had to move slightly to stop it. He said that Sangu had improved, but it still wasn't enough to defeat him, and with just a wooden sword, he could defeat Sangu and the clones. With his current strength, Gunk could not recognize him as a C-rank hunter, while Sangu was left bleeding from his nose. Though the clones had fallen, you stubbornly charged again, carrying the resolve to not stay at the C-rank. Sangu turned and shouted for the clones, telling them to look at Gunk's face. His sharp and high nose resembled a mana stone. He shouted for them to quickly eat the leader, and whoever bit him first would win. Immediately, the clones seemed to be energized and charged forward, but one by one, they were thrown back by Gunk. In fact, Sangu's desire to become stronger wasn't just due to Gunk's demand. Since waking up in the hospital, he had sensed something different. He once felt helpless when he had to entrust his family's safety to others in a dangerous situation, and he hated his own weakness. The frustration of not seeing results despite the effort made him not want to go through that feeling again. With his blood boiling, Sangu gripped his sword with both hands and continued to charge forward. never intending to stop. 6 months later at Sangha Field in Sinsadam, a group of large, burly men were bullying a smaller group. They beat people into a bloody mess. The girl in the weaker group shouted, questioning why they were doing this, saying they had a permit for the official hunting grounds. The big guy yelled at her to shut up. They claimed to be from the Silver Crescent Guild and said that they were using Sangha as a hunting ground, telling anyone who wanted to hunt to go elsewhere. The gatekeepers nearby saw the dispute but did not intervene, turning away as if they saw nothing. The leader of the Silver Crescent Guild squinted at the girl, then suddenly changed his mind and allowed them to hunt together. The lackeys continuously praised him for being merciful and compassionate, laughing heartily. The weaker group knew they were being played but endured it, as they had no other choice. Suddenly, from a distance, a hooded young man appeared, calmly walking straight into the hunting ground. The gatekeeper tried to stop him, eyes fixed on the bruised face of the boy, but the hooded man didn't understand why he was being blocked. He had paid to enter, so why couldn't he go in? A member of the Silver Moon Guild, seeing his arrogance, angrily cracked his knuckles and, without hesitation, arrogantly tried to punch the hooded man in the face. But the fist hadn't even landed before the hooded man blocked it. He immediately kicked the burly man in the stomach, making him double over in pain and collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning. Realizing he had gone a bit too far, the hooded man softened his voice and apologized. He thought the man was about to attack him, so he had no choice but to defend himself. He had only reacted out of surprise. The man lowered his hood. It turned out to be Sangu. He vaguely remembered the Silver Moon Guild name but didn't bother much, just looking at the red-faced man kneeling on the ground in pain. He lifted his foot and stomped on his head. What business was this man's guild doing here in the hunting ground? The burly man lay sprawled on the ground, drooling, only able to mutter 3 words, "Damn bastard." The Silver Moon Guild members were enraged that this kid dared to disrespect their guild. They immediately surrounded Sangu, loudly declaring that as black-level hunters, he stood no chance alone. But he wasn't alone, he had multiple selves. Now the one surrounded was the fat guy. Elsewhere, Park Won-tae approached Junmo to get the compiled information on Sangu. Junmo handed over the documents and said, "As I told you before, there's no need to take pictures or hand it over to me." He replied that he just wanted to double-check. Won-tae silently read the information sheet. He couldn't believe Sangu could increase so many stats in just 6 months. Junmo confirmed, "Yes, recently I feel he has become a completely different person." After that accident, Sangu became obsessed with hunting and gaining experience. Junmo wondered if, with these stats, he would be capable of executing the plan. No need to worry, Won-tae had alternative plans if he failed. But looking at these numbers, the growth is truly remarkable. The first mission would begin with Team 1's rescue operation. Won-tae felt curious, thinking that Sangu had surpassed D rank and approached A rank, and might one day reach even higher. The clone skill makes the user stronger than the stats suggest. It's unclear how far he has advanced. The scene returns to the people being beaten to a pulp. They were so overwhelmed they couldn't comprehend what was happening. The gatekeeper demanded he stop. He thought Sangu went too far. Sangu stared at him. "You should have said that when the hunter was being hit, not now. I did nothing when they drew their swords. I'm not blaming you, but if you're sensible, go back to the gate and guard it." Then he ordered all his clones to destroy their phones so they couldn't communicate. The 3 men froze, realizing their limits amidst the chaos. In the Ga-Zin Kshinrong hunting ground, an older man took the opportunity to secretly grab some items. He held a red stone, and the moment he lifted it, he felt an electric shock run through his body. The discomfort angered him, and he threw the stone forcefully. Hearing the noise and sensing someone approaching, he ran away quickly. Seeing Sangu appear, he immediately put on a friendly, awkward act. "You're here, I need more time to finish." Sangu thought to himself, who is this guy? He suddenly realized it was One-Horn Rabbit, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He wondered how Sangu got in when the Silver Moon Guild surely guarded the entrance. Sangu stepped closer and said, "I was about to ask you that. You're not strong and this is a D-rank dungeon. What are you doing here? That sneaky look doesn't seem like hunting. Looks like the Silver Moon Guild locked you in here." Sangu pulled out a photo of the D-rank hunters who were stripped to teach a lesson. "I'm not here to comfort or anything. I just want to know what's going on. Either tell me why you're locked here, or join those hunters dressed in rags." The man struggled internally and finally said, "D-rank monsters drop treasures when they die. Not always, but these treasures stay in their bodies for a long time, even after death. Monsters usually fight in the dungeon." Sangu imagined 2 monsters fighting, one losing and dropping a treasure. Then it calls another to continue fighting, dropping another, repeating the process. As a result, treasures accumulate in the dungeon. For D-rank hunters, these items are just random and not worth picking up. So they gather low-level hunters and hold them here until they reach the required number. They end up in this situation because of debts to the guild or being sold to it. Most of them are debtors or newly joined hunters. If they encounter monsters, they could die in the dungeon, but their deaths are no different from the monsters. Sangu could not have imagined witnessing this scene firsthand. He simply said firmly, "Go work for that uncle, quickly, go before I change my mind." Oh, I'm really touched, so touched I could cry. This kid turns out to be a good person. Thought he found a benefactor, but he ended up asking for the treasure bag too. Touched, our relationship isn't that close, he. This uncle must be lucky. Fortune strikes and you threw it all to number one. Number one devours it. Free loot is really good. Now they start collecting treasures and you'll make full use of them. A young girl is being chased by monsters. Try to catch me or be a dog. This ferocious monster is a C-rank monster, abomination. She never heard of a C-rank monster appearing here. This girl is Kim Yoo-hyun, a hired hand for the Silver Moon Guild. Yoo-hyun is chased and tumbles to the ground. She refuses to die in a place like this. However, fate intervenes and she meets Sangu. He gently lifts Yoo-hyun and saves her life. Yoo-hyun is speechless, thanking the person who saved her. Moreover, he doesn't have any precious gems. Why didn't you collect some? Yoo-hyun says she abandoned those long ago. Even as the monster approaches, Sangu remains calm. You threw them away. Also, have you heard of the High Sun Guild? Did the Silver Moon Guild send you? The white monster is suddenly absorbed by the red monster. I don't care what happens in the world around me. Sangu only wants to ask what's going on with the High Sun Guild. Yoo-hyun says nothing, intending to flee. Run for your life, how can you ignore everything when monsters are surrounding us? Sangu just says, don't worry about them. Because behind us the clones are cleaning up. Looking at those in front, Yoo-hyun is curious. Are they a team or is he a summoner? Who exactly are these guys? Safe, right? Totally safe. But it's not very safe, you know. The red monster is number one in Sangu's group, and it was still defeated by me. On the outside, it doesn't seem reliable, and protection is not guaranteed. There's no way to stop number one from failing after consuming so many treasures. In this situation, the only safe option is to run. Yet this guy remains completely unfazed. Wait here for a bit, I've already fed them a lot of expensive things. Ahyun was about to speak but was stopped by Sangu. Shut up and play, I need to focus. It's coming now, this monster's number is up. Sangu charged forward and took down one monster. The remaining monsters continued their relentless attack. He had to take them down as quickly as possible. Sangu attacked wildly. The power astonished Ahyun, he's too strong. His focus on the monster made his eyes turn red. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and Sangu told himself to stay calm. In a moment of carelessness, it attacked from behind. Luckily, the clones managed to block it in time. He turned around, drew his sword, and split the terrifying monster in two. That was it was completely destroyed. Damn, every time I use this sword, it's so costly. When he turned around, he saw Ahyun standing there, mouth agape in shock. Did you defeat that monster? You're still not running away. What's going on, brother? You were the one who said not to run. Stay still, don't move, remember? I was just hoping, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. That's amazing. I forgot number one is still lying there in pain. He's fine, really fine. That's strange, he should have recovered by now. Ahyun explained that the monster's bone sword contained a corrosive curse. Without someone healing him, it would be dangerous. Luckily, the protagonist almost got hit by its sword. In bad luck, there was good fortune. Even though it took a blow, the monster only took it rather than counterattack it. Ahyun looked at this red figure and didn't think it was a person. She thought it was a giant wearing a helmet. After hearing Sangu say he's a summoner, Ahyun debated internally before deciding to hand him a vial of medicine. Here, if you drink this, you'll live a little longer. But if anything happens, don't blame me. What's this weird-looking medicine? What kind of longevity medicine looks like a skull? Well, there's no other choice now. He poured the medicine into number one's mouth, and a strange smell rose from his body as his wounds gradually healed. Sangu exclaimed, "This is amazing. What kind of medicine is this?" Number one jumped up as if nothing had happened. Sangu was relieved to see him okay. Ahyun finally spoke just now. Its side effect is that his life force will gradually drain. My ability is poison. Speaking of poison masters, level 5 can create poisons, with the number of formulas increasing with the level. Proficiency in each formula also increases. Using poison to transform life energy, healing the damaged parts. The higher the proficiency, the less life energy is consumed. With the regeneration effect, the side effect is that the user's life force drains, increasing strength by using poison to stimulate the body, which means they'll eventually die when their life force runs out. Anyway, it's still better than dying immediately. Sangu told number one to go hunting before he died. He teleported immediately. Sangu would need to heal him later. Ahyun finished explaining her ability. She asked Sangu to explain his ability. Who are you? You have monster-like pets, each of which is extremely powerful. You even skewered that monster. I've never heard of anyone like you among E-rank hunters nationwide. Of course you haven't heard because he's an E-rank hunter. Ahyun didn't believe it. An E-rank hunter in a C-rank dungeon hunting monsters so easily. Sangu didn't respond, just happily turned around and asked, "Why are you talking like that? I'm your friend at the YOLO Guild warehouse." A lot of treasure boxes were being shipped. The leader of the Han Miho Guild was actively collecting them. This three-headed girl is the manager of the Kim Seong-ae Guild. She didn't understand why Miho was collecting these things. What did she do before? She just helped Lord Wanti. He said he would pay a high price. Ziona looked at the crates full of evil. Why does he need so many? Does he have many pets? Miho heard rumors about a guy named Rong Sangu, and he needed these jewels. Back to Sangu, seeing her expression, he thought to himself, this guy is too sensitive about this kind of thing. What should I do now? What if he's a bad guy? Ahyun didn't understand why he asked that. He could talk freely with her, it was no problem at all. Sangu thought this guy was crazy. He slowly stood up. Actually, that's not the question I'm most curious about. Why did you mention the Hai Sung Guild when running away like that? I want to ask about that. Sangu felt puzzled that a hunter didn't know such basic things and awkwardly scratched his head. Yuhian explained that since Sangu had just received his hunter license, he wasn't familiar with the relationships between guilds yet. She told the new hunter that the Silver Moon Guild operates like a powerful branch of Hai Sung, always pretending to know nothing. In reality, the Silver Moon Guild handles all the dirty work for Hai Sung, and many people were brought there because of this guild. Sangu asked her who brought her here. At the question, Yuhian's childhood memory surfaced, and she fearfully said, that's information you don't need to know. Then she blamed herself for revealing all her skills to Sangu. He wondered, what did this girl get into? Alright, I have the information I need, goodbye. Hey, aren't you done yet? What do you mean, we've just started? Sangu said she could be free, the gate was empty, and the Silver Moon Guild had withdrawn. Before leaving, he even complimented her skill. You're talking about my skills, planning to make me drink, you die even from a little. But earlier, Sangu ignored the side effects and handed Yuhian a dirty business card. If you don't have a workplace or fear Hai Sung's revenge, just call me at the number on the card. It also had my address and the agents here hate Hai Sung. I'm leaving now. Number 5 would escort her out of the gate while Sangu hunted the monsters. He thought Yuhian's skills would be useful for cloning and considered whether to persuade her further. While number 1 fought fiercely, the backup guard suddenly fell to the ground, showing the drug's side effects. Sangu thought he could survive thanks to regeneration skill. Alright, it's fine, he continued summoning. An unsettling image appeared, dressed up and covering the bird, then continued hunting monsters. Low-level hunters secretly watched from behind. Had he left yet? Yes, he's gone. They couldn't believe their eyes, thinking he was human, but the monster was terrifying. Two guys like newbies chatted. I thought he was dead, but he really came back to life. I wonder what his skills are. Judging by how he talks, there must be a few more like him. We're in real danger. If you still have equipment, you'd be crushed. Big Brother Hair wondering why they came back. The gem collectors ran off. 3-inch Hair touched the wall looking for anomalies. You idiot, don't you know where this is? They were restricted to the hunting area. At least check what this place is. Luckily, he hadn't discovered it. Behind the wall was a hidden room, apparently a production workshop. It was unclear what they were making. The materials came from the hunting area, so the chance of someone finding this place was low. Who'd think to investigate this hunting area anyway? These weren't opium, but far more valuable. This was definitely refined gems. Their power was 100 times stronger than normal gems, each increasing stats by 0.5 points. Side effects included turning the user into a monster. Even the most loyal beast would lose control. Hence the Hunter Federation banned them completely. The two thought the benefits weren't worth it. What's a stat increase if you become a monster? Back then, not enough people were willing to take the risk, so the price was cheap. But recently, the GAP project recycled them into usable products, completely changing their value. The GMP project caused Tron Company to buy gems in bulk. Because the crafting was illegal, the price soared quickly. No one expected this to be an easy way to make millions. 3-inch Hair thought a few kids were easy to beat, but taking this home was different. He left it here and would return tomorrow. The two others didn't understand why they didn't take it immediately. So what, you'll stop them if they try to catch us? Do you ever use your brain? You can't even carry a little. Look at these two, wearing only underwear yet attracting attention. They carefully closed the secret door. Yuhian witnessed everything, angrily shouting at number 5, that's enough bringing me here. Number 5, the one with the weak heart, was scolded but didn't dare to respond. She quietly turned around and decided to stay at this hunting ground. Fortunately, those moonlight people led her to the place, but strangely, they were naked. She finally found a pile of crystal gems in the room. There were quite a few, so she used a 30G Mangdi bag to carry them, but the gems were quite heavy. She wondered if Mangdi would be discovered. Meanwhile, number 5 was guiding everyone to the gate. This was her chance to blend in with the group. Number 5 saw that Yuhyun had safely left. Mission accomplished, truly lucky. Yuhyun had escaped with the pile of crystal gems she managed to hide. She ran straight ahead without looking back, leaving the moonlight people stunned behind her. Sangu thought everyone had escaped safely. The monsters were defeated, and most importantly, the bag was full of gems. He was happy and wondered why he hadn't seen anyone selling gems recently. These things were really the best. Number 1 looked at the gem bag with a rumbling stomach. Saliva was dripping like rain. Should I eat it all? No, no, if you turn into a monster, everyone will be scared. The cloning skill is still on cooldown. Let's think about it tomorrow. At that moment, Sangu received a message from Kang Junmo, asking him to come to the KNERS Association tomorrow to explain about the mission. The next day, the two of them wore modest clothes and returned, but the pile of crystal gems was nowhere to be found. They were furious because tomorrow was the deadline. He went crazy and turned to strangle the gatekeeper. You bastard, if you're getting paid to do this, do it carefully. Why did you let someone else sneak in here? That gatekeeper is truly unlucky. Why did you let someone else sneak in? That gatekeeper is having a bad day. You can stop other hunters once they've bought a ticket. Besides, everyone who escaped was someone he had locked up. Upon hearing this, he seemed lost and let the man go. Why was it those bastards? All three of them were terrified. How could they get the gems back from them? When Yu Hyun escaped, she couldn't believe they had taken her to a dungeon for sea-level hunters. She almost lost her life if not for Sangu's help, but at least she brought back a bag of spoil. The Moonlight Association might suspect if she sold the gems right away, so Yu Hyun decided to hide them until the situation calmed down. Suddenly, Sangu's business card fell out, and remembering his words, she got angry. He doesn't know anything. You bastard, do you think I would go there just because you keep flattering me? At Odin Tower, the 5th level dungeon has not been discovered. It is known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Beek Hwan, discovered this place and challenged it. But they lost contact with him immediately, and he never came back. After that, countless hunters tried to challenge this place. All of them failed, even those who went through the lowest floors. The only exception was the teleportation mage Jesugi Lucas. And that was where the first team of the Canis Association got stuck, including Gunty's sister, who was the team leader of Team 1. Odin Tower has a special structure. There's only one entrance, no exit. The only way to communicate with the outside world is through mana, and the only way to escape is by using telepathy skills. Thus, the escape options are very limited. Sangu must either complete the dungeon or escape using teleportation skill. That's why his cloning skill is so important. Other hunters can't escape if there's any issue in the dungeon. He wondered then, does the first team have no way of escaping besides using their own strength? They were equipped with a way to escape but still couldn't escape. He sighed. I'll tell you the story of what happened in Odin Tower, how everything went wrong. The source continued. This happened 5 years ago, the great disaster of 2005. My sister awakened her ability in the dark moment, shortly after the disaster ended. At that time, Park Wanti was only a 16-year-old boy, and Park Yona was 9 years old. He was fighting monsters. His sister shyly handed him a pack of snacks. Gunty realized his sister had the ability to create a pocket dimension. She didn't know how it suddenly appeared, and she could store many things in it. Gunty patted Iona's head. You have a great skill. This is a very useful skill, Iona. Now let's go home and sleep, you must be tired. The two siblings overcame a sea of disasters together, facing countless dangerous situations thanks to the special abilities they had since childhood. They could transport items and even people into a subspace dimension. Wanti thought it would be better if they handled a dungeon together. By the time she grew up, Yuna had become the captain of Team 1 in the Keeners Guild. She still mischievously teased her brother. Staff witnessing this couldn't help but be surprised to see the guild leader getting beat. The siblings were having a bit of a disagreement. Wanti didn't agree with going to Odin Tower without anyone using teleportation to follow the team. Yuna was annoyed this again. So why did we even buy the teleportation scrolls? Worldwide, fewer than 100 people can use teleportation. We don't even have one person in the team right now. How do you expect us to recruit someone immediately? If not now, then never. Team 1's strength is at its best, and we still have your skill. This is the only opportunity. Wanti hesitated. Don't you trust her to handle this mission? So he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Even though Team 1 had set off, he was still unsure about their ability to clear the dungeon. At that moment, it was hard to tell who the real captain was. Yuna promised to return if in danger. She knew it would be terrible to leave her family behind without coming back. Of course, it wasn't just teleportation scrolls for escape. She also carried enough food and medicine. After saying that, she reassured him. Later, he deeply regretted letting her go. He shouldn't have been persuaded by that reason. He shouldn't have felt relieved just because of the emergency supplies she brought along. So Yuna and Team 1 set off, and he regretted not stopping them then. He was dazed like a lost soul. Did he think they couldn't do it? They had been preparing for years. He was overprotecting the captain. Who else could trust them besides their guild leader? These words calmed Wanti somewhat. After all, they were already gone. Well, he'd just have to trust her. This was also the time he was preparing a program for the suit Awaken. That contest was the same one Sangu had participated in. Perhaps no one recognized him back then because of hardship. The guild also used teleportation scrolls to communicate with Team 1. They carried 10 scrolls and would report weekly. Since they couldn't enter the tower, a guild team stayed outside the gate to manage communications with Yuna. The first report went smoothly. Then the second and third reports were fine too, which started calming Wanty down. Then problems began after a month. It was the day to receive Team 1's report. They were expected to have covered 40 km by then. They had communicated via foil signals, having covered 700 m after finishing the last part of Floor 1. An unidentified monster ambushed Team 1. Most members were fighting. When the damage report came in, the signal was scrambled, making the receiver's head feel like it was about to explode. They had activated multiple teleportation scrolls at once, causing transmission chaos. At that moment, Wanty returned and saw the most horrifying scene. A bloodied person stepped out from the teleportation circle. His hesitation to save them had caused this result. The consequences of irresponsibility were masked by the word trust, all collapsing before Wanty's eye. He hurried to check COT's condition and called the rescue team. The portal started cracking, yet telepathy remained possible. The guild instructed the rescue team to send a squad to inspect outside the tower in the afternoon, and strictly not enter unless certain. Everyone was trying to provide first aid to COT. He could only apologize. We failed. The monster tore all the scrolls. We've never seen a monster like this in any report. He's bleeding heavily. He needs to be rushed to a hospital. Wanty sat stunned, telepathy still active. Staff repeated the words they wanted to say. It was Yuna's voice. The battle is over. Sorry, I think the mission failed. I thought we could do it. I'm inside here waiting, don't worry, I'll return no matter what happens. The source trembled hearing her final words. They then hired many hunters, but no one accepted. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. Odin Tower, are you insane? We can enter with many teleportation scrolls. So how do you explain the team being trapped inside? Sorry, but my little one cannot be more than 5 km away, and of course, I don't want to go alone. Next, the teleportation gate exploded, and Guanti came face to face with Sangu. That's why he asked Sangu to meet the necessary requirements, at least so he could reach where his teammates were trapped. Sangu has always given his all within his limits. Now it's time to start the rescue mission, and the Knot Society will accompany him to the entrance of Odin Tower. They plan to depart tomorrow at Odin Tower. Meanwhile, the group that lost the crystal gem is being battered. The one raging is Jutchen, the leader of the Silver Moon Society. He shouted in frustration, "You idiots, I told you to hunt there, how hard is that? I sent the entire D-rank squad to guard the entrance, so what the hell did you do? What do you expect me to do now?" After venting his anger on his subordinates, he tried to calm down and asked about the kid who stole his crystal gem. They all covered their faces. One was visible, but he isn't listed as a D-rank hunter or higher. Thinking about being beaten by an A-rank hunter, he grew even more furious and continued to beat the person in front of him. You think only we produce refined gems? If we don't gather enough money to deliver to the Ha Sung Society, you think they'll just wait? If they switch to another supplier, it's game over. I don't want to hear another word. Find that brat and bring him here. The group responded in unison. Understood. Seeing them, he already guessed the outcome. They'd fail just like the others, truly useless. He clutched his aching head. The urgent matter now was to find the lost gems. Nearby, a dangerous-looking man was sitting. He was Vice President Kang Seo-zio. He seemed interested. We'll know who he is if we rough up a few people. I don't understand why they waste time on this. It seemed he had his own plan. The next morning at the GM organization, Sangu realized Wanty wasn't entirely truthful, as some important matters hadn't been mentioned. He didn't know why they wanted to destroy Odin Tower. Sangu wasn't familiar with hunters in general, but he knew quite a bit about Odin Tower. The tower had been conquered in 2012, and at that time it was declared completely empty inside. There was only one monster, with no treasures or items. There was a warning not to enter Odin Tower and die in vain. Since then, hunters lost interest in the place, so it gradually became an abandoned dungeon. However, Wanty didn't explain why his sister's team still insisted on going in. Still, Sangu didn't ask Junmo to investigate further. His goal was to rescue them, not sweep the dungeon, so he focused only on the mission. Suddenly, Sangu saw Yuyeon dozing in a corner. Junmo asked, "Who is that?" He replied, "Oh, I met her at the hunting ground. I said if she had no work, she could come here." He didn't expect to see her at the entrance like that. Junmo approached to wake her, his face looking like a street thug, startling her. Before they could greet, her stomach growled loudly. "Let's eat something first." So the three went to the restaurant across the building. She ate voraciously like a hungry tiger, while Sangu saved his number in her phone. "Hey, you came here to work for GM, right?" Yuyeon replied, "Yes." Junmo asked about her skills. I can appraise items and brew potions. Sangu interjected, I'll die slowly after drinking it. Isn't that great, big brother? You're handsome but clueless, she retorted, annoyed. Yuyon grabbed the clueless guy's hair, messing up his styled hair, and said, there are potions that don't kill people too, you know. Despite the risks, those potions were quite effective, and Sangu wanted to utilize her ability. He even considered using them on his clones. Junmo immediately took notes. Please buy some tools for potion making. I'll provide extra funds. Sangu left first to enter the dungeon. Yuyon thought to herself that he was going hunting again. But this time was different. His target wasn't monsters. She handed him 2 pre-made potions, one for strength and one for mana, but both had side effects. The strength potion could melt muscles, while the mana potion could make the body explode. Sangu was intrigued. He set off with his clones, promising them a treat upon return. Keeping morale high meant better efficiency. That night, Siona went to the YOLO Guild warehouse because the leader ordered all gems and jewels transferred to the Keen's Guild. Unexpectedly, she found the security staff had been attacked, and the room showed signs of a break-in. Siona couldn't understand who dared steal YOLO's treasure. She immediately activated her thief skills to track the thieves. Seeing them peeking inside, she charged in but was ambushed as soon as she stepped forward. She was certain this area only had people from the warehouse, which is why she dared to rush in. Who is this guy? He is the deputy leader, Silver Moon. He smugly said, we've hidden so thoroughly, who would be foolish enough to reveal us? Sorry, but we really need these treasures. They took all the treasures and then burned down the entire warehouse. The treasure heist is complete. Now it's time to find out who took the precious crystal shard. Sangu and his clones landed in Iceland. This is his first time setting foot in another country. They moved to Valhalla Porto, which connects to the main gate of Odin Tower. Sangu was greeted by 2 massive guards. Are you Lord Sangu? Lord Parkwunti is waiting for you at the entrance. You can meet him right now. This is the entrance to Odin Tower, a bottomless abyss with endless space beyond. This place doesn't look like a tower at all. Plus, the freezing climate, better to return to the guild camp. Meanwhile, the elite troops received word that YOLO Guild storage had been completely looted. It seems the thieves planned it meticulously. All the assets were taken. They were truly daring, not knowing what Han Miho is like. When they saw Sangu arrive, they rejoiced like meeting family. Finally, you're here. Long time no see, we missed you so much. They prepared coats for him due to the cold weather. The clones quickly put theirs on as well. Wanti began the mission, suddenly disappearing about 40 km from the entrance, not as far as Sangu expected. He wondered if moving such a short distance over a month was too slow. Still, food supply wouldn't be a problem. They could proceed gradually. Wanti handed him 3 scrolls of transmission. They were prepared for emergencies. He decided to give 1 scroll to each clone. This is important. It must be kept carefully. The locations were marked on the scrolls. Just unroll and it activates automatically. At 2 p.m., the guild asked Team 1 to check the outside. They would surely find traces of battle, making it easy to locate the position. Wanti asked Sangu if he had any questions. He just wanted to ask what Sangu wanted to eat after he returned his sister. Wanti was surprised by this. The question showed Sangu's confidence and assertion. We'll make a few dishes ourselves. They prepared swords and carried a few potions. The clones began their departure, entering the gate. Sangu also activated the merging skill. Wanti placed all his hopes on the boy in front of him. The skill had been refined well. They encountered a heavy snowstorm. Although Sangu could withstand cold well, he could not escape this biting cold. After struggling, they finally reached Odin Tower. Sangu felt a strange sensation, able to control Clone 1's body. The merging skill reached a new level. Sangu could share all senses with clones and fully control their body. It felt real, as if he were moving himself. He would command clones to go to needed locations. Alright, let's head out to rescue Team 1. Look at this solid ice wall. This is why they couldn't escape. It's been sealed by the battle. How was this place created? According to the documents, monsters appear the moment we step into the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, a monster appeared, a frostfall. A clone quickly destroyed it. E-rank monsters attack immediately and always in groups. Watch all directions. Each frostfall group has a leader. The leader is the frostfall lord, an E-rank monster. It bared sharp teeth, aiming to eat Sangu. I'll handle this. 1 single slash, no second swing. He didn't expect it to be this easy. Moving on, fighting like this isn't thrilling. None of the monsters have a good end. Although not strong, they had traveled 13 km, about a quarter of the path. New monsters were predicted to appear soon. As he said it, a giant monster emerged from a cave, roaring, carrying a massive club to strike Sangu. Sangu quickly used the magic bullet skill. Number 3 supported from behind, number 2 from the front. They charged into battle, each facing 1 monster, no interference. The monsters were constantly attacked. Everything was fine. If this continued, they could easily wipe them out. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The ground cracked beneath them. Everyone was in danger. Outside, Wonti worried about Sangu. Team 1, considered the best attacking team in the guild, still faces difficulties when passing through this area. Wonti made a plan to infiltrate the area secretly, while minimizing battles with monsters to save time. The required rank for this operation is rank C, but the development speed of the hunter Sangu far exceeds his expectation. He noticed that Sangu had increased almost 20 points in most stats in just 6 months. He is now at rank A or B. More importantly, Sangu's copies are also growing strong. Their stats are lower than their owner. However, the copies move with such sophistication that they can be considered to have the abilities of rank A or B hunter. The average rank of Team 1 is rank B. Wonti believes he alone is equivalent to the entire team. If the YOLO Guild's vault wasn't attacked, Sangu could have further developed with the gems the guild had prepared. In this situation, besides the Icefang wolf that was reported, there are no other monsters to stop him on the first floor. Wonti warned Sangu about the Icefang wolf, so he will avoid it and move safely. Although passing through without encountering that damn monster is difficult, this one-eyed beast is the Icefang wolf. Sangu tried to strike it once but failed, fearing he might lose the game. Luckily, he managed to retreat before being eaten, but the situation is still quite dangerous. He can't deal damage to the monster unless he strikes it with his current sword. The small monsters are trying to take advantage and attack. However, the Icefang wolf caught them and threw them into its mouth in a true carnivorous fashion. Sangu's copies, witnessing this, were stunned as it reached out a dirty hand toward them. Luckily, he ordered them to freeze immediately. He needed to quickly identify the mana core of these monsters. Although he had seen it, the problem was how to destroy it. His magic gun left no trace on the monster. The only way was for Sangu to order his copies to retreat from the attack range. However, number 5 was still taken down. This was the one holding the teleportation scroll. Speaking of teleportation, Sangu had an idea. He rushed to it as the monster was about to swallow number 5, quickly teleporting to grab the scroll. As it bit down, the copies held their breath. Sangu successfully escaped death. What he just used not only saved number 5 but also destroyed the monster. By the time the monster realized it, it was too late. It exploded. This is number 5's teleportation scroll. Without destroying the core, his only choice was to throw it elsewhere. The core was teleported to the guild base. Everyone there must be in a panic not knowing what this object is. The golem was completely destroyed. His strength, health, defense, and mana all increased. Sangu's cloning skill was upgraded. He could now summon copies identical to himself using energy. The number of copies he could summon depends on his level. The maximum now is 7. The cooldown was ready. Seeing the notification, Sangu teared up because he couldn't level up the cloning skill like other skill. He decided not to summon any more clones for now and continued on his journey. On the other side, a six-pack hotbay was taking a bath. The scene was quite eye-catching. His subordinate sent him a list of people who had scheduled meetings for the month. After looking through, he noticed none of them were at the Korean Guild. He felt it was pointless, something had changed. He ordered his subordinates to decline all and continue organizing the academy opening ceremony. At the hunting ground, the old man, whom Sangu helped escape, finally got the chance to enjoy this bowl of noodles. Senior Gyeon Seok also realized why they couldn't contact Gapsu. The younger guy had been captured by Select Moon. Sung handed him over to them. Gi-eun Seok saw that his brother was still lucky. "How did you escape from those bastards?" he asked. He simply replied, "I was helped." He didn't elaborate further. Anyway, everything was fine. The army was busy, help him out. There was a noise outside. When he opened the door, he got a punch in the face as soon as it creaked open. The uninvited guest was Kyeosung Park Gapsu, who had been found. To save time, who attacked my guild member at the hunting ground. Answer carefully, this is the 3rd time I've asked this question. The 2 guys before said they didn't know anything. Let's see if you're any different. The bloody hands of the man were the sign of the tragic fate that those before him had suffered. The fat guy got angry when someone caused trouble in his house, rushing over to throw a punch. But Chiwoo-sung easily blocked that punch. He smiled challengingly, showing confidence, but honestly, I'm not any worse, he said while twisting the opponent's hand, making him punch himself in the face. Next time, make sure you aim right before throwing a punch. I hate people who always want to show off like that. Seeing my boss being hit, I couldn't stand it. Gapsu quickly stopped him. "Wait, I'll go with you, please don't do this." Chiwoo-sung stood still for a moment, then responded with a punch. "What did you just say? Do you mean I have to listen to you before you'll go with me?" "Oh, you probably think the guy got beaten up because of you, right? He got beaten up because he's stupid, don't feel guilty about it." The more he spoke, the more he tortured Gapsu. Seeing my boss getting beaten so badly, Gapsu couldn't take it anymore. He kneeled down, trembling, saying, "Stop, I know now. I know who attacked the Super Wall League. I know who it is, please have mercy, please." Chiwoo-sung laughed wickedly, "Ha ha ha, see, just scare them a little and you get good results, right?" Back at the U site, they continued their search. He ordered everyone to slow down a bit here. Stay alert, it's strange that it's been so long since we encountered that monster. The corpses lay scattered along the road. It's understandable why they left traces here because this is a tough place. But no one knew who had slaughtered all these people. The whole team was very close to the target area. Sangu ordered the clones, from now on, we will trace the path of the advance team. They must be hiding near the battle area. The opponent will check every day at 2 p.m., right? How many minutes do we have left before we're ambushed? Blood had been spilled, but fortunately, Sangu had held onto his hand. A monster rushed to attack. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because of the invisibility skill. Things became even more chaotic when a large horde of monsters gathered here. This explains the appearance of the corpses. That's why the assault team couldn't enter the dungeon. Sangu and the others didn't detect their presence in time. Now the whole team is trapped in the monster's trap. He pushed the attacker away and slashed at the monster. The team launched a strong counterattack, but the monsters disappeared mid-fight. Currently, Sangu cannot see them. His clones also struggle to block the monster's attacks. Controlling the clones seems easier, so he lets number 1 control the body and observes the surroundings. He managed to track them by the sound of the wind. They reacted to the noise the monsters made while moving, gathering information from it. Now he can copy them, but he doesn't need to yet. There's still a long way to go. In the subspace where Yuna and the team are trapped, she looks exhausted. It's almost 2 p.m. They need to check the outside. Yuna wonders if the rescue team will come today to give them hope. She trembles knowing that hope doesn't come to them. Today is just like yesterday. Yuna thinks the eerie silent ice field will greet them again. Suddenly, she hears a strange sound. It seems to be a good signal for Team 1. Back to Sangu's battle, one monster is at 3 o'clock and another at 9 o'clock. There are 2 of them. He thinks if they hold out a little longer, they can manage. They seem to have superior speed or excellent defense. They may appear invisible but aren't very dangerous. But their numbers are overwhelming. Sangu must constantly dodge their attacks. Even minor wounds cannot be ignored when there are so many of them. The monsters keep charging. They are incredibly numerous. He'd better leave this place. He cannot estimate how many are around him. Suddenly he sees Yuna's circle, the signal from the assault team. Sangu immediately orders the clones to move there. Yuna also spots a person outside, and everyone hears a noise. The team erupts in chaos. Someone has truly come to rescue them. But things aren't quite right. They arrived along with the monsters. Sangu is overjoyed, thinking he's about to be saved. Team 1 quickly takes combat positions to rescue him. In the end, the rescuer is saved by the one they came to save. The current situation allows no time to waste. A barrier is formed to protect everyone. The magic arrow skill is activated. Countless arrows fly toward the monsters. Thanks to them, Sangu's side is protected and lands safely. Yuna quickly closes the entrance after the shield is removed. Sangu lies on the ground, panting. We are Assault Team 1. Regardless of who rescued whom, it's clear now. Yuna asks, are you from the Canis Guild? Yes, but only partially. I'm Zong Sangu. I came here at the request of the Keen's Guild leader, Park Wunti. So he didn't abandon them. Yuna shouts, it's done right. Sangu guesses the man with glasses is the one who escaped using a teleport scroll. He is still alive, but as far as I know, hasn't regained consciousness. Seeing Yuna's worried expression, he feels she truly cares for her teammates. I'm sorry about that, but now we need to leave. The captain of the army is waiting outside Odin Tower's gate. He's anxious and restless. Don't make him wait any longer, he looks pitiful. He says, everyone get out of here quickly. I have a teleport scroll. Yuna hesitates slightly, which confuses Sangu. She should be happy. Thinking back, not really. There were 10 of them before, now only 9 remain. Yuna trembles, saying, I know it's embarrassing to ask for this again, but please help us one more time. One of them sacrificed herself on this mission. They cannot leave her behind where even the gods abandon. Sangu thinks, so only 8 remain. Surely, after hearing the report of one injured, so there's a casualty. He wonders what actually happened. They were ambushed. The team's priest behind was skewered on the spot. Everything happened too suddenly. No one had time to react. All I know is that I couldn't protect her. When Sangu's team was ambushed, they attacked him first. It seems they were targeting the weakest member of the group. When COA was ambushed, Yuna immediately opened a private space and ordered everyone to retreat. She also wanted to stay and fight, but if anything happened to her, the whole team would lose their safe haven. They used long-range communication devices to report the situation. Because the scene was so chaotic, no one noticed a monster sneaking in. The last person attacked was Kelp, and from that point they lost all remaining teleportation roles. If Yuna stepped outside, her space would immediately close. Then the entire team would lose their safe refuge, all supplies would vanish, and everyone would have no support. Sangu asked for the location where her teammate fell. The spot was far away, making it impossible to retrieve the body without encountering monsters. Because the teammate's body was lost, Yuna gave up escaping and accepted being trapped here for 6 months. He couldn't tell her to go back and leave her teammate behind. Sangu decided he would go immediately, and bring her body back. But he also set a condition. The reason I'm here is to save everyone, not to add more casualties. If I find it unfeasible, I will force everyone to retreat. Secondly, only I and my clones will handle it. Yuna immediately objected, considering it too dangerous. We asked you to help so the whole team could retrieve the body, not for you to risk your life. But don't worry. Everyone here isn't real, they're just clones. Yuna's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Shio Sung charged at Junmo and attacked. He pinned him down and taunted. I didn't expect a hunter to dare mock us right under your guild. Isn't being Hai Sung's enemy enough for you? You should have stayed hidden after being defeated. He grabbed his arm and began interrogating. Now I'll ask you one last time, what's that bastard's name? Junmo clenched his teeth, not uttering a word. Shio Sung sighed and bent his arm. Junmo screamed in pain. Next will be the right arm. At the same time, Gapsu found Sangu's information sheet. He read aloud, the name is Dong Sangu. Our Sangu is currently living in a very beautiful place nearby. Then he ordered Gapsu to send some subordinates there and bring Park Junmo along. Outside, Yu Haiyan witnessed the entire scene, unable to understand why the Silver Moon Guild appeared here. The situation was terrible. Junmo looked pitiful but still gritted his teeth and asked, "Why are you looking for Hunter Dong Sangu?" He replied, "Because your hunter kicked some of my guys' asses, that's part of it." "Have you ever heard of the crystal shards?" Junmo truly didn't know what that was. "Well, you're stubbornly famous, so it makes sense he didn't tell you. He stole all our crystal shards and ran away, understand? We're the victims." Upon hearing this, Yu Haiyan was stunned. They believed Hunter Sangu had stolen the crystals, while the real culprit was actually her. At Sangu's side, he continued explaining his cloning ability. "As you can see, my clones aren't just bodies created by magic, so you don't need to worry about their lives. The plan is as follows. Numbers 4 and 6 will hold the teleportation roles and guard the entrance to this space. Numbers 2 and 3 will accompany him to retrieve the body and then return. That's it, simple." The plan was neatly laid out. Don't think about going outside. The most important thing right now is the safety of the assault team. I know everyone is strong, after all, it's the Canis Guild assault team, but my responsibility is to bring everyone back safely. But you should reconsider, elder brother. People complain that you provoked a bunch of monsters and ran straight at them. But anyway, you planned for the scenario where no one could help. Ha ha ha, calm down now. And that's our plan for now, so trust me and stay here. Yuna had nothing more to say and reluctantly agreed. 6 months had passed since the portal incident, and Sangu threw himself into increasing his stats like a maniac. So he poured many crystals into his clones and acquired this new skill. He opened the information panel. Level 12 Monster Devour allows absorption of monster essence with a 12% chance to gain their stats immediately after death. Thanks to this skill, Sangu reached the stat level the Canis Guild Master desired. However, he had no intention of stopping here once everything was ready. He wouldn't miss any opportunity if it could make him stronger. Sangu asked number 4 to lend him the knife, then tossed the energy drink bottle and sword to him. After retrieving the body, they immediately withdrew with the remaining members. Iona reminded him, "I'm not sure if you noticed, but when no one is around, the monsters will stand still and wait, sometimes even for days. So I'm pretty sure the monsters you led here are still right outside. Please be careful." She opened the door for him and the clones to go outside. Sangu quickly located the body and the group immediately rushed off at top speed. Inside, number 4 and number 6 guarded the gate, telling everyone to keep their distance from the entrance. The team members were eager to rush out and help. As team leader, Yuna spoke up. "So far, we've only seen him run from the monsters, but this place is 40 kilometers from the dungeon entrance. This isn't a place he could just reach by running. For now, let's trust his word and wait here." He also said he had a backup plan if he couldn't enter the gate with us. Right now, the only thing they can do is trust that plan. Outside, Sangu commanded number 1 and the clones to battle the swarm of monsters. The difficulty was that they had the ability to turn invisible, but he still managed to block the attacks in time. Although he couldn't pinpoint their exact locations, he was sure he sensed their presence. The group continued to charge through the enemies, getting closer to the body. Suddenly, a clone was struck. The monsters behind the shield circled around to the front, caught up, and surrounded them. The situation forced Sangu to use the potion. He drained the bottle, his body enhanced, activating magic bullets and firing a shot filled with magic. Just one shot wiped out the entire monster group in everyone's astonishment. The path to the body was cleared and they could retreat. However, the side effects made him feel like his body was about to explode. He instructed number 2 and everyone to take the body. Mana kept flooding into his body, creating a feeling of impending explosion. Before this body of number 1 fell apart, he would attract the attention of the monsters, so everyone had to quickly withdraw. They retrieved the body and rushed to the entrance. Number 4 immediately cast teleportation, and the teleportation team was anxious because some were still trapped outside. In fact, he was just a clone. Seeing everyone preparing to leave and Yuna's reluctance, Number 1 smiled faintly. I'll meet everyone on the other side. Immediately after, the monsters exploded and the notifications kept popping up. Activating monster devouring skill. Absorbing essence from the monsters you defeat. Absorbing the stats of the Ice Guardian. Your strength has increased, your reflexes have increased, your mana has increased, your cold resistance has increased. In the sick room where CLT was being treated, today marked the end of the rescue mission. The mission could officially end, but he had not yet woken up to share the joy with everyone. At the camp, the teleportation gate signal was activated, signaling the rescue team's return. A hand reached out. That scene made Wanty unexpectedly recall the image of COT back then. He tightly closed his eyes, gritting his teeth and trembling, not knowing what would happen if that tragedy repeated. Then Wanty slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was his younger sister. He froze for a moment, then tears of happiness rolled down his face. "You're back." Sangu also woke up. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of self-explosion, an unforgettable experience. Yona tried to act strong so her brother wouldn't be too emotional in front of everyone. "Of course, it's me. Who did you think I was? Don't tell me you made a mess of things at the guild while I wasn't here." Wanty shakily reached out and hugged his sister tightly. He cried from missing her and the happiness of seeing Yuna in the flesh. Yuna also couldn't contain her emotions, sobbing, "Brother Seo, it's all my fault," she cried uncontrollably. She had thought no one would come to save her and had been terrified. "Thank you for coming back safely." The siblings continued to hug and cry, repeatedly saying thank you. At that moment, Siot also woke up after several days of continuous coma. Everything ended peacefully. He sighed in relief and checked his stats. Behind the siblings, someone unexpectedly appeared, startling them. They came here to bow and thank him. "We have no words to express our gratitude. Sangu is addicted but reluctant to express it, so everyone please look up. I only took on the task because the reward was quite tempting. However, Sangu's kindness doesn't end there. He's addicted but shy. Don't be like that, everyone. Please look up. I only took the task because the reward requested was pretty good. But this favor from Sangu doesn't stop there, it goes beyond that. Wanty said to contact him if they encounter difficulties. They will help no matter what. The Kenneth Guild will become the strongest backup for you, utilizing all our capabilities. I promise if you've said so, just say, okay, once to make him happy." Sangu handed the magic scroll to the subordinate. He had used one to defeat the ice bear and still had one left. Wanty said he could keep it. He had planned to give the magic scroll along with all unused items from this expedition to Sangu. However, this was property of the guild. Sangu would feel uncomfortable if Gunty didn't take it back. Well, since it's been said, he has to accept it. It's really a shame, though, such a waste. Yona wondered, has he always been here? Yes, he's busy controlling a clone with a similar skill. Still, he's always present. Yona thought they were all real people and had to lie down to calm down. Wanty couldn't believe such a skill existed. He wondered how Sangu would become stronger in the future. Meanwhile, he regretted returning the magic scroll. He should have kept it from the start. Everyone had escaped. Wanty would be very busy when they returned. He had to check everyone's health and prepare for a funeral. The loss this time made everyone reflect. Sangu's phone couldn't pass through the gate, so messages started piling up. He panicked when he received the news that Junmo had been taken by the Silver Moon Gang, and the address had been provided. Sangu was furious. He shouted, "I need to go to this place right now. Those damn Silver Moon Gang have captured our guild's manager." Wanty couldn't understand why they were doing this. Sangu had fought them before. They wanted to control the hunting ground he was involved in, so they were getting revenge. Wanty handed the magic scroll back and said, "Use this and go straight to them." Sangu was about to refuse, but the subordinate promised to help at any cost. In Silver Moon Gang's area, they were guarding tightly, while Ahyun was secretly watching. Why isn't that fool replying to messages? Suddenly, one of them discovered her. He grabbed her by the neck and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing around here?" She thought it was the end, but luckily, Sangu's clone appeared just in time. Even though he recognized the danger, he couldn't resist. Sangu twisted his neck with all his hatred. "Where is he? Where is our manager?" Big brother, is that how you choke people?" she said. Ahyun said she knows where Junmo is, she'll take everyone there. For now, the two clones would take him down to the underworld. The Silver Moon Gang took the manager into a warehouse with a few standing guard around. Sangu patted his chest and said the clones should wait here because it was too dangerous inside. It won't be long, he'll bring Junmo back. Inside, Junmo was being tortured. Chi Yesung remained patient. There are so many other guilds, why us? Yeah, that's true. After all, not many guilds control the hunting grounds. He wondered and answered himself. He turned to Gapsu and asked if Sangu would come. Gapsu guessed a few hours because he was quite far away. While waiting, they prepared a few things. The teleportation scroll moved in the pile of goods. Just seconds later, Sangu appeared. "Are you from the Silver Moon Gang?" They thought it would take hours, but it was so quick. Gapsu found it strange that Sangu came alone. he heard there was someone with a mask too. He went to check around to see if anyone else was hiding. Chia-sung, we need to capture them. Junmo worried, Hunter, don't. Now he was helpless due to severe injuries. Sang-gu swore, wait a bit, manager. I will punish them for what they did to you. A thug rushed at him. Sang-gu quickly grabbed his hand, then twisted. It snapped and another one didn't fare much better. Chia-sung sighed in frustration when he recruited these useless thugs. Sang-gu dealt with them one by one, walking proudly, and his subordinates began to tremble. Chia-sung spoke, what should our boss say? He guessed they would come to save him and he was right, wasn't he? I just want to say, if you reveal where the crystal is now, we'll let your two friends go. Sang-gu didn't understand what was happening. What are you talking about? What crystal? What you did has crossed the line, so this won't end easily. Hyo-sung felt intrigued facing such a young and arrogant opponent. They found a few items while searching his room and collected some documents. He admitted Sang-gu was very strong. He could defeat their C-rank underlings. He guessed Sang-gu was C or B rank. His stats were impressive. From what he knew, he believed Sang-gu could defeat most hunters in this area. But your skill is clone, right? He knows everything about you, which is why you can fight them without using any skill. Hyo-sung began to laugh with satisfaction, his face showing challenge. People like you awaken but end up with a useless skill. So you only focus on stats like a fool. You can't attack any other way than charging like a moth to flame, right? And I'm sure the masked ones following you have the same weaknesses. I realized people like you gather into groups, all useless. Enough talk, go check for yourself if you think these kids are weak. At this moment, his clones also moved in, noticing the useless enemies outside had been eliminated. Yasung had anticipated this. He quietly stood up, holding his sword. At least now you don't have a huge number. I love the idea of defeating a bunch of fools who overestimate themselves. Sang-gu felt this guy was overconfident, but as the elders said, know your enemy and yourself, care for the battle, care for victory. Let's see what makes his skill special. He began to vanish. His awakened skill is invisibility. Invisibility is an extremely powerful skill, undetectable even by the highest detection ability. Han was very pleased because with this skill, all sensory perception is useless. It erases all traces of him. Overestimating yourself and daring to wander around challenging everyone. Have you faced this skill before? You better prepare for death. You won't be able to touch me. Even his skill was scorned by Sang-gu's clone. Sang-gu sighed, this battle will end soon. Yasung couldn't understand. No matter how many copies he made, how could Sang-gu's clones still catch him? What the hell? What the hell, it's over. He looked cool and handsome, yet he was defeated in just 3 frames. 3 of Sang-gu's old classmates were sitting together, talking about him. They hadn't been able to contact him recently. Sang-gu had changed his phone number and there were no messages from him. They heard he was working as a hunter. They didn't think he would continue as a hunter since Sang-gu was too naive for this job. I know, right? Even if someone crossed the line and teased him, he would just laugh it off. Do you think he could kill monsters with that personality? That's because you don't understand how terrifying Sang-gu can be when he gets angry. Once back in 3rd grade, he actually got angry. I was supposed to go home with Sang-gu, but some bullies blocked us and stole money. When Sang-gu saw me like that, he attacked the bullies. As a result, both of us were badly beat. They realized he had also been robbed by them before. Sang-gu decided to fight back again because he was angry seeing his friend bullied. Those bullies must have been shocked when a kid they had beaten came back for revenge. Though his personality is a bit odd, he is extremely forgiving if only himself is affected. But if those around him are involved, Sang-gu becomes furious. At that moment, he ordered his clones to deal with them and quickly take their manager to the hospital. Yasung was terrified. How could anyone have found out about him? I thought he'd be confident in his abilities, but he didn't realize it. He just returned after slaughtering a bunch of monsters with a skill similar to the one he now possessed. So now what should I do? Luckily, he only spoke nonsense for a short time. Impressive. He's scared and begging for mercy. While untying Junmo, he kept boasting about his abilities. First of all, my skill isn't combat. He continued to assert that he didn't just train his body. I don't just train my physical strength. But one thing you said is correct, my stats are indeed impressive. After the fight, he absorbed stats from the ice guard, significantly boosting his own number. No sooner had he finished speaking than he threw a punch that left his opponent no chance to react. Yasung took the full blow, spat blood, and collapsed. One escaped and the rest were all eliminated. Sang-gu ordered the clones not to chase the fleeing one, but to immediately focus on taking the manager to the hospital. Junmo showed concern for Sang-gu, but he replied, don't worry about me, go treat him first. Yasung seemed to still be moving slightly. His appearance was pitiful and he still couldn't accept what had just happened. He felt everything was absurd, completely different from the report. This strength couldn't possibly be just 19, and the others were not weak either. If at least 2 clones caught him, he would have almost no chance to escape. He struggled to get up, unable to believe that he could raise his stats so quickly. There had to be a reason. Suddenly, he noticed a vial in his pocket. He smiled smugly. Yes, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to catch me, and even react to my invisibility skill. He had heard this kind of excuse too many times, and wouldn't make the same mistake again. He spoke while slowly approaching. But Kyaosung was no ordinary opponent. He believed Sang-gu hadn't seen all his abilities yet. Sang-gu smirked. I'm not interested in seeing everything a brute has, only beautiful things are worth looking at. Kyaosung continued fighting. He thought being seen while the clones didn't use tracking skills was impossible, yet they still caught him. He refused to believe they were guessing his position based on air movement whenever he moved. So he decided to accelerate, minimizing noise so they couldn't sense his movement. Sang-gu had to admit his speed was incredible. He couldn't see him, and Kyaosung's reflexes were indeed superior. It seemed what he said wasn't all bluff, and this method helped limit sound output. He thought he hit Sang-gu, but a slight move made him slip and fall. Sang-gu looked at him in exasperation. You're kicking up dust to hide your movements. Now I can see you even clearer. Kyaosung laughed, thinking his plan succeeded. He had stolen the vial from Sang-gu's pocket. I knew something was off with you guys. Your stats are different from what I found at the headquarters. You and your companions must have used this to boost your stats, he said as he opened the vial. Sang-gu calmly advised, I suggest you don't drink that, but the fool swallowed it anyway. Sang-gu shook his head. Well, your time's up, kid. After drinking it, his power surged, muscles bulging, and he looked extremely pleased. I couldn't hear what you said. I was busy enhancing my strength. Ha ha ha. He replied coldly, then don't come complaining later that I didn't warn you. Self-destructing, taking medicine without following instructions. The burst of energy shook the whole building. He was thrilled with the transformation, muscles growing, feeling more confident. Kyaosung exclaimed with delight, what kind of drug is this? My strength feels double. Even the best medicine wouldn't be this effective. With this new power he turned, you're Sang-gu right. If you tell me who made this, I'll just break a couple of your ribs and let you go. Meanwhile, numbers 4 and 5 were taking the manager to the hospital, so Sang-gu had to deal with him only with numbers 2 and 3. He drew his sword, signaling the real battle had begun, and charged with immense confidence. The new strength allowed him to easily take down the two clones. Then he attacked Sang-gu. Though Sang-gu was strong, resisting the drug-induced power became extremely difficult. Sang-gu was hit, the sword smoking, and Kyaosung laughed gleefully. He looked at Sang-gu and said, after seeing this, you still don't understand your situation. Seems you didn't get it when I said I read all your files. You think everything I referenced was just numbers. I already had another plan. Their goal and plan were to attack your family. Their henchmen quickly took down the hunter guarding the door. This is where the Sang-gu family lives. They sent a group there. You know his temperament, make it quick. His parents were surprised at the unexpected visitors. He immediately went to open the door. Kyaosung attacked while using psychological tactics. When fighting involves family, this guy isn't honorable. He charged in frenziedly, even his clones couldn't stop him. You can touch him, but touch his family and you're done for. He's like a beast raging in the fire of hatred. This power surpasses all the strongest skills. One strike could split this house in half. Even his two swords shattered. Kyaosung could no longer stay calm. He quickly activated an attack skill and lunged at Sang-gu. Sang-gu got hit and flew far away. His clones were distracted too. They were attacked relentlessly. One by one, no one could defend. Sang-gu had to admit, the effect of this drug is incredibly strong. Ah-hyun only dared to peek nearby. Did you lose? You looked cool earlier. Shut up, I'll win. Who's the man beside you? He ran here and charged at me. Luckily, this guy knocked him out. Shiho-sung had nothing but confidence now, a stark contrast to his pleading face earlier. He told her to hide immediately while he kept fighting. The other looked sympathetic as his enemy remained resilient. You still want to fight. Didn't you hear me? I didn't send people to your house for fun. What Sang-gu awaited now was the moment the drug side effect kicked in. He didn't know death was about to knock. He pulled out his phone to show proof that his henchmen had threatened your family. Hello, are you there? Go easy on the elders. Go to his house and send me a report. At this moment, the drug wore off. His muscles started burning, and he didn't understand what was wrong with his hands. Then his entire body. He slumped down, powerless. Finally, it was time to go to hell. Sang-gu stood up calmly. Haven't I told you? You shouldn't have taken that. Now Kyaosung was nothing more than a cripple. The last hope was to order his henchmen to take your family hostage immediately. You bastard, touch me and your family dies. Desperate, he could only tell the person on the line, you have the wrong number. In truth, the thugs had been handled by the Knot gang. Canis members arrived first and informed his parents that their son completed the mission and was returning to Korea. He acted calm in front, while secretly holding the henchman's mouth tightly. His head was about to explode. If he squeezed harder, the man would have been done for. After handling everything, he asked to leave immediately. You went with me, then there was that conversation. everything was resolved simply. Now there was no hope left for Kyaosung. He could only scream in despair, useless trash, pathetic. Enough talking, it's time to say goodbye to this life. His body started reacting, trembling like a walking skeleton. Sang-gu gently reminded, from now on, if you want to live, use your strength to breathe. Then he grabbed his skinny arm. Listen, don't touch anyone around me. As he spoke, he bent it like breaking a chicken leg. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. Junmo at the hospital had been given first aid. Sang-gu came to visit. He didn't use the main entrance but the fifth-floor window. Turns out visiting hours were over, so he had to sneak in like a thief. He checked on the manager. Thankfully, Heller was there, so they said he just needed to wear a splint for 1-2 weeks. By the way, Hunter, what's with the blood? Are you hurt? Sang-gu wiped the blood off his cheek, saying he was fine. I'm fully recovered now. My recovery ability is top-notch. And of course, Junmo doesn't need to worry about the Ingan and Gayet gang anymore. Sang-gu wiped the blood off his cheek, saying he was fine. Now he was fully recovered. His recovery ability is top-notch. And of course, Junmo doesn't need to worry about the Ingan and Gayet gang anymore. They won't dare to do this again. Sang-gu is unsure whether he should request a ranking review. His ranking was elevated and recognized because he saved someone during the accident at the gate, but after that, he still hasn't requested a review. He only wanted to improve his stats and make money to support his sister, but he doesn't care about power or strength. So what made him suddenly change his mind? Sang-gu thought that doing his job well was enough. He didn't care about those who looked down on him because of his low rank. But after the recent event, he changed his thinking. Sang-gu is determined that if he's an A-rank hunter or stronger, the Crescent Moon Guild won't dare do this again. They won't dare to attack the GM office anymore. That's why he wants to request a ranking review. Junmo said that if Sang-gu really wants to rank up, it would be very beneficial for his agency, and they would be very grateful. Just having a high-level hunter would strengthen the agency's position. For Sang-gu, as a hunter, this is the best opportunity to prove his abilities. However, it will also attract attention from many people. Therefore, this situation may continue. The final decision is still up to Sang-gu. He is also a bit hesitant, but once he decides, he won't change his mind. He submitted the application for the hunter ranking evaluation at the center. Currently, his rank is E and his skill is clone. The staff asked if he came alone. Usually people take the test in groups. Sang-gu knew this question would be asked, just like Junmo said yesterday. Normally, they would check if they can handle a monster of their strength when going with a team. If there's a C-rank monster, a C-rank hunter should team up to fight it. This means the monster will be stronger than the hunter when fighting in a group. But in this case, that's not true for him. He can handle it alone. Sang-gu's clone skill allows him to create an invincible army, the staff sighed. So you need to kill a monster stronger than you and collect evidence to prove your ability. You can send a message to the security team of the association to recognize your hunt, then come back here to request a ranking review. Sang-gu suggested skipping the D, C, and B rank test. The staff was shocked. Who is this guy to say that? Is he trying to start trouble with me? Saying he'll test alone? Sorry, but you can only test for the next rank. You can't do that. Ahihi. Well then, I guess I'll waste a little time. What monster should I kill to rank up to D? The monster for the D rank promotion test is a mermaid. It has good defense and superior strength, and bullets don't affect it. He sneered, thinking Sang-gu wouldn't be able to do anything with that weak clone skill. After being asked repeatedly, the staff became angry. After all these years, he had never encountered anything like this. Let's see if he can pull it off. He was sure that Sang-gu would come back to request a cancellation. Sang-gu sat there silently, waiting. He looked at his phone, read some documents, scratched his head, yawned, and did this for 2 hours. He still sat there and the staff couldn't stand it anymore. Why hadn't he gone hunting yet? Sang-gu stood up as if he had started, but he turned back. Maybe he's going to cancel. He simply said 3 words, "I'm done," making the staff reconsider his life. He was stunned. Sang-gu said he had completed the mermaid hunt. He also brought the proof. Please register me for rank D. The staff didn't understand what he was doing. He didn't know that Sang-gu had defeated the monster while Sang-gu just sat there, enjoying the view and resting for 2 hours. He sat down to drink coffee and started doubting what he had been told. He couldn't believe Sang-gu had gone hunting. Sang-gu confidently said, "You should check. I'm sure the security team has already sent confirmation." The staff hurried to check and indeed received the confirmation. He still didn't believe it and had to call the security team at the Firespa hunting station. "Hello, this is the security of the Firespa hunting station. How may I help you? I'm from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I'd like to confirm whether a hunter named Sang-gu really hunted 5 mermaids." The security confirmed and reported, "Yes, this has been confirmed. I checked it. There's even footage of him arriving here." I don't understand why both the member and the leader have the name Sang-gu. The staff felt confused. Maybe the system is malfunctioning, or did he bribe the security guard at the hunting grounds? He didn't even leave here. Sang-gu hurriedly asked if he had confirmed the information. At this point, even if there were doubts, there was no way to object. He said, "I will promote Sang-gu immediately," even though this was actually impossible. He even thought that Sang-gu might have done something improper and would report it to the General Directorate after the incident. So, Sang-gu was promoted to a D-rank hunter. After reaching D-rank, only C-rank remained ahead. That night, Yoo-hyun took out the bag containing the crystal gems she had hidden and remembered the time when she told Sang-gu the truth. Yoo-hyun felt very guilty because it was her fault that the Silver Moon Guild attacked the Jimmer organization. She admitted that she was the one who mixed their crystals from the hunting grounds. Ah-hyun never anticipated things would get this serious. She used to think Sang-woo would hate her for what he had to endure. It all started from her mistake, yet Sang-gu said it wasn't Ah-hyun's fault. The reason they acted this way was that they thought I had taken the gemstone and deliberately harmed my family and organization. This is a matter between the Moonlight Guild and me, so you don't need to worry. The root of this issue is the gemstone. The conflict is between me and the Moonlight Guild. And I also believe you didn't steal it for fun. You don't know what the Moonlight Guild and Hai Sung did to her, but you won't treat Ah-hyun's troubles lightly. And she doesn't need to apologize. Yoo Hai-hun trembled, carrying the gemstone sack, and ran as fast as she could. All right, this is a matter between me and them. When turning back to Sang-gu, everyone at the center was stunned to see him surpass both rank C and rank B simultaneously. Maybe today's enough. The bewildered staff wondered what was happening. The one beside him was Jumper, who alone understood Sang-gu fully. Previously, Sang-gu had requested a duplicate certificate to enter the hunting grounds. Jumper mentioned a doctor who had excitedly talked about him to everyone. The doctor, drooling, said he had never seen skills like his. I was actually surprised that he's still quiet now. Is it because his rank was low? In just one day, he went from rank E to rank B. Hunter forums must be going crazy. He should have gotten a new signature. After a week, everything had changed significantly. Articles about his rapid ranking and fastest level up in history drew huge attention. The Hunter online community was equally excited. Sang-gu received payment from the Canis Guild, with a mind-blowing total of 5 billion transferred into his account. Yet Gunty said this was just payment for completing the mission. Agent Kang confirmed it was merely a contract. He didn't think he'd earned so much. 1T told him to take it. If not him, no one else would dare do the job. They also planned to reunite the Han-hyun team one when free, as everyone missed him. Luckily, he won't have to worry about hospital costs anymore. Although he could already cover his medical bills with his earnings, now he could even hire a level 5 therapist. If Sang-gu meets that person, he'd be begging desperately. After Kang Cheo-sung's disastrous defeat, Jucheon Guild's leader flew into a rage. He once trusted him because Ha Sung Guild sent him. But now, even getting gemstones from ILO was useless as no one was willing to work for them. If Canis Guild interfered, things would be extremely dangerous. He decided to destroy all evidence, but with Miho here, he was doomed. Jucheon turned pale, frantically explaining that he thought there was a misunderstanding and suggested talking. But the deceit on his face showed no intention of yielding. He planned to solve it with his fist, but was knocked out in 3 seconds. Don't speak until I allow it. The next day at the CNUSA headquarters tower, Junmo was discharged and met Gunty. The doctor advised him not to exert himself for a while. Still, he heard that the doctor had once protected Sang-gu's hunter family. The favor couldn't be discussed here. Junmo said the ambushers came from the Moonlight Guild, but it wasn't the full story. Junmo asked 1T if he knew Hunter Kang Cheo-sung. He was the main culprit and vice leader of the Moonlight Guild. 1T also heard that Sang-gu had put him in his current state and he couldn't recover. Surprisingly, Hunter Cheo-sung had once been under Junmo's supervision while he worked for Hai Sung Guild. This meant Kang Cheo-sung belonged to Hai Sung. The link between Hai Sung and Moonlight Guild was clear. However, whether Hai Sung was directly involved in this incident remained unconfirmed. At that moment, Miho appeared and mentioned GAP. She said the Moonlight Guild had created crystal stones and offered to sell them to Hai Sung Guild, but they were no longer true crystal. She handed Gunty a file and then greeted Junmo, saying she had infiltrated the Moonlight Guild for investigation. She had spared Jucheon's life and would soon hand him over to him. 1T asked what GAP was. It's a body enhancement drug, and Miho realized something highly suspicious. There's no way a rank B guild like Moonlight could create crystal stones alone without backing. Hai Sung Guild was deeply involved. This meant the danger level was extremely high. Hunting activities were only legalized after the Great Flood ended. The military controlled hunting zones, taxed monster loot, and trading dropped items was recognized as legal. Thus, the hunter profession seemed more stable, but not everyone accepted this. Some hunters opposed registering their identity and the restrictions while hunting, so they split off and formed their own community. The unlicensed hunters are making deals with weapons and illegal information, to protect their income. Ahyun eagerly brings the stolen crystals back and hopes they will be sold for a high price as soon as possible. However, he betrayed her and sent people to capture Ahyun. Threatened with the safety of his family, he had no other choice. A nearby thief noticed the commotion and came forward. He said, "I don't know who you are, but do you know who my father is?" Before he could finish the sentence, he was punched. Luckily, Sangu arrived just in time before they could take her away. He promised to help her. The plan to sell these gems was also suggested by Sangu. He was sure they would fall into the trap. At an undisclosed location, an employee was checking the members of the Hai Sung organization. He mocked, "Don't you think it's funny? Checking the body of a respected A-class hunter, do you think I'll bring a gun?" He further provoked, "Do you think I need a weapon? Or should I do something? Haha, just kidding." After the check, he was allowed inside, where a mysterious person called the seer was waiting. The woman knew the purpose of his visit, but her answer would not change. She advised him to give up, even though she was dissatisfied with her current life. He was a stubborn man. Hai Sung believed that everyone with power, including politicians, must kneel before him. Things were going very smoothly at the moment. He was sure he wouldn't give up. The seer said his fate had changed and someone would change it. He yelled, wanting to know the name of that person, but the other person didn't know. Not just one, but many others. After handling the masked man, he demanded the phone password, but the stubborn man refused, saying, "Kill me." He replied, "Whoa, that's so savage. I can't do that, but I'll hand you over to the guy you just punched. Looks like they're really mad." He doesn't even know if he'll die peacefully at their hands. As everyone saw, Sangu used his phone to call Jino, team leader of Hai Sung's Team 1. "Boss, I've got the gems." "Good, bring them to base 3. By the way, why does your voice sound different today?" He didn't suspect anything much. He just reminded him not to let the production of Gap cause any problems. "Our manager is upset about the Silver Moon issue." After the call, he returned the iPhone 15 Pro Max to the bald man, thanking him. "We'll pay you for these gems, here you go." But in exchange, he asked to know the location of the factory. The bald man protested, saying he would lose his life if he told. The other man said, "If you don't keep your promise, I won't kill you as promised." "Aha, this weak heart can't handle something this terrible. I'm going home now." Truly, a warrior interrogates. The king threatens children. Finally, he gave in and confessed. This conversation was recorded. He asked Ion to send him the agent along with the factory location. She was very shy, thanking him for his help. "By the way, I heard your skill is cloning. Is that true?" "I saw it on the news, so that's why the people around you look so much like you." Sangu thought she didn't care much about others. However, when asked about the name of the person in front of him, he didn't know. "Call her the pharmacist, give her a proper name." "My name is Ahyun." Ahyun asked, "Where are the clones?" "At the barbecue restaurant, where else?" "After fighting for capitalism, finally we get to taste meat. For them, biting stones more than meat. Just eating a piece of meat makes you think of the cow crying at the slaughterhouse. Indeed, the clones are full of compassion, so sweet, eat another piece. That meat is crispy like noodles." The recording of the call was replayed by Jun Mo. He recognized this voice as that of Shin Jin-guk, the leader of Hai Sung's Team 1 and the beloved son of Shin Hai Sung. So they had confirmed that Hai Sung was involved with the crystal gems. Hai Sung's group has 5 sources for the gems, and the Silver Moon group has almost disbanded, leaving only 4 others. All of them are similar to Silver Moon, at least B-class groups. However, they couldn't bring down Hai Sung with just this evidence, although gem production is illegal. Unfortunately, it's very hard to do so. Hai Sung does not produce the gems themselves, and they have the backing of the Korean Hunters Association. Even if they imprison them, they will be released soon. All that can be done now is to carefully plan their next move. Wanti reminded Junmo not to go out alone. They would send bodyguards to protect him. As for Sangu, there was no need to worry. No one dared to touch him. Junmo texted Sangu, informing him about hearing the recording and discovering that the gem skins were the ingredient used to make ZEP drugs. After receiving the message, Sangu just smiled and said he would continue to monitor the situation. "Although I don't know what GFP is, it seems very dangerous. We shouldn't go outside for now and should stay in the room." GM's office has relocated after that event. Junmo rented an entire floor. In fact, he had planned to change the location for a while, but with the help of Ngan and Gayet, he moved sooner than expected. So these 2 kids are starting to get self-absorbed, saying that we will become the #1 office in the country, right? The #1 office in the country is this small. Right, we have Sangu, a brave hunter who can easily defeat a B-level hunter. Also, there's a room just for Yu-yeon. She was very surprised when she saw this room. This room is equipped with the most advanced medical technology and equipment. Junmo had to work hard to prepare it. Most of the equipment has been moved here. If she needs anything, she can just ask, and Yu-hyun can comfortably live here. She can eat, sleep, and rest comfortably in the room next door. Yu-hyun thanked Junmo for helping her. He understood that she had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, Junmo received a call. He panicked and said, "Sangu, go to the hospital right now." At the same time in Ngan and Gayat's storage, old man Hai Sung demanded someone come forward. From a black device, a mysterious figure appeared. He asked about the whereabouts of Juchin, who was held in the basement of the YOLO Association, along with all the documents related to GIP that were stolen. The mysterious figure handed him a mask piece from the deep bald man. Based on their conversation, it seems that Benji M knew the location of the factory. Sung was angry, took out 2 vials of medicine and handed them to the other person. "You know what to do, right? If they want the VIP, let them go, even though it's not complete." In the basement of the YOLO Association, Juchin was tied up. He was surprised when he saw the other person appear before him. The director didn't send him to rescue Juchin, but instead gave him an untested drug injection. Juchin reluctantly became the guinea pig. T and Miho were walking nearby. "I'll extract information from Juchin," he said. "Are you sure, or are you worried I might get kidnapped?" Miho replied. "Worry more about the kidnapper." At this moment, Miho's sharp nose smelled something burning. The YOLO Association headquarters was on fire. The two rushed there. The gatekeepers had been injured. A monster appeared in the basement, one that even a B-level hunter couldn't stop. This means its strength is at least A-level. This is ridiculous since there hasn't been a teleportation portal recently. So where could it have come from? Miho realized the ugly monster in front of her was Juchin. The man quickly injected the next target, Kiasung. Siona arrived just in time. She didn't know what he planned to do with the person on the bed, but there was no messing around in the hospital. So he aimed the syringe at her neck. Sangu grabbed his hand just in time. "Only doctors and nurses are allowed to use syringes in the hospital," Sangu said. Then he attacked, leaving the man no chance to react. Wanti was also trying to deal with the mutated hunter. Its strength was truly terrifying. One blow from it cracked the ground. The buildings shook. Juchin had once been a B-level hunter. Through the scars, Miho was sure he had changed. It seemed he had suddenly appeared from the basement of the association. One T thought to himself, "Turn a human into a monster and it becomes even stronger." Is this possible? If it really is Kang Juchin, then Hai Sung must be planning to deal with the Ngan and Gayat Association. This means Kang Juchin, who is receiving treatment in the hospital, is also in danger. Ziona was also at the hospital and saw a suspicious person. She contacted Junmo. Their task now is to deal with this monster. Miho aimed for the monster's chest and shot, but its body was elastic like rubber, and the bullet had no effect. It was about to swing its fist to attack Miho, but one T stopped it, then executed a half-moon slash. They worked together very well. At this point, they were certain the person before them was Kang Juchin, and he was using his skill. The mutated monster screamed in anger, but 3 seconds later, it fell silent. The leader of the Tiang Association, Kim Egon, appeared and used a sword to pierce the monster into the sky. He needed an explanation for this chaos. At the hospital, the battle between Sangu and the masked man continued. He was very surprised to know Sangu had discovered him. "Someone teleported into the hospital and you thought no one would notice," Ziona said, activating her fire technique. However, he easily destroyed this skill. "You can't do that," Ziona said. "Using fire, you can't do that in the hospital." "But someone bringing a syringe into the hospital has no right to say these words," Sangu replied. "Take a punch from me." Thanks to Sangu's agility, Siona was also safe. He rushed out as soon as he got the news. Luckily, his office was right near the hospital. Now he understood why someone like Kiasung got beaten so badly. Sangu was truly strong, and his clones had arrived as well. But after eating that much, could he still fight? The guy in front of him wasn't stupid. He wouldn't risk diving into the crowd like that. "We'll meet again soon. After all, it's all darkness around here, like the mana absorption unit right beneath our feet. He seemed to be targeting your sister." Sangu was furious and wanted to strike him, but he vanished just in time. Everything ended quickly after that accident. The monster causing chaos in the city was handled by the 3 major leaders of the 3 big guilds, including the Sun Guild, YOLO Guild, and CNUS Guild. After hearing the news, Kim Egon tried to handle the situation. However, the incident was only known as a regular monster outbreak from a rapid gate, and Juchin was recorded as missing. This was because they couldn't provide an official explanation for Juchin's disappearance. YOLO Guild detaining him in the basement prevented Miho from revealing the full truth. Though a bit late, they finally found the location of the gem, but everything was gone. Everyone related to the crystal had disappeared, leaving only the abandoned machines. There's some reports of monsters appearing in the city, but all information about them was erased after a while. The monsters were quickly defeated by hunters, and people gradually forgot the event. Everything was considered a mystery, and the unidentified monster riot ended after the incident with the Silver Moon Guild. Sangu couldn't take it anymore. He wanted a bodyguard. Even though it would reduce hunting efficiency, safety had to be the top priority, but they didn't have money to hire anyone. Such a poor guy. Sang-gu decided to use his clones as bodyguards. One would stay at Sang-gu's house, two at the hospital, one at the GM organization, and the remaining two would continue hunting and training. Junmo wondered if he could summon 7 clones now that he had leveled up. Either way, Sang-gu still had to send 1 clone. The Tree Guild would help. He would be taken to a familiar place, the Odin Tower. The clone would have the task of carrying a speaker to draw the monsters' attention. The monsters, seeing a human without weapons, would be weakened by just the scent. Once all the monsters were gathered in one place, he would take a potion and fire a flare. Thanks to this, Sang-gu could still eat without doing anything. Bam doing the same would probably climb the server ranks fast. 4 clones of Sang-gu. Today was the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in Korea. Principal One Haksu spoke, "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. This academy was built to teach low-level hunters how to deal with monsters, providing them with skills at an affordable price to increase monster drop chances. No matter how weak or low-level the skills, anyone could join. If you study and train with other hunters, you'll gain confidence to enter hunting zones. The top performer at the end of the year receives a reward." Meanwhile, in the gym, Sang-gu lifted weights while thinking, "None of these are over a ton. Sorry, but with these weights the floor would collapse. You could go to Mana Rainfox's gym instead." Got it. Sang-gu grabbed more weights but still felt it wasn't enough. So boring, no simulation at all. The principal appeared on TV announcing, "Principal Haksu has opened the Hunter Academy, and the enrollment period for the Korea branch is in December. Also, the academy gives points to low-ranked and low-skill hunters to encourage participation." Sang-gu casually said, "Where's the controller? The manager has weird habits, didn't think he'd open the news." On TV, the announcement continued. Principal Haksu surprised many by stating that the winner's reward at the academy is a precious elixir. At this point, the crowd looked up. Based on the results, all students had a chance to receive the elixir. This was a huge motivation to push students to show their full ability. He exclaimed in surprise, "Elixir." The South Korean national anthem played. "Though the East Sea dries up, the Baekdu Mountain wears down, the sky will protect us. Long live the homeland." The singing was powerful and far-reaching. The magnificent land stretches 3,000 rai, covered with hibiscus. The people of Korea will forever walk the path of Korea, protecting our troops. The pine on Namsan stands firm in the snow and wind, as if wearing armor. The golden eye absorbed the song, and the spirit of the uprising felt the same way. The autumn sky is clear and high, without a single cloud, the moon still bright in the heart, every form intact. He observed every single gesture. With that spirit and intellect, dedicate full loyalty, love for the country through hardship or happiness. Hunter Academy. Sang-yu turned back to look at the two behind him, surprised. "Really? The acquisition of the divine wings at the academy?" Sang-yu's associate replied, "He's right, I was surprised too, checked it and it's true. They use the elixir as a reward for competitions among students worldwide." Sang-yu said, "I heard it from the branch. So the academy has global branches, and the reward is an elixir. How can only one student achieve it?" Sang-yu's associate continued, "Not just the academy. It was established by the Enlightenment Organization led by Jumper." The image of the head of the organization appeared. "It's also a major corporation," Sang-yu doubted. "Why would a major corporation do this?" The associate wondered too. Strange, it all started with the goal of narrowing the gap between low and high-level hunters. He speculated, they want to reduce casualties during disasters by improving ordinary hunters' monster fighting capability. Only strong hunters are good, low-ranked hunters lack skills. Sang-yu leaned back in his chair and said, "I heard it on the news too, but currently I'm at rank B. If I had known earlier, I would have raised my rank." The associate regretted. "Of course, your current rank is too high. But it's fine, you can meet other preferential conditions anyway." Sang-yu's face turned serious when reminded of useless skills. Both arguing made Yu-hyun chuckle. "What do you mean I have more than 10? Sang-yu continued listing without stopping. "Counterattack, critical strike, and magic bullets are all forced rank, just basic skill." The associate stepped forward, patted Sang-yu's shoulder. "Rank F hunters usually have 20. When you reach rank B, you should have around 70 skills. That means the number of skills you currently possess." He deliberately didn't provoke Sang-yu while he was angry. "It's an advantage in meetings. Hunter buddy." Sang-yu pleaded, "Fine, all right." The words hurt Sang-yu. The associate explained further since he was of foreign origin. He crossed his arms, analyzing the enrollment system based on contribution. "Even applies to you?" Sang-yu was surprised. The associate asked further, "Do you still keep the NUS tree reward?" Evening at the Korean branch of Hunter Academy, the principal's voice echoed with laughter. "Welcome, I'm honored to meet a famous person." Principal Haksu warmly greeted. Next to the principal, someone spoke. "What do you mean famous? I should thank you for accepting me." Haksu still waved. "Too modest," he added. "Why be modest after spending 2.5 billion won for the students' benefit?" Sang-yu smiled. "I'm also glad to help the school reach this admirable goal." he quietly evaluated the monetary-based admission system. The system is odd, only possible because this academy resembles other universities, but not treated like a national university. He focused. Thanks manager, negotiation skills secured the price of 2.5 billion won. Whether 5 or 10 billion to get the elixir, anyone would pay. He evaluated the surrounding eyes. According to the advanced policy for low-rank awakeners, students' average rank here fluctuates. Highest D-sum noticed Sang Yu whispering, "Isn't that Sang Yu's line? The one with cloning skills." But Sang Yu ignored it, still walking, thinking no one is his rival. He reminded himself, even if easy to win in class, must complete the year-end competition. Announcement voice, the academy is honored to accept 2 rank B students from the first year. Sang Yu paused, attentive. He turned to the principal, showing surprise. The principal laughed. "You, GLN Sang Yu, probably don't know. Another rank B hunter came here also through donations like you." Sang Yu gaped, clueless who it was. "But that hunter is also famous like you." Principal Haksu laughed loudly. Sang Yu thought, "So I have a rival," entering the first lesson. "Nice to meet everyone, I'm Professor Hysak. I will teach the basic elements of magic." The lecture echoed in the hall. Everyone would probably complain if I taught on the first day, right? So I'll just announce the schedule. We start next week. Sang Yu sat quietly thinking, pleased with no rivals, but wondering, but there's someone like me, who is it? Not useful for a top-rank hunter to come here and also rank obsessed. He acted indifferent, just shrugged it off and thought it didn't matter since he wasn't particularly interested in the hunter industry. Don't just shrug it off. It doesn't matter, I'm not really interested in the hunter industry anyway. He secretly thought that once he had won first place, what others said no longer mattered. Then the class ended, and teacher Hai Si OK greeted the class and left the room. Once I'm top 1, who cares what anyone says? That's it for today, see you all next week. The girl with orange hair loudly announced tonight's welcome party for new students, and told everyone to meet at 3 GOR Yang near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. There's a new student welcome party tonight. Meet at 3 GOR Yang near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. Hearing the term new student, Sang Yu paused, thinking it might be more accurate to call this a university, then abruptly stopped the thought. From new student, they should call this a university instead. Wait a minute. A thought flashed, making his eyes light up as he suddenly realized something. Could there be a B rank there? He considered whether to check it out while at a bar on a busy Korean street, the atmosphere lively and everyone excitedly raising their beer. Should I go see? Everyone clinked glasses enthusiastically and surrounded Sang Yu, bombarding him with questions about the teleportation gate incident. Cheers, really? You saved everyone from the B-rank teleportation disaster. Pressed by the curious crowd, he lightly confirmed, then someone else continued questioning. Yes, that's right. Someone said they heard he defeated a B-rank monster, and he could only helplessly respond. I heard you defeated a B-rank monster there. He denied it. A girl shouted about the Silver Moon Guild, and he coldly ended the conversation. No, I was defeated though. Did you defeat the Silver Moon Guild? I have nothing to say. The girl begged to see the clone. A man in yellow appeared jealous, saying they were out hunting, and Sang Yu raised his hand to signal for order before speaking. Please let us see the clone. He's serious, they're out hunting somewhere, so not possible. Everyone, please stay calm. He continued asking, leaving everyone stunned. Besides me, is there any other B rank at the academy? He repeated the question and people whispered about another B rank they didn't know. Besides me, is there any other B rank at the academy? Another B rank, I'm not sure. Another B rank enrolled too. Hearing this, Sang Yu stroked his chin, realizing they seemed unaware and dismissed it. Ah, nothing, forget it. He looked at his phone pensively, seeing the news online revolve around him, wondering why someone was hiding their identity and assuming they probably wouldn't come here. He silently walked down the street, intending to go home, when someone quietly followed from behind and asked for directions. Going home. Excuse me, is the new student party this way? He turned to confirm and told them the party hadn't ended so they could go in. Yes, that's right, it's not over yet, just go in. The person asked why he was leaving. Sang Yu sighed, saying he didn't know anyone and wanted to go home. Why are you leaving? I don't know anyone, so I'll just go home. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide as he recognized something from the voice. Wait, that's his voice. The man smiled, removed his hat, letting long smooth hair fall in front of Sang Yu. A gentle voice spoke, and he realized it was Hai Yan after half a year apart, leaving him stunned. I know you right, teacher. He was surprised and called her name, and she slightly flinched at his question. Hai Yan, what do you mean? She said she was also a student at this academy, surprising him enough to ask again. You're also a student here? Why, you already enrolled. She diverted the topic, suggesting they grab a drink and talk at a nearby bar. It's cold, you want to have a drink while we talk. He followed, feeling somewhat relieved. They went into a small bar and staff quickly brought drinks. Here's your cocktail. The colorful drink made her admire it while he reminded her. It looks great. You just graduated, don't offer the teacher a drink. She pretended not to understand. What do you mean? He explained that she should be the one offered a drink since she just graduated, then asked seriously about her entrance exam results. You should ask the teacher to buy you a drink since you just graduated. How did the entrance exam go? Did you fail? She calmly confirmed she was accepted and complimented his teaching, prompting him to wonder further. Of course I was accepted, you teach well. Then why come to this academy? She smiled and reminded him of her dream to become a hunter, saying university was just her family's wish. I told you my dream is to be a hunter. I'm in college because my family wants me to be. She said that after the Hunter Academy was established, she persuaded her parents to let her freely follow her desired path immediately after graduation. After a few days of arguing, her family finally agreed, and she then wanted to hear his story. After a few days of debate, they finally agreed. He was slightly surprised and asked about her family's reaction, and she sipped her drink while responding. And what did they say? She ordered another drink and said her parents were worried because of the danger but ultimately approved. One more drink, please. They said it was very dangerous and other things too. It was his turn. He awkwardly asked her not to call him teacher anymore and reminded her to drink slowly. My turn. Don't call me that. I'm not your teacher anymore. Drink slowly. She realized they enrolled at the same time, so he wasn't her junior either. We enrolled together, so you're not my junior either. She cheerfully changed how she addressed him, making him embarrassed because it sounded strange. Then, Opa. He helplessly told her to call him teacher and she teased him, asking if he was embarrassed while continuing to call him that. Just call me teacher. What? Are you shy? Opa, look, sang you Opa. He asked her to stop, but she deliberately teased him. Stop it. Stop what, Opa? After a while her voice became slurred, seeming slightly tipsy. So where are we now? You don't even know how many drinks you've had and you've finished them all. Oh, I couldn't reach you because your phone was broken. Or maybe Ian has passed out on the table and still wanted another drink. Please, no more. When I saw you were drunk, Sang Yu quickly snatched the glass from your hand and scolded you. Come on, you little girl, Ian is already drunk, and it looks like you only noticed someone took your stuff. What's the matter? You can't just watch your student laying on the table drunk. Don't you know your own limit? And you, all you can think about is alcohol, handing me your glass. Suddenly, you sat up with a cheerful smile and snatched his phone. Right? Sang Yu was startled and didn't understand what was happening. My phone? Then you took your phone out and entered your number into his. You smiled with satisfaction, saying, now I have your number. Feeling accomplished, your eyes slowly started to close. Now I understand why you haven't contacted me. After a while, Ian completely fell asleep. Sang Yu helplessly called for the bill. Please pay for me. Under the dim streetlight, Sang Yu was carrying Ian on his back. It seemed like she was sobering up. At this point, you suddenly realized that Sang Yu was carrying you on his back. This made you feel embarrassed. What's going on? Is he carrying me? Did I fall asleep? You kept thinking to yourself, where am I going? To his house? Suddenly, Sang Yu turned to you. Are you awake? Ian asked him nervously. Oh, did I fall asleep? He replied, yes, right on the bar counter. If you're awake, you can walk on your own. After hearing this, your face was still quite embarrassed. You quickly made an excuse for him to keep carrying you. I'm too dizzy to walk. He helplessly gave in to you. It's up to you. You fell silent, not knowing what to say. Your hand tightly grasped his shoulder and your breath was a bit hurried. Suddenly, you called his name, Sanji Uoba. Ian scolded him, asking why he had ignored her for so long. Why haven't you contacted me for the past 6 months? Seeing that Sang Yu didn't respond, you continued to complain. Even if your phone was broken, you could have found a way to contact me. At this point, you hugged him tighter. You know, I actually planned to punch you in the face when we met. I was so mad. Your voice grew more choked as you spoke. But when I saw you, I couldn't do it. Today has been really fun. Do you feel the same way? Seeing he didn't say anything, you continued to murmur. If we hadn't met like this, would you have never contacted me? Finally, he started to answer. I had things to do, that's why I enrolled in the academy. Sang Yu continued carrying you, and as he walked, he asked, did I make you happy today? You replied, yes, this has been the happiest day for me in the last 6 months. Ian fell into deep thought and Sang Yu spoke up, but I'm really lazy. So I'm afraid I'll lose all my determination if I live like I did before. Going back to when my family members were in the hospital waiting to die, I'm afraid I'll make the same mistake again and regret it. He couldn't do anything about it himself. His face was still covered in scars. After walking for a while, he stopped and let you down. People are hard to change. Ian, who was right next to him, didn't fully understand what he was saying. That's why I cut off all the relationships I had before. But he gently handed you your hat. But I still want you to know that all relationships are very precious to me. At this moment, you realized you had arrived at your house, feeling even more embarrassed. So we're at my place. You quickly put your hat on to cover your shyness. I'll let it go this time. Ian moved toward the apartment, leaving Sang Yu behind. You said everything is very precious, right? He smiled gently at you, calling out, next time don't act like this. Ian turned back and smiled brightly at him. Okay. Elsewhere in a very large building, there's a man sitting quietly deep in thought. He sung with a biography of Sang Yu beside him. From rank E to rank B. The first hunter to rank up 3 times. Dung Sanju is a special hunter who raised his rank 3 times. Let's learn about his courage, determination, and his secrets. He grew through many unexpected journeys. The hunter Dung Sanju. A rookie who catches the interest of every guild. Dung Sanju wasn't famous since he became a hunter, but now, he became famous by ranking up 3 times. His combat sense made other hunters astonished. He has a different kind of skill, and that makes him special. His growth isn't just measured by numbers. His cloning skill has caused quite a stir in the hunter world. The cloning skill is actually. The controversy about the authenticity and the rapid growth of Dung Sanju cannot be overlooked. His learning speed and combat sense have brought a lot of attention from various guilds. He has a lot of experience in fighting many different types of monsters in the hunting area. The adventures became a protective armor, making him stronger, but his ambition did not stop there. He was never afraid of challenges, always eager to be recognized by other guilds, and saw it as motivation to push himself further. Because of this, he did not shy away from competition with other hunters, continuously accepting challenges and winning battle after battle. His body became solid thanks to his training and burning passion, while his combat skills were honed to near perfection. He started as an E-rank rookie. He quickly rose to B-rank, jumping 3 ranks in a short period. A man with a mask spoke up, "Sorry. Dung Sanju is stronger than I thought. I already failed at the hospital." Sung immediately became suspicious, realizing it was Dung Sanju, and he thought to himself that he should have asked for an autograph back then. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a voice caught his attention. "It's me," a man entered and asked. "Why did you turn off the lights? It's too dark." He replied, "I need to think for a moment. Are you ready?" It seemed like they had known each other for a long time, and his face didn't look very friendly as he answered. "You can start next week. It's best to give us results that match the support we gave you to enter that academy," the confident young man replied. "Yes, father, I am Dung Yen, a B-rank hunter from Ha Dung Guild. Don't worry. I am very confident." Hearing that, he laughed wickedly. "You won't disappoint me, will you? You won't disappoint me." It seemed like he was plotting something, then called out, "Ha Sung, get the elixir. That will be your chance to prove yourself." In the lecture hall, the professor reminded, "It's been a week already. Let's learn about the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week." Sung Yu sat in the lecture hall but felt powerless as Yin kept following him. He told himself that he knew he would run into her sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be on the very first day. She even waved and said, "I'm watching you." The instructor immediately conjured a fireball and introduced that the first skill would be fireball, kicking off today's lesson. This is a highly versatile magic that everyone loves, essential for hunting, getting lost, or even for cooking. The two listened attentively and said, "So we'll start with fireball." You thought for a moment, wondering how to quickly learn offensive skills using punches and understanding young mana flow. Or magical doctrines, he wondered how they would teach them. The instructor then asked them to bring out multiple identical orbs and said to start with the first row. He explained that those who had already learned fireball did not need to go up again. Upon hearing this, he froze in place as Professor Hai-Seuk explained about skill shadows. Skill shadows synchronize with the user system and add new skill. Apart from mana usage, there are no other requirements. Even newly awakened youths can use them. It is the source that awakens human greed. So when skill shadows appear, everyone wants to possess them, but they soon realize the harsh reality when the price is sky high. Latecomers seize the board. Due to the complex production process and rare ingredients, skill shadow prices soar, just as low-level hunters notice. Only wealthy, high-level hunters can afford skill shadows, seeing high-level hunters upgrade while hunting. Many want skill shadows, driving prices even higher, and only high-level hunters can buy them. People hope skill shadows will close the gap between low and high-level hunters, but in reality, it only widens it. The instructor continued on the podium, saying there are many skill shadow containers, but don't worry, the quantity is sufficient. Sang Yu held the orb in his hands, silently exclaiming, "Huh, do they just not give any to me?" Fireballs are the cheapest but still cost 8 million each. Xian sat happily beside him, holding an orb, saying, "Learning fireballs at this academy is amazing." Sunlight streamed through each window frame as Sang Yu practiced to improve his skill. The system notified him that he had acquired the fireball skill. Fireball level 1, using mana to create a fire orb. He couldn't believe he had learned a new skill. "I did it, I learned fireball," he exclaimed. Professor Hai-Seuk asked the students about their practice progress. "Have you all learned it?" The class replied, "Yes." He suggested changing the training location, then go practice using it, move to another spot. The students chose the Hunter Academy skill training ground. The professor prepared a huge ice block and asked, "What do you think you should do to upgrade the skill?" The students on the ground were surprised by the upcoming challenge. Adding more fire doesn't make it stronger, right? It's all ice. The professor activated the fire skill while explaining that previously, it was important to control mana according to one's own attributes. But now with the system, it automatically controls our mana. Now the most important thing is for the system to announce the activation of the fireball skill. Immediately, a powerful fireball struck the ice block head-on, causing a thunderous explosion. The professor continued, after the explosion partially evaporated the ice with misty smoke, explaining more about the skill system. Looking at the attribute window, everyone saw that skills have their own level. The system displayed Fireball level 37, using mana to create a fire orb level increases with frequent use. That's how skills are upgraded. He reminded the students, but everyone was still in awe. After seeing his skill demonstration, today we'll try upgrading skill. Those in front go first, very good. Next person step forward. The next challenger was Hazian, who activated the fireball skill. The orb was modest in size but dealt decent damage. The professor praised, "Well done, the fireball has excellent shape." Hazian blushed, embarrassed. "Thank you, teacher, my skill is like creating a mana orb, so it's similar." The teacher continued to encourage, "If you keep using and upgrading like this, you'll get stronger." Next to try upgrading the skill is Sang Yu. Step forward, prepare yourself. The students whispered among themselves, "Dang Sanjiu, he's B rank, his mana is 10 times ours." Professor Hai Suk smiled, adjusted his glasses and casually said, "Ha, it seems everyone has high expectations. Honestly, I do too. It's rare to see a B rank hunter use skills like that." You focused intensely, preparing to unleash your skill. The professor reminded everyone, "Now, to stay safe, everyone take 2 steps back." Sang Yu told himself to stay calm, control the mana in his body, and concentrate it into a sphere, just like when using a quick attack skill. The mana sphere gradually formed, shining brightly as if containing immense power inside. "I will release the energy simultaneously." When he released the energy sphere, it dissipated into the air without leaving a trace of firepower. The professor had braced himself for a loud blast, but was still shocked by what he saw. Even Hazian couldn't have expected this. Sang Yu almost froze on the spot from embarrassment. The students below couldn't hold back their laughter, shaking with it. The professor sensed the tension and tried to explain, "Listen everyone, Sang Yu isn't wrong. This happened because he's just too strong." Sang Yu hadn't recovered from the shock, staring at his hands, with the professor's voice still echoing in his ear. "Too much mana caused the flame to be extinguished. You have to trust the system." He looked at his right hand, then his left, repeating, "In other words, if you level up your skills, you could defeat high-rank hunters too." He couldn't hear the following words. His mind seemed to shut down, losing all grasp of language. Hazian laughed triumphantly and patted his shoulder. The professor couldn't let the awkward moment drag on. Next, quickly, someone appeared at the door and said, "Sorry I'm late." It was Deng Xian, holding a jacket in one hand and a water bottle in the other. He said casually, "I came to the wrong classroom, can I come up?" Everyone below was surprised to see him. The girls blushed at his outstanding looks. Ha was Shin Jun Eang from the He Sunga group, incredibly handsome. The professor suddenly remembered he was missing a student. "Ah, I forgot, you're in this class too. Tough luck for me, this class has 2 B-rank hunters." Sang Yu was surprised to hear this. "Another B-rank from He Sung too? This guy is a B-rank hunter enrolled with me." Deng Xian scratched his hand awkwardly and said honestly, "Sorry for arriving late and blocking the way." The professor, not strict, asked Deng Dian, "It's okay, did you get the skill orb yet?" He raised his hand, gathered mana, and replied, "I didn't take it, I can use the fire sphere already." Immediately, a huge amount of mana was released. The fire sphere shot forward, causing a deafening explosion. Both Sang Yu and Hazian were astonished by his performance. Deng Xian turned around effortlessly cool, smirking slightly, asking the professor, "Is that good enough?" The performance was flawless. Even the professor was completely amazed and praised him warmly. "Perfect, this is the target you should aim for." Deng Xian drank water and replied, "Aha, it's nothing." He winked and continued teasing, "That's how a B-rank should be." Simple words, yet Sang Yu was speechless. Too perfect, he felt utterly defeated. "Even a B-rank can contain my fire sphere, it's the same skill." Everyone around kept praising Deng Xian's talent. Sang Yu realized he had completely failed. His first class was a disaster. By now, Sang Yu lay stretched on the desk, exhausted. Hazian comforted him. "It's okay," Sang Yu replied dejectedly. "You're useless, even a seed I eat is more useful than you." Hazian worried, seeing his master's morale plummet. He had become a completely different person. Many others couldn't even create a fire sphere like him. The professor said he must practice continuously. Sang Yu lifted his head to listen. She hesitated, stammering, "Just practice diligently for a few days, or if you want, I can teach you." Sang Yu suddenly stood up, continuously. Hazian was stunned, not understanding what he meant. "You just need to use what you already have." Sang Yu activated familiar skills, calling out numbers 5 and 6. The two hunting clones were for practice. Sang Yu asked them, "Do you have the fire sphere skill?" They answered yes. He ordered them to use the skill, try using it. The clones easily shot fire spheres like juggling. Sang Yu couldn't accept this harsh truth. He shouted, leaving them stunned, not understanding. "How can you use it so well?" After his anger, he sighed deeply, still not calm. He released the linked skill with the clones. "This is not the time to be jealous of them." This message went to all clones, leaving them surprised. "From now on, use the fire sphere skill continuously for 24 hours. No need to attack, just use it as long as there is mana. Numbers 5 and 6 have more complex tasks. Both of you keep hunting with your weapons." They followed orders, while Sang Yu recalled the embarrassing moment from the last practice and quietly thought about revenge. "I thought that after reaching BA level I wouldn't need to worry anymore. But just wait." The clones kept using the fireball skill continuously. Using it continuously upgrades the skill. Practicing everywhere benefits me. Whether in Antarctica or a hospital, practicing a skill anywhere is important. But why practice in a hospital? While hunting, his two clones completed the mission and roasted the prey. "Sorry, but it got burned, I won't buy it." After much effort, he achieved the deserved result. He didn't want anyone else to lead. The fireball skill upgraded from level 1 to level 2. From overpractice, Sang Yu's left hand was severely burned, and Hazian had to bandage it. System notification: your fire resistance and life force have increased. The right hand was still usable, so Sang Yu continued practicing. Hazian sighed, "Of course it hurts, your hand is burned." The fireball skill has stabilized. Hazian couldn't handle his stubbornness and raised her voice slightly. "You just bandaged your left hand, so how did you make a fireball with your right hand already?" Sang Yu replied, "Haven't waited, I have to practice." Hazian wondered, "You said letting the clones do it was enough. Why are you practicing now?" Sang Yu gazed at his left hand and answered, "I've decided to do everything with my clones, whether joyful or sad, difficult or easy." Now he could control the fireball better. He thanked Hazian and she expressed her gratitude too. "Thanks for your tips. This morning I controlled the fireball better thanks to your tips. I just need to focus on the skill and not overthink." After awakening, she practiced a lot but failed. Even focusing all energy on her hands and imagination to increase mana, the results were poor. She practiced tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep, realizing that maintaining a fireball requires the same dedication. It must be a function the professor mentioned. Sang Yu seemed to understand something and murmured, "System." After bandaging, they prepared for the next class. Hazian urged, "We're about to be late, let's go." "Don't overdo it, just go, we're late." Effort without practical lessons is pointless. The sky today is so clear, I've never seen it so beautiful. This class was taught by Professor Hai Siu. He greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, have you mastered the skills? Everything is as predicted, excellent." "Still the same ice block as yesterday," the professor's voice echoed. He thought quietly. "Today we'll continue practicing skills for mastery." Everyone welcomed him into the class. "Mr. Junie, is that you? Hello." He happily greeted back, "Wonderful." In Deng Xian's mind, everything was calculated. "I've shown everyone the gap between us." He tried to suppress a triumphant smile. "The real ability gap between me and him. I pretended not to know where the classroom was, and appeared right after Deng Sanjiu finished the assignment. Just like yesterday when he entered the class, 'So sorry I got lost, may I try once?' Then unleashed a powerful fireball. He won the first round, attracting attention and showing superior ability. After that, you'll never dare to score higher than me again." The professor's voice reminded. Next is Sang Yu. He stood behind Sang Yu and thought quietly. "All right, next, even if it's personal, I can't let him get that elixir bottle." Those thoughts flashed in Deng Xian's mind. "I must eliminate anyone in my way." Then a loud explosion came from Sang Yu's fireball. The professor's eyes widened at the sight. "Incredible, Sanjiu is only 3 days in and already." Sang Yu was satisfied with the result and replied, "After much practice, I heard this is the final requirement for Class B members." Deng Xian couldn't believe his eyes. The professor was amazed and everyone around was surprised. "While you came here with your hand bandaged, I didn't expect much, but this result exceeded all expectations." What the heck, last time he couldn't even ignite once. Now in just a few days he's clearly stronger. The professor praised excitedly, "Your practice results are clear. The Academy's teaching method succeeded, you've proven it." Dion is trying to control his anger, but the class must go on. So, who's next? After class ended, Sang Yu and Hazian went outside together to chat. Everyone around was surprised, nobody expected it. "But I still have to remind you, don't get hurt next time or I won't help you bandage it." Sang Yu raised his left hand to show, "Don't worry, my left hand has healed now." Hazian was angry that he didn't care, but Sang Yu tried to explain. "Do you know what the fall index is? It's frustrating, but I'm glad you recovered quickly." Because they had different classes, they had to part ways, while some people were watching them from afar. "I still have another class, so goodbye." "Yeah, bye-bye." Sang Yu felt very confident. Maybe he'd reach level 20 before next week. The system panel appeared, showing his fireball skill upgraded from level 14 to 15. Xian had been secretly observing them, and finally lost patience. He approached Sang Yu, seeming to want to end this quickly. "If you want any skill, I can give you all. Tell me, what do you really want?" Sang Yu was surprised and trembling. "What are you talking about? I thought we weren't close enough to meet alone." "Stop pretending." Xian approached and exposed the truth. "I'm asking what exactly you want me to give you, to let you leave that elixir alone. I don't know what you think, but for me, the elixir is more important than anything." Sang Yu immediately replied seriously. "Same here." Sang Yu stepped forward and said directly, "It really is very important to me. So don't waste your time. Even if you gave me 10 apartment buildings, I wouldn't change my mind. You're not the only one who needs the antidote." Xian was angry at being rejected. "You'll regret this." Sang Yu didn't hesitate. He pointed at Xian and threatened him. "Be careful, no one can mess with me and get away with it." Xian clenched his teeth, slammed the wall, and shouted in fury, "So you really want to ruin my plan, young Sanjir?" Yu Haiyan brought more medicine and handed it to Sang Yu. "I brought more medicine." Sang Yu took it. "Thanks, only this medicine can boost my poison resistance." My poison resistance went from 6,692 to 8,132. Yu Hyun also had news for him. "I've been making more medicine over the past few days, so its effect increased significantly and side effects are reduced. What do you think?" Sang Yu immediately objected and got punched in the mouth. "Reduced side effects, that's the most important factor in your poison." Yu Hyun angrily shook her head and scolded Sang Yu. "Seriously, besides you, who else would use poison like this?" Sang Yu didn't care and suddenly asked her, "Oh right, have you heard any news?" "Is it okay?" Yu Hyun was surprised by what he said next. "Well, I've done my part, I can't do more. One day there might be another opportunity." Sang Yu worried but stayed silent. "I'm also angry at the Hee Sung group, but I wonder if she has something hidden with them." Sang Yu suddenly remembered something and asked Yu Hyun, "Oh, one more thing. Do you know anyone named Shin Jun Yang?" "Yes, he's Hee Sung's second son." Sang Yu was surprised to learn his identity. "Wow, his son, but he doesn't look like him at all. How do they have the same surname?" "You know about his skill?" Yu Hyun adjusted her glasses and said, "Shin Jun Yang, the media has reported a lot about him since he was young. Hee Sung Jinuk's first son was ordinary, so all attention shifted to the second son. He was often taken along by his father and attracted media attention. He even awakened before elementary school, so everyone recognized him as Hee Sung's official heir. It's crazy. But one day, all information about him suddenly stopped. No one cared about him anymore, and his story quietly faded away. What is his skill? It's been a while, so I'm not sure, but I think it's called Grand Sorcerer. No matter what skill he learns, he can always master it to a high level." Upon hearing that, an image of Deng Xian appeared in Sang Woo's mind, overwhelmed. He couldn't believe it when she said that. "Isn't that like cheating? I think you shouldn't say such thing." Sang Woo recalled that training session, so that's why the power at that time was so terrifying. Holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, he thought, "Jun Yang, I must come up with a plan to deal with him." At the Guanmaisan hunting grounds, Zone B, 2 hunters were on a mission. One signaled to the other to be quiet. "What do you mean?" The other person, not understanding, continued, "I'll give you something, for example." Sang Woo recalled that training session, so that's why the power at that time was so terrifying. Holding the bottle of medicine, he thought, "Jun Yang, I need a plan to deal with." At the Gunmison hunting grounds, Zone B, 2 hunters were on a mission. One signaled to the other to be quiet. "What do you mean?" The other person, not understanding, continued, "I'll give you something without having to hunt for it. SHH, keep it down." The man with blue hair told the red-haired one to look over there. Over there, some of Sang Woo's clones were also on a mission. The red-haired one recognized the masked figures. "Oh, they're all clones of Deng Sanjiu, not something lying on the ground." On the ground was a blood-soaked monster. How could it just be a monster they caught? As if understanding the intention of the blue-haired man, the red-haired one asked in confusion, "Do you want us to steal them? If we get caught, our heads will be off." "I heard those clones are robots, they have no humanity." "Hey, I told you to keep it down. I've gathered some information. After those monsters, there are still corpses scattered on the ground. Those clones are just a team that recovers monsters after clearing an area. They walked past the bodies without even glancing at them. So taking what they left behind isn't a crime, right?" The red-haired one began to waver after being convinced, thinking, how much is that pile worth? On the other side, 2 of Sang Woo's clones made a call. "Hello, is the Gunmison Monster Recovery Team there? We're at Zone B6, please come clean up quickly." "What kind of larvae?" 10 giant blood-sucking spiders, 2 boss commanders, and 20 cursed scorpions. The clone on the other end was surprised when he heard the response. Wait, we're at Zone B6 already. I don't see any monster around. Number 5 felt something was off and replied, we'll check again and get back to you. While working out, Sangwoo received a call from number 5. Lifting weights, he answered, yeah, number 5, what's up? After hearing the news, he was stunned. The corpses disappeared. Number 5 and number 6 arrived at the scene and reported, I think someone must have stolen them while we were calling the recovery team. Should we capture them? Since there were still many bloodstains on the ground, the thieves accidentally left shoe prints. Sangwoo was very angry at this point and ordered, don't kill them, just capture them. The 2 hunters laughed loudly after taking down the monster. The brown-haired man felt lucky as well. I didn't expect it to really work. I told you this method would work. We're going to be rich. The blue-haired man began to dream. If we sell it on the black market now, they won't be able to track us. How much would all of this sell for? Suddenly the phone rang. Oh, wait a second, someone is calling me. The brown-haired one, feeling uneasy, asked, who is it? The blue-haired one casually replied, who do you think it is? It's the person who taught me this method. The person on the other end went straight to the point. Did you succeed? The blue-haired man laughed loudly and shouted into the phone, yes, we did it. I'm sure they're freaking out right now. Seeing everything go smoothly, the person on the other end continued, good, keep doing that. The blue-haired man happily accepted the next task. Got it, I knew I asked the right person. It turns out the person on the other end was Dung Yen. He's behind this operation. Dung Sanjiu, oh Dung Sanjiu. Since back when you were a level F hunter, you've never changed. Half a year ago, a video suddenly spread on the internet. A new apprentice hunter was dubbed the one-horned rabbit slayer at the hunting grounds. A rising F-level hunter had hunted hundreds of one-horned rabbits, which was very difficult even for hunters with excellent capturing skills. The Yujang Mountain Eagle Eye appeared. At first, there was no other information except for that strange title, but when the news about Dung Sanjiu's clones spread, it became widespread, and people realized that the Eagle Eye was one of Dung Sanjiu's clones. But an F-level hunter who had just awakened couldn't possibly have such advanced shooting skills, so they began to hypothesize that the clone had its own potential. They operate like machines to exploit their potential as efficiently as possible. Dung Yen smiled and said, high efficiency, that's the goal I'm aiming for. Inside, he felt pleased. The clones only focus on efficiency. Therefore, they won't call for backup until they reach the maximum number of monsters the team can hunt. They won't call for backup until they almost clear out the entire area, because they believe calling for support would waste both time and money. Reaching the maximum number of monsters means they'll continue until they've almost wiped out the entire area. He reminded himself of his grand plan. If it was just because they were too attached, it wasn't a big deal. No one would recklessly risk being kicked out of the hunting school just to earn a few million troops. But with high-level monsters, it was different. He wondered if, after no longer earning money, he would still refuse my offer. Meanwhile, Sanju seemed a bit impatient. His assistant stood in front of him, watching, and when he noticed Sanju wasn't pleased, he asked, you don't look very happy. What's wrong? Someone stole my clone monsters during the hunt. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. What? Mixed monsters, didn't this happen once before? Sanju explained his concern to the assistant. Someone mixed in a few giant rats when we were hunting the mermaid, but I think they just stumbled upon them by chance. This time, I'm sure someone planned the theft carefully. They called the aid team after finishing. The monsters disappeared very quickly. The assistant was a bit surprised but regained composure. Seeing this, Sanju started to think. He wondered if he was being punished, since he had once tried to steal a few merfolk that the mermaids had killed, even though it caused one of his clones to die. He recalled an earlier conversation with Noba. Hey, there are some merfolk over there, why don't you take them? I'm not hunting those. I can't carry those huge bodies. Sang Yu thought for a moment, then buried his face in the table looking sad. He didn't know what to say, and didn't have any skills to store those creatures. The assistant spoke up. If you're worried about storage skills, why not ask her for help? Sang Yu didn't understand who her referred to. Who? Then he remembered the blue-haired girl from last time, Sanji. Seeing him, she happily approached and took his hand. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to come try asking. Sanju gave some temporary excuse. I've been a bit busy lately. I saw the news that you got promoted to B rank. Congratulations. Everyone nearby was a bit surprised. Oh, Sanju is here. So that's who it is, thanks. Sanju got straight to the point. I have something to ask. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. The girl was slightly embarrassed. What is it? They went into a room to talk. He wanted to learn her subspace skill and explained his reason. Yes, while learning breathing techniques from online videos, I discovered the reflection skill. I don't know if I can learn your subspace skill. Whether I can find its rules or not, the girl immediately refused. Sorry, but probably not. Sanju accepted this and continued. Okay. I know this is difficult to ask, and asking someone else to teach their skill is, I'm sorry, please don't misunderstand me. I really want to teach you what I can, but that skill is different. He seemed confused and asked again. Why? She explained that one cannot learn another person's awakening skill. She added that everyone's skill system panel shows different things. Some have strength, speed, and weapon durability multiplied by skill level. Others can summon a subspace bag to store objects. The space inside the dimension increases with skill level. This is each hunter's unique skill. Thus, the rules of that skill cannot be explained. Even she didn't know the principles, like how she couldn't use his clone skill. Sanjiu was a bit shocked. She continued that some people have similar awakening skills. Right, the ones who teleport with white jump activation. They are slightly different. No one in the world has the exact same awakening skill. Their skills are similar. But the range, cooldown, and other aspects aren't the same. Many people have teleportation skills, but only one person has the jump activation ability. So if it's a skill similar to mine, you can learn it. Even though the skills aren't identical, Sanjiu was shocked by the harsh truth. Seeing his reaction, she offered, I don't know if there are any other space-related skills, but do you want to check? Heritage Company has them. In New York, USA, Heritage Company headquarters, Sanjiu felt a bit disappointed thinking someone would accompany him. He expected her to go with him, but ended up having to handle it alone. Everyone around spoke different languages, making it hard to understand. Luckily, he brought his device. This translation watch was very useful, allowing him to communicate without knowing English. Without this watch, he would likely have been denied at the airport. Sanjiu was in the elevator, still thinking. He realized Heritage Company was definitely the place to buy the skill fusion sphere. He never expected to one day visit their headquarters to see if there were other skill spheres. Since he was already here, the display showed floor F-170. Another purple-haired girl from Ling arrived, inviting him in. She is the CEO of Heritage 10 area. The Hainers Association contacted me. You're Sanjiu, right? I'm Bursker. Sanjiu was a bit surprised and decided to start a conversation. He thought to himself, she's really beautiful. Turns out she's a female CEO. Ah yes, hello. She then led him to introduce the place. Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the orb you're looking for. After choosing the desired orb, he immediately wanted to test it. Sanjiu found a monster and struck its head fiercely. The monster let out a painful, furious roar and swung its sword towards him. Sanjiu grabbed its whiskers and activated the skill. He activated the fireball skill. The monster was completely incinerated. He continued to throw several fireballs at the others, and they all vanished with just one hit. In another area, two hunters were also hunting. The brown-haired one saw the signs of the battle he had left behind and couldn't help but feel confused. Damn it, why are those guys using so many fireballs? The green-haired one observed for a while and said, we can't use this. Take what you can use and follow us. Both of them gathered everything that could be collected, then wondered, where did those clones go? The brown-haired one guessed that they might be his hunters. Suddenly, another group appeared ahead, rummaging through the fallen monsters. The green-haired one became angry when he saw the spoils being taken by others. Who are you? Why are you taking them? The other group startled and asked back, who are you? We were the ones who hunted them. Seeing that the other party refused to hand over the goods, the green-haired one prepared to strike. You bastards, did you steal the monster clones Sanjiu hunted? The three immediately assumed an offensive stance. Watch your words, do you have any proof? The green-haired one pondered deeply. Now I'm sure I didn't expect the information to spread so quickly. He placed the sack down, signaling a desire for peace. Let's not fight, how about making a deal instead? The green-haired one proposed cooperation. Let's quickly share everything we've gathered here, and if another group comes later, we'll push them out together. The brown-haired one was surprised to hear that. We're sharing all this? Taking the opportunity, the green-haired one asked. You guys are B-grade hunters too, right? You know that if things get complicated, no one will benefit, right? Seeing the advantage, the bandaged one sheathed his sword and said, that's a good idea. The two sides reached a private agreement and shook hands in cooperation. I'm looking forward to our collaboration. The green-haired one led the group forward. All right, let's continue. At an intersection, they unexpectedly ran into one of Sanjiu's clones. The brown-haired one asked, why are they here? I thought after hunting, they would have gone training already. The green-haired one signaled, SHH anyway, the corpses will be taken by the black market people, right? There are other hunters here too, just act normal and sneak away. They all immediately pretended to be passers-by, walking like ordinary people. Suddenly, a knife flew towards them from both sides. Sanjiu's clones had memorized the full shoe sizes of the attackers. 280 290 D Company shoes 275 H Company shoes 265 D Company shoes 250 T Company shoes. We noticed the footprints around the hunting area had been cleared. They all immediately froze in place. Sanjiu's two clones showed murderous intent. We have something to ask, would you follow us? The green-haired one didn't expect his act to be exposed. What? He shouted loudly, pretending to be the victim. What are you doing? You just threw a knife at us. Are you crazy? Sanju blocked the way, raised his phone to record his words. I'll call security immediately. It turned out he called the pharmacist, and this person said to them, are you the ones who stole our achievements? The pharmacist realized things would get complicated later, so he said, you should call the hunting grounds recovery team. You went through the black market, right? The green-haired one still tried to deny it, pretending not to understand. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have any proof? The person on the other end immediately replied, proof. Yuhian is in front of the corpses that guy sold to the black market. I'm at the black market right now. Struck at the core, he turned pale. Should I take the monster corpses just delivered and show you if they were killed with your weapons? Sanju told them, you can call security. Do whatever you want now. Realizing everything was exposed, the other group panicked. Sanju led them to an empty area and said, this should be fine. The green-haired one asked, so what do you want from us? Sanju warned him. I will tell you my master's thoughts when he first became a hunter. At that time, he also made mistakes related to the ownership of others. He fully understands you guys, and therefore, he said that if you return all the money earned from stealing, he won't press criminal charges. After hearing this, the green-haired one's face turned even paler. That's truly a merciful condition. The other group attempted to threaten Sanju. However, if you guys want the money back, shouldn't you have called security from the start? Sanju said that retrieving the corpses from the black market and arguing over ownership would take too much time. They'd rather return to the hunting area, so this is a condition that benefits both sides. He began to feel like he had figured something out. Blue-haired continued questioning, really, there's something I still don't quite understand. He frowned, asking about Sanju's 2 clones. These trash clones from a hunter's skills, where do you get the confidence to set conditions with us? A B-rank team, seeing they outnumbered him, drew his sword, preparing to respond. I have a better deal, how about this? Seeing that, the men behind also assumed combat stances. He continued, you guys will be dead here in a few hours. The black market will consume what we move, leaving no evidence. Brown-haired anxiously asked blue-haired, are we really going to do this? Blue-haired knew it was the only way. Do you want me to return everything? I could consider if it were just the 2 of us, but we're 5 right now. Besides, killing these guys isn't illegal, so why be afraid? You should have called security. Did you dare bring us here alone to an isolated place? Foolish idiots. Noticing the situation worsening, Sanju's 2 clones calmly drew their knives. They agreed with this course of action. Yuhian also agreed. They're sharp enough to handle them right. Then the vendor approached Anian. What are you doing here, gathering ingredients for medicine? Yuhian exchanged information about the others. Hello, do you know who sold these corpses to you? The vendor confirmed it was a B-rank 5-person hunter team. Why? She revealed the truth about the corpses. They were stolen from Dung Sanju. Hearing this, he panicked. What? Dung Sanju wasn't the guy who came here before, right? Those bastards, how dare they sell stolen goods to me? Yuhian looked at his face helplessly, as if the man had never sold stolen goods. The man admitted, of course not. Actually, what I get are always stolen things. He said his network was robbed while he wasn't there. Right now he's abroad. I remember he said he was at Heritage Headquarters or something. At Heritage Headquarters, the Skill Bridge research area, Arya introduced Sanju to the place where skill bridges are created. 80% of the skill bridges used worldwide originate here. I heard you learned meditation and mana breathing skills through an online course. Ah yes, she had already researched this client beforehand. Did you know you could also learn skills like fire bridge that way? Sang Yu didn't quite understand her point and started thinking for a moment. After some reflection, he realized she was right, except about the awakening skill. He wondered why there were such expensive skill orbs when you could learn everything in other ways. She held up the glowing orb and said, you must be wondering why people buy and use these expensive skill orbs. The reason is, learning a new skill is difficult. The orb in her hand suddenly flared up as she focused her mana to change its state, trying to make it shine. She continuously controlled the mana to keep the orb from dimming. For a talented person to do this, it would take at least 6 months. For ordinary people, it might take a whole year, and that's just for a simple skill like the fireball. What about other skills? After finishing the demonstration, she turned off the orb. Sanju was surprised and thought, it must take decades. Exactly decades or even longer, Arya continued to explain. That's why we use skill orbs. The information in the orb is connected to the system, which allows even someone unskilled with mana to use the skills in the orb, of course. That's also why they are so hard to produce, Sanju asked. So that's why they're so expensive. She didn't deny it and handed him another orb. Yeah, you're looking for a secondary space skill, right? Luckily, we still have one left. Arya showed him the price of the secondary space orb. Here's the price, 1 million. Sanju looked at the orb for a moment and sighed, 10 million military credits, cheaper than I expected. Arya then added, that's in dollars. With the Korean exchange rate, it's about 12.8 billion won. Sanju was surprised. Oh right, we're in New York. She smiled happily and said, wait, hold on. Based on your information, this is the cheapest orb with a space skill, but the price is still very high. Sanju scratched his head, surprised. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't expect it to be 12.8 billion. She touched the orb, gently rubbed it, and said, that's the reason. Depending on my answer right now, I'll lower the price for you. No, I'll give it to you for free. What do you think? Sanju was bewildered. What? I can get a 12.8 billion orb for free. He asked loudly, this is too much. What do you want? Please just say it. Arya finally showed her true face, approached, and touched his cheek. Your body, she whispered. Sanju was stunned by her action. She said, I want your body. Sanju froze, not knowing how to respond. No way, he exclaimed. We're both B-rank hunters. How could this happen? His two clones stood still, showing no reaction. He angrily growled, how could this be? He swung fiercely at Sanju, but was easily dodged by him. The girl saw this and grabbed her bow, shooting it at him. Sanju drew his knife and blocked the arrow. The arrow was deflected by Sanju's dagger. The girl was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Two other men rushed to attack the remaining clone but were easily dodged by Sanju, leaving only cold, sharp gazes. Sanju charged at the two. The mage cursed, bastards, who the hell are you? He created ice on the ground to attack both clones, but they dodged easily. Sanju drew a knife and threw it at them. The knife flew at the girl with the bow, knocking her bow and arrows away. A moment later, the girl reacted, and everyone started to panic. Sanju jumped behind the mage. Realizing he couldn't resist anymore, he raised his hands in surrender. I give up. The blue-haired man knelt, saying, this is ridiculous. We're B-rank hunters. How could we lose? The other two were unconscious from Sanju's attack. He cursed Sanju, you bastards are a bunch of monsters. However, he still had to lower his head and beg for mercy. We lost, we'll return everything, please. Sanju thought the situation was over easily, but before he could say anything, he was attacked. A girl with twin pigtails slashed at him, sending him flying far away. Sanju didn't have time to react, getting thrown very far. The girl loudly announced, the fraud location has been uncovered. In the name of the Comet Guild, crimes will not be forgiven. She was the captain of the second assassin team, a 2N rank hunter. Before Sanju could understand the situation, she issued a sentence. She pointed at Sanju, and the punishment was immediately carried out. The sentence was a death sentence. Arya continued to present her proposal to him, saying it would depend on his response. I'll give you a discount. No, I'll just give it to you. How about that? She reached for the orb, and Sanju was immediately thrilled. He thought to himself that getting a skill orb worth 1.28 billion for free was incredible, then asked, what do you want? Just say it. Arya smiled and directly stated her request, then stepped closer and touched Sangyu's face, surprising him. I want your body, Sangyu. Then she suddenly moved her hand to his shoulder. I heard you could touch it. Sorry, I just acted on impulse. Realizing he misunderstood, she immediately clarified, I mean your clone. After explaining her intent, she prepared to leave and said, please allow me to study your clone. If so, I'll give you this skill orb for free. Only then did he understand. Ah, when she said touch it, she meant my clone. She continued explaining why she made this request. At first, when I heard about your skill, I couldn't believe it. She said most cloning skills only create illusions, so she never thought your ability could actually exist. As Arya spoke, Sangyu broke into a sweat. She added that information about him hadn't spread outside Korea yet, making this the perfect moment to propose. He grew suspicious and asked, why do you want to study it? To make a skill orb. Of course, she patiently explained step by step how a skill orb is created. She said they first need to fully understand the skill, from its mechanism and mana flow to its attributes. All details of the skill we want to produce must be clear. Hearing this, Sangyu's eyes widened in shock. She added that fully understanding an awakened skill is impossible. However, we can still create something similar, like a cloned skill orb. Even if it's a weaker version, it still startled him. He looked at the other orbs and wondered if it was wise for her to give away a 1.28 billion item, especially since he needed the skill. He considered the consequences of creating a clone skill and the possibility of it being released to the market. When he asked about the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial orb, she thought for a moment and explained further. It depends on how well we understand the skill, but usually there are many limitations. She gave an example to help him visualize. Do you know who introduced you to us? Was it the owner of the subspace skill, Park Yuna? Yes, I've entered her subspace. She continued explaining that skill was top tier. Inside, the space is vast, consumes no mana, and has no entry or exit limit. The two continued analyzing the potential and comparing it with that skill. She explained that the skill orb space cannot contain living beings other than the owner and their summit. You can store equipment and supplies, but to maintain it, you must continuously channel mana. She concluded that if his skill was successfully copied, similar limitations would likely appear. Hearing this, Sangyu visualized it and after some thought agreed. I agree to your proposal. She replied, oh, that's great. He raised a finger and added, but I have one condition. If you agree, I'll summon my clone immediately. The scene shifted to an empty training ground where Sang-yu stood, his body covered in injury. Seeing this, Hyun exclaimed, "In that situation you still managed to stop, just as I thought. Your moves are incredible." A bystander curiously asked and she introduced herself, "I'm a justice hunter, here to prevent violence. I advise you to take your friend away immediately." Others were assisted by her team and thanked her, but Sang-yu suddenly stepped forward, startling the opponent. "I'm sorry, but you can't leave without paying." Hyun immediately raised her weapon and lunged. "That's not for you to decide." The attack only cut through empty air because he dodged, leaving her stunned. "Oh my," she spun and launched her next kick. "Take this." This strike hit, knocking him back. Onlookers widened their eyes, while Sang-yu maintained a defensive stance and glanced at them. Multiple versions of Sang-yu appeared and advanced. He said, "We need to collect the hunting fees. Can you stay out of this?" Hyun was completely shocked. She sighed and muttered to herself, "Just as I thought, these insects can never understand my position." Immediately, both sides rushed into battle. She struck quickly, facing two opponents alone. Noticing the situation turning unfavorable, the opponents prepared to use a technique, but she suddenly attacked their abdomen, preventing them from executing the move. She laughed loudly while continuing her attacks. "Why retreat? You'll die here anyway." The scene shifted to where Arya and Sang-yu were standing. He agreed to let them rent his clones for 3 months, and during this time, the clones must cooperate with them for research. However, if a clone is destroyed due to their mistake, he will not provide a replacement. Even if the research on the replication skill orb fails, he will not ask for the return of the auxiliary space orb. As Arya was speaking, Sang-yu suddenly added, "These are the conditions I set." Finally, he added, "Also make sure the clones have clothes." Hearing this, Arya smiled. "Feels like I'm being exposed." He said, "If you don't like it, I can't help. I thought carefully before making this decision." Arya then took out a white shirt. She laughed, "Haha, seems like you really understand the value of your skill." She then directed him, "I understand, now summon your clone and put the clothes on." The room brightened as they carried it out. Sang-yu's clone was successfully summoned but unclothed. She immediately threw the shirt and pants for him to wear. Arya looked and praised, "Perfect, now this room has 2 Sang-us." She said, "I never imagined I'd see a clone in the flesh." She could call this one No 7, who should have been out hunting somewhere. He looked at his clone and said sadly, "Due to the diminishing effect of the potion, his strength is weak." Strange, self-destructive power. Arya paused the conversation and handed him the orb. "Anyway, I've already checked your clone." He looked at the orb in his hand. "Now it's my turn to fulfill my promise." While Arya was asking, Sang-yu smiled and said, "Do you need a switch?" "Of course not." The orb shone like the sun, creating an auxiliary space skill information, and auxiliary space type. Level 1 quest to create auxiliary space scales with skill rank. Mana is gradually consumed to maintain the space, limiting entry. Applies to all living beings except the skill owner and the owner's summon. Arya smiled and clapped, congratulating him. "Congratulations on acquiring a new skill." Sang-yu looked at his hand. The orb was gone. He asked, "Want to try it now?" "Of course." The system notified him when he cast, activating the auxiliary space skill. When he cast, a human-sized auxiliary space appeared. He looked inside and was shocked. He examined it and said, "This space is too small." He reached in to see what was inside. There's a wall. This space is smaller than Yuna's auxiliary space, probably only about 10 pyong. He felt mana being drawn to maintain it. Not a big problem, but it still consumes his mana to sustain this space. The main purpose is to store hunted monsters, so this is fine. Arya saw him finish checking and asked, "How is it?" "So far no issues. Let me check if my clone can use it." She heard this and asked confusedly. She was shocked seeing his clone use the auxiliary space skill. She exclaimed, "His clone can use skills too." He answered, "Except replication skill, he can use everything. I'm just testing in case. Seems like he can use the auxiliary space skill too." She froze a little. The skill orb isn't the issue here. This clone's skill is truly unbelievable. She silently resolved, "I must get it." He asked his clone, "You can enter the auxiliary space, right?" "Try it, yes." Unexpectedly, No 7 came out from the auxiliary space gate behind him. He was confused and No 7 also puzzled. How did you come out there?" "The master told me to enter the auxiliary space." He watched No 7 enter the space but exit from another spot. "Then why is there another entrance behind?" "No 7. Seems like this entrance was created by No 7, not the one I made." He looked deeply into the auxiliary space and thought, "Don't tell me any of my clones can use the auxiliary space skill." They both entered a similar space. Suddenly, something flew straight towards No 7, hitting him and causing him to fall down. The object struck No 7, making him fall just like an open portal. No 7, he rushed to catch No 7, who was unconscious, and looked towards the object that had been thrown. wondering where it came from. Aizian stood on the other side, gritting his teeth in anger. Are you using dirty tricks and planning to run away? What is that skill? Where is my weapon? The clone of Sang Yu spoke, explaining that throwing away the weapon wasn't the right choice because her weapon had been sent to a separate space. No 7 heard the call and woke up. Wake up, No 7! The clone of Sang Yu turned around and witnessed this scene. Aizian shouted at the clone of Sang Yu, don't run anymore, you coward. What is that skill? Where is my weapon? The clone of Sang Yu remained in a defensive stance and was unaware of the situation in the separate space. Throwing the weapon was a mistake. Her weapon is now in another place. No 7, wake up, wake up! The clone of Sang Yu heard the call and turned around to see this scene. Sang Yu shouted, calling No 7, because even though No 7 was injured, he was still alive. Don't die, you're still alive, bro. No 7 couldn't finish his sentence before Sang Yu quickly looked at him. I'm still alive, I'll avenge you. Another clone heard Sang Yu's words and broke into a cold sweat. Regardless of who had done this, I won't forgive him. Sang Yu grabbed the weapon and stepped into the separate space. Aizian was surprised to see Sang Yu holding his weapon and walking forward. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Aizian threw the sword over his shoulder, his face full of anger, asking the clone, was it you who threw this? Aizian warily looked towards the two of them. I didn't think Sang Yu would show up here himself. What are you going to do to me? He looked down, his face filled with discomfort. Suddenly, he saw another clone seriously injured, unconscious on the ground. No 6. He rushed over to ask, are you okay? The bleeding has stopped, but I can't feel my legs anymore. He reached out to cancel the summon. You did well, he said as he canceled the clone summon. He then turned to look at the other clone and asked curiously, what happened? We were retrieving money from a group of hunters who had stolen the monster corpses from our previous hunt when we were attacked. She admitted to being from the He-Sung Guild. He rummaged through No 6's clothes and found a gun. So it's the He-Sung Guild, again with the He-Sung Guild. He grumbled about her guild, making Aizian feel frustrated. Those people just interfere in others' business. You're too arrogant. Anyway, how could a B-rank hunter know anything important? He held the gun in one hand and the sword in the other, ordering No 5, support me. No 5, yes sir. The two of them rushed into the new battle. Aizian prepared to face off directly with the two of them, unsure who would win in the end. In another corner, Xin Yongjian was furious, biting his nails. Damn it! Xin Yongjian looked at the screen and cursed, these idiots. Have you guys succeeded? We failed, don't contact us anymore, we almost died. He slammed his hand on the table in anger. We failed. I called in another team because I was worried you two wouldn't be enough. How could 5 B-rank hunters not defeat 2 clones? He covered his mouth, furrowing his brows, silently thinking, good thing I sent the captain of Team 2 to be on guard. She really is a monster. Back at the battlefield, Aizian was using his bare hands to block the weapons of the two. Sorry, but just because people gossip about you and call you a rookie. Though his hand was injured, bleeding, she didn't flinch or show any concern. That doesn't mean you're great. Strength 67,712, Reflex 16,287, Health 52,674, Mana 21,325, Sharpshooting 4,174, Regeneration 1,835. He gritted his teeth, trying to push the weapon down with more force. I've been wondering how a clone could be so arrogant. Turns out its master is someone like this. If you're just a B-rank hunter, then act like one. The strength of the punch caused the ground to crack. Luckily, both the clone and Sang Yu managed to dodge. She looked at them with disdain and said, nice dodge, like a bunch of scared rats. Sang Yu looked at her, sweat soaking his body. That bitch, is she A-rank? He looked at her broken right arm and thought to himself, well, at least I've managed to injure her. Even so, her right arm was broken from blocking the attack from me. Aizian quickly used his power to heal. He asked, can you give my weapon back to me? Her red stream of power rushed straight towards him. The two forces collided, forcing him to struggle to defend. In the end, the red stream of power succeeded in reclaiming the weapon. She held the weapon in her hand, smiling arrogantly. This weapon is specifically for A-rank. She continued, it's really amazing. What will you do now? Are you going to fight back with that small pistol? His hand was red and smoking after the previous attack. He wondered, what did she just do? Her hand was just broken. He angrily clenched his fist, frustrated with the situation. He opened the subspace and summoned more clones. Don't worry about who we're up against, he thought. Aizian saw this inside. So many clones. Another person arrived carrying item. The other person said, we've brought what you asked for. Number 3 is still at the hospital. Aizian replied, okay. Sang Yu began transferring mana into the weapon. Aizian excitedly shouted, everyone charge in here. The clones spread out in many directions to surround her. Take her down, they ordered. Ira in another room observed the entire scene. She exclaimed, what the hell is going on here? She stared in shock at the battle. I didn't expect that the subspace skill could be used like a spatial gate, she thought. She began to hesitate, unsure of how to intervene, as she couldn't interfere with his personal matters. but she realized this was an opportunity to make him owe her. She remembered when Hyzian's weapon flew into number 7's face. Thinking back, that staff was a product from the company, right? She decided to seize the chance to punish those bastards. She called someone. She asked, "Bot, are you there? Is the product you made last time ready?" The battle continued fiercely over there. Despite being injured, Hyzian still charged in energetically. Her next words made Sang Yu cautious. "But do you know what my skill is?" She slammed the weapon down onto the ground, activating the level 64 damage manipulation skill. This skill reduces incoming damage and converts it based on the level and proficiency. The force she generated shook violently, and those who couldn't dodge were blown apart. Even Sang Yu was pushed back by the shockwave. Hyzian kept charging toward him. She slammed down where he had just stood, but he jumped up to dodge in time. The staff immediately rushed up to strike him. He could only helplessly watch as it opened and damaged the gun barrel inside. He cursed, "Damn, I can't dodge in midair." In the end, he took the hit directly. He was thrown far away, crashing hard to the ground. As he used his sword to block, his blood started to regenerate and her wounds disappeared. He marveled, what kind of crazy skill does she have? The weapon returned to normal and Hyzian smugly laughed. This isn't over yet. He gritted his teeth, calling clone number 5, then threw a pouch of seeds toward the enemy. Number 5 immediately ate the seeds from the pouch. Hyzian anxiously asked, "What did he just eat?" Sang Yu laughed challengingly. "Take a guess, you know what it is since you're a member of the Hei Sung group, right?" Upon hearing this, Hyzian replied, "He just ate crystal jade." He exclaimed, "What?" While they were talking, number 5 had transformed. Don't pretend you didn't know. He remembered that the Silver Moon Guild had placed an order for many pieces. He had only managed to buy a few before. He said, "I heard each one increases stats by 100 times the usual, so I took a few." He smiled smugly at her. "I tried them too, but they don't react the same way." Number 5's body transformed and he stepped on his suit. "Unlike the jade, these didn't increase my stats." Number 5 had been turned into a monster by the crystal jade. "I only gave him 3 pieces, now he's turned into an uncontrollable monster," he said. Seeing the monster in front of her, Hyzian couldn't hide her worry. She had to know its effects since she was the one who created it. The giant monster was AI, the crazy girl from house number 5. He clenched his fist and raised it high. Hyzian immediately adjusted her stance. "Just a little older and you dare challenge me. Even if you use all 100 crystals, your stats will only go up by 0.5, she shouted. "Do you really think anything will change after eating them?" Before she could finish, she was attacked, luckily only hit once. She was thrown back and severely injured. Sang Yu saw this, laughed, and said, "Seems like she only talks tough." He stood up, observing the battle shift, and smiled. The only thing she sees is stats changing after eating the crystal. However, the power gained after becoming a monster is a whole different matter. She was slammed hard into the ground but remained conscious. "Well, how would you know if you've never eaten one?" As he spoke, number 5 suddenly swung his fist, but the speed had slowed. Number 5's consciousness was gone. He had to leap high to dodge the attack as number 5 had lost all reason and was striking at him. He no longer recognized his master. "Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. Hyzian felt extremely angry. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Damn it, let's hope the team cleans up the mess you leave after I kill you." She leapt into the air and launched a powerful strike at number 5. The hit made number 5 lose balance slightly and she shifted her target. Number 5 immediately countered, slamming Hyzian to the ground, making her angrily punch the ground. Hyzian used her strength to get up despite being injured, then jumped high again, swinging her staff with full force at number 5. The sheer force knocked number 5 down. Hyzian immediately rushed to Sang Yu. She slammed her staff down, but luckily he blocked it in time. "Just kill him and they'll disappear, right?" "Kill AI, I'm calling the police," she said, pressing the gun harder. "Do you think I'm joking?" She summoned other clones to immediately assist him. A clone quickly circled behind to sneak attack her, then another stabbed at Hyzian's side. But Hyzian blocked the knife with her hand. Not enough yet. She immediately countered with her strength. Flames erupted, burning the clone completely. She hoisted her staff onto her shoulder and turned to look at Sang Yu after handling a clone. "I noticed your clones never aim for the vital points. Looks like you haven't killed anyone yet. Truly, Duke isn't afraid of guns." Sang Yu tightened his sword and slashed at the leg. He was getting more heated and ready to fight. "Don't worry, I can change this right away." Hyzian felt puzzled by his action. "Self-injury, are you crazy?" He immediately activated Super Saiyan mode. "The field's fine." Then he rocketed toward Hyzian. She blocked in time but was still pushed back. "Too fast, he's aiming for my neck." He raised his sword horizontally and questioned the opponent. "How do you feel now?" "Enough to feel fear." Number 5 got up and stomped where she stood. She blocked his foot barehanded. "This damn monster." Then she tossed number 5 into the sky. "Get lost." Other clones looked up and saw 2 fireballs descending. She used her weapon to shield herself. "Normal fireballs won't touch me." Number 5 opened his mouth to create another fireball. This time he shot a massive amount of fire straight at her. She tried to raise her weapon to block herself. In a fit of rage, she nearly shouted, "Shake it, Sang Yu." Number 5's attack sent rocks flying around. She was still able to block safely. Another attack from number 5 barreled straight at her. Others were hit by fireballs as well. Too wide a range, I can't dodge. At that moment, a circular cloak appeared. When the fireball hit its target and exploded, thick smoke spread everywhere. But Sang Yu remained unharmed thanks to the cloak covering him. "What's this?" Ira in the subspace happily said. "This is a prototype armor created by Heritage." She continued explaining the new armor. "The cloak is light, stretchy, absorbs most skills, and can generate shield abilities. It can be used as armor. It can harden depending on the user's intent. We believe it surpasses Tron Corporation's toy amulet." Number 7 in the subspace repeated everything Ira said. That's what she said, but she spoke in English, so I didn't understand anything. Sang Yu turned and thanked Ira. "Ah, really? Thanks to this item I survived." Hyzian was furious seeing Sang Yu completely unharmed. "Are you kidding me?" Number 5 suddenly appeared behind her. "You will die." Then he slammed down where she had just sat. She was buried under rubble but still bravely clutched the broken staff, despite it being useless now. She gritted her teeth, staring at her staff, her only weapon, but now it could no longer protect her. As she was lost in thought, number 5 charged at her, swinging a powerful punch. She was slammed into the ground, trying to find leverage to absorb the impact. The ground around her cracked. She was still struggling to find a way to escape, trying to disperse the force of the blows. Number 5 continued attacking her relentlessly. She knew she had to act fast. She couldn't let this situation drag on. After a series of intense blows, she gathered her strength and kicked number 5 away. She lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly, someone approached, standing over her. Sang Yu stepped forward, praising her for doing well, but he suddenly delivered a strong punch to Hyzian. She remembered the moment she received a message from somewhere else, preparing to speak with her team. "I'll be out for a while," Sin Hai Sung's subordinate questioned. "I thought the mission was already complete." Hyzian turned back to explain. "The young master called for me again. The hunter, please excuse Xian, he's at a disadvantage." "Then why are you helping him?" He seemed confused by her actions. "Hey, don't you understand? The chairman's child will be the future chairman." He continued mentioning someone else, Captain Xin Jin too, also the chairman's child. "He was never worthy of that position, that useless fool." Hyzian kept her faith in her ally. "Well, our young master still has flaws, but he's the most promising one." The antagonist continued reading his book while listening to her speak. "More importantly, he's handsome. What's the mission?" She recounted the message to the antagonist. "He wants me to teach a famous B-level hunter named Deng Sanju, but not kill him." For some reason, the antagonist stopped her. "You'd better not go. What do you mean by that?" He closed his book and added, "I'm advising you not to rush into the bushes, just keep serving the current chairman." Hyzian disagreed. "We're already doing that. I'm serving the future chairman." She criticized the antagonist. "You're acting like a child. That's why you're stuck like this. You know nothing about Deng Sanju. You'll lose." The battle was nearing its end. She opened her eyes, seeing Sang Yu still standing in front of her. "You're awake. A-level hunters are different." Hyzian wondered why she was still alive. "Why did you let me live?" She was still suspicious. "You could have killed me if you wanted to." He replied, "I didn't think it was necessary. And as you said, I've never killed anyone." Hyzian scoffed, mocking, "But I tried to kill you. You'll always be weak if you hold on to that mindset." Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, dust flying up after an explosion. Sang Yu had struck down with his sword near Hyzian's head. He was no longer patient, getting straight to the point. "This is your final warning." She trembled in fear, sweat pouring down as she saw the sword right next to her face. "No one dies this time. I've paid enough for you." "That's enough. It's not too late to reconsider and disappear." Both you and the He Sung group are looking at her with cold eyes. "I don't like killing people with my own hands, but there are countless other ways to kill. Remember that." Finally, Hyzian lifted her head, though fearful, she still agreed. "Yes." Upon hearing her response, Sang Yu summoned his auxiliary space. He immediately entered and asked number 7, "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" Hyzian was left alone in the battlefield, her heart racing. "What should I do now?" She blushed with excitement. "He's so charming." After that incident, those behind the animal hunting event disappeared. After a few days of recovery, she was able to resume her hunts normally. Now, number 7 was in Ira's laboratory being taken care of by her. Number 7 had been sent to Heritage for research on the skill orb. "What do you want to eat?" "You know." Back at the Grand Academy, countless new classes were being organized. Sang Yu walked through the crowd, lost in thought. "All the people who followed us disappeared after I defeated the He Sung hunter. It was the perfect timing." He suddenly thought of something plausible. Someone from the He Sung group might be here. He was right to guess because Zin Dung Xian hated him, had conflicts with him. Suddenly he shouted, "Hey!" Sang Yu glared and asked, "Where are you going?" Zin Dung Xian's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. At that moment Haizian joyfully shouted, "Ah, you're back." The two of them immediately started chatting happily. "I'm on my way to class, you two want to go together." Sang Yu just finished talking with Heian and glanced at Zin Dung Xian. He looked terrified, certain that this person was someone from New York, now inside the church. The person leading the holy ceremony stood above and announced, "Everyone, please return to your seats." Sang Yu stood below, listening and looking quite frustrated. "Let's pray sincerely to whichever system." They said this was necessary to participate in the class. "But we're already praying, do we still have to pray to the system too?" He whispered irritably to Heian. "What are we even doing here? Didn't you hear the syllabus? We'll learn about the system's history and there will be a holy ceremony. So what does this have to do with hunting?" While the two were talking, they had no idea that the ceremony leader had overheard everything. "I don't know, if it weren't for the order I wouldn't be here. Please be quiet." Sang Yu immediately stopped talking to Heian. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he stood up and raised his hand. "I need to use the restroom." Then Sang Yu left the class and went to the restroom. But in reality, he took advantage of the unseen moment to use the auxiliary space. He returned and asked his avatar to swap clothes with him. "Give me the clothes and take this." "Okay." Then the avatar went back to the church and continued the class in Sang Yu's place. "Sir, yes, I just returned from the restroom. I am Dung Sanjiu." Meanwhile, Sang Yu was really outside. "What a waste of time. I'll definitely attend this class through my avatar." Coincidentally, he saw Zin Dung Xian talking on the phone nearby. Zin Dung Xian didn't understand why the previous plan failed. "What's going on? Even the team leader failed. How come you can't handle a birang?" Sang Yu suddenly spoke. "Birang?" Startled by Sang Yu, Zin Dung Xian quickly hung up. "You're eavesdropping on someone else's call." Sang Yu frowned at Zin Dung Xian's audacity. "You think you can say that after interfering in my hunt?" But Zin Dung Xian still tried to deny it. "I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, yes. Obviously you don't know, haven't you trained together? You all say the same line." Realizing everything has been exposed, Zin Dung Xian decided to speak plainly and demanded she accept the money, reminding her of how Fan and had lost several prey before. "I can clearly see how poor you've been living." Sang Yu smiled at the other person and continued, "I even envy you for being rich. You probably didn't get direct teachings from your parents but only hired tutors, right?" After hearing that, Zin Yongjian ground his teeth in anger. "Oh no, hearing you speak, you sound just like your father, so I guess there's no real family education, huh?" Zin Dung Xian couldn't hold back anymore and nearly lost his temper. "Do you want to fight?" Sang Yu just laughed. "Do you think I'm scared?" Zin Dung Xian threatened while releasing his power. "This is your last chance." Despite being threatened, Sang Yu stared directly at his opponent without flinching and said, "Go ahead, tell me what you want, anything. You'll get it and the entire He Sung Association, including me, won't stop you." He frowned and replied in a low voice, "The only thing I want." As soon as the words were out, Zin Dung Xian decided to make his move. "Give me the elixir and I'll leave the academy immediately." This academy is hard to control magic here. Zin Dung Xian planned to attack right in the middle of the schoolyard, creating a smaller ice block than expected. "What's this? Fighting?" He continued to summon a huge fireball many times larger than his body, and no longer intended to restrain it, while observing the size of his opponent's fireball. His fireball was nothing compared to the others. What kind of size is this? At that moment, Hongjun Hae suddenly appeared to stop both of them. "Stop!" She immediately dissipated the fireball. To the astonishment of both, she asked, "What are you two doing here?" She pushed her sunglasses up and reminded them, "You're free to use skills in the academy, but this is too much." Yunha, president of the Phoenix Association and one of the 4 largest associations, spoke up, "Are you two fighting?" Elsewhere, someone was reviewing the footage and said, "Is that the skill?" "Yes, someone is reviewing the video from the previous battle." The footage was extracted from a camera mounted on the weapon. The person in the white and blue robe marveled, "Ha ha ha, amazing, look at the movement." He realized the person had anticipated the opponent's moves, and the screen immediately zoomed in on the face of number 5 after transforming into a monster. The image of a giant creature appearing shocked them. "What kind of creature is this? After eating the crystal gem, it's still normal. Ha ha ha, we need it, we must get this specimen immediately." They also discovered another person in the footage when the weapon was shifted to another dimension. "I think we're highly likely to get the specimen of the clone here." The other person asked, "Where is it?" The screen switched to a scene showing Ira at the Heritage Company. The person on the other side of the screen smiled deviously. "Bro, this is really deep, such a good thing should be shared." Trevor John immediately gave the order. He ordered to prepare the fighter jets. As an expert weapon maker and CEO of John Corporation, Trevor John commanded, "Destroy heritage and bring the specimen here." Deng Xian turned to the person who just appeared. "You're Yunhe," she replied, holding a cigarette. "President of the Phoenix Association, Yunhe. It's been a while, young master." Deng Xian seemed cautious. "What are you doing here at the academy?" "I'm a professor here, though only temporarily." He was stunned and asked again, "What? You're a professor at this academy. Who is she?" She looked around and then paused the conversation. "Let's talk somewhere else." The campus gradually became crowded and everyone focused on them. "You're attracting too much attention. Did you see that huge fireball?" Then all three left for a different location, resembling Yunhe's office. Sitting opposite the two boys, she requested, "Tell me what happened." Deng Xian frowned and stayed silent for a while. But before he could speak, Sang Yu began to explain everything. "I'm sorry, but this is personal. You know, he ordered his lackeys to steal my prey and even said harsh words when I did nothing wrong. He deserves to be taught a lesson." Yunhe stared at Sang Yu and murmured something, while Deng Xian looked like he wanted to punch him. She acknowledged that he had been through a lot, then turned to address the main issue. "Anyway, a professor, as far as I know, most professors here are C-rank hunters with a few reaching B-rank. What do you mean by that?" Yunhe continued, completely ignoring Sang Yu. "For students who are F or D-rank hunters, that's enough. But for higher-rank students, the academy needs more to control them. Are you smoking in here?" She clarified, "To be precise, I was invited here because of you too." Yunhe tilted her head, smiling while smoking. And she explained why she stopped them. "I stopped you because sooner or later you two would have a chance to fight each other. In the next class, the students will participate in a free battle. Right now, in the lab, experiment number 7 is underway." Arya stared at the results, amazed. She took out a test tube filled with red liquid. No words could describe this incredible feeling. She looked at the data board in front of her, feeling dizzy. "This is real blood, complete with red blood cells, and the blood type is A. I am confident that studying this blood sample is feasible. Even if the clone disappears, the blood sample will disappear with it." A male researcher beside her, Tom, asked cautiously, "Was all of this created using the subject's mana?" "Yes, it feels like all the theories we knew until now have lost their meaning." While being the test subject, number 7 happily thought about his next meal. "And more importantly, I think the clones are now gradually being regarded as independent entities. Tonight, dinner will be beef. They eat separately and use the subject's skills with their own mana, not the subject's." Arya widened her eyes toward number 7, lying in the test chamber. "There were no summoning skills before, right?" "No, this is like a summoning skill." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, shaking the lab. Everything lit up with red alarm lights. "What is happening?" Everyone started panicking and asking each other, "I think maybe a plane hit our building." Something indeed crashed into the building and exploded. "What do you mean by that?" Everything inside shattered and collapsed after the explosion. "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, many red lights appeared in the darkness. John's robots quickly advanced and successfully infiltrated. They prioritized capturing targets, but soon were counterattacked and the defense system activated. The lab became brighter and redder. "Intruders, leave immediately." The robot instantly changed its target to a new priority mission. "Destroy all obstacles." More robots appeared and started firing wildly everywhere. People inside the building began to panic. Many combat robots infiltrated the building via aircraft. "Call the security and evacuate everyone left." At that moment, number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, "Which floor did the plane crash into?" He looked at Arya and said, "I will cooperate in suppressing the intruders." At this time, security and soldiers inside the building were fighting the robots, but human strength could not match the machines in the end. Many were shot and killed or injured. The machines roared, destroying every obstacle. The blue-haired guy in the orange jacket gritted his teeth and used his power. "I will draw their attention." He ordered the others, "Quickly, call guards from other floors for support." He fought the robots alone, charging straight into them. When one robot saw its ally fall, other robots advanced, ready to fight and switching their weapons to melee. "Destroy all obstacles." He saw the robots with knives surrounding him. They switched weapons as soon as they realized his ability. These are not ordinary robots, but far more advanced. They immediately charged, ganging up on him. "Destroy all obstacles." Continuous attacks came from multiple directions, injuring him, but he still managed to take down a few. Before he could catch his breath, he faced another attack from multiple sides. There were too many of them. When he was almost unable to continue, someone appeared and crushed the robots. It turned out number 7 had come to help. He didn't know number 7, so stammered, "Who are you?" "I am number 7, here to eliminate the intruders." He didn't understand the meaning of number 7's name, so misunderstood. "Number 7, are you responsible for floor 7A? Anyway, be careful, there are too many of them." The remaining robots exchanged codes using Monster, changing their priority mission. Seeing him too strong, they changed appearance and prioritized capturing the target. At Sang Yu Academy, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Yunhe stood before everyone and announced, My name is Yunha, I will be in charge of the class and sparring practice, and I will get straight to the point. Hearing her, many felt nervous. From now on, the class will form groups of 3 and participate in 3v3 matches between groups. All skills and equipment are allowed, and the team wins if all 3 members of the opposing team are defeated. Sang Yu is required to participate in this class, but he wants to hide, so he doesn't summon a clone. Scoring will be based on combat ability. Scores are affected by contributions in battle, teamwork, and some minor other factors. Don't think that just eating well and sleeping is enough. When did he change his clothes? She wanted to talk about a one-on-one opportunity with him, essentially sparring. After explaining, she asked if anyone had questions. A student immediately raised a hand. Ma'am, we are hunters, our mission is to hunt monsters, so why do we need to spar with each other? Yunha crossed her arms on the podium and said, I'm curious about that too. I was just invited here, so I'm not sure. She answered based on her experience. You shouldn't focus only on monsters, according to an A-rank hunter like me. The students listened while sweating nervously, worried about how rewards would be divided. Conflicts during hunts, illegal activities at unauthorized gates, and many other issues will arise if you follow the hunter path. There's always the chance of conflicts with other hunters. Will you just let the others take everything out of kindness? She frowned seriously. Remember, anything can happen in the gates. Then another student asked a question. The student asked, you said we form groups of 3. Is there a rank limit for hunters? Yunha was slightly surprised but didn't show it. She mentioned Yongxian and Sang Wu. In fact, 2 students had exceeded normal level. Yunha reassured all students, you don't need to worry about that. You will be treated fairly, no need to worry about being overshadowed by those 2. After speaking, she turned away. So that's my part done. You can introduce yourselves and form groups. See you in the next class. Sang Yu, hearing her words, wondered how it would be handled, unsure of the outcome. Ian, sitting next to him, spoke up. Hey, you'll be in the same group as me, right? Of course, who else would I pick? He stared at his phone mid-call. Ms. Bo-sun. He stepped outside to take the call. Hello, I wonder if the call auto-translates. She paused before answering. Mr. Dung Sanjiu. He smiled at her hesitation. Oh, I have something to ask you. What is it? It really does translate. Before Arya lay the ruins after the battle, number 7 had been captured. Arya worriedly called Sang Yu, Mr. Dung Sanjiu. Hearing this, Sang Yu was surprised by the translation. I have something to say. Yes, what is it? The translation tool worked well. Arya looked at the ruins, realizing number 7 was captured. What? Sang Yu asked blankly. Number 7 was captured. At this moment, C reached out to Arya. Who, I mean how? He listened to their conversation and wanted to answer Sang Yu's question. I can explain from there. A few minutes earlier, number 7 was handling the robots. If hit, he would use his shield and shoot fire at the robots. He could focus on attacking the robots on his side. Z looked on in fear. Too strong, who is he? The robot hadn't powered down and could still communicate. It sprang up with glowing eyes. Because of the structure of modules and circuit, immediately grabbed C's neck, while number 7 continued destroying robots unaware. The robot shouted to number 7, stop. Number 7 was startled. If you keep attacking, I'll kill him. Don't worry about me, destroy that robot. The robot set a condition. If you use it again, there will be no further damage. Number 7 asked C, are you from Heritage? That's not important, reinforcements will arrive soon. But number 7 decided to stop fighting and removed his armor, surrounded by many robots yet fearless. The master ordered C to cooperate with Heritage, prioritizing the completion of the capture mission. C frowned, trying to stop number 7. I can't let Heritage take any more losses. No, pick up your weapon, C warned as he saw robots advancing toward number 7. Z sobbed, blaming himself. He was captured because of me, I'm so sorry. Number 7 remained calm, undaunted by the danger, determined to cooperate to complete the mission. Sang Yu dispersed while comforting the opponent. He didn't need to worry about mistakes. I said, wait, I'll check the situation. The system indicated the merge skill was activated. He noticed number 7 trapped in the robot's body. HUD detected them on a circuit. Suddenly, a high-voltage current struck him. The protocol skill was activated, ending the merge. Sang Yu was forced back and could no longer merge. He said, damn, what just happened? I realized the clone had been moved elsewhere and they could prevent me from using the merge skill. I predicted it would be difficult to bring him back with spatial skills. He still couldn't calm down. I admitted, it's all my fault. He replied, yeah, we never asked to resummon that clone. The issue was this was stipulated in the contract. We ignored the ambushers intending to capture No 7. Arya made a request to Sang Yu. Arya asked, but can you not finish off No 7? He said, meaning she decided to let our side handle it. We agreed to bring him back. Seeing the destroyed robots, she probably guessed the culprit right. Sang Yu was also ready to agree, so it was fine. I thought, anyway, I wasn't planning to use No 7 during the contract with her. Thanks. Hearing their conversation, C wondered, destroy, what do you mean? She answered, shocking, see, number 7 is a clone. It's not human, so you don't need to feel guilty. Sang Yu reacted, oh really, but still worried about number 7. He thought it should be fine. Heritage is a big company, they have many skilled hunters. Everyone in the class ran to him asking, Sanjiu, have you joined a group yet? Join mine, my skills will definitely be useful. He looked at the scene, shocked, what is this? Everyone gathering to persuade me to join a group. Sang Yu turned to see many others. He thought, no, there are quite a few people on Sin Juni's side too. He thought to himself, they said B-level will be penalized, but we don't know exactly what that means. He thought that's normal, we have experience at a different level. Seems like we can form a strong team. Hongjun Hae appeared just in time and added a remark. He heard, I forgot to mention, hunters aren't allowed to use clones in this class. He asked directly, why is teamwork among members such an important criterion? She explained, if clones are considered members, it's problematic. The clone does all the work. After speaking, she left. Good luck. Those who ran to him earlier were astonished. Really? He can't use clones, that's all he has. People gossip, he couldn't even use a proper fireball when he started. They continued, so it's useless. Sorry, anyone want Junie join our group? Everyone changed their mind and ran to Deng Xian, saying, I'm confident in my endurance. Around Sang Yu it was quiet. He approached Hai Yan. He suggested, want to join my group? He was surprised, wow, that's fast. After the effort, the 3-person group was formed and they had to get to know each other. A tall guy joined the group. Nice to meet you, I'm Dungbi, D-level hunter trainee Dungbi. Sang Yu remembered the other as AI and Gim intervened. I saw you run towards Shin Jun. Yang said, as soon as I heard you couldn't use a clone, you seemed troubled finding a group. That's not personal, I take this academy seriously. Ian looked at Sang Yu blaming others, teasing, I didn't think you could say that. He replied, no. He said, I'm loyal, check out our skills. Zumbai laughed, all right, dispersing green mana and raising a large shield. He confidently said, I can take hits well thanks to Tong Keen's defense. I have the Academy's top defensive skill. Activated, wide area defense, boost weapon defense. Defense stats and support numbers depend on skill level. Ian extended his hand, forming a green mana sphere. I can create a mana sphere. He said, it doesn't have the explosive power of a fireball but is much faster. Mana Master activated, gather mana. Controllable mana depends on skill level. Only Sang Yu had skills but besides the clone didn't know what else to do. Ian angrily reminded, Sang Yu, be serious this time. He wondered, but really, should I go find another group? He suddenly remembered something and turned to Deng Bai to ask, oh right, you want to join the hunter's team to pursue Junie. Hearing that, Zumi felt awkward. Why aren't you joining them? In this academy, rank D was considered quite high. I used to think so too, but someone better has already joined him. At that moment, Deng Xian's team was suddenly shrouded in smoke and dust. He stood frozen, staring at the scene. In just a blink, they had unleashed such tremendous destructive power. Why didn't you join the promotion exam? Turns out the ruins before them, and the source of that power belonged to 2 members of his team. Both of them responded calmly, I'm lazy. The other with pink hair smiled fiercely. Rank F Hunter Tan and Gayet Duen rank F Hunter Selkin. It's more fun to bully the weak. Deng Xian was secretly amazed by their presence on his team. Perhaps they were around rank C or even higher. Even Selkin, who usually skipped class, was joining the team now. After witnessing their combat abilities, he imagined facing Sang Yu with this team. Both of them were too extraordinary. I'll take this team to confront Natsung Sanjiu. In a vast, unfamiliar place, spider-like monsters had been wiped out. Others with snake-like heads emerged from the ground. A red-skinned figure readied his sword. Then, a blazing red slash swept across, instantly killing the monsters. He calmly stepped over their bodies. Sensing something unusual, he slightly raised his hand. It turned out he was looking at the bracelet on his wrist. I forgot how to use this. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapsed. A monster from deep underground opened its mouth wide, swallowing him whole. The creature towered dozens of meters, stretching straight into the sky. Still, it was attacked from inside by the man. In the end, he emerged safely. I still can't get used to this. Raven continued walking among the monster corpses as if heritage was calling. Rank S Hunter, Seeker Raven, looks like I'll be going far again. Suddenly, Yunha placed her hand on the ground, and a pink barrier immediately appeared around her. Pink mana spread throughout her body. From now on, you will fight with this. She explained fusion, control, rotation, and dispersal of mana. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic. Curses, buffs, and skill nullification. Sang Yu sweated, recalling their first encounter. Turns out she had extinguished that giant orb that way. She clasped her hands behind her back and spoke seriously. It will also work within this space. She said she had used many other skills. All magical or physical damage that could threaten your life will be reduced. Hearing this, everyone else gaped in astonishment. so whether it's guns or magic, you can use either. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they won't die. Don't worry, it will just leave a scar. She bowed slightly to them. She asked if anyone had questions. No one replied, so she calmly declared the start. Very well, we will begin the combat exam. Multiple pink barriers appeared on the field, 6 in total. 12 teams would compete simultaneously. Pointing at the diagram, she explained the format. The winning team continues fighting, and so does the losing team. She clarified that the purpose wasn't to find a winner. This is just a chance for accurate evaluation. Her tone became serious, and Yunha suddenly called Sang Yu's name. Hunter Sung Sang Yu, please step forward. She reached into her pocket and pulled out an item. Drink this before the battle starts. Yunha revealed 2 glass vials with green liquid, weakening potion. This will reduce your stats to normal academy levels. At rank E, both of you must drink this. It's called a potion, but it's actually poison. She reassured them that the effect is temporary. Damn, is this a punishment? My stats are reduced like this. Yunha added that refusing to drink or using a skill to nullify it would be considered cheating and automatically rated F. After arranging everything, she loudly announced, now take your positions. When the match begins in round 4, Team 1. He thought, knowing his opponent was Sang Yu is my opponent. No problem, he can't use clones and his stats are reduced. Now he's only rank F. Hearing that, Sang Yu's veins bulged in anger. Humiliating but true. Calm down, we can win by cooperating. In round 4, Team 2, the teammate reminded him he still had other skills besides that one. I have a few other skills, like quick attacks. He glanced at the barrier next to them. Junyong is right beside us. Sang Yu noticed Seo Kin laughing wildly beside him, then looked at the big guy. Who's that huge guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. From outside the barrier came a reminder. Rank B hunters, please drink the weakening potion. The Phoenix Guild supervisors forced Sang Yu to open the vial without resisting, and both he and Deng Xian drank all the weakening elixir inside. A blue light appeared, causing Sang Yu pain. Are you okay? The system immediately notified. You have absorbed the weakening elixir. Power 23,135. He tried to endure the pain and anger, glancing at his stats. Reflex 14,135, Stamina 58,21, Energy draining, Magic 36,23. The system displayed Power 32,51, Reflex 22,51, Poison resistant. Sang Yu, still in pain from the potion, activated Poison resistance. Power 21,35, Endurance 6,647. Stats were restored. Stamina 18,534, Magic 28,967, Reflex 23,686. Power 42,534, Reflex 32,212, Stamina 38,593, Endurance 36,093, Magic 51,382. He looked at the stat board in amazement, realizing he had fully absorbed the weakening elixir, while poison resistance increased to 8132, 8138. At Arya's location, everyone was trying to fix things. Take care over there, don't let it fall. Someone suddenly approached her and she ignored them at first. When she recognized who it was, she was both shocked and happy. Raven, long time no see. She happily walked over. You're here, of course I had to come. Raven began asking about the situation. An ambush at the Heritage headquarters. What happened? That a real clone attack. He was quite surprised. I didn't even know that skill existed. It's urgent, we need to find the fastest clone sample possible. Raven immediately understood their intention. For the skill orb, the skill was high level, but Arya denied it. No, I'm no longer concerned with the skill orb. She began talking about a bigger plan. If we experiment on the clone's attributes, we might succeed, and our plan that day moves a step closer. Raven pondered, then this really is important. All right, I'll go. In the hunter field, there's a notorious stat that's hard to improve. Regeneration and poison resistance. The system displayed an increase in regeneration and poison resistance. Regeneration requires training, basically self-harm. Poison resistance increases after risking your life, especially poison resistance, which can bypass most poisons once reaching a unit. But increasing a stat by 1 unit is extremely dangerous. Therefore, even high-level hunters using antidote skills don't try to boost immunity. But there are exceptions. Some have ingested deadly poison instead of water to increase immunity. That person was Sang Yu in the past, boasting about potion number 7. Muscle loss, lung swelling, explosive damage with a new potion, yet stats remained stable. He found it hard to believe his body had increased poison resistance after all that. Sang Yu shook his head at the thought. A guild member outside announced, "We will begin the evaluation test soon. Both teams be ready." Zumi immediately radiated green mana. I'll handle defense for us. The other team is a bit tense, just stay calm, follow the plan. All right, the match begins. Sang Yu ran quickly toward Team 1, coming through, yeah. He suddenly lunged, startling them. He's attacking me. Everyone seemed to move in slow motion. Still, this shows the importance of stats. He thought he could still dodge attacks easily, like with a clone. Sang Yu immediately dodged by moving behind the opponent. too slow. He pressed close behind the opponent, taking down one, but then Sang Yu reconsidered. Wait, if I subdue them here, doesn't the weakening elixir have no effect? While he paused, the opponent swung around. Then they make me drink a stronger potion. Damn it, the opponent hit Sang Yu hard. He thought, then how many flips do I do on the ground? Ian and Zombie were astonished. Sang Yu. Sang Yu lay battered on the ground. It was a convincing act. Everyone thought he was weakened and beat. But Dung Bai revealed, actually, I already set up defense for everyone. Even if your stats dropped, it's hard to get thrown far. Sang Yu sat up, dazed. He had to act casual. It's fine, I'm okay thanks to that defense setup. Wow, effective indeed. The opposing team was clueless. What the heck, is he strong or weak? I don't get it. At that moment, the zombie moved to attack the opponent. While holding back the attacker, Dungbi shouted, Heiyin, now's the time. Heiyin immediately summoned several mana orbs upon hearing Dungbi, then quickly threw them toward the opposing team. Unexpectedly, a male member on the other side took the hit himself to protect a female teammate. It's okay, I can take it. Two team members simultaneously charge to attack the zombie alone. Take him down first. Sang Yu observes his teammates from afar as they are attacked and thinks to himself that with just Heiyin and the zombie, they definitely can't win. He wonders if there is a way to help his team without being noticed. He comes up with an idea and immediately pretends to shout loudly while charging toward the last female member of the team. Iza, I won't spare you. The enemy immediately uses an attack skill on Sang Yu, disappearing and activating a defense stone. He doesn't dodge and gets hit hard. Sang Yu quietly plans in his head, pretend to be knocked back, then change direction with his foot. He charges and slams into the two of them, directly aiming at them. Ian and Zombie are stunned. Sang Yu scratches his head, embarrassed. I'm still fine, I really did remember the defense buff. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. Sang Yu's slam knocks the two of them unconscious on the spot. What the hell? The female member of the team quickly clarifies. No, it wasn't me. How could I possibly have the strength to knock someone like that? My skill doesn't. I mean, they were panicking, and at that moment, Sang Yu even praised me. Incredible. The girl grits her teeth in anger, then activates a combo binding stone skill toward them. It wasn't me. Zumi uses a shield to block the entire attack. Through the thick smoke, something suddenly shoots out. Mana balls aimed straight at the girl. Heiyin seizes the opportunity to take down the opponent. There, I'm very confident in my speed. The supervisor records the situation. Yuang really fast. Fourth barrier, Team 2 wins. All three breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, you all worked hard. Your buff is the best, Yungbai. No need to emphasize it anymore. Sang Yu turns to Yung Xian. I wonder how Junie's doing. He sees an activating a skill, continuously punching the opponent. Yu, stop, you're scaring them. The teammate of the one being punched shouts, hey, we accepted defeat, stop it. The outside supervisor sees it's not right and immediately rushes in to stop it. Stop the match now. But N doesn't listen and keeps punching the opponent wildly. Fortunately, Yunhe appears just in time. Hey, can't you hear? Are you out of your mind? We said stop. Immediately releases the opponent and looks at her. Oh, were you talking to me? I didn't know. And complains about the magic circle, because it limits his strength when delivering punches. If there were no limit, just one punch would be enough. And turns to ask the two in his group. Don't you think so? Yeah, I couldn't even strike properly. Yunha feels a headache, realizing she was wrong not to consider the strength of the hunters and their experience when facing low-level opponents. She shouldn't have rushed to apply the magic circle reducing stats and the debuff to everyone. She orders the supervisor next to her, quickly call the healer on site now. Hey, over here, hurry up. The healer must treat the person on site. Hey, Ian feels the situation is off a bit too much. Sang Yu stays silent, gazing off into the distance, while Zumi tries to console the two remaining members. Don't worry, there are a total of 6 people who can beat us in the next round. The chance of facing them is only 20%. I think they will be our opponents. Sang Yu suggests taking a break before continuing the match. Yunhe asks another supervisor, have they decided who wins and who loses? Yes, now we are matching randomly. She decides to pair Sang Yu's team against Dung Xian's team, and the second-place team from the 4th barrier will face the first-place team from the 5th barrier. What? The supervisor asks again. You mean the team with the 2 hunters, Sanjung Sanju and Shinjun? Yes, Yunhe can clearly see the truth even though Sang Yu tries to hide it. That move just now wasn't from someone using a debuff potion. He didn't use the purifying skill with the debuff potion either. She decides to let Sang Yu's team handle it. Not sure what he did with the debuff potion, but if there's trouble, they will fight it out themselves. At least it will be an exciting match. In Nevada, Desert Tron Company Laboratory. Someone keeps banging on the door. Open up. This is the FBI. It turns out the FBI is leading the charge. Tron Company is suspected of ambushing Heritage Company and illegally trafficking herbs. Please cooperate with us. Despite the shouting, the door remains shut. Everyone is slightly frustrated for being ignored. Forget it, we have a search warrant, we can force entry. The person resembling the leader orders the tall person, Ray, it's your turn. Understood. Ray immediately activates his skill. I see the skill has been activated. Du rushes quickly toward the steel door. Here we go. The smoke fills the air. Du is startled at the door. The door doesn't even show any signs of damage, not a scratch. Suddenly, a strange device appeared on the door, shooting and damaging several cameras attached to them, the cameras that had been attached to us. Then it quickly switched to a laser beam scanning across their bodies, and red streaks appeared on them before they collapsed right there. Raven was also there. He sighed. From the desert to Heritage, now back to the desert. Raven moved forward according to the instructions. He said, the round company, they said it was somewhere around here. Soon, he discovered something unusual. He stood from above, feeling the wind blowing through him. It was John's robot cleaning up the crime scene, the smell of burnt flesh wafting. Raven immediately appeared in front of the door, asking the robot, hey, what are you burning? The robot didn't answer but continued its work. Raven drew his sword, saying, ignoring me, huh? Then I'll change the question. As Raven asked, the fire in the robot's gun went out. This is the round company, right? The robot made sounds as if exchanging codes. Then, it turned to prepare to attack Raven, but he quickly corrected it with sharp sword strikes. Looks like I've come to the right place. He looked down at the body that had burned to ashes, his expression thoughtful, as if deep in thought. Raven continued to move into the round company. Try stopping me. Inside the laboratory, Trevor John was laughing and talking. I was completely wrong. I thought the gem could turn people into monsters, the fastest way to increase stats. But in reality, it's actually a barrier that prevents pure stat growth. Only the effect of transforming users into monsters through multi-mutation still exists. The person on the other end of the line, after hearing the news, happily shared the joy with him. Congratulations. It seems that resolving the effects of the research is just a matter of time. If I hadn't discovered a specimen that could absorb the gem while maintaining human form, I might have been stuck with this problem for my entire life. He continued to talk about his grand plan. Soon, humanity would have hope. Suddenly, the laboratory shook. An alert immediately sounded, notifying Trevor John that the blockade gate had been destroyed. What? The FBI got through it. The person speaking to him delivered even more shocking news. The FBI had been wiped out, but an S-rank hunter had arrived. What? He shouted in both anger and disbelief. No way, I was so close to finding the answer. Do I have to stop now? Trevor John tried to stay calm and ordered, find the specimen immediately. He decided to use number 7 to deal with Raven, the last S-rank hunter here, since after all, he's only human. I will use this specimen as a weapon to prevent the sword master, Raven, from advancing further into John's base. He discovered countless test tubes containing monsters, managing projects based on their abilities. I wonder if the clone is okay. Raven glanced around. He had reached a place more terrifying than its surface appearance suggested. Who would have thought there was such a vast underground space? Suddenly, a voice echoed, stopping him. Please stop, Sword Master. Raven immediately turned and focused on the source of the voice. That voice. Who are you? The robot speaking to him explained. I am the AI managing this area. You are trespassing in John's private company area. I know, but I heard Tron Corporation attacked Heritage and kidnapped an important friend of mine. The robot was indifferent and dismissed Raven. I know nothing about that, please leave. It seems machines can lie nowadays. Though I've heard this many times, this is definitely a woman's voice. What the hell? As soon as the AI finished speaking, countless robots appeared. This is not a request, they immediately targeted Raven. These high-tech combat robots would hunt him down. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. But Raven remained calm and indifferent. Where did these high-tech combat robots come from? Suddenly a sword appeared, and the robots were shredded in an instant. It seems he won't compromise. All I see is a pile of scrap metal. Over here, Heian was slightly annoyed and spoke to you. Look at this. Heian was upset that his team ended up fighting Deng Xian's team for real. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance we'd encounter them? Zombie looked at Sang and stammered, that group is. Why aren't you saying anything? Sang Yu didn't answer Heian, only muttered nonsense. Zombie's support buff is the best, not that. And seemed a little irritated watching this. Is this a joke? And looked at Sang Yu, laughing foolishly. Is that really a B-rank hunter? Deng Xian immediately reminded him, don't let your guard down. What I want is an overwhelming victory. Muong agreed and prepared to fight. I also want to end this quickly. Let's get started. Zombie, though scared and sweating, fought seriously. I will buff you all. The shared shield skill is activated. Sang Yu became more serious. I should stop pretending. At least those two are C-rank. Whether discovered or not, I must fight with all my strength. Yunha observed from outside and reminded the supervisor. Just in case, keep the emergency doctors on standby. Yes, ma'am, she announced loudly. Contestants, get ready, the match begins. Rush to Sang Yu first. Let's see the skills of a B-rank hunter. Luckily agile, he managed to dodge the strike. But unexpectedly, his hand was surrounded by a ring of light. Sang Yu delivered a strong punch, tilting An's face, and had blood at his mouth. What? That's an impressive punch. Have you really drunk the weakening potion? It turns out the ring is related to iron. Is this the limitation Hong Junha mentioned? I intended to knock him out, but I couldn't. It seems I lacked the strength to do so, and didn't let him think and launch the next attack. Meanwhile, Deng Xian remained still, neither attacking nor doing anything. Is Deng Xian really under the effect of the weakening potion? Considering his poison resistance, Sang Yu couldn't accept it. No way his resistance is equal to mine. And he barely moved in the last evaluation fight. Sang Yu immediately lunged behind Deng Xian. He must be in a weakened state. Deng Xian also noticed his intention. You're planning to target me first. Suddenly, a cold light flared, enveloping Sang Yu, and a lightning bolt struck straight down onto the battlefield. Countless shards of glass fell from the sky. What the hell, watch out for the glass. After that strike, Sang Yu's body was scorched, his injuries exceeding his endurance, causing the damage-sharing effect to make the shield vanish. Deng Xian looked at his hand with displeasure. His magic was limited and couldn't be fully utilized within this barrier. He glanced at the severely injured Sang Yu, feeling a moment of hesitation. Still, he considered it acceptable. You think you can win easily just because I took a weakening potion? While Deng Xian was talking, Sang Yu quietly grabbed a knife. Watch your team lose just because of your own uselessness. Sang Yu lifted his head and smiled, letting the blood run from his forehead. Don't make me laugh because I'll give it my all to prevent that from happening. At John's side, a notification sounded. The combat robots had been destroyed. Destroyed already? We've used all our reserve energy. Trevor John looked worried, hurriedly operating the control keyboard. What about the drugs for the test subject? We've only prepared the mind control serum to manipulate behavior, enhance bones, basic abilities, and physical defense. All the drugs were injected into Subject 7 in the incubation tube. Still, that was enough to significantly improve the clone's vision and mobility. Trevor John finally smiled with relief. Good, injected into the specimen. Back on the battlefield, Dengbai had been injured by the opponent, showing no openings. Moon was Zombie's opponent, possessing a chain attack. The more strikes, the faster his speed. In an instant, another wound appeared on Zombie. Moon looked at Zombie, both praising and annoyed. I was going to cut off your arm earlier, but your defense was solid. Annoying, really. Sang Yu turned just in time to witness it. Dengbai, as he moved to intervene, Deng Xian blocked him. Where do you think you're going? The force field lock skill has been activated. Didn't you say you'd take me down first? Sang Yu glared warningly. Don't block my way. His fireball shattered the force field lock. Deng Xian watched the small fireball approaching. I'm pretty sure you've seen me cast this spell before. He unleashed a much larger fireball towards Sang Yu, but this is a true fireball. Taking advantage, Sang Yu immediately opened a subspace. The fireball was sucked inside. Deng Xian, witnessing this, became furious. Bastard, since when did you learn that defense skill? I've been paying attention to that fireball skill for a while. On Heiyan's side, things were also tough. Have you activated your skill yet? And mocked Heiyan. What are you doing? Punish the weak. The lower their stats, the higher mine become. And immediately swung a fist at Heiyan. You call that an attack skill? Fortunately, Sang Yu appeared in time to block it. He stared at it and briefly complimented. Strong. Suddenly, his eyes turned red. Pain made him collapse to his knees, screaming. Sang Yu gritted his teeth in agony. The system notified a body transformation and activated a new skill. Deng Xian didn't understand what was happening, but seized the opportunity. Why is he suddenly like that? This is our chance. Attack Sang Yu now. Moon hesitated briefly but acted anyway. I don't want to, but I have no choice. Chain attack, restart chain, and massively boost the next strike. And frantically swung his fist at Sang Yu. Try to block this like you did before. Weak punish upgrade. This skill can now temporarily affect even higher stat targets. Deng Xian also struck. Fireball skill activated, Blade defense skill activated, combined with Hellfire skill. All three charged simultaneously, using their skills against him, causing explosions where Sang Yu stood. Multiple explosions erupted, tearing up the ground. Xiaoqin relentlessly attacked the battlefield, roaring, I'll end this. Thick smoke obscured vision. Heiyan shouted while Zombie worriedly called. Sang Yu, no. A voice called for a supervisor who ran to assist. Wait over here. Elsewhere, the system continuously notified. Sang Yu had created the bone strength skill. The passive bone strength skill was formed. The skill up sound rang continuously as his stats kept increasing. Finally, a mechanical voice announced. Hate the weak skill had reached its limit, endurance gap too large, agility gap too large. Then Sang Yu stepped out of the smoke, raising his hand to block Xiaoqin's strike. Iron body skill was created. He leveled up all basic stats, endurance, strength, reflexes, resilience, stamina, skyrocketed by tens of thousands. Sang Yu looked at Xiao King and said softly, ending this, but he still didn't give up, immediately swinging his elbow straight at him. Yunha is trying to use her support skill but can't stop Sanju. It's too dangerous. She has to stop. However, her skill can't stop Sanju and his tremendous power. He continues to attack, breaking Yunha's skill. He throws a powerful punch into Selkin's stomach. He lets out a painful cry. His body is sent flying and crashes hard into the wall. When the space falls silent again, Selkin, dazed, slides down to the ground. Zumi and Hai Ayan are stunned, while Deng Yen and Du Kuang are also very surprised. Deng Yen exclaims in fear, "What's going on?" Sanju calmly responds, "It has to end like this." From Trevor's laboratory, a stiff notification sound rings. The defensive skill has been created. The system confirms the strength of the steel-like bones and solid body. Trevor laughs loudly, satisfied. That's right, when not transforming into a monster, the stats will rise dramatically. He smugly says, and it's equipped with the company's most advanced weapons. Clone number 7 stands in front of him, still hearing his proud laughter. A warrior capable of defeating an S-level hunter has been created. Trevor asks the computer system, "Have you completed the brain part?" After rebooting the brain, "We've made you its master, Sir Trevor." He excitedly grabs the robot's shoulder. Now its name is T01. Another screen pops up announcing, "The Mind Sword Master has reached the 7th basement, expected time of arrival, 5 minutes. Trevor chuckles softly, and just then, he pats the robot's shoulder and commands, "T01, eliminate that intruder." The robot stands silently with no response, which surprises Trevor. He hastily checks, muttering, "Does it not hear me? I installed the translation software already." Trevor orders again, "T01, go kill that person." The robot, with a proud look, says, "I am number 7. Then number 7 calmly punches Trevor, making him scream in pain. "I only take orders from the master." The computer system frantically calls out Trevor's name. Number 7 slowly says again, "You must inject the drug and give orders. This facility and everyone here are considered enemy." The computer system tries to communicate, "Sir, you're hiding." While at Sanju's position, Yunha exclaims in surprise, "That bastard used Sanju. He's destroying his own skill. Damn, is he really Beirang?" The supervisor behind her quickly asks, "What should we do now? Should we stop?" Yunha turns her head and orders in a low voice, "There are other members, just heal the hunters outside the boundary first." She looks towards the battlefield. There's no reason to stop the fight just because the strength-reducing drug doesn't work on Sanju. Deng Xian grits his teeth, and Deng Yen is also unaffected by that drug. Recalling the previous situation makes Yunha shiver. This drug doesn't reduce skill level, but using strong skills costs a huge amount of mana. If the stats were reduced as the drug intended, he should be showing signs of exhaustion and weakness, right? A bead of sweat rolls down her forehead. But from the very beginning, this battle ignored those limits. "We'll continue, just keep observing." Du Kuang stands next to Deng Yen, pleading. Deng Yen orders me to go, but he's very angry, gritting his teeth and saying, "Why you?" Du Kuang turns and sees Deng Yen's face darken several shades. He yells, "Deng Yen, wake up." He briefly glances at the arena while trying to wake Deng Yen. "Can't you see?" Deng Yen looks at Sanju, stammering, "Don't, sorry, I just, finally, are you awake now?" Deng Yen frowns, thinking to himself, "How stupid, what was I thinking?" In that moment, he remembers the superior's words, "Take that drug, this is your chance to prove yourself." He adjusts the skill in his hand, making up his mind, "I don't have the chance to quit. It's all or nothing. I'll speed you up, teach him a lesson." Immediately, a notification from the system rings. Reflex speed and agility have increased. Du Kuang excitedly draws his sword and charges towards Sanju. "This is amazing with this speed aisle." He quickly disappears and approaches Sanju. "Defeat that monster," but as his sword touches Sanju, it shatters. Du Kuang is startled as he hears the notification that his speed has ended. That sword, why did its effect wear off so quickly? He tries to draw the sword on his back, but Sanju turns and extends his fist toward Du Kuang. "I'll end this too." However, he is stopped by a mass of sharp spikes rising from the ground, forming huge ice spikes that deal damage while trapping the opponent. Deng Yen, from a distance, struggles to shout a warning, "Get out of there fast." Sanju increases his endurance and breaks through them. He reaches out and grabs Du Kuang's collar, shocking him with surprise. Deng Yen continues using his skill, gritting his teeth with anger. Why? Although hit by Sanju's skill, he continues to throw punches at Du Kuang. He keeps hitting continuously without stopping. Deng Yen becomes even more furious. Why? How could Du Hong be defeated by Sanju in the end? Deng Yen couldn't help but shout, "How can someone possess everything like this?" Countless stones gathered and flew toward Sanju. The stone-throwing skill was activated, creating an explosion that sent dust flying everywhere. Even Ian and Zombie struggled to avoid the aftershocks from that attack. "Stay behind me, we'll just be in your way." "All right." The proctor watched the unfolding match in shock. This had far exceeded the scope of a practical exam. Sanju calmly dodged every attack, the stones flying toward him seemingly having no effect. Deng Yen watched intently, though his body trembled from exhaustion. After launching his final blow, a loud explosion sent the area into a cloud of dust. Deng Yen clutched his right arm tightly, panting heavily. Sanjiu suddenly appeared before him with glowing red eyes. He swung his fist straight toward Deng Yen and softly said, "Don't blame others for your own weaknesses." But just as the punch was about to land, Yuna blocked it. Seeing her white shield crack under his punch, she weakly spoke, "The assessment is over." Then she loudly declared, "Deng Yen, your team has won." Deng Yen collapsed to the ground. Ayanha observed the ruins caused by Sanjiu's group and spoke, "Gather the clones and clean up." Okay, the clones scattered to clean up the scene. Ayanha watched them for a moment before saying, "That's enough." She then turned to Sanjiu standing behind her in his coat, catching his attention. Hunter Dung, Sanjiu, follow me. Yunha and Sanjiu walked down the long, quiet hallway together. Yunha asked, "How did you manage to escape the effects of the debuffing potion?" Sanjiu was slightly taken aback and forced a smile, replying, "I just drank it, and the effect naturally faded away." Yunha looked at him in confusion and asked, "What is your poison resistance stat?" Sanjiu hesitated, replying, "Around 8,138. She immediately exclaimed, "What, 8,000?" Her voice was filled with astonishment. A normal person would have to eat countless poisonous mushrooms to reach that level of resistance. "How did you do it?" Sanjiu broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, just some hard training," but in truth he thought otherwise. The truth was, it was thanks to the clones. Eunha pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and spoke. "Nothing too remarkable, so I won't ask more. The other students might start talking, but I'll find a way to cover it up." She waved her hand, signaling for Sanjiu to leave. "Now go ahead," he replied. "All right." Sanjiu sighed in relief. "I think I'm in the clear now." He looked down at his petrified hand and pondered, "By the way, what exactly is this skill?" The skill not only appeared but also came with many amazing effects. The system's voice echoed, announcing the invincible body skill, making the user's body as hard as stone. Its passive state, physical defense and magic resistance increased by 50%, while pain sensation was reduced. When activated, the passive effects were temporarily doubled. Sanju thought it was probably thanks to number 7. His clone happily gave a thumbs up. "Master, have you successfully obtained the skill?" Sanju immediately became serious. No matter how he considered it, he felt only number 7 could have possessed that skill. Did he undergo experiments after being kidnapped? I should check using my usual skill. But soon as he activated the defense protocol, he heard number 7 screaming in agony. Sanju forced a smile. "Forget it," he sighed softly. Number 7 was also quite smart. Despite the clone still being confused, he continued walking. Heritage had promised to bring him back. Perhaps they were already carrying that out. On number 7's side, he was fighting in Trevor's laboratory, despite the constant system alerts blocking him. "Stop," the machine's voice echoed incessantly. "Stop, T01, he coldly replied. "I am number 7. The computer system firmly countered. "You are destroying priceless research equipment. Stop immediately." But number 7 completely ignored it. "I am only following my master's orders." The system immediately responded, "Tron Corporation is your master." Suddenly a tall man appeared. Raven looked at Sanju's clone and asked, "Are you number 7? Number 7 calmly replied, "Yes." Looking at the chaos with Trevor unconscious on the floor, Raven slightly smiled. "It seems everything was settled before I arrived." Despite Trevor lying motionless, Raven spoke to number 7. "Then it's simple, let's leave." He looked at Raven with suspicion. "Excuse me, but which organization do you belong to?" Raven replied calmly, "I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to cooperate with Heritage for 3 months. You haven't told your master about this yet." Number 7 tensed cautiously. Raven looked at Heritage with worried eyes. "Are you all right?" After enduring the pain, number 7 calmly looked at the restraints. "Sorry, but I don't recall ever receiving such an order." The lab's computer system spoke with pride, but before it could finish, number 7 swung his sword and shattered it. "The brainwashing must be kicking in, now obey our orders." Number 7 replied with disdain, "I only obey my master. That will never change." He looked awkward and asked, "Is it the brainwashing that caused him to lose his memory?" "The situation is complicated. He doesn't seem brainwashed, yet he's forgotten the order to cooperate with Heritage." He gripped his sword tightly and spoke slowly. "We could contact your master. Unfortunately, there's currently no way to reach him." Raven drew his sword from his side. "Sorry, but I must use force to take you." Number 7 responded gravely, "Then you will become my enemy." At the hospital affiliated with the Hunter Academy, Yen sat on the hospital bed, dazed, recalling Sanju's words before landing a powerful punch on him. "Don't blame others for your own weakness." He covered his mouth with his hand, muttering, "I lost." Then he leaned on the bedside cabinet and slowly stood up. He even resorted to dirty tricks. Stepping toward the door, he bitterly thought, "But I still fail." Yen quietly crossed the hospital yard in the quiet afternoon, when suddenly, a huge hand grabbed him. Yen was slammed against the wall, crying out in pain. Kin squeezed his neck tightly. Hey, are you kidding me? I heard you even fainted when you were hit. He grew furious and squeezed Yen's neck harder, making it hard to breathe. And you dare claim to be Birang? You couldn't even defeat a moron who couldn't use his unique clone skill. But Kin suddenly noticed something was off. Wait, the person choking him all this time was actually Sanjiu in disguise. He kicked him hard in the stomach. The moron you're talking about. Sanjiu looked at him sprawled on the ground with contempt. If you lose, shut up, don't blame others. Kin clutched his stomach, glaring at him furiously and shouted Dung Sanjiu. Meanwhile, he calmly summoned his clone. What did you just say? You claimed I couldn't use my power because I was in a barrier and weakened by the medicinal elixir. Two clones suddenly appeared in midair. Now come on, I'll fight you. Kin trembled, trying to beg for mercy. Wait, but Sanjiu had no intention of forgiving him, teaching him to speak properly and respect others. He shouted, but before finishing, he took a full punch to the face. Wait, please hold on. Every time he tried to speak again, another punch followed. His clone said while striking, Stop, please stop. Yin timidly asked Sanjiu, Why did you save me? Sanjiu turned calmly, Don't misunderstand. He got hit because he dared to speak ill of me. Kin's followers screamed endlessly, My arm's broken. Buddy, my precious bone is broken, but bones are just. Sanjiu said something that addressed Yen's concern. We are not friends, so don't misunderstand. He turned his back and left, believing that being the best in the academy was enough. But Yen suddenly called him back. Wait, the veins on his forehead bulged. What now? Do you need another punch to wake up? Yen replied apologetically, I heard my second team captain went a bit too far. I really didn't want this. I just asked her to protect the monster hunting groups from being captured and ensure no one gets killed. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, She doesn't seem to care too much about it, but I really don't want any misunderstanding. Sanjiu remained indifferent. Fine. Meanwhile, Kin beside him still wailed miserably, It hurts, please stop. That's right, just like that. At number 7's side, Raven muttered quietly, I heard the master of this clone is only B rank as well. He closed his eyes. Perhaps the hunter ranking system made a mistake. Raven used number 7 as a cushion and sat comfortably on top. He must be unconscious now. I don't want him waking up again. Thinking about the battle, Raven still found it hard to believe. He could keep up with my attack trajectory until the end. Is it because his offensive and defensive strategy is solid that he could face me this long? He continued pondering, and on top of that, his master has several such clones, which sounds really troublesome. Raven stroked his chin and chuckled softly. Not quite like me, but maybe I should try to learn a bit. Raven stepped closer to Trevor, who was lying motionless on the floor. Now, let's deal with this side, he said calmly, making Trevor startle awake. I know you're awake. Cold sweat broke out all over Trevor's head, and he trembled as he said, Wait, you are the swordsman. What do you want? Please, I'm not ready to die yet. Raven looked at him coldly and said, I'm the one asking the questions. I hope you will tell the truth. Raven's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Trevor panicked and shivered. Did you create the AI for Circle Corporation? Raven asked. Trevor hurriedly replied, Yes. Raven continued, The voice is Alyssa's. Do you know her? Trevor exclaimed in surprise, How do you know that name? Raven didn't answer but continued, Is she still alive? So you were also a researcher involved in that experiment. Since you know Alyssa, you must also know the others. Trevor quickly asked, Where is Alyssa now? Raven replied indifferently, Her lover, Gene Stein. Trevor couldn't contain himself and asked rapidly, Please tell me, I will give you my savings if you speak. Please just tell me. Wait, what did you say before? She has a lover? The vein on the wire bulged. Raven raised his hand threateningly, making Trevor stop immediately. Shut up, I'm the one asking, understand. Trevor weakly answered, Yes. Raven slowly asked, Since joining the experiment, you must have become Lieber's colleague, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Trevor muttered, Lieber, it's been a long time since I heard that name. And colleague, I never thought of having a colleague like him. Raven nodded, seeming genuinely unaware. Good, then I will personally kill Lieber. Trevor shivered in fear at Raven's threat. I know a little, but I'm not sure if it will help you. He once used a skeletal facility, Trevor said. Seeing Raven's attentive expression, he continued, I'm not sure if it's still there. The last time I went there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathed his sword, easing Trevor's fear somewhat. Enough, where is it? Trevor knelt and replied, I will send you the location via the identification bracelet. Please give me your identification code. Raven looked at him suspiciously. Identification bracelet? After a pause, Raven asked, Can you write it down? Trevor nodded, Yes. He pointed to a piece of paper and handed it over. Raven studied it carefully, one hand still holding number 7 on his shoulder. So now, Trevor hesitated, then said, Wait, before leaving, just tell me where Alyssa is. He shouted, Is she okay? But Raven calmly walked away. I told you only I ask questions. Meanwhile, Sanjiu was on the phone. Crazy, I heard you successfully saved number 7. The voice on the other end was thoughtful. Yes, but it seems he has been experimented on several times. Bo paused, then continued. I think they are trying to brainwash and reset his memories. Maybe you can order him to cooperate with Heritage again. Sanju immediately replied, "Order, okay, I'll do it now." He thought for a moment then said, "Brainwash." Sanju looked at his phone screen while walking. He'd already been experimented on. So number 7 is the real reason I got stronger naturally. Sanju's lips curled. With these skills and stats, reaching Ranka should be easy. All my basic stats have increased too much, and even this invincible body skill appeared somehow. Trat rubbed his chin thinking, could he be kidnapped again? But quickly slapped himself to reject the thought. What am I saying? I promised myself not to treat them as tools. Sanju laughed loudly while walking. Anyway, the rescue succeeded, and the bastards who interfered with the hunt are being dealt with. And I also won the group battle training. Things are gradually improving. Recently, rumors started spreading across the hunting grounds. Rumors say that the Dung Sanju clones not only defeated a B-rank hunter team, but also took down an A-rank hunter. The battle manager provided testimony to the association. Sanju said seriously, "Of course. The fight started because someone stole their monsters, so the clones fought back. But as the rumor spread, the story began to be exaggerated. Death awaits anyone who invades their territory, with hundreds of victims. Death is ready if you dare steal their monsters, possibly with torture. They would lose teeth if you stare or show attitude towards them." That's how his demonic reputation began to spread among hunters. And because the rumors kept getting worse, no one even wants to face the clones anymore. The other hunters are all begging for forgiveness and apologizing. They begged for forgiveness, and this situation lasted for several days. One evening, at a humble bar, Sanju, Zombie, and Hey Ian raised their glasses together to celebrate their victory. Sanju looked at his two friends, smiled, and said, "You guys did great." Zumi seriously declined, "I didn't contribute much." Hey Ian agreed with Zumi, "You've already handled everything in China." Sanju sighed upon hearing this. That defense line was really impressive. Zombie forced a smile. "Don't mention that defense line anymore." A man sitting next to the table stood up and shouted, grabbing Sanju's attention. "Oh, look who it is, the most famous person in the hunting world." The man continued talking, rambling on. Sanju immediately looked at him. "You think being B-rank makes you famous like this?" The woman sitting beside him immediately interrupted. "Hey, stop, you're drunk." Sanju looked at him confused. "Who are you?" The woman awkwardly smiled and explained, "Sorry, he's really drunk." The man still struggled, trying to break free from the woman's hold. "Let me go, I need to tell him." He swore, "Damn, you're B-rank, but you're hanging around E-rank. How could you control that area? I spent all my money just to get a ticket in, and you let the clones hunt all our monsters." Sanju was confused. "Please, calm down. I haven't been hunting clones in the C-rank area lately." The man raised his phone in front of Sanju and shouted, "What about this then?" Sanju looked at the phone in surprise. He quietly realized, "This image." The man was furious. "If you're taking over an area, at least inform us. We hunted first, how can you come after us and claim the area as yours?" Sanju stared at the clones on the screen. The women nearby quickly exclaimed, "Stop, sorry boss, here's our bill." Despite being dragged away, the man continued rambling. "I told you to let me go, you were there too. Didn't you leave already?" Sanju walked down the street sighing. "I see the picture is in position. But it's not me. It seems like an unavoidable misunderstanding." Hey Ian looked at him from behind, surprised. "What's next?" Sanju calmly explained. "Surely the one that looks like number 2 marked off the restricted area in the E-rank hunting grounds and took everyone's hunting spots." She gasped softly, "What, are you sure?" Sanju gave a faint smile. "There's a picture. But that doesn't mean anything. I didn't ask him to do that, and I haven't been hunting recently." Zombie hesitated. "So does that mean?" Zombie deduced, "Could someone have impersonated your clone and done this?" Sanju closed his eyes, took a deep breath. "It's possible. They say the impersonators are quite famous in that area." Sanju clenched his fists, his voice firm. "That's for sure, no one touches my thing." Zombie continued, "But this is the first time I've heard of someone taking over a hunting area like that in a controlled zone. I've never been to a B-rank dungeon, so I'm not clear on many things." Sanju looked at Hey Ian and remembered that she was a F-rank hunter. "What about you, Hey Ian?" She puffed her cheeks. "I haven't been hunting yet." Sanju was surprised. "Why?" Hey Ian recalled Sanju's promise earlier. "I just said it. I can go hunting for the first time if my test results are good, and you'll take me." He agreed right away. "It's not hard. If I join the guild, you'll take me hunting." Hey Ian calmly said, "You said you would take me hunting if I joined the guild, but it seems you forgot." Sanju exclaimed, "So you've never hunted a monster before?" Hey Ian placed her hands on her hips. "Of course, I'm waiting for you to keep that promise." Sanju thought for a moment, then said, "All right, we'll go tomorrow." Hey Ian smiled brightly. "Really?" She is brimming with excitement, worried he might change his mind. Sanju smiles, reminding him to keep his word, while the zombie behind shows regret, wanting to join but held back. The next day, at the GM headquarters, Sanju makes the final adjustments to the armor he is wearing. His teammate, who is also an agent, blurts out a question about whether he is taking extra combat classes at the academy. Sanju responds thoughtfully. Sanju says he is just heading to the hunting area. The teammate nods slightly, commenting that he hasn't been hunting for a long time. He observes the gun in his hands as he speaks. He needs to fulfill a promise, and heard that someone impersonated him to steal monsters from others in the low-level hunting area, so he decides to check it out. The teammate is surprised at the impersonation. Sanju nods, glances at number 2, and asks if he wants to see a photo. Number 2 replies casually, sure. The teammate's eyes widen at the photo on the phone. Sanju calmly asks if it is number 2. Number 2 indifferently replies that he has never left this place, except for a call from the portal. Compared to the person in the photo, he has a face 2% larger, shoulders 5% narrower, and different body proportions. Sanju signals number 2 to stop. Sanju calmly says he trusts him, then hands the phone to number 2. Sanju asks if number 2 could recognize someone like this. Number 2 replies casually, yes. After being taken down by Ian, those others are entering the low-level hunting area of the dry village. Sanju folds his arms and nods in approval. Ian successfully takes down the dry creature and thanks him, saying no further support is needed. Sanju signals number 2 subtly, while telling Heian to observe her performance in the low-level hunting area. Sanju asks if she can take the promotion test immediately. Ian shyly replies not yet. Seeing number 2 leave, Sanju curiously asks where he is going, smiling. He is scouting the area ahead of where the group is going. Ian notices something unusual. The hunting area is quiet, with no one else around. Sanju breaks into a cold sweat, realizing everyone is avoiding him. What have the imposters done here? He tries to act natural. Sanju confirms the silence, evaluates his clone, and praises number 2. They must catch the imposters before the demon's reputation spreads. Sanju trusts number 2's keen eye. A young man suddenly appears, drawing the attention of 2 nearby hunters. The young man with the same cold demeanor as number 2 spoke up. Who gave you permission to hunt monsters here? As soon as they saw him, the 2 hunters immediately jumped up in panic. Sorry, we saw you heading the other way, so we came in. We really didn't mean to. The young man slowly declared, this is our territory. He glared at the 2 hunters with a threatening gaze and said, remove the monster corpses and leave. One of them fearfully asked, all of them, but we just took them down. He tightened the hilt of his sword and asked, don't you know who I am? The hunter frantically waved his hand. No, please forgive me, we'll leave immediately. With that, the 2 hunters quietly left the scene. The young man sat down next to the skeleton to examine the items that had just fallen. These guys know their place, but it seems they've noticed us now. His hand tightly gripped the gold bracelet, trembling slightly. Suddenly, in anger, he threw the item to the ground, shattering it. The young man pulled off his wig, his voice filled with hatred. The pain I have suffered and all this misfortune, Dung Sanju, are your fault. Ian unleashed a skill that made the entire area tremble. Sanju nodded in approval. Looks like you now know how much power is needed to take down a monster. She gasped for air, her body trembling as she replied, yes, but I'm so tired. Sanju calmly said, take the items they were carrying, the monster corpses are useless. Ian smiled and asked, you said you also had a tough time with these things before, right? Sanju suddenly received a message from number 2. I've checked around this area but haven't found anyone suspicious. He thought they still haven't found them. Through the mental link, Sanju ordered number 2, open the space gate, call everyone to help search, except those who are guarding the hospital. Number 2 coldly replied, understood. He then summoned several clones to carry out the mission and will each search a different area. At this point, Sanju and Ian raised the potion bottle in their hands and simultaneously shouted, first time drinking a regular potion. While number 2 closely observed the footprints on the ground, Ian was excited from just completing the test. Stop right there. As soon as number 2 appeared, the other hunters quickly spoke up. Sorry, we didn't know you were here. Number 2 simply nodded, it's fine, go ahead. Ian's eyes sparkled, this necklace is really shiny. Number 2 briefly reported, he's not here. Number 2 paused for a moment and said, we've searched this whole area, but still haven't found anyone wearing that kind of outfit. Sanju pondered for a moment and said, all right, everyone get back to your tasks. He cursed inwardly, damn it, I even wore a mask so that the impersonators would be confused if they ran into me, and yet they disappeared. Sanju pulled down his mask and asked Ian, how did you feel about today's hunt? She excitedly replied, I got a lot, I really didn't expect it. Sanju chuckled, see, there's a reason so many people want to be hunters. Ian smiled, let's split what we got, we make a great team. Sanju shook his head and declined, no, you keep it all, it's a souvenir from your first hunt. Ian widened her eyes, really? You'll regret it. Sanju smiled and said, you don't know how much I got. He pointed behind him and said, anyway, let's go back. But as they turned around, Sanju spotted Dung Ian. He quickly ducked behind a wall to avoid him. Ian, puzzled, whispered, what's wrong? Is someone there? Sanju peeked out from behind the wall, a thought fleeting through his mind. Dung Ian, why is that bastard here? A thought flashed in his mind, could it be him? At the Hunter Association, Yu Hyun confirmed seriously, it's definitely him. Sanjiu's teammates nodded, I think so too. There's no reason for Dung Ian, a hunter, to show up in an E-rank hunting ground. The Hee-sung group has enough people to act as decoys for you, and he has a history of sabotaging your hunts. Sanjiu pondered for a long time without replying, feeling some doubt rise, but his actions were indeed strange. I warned him, how could he be so stupid? Yu Hyun suddenly interjected. Hey, there was a Hee-sung group that attacked you before, right? She wondered. Then why did you let her live? Sanjiu looked at her with a confused expression. Yu Hyun slowly explained. Living in such a filthy place, I've learned one thing, no matter how kind you are to them, they will stab you in the back. She became serious, don't pity them anymore. This isn't a sport where you need to play nice. Don't think they won't cross the line like you used to. Yu Hyun's gaze locked onto him. People like that will do anything bad, whether you're kind to them or not. From now on, you'll meet many more like them. I think he's one of them. And just like that, everything seemed to prove her words as the impersonators continued to cause vile acts. The imposter was questioning the two hunters across from him, asking if this was all they had found. One of them trembled and replied that they hadn't caught many giant rats. The imposter lifted a corner of a rat to inspect it and then ordered, drop all your gear and leave. The two hunters were shocked and asked in unison, what? Why should we do that? How can we continue hunting? The imposter immediately kneed the female hunter in the stomach, causing her to cry out in pain. He looked down coldly and said, this isn't a suggestion, it's an order. Her teammate shouted. Yen coughed harshly while the young man glared at the imposter with fury. Another person, seeing this, spoke indignantly. They even took your gear, why not report them? We have to block them. The young man replied with difficulty, if we do that, we'll get killed. And sure enough, some couldn't resist and reported to the hunting area guards. Hey, is there a guy named Sanjiu here? The channel operator replied hesitantly, sorry, only staff can check the entry history. But the other hunters didn't give up and insisted. Do we have the right to hunt in this area? Show us the history. The news about Sanjiu was getting worse. Sanjiu gripped his sword tightly and said, it won't be long now. His eyes showed calculation. Most of the victims were E-rank hunters. Even the academy folks are starting to look at me differently. He was deep in thought when a phone bell caught his attention. If this continues, it will affect my reputation. Sanjiu put the phone to his ear and asked, Number 2 found them yet? Number 2 calmly reported. We haven't found the imposters yet, but Number 2 paused briefly, then continued. The Hee-sung Guild has reached the E-rank hunters' hunting ground. Sanjiu immediately asked, are you sure it's Hee-sung? Number 2 looked at the guild members and replied, hard to be wrong. Sanjiu smirked subtly. Open the space gate, I'll handle this personally. The Hee-sung members were intently observing a set of armor. Another nodded. I think so. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind them. Sanjiu appeared from the smoke, sword on his shoulder, and asked, what's up with that outfit? One of them hesitated and replied, hey, report to the captain, we've found it. Hey you, I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, follow us. Do you know who we are? Sanjiu glared, his eyes cold. He focused on the armor resembling his own clone. Sanjiu exhaled, so it's you guys. His eyes turned red. Yes, this isn't a sport that requires fair play. He seemed slightly angry. Let's see if a corpse can be stored inside the space. The Hee-sung members muttered under their breath. This guy, suddenly they all shouted in unison. Kill him. Sanjiu winked and approached one of them. But suddenly a girl appeared, blocking his attack. Sanjiu stared at the person opposite him. It was her. The two men hurriedly warned the others. Idiots, step back. The long-haired one immediately shouted. Captain, it's the real one, they had to briefly explain. This is truly Sanjiu. Sanjiu was about to swing his sword but noticed the pair vanish. She stepped back and smiled. We meet again, huh? Sanjiu stared at the two and asked, what does this mean? She laughed lightly. What have you been eating? Look at you all buff. Sanjiu frowned. Stop dodging, what do you mean the real Sanjiu? You're the imposters. The two Ian looked regretful, lost the element of surprise, and replied, of course not, why else would we do it? Another interjected, we were trying to catch them in your name. Yen suddenly appeared in front of Sanjiu. He widened his eyes, those imposters, thanks Junie. Sanjiu was puzzled, and the invisibility skill too, but why capture the imposters for me? Why did you have to do that? Sanjiu stared at Yen. Here, you're the one who likes interfering with my business. Yen's expression was extremely complicated. Consider this my apology to you. He sipped water and said, as you said, it still doesn't change your attitude toward me later. We set up a trap. I'm not sure if it's because we've met before at the academy, but they granted me a favor. In a corner of the hunting grounds, the fish monsters ahead had already been defeated. The imposter shouted sharply, hey, who said you could hunt here? The mysterious man replied immediately. We have the guard's permission. The imposter looked at the man with disdain, but the man showed no fear. This is a level-forced hunting area, of course I have permission. Can we just mind our own business? I'm very busy. The imposter glared, are you stupid? Don't you know who I am? He gripped his sword tightly. I'm Dung Sanjiu, the one who defeated an A-level hunter. He asked, is he a level-forced hunter? Dogen cleared his throat lightly. Lord Dung Sanjiu. I know him fairly well, and you're an imposter. With a loud crash, several trees fell. Dogen raised an eyebrow at the imposter. You asked to allow me to hunt here. Can you really do that in an F-level hunting area? Dogen smirked. Dung Sanjiu, don't try to challenge me. The imposter said, you'll regret this. I am Dung Sanjiu. I'm Dung Sanjiu. Dogen's eyes glowed red with danger. Clearly, you haven't realized it yet before touching the monster. A sudden light appeared behind the imposter. Dogen watched calmly. He spoke slowly as he saw Sanjiu and Dung Yen step out of the light, the real ones. Sanjiu pulled down his mask. Lucky, huh? The one who caused a lot of trouble recently. The imposter's voice trembled. Dung Sanjiu, Dung Yen. He lifted a large cloth bag from the ground to inspect it. This must be the tools they used to impersonate you. The imposter shouted quickly. No, he said calmly. As we suspected, they hid the costumes here and changed. Sanjiu glanced at him. So the outfits your people kept earlier belonged to number 2, right? Dung Ian overturned the bag, spilling its contents on the ground. Sanjiu picked up a piece of armor to inspect. This, yes, I heard about it from the manager. Sanjiu recounted gently. One person using cloning skills was interviewed before I joined the GM organization. He paused to recall the old story. I still remember that name because of the exclusive interview. Sanjiu slowly revealed the imposter's identity. Kim Dong-hyun, a level-proposed hunter with cloning illusion skills. Sanjiu fixed his gaze on Dong-hyun. So you're the one who impersonated me. The clone skill user removed the wig and muttered, damn it. He slammed the wig to the ground. Right, I'm the fake. What about you? He seethed, if you didn't have cloning skills like mine, if you weren't famous, then I wouldn't have caused this misunderstanding. Sanjiu muttered, disgusting. He threw the sword and helmet in front of Dong-hyun. Here, wear it, consider it a helmet. You need a few punches to wake up. Dong-hyun quickly grabbed the sword. You haven't changed, huh? He shouted and charged at Sanjiu, sword clashing with the piece of armor on Sanjiu's hand. Despite the fight, Dung Yen calmly spoke to Dogen. Lord Dogen, thank you. I just sent the payment, please check. Dogen replied flatly, thank you. Dung Yen noticed the wound on Dogen's waist. Dogen lowered his head slightly. That guy used a trick to distract me. Dogen observed carefully as 2 of Dong-hyun's clones attacked Sanjiu, blending in with the clones to create distraction. He smiled lightly. Of course, he always does that. However, he did not feel happy, but it didn't affect Jung Sanjiu. Dong-hyun took a punch from Sanjiu. Dong-hyun slammed into a tree, making him groan. Sanjiu ordered, ignoring Dong-hyun's cough, get up, it's not over. Dong-hyun exhaled, pulling down his mask. This strength comes from clone training. He trembled, pointing the sword at Sanjiu. I trained a lot too. Because I once underestimated my own skills. He suddenly remembered, an illusion cannot cause damage. But I still trained myself. A hunter looked at him with bright eyes. The clone mimicking Dung Sanjiu, the mage nearby, happily said. So welcome, teammate. But the hunter quickly showed disappointment, just an illusion. The mage clicked her tongue. You should have said so from the start. Remembering the past made Dong-hyun furious. I didn't get a single chance. He attacked Sanjiu furiously, swinging his sword repeatedly. But one day, I realized that people mocked me just because I wore a hoodie, thinking I was you. A hunter looked at Dong-hyun with a surprised expression. Is this the territory of Lord Dung Sanjiu? Is he an evil person? The hunter immediately apologized and hurried away. Dong-hyun continued speaking like a madman. At that moment, I realized that it wasn't me, but the misguided prejudices of others that were the problem. They treated me like this just because they thought I was you. The blue light enveloped the sword in Dong-hyun's hand. They dared not resist, even though if they attacked me, they could still recognize the difference. He had activated the spear technique, a skill that disables a large amount of physical defense, with a cooldown time of 240 hours. He smugly said, even in a group, they still tremble before my skill. Dong-hyun summoned more clones. Do you know how this feels? He controlled the clones to attack Sanjiu simultaneously. The feeling of being born with an eternal skill, being despised and mocked. Sanjiu looked at Dong-hyun, his face displeased. I don't know. A hand reached out and grabbed the sword. One of Sanjiu's clones appeared in front of Dong-hyun, catching him by surprise. Why should I know that? Dong-yen furrowed his brows, confused. How did he detect the real body in the illusion? Duquan sighed. It's truly amazing. Sanjiu clenched his fist. You never get a chance to change. He punched Dong-hyun in the face, causing him pain. You had a chance, but you gave it up. The GM organization sent you an acceptance notice, but you gave it up because of your skill ranking online. Dong-hyun was hit continuously, tears streaming down his face. Sanjiu continued to punch him. Just like when others look down on your skill, I won't stop hitting you. And when hunters mistake you for me. Duquan turned around and quietly said to Dung Yin, I can't watch this anymore, I'm leaving. Dong-hyun kneeled down, weakly pleading, stop, but he was hit again in the face. He was sent flying after being attacked by Sanjiu. Did you decide to do all this for yourself? Sanju gritted his teeth, angry. Did you throw away your opportunity to do such evil thing? Dong Hyen slid on the ground under Sanju's cold gaze. He sighed, looking at the blood on his hand. Sanju raised his fist, feeling refreshed. Dong Hyen lay still on the ground and Deng Yin slowly approached, looking down at Dong Hyen. Sanju grinned wickedly. What are you thinking? Deng Yin didn't turn around to reply. The smile on Sanju's face immediately faded. Just kidding, Deng Yin whispered. This is also why I joined the investigation on this case. I didn't think you would do the things that someone like me did before. He spoke softly, Deng Sanju. He turned his head to look at Sanju, sorry. Regret appeared on Deng Yin's face. Finally, I can apologize officially. What I did was no different from what this guy just did. Sanju smiled faintly. At least you realized the wrong things you've done. Deng Xian turned his head to look at Dong Hyen, who was unconscious on the ground. What are you going to do with this guy? Sanju glanced over. Solve the misunderstanding I've endured and contact the victims too. Deng Yin suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. Then a group of monsters surrounded a young man with screams echoing everywhere. Dong Hyen hugged a bag full of jewels, trembling as he said, Go away, I said go away. He ran while shouting, Someone help me. How can you abandon someone here like this? You damned monster, a voice called out, catching the attention of the two masked figures. Number 6. Lian met Sangyu holding a tray of food and said, You always help me, but I haven't had a chance to repay you. Today I have a gift for you, please accept. He quickly opened the food tray and continued, A special meal. Hunting is tough, I hope you like it. Zhang Sangyu wiped his hands and smiled happily at the two people eating. From now on, you'll find many treasures. Enjoy the meal. He sat down, put his hands in his pockets, and quietly murmured, It's lucky the misunderstanding between the victims has been resolved, and I'll make a lot. But his brows furrowed, his gaze cold. The last thing that guy said keeps bothering me. In his memory, Deng Xian suddenly said, Oh, one more thing. He continued, Be careful with the academy. I don't think they train hunters and give them skills for free. The sudden words made Sangwoo slightly confused, sweating as he asked what it meant. The other party immediately put on a serious expression and tone. I'm still not sure. I'll tell you once I have confirmed information. Then turning his back to Sangwoo, he continued, But I'll warn you, never approach the prayer room. Back to reality, he recalled the scene of a room and thought, Isn't the prayer room where they teach the system's history? I only used a clone to go there to study because I was too lazy. He exhaled, cautiously observing the surroundings, thinking about studying. Elsewhere, a voice sounded while looking at a paper marked with an A. What's this? Yunhe replied in frustration, A grade report. But the voice suddenly yelled, I didn't ask about that. Principal 1 Haksu slammed the table angrily. Why did you give Young Sanju an A+? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hearing this, Yunhe remained calm. Using power-limiting medicine and not being allowed to use clones, I've already penalized him accordingly. This report includes all of that. Although I don't understand why you punished him that way, 1 Haksu continued angrily. But that guy already purified the medicine. It won't work anymore. Ignoring her sincere question, he didn't throw it away and had used the medicine, and he didn't use clones during combat. What am I supposed to do? He yelled. Whatever you think, why should I give those punishments? To control the high-level hunters at the academy. Suddenly the huge table collapsed, startling 1 Haksu. Sweat continuously ran down his face. A leg in pants and high heels stomped the floor, saying, That's enough. She asked coldly, All the professors at the academy are C rank, right? You called me here because your ranks were too low to oversee B rank hunters. Now what? You still want to control high-level hunters with power-reducing medicine. Yunhe bit a cigarette like she was about to eat it raw. You can't do anything to Young Sanju. And now you're using those pathetic excuses to lower him. But he still passed those tests. Can you be that pathetic? Seeing this, 1 Haksu, though flustered, began explaining. It's not like that. Sometimes hunters refuse to attend class. So they have to be made to attend. Yunhe quickly added, then tell them to go to class. Then she turned and left, opening the door and adding, I'm just following the program, nothing more. Suddenly, gray smoke poured from behind the door along with a voice. I'll deal with you if you dare call me again for such trivial matters. Even though 1 Haksu hadn't yet responded beyond the word, he then picked up his phone, acting arrogant while he still can, You bastard. Let's see how long you last. A voice echoed from inside the spire, It's me. Put Professor Yunhe on the prayer room list. Start dealing with her today and send someone to clean the office. Elsewhere, CC Ung Wang, a C-rank monster-hunting professor, greeted gently, Very pleased to meet you all. I'm Hunter Seung Wan, I'll guide you on how to hunt. While everyone listened intently, he added, What do you think is most important when hunting monsters, teamwork stats, or items? Raising one finger, he continued, Those things are important, but the most important is strategy. Seung Wan explained that if you read the notebook on the desk, it has detailed strategies for each type of monster. Study it carefully. H. Dwyan was distracted looking at the book, noticing dried bones. while Sangwoo panicked, thinking, wait a minute. Looking at the close-range attack points on the skull as weak spots, he continued with this section, strange, even this part. Covering his mouth, his gaze showed all the knowledge was incorrect compared to reality. Seriously wrong, recalling the scholar's words and images. Everything online isn't entirely correct, Edison thought, recalling studying with clones all night. Not all internet info is accurate, but some of it was correct because he tested it with clones in real combat. Then he closed the book, concluding they had cleverly altered information. If you lack real combat experience with monsters, it's hard to notice. Another question suddenly came to mind. What is this academy thinking? While Seung-Wan stood opposite, he calmly said, now it's time for practice, right? At the academy's monster hunting training room, eerie blue light glowed. Black blood from the giant boar surged forward. CC Ung-Wang spoke, what do you think? Looks real, doesn't it? This is a VR simulation created by hunters. Looking at some body containers, he added, here you can learn how to fight monsters without risking your life. Seung-Wan then made a hand gesture over his mouth. But your senses will feel real, so be careful. This place is not only for tactical training but also helps students face their fears. The cold voice echoed, causing everyone to remain silent and continue practicing. After a moment, Sang Yu suddenly asked, is using a clone here prohibited? The answer came quickly, of course. Depending on your level, the monsters will attack differently. After hearing that, he pushed out and asked again, why can't it be used? Seung-Wan felt confused, not understanding what was happening. He quickly grabbed the handrail and muttered to himself, is that so? Summoning magic should still work here. What about the clone technique? He glanced at Bin slowly and then said, I'll try to connect for you, Sanju. At that moment, two people wearing masks suddenly appeared. Sang Yu was incredibly excited, rushing over and saying, I missed you guys so much. He was overjoyed in front of everyone. So these are the clones I've heard about. I've seen him use them before. Seung-Wan thought, can he create clones in the fantasy world? What a strange skill. Seung-Wan loudly announced, now get ready, you'll be moving to a different location. Immediately, a red light surrounded them. A voice rang out, brother, will you be okay? I'll be fine, just leave the book and follow what we practiced. I hope you can win. The room with the blue light quickly changed. Sang Yu and the others appeared in a setting with dense trees. The trees were wilted and lifeless. He showed a confused expression and asked, a forest. At that moment, a few eerie sounds echoed from afar. After a trembling greeting from his teammate, is anyone there? Sang Yu frowned and thought, then a voice sounded. A head popped out from the tree trunk, stammering, help me, but it was disturbed by something perched on its head, making a chilling sound. It hurts. Other controlled bodies appeared one by one, crying out, it's so cold, help. At that moment, the teeth of someone gritted tightly. Footsteps slowly approached and a cold voice echoed, the monsters will change according to their level. Mom, I don't want to die. Sang Yu gritted his teeth, seriously raising his sword to his face. But then he sat down on the ground, helpless, saying, this is a bit much. The giant ants rushed in, blood splattering everywhere. In the stillness of the night, blood sprayed in all directions. A tall, thin figure stepped slowly, then stopped for a moment. The person's cold gaze locked onto Sang Yu and the giant glass container. It seemed like the person was contemplating something. Seung-Wan remained silent, saying nothing. Immediately, a figure resembling Sang Yu appeared, standing behind him and coldly asking, Wind Master, do you need any help? Seung-Wan was shocked, startled, and screamed. He fell to the ground, stammering, asking, who are you? The clone answered, I'm no boss. The clone continued, my master told me to protect the gate from threats. The gate has flexibility, or else it will be dangerous for the students. Seung-Wan looked at the clone, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? You're just protecting your master. You probably caused this bad situation. Sweat dripping, Seung-Wan replied, I understand. He stood up and explained, what a coincidence. I'm also patrolling to ensure the students' safety. The Sang Yu clone praised, the professor is amazing. Seung-Wan felt uneasy, not knowing what to do. Seung-Wan felt guilty, thinking, damn, if it's a clone, I can't defeat it. Sang Yu was now struggling against the mantis monster. Quickly, he drew a dagger and stabbed it in the monster's eye, unexpectedly fighting back. The beast was surrounded by flames and then destroyed. At area number 7, the situation seemed more favorable as one strike stopped the monster's claw. Sang Yu's eyes lit up, then he prepared to attack with a move that tore the monster's body apart. Number 7 silently observed as the monster's corpse fell to the ground. Sang Yu, under the guise of number 7, solemnly made an assessment. In a 1v1 battle, the monster will be stronger than a hunter of the same level. And with 5 level B dragonflies attacking simultaneously, it seems everyone has scattered without following formation. Will the hunt be successful? The battle ended and Sang Yu confirmed with everyone, it seems to be over. They all replied in unison, yes. On the way back to the academy, Sang Yu sighed, exhausted. Looking around, the teammates were also tired. Sang Yu thought to himself, most of them failed the hunt. A voice rang out, did you fail too? Only a yes answer. monster? Sang Yu asked worriedly. Hey Yin, are you okay? What kind of monster did you encounter? Hey Yin hesitated and said, a giant turtle. It countered all of my attacks. The answer left Sang Yu stunned. Why didn't you run away? Or Ian nonchalantly replied, this is a monster hunting class. Seung Wan looked up to speak, thanking everyone for their efforts, noting that some performed well while others didn't succeed. The class remained silent, listening to him. He repeated that the key was still a precise strategy. I said it before, the most important thing is still the right strategy. Always keep the strategy in mind and push through. He continued, saying that once they did so, they would gain experience in dealing with different monsters. Sang Yu quietly absorbed every word as the class ended. Noba turned to Sang Yu and whispered that he needed to talk. I need to tell you something. What is it? The two of them walked while talking. Sang Yu suddenly asked loudly, did the professor secretly approach while I was hunting in the virtual space? Noba quietly confirmed, and Sang Yu rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, luckily he secretly summoned Noba just in case. Just as Shin Junyi had said, this place is really strange. He continued thinking, the requirement for players to form teams in the virtual battle between hunters was odd, and even more confusing was making them hunt monsters alone. He thought about the expensive skill books and strange strategies to adjust the monsters' weaknesses being provided for free, when Hei Ian suddenly interrupted their conversation. What are you two talking about? He awkwardly responded. It's nothing, I was just scheduling a hunt. Sang Yu quickly changed the topic and asked, by the way, what's the next class? Hei Ian looked at him suspiciously and replied, why do you seem so flustered? It's system history and understanding. The class will be in the prayer room. Hearing this, Sang Yu froze in awkwardness and fell silent. In his mind, he recalled Rung Yen's cold warning, but I will tell you this. That cold gaze had given a condition. Don't go near the prayer room, never. Back in reality, Sang Yu clutched his head in confusion and muttered, I suddenly got a whim. He suggested, let's go watch a movie. Hei Ian laughed at him, calling him foolish. What are you thinking? This is a mandatory class, you can't skip it. She patiently said that the content sounded interesting and she didn't expect the system to have such a history. Before she could finish, Sang Yu called her name. He seriously said he would send his clone to attend the class. Before he could finish, Hei Ian tightened her grip on his shoulder. She glared at him and said sternly, Ba, we should go now. Sang Yu was taken aback by her reaction, then heard her ask, do you really want to skip the class? The threat in her gaze made Sang Yu's pupils shrink. He looked at Noba. Without hesitation, Noba struck the back of Hei Ian's head, rendering her unconscious. Sang Yu caught her, hearing Noba report, as ordered, master. He lifted her onto his shoulder, berating himself for his clumsiness in controlling his strength. Carrying her on his back, he walked away, thinking to himself, sorry, Hei Ian. Maybe I'm just overreacting when nothing has really happened yet, but I still need to apologize. Why? His face became resolute as he promised himself, I won't hesitate when someone I care about is in trouble. After walking a bit, Hei Ian stirred and opened her eyes, sitting up confused. Yu Haiyan beside her spoke, you're Haiyon, right? He announced that she had awakened. Still bewildered, she asked, who are you? The woman comfortably seated in the chair introduced herself. I am Kim Woo Haiyan and this is GM Company of Dung Sanju. Still surprised, she asked, Sang Yu Oppa, how did I end up here? The image of two fake clones appeared. Yu Haiyan explained that she must have exhausted herself after the hunt and suddenly fainted. He added that Sang Yu said not to worry as he would take care of her attendance. Hei Ian curiously asked, where is he now? Yu Haiyan vaguely replied that that bastard, I mean Dung Sanju, would return soon, then took out a stamina potion and explained that its side effects could cause unconsciousness. He advised, drink this and get some rest, it will help you recover faster. In his heart, he cursed Sang Yu for suddenly leaving her with him and disappearing. He muttered in frustration, wondering where he went after dumping her on him. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the academy, a shadow was lurking. Sang Yu appeared, leaning against a pillar and thinking to himself, this place is where the problem started. He closed his eyes, organizing his thoughts, believing that it was okay for no Ba to take attendance, but Hei Ian's condition was very strange. He compared the situation to himself, thinking that if it were him, he would have made a fuss and investigated, but doing so could get the academy shut down or him expelled. In that case, he wouldn't be able to get the elixir anymore. From above, he quickly jumped to the ground, deciding not to wait for news from Shin Junyi but to take action himself. He stopped by the balcony of a hallway, silently concluding that this was probably the office of a high-ranking official. He sat down, observing the broken glass pieces, wondering about the shards, and then touched the window frame, startling the person inside. He realized the window was open. Their eyes met. Zhang Yin was kneeling on the floor, panicked. Sang Yu hadn't finished speaking when his mouth was covered. Hey, why are you here? Zhang Yin whispered. HMPH, I'm the one asking here, what are you doing here? I told you to wait. Sang Yu's words made the atmosphere tense as he mentioned that Hei Ian's condition was very strange. Deng Yen asked again, "Hey Ian, are you talking about the girl who is always lurking around you?" Sang Yu looked straight at her and confirmed, "Yes, it's her. She participates in many classes in the lab," and his gaze grew more intense when he said she skipped class. He added that when he advised her to rest, her gaze became even more unusual, making him feel like something was off. Deng Yin felt a bit tense at his words and wondered if that was why he was hiding here too. He said the prayer room was strange. And Deng Yin changed his attitude slightly and said to follow this way. He gently pulled a corner of a book on the shelf. A passage leading inside opened. Deng Yin pressed the switch gently. Deng Yin said that if he was curious, he had just found out today and he hadn't gone inside yet. The room was lit, and Deng Yin looked a bit surprised. They both looked around, then Deng Yin said, "This place is," Sang Yu continued. "The cameras and mics seem to have always been connected to someone." Deng Yin assessed the situation and suggested, "First, let's get the data." Outside, a voice called out, "President, are you in there?" They stood still, listening to approaching footsteps. The space became tense and silent, then sudden noises erupted. Deng Yin panicked slightly and asked, "What's happening? What do we do now?" Sang Yu quickly assessed and asked, "What do you think, you fool?" Sang Yu said, "We should run. You have teleportation skills and invisibility too." Deng Yin tried to argue, but Deng Yin said, "How stupid. If someone made a noise and then disappeared in the secret chamber, that would be really strange, right?" Outside, the voice called again, "Who's in there?" Sang Yu took a deep breath and encouraged Deng Yin, "Wait, emergency key, you should adjust your spell skill." Sang Yu said, "Since it's come to this, you should use the skill to completely change your appearance and voice." Deng Yin gritted his teeth and complained, "You have so many skills, there must be one that can do this, right? Damn it, you think I'd get a skill just by saving a big shot." Sang Yu calmly activated the chameleon skill and said, "But it means I actually have this skill." Sang Yu asked again, "Really?" Deng Yin urgently asked, "Can you hide?" Sang Yu replied, "Of course." The door burst open, the supervisor rushed in, sweating and shouting. From behind the wall of the sealed room, a calm laugh echoed, "Someone there." Deng Yin, pretending to be the principal, stepped out gently and asked, "Is something wrong? Why are you breaking the door?" Isaac froze, observing and stammering, Principal." Sang Yu hid behind the glass, peeking out to listen. The situation became a bit awkward. Isaac explained, I have an urgent matter." He was a bit surprised after the question, "By the way, did the master call you?" The other side just responded with a yes. Isaac thought, "Just as I thought, probably about the troublemaking duo, Sang Yu and Deng Yin." Sang Yu warily wondered, "What?" Isaac crossed his arms and agreed, "Exactly, both of them cause headaches for others." Isaac continued cautiously, "Indeed, is ignoring them the right thing to do?" Isaac showed determination. "I've decided not to follow orders so other academies won't interfere." He pressed his lips together, thinking, "Didn't we agree not to regret past decisions?" Isaac forced a smile in response. "Although the meeting will take place in 3 days and settle everything, I realize I have been a bit hasty." Both of the troubled students seemed surprised to hear that. The professor turned away and I quickly said, "Well, I'll be going now, sorry for disturbing you so late." Aksu managed to call. Professor Hai Siok quickly asked, "You didn't forget the meeting time, did you?" The person on the other end answered straightforwardly, "Of course not, it's at 11 p.m., right?" Sang Yu asked curiously, "Hey, what's going on?" He walked over to Deng Yon and urgently asked, "Master, the meeting, are you calling me and those troublemakers again?" Deng Yon remained silent, exhausted from thinking of how to handle that teacher. I was confused about whether to use formal speech. In the end, I answered, looking at Sang Yu, sympathizing with my accomplice. At first, he was puzzled by the strange prayer room. When he thought back, he realized he had also been outside the first classroom. Deng Yon hesitated, recalling the situation. He said the alarm had gone off, and initially, he intended to attend class in the prayer room because that class was mandatory. At that time, looking innocent, he asked, "What class is this?" Then, with a panicked face, he added, "But the system alert kept going off, triggering mental protection." Alert, alert. He couldn't stop thinking, who is attacking me with a mental skill right now? Wherever I went, the skill kept activating. There were no sounds or mana flows. He wondered, could it be? But the entire room was filled with the pressure of the mental skill. Sang Yu asked, "Then why didn't you inform the others?" Deng Yon shot back, "Are you serious? Now that you know, why are you just standing there? If it were you, you could have destroyed the entire academy, right?" Sang Yu just silently listened to the explanation. Deng Yon froze, lowering his gaze. "I couldn't do it because of the miracle medicine. In the end, we still need information." They looked at the computer on the table. Deng Yon said, "We need a chain that can bind those people." Sang Yu agreed, "If we want to act freely, we need to find their weakness." The computer asked for a password which startled them. Deng Yon gritted his teeth. "There's a password. Damn, just as I thought, he's not a fool." Sang Yu pointed to a paper on the wall and Deng Yon confirmed, "So the principal really is a fool after all." Sang Yu watched Deng Xian's actions. "Let's see, we'll find out what this academy is really about." They returned to the GM company's medical room. Ian held a vial of medicine and asked, "What is this?" Kim Yoo-hyun casually replied, "It's an energy tonic. It will make you feel less tired." Ian thanked her repeatedly, then suggested, "But I sweated a bit during the tactics class, so I'd like to take a shower." Yoo-hyun agreed, "Sure, we have a shower room. Feel free to use it." Ian took off her armor and smiled. Yoo-hyun shyly turned away, wondering, does she really need to strip right here? Ian neatly folded her things and asked, "May I ask, what's your relationship with Sanji Uopa?" Yoo-hyun answered shyly, "Oh, I'm just a colleague, not too close." Ian stood right behind her, still observing. The skill showed signs of an alert. Really? In the secret room, the crazies froze after infiltrating to view the hidden data. This is the Academy's purpose, to completely brainwash all students. The prayer room is where they brainwash them. Sanjiu asked Dong-yeon, "So everyone will become puppets of that bastard they call master." The Academy has about 10,000 students, and with branches there are around 30,000. Sanjiu couldn't believe it. 30,000 awakened people brainwashed, walking freely on the streets. Dong-yeon noticed and pulled Sanjiu out of his thought. Sanjiu, look at this. The information shows a list of hunters who can't be brainwashed. Dangerous hunter B-rank Young Sanjiu must be eliminated first. Keep an eye on B-rank hunter Shin Junyeon. Postpone eliminating the son of the leader of the Hee-sung Association. He's on the dangerous list. From now on, brainwashed students will target him. Junyeon gave advice. You must return to the organization now. Those around you are in danger. Sanjiu asked, why aren't you the target? Does it matter? They said they avoid conflict because I belong to the Hee-sung Association. Don't worry about the organization. I already mentioned that Ian's situation is strange. How could I leave him alone? He couldn't predict that the current situation in Jaimer was very difficult to control Ian. Ian's clones fell to the ground, while Yoo-hyun still didn't understand what was happening. Ian was restrained but still smug. Clones, this isn't so bad, you know. She used a skill orb to keep the clones alert, but since she decided to act this way, she brought Sanji Uopa here. The professional agent quickly appeared to shield Yoo-hyun and guided Yoo-hyun SSI down this path. Yoo-hyun was still shocked, repeatedly asking, "What's happening? What's wrong with her? I'll explain everything." The agent pulled out a phone and announced, "For now, please do not leave the organization's building." Sanjiu received an urgent message from the agent. The hunter using Sanjiu Heian replied, "I've already prepared. No two will subdue her." The computer screen displayed the global awakening progress. 89.9% awakened, 10.2% not yet. I've also checked the situation here, but it seems more serious than I thought. I don't think just us can handle this. Sanjiu named a few people. We need help from other associations. In the crafting room, someone's gleeful laughter mixed with the sound of metal clang. Hubert's attention was drawn by the call. "What now?" he asked. Berstman excitedly hugged a box of experimental mice, showing off. Here. Hubert asked, are these clones? You invested this much time." Finally succeeded in analyzing the skill. She smiled mischievously at the mouse. "Look closely." Her fingertip touched the mouse's clone. Bo cried tears of disappointment. "Failed, it's just an illusion." She recalled treating Sanjiu and lamented. "I used a 12.8 billion skill orb, but what kind of freaky skill is this?" Hubert removed his scope, observing the mouse in her hand, puzzled. "Last time you warmed up an original circular coat. Now is this why you called me to see this?" With watery eyes, she clarified, "Of course not, but we've made progress." She pulled out 2 clone swords and cheerfully said, "TADA, the equipment has been successfully cloned. This will be very helpful for our plan, right?" Hubert was speechless at Burscorn's achievement. She continued explaining, "Of course, there are time limits and skill orbs can't be cloned, but this will benefit business. Items can be cloned in quantity." Hubert interrupted, bringing her back to reality. "More important than cloning is perfectly restoring the weapon's effects, which is a bit difficult." Burkard touched the handle, nodding. "I thought I'd never touch this sword again. But now there's finally a way to partially restore it." Warian opened Ian's eyes and observed. Warian concluded and asked for confirmation. "So this person has been brainwashed." "Correct, Vice Captain Xiang Waryun of the Cedar Guild. I didn't find any mana flow." Everyone fell silent, wondering if Ian was restrained after the chaotic incident. One skeptical voter spoke up. "I don't understand what you're saying. Can you let me go? My parents are waiting at home." Yuhan loudly replied, "Are you sure she's been brainwashed? Of course, she was about to blow my head off too." Sanjiu also discussed, "I don't think this is normal brainwashing." Sanjiu seriously emphasized, "It seems worse than we think." Yoo-hyun frowned, seeing Sanjiu return. "You bastard, you must call Hee-sung's people too." Sanjiu put an arm around him, lowering his voice to reassure, "I don't know if you had any grudges before, just ignore it. Thanks to him, we caught the fake clone." Yoo-hyun replied, "I don't think that bastard's son should be treated well." Ian saw him and cried out affectionately, "Dad, why are you so late? Quick, tell them, it seems they're misunderstanding something." Sanjiu ignored Ian's desperate plea while deeply brainwashed. He pulled out the documents he brought. This is data from the principal's office. Everyone look here. Under the dim light in the conference room, everyone paid attention. Everyone held the board and commented. Crazy, assassination, brainwashing. What about the harvest date? Sanju also wondered. I don't know either. For now all I know is it's a plan to awaken all people globally. And Yen firmly emphasized. More importantly, brainwashing is the key issue. Any members of your association undergone apprenticeship? He stressed the important point. The brainwashing plan is the focus and questioned whether any members of the association had experienced apprenticeship. The cat-eared girl and the head of the conference each shared information. Some E-rank hunters had it. We did too. Everyone, don't reveal that you know me. We can't know what they are plotting. Deng Yan stared at the documents, proud of herself. But the big question was how to deal with them. Mental defense is a rare skill. Very few realize this problem, especially low-ranking hunters from D to F. The suspicious cat-eared member turned to him. Wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I can't detect any brainwashing skill. He looked at Heian with a protective gaze. I don't think she's been brainwashed either. Warian spoke up from behind, objecting. Just in South Korea, there are 30,000 people. There are many academies worldwide. Is brainwashing that many even feasible? Deng Yan pointed at Sanju incredulously. What about your cloning skill? Does that make sense? He said firmly, no one can know the potential of any awakening skill. We must be extremely careful. But I think this brainwashing skill has weaknesses when inside the principal's office. The academy professor mentioned. He recalled confronting the professor as a prime example. Right, those two are the problem. Don't you think accepting and subduing them would be wiser? We had to go against orders to keep up with other academies. Deng Yan's words only made things more confusing. Accepting high-ranking hunters, even disobeying orders, what does that mean? Sanju pressed his lips and explained. It means their priority isn't following orders from above. So they can work for their superiors on a mission, but each will do it their own way. In his mind, he had thought about this for a long time. Their father won't chase me, especially with me next to their mother. But actually, they'd rather take Kim Ah-hyun as a hostage. Sitting in her chair, Deng Yan didn't contradict him. Right, they aren't easily brainwashed. They might act normal outwardly. Their main goal could be assassination or brainwashing. Sanju clenched his hand, eyes cold. Insane, then what's normal? The agent was stunned as he partially grasped the situation. Isn't this bad news for us? We can't detect how the brainwashing skill works. This only puts us at a disadvantage. We can't track their movements, Deng Yan said with determination. No, for them, the worst-case scenario is mission failure than being abandoned by their master. Everyone listened silently as he explained. We'll exploit that weakness. In 3 days, we'll turn the situation around where they gather. At night on a street in South Korea, Deng Yan and Sanju watched the wind on the rooftop, lost in thought. Deng Yan spoke. They'll be suspicious if you suddenly skip school. Sanju wasn't concerned and replied briefly, I know, I'm getting ready. Deng Yan gazed into the distance and suggested, you could use clones for attendance. Sanju refused. No, until the meeting, I'll use clones for guard duty. If I stay at the branch, I'll only endanger others. He looked at Deng Yan, affirming, and I also want to check others who have been brainwashed. Anyway, we can't just confine Heian. Do you have a plan? Deng Yan rolled her eyes and announced, I have a plan, but it's a gamble. As far as I know, she's been moved to manage the prayer room. Yoonha muttered, cursing capitalism under his breath at the same time as he spoke. She only works outside. Hopefully she won't join them. Unconsciously, she held the paper and used mana on her head. She wondered, what is this? Which demon is this? That's how her 3-day journey to the academy began. Sanju sat in the classroom, his mind surrounded by thoughts. The elimination order was only issued recently. They must have noticed me using clones for attendance. I wonder how many are like me. I don't know how long it will take for someone in this prayer room to be brainwashed. He quietly watched those about to be brainwashed by the academy. At least for now, they were fine. They exchanged words, scrolling through everything boringly. Yeah, if only they gave us a skill orb, that'd be nice. Suddenly, a throwing knife flew near his face, distracting him. Fewer must be brainwashed in this academy. He held his neck, watching the knife fall with unease. Eyes full of hatred still looked back, lips trembling. Who threw that? Everyone around looked at him coldly, silently observing. Noticing something unusual, they immediately turned a blind eye as he turned his back, pretending not to be involved. His pupils tightened even further, his gaze sharp towards them. At the lectern, Professor Hai Seok called out loudly, Sanju, is something wrong? Sanju curled his lips in a faint smile, silently speculating. Ah, so this is how you guys plan to play me. It's nothing, Professor, I just need to go to the bathroom. He left the classroom and walked out to the stairs, his mind still deep in thought. Strange, suddenly a girl rushed into him, her eyes wide, embarrassed and flustered. Oh sorry, I'm in such a rush, it's fine. Looking down, he realized his shirt had been slashed with a long cut. Outwardly, everyone seemed normal, but in reality, they were looking for ways to eliminate him. He remained calm, almost stubborn. Was she running around with a knife? At his seat, an energy drink appeared with a note. Sanju, drink this and move forward. I've been waiting for you for so long. Just as expected, he assessed it himself. These were just attacks from low-level hunters, so they didn't affect him, but he could clearly feel their killing intent. Without hesitation, he picked up the note, reading it while reflecting on his thoughts. After some consideration, Sanju glanced at the bottle, wondering if it was poison. It's poison. 3 days passed at the academy. A closed meeting took place in the private office. The principal, leading the meeting, spoke up. Thank you all for gathering here. The professor in charge of medicine, Hunter Class C Majin, and the professor in charge of combat, Hunter Class C Jia Hayak, both focused intently, listening carefully. As we know, today is the day we deal with the troublemakers. Principal of the Hunter Academy, Won Haksu, declared that the targets have been identified. Deng Sanju and Shin Juniyang are the two. Seung Wan slammed his hand on the table, his face showing regret. We shouldn't have tried to eliminate them from the beginning, especially Shin Juniyang. It's all because of that damn Hae Sung group. The professor hesitantly spoke to reassure them. But we can consider this an opportunity if we can persuade Shin Juniyang. Then we would have control over the Hae Sung group. Seung Wan couldn't hold back and shouted, if everything were going smoothly, we would have already done it. What about Deng Sanju? The atmosphere in the office grew more tense. Majin calmly spoke up. Even the students in the academy can't leave a scratch on him. Wow, is he that strong? Even with a council, don't expect to take him down. You have to see the look in those clones' eyes. The principal leaned his hand on the table, speaking calmly to reassure them. Is that so? But don't worry, the master hasn't abandoned us. They said they would send 2 A-class assassins from the 13 Scorpions Guild. They've already arrived in South Korea. Majin sighed, dreaming of the master. Jia Hayak couldn't hide his excitement as expected of the master, while the principal looked off into the distance amidst the continuous praises. If it's the 13 Scorpions, handling Hae Sung would be as easy as flipping a hand. Eliminate Juniyang too, and kill Deng Sanju. Haha, let's celebrate. Outside, there was a sharp knock at the door, and then sudden silence. The entire meeting room stiffened as the door was forcefully pushed open. A young man's voice called out from outside, deliberately mimicking the knocking sound. Knock, knock. Sanju's eyes flared up like sparks and he walked in boldly. When you knock, you should come out to greet the guest. His sudden entry left everyone stunned, and he continued. Thanks to you guys, the last 3 days have been pretty uncomfortable for me. After this meeting, let's decide on the punishment for you. Deng kicked the door open, causing Professor Seung Wan to react first, shaking and stuttering. Jiang, you gritted your teeth and answered, yes, Professor, what is it? I'm sure you're not that embarrassed. You've been watching me throughout the class. Everyone in the room stood up in a show of force. The principal of the academy spoke. Hunter Deng Sanju, I don't know why you're here, but we should try to resolve this with words. You didn't show any emotion, replying, words are fine. You ordered the clones to surround them and continued, but words are only used when people are on the same level. The clones advanced behind each of them, forcing them to kneel, and you explained your action. You have 5, but I only have 1, so I need more people. Everyone turned pale, not daring to speak. After showing force, you sat down in a chair, crossing your legs on the table and said, now let's talk. You propped your chin in contemplation. These past 3 days have truly amazed me. The people trying to kill me are becoming more and more reckless. Your gaze swept across the room, your voice still steady. Poisoning, ambushes, even sniper rifles. Thanks to that, we had to cover up all the windows in the building. After going through all of this, only one thought remains in my mind. With that, you glared angrily and threatened. Even though they had been brainwashed to follow orders, I still couldn't bear it. Principal Hatsu hurriedly tried to explain to ease the tension. Sorry to interrupt, but this Hunter Sanju. What do you mean you want to kill me? Ignoring the principal's attempt to justify, he immediately ordered his clone to break Professor Haisak's fingers. I don't understand, he just said a simple sentence. You better not talk nonsense, the shout echoed. Ignoring the expressions in the room, he continued calmly. You can talk if you want, but only if you think his fingers are strong enough. Professor Jia Hyuk, unable to hold back, angrily said, are you kidding me? But immediately after the words, he was punched in the face. The professor fell to the ground while he gently said, oh dear, you just lost 10 turns of nonsense. The principal was furious because his authority had been undermined. What are you doing? At least tell us what you want, he shouted. He continued rambling. From what I know, if this academy disappears, we won't be the only ones affected. He raised his hand and commanded, are you threatening me with the elixir? The room fell silent except for the echoing shout. The principal angrily slammed the table, saying, I'm just telling you the truth. Sanju replied calmly, then let me state my condition. First, remove the brainwashing influence from all students and stop these foolish actions. Second, ensure that only I can participate in the Global Academy competition, so I can obtain the elixir. Third, don't report this to your master. The room went into panic, and the principal finally recovered and said, I'm sorry, but we don't understand what you're saying. Once again, Professor Haisak's finger was broken, and a shout rang out. The The principal, though terrified, tried to remain calm. You misjudge us, go ahead and kill us. We will not bow to threats. He delayed his action and added, but you should also prepare yourself to give up the elixir. He didn't open his eyes, mocking, I can hear you. I know exactly what you're planning. He recalled the other day when Shin Juniwai told him, you shouldn't expose your weaknesses. He asked back, what do you mean? Shin Juniwai, arms crossed, looked at him and said, you tend to be too soft. Sanju gritted his teeth and angrily said, why does everyone think that? I can be firm too. At that moment, Shin Juniwai lowered his head and seriously said, to achieve our conditions, you must make them fear you. But using violence without caution won't work either. You must show them your determination and their chain. Back in the present, he took something out from his body and said, I already know about your master's existence. Don't you understand what this means? The principal's face stiffened as Sanju continued. Do you want to expose these documents to the entire world? He hurriedly asked back, how do you? Holding the paper in his hands, the principal trembled and Sanju said, this won't end with the branch in Korea. I believe all academies worldwide will have to close and undergo investigation. He stood up, sighed, and said, I don't know your master's plan, but it will definitely have a huge impact. He had his clone handle Majin and said, now don't waste time, finish it. Throw all the bodies into the dimensional gate and burn them. Despite her screams, ah no, the principal hurriedly said, wait, give us more time to think. He said flatly, why stall? The more he spoke, the more the principal sweated, apparently sending a warning somewhere. Still waiting for the 13 scorpions or what? From outside, a lot of dark energy flew into the room, making the principal pale. Large, blood-covered figures entered through the main door. The principal reacted sharply. They're here, the 13 scorpions. Suddenly, the protagonist's clone effortlessly knocked them unconscious. He said, right, we came to save you. Throwing them to the ground in shock, he said beside the principal, now you don't need to wait for anyone, easy, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. The principal shut his eyes tight, ignoring the countdown music. Ah, 2. As the count reached, he ran with all his strength, thinking, I just need to get past this wall. He used a permeation ability to pass through all matter for a short time. But as he prepared to jump, a magic circle appeared with a sound. Skill cancelled. He was blocked while using his skill and couldn't continue moving. According to calculations, he slammed his face into the wall and let out a scream. A girl holding a cigarette walked in and said she had suspected it before, but never thought he would actually do it. I had my doubts, but I never expected him to actually do something like this. Yoonha, extremely angry, said, so this is why you wanted me in the prayer room. Hearing that, the principal looked embarrassed and spoke. You just stood there doing nothing, despite the constant screams, wondering what conditions you actually wanted. We promised to try to meet all the conditions. Finally, Principal Black Army and the others accepted the request, helping the academy return to normal quickly. Outside, the two of them handled the situation while praising the work well done. You did a great job, they said. The man replied, I didn't expect them to send assassins from abroad. If it were just the two of us without Sanju, it would have been very difficult. The girl answered, true, he's really strong. Why is he still at B level? If Bong Yang stopped teaching history and understanding the system, other branches might notice. So we decided to keep the class open. You and Junie were extremely surprised to see this. Junie asked, is this what the principal was talking about? You replied, yeah, it's a bit creepy inside. But they let us destroy the brainwashing device and turn this class into a normal subject. Looking at the strange, ghostly object, you said, then let's break this thing immediately. With the help of head Yoonha, we quickly removed the brainwashing effect. She guided the students and said to exit through here. Strangely, the brainwashing effect could not be removed from the professors, including the principal. Yoonha slammed the principal's head onto the desk and angrily said, I think this is just their nature, not some brainwashing. He stubbornly replied, we were chosen by the master, your actions won't work. Using magic, we helped Heian escape the brainwashing and removed her chain. Seeing her still trembling, you gently asked, are you okay? Heian, with tears streaming, stammered, oh, master. Then quickly leapt into your arms. I'm sorry, I must have really gone crazy. You comforted her, you did well. Behind you, someone yelled, why are you apologizing to the master? Apologize to me. 3 chaotic days had ended. 2 kinds of sounds echoed in the room. Not there. The other stammered, here, the first asked. Yeah, so when is the next evaluation? The principal, cowering before Sanju, rubbed his shoulders and spoke due to the sudden increase in stats. We will compare your stats when you first entered the academy to now and base your grade on that. You asked, so, what will you do with my grade? He quickly replied, of course it's an A. You nodded in satisfaction, good, then angrily talked to Haisa. So when do we learn a new skill? How long do we have to keep shooting fireballs? He sweated and replied, I'll teach the freezing skill soon. You ignored his sobbing and threatened, make sure you teach it properly, I'll be watching. He said yes, not knowing whose voice it was. Oh life. In another room, two men, one with a triangular mustache, looked at the system board recording a class and spoke. The branch in Korea had resolved the issue, but the 13 Scorpions said the mission failed. Listening to him speak, the young man replied excitedly, yes, whatever you think is the correct answer. The man laughed. Aha, what a sloppy and boring answer. What if I said a person's death is the answer? The branch replied. Then I'm happy to accept it. He cut himself, spraying blood. The man just leaned on his hands watching. Seeing him lying in a pool of blood, he tearfully said, I'm just joking. Then he smiled brightly as the master of the place and ordered a quick cleanup while investigating the man named Sanju. There were two types of reactions from the academy students. They were either apologies or excuses. The girl cried, I'm really sorry, I don't know why I did that, but she lowered her head and muttered, I don't know how much apologizing is enough. You can report me to the police if you want. They might ask for compensation. They will apologize while regretting their actions or be too ashamed to face you and try to stay away. Sanju thought it would be lying to say he wasn't crazy, but at least they apologized like this. That's fine. Heian approached him and praised, you really acted well. Sanju replied indifferently. What else can I do? I can't hit them now because they're no longer brainwashed. Anyway, those guys had paid the price. Sanju asked, making Heian pale, our next class is physical training, right? Heian held one arm and shyly said, oh, about the movie we talked about before, can we go now? There's a film I want to see. Sanju was slightly surprised. You said something, but we have to train. Then Sanju dragged Heian to the classroom because her basic stats were too low. All right, I'll go. From the window, the light shines into the academy's multi-purpose training room, where instructor Traffic announces that today's lesson will focus on physical training. The coach sits upright on the bench and says, we will assess your baseline stats in the next class. He continues, we will compare this with the stats you improve through training here, and your score will depend on how much you've increased. Whispers fill the air, what's up with him? I don't know. Heian turns to Sanju and asks, it's because of you, right? You told me that there should be a difference when dealing with those bastards who give orders. Sanju then asks, anyway, why do you hate this class so much? Looking dejected, Heian replies, I'm feeling kind of down. My skill level has gone up, but my strength is still the same. Sanju gestures around and says, this is where you train skills, practice is key. Heian sighs, I'll be back soon. Targets are set up one by one, each marked with a level. Heian activates the Mana Master skill with an air of uncertainty. Others retreat to a corner to start their weight training, some focusing on releasing a blue energy from within their striking red robes. Watching this, Sanju thinks to himself that his stats have improved a lot, and they've already assessed him, so he doesn't need to do this. However, since he's already here, he thinks he might as well give it a try, as he doesn't feel anything special with the GM organization's equipment. He walks over to the weight beside the instructor, points at it, and asks, how much can this weigh if I adjust it to the max? Hearing this, the instructor glances at the weight and responds, the weight is controlled by the gravity mana stone attached to it, so it completely depends on the lifter's strength. The instructor adds, surprising Sanju, you could even set it to be unliftable. Sanju says, then set it to unliftable. The instructor asks again, are you sure? Then explains, this mode is usually used to enhance performance, it's not typically used this way. Sanju replies, it'll be fine, just go ahead and do it. The instructor then turns the switch to the highest setting for him. In Sanju's mind, he briefly thinks that apart from the internal devices, it looks like a normal barbell and even seems a bit light. Both ends of the barbell begin to glow purple. Sanju struggles to lift it, gritting his teeth and enduring, thinking to himself, it's too heavy. However, he feels satisfied because that's the weight he wanted. The machine beside the instructor starts to smoke due to Sanju's immense strength, electric sparks flashing around both ends of the barbell, creating an electrifying feeling. After much effort, Sanju finally lifts it and feels an intense surge of excitement. To the instructor's stunned gaze, the purple energy blocks and screws fall loudly onto the floor. Sanju stands firm on the ground, the purple energy blocks continuing to fall. He brings the barbell, now missing both ends, to the instructor and says, sorry. The performance was pretty good, Professor. The instructor takes the barbell with teary eyes, smoke still rising in the background, while Sanju maintains a cheerful expression. He thinks to himself that maybe they have such great equipment because they're rich and plans to ask to open a gym at night so his clones can train together. Suddenly remembering something, Sanju thinks, speaking of which, I haven't seen Shin Junion around. Where did he go? The assessment's coming up, he must be working on something. Elsewhere, Jinuk is talking to Shin Junion and asks, so, is the academy really dangerous? Shin Junion replies, the Heesung Society should also prepare for that situation. We've temporarily stopped them, but they're still a threat. The leader of the first team of the Heesung Society, Jinuk, crosses his arms and asks, so how exactly are they a threat? Looking uneasy, Shin Junion says, I can't say because of the elixir. It could be the reason the academy might collapse. Jinuk places his hand on his forehead and says, "You're the leader of the second team. Those people follow your orders no matter what." He continues, "This isn't something they can handle. You should help us too." Jinuk asks, "I have the information with Young Sanju. Hey, what was your reason for entering the academy?" These words leave Shin Junyeon stunned. Jinuk says, "If you want to play childish games, go to the playground." He continues, "We gave you all the support to enter that academy, and you went to make friends with Young Sanju." Jinuk lowers his hand and says, "The reason you need help now must be because of the upcoming assessment, isn't it?" He jumps up from his chair, laughs coldly, and says, "Ha damn, you must feel like you have everything, so you did all this, huh?" Jinuk continues, "You should work harder instead of wasting time on those things." He leaves, leaving Shin Junyeon alone, and adds, "I won't tell father about this, and I'll pretend I never heard anything. Take care of your assessment." Shin Junyeon remains sitting silently in the chair, hearing the final words echo. The society expects nothing more than that. You know what to do. The space falls silent as Shin Junyeon remains sitting alone, thinking over the words he just heard. Jinuk has left, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere and the pressure of the upcoming assessment weighing down on Shin Junyeon. Shin Junyeon remains silent, his face grim as he considers what he must do next. "I did my best." The blue energy beams were continuously shot towards the distant target, with smoke and dust swirling around it. It was blurry. Hey Ian panted heavily, thinking that even a level 3 mannequin wasn't moving. She stared at her hands in frustration. "I had been confident with Oppa Sanjiu a few days ago, and my strength was enough to defeat Scott. And now Sanjiu can throw fireballs better than me." Hey Ian gritted her teeth, determined, "I can't keep being a burden to him anymore." Hey Ian suddenly shouted, startling Gu Hyun and the agent. "Everyone, I'm Hey Ian, what's going on? I know you're still suffering from the brain injury," Hey Ian said awkwardly. "This is the only place I can rely on. I want to become stronger. Please let me join the GM organization." Night fell and the large villa became much darker, with only one window still lit. Sanjiu's clone kicked the door, shouting, "Open the training room door, please." The principal jumped in surprise. "A hunter at this hour? Clones hunting don't care about the time. I couldn't use it the entire day because of classes." He stammered but still said, "Go ahead with the training room." Sanjiu raised his fist in front of him, scaring the principal, who laughed awkwardly. "Using academy facilities outside of class is fine." Hearing this, Sanjiu's clone turned and left. "I'll use it all night, don't turn off the lights." "All right," the principal muttered to himself. "I tried to stop him, so this isn't my fault." The hunter said to Junie, "Why, he's right." Sanjiu and the two clones walked while talking. 2 hours of training, then hunting. "Repeat those 2 things, understood?" "Open the training room door." Sanju opened his mouth wide and said, "Here, use them however you like. We own this place all night." Suddenly he stopped, glaring inside the room. Another scene appeared. Dequan sat on a pile of monsters he had just killed, facing a pink-haired monster, Sir Do-Hone. "Sir Do-Hone, why aren't you responding?" "Hunter A. Selkin, don't bully the lower-ranked ones, go somewhere else. I'll eat here today." Do-Kwon calmly continued the conversation, while the monster gritted its teeth angrily. "Anyway, why are you speaking like that?" "Damn, I'm used to this." Do-Hoa looked at him with a confused look. "Just listen to me, it's about Zin Juni." The monster nearly screamed. Zin Juni, that bastard, I think he faked his rank, he remembered back then. He squeezed Zin Juni's throat and lifted him high. After losing that battle, Cao got angry and a fight broke out. Suddenly the system board appeared in front of him, surprising him. "Wait, you?" The system board displayed that the opponent's stats were too low, underestimating the weak had reached its limit. He clenched his fist like this. Dung Sanjiu had appeared. "So I couldn't investigate thoroughly, but Zin Juni wasn't like this." The night sky was pitch black and the room's windows still had the light on. A B-class hunter, or what we call a high-ranking hunter. In the training room, Zin Juni panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Dung Sanjiu. Sanjiu was stunned when he saw Junie Ian. Junie Ian's hand hit the floor. In front of him was a 3 kg dumbbell. Beside his feet, bottles of potions were scattered across the floor. Zin Juni knelt with both hands and feet on the ground. His whole body trembled, and all these things were. Zin Juni stared wide-eyed. Why are you here?" The system board appeared again in front of him. "The passive Grand Mage, you can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All the skills you've learned will automatically level up to the maximum." The system text transitioned to the debuff Weak Mage, all stat modifications reduced to 0.2. Sanjiu looked up and whispered, "I think we need an explanation here." Zin Juni's body shook violently. Exactly what happened? He turned to leave. "I'm just practicing for the evaluation. I'm almost done." Sanju shouted loudly, "Zin Junyang!" Sanju quickly grabbed Zin Juni's shoulder. "Don't leave like this." Zin Juni shrugged Sanju's hand off and shouted, "Don't you see?" Exhausted, was it funny to lift the 3 kg dumbbell? He gritted his teeth, hard to admit, that's the skill I gained after awakening. All my abilities are fixed at 0.2. Hearing this, Sanju was stunned in surprise. The professor asked in disbelief, all the skills you've learned have reached the highest level. Is that true? Yes, Professor Luck looked at Hee-sung. That's a wonderful talent. Perhaps we'll see Korea's first S-class hunter here. The little boy gave a forced smile. I used to be a magic genius. Jin Juni laughed brightly, raised his hand to cast magic, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. The professor standing nearby shouted loudly, no, did you only learn the fireball like that? Juni shared that in addition to his awakening ability, he can also copy any normal skill he sees within 1 to 2 months. 2 staff members are struggling to carry a glass box containing a blue orb. The skills I can't copy are stored in Hijin's warehouse. He felt exhilarated while casting magic and everyone believed in him. Even his father had faith in his abilities. Hei Dong was proud of his talented son. Hei Dong said he was the future of Haisan and turned away. Keep working hard like this. Juni watched his father leave, his eyes filled with pride. He felt his body shaking, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Juni hugged his chest, panting, his body tense, hands stiff. He had to do it. He knelt down, one hand on the ground, thinking he was just a genius with all stats fixed at 0.2. If he could speak at that moment, he would surely say something. Juni ran on the treadmill, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The professor looked at the data with concern and said, your basic abilities haven't improved compared to last year. Hei-sung's face darkened and he turned away. Juni bowed his head, trembling. Hei-sung said, 0.2, all abilities are fixed at that level. 0.2, Hei Dong slammed his hand on his forehead and continued, forever. Juni was startled, still not understanding. If you continue practicing hard from now on, what can you still do? Hei-sung slammed the table, cutting him off. The world will just see you as an idiot. Hei-sung continued, I've heard of cases where ice resistance was reduced after awakening a fire skill, no matter how high level the skill was. Yet still useless, everything stops at 0.2, even mana. Juni choked, tears welling up in his eyes. All this time I've poured money into this bottomless pit. Hei-sung brushed past Juni, but you're still lucky. No matter what you do, I don't need to stop you. Juni clenched the corner of his shirt. If I hit too hard, you'll die. Juni sat on the floor holding a water bottle, saying, after that day, Hei-sung erased all traces of me. All the news and articles about me were taken down from the internet. Even my skills, my hunter rank thanks to Hijin's support, still stopped at rank B. Sanju sat across from him, listening as Juni continued. That's when I knew I could get the elixir from the academy. The image of the elixir appeared in his mind, a potion that could break any curse and heal any wound. It became my life's goal. Juni focused on his hand to hide his mana deficiency. I hid mana potions in my teeth and carried this bottle to class. He took a cold gulp of water. I was desperate, Juni sighed. Of course, in the end, I still lost to you. Sanju was a little surprised by what Juni said. Sang Yu, awakening might be a miracle for you. Juni bowed his head, feeling helpless. But for me, it's the worst curse. Sanju frowned and thought, so the weakened potions didn't work in the group match because of that. From the start, there was nothing left to weaken. Sanju stood up, hands in his pockets, asking, who knows about this? Juni replied, only my father and my brother, some team leaders, no one else. Sanju continued, then why not use it at home if you intend to? Don't you worry about getting caught, Juni immediately rebutted. I asked the principal to lock the door, but who would have thought someone would come in here so late? Besides, these things have already been used. Hearing Juni, Sanju paused. There was a gravity magic training device, but when I came today, it was broken. Sanju asked curiously, so what was the basic ability you registered with? Juni honestly answered, 40. Sanju was shocked. 40. Sanju grabbed Juni by the collar. You're so shameless, there's a limit to lying. Raised it to 200 times. Who would have thought we still need to evaluate your abilities? Juni answered sadly. What else can I do? I have to go. Juni turned and left, giving a reminder. Remember to keep what I said today secret. Even the principal shouldn't know. Please. Sanju scratched his head, cursing under his breath. Juni walked alone around the school, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned, recalling the moment Hei-sung held the wine glass. The girl sitting next to him was massaging Hei-sung's shoulders. Do you want to have a team member for the rank up test? Juni stood straight, looking at an angle. You know Sang Yu? Hei-sung sat on the chair, laughing. I saw him when he was in the F rank. I laughed at him when I saw him in the F rank. So fun to see him struggle. But then I heard that Sang Yu passed the B rank test without any help. Hei-sung's words made Juni snap to attention. There are people who wouldn't dare to try rank up without support. He continued, I laughed at them, picked up a stone, and that stone turned into a precious gem. Narration, the gem we polished every day is now just an ordinary stone. Dialogue. Narration, back to reality, a hand suddenly touches Jin Juni Yang from behind while he mumbles, even a pebble can roll. Dialogue. Narration, a mysterious figure attacks Jin Juni Yang from behind. Dialogue, he grabs his shoulder. Jin Juni Yang panics. Who are you? Narration, silence under the night sky, flickering lights from tall buildings. Dialogue, shush, quiet, if you want to live, go elsewhere. Narration, a voice reminds that power doesn't change even if skill level increases. Dialogue, the incredulous agent asks, you're not lacking in mana, right? Your only confident ability is mana. Narration, the agent seems reluctant but agrees with the trainee's assessment, though it takes time. Dialogue, why, where is this place? Narration, the agent looks up and continues talking about someone who was very good at using mana before joining GM. Dialogue. Narration, the girl sitting on the chair laughs, but his training is extremely strict. Dialogue. Narration, on the day of the basic ability evaluation, the trainer announces there are 5 evaluation tools. Dialogue. Narration, trainees warm up to prepare for the test. Teacher Jahyok explains the evaluation order: strength, speed, stamina, burst ability, and endurance. Dialogue. Narration, after completing a section, trainees move immediately to the next. Teacher Jahyok, expressionless, orders the evaluation to begin. Dialogue. Narration, those confident step forward. Jin Juni Yang tenses and moves ahead. Dialogue. Narration, in front of a flat wall, the support staff guides him to give his best. Dialogue, yes, Duquan and Seolkin are fine. Narration, trainees prepare for the test. The teacher explains each evaluation. Confident ones step forward. Dialogue, Jin Juni Yang flexes, veins popping. Narration, purple-blue light radiates around, Sanju observes silently. Dialogue. Narration, he sighs, deciding he must join in. Dialogue, put all your strength into your arm. Narration, his arm punches straight into the wall, dust flying everywhere. Dialogue. Narration, seeing Jin Juni Yang dent the wall, the nearby staff also dodges. Dialogue. Narration, Duwan and Seo King are no better, eyes wide at Jin Juni Yang. Dialogue. Narration, a hand comes from behind Jin Juni Yang as he mutters while walking. Dialogue, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Narration, the mysterious figure clings tightly to Jin Juni Yang's shoulder and arm, startling him. Dialogue, who are you? Narration, the person in black raises a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Dialogue, shut up if you want to live. Jin Juni Yang turns around, recognizing Sanju. Narration, Sanju appears, demanding an answer about the evaluation. Dialogue, what are you doing here? About the evaluation, just answer me. Narration, he asks Jin Juni Yang about the ability to change someone else's form with the chameleon skill. Dialogue. Narration, Jin Juni Yang is shocked as he realizes something. Dialogue, what you mean to? Narration, Sanju confirms he can change his clone's form into Jin Juni Yang. Dialogue, yes, we can change my clone's form into yours. Narration, this helps him easily pass the ability test. Dialogue. Narration, Sanju stops to clarify, still pursuing the Elijah potion and not helping too much. Dialogue. Narration, Sanju turns back, smiling, saying at least the suspicion against him is removed. Dialogue, back to the test. Narration, Sanju's clone, disguised as Jin Juni Yang, stands in front of the dented wall, strength stats displayed. Dialogue. Narration, staff are surprised as the strength score is exactly 40. Dialogue, is this even possible? Narration, the wall recovers. Jin Juni Yang, thanks to Sanju's clone, easily avoids the stick in the stamina test. Dialogue. Narration, he runs full speed on the treadmill, hand touching the glowing blue orb. Dialogue. Narration, in the endurance test, the stick pokes Jin Juni Yang's cheek, making him cry out. Dialogue. Staff holding the scoreboard gate. Narration, all stats are 40. Jin Juni Yang's hunter test complete. Dialogue. Narration, other trainees are also shocked. Dialogue, what, isn't he a ranged combat hunter? Narration, he's extremely strong. Score of 40 equals grade A. Dialogue. Narration, Xiaojing is furious, thinking this is impossible. Dialogue, Duquan smirks, what, that's impossible. Narration, he decides to ignore it and take his own test. Dialogue, I knew it, never mind, do your own test. Narration, Duquan frowns, thinking the effect ended too quickly. Dialogue, the blade, what kind of effect ends this fast? I had my doubts before, but looking back, I probably overreacted a bit. Coach Jahai Ok looked at the 2 report cards, unsure of what to say. Shin Juni Yang's 2 report cards were clearly different. The coach stared, thinking, how could all the stats be identical, even higher than mine? Some stats had even dropped. Jia Hyuk examined the report card and noted that Shin Juni Yang's stats had increased by an average of 0.249 points. Slightly disappointing, but not too bad. Shin Juni Yang sipped water and glanced aside, thinking, this idiot, I said just general practice, so why did he pick exactly 40 and a core stat? I can't understand him. He continued thinking, anyway, controlling stats like that, is he even human anymore? He looked around and thought, but those 2, Dogen and Selkin, are talking. He must have done something. Stop it, he shouted. Can't you see the wall is full of holes? Shin Juni Yang frowned slightly, his expression unclear. He turned, pressed his hands against the wall and said, thank you, Sanju. Sanju leaned close to Shin Juni Yang and whispered, it's over, so go now. His stomach might be full of the drugs. Sanju looked up and said aloud, I also want to join the assessment, but thought to himself, might as well. There are still some things stuck in my mind for a long time. Better check them after this. The employee spoke absent-mindedly, while Sanju clenched his fist and punched the wall as hard as possible. Sanju's eyes glowed red, veins popping on his face. He poured all his strength into the punch. The energy radiated, cracking the wall and denting it back, making passers-by turn and stare. The wall shattered, dust flying everywhere, the ground trembling. Wall fragments collapsed, and behind the dust, two people stared forward. Sanju's gaze returned to normal, and he calmly said, "My stats stopped increasing after absorbing the magic gem for a while." He recalled that moment. One of his clones was eating an orange gem. Sanju stared at the system board, bewildered. He thought, let's try eating as many gems as possible at once. The clone obeyed, shoving the whole plate into its mouth. Sanju checked the system board and frowned. The stats aren't increasing, what's going on? I think this happened after number 7 got cornered, and my stats increased sharply. He looked at the clone and said disappointedly, besides turning clones into monsters, the gems have no effect. So how should I use this guy effectively? I should probably visit Heritage one more time. In New York, USA, Heritage's main building stood tall against the night. Sanju sat in the lab, rubbing his hands, gleefully saying, "Oh no, I can't believe it. Failed to replicate the clone skill again. What a shame." Burskin approached and asked, "Are you sure it's really a shame?" Sanju looked up, laughing loudly, "Of course. Well, it's a very complex skill." Burskin smiled, "But we can use the clone skill on a part of a device. It's a pity it doesn't affect living beings." Sanju was startled, exclaiming, "What? How did you do that? That's even more surprising. I wish my clones had a cloth covering whenever summoned." Burskin grew serious and said, "Creating a skill that surpasses the original's power is impossible. The ability to copy equipment is a special effect of the clone skill. If you still can't use it, that means." Burskin's words surprised Sanju. "That skill of yours can still be perfectly evolved." Suddenly she asked, "Some people want to see you, do you mind?" Sanju was bewildered. "Me." As Burskin finished speaking, the lab door opened. Raven and Hubert entered and introduced themselves. "So you're the owner of that clone? I'm Hubert and this is Raven." Sanju stepped forward, slightly bowing, and shook Hubert's hand. "I've been able to make progress in what I wanted for a long time. All thanks to your skill. I'm glad I could help, even though I couldn't replicate any items." Burskin smiled, introducing, "Hubert here creates items for Heritage. The robe we gave you last time was also his work." Sanju smiled and replied, "Thank you so much for that." She also mentioned the other person, and Mr. Raven here. "I'm sure you remember that day." Sanju, hearing this, looked confused and stammered. "Yes." Burskin was surprised. "You knew." Mr. Raven then became imposing, his gaze shining through her words. "This is the world's strongest swordsman, an S-rank sword hunter." Sanju was extremely shocked. An S-rank hunter. As far as I know, there are no S-rank hunters in Korea. So this is the first time I've met an S-rank hunter. Sanju scratched his head, embarrassed. "I am truly sorry. I don't know much about the world of hunters." Vivan turns away, sulking. "Don't worry, after all, I'm not the strongest swordsman or anything like that. See, I'm not famous enough for that." Burkert explained further. Raven had rescued number 7. The Tron Company was behind that incident, and that day they destroyed the lab. Sanju said calmly, "I have a few questions. Do you remember exactly what experiment they were conducting there? I'm curious to know what happened to number 7. Raven replied, "Of course, I remember clearly." He raised his hand and described, "There were many machines there. There were large pipes attached everywhere. The machines were all shiny, and there were many robots working. There were also many test tubes, like cages. It seemed like they were experimenting with something." Everyone was quite surprised to hear Raven's story. He asked, "Does my answer help you?" Raven stroked his chin thoughtfully, "And I'm sure their electricity bill must be very high." Before he could finish, Burskin interrupted, "Let me explain. We experimented with a few things after rescuing him." Her words were a bit certain. Sanju was surprised, then spoke. "So you knew about that? Right, you're right. The crystal gem is a drug for humans, but it has side effects that turn the user into a monster. It is an incomplete product, but since your clone is not a real human, that allowed it to fully absorb the crystal gem. Based on my observations, I think they found the exact mechanism of the crystal gem." Sanju questioned, "So using it on my clone is the completed drug without any side effects? So that's why my stats increased, but my clone didn't turn into a monster?" Burskin smiled, "This is just a hypothesis. The stats you forcibly increased unnaturally have reached their limit. I think that's why the crystal gem no longer works on your stats." She paused a little, then said, "From now on, you have to train yourself." Sanju rubbed his temple. "So now I really have to get started. Maybe I should use the monster's absorption skill. Is there anything else you want to ask?" Sanju thought for a moment. "Well, I don't know if she knows, but it wouldn't hurt to ask." Finally, he spoke, causing Burskin to open her eyes in surprise. "Do you know when the harvest day is?" As soon as he spoke, all three of them looked at Sanju with strange expressions. Being stared at like that, Sanju felt a bit awkward. "Is something wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Suddenly Hubert pressed the switch in his hand. A large explosion erupted from Sanju. Electric sparks emitted from the bracelet on Sanju's arm. He grimaced. His bracelet had been turned off. Raven drew his sword, his face darkened. "Don't worry, the translation mode is still active." The sword was raised, his gaze became tense. "But you should be careful with your words." Sanju frowned, his eyes full of caution. He spread his hand out with a cold expression. "All right, then I'll change my question. Are you on the same side as the student?" The atmosphere became tense. It seemed like the two were about to start fighting. Burskin and Hubert looked alarmed. Burskin closed her eyes and yelled. "Stop it, both of you, stop it," Burskin urged. "You too, Sanju, stop it, we're not your enemies." Sanju gave her a side glance. "I don't think you can convince me that easily. You all started this." Burskull waved her hand. "Raven, put your sword away. I think he really doesn't know." She explained, "Sanju's help is crucial for our plan. Everyone knows that." Hearing this, Raven put his sword away. Sanju also withdrew the dark energy into himself. Burskin sighed in relief. She continued, "I'll tell you what the harvest day is, but before we begin, there's something you need to accept." Sanju was curious. "What is it?" Burkard raised her hand and touched her ear. A red streak appeared in her hair. "The world is bigger than you think." Her words shocked Sanju so much that his pupils dilated. "We're actually not from Earth." All three of them looked at him. "We are outsiders from a faraway place." Burskin began to explain. "Our home planet was Tyburn, a peaceful place with many creatures living in harmony. The scenery of the Tyburn planet appeared, a place filled with magic and nature. The Urencia Empire, a peaceful and beautiful planet. A giant monster emerged." She continued her story until the Green ID invasion. The people continuously used powerful weapons to repel the monsters, and the Urencia Empire counterattacked. The threat from the monsters that slaughtered everything in their path was something we could not withstand. Black spirals appeared in the sky, and hundreds of small monsters emerged from these portals. They used the Burkern portal skill, continuing to advance. The number of monsters was so overwhelming that, no matter what we did, every area was gradually being invaded. As soldiers fell, a man appeared before Urencia's desperate situation. He was Jin Stein, a scientist from Earth. After a moment, Bursker continued speaking, surprising Sanjiu, and he was also the creator of the system. Sanjiu asked, "Wait, who really invented the system?" She replied, "Yes, at first we were also very surprised." Burskin shared, "I told you before. Right, to master a skill this difficult, you would need to focus on magic for at least 10 years. On our planet, there were hardly any wizards always ready to fight," she recounted. But Lieber was different. He learned magic at an astonishing pace and became Urencia's grand sorcerer in just 5 years. Lieber sat at a desk full of documents, concentrating on studying how to learn magic faster to increase the number of people who could fight. The goal was for everyone, even those without knowledge of complex formulas or limited mana, to be able to defend the empire. Red orbs were neatly placed on a pedestal. This is how the system and skill orbs were created. She spoke evenly, saying the plan had succeeded. Even though the system wasn't complete, it still supported basic attack skill. The people began registering and learning magic through the skill orbs. Everyone joined forces to eliminate the monsters. As the system improved, they could use higher-level magic. People began hoping that peace would return to T-Burn after Grandy was driven out. Blood streaks appeared in their eyes, and the battle continued until the system was complete, and Lieber exploited the massacre. Burkard said, "I still don't understand why the citizens were slaughtered until now. Even the descendants of the Sword Clan and Dragonkin couldn't stop him. He continued the massacre." Finally, she concluded, "That's why Urencia collapsed within a week." "The harvest day," Sanjiu exclaimed, "an entire empire all because of one person." Burskin covered her mouth, her voice trembling. "I still can't forget that scene." She turned to Raven and asked, "What else can we explain?" He replied, "I didn't see Lieber often." Raven added, "Well, some things are missing." But the story was accurate. Raven continued, "The only survivors were 3 people. We count by the victory days in this world in 1995. You know what happened 5 years later, right?" Sanjiu was startled. "In 2000 there was a catastrophe. You realize the system is also on Earth." Raven's face darkened. "Yes, the system is spreading here. Just like Harvest Day happened on Earth somewhere else." Ayan sighed tiredly. She collapsed. "I can't." The cat-eared girl smiled lightly. "Oh dear, you seem tired." Ayan fell and she braced her hips, raising a hand. "Stand up, we have a long way to go." 1 week earlier, behind Ayan, an energy surged. It was the energy of the cat-eared girl and the original size of the fox orb skill I used. She tilted her hand back slightly. "I'll throw this." She tossed the orb a few paces, dust and smoke scattering. She pointed behind her. "That's her mana orb, right? It's only a form, it doesn't cause damage. Leveling up only makes it bigger, right? Even at level 100 it's the same." She spoke, making Ayan choke. You use it exactly as the system instructed, right? The cat-eared girl raised a finger. You must control and compress your mana. Your skill is a mana master, right? Her face darkened, eyes glowing. The system is just a tool. During the disaster, humans could still use skills effectively without it. The orb pierced the wall. She glanced at Ian. You are the one using this skill. She lifted the tablet. The size must be at least this big. She continued. Your skill level isn't high, so it contains less mana. Therefore, you need to compress it to be smaller than mine. This is essential for its destructive power. Ian trembled. I know, but I've been doing this all week. Today I have an evaluation. The cat-eared girl asked, so when will you finally succeed? The gravestones floated in midair. Today she planned to rest because of an evaluation, and tomorrow being the weekend, she wanted to relax. Is that what you planned? His hands shoved into his pockets, trying to appear indifferent. I wouldn't be surprised if by now he had become an A-level hunter. Don't you think you're too greedy? Ian clenched his trembling hands. She licked her lips with a mischievous cat-like grin. Looking back, we had caught a few assassins with hunters from Sanjiu before, and he had performed quite effectively. Very tempting, her words made Heian angry to the point I also wanted to target him. Heian smirked and said, add more targets, don't reveal them all. The cat-eared girl ran off gleefully. All right, she's still very young, I said. Love is beautiful, Burskin turned to ask. So did the Academy talk about the harvest day? That's why you mentioned the Academy, right? Sanju replied. Yes. The so-called master is brainwashing many people to carry this out. Burkard worried, what should we do? I think we need to stop this. Raven and Hubert suggested, we can't act alone. We would immediately become targets of the system. We could ask others for help or start a public discussion. Wait, Sanju said seriously. We can't directly intervene with the Academy. My sister is infected with the ghost virus. I need the divine remedy. Burskern was surprised. The ghost virus, Hubert continued. So you plan to let this happen to the students? You said they're being brainwashed. Sanju slightly lowered his eyes. I can overlook it, as long as I get the divine remedy. His words confused them. Raven spoke. So if we get the divine remedy for you, you'll help us. As long as we obtain the divine remedy for you, you'll help us, right? Is that so? He laughed. I'll handle the divine remedy issue if you become my apprentice. Sanju was surprised. What an apprentice? Burston was also taken aback. Raven smiled smugly. Yes, an apprentice will do everything I instruct, but all to become stronger. Sanju remained cautious. Were you about to kill me just now? Earlier I thought you were on the system's side. Sorry, what do you think of this offer? Not too bad. After all, you said you'd do whatever it takes to get the divine remedy. If we solve that, we can prevent the Earth's apocalypse. Now we're on the same side, he said lightly, and after fighting your clone once before, I've thought this way. You could become even stronger, he asked one last time. So what do you say? Thinking of his sister on the hospital bed, he agreed. His hand clenched into a trembling fist. I don't need to think twice. Sanju's eyes were resolute. If you get the divine remedy for me, I'll be your dog. No, not a dog, an apprentice. The view ahead was of crumbling skyscrapers. Trevor John gasped, breathing heavily. The escort pressed the notification button. He's fleeing, don't let him escape, suppress him and reroute. John pale-faced cursed. Damn it, that pathetic swordsman. He pretended to escape, but actually called federal investigation in advance. Damn it, I gave him valuable information. What more does he want? He raised his hand, asking about the bracelet. Alyssa, how many people are there now? The robot voice replied. 10, no, maybe 5, I don't know, maybe around 20. Damn it, the identification bracelet is broken. Alyssa also experienced a short circuit. An agent told the red-haired girl, that carriage is finished. If he resists, you have the right to kill him. Call for backup immediately. Hearing this, he panicked. Damn, they've arrived. Yes, I think others are here, or am I mistaken? Do you know? A group approached the building, his voice filled with helplessness. Doan fell down, ultimately unable to get past. His foot hit some small rocks nearby. His gaze shifted as if finding a path. The agents below were astonished. Damn, what's that? A massive fireball fell from above. The boulder hit the ground, causing a huge explosion. Screams erupted, and those below were incinerated by the flames. The fire consumed everything, causing chaos, and screams echoed everywhere. The girl was the only survivor, clutching her left arm and gasping for breath. She tried to send a signal through the radio. Help, we need help. Before she could finish, she was ambushed from behind and the radio flew away. A foot stepped closer to her body. He shouted, Trevor, I heard you were here. Hearing the call, John froze in shock. He raised his hand and smiled. I came to rescue you, don't be surprised. Come out, my business partner. Elsewhere in a dark space, a voice echoed. We have sent Trevor's location to Hisung as you requested. The mysterious figure responded. He should have arrived by now. The other side, poor humans destroyed for the greater good. The masked figure asked, aren't you going to ask why I ordered you to send Trevor's coordinates to Hisung? And why did the FBI agents have to die? He closed his eyes and calmly replied, I'm not curious about that, I just follow your orders, Oracle. Then he paused and continued. I will now proceed to the next location. The mysterious figure merely reminded him. Be careful, Catacomb is a swampy cave area. Back with Sanju, Raven was guiding him in sword techniques. First, we will learn sword types and then practice some basic moves. Starting with basic sword speed, we should also learn how to control the mana flow in the body, but that will come later. He began instructing. First, relax your arms. Sanju asked in surprise, wait, what about the elixir? Sanju continued, I clearly said I would become your disciple after getting the elixir. Raven hesitated. Yes, the elixir, I'll get it for you shortly. But having experience first will make leveling up faster once I have the elixir, won't it? Sanju raised his hands and sighed. That's not how deals work. Maybe it's because you're from another planet. No earthling would do that. Raven laughed awkwardly. Hey, I'm an S-rank hunter. Even if someone brought a bag of money, they wouldn't get a chance to learn sword techniques from me. He thumped his thumb toward himself, laughing loudly. I specialize in clones. You know, Heritage invested 12.8 billion won to learn cloning like me and still couldn't. Sanju pointed at him. But since the apocalypse is near, I won't completely ignore your offer. So I want a fair deal. You will have a disciple, but not me until you give me the elixir. Sanju closed his eyes and spoke continuously. And there's someone perfect to be your disciple, someone who will do everything you say. He pointed to clone number 7 chewing meat. It's him, he will learn sword techniques from you instead of me. Saying this, Sanju ran off happily, leaving Raven frozen in place. Number 7, good luck and remember to obey him. I have a class at the academy, so I'm leaving. Raven sighed helplessly. Well, at least there's someone to teach. Now, disciple, start with the stance. Clone number 7 shouted, startling Raven. I'm not your disciple. In Raven's imagination, he pictured happily training with a disciple. My disciple, today we will learn this. Yes, master, they ate and chatted together. Delicious. What is this dish? It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. He imagined the farewell moment. I have nothing more to teach you. Now you can descend the mountain. But master, I still have so much to learn. Back in reality, Raven frowned and spoke in frustration. First is sword speed. I will begin teaching. Pay attention. All right. In class, Master Hai Siok brought in a box full of spheres. Today is the day the students have been waiting for. We will learn a new skill. I will now distribute the ice skill spheres. We will do the same as before, the first in line. He handed a sphere to Sanju, who was lost in thought. So Raven, Arya, and Duver are not Earthlings but aliens from a planet destroyed on the apocalypse day. The image of him appeared in Sanju's mind, his creative stance as a system. Still distracted, he activated the sphere. Why is he doing this? For what purpose? The ice skill was formed. The system sound made Sanju realize something. Wait, what if we can't use the system during the apocalypse? Master Hai Siok held the sphere and reminded him. Hunter, you should only use skills in the training room. The sphere was taken back, but the blue glow remained on Sanju's hand. He remembered learning basic mana control through meditation and wondered what the inner core truly was. Attribute switching, a thought flashed. Maybe I can use mana without the system. Fire and ice, fire, ice. Sanju shouted angrily, I'm heated. Damn it, give me a fire sphere or the ice sphere is fine. Suddenly, the system appeared and demanded a stop. Sanju stared blankly at the system screen as it displayed the message. Dung Sanju, go to Catacomb. Sanju muttered to himself, mocking, guess the apocalypse is really coming after all. What's this game now? He stared at the system screen, seeing a prompt asking him to respond if he understood, then thought, what is Catacomb? Sanju didn't understand what this was, but it knew his name. He looked at the teacher and thought, this must be his doing. Who else would plant potatoes in this place? Teacher Hai still calmly continued the lesson. We will practice like last time, but before we start, I must tell you a story. Before, you only practiced in the training room, used to recording pants there, but this time there will be a difference. Teacher Huang Fan continued. This time we will learn new skills through real combat with monsters in the dungeon. This is a major international event, and our academy has been assigned the task of going to the dungeon. Teacher Hai smiled and continued explaining. Catacomb, hearing that, Sanju frowned. The teacher kept explaining, a huge dungeon with many areas and floors. At the principal's office, there was a knock on the door. The principal asked, who is it? Sanju shoved his hands into his pockets, kicked the door open, and said, I'm back. Sanju grabbed the teacher by the collar and shouted, do you want to die? This is your scheme, right? I can't pretend to respect you anymore. What's going on? What's this about? What do you think you're doing? Real combat training in Catacomb. Now everything is as you wish. I don't understand what you're talking about. Every academy in the world will be assigned a dungeon for real combat. Everything is random. It cannot be changed. Sanju released the principal, his face showing surprise. What? He asked the teacher again to confirm. So, you didn't do this with my status window. The principal shook his head, not understanding. Sanju was confused. Damn it, if it wasn't the academy. The system screen displayed another message. I want to stop the apocalypse, please help me. Sanju thought, so who sent this to me? At the special training area, a beast-human girl with animal ears was holding a mana measuring device. The beast-human girl looked at the mana measurement results, smiled gently and said, "Good, you passed." Heian was so happy that she forgot her fatigue, full of energy, saying, "Great." Heian rushed to hug the beast-human girl tightly, saying, "Thank you, I need to make sure to maintain this size even as my skill level increases, understood." Heian blushed slightly as the beast-human girl said, "Remember to hold on to Mr. Sanjiu." Before leaving, the girl smiled and said goodbye. Goodbye. After Heian left, the beast-human girl looked at the measuring device inside. I didn't expect her to hide so much mana. Regardless of how skilled they are, no one can stop this skill. In Sanju's bedroom, the room was quiet, when suddenly a strange sound rang out. Sanju sat on the bed, feeling helpless, asking, "Who are you?" The screen turns green with the white text, "Conversation is restricted. I have to explain when answering your question. But if I do that, the system will detect me." The text continues, "I can only say that I want to stop the apocalypse, but I can only say that." You are very surprised by those words but still reply, "Sorry, but I've heard about the apocalypse before. People say it's arranged by the system and Liber. You can't trust someone talking through the system like you." The system immediately replies, "First of all, I am green, we are completely different." You get angry, the veins on your temple tighten and say, "Are you mocking me? Look at this bastard." The system quickly explains, "Think about it, if I were on the system's side, why would I contact you? My job is to report to the master about people in heritage." You listen, it seems like the explanation is not unreasonable. You sit seriously thinking and then there's a call from outside. "Sanju, there's a guest." The system hears that and quickly says, "Let's stop here today, we'll get caught. Go to the crypt and take the 7 keys. Only you can stop the apocalypse." You watch the system quickly disappear, sitting silently hugging your knees, then ask yourself, should I trust what he said? I only agreed to Heritage's proposal for the elixir. Anyway, there's nothing left to lose, but he didn't tell me what to do. Thinking too much just makes my head messy. I can't fully trust others, what should I do? The door opens and you see Heian walk in, very surprised. You stutter. "Heian, why did you wait? Where have you been these days?" She proudly replies, "I just finished my special training." Heian naturally steps closer to you. You helplessly complain, "Heian, why do you look so down? Are you worried about something? Don't just sit on the bed, there's a chair over there." At this moment, 2 parents are standing outside the door whispering to each other. "Oh my, is your daughter Duexin grown up like this? We should go buy some stuff." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room is completely opposite. Heian sees you still lost in thought and asks, "Is there something you can't tell me?" You seriously say, "Aren't you scared? You know that academy is not normal. They even plan to send us abroad." Heian doesn't understand why you're worried. She scratches her head and says, "Of course I don't trust that academy, I only trust you." Seeing you silent, she continues with a trusting look and a smile, "I trust you 100%. You think for a moment, then think to yourself, "That's right, I don't need to worry about the people I can trust." Unlike you, Heian is very embarrassed and after a while says, "If you're worried about anything, you can always rely on me." Unexpectedly, when hearing that, you finally say, "I can trust myself." Heian becomes stiff. Sanju proudly says, "Speaking of which, I'm so strong really, who would be stupid enough to betray me?" At this moment, a sound comes from another room. Dung Sanju, South Korean nationality, B rank, has been a hunter for 1 year. Average rating is 70 stars. The speaker is a man with a triangular beard, looking at the pile of documents and saying, "I really didn't know this skill existed. I can't just sit and watch anymore." A red-haired girl suddenly appears and says loudly, "Everything you say is correct, sir." Forget it. Suddenly, the entire room lights up, making the space lively. The man with the triangular beard excitedly says, "Ha ha ha, hey, look who's here, Jumper." The man who just appeared is Jumper, an S-rank hunter. Upon arrival, he immediately walks up with a strong presence and starts talking to the man with the triangular beard. "I heard you caused some trouble." The man with the triangular beard raises an eyebrow in provocation. "So you came here to take me out?" Jumper, of course, doesn't like the man's answer, replying, "It also depends on how you answer." The two seem ready to clash. The man with the triangular beard emits green energy, while Jumper clenches his fist. After a while, the man with the triangular beard retracts his energy and waves his hand. "Done," going to the crypt. Then he says, "I don't know anything. I didn't even know that place was designated as a dungeon hunting area." Jumper asks again with no emotion, "You really don't know anything?" The red-haired girl standing nearby suddenly kicked the man lying on the ground. The man with the triangular beard spoke up, saying that the training sessions in the academy's dungeon were just mid-level events, so he would usually assign someone else to handle them. The person you need is him. If you want to get angry, go ahead and vent at him. Jumper remained silent, while the man with the triangular beard continued speaking. "I understand what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 leads will still be safe. the maze creator is still there. In a massive underground dungeon, countless strange creatures were fighting with weapons against the hunters. The deafening roars echoed nonstop. Other hunters continuously attacked, and before long the creatures were defeated. The armored people shouted to remind everyone to fall back. The students were chattering, "That's a real monster. This is my first hunting trip." Among the students were Sanju and Heian. When they saw the creature, Heian nervously asked, and Sanju calmly replied, "What kind of monster is that? It's so scary. It's probably just a golem or something. More importantly, do you think there will be more of them?" Beside them, the one directing the team formation was the manager of the Yalosiona Guild. Hey, don't leave the line, it's dangerous." Recognizing a familiar face, Sanju greeted her and she responded, "Oh, it's Siona." "Hello, Sanju." He turned to ask and she answered enthusiastically, "What are you doing here?" "I'm working part-time because the academy is too large and the teaching staff is too small. There's no way to meet the demand for hiring hunters above level C." She asked back and he answered one by one, "What about you?" "I'm a student of the academy, please protect us." Hearing his carefree answer, Siona seemed to hit a sensitive spot. "What? You're a student of the academy? Who's protecting who here? You don't even need a guide anymore." Despite her smiling, he continued asking, "What are we doing here?" "Only hired hunters participate in the hunting, while students just observe." After a pause, Siona continued, "Well, the academy requires us to do this. I don't really understand why. Maybe because there are too many students, they just told us to protect them by not letting them fight monsters." After a while, she returned to her task and said goodbye. "Well, if it were you, I'd pretend I didn't see you sneak out of line to join the fight. Please help me protect the other students." He didn't let up and asked, "Will I get paid for this?" When Siona left, Heian turned to ask, and Sanju reluctantly replied, "Who is she, brother? You two seem really close." "Don't say that, you're scaring me. She's the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped me out before." Hearing this, Heian reacted even more strongly while he was confused. What about Mihu, the one you mentioned? She's here, right?" "Ah, which sister?" Heian continued, "She must be the one who gave you special training." In another part of the dungeon, the space there was dark and eerie, with the sounds of strange noises echoing. In the center sat a figure surrounded by skulls. The person held a small orb to observe, muttering nonstop, too many people, so many people." Around him were magical formations encircling him. He continued murmuring, "No, they're coming closer, too many if this keeps up." The woman speaking to herself was the master of the tomb, the creator of the maze. She stammered, "I'm going to be in danger." The scene shifted to Sanju, who felt something approaching and immediately ran to hug Heian, making her blush. "Heian, come here." The others reacted slower but also noticed the unusual tremors as the ground shook violently. "What's happening? An earthquake?" "Everyone, get into formation." The ground shaking caused chaos and everyone was in shock. After assessing the situation, Siona hurriedly directed everyone to stay away from the collapsing hole. "Fall back, run, hurry." Everyone left the center of the tremor. Heian was carried on Sanju's shoulder, terrified but reassured by him. "Brother, don't worry, it's fine." He was surprised when the system displayed the message, "Come down here." He immediately replied, "Got it." He handed Heian over to a copy of himself, leaving her very confused, then said before jumping into the abyss, "You go first." Watching Sanju disappear from view at the bottom of the deep hole, Heian could only helplessly shout, "Brother!" At this moment, he was conversing with the system. "It better not be a trap. If it is, I'll kill you." The system responded happily, "All right." He continued speaking seriously to it. "One more thing, you'd better tell me who you are after this." After a while of freefall, he felt lighter and couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm not falling anymore." It felt as if the whole world was supporting him, no matter how relaxed he was. He kept his eyes closed, focusing on feeling everything in his mind. The soft, warm sensation enveloped him, but a single message from the system shattered that feeling. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar interface and darkness all around. He realized he was buried under a pile of bones, dirt, and rocks. Sanju felt cramped and was looking for a way out. Sanju realized that pushing these things aside wasn't difficult, but everything around him was blocked and he could see no path forward. At that moment, someone outside broke through the dirt and rocks to open a path while he was figuring out which way to go. He wondered if he should just pick a random direction. Sanju's eyes widened as he heard all the blue energy retreat, and a voice nearby spoke about terrain scanning skills and living creatures. Most of his surprise came from seeing a familiar face. When he looked bewildered, Zin Juni couldn't help boasting about his skill. Sanju quickly regained composure and greeted him. "You're here too? Of course, I had no intention of giving up on Alicia. So how did you end up falling all the way down here?" "I just drank some water." "Honestly, did you think I could run like the others?" "Of course, I was exhausted after running, then fell here." "Then why are you acting so proud?" Zin Juni spoke about the recent events, emphasizing that it wasn't a joke. He thought many other trainees had also fallen here. Sanju thought to himself that destruction probably occurred in other places as well. Sanju sat up, turned to talk with Juni, and noticed many paths in the area. Juni explained that the tomb was a dungeon-like maze, and they had fallen to its deepest part. He paused briefly to observe the space, then continued, saying that no one knew where these paths led. Sanju sat on the pile of dirt and rocks, thinking for a long while, then asked about his teleportation skills' cooldown. Juni answered, "So you plan to get out too? No, you go by yourself." The response made Juni extremely angry, shouting incessantly, "What? We have no idea what kind of hellish things could appear here. It could even be you." Immediately after, a huge bizarre creature appeared and advanced toward Juni. They reacted quickly, stomping hard on the monster. Dust and the screams of monsters filled the surrounding. After dealing with them, Sanju said he would go deeper, and no longer had time to protect others. "Ah, if you're confident, you can follow me." Juni decided to open the teleportation gate. Juni also said that he would return if that's the case. Sanju acknowledged Juni's decision, praising it as a good choice. When he saw Juni enter the teleportation gate, he intended to follow. But seeing him poke his head out with a confused expression, he rushed forward and grabbed his shirt. "What are you doing?" Juni was equally bewildered. "What just happened, damn it?" After a few seconds he said, "I think there's a type of magic disrupting coordinates throughout this maze." Sanju asked, What is it?" Juni explained slowly that the magic was a protective measure, making it impossible to enter or exit this place via teleportation. Sanju saw the monster move and checked it. Then he and Juni continued talking, but the space gate remained stable. Juni explained that his skill had fixed coordinates, unlike teleportation, unless there was a scroll with coordinates attached. Sanju gritted his teeth. "Damn, so you wasted a teleport. I can't protect you, so handle it yourself." The two started choosing paths, ignoring the monster's scream. Sanju led, "Just follow me." Juni followed, running indeed. Another group got lost, everyone panicked, and two people trembled and cried. They gave up. Sanju wondered what to do now, mother. The deputy manager of Goguryeo, a C-rank hunter, stepped up to calm everyone. "Now everyone stay calm and don't separate." John Min turned to his subordinates. "We still can't contact the upper levels." A subordinate replied, "I still don't see any signal. Seeing the trainees panting makes me worried. What should we do? I don't know how to fight, damn it." Everyone has basic combat skill. But they lacked experience in dungeon handling, were afraid, and had difficulty finding help if monsters appeared. Sanju and Juni's group fought the giant monster. Sanju's clone exclaimed, "Damn these bastards." Sanju commented, "Why do they keep reviving?" After defeating the monster group, he noticed they were easier to defeat than those on upper levels. Juni continued, "Seems the monsters here are much stronger than those on the upper level." Some skeletal soldiers had also revived several times. At this moment, John Min entered, saw them, and was very surprised. Seeing him, Sanju immediately asked, "Hey, are you one of the instructors from the academy?" "Yes, I am the deputy manager of the Goguryeo Guild." "John Min, are you the hunters Sung Sanju and Shin Juni Yang?" When they confirmed, the students began whispering that Sung Sanju and Shin Juni Yang were the two strongest students at the academy. "We're saved now." However, some still looked uneasy as they glanced at hunter Sung Sanju. At that moment, Sanju responded to his question. "Yes." Just then the monsters began to move again. Sanju immediately shouted, "Damn it, they're resurrecting again." Everyone smashed them into pieces. Only then can they not be resurrected. The clones quickly rushed forward to handle the monsters. Okay. Witnessing this, the students completely lost their composure. "We're finished, so are you really planning to take revenge?" Even Deputy Manager John Min turned pale but still asked Sanju about what was bothering him. "Sorry, but you see anyone else besides us?" Sanju answered calmly, "You guys are the first." The conversation continued. "We couldn't make contact with the top," he asked skeptically. John Min reluctantly admitted, "There is a way to contact above." "Contact?" John Min explained that there is still a way to connect with above. At that moment, Heian, standing next to the desk, cried out, "Brother." She anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you crazy? Why did you jump down voluntarily?" He tried to reassure her, "Calm down first." The deputy manager interjected and continued, "Well, there is a way. I'm telling you this, but you can't get in this thing. No one can except for me." He didn't care about that and turned to ask Heian, "What's the situation up there?" She replied, "They're checking how many people have fallen." Sanju said, "We have a group of students from the academy, and the instructor is Hunter John Min. If they can investigate which floor we fell to, then maybe they'll be able to pinpoint our current location." Looking at the students resting, she replied, "All right, I'll inform them right away." A sudden scream made John Min jump. "Ah, a spider." Then someone anxiously asked, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Sanju continued the conversation. "Ah, movement skills won't work. Everyone says it's because of some interfering skill or something. I need as many clones as possible, so if telepathy still works, I'll call number 6 back here." so stay safe. Hearing that, Heian replied from the other side, you too, be careful. After hearing this, Shin Junyi turned to ask Sanju, do you have any plans? Are you planning to stay here and wait to be rescued? He replied immediately, no, I'll leave a clone and go somewhere else. When he was about to turn and ask the deputy manager, he suddenly froze. John Min, I will. The hallway was now empty, not a soul in sight. Both he and Shin Junyi were shocked. Shin Junyi reacted sharply. What the hell is going on? Where did everyone go? Sanju had a million questions running through his mind as he didn't hear any sounds of movement or fighting. He said to Shin Junyi, hey, use that thing, the one you used to find me. Shin Junyi cursed, damn it, then irritably said, you told me to keep it safe. Despite complaining, he still used mana to probe. The result made him go silent. There's no one else within a 3 km radius here. Hearing that, Sanju and his clones were all startled. He spoke up, is that even possible? I thought teleportation skills didn't work here. Shin Junyi replied. Right, those people don't even have teleportation skills. Sanju panicked and asked, then what the hell is going on? Before they could act, the ground suddenly trembled, and a horde of monsters charged toward them. Shin Junyi angrily cursed, damn it. On the other hand, Sanju remained calm and responded. He assessed that this place was like a maze, not only in its dungeon structure but also with the constantly shifting space. In another area, a man was delivering precise sword slashes. Even his sword-drawing motion radiated a noble aura, fitting for an S-rank hunter. He turned to speak to Sanju. If you can perfect the shape of the sword, then the space the sword passes through will become a vacuum. It's a sword technique that can cut through opponents by controlling the wind. It's made that way and its name is Stormbringer. Seeing Sanju eating while listening, he asked, are you listening? Sanju casually replied, yes. He stabbed the sword into the ground, trying to keep his mind calm, then said, I'm an S-rank hunter, a top-tier master. He insisted that the first thing to do was to train the sword's shape. While Sanju wiped his mouth, the man kept talking. If you can feel even a slight vibration in the air, that's already a success. The shape of the sword is hard to control. You don't need your whole arm, just your wrist. Sanju took advantage of Mr. Raven being distracted and quickly drew the sword. They made a precise strike, catching him completely off guard. He couldn't even speak. What? No, how? The scene revealed a fierce battle, with monsters and skeletons scattered everywhere. Each time he won, Shin Junyi cheerfully said, good, while the skeletons screamed endlessly. Because they could resurrect, Sanju angrily shouted, die already. The system appeared and said, this will continue until you defeat the space manipulator. This made Sanju even more furious. Damn it, what do I do now? He watched the monsters continuously advancing toward him. A scumbag manipulating this space. No, Seven replied immediately. Exactly, you have to find his face. Hearing this, he became even more determined. I won't let him run wild. In another space, the surrounding rocks moved constantly. Young Sanju muttered to himself while moving. There must be a reason the new master let me act. You have excellent combat ability. He lifted a skull and said, seeing you reminds me of you, Marcel. He paused a few seconds and then continued, you have a lot of killing intent around you, really strong. Looking at the pile of skulls covering the ground, he added, and ordinary humans obviously have limits. Back at Sanju's side, he was still fighting the monsters, thinking to himself, will this ever end? He stepped on fragments of skulls while pondering. The monsters keep resurrecting, so defeating them requires double or triple effort. I thought I destroyed them, but they just moved to another space. Thinking this, Sanju grew even more frustrated and snapped. These damn things keep rising. There's no way, right? Shin Junyi nearby replied. I heard that if you have divine power, you can incinerate them. But thinking about it, he said, better start now. Try praying. Sanju got provoked, gritted his teeth and threatened. I'll drain you first and turn you into one of them. But holding the sword and remembering Junyi's words, he had an idea. Incinerate, huh? He turned to his two clones and said, can you create fireballs and distract them? One clone replied, yes. Holding the sword seriously, he said, then move the fireballs and bring them to my sword. The other clone thought for a moment and said, okay. The scene changed and someone was calling him. Apprentice, what are you planning? He looked at Mr. Raven and said, I'm just imitating you. He raised his hand, but his wrist made him exclaim, oh my. Seeing this reaction, Sanju quickly said, it's fine, it'll be restored in 3 minutes. Mr. Raven said seriously, I see you have high regenerative power. He also thought, at this level, your sword speed is like a level 3 wind. Clenching his fist, he truly admired Sanju's talent. I knew he was quick-eyed, but I didn't expect him to control his body this well too. A formidable kid. If I guide him well, he could become a sword that pierces any barrier. Watching his back, Sanju knew he had thought carefully before making this decision. We're starting a new lesson, so sit down, my student. Now we'll cover mana structure. In another space, flames blazed and laughter echoed with smoke. Sanju held the sword containing the flame created by his clone. Proudly he said, exactly, this is the sword combined with the fireball. Junhee quickly objected, this is no different from throwing a fireball at them. Sanju paused and asked, don't you feel the divine power flowing through this weapon? Then he swung the sword toward a target and shouted, watch this. He then slashed a nearby monster, causing it to scream in pain. The others were engulfed in flames and could only scream. Junhee stood there, dumbfounded, speechless at the scene. Looking at the smoky, debris-filled battlefield, Sanju turned around to show off. Now, they've absorbed the Holy Spirit. Junhee casually replied. Yeah, let's say that. Sanju grumbled, unaware that someone was approaching them. Talking too much, why not use divine power yourself? Junhee replied helplessly, I don't have that kind of skill. I can only hold it for half a second, is that okay? The man spoke, drawing attention, saying that you are all hunters. He was a thin man, looking strange with 2 long scars on his face. You asked right, who are you? He replied, can you show me the way out? I got lost while sightseeing. Sanju, hearing the reason, asked again. The word sightseeing revealed your thoughts. He didn't believe it. Still, you pointed in a direction and said you didn't know the way out. The man cheerfully replied, that way leads outside. He said, that's enough, thanks. When you tried to probe his real reason, he bent down. You wondered, but who are you? No way you're here just sightseeing. He said, damn, your shoelace is undone. Let me tie it. His face was stern now, ignoring you. He held tightly and ordered, stay still. Meanwhile, his words were strange, confusing you. He said, don't worry about the path you're on, just move forward, you'll do fine. Even Junhee and his clones didn't understand. He added, the truth will soon be revealed. Junhee now wanted to ask. You wondered, what is he doing? He just braced his hands on his knees, stood up and said, thanks for showing the way, sincerely. Then he walked off slowly, mumbling, everything is happening as foretold. Sanju didn't understand, you complained. What the heck? At the same time, a sound rang out, sir. The psychic link is complete. It was Heian calling to measure the magic circle. The rescue team will arrive, just provide your location. You replied, the awaken will come, but there's a little trouble. The ground around you was changing. You realized the space was distorted, so people inside moved randomly, unpredictably. It moved again now. At Heian's side, the sound continued. He didn't know where John Min's hunter team had gone, Siona said hurriedly. Then when the rescue team arrives, there may be no one left. The person there replied, tell the team to hurry before they are displaced to another space. Heian heard you panic. What if the location changes? We can't determine it. You answered, we can do it. She asked in surprise, how? You said happily, those here have good memories, get ready. From now on, we'll map this place together. The scene shifted, a sphere was observing the maze. Nearby, a sound said, they are being separated. That was the tomb master setting the formation. He mumbled again, that's right. Not staying in one place long, what will they do? They're trying to explore the structure here at any cost. Thinking that, he smirked, but it was useless. They should know that determining direction in this uneven space is futile, very easy to handle. Watching the figures pass the sphere, he was even more pleased, just wait a little longer. Yes, run, run, ho-ho. As he adjusted the spatial stones, he laughed loudly, ho-ho. But what he saw made him stop, eyes wide, mouth agape, silent. Sanju observed everywhere as he moved and concluded, I've seen this terrain before, this is point AMA. Then he added, 500 meters from the current location, the first incident occurred. Previously we were at this spot, now should be at the road junction. Observing multiple directions, you determine. From point B3, right, right leads to A2. The enemy is about 640 m to the left of point A3. That's where the battle takes place. The maze layout shows the destinations of John Min's hunter team. Point C3 through right is D2. Starting point is. You sat down to sketch the maze, moved 14 m and turned 30 degrees left. Junhee didn't understand and asked, what is this? You explained, I let the clones spread out and draw the trajectory they take. When the clones looked at the paper, you continued, no matter where they are displaced, just remember their path. They'll reach the convergence point when they meet. Looking at the papers drawn by the clones, you said, then we will create a map. Junhee asked immediately, how do they remember positions and directions? You replied calmly, I can. At this moment, sounds came from various places, surprising you. I've met John Min's team and another surviving academy group. Same here. Your voice reached Haiyan's group. You still hear me, right? She replied quickly. Yes, the rescue team is nearby. You answered, I'll give the location, while the clones said, I'll explain, starting from the north where the incident occurred. You began guiding from the north. The clones also reported movement paths, all to help the rescue team pinpoint the exact location. Nearby, everyone gathered at one location, the atmosphere cheerful, everyone getting along, helping each other to reach safety. Ian quickly ran over and hugged Siona tightly. Everyone helped each other move into the safe zone, and Ian rushed to Siona, holding her for a long time. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Survival is the most important thing, right? Watching the scene through the orb, the sound from the maze controller kept emitting unclear words. Sang-yu, how could someone? The clone helped Sang-yu gather the drawings and everything seemed to be back on track. The map structure was almost complete and everything was coming together. The lower maze was shaped like a large circle. Sang-yu looked at the drawings and said, "This teleportation must be related to some skill." He turned to Junie for her opinion. "If it's a skill, it definitely has a range limit," he said, touching the central circle. "The creator of this maze must be right at this center." Hearing this, Sang-yu immediately called everyone together. "We must find the one behind all this. I won't let them get away." Junie looked at him, then gently said, "Wait," gritting his teeth in anger. "You have to get me out first. Take me to where the rescue team is," Junie Eong said. Elsewhere, the Tomb Master hadn't had a moment of peace in a long time. He finally spoke to himself. "Sorry everyone, I can't save everyone." He searched for items while muttering, "It's okay, I can still save some. At least I'll stop those trying to come here." He took out a small vial, looking at it, and said, "Perhaps the master foresaw this." He held it tightly, eyes glinting with joy. "I can return to this to the time when everyone was happy. I can return to this," he continued, "to the time when everyone was still happy." After a moment of silence, he remembered the past. A black cloud covering the sky, and monsters began pouring out, killing everyone. He recalled his childhood witnessing a street full of corpses. Suddenly, a sound came from the radio. A voice came from the radio, "Attention all listeners." Someone in the crowd said, "The radio is working, the announcer must still be alive somewhere." The broadcast continued. "A strange phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in multiple places around the world. Monsters are pouring out from an unidentified gate, and people are under attack. We call this a catastrophic disaster and declare a national emergency." The group was overwhelmed by the flood of news. The radio kept broadcasting. "If you encounter something strange, leave immediately. If you encounter an unknown creature, do not provoke it, just hide. Gather food and water and await rescue." When they looked back, they saw the skeleton beginning to move and the radio sound kept going. "This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." A man wearing glasses saw the skeleton slowly assembling and said, "Hey, look at that." "Look," another shouted, "the skeleton has weapons." Everyone ran and someone else yelled, "The skeleton is moving, run." The girl tripped and cried loudly when the skeleton charged, "Help." Thinking she was about to die, someone in the group said, "It's gone." At that moment she used magic and stepped forward. "Don't go outside," she said. "I can protect everyone here." "That was labyrinthos, a spatial distortion at a specific location," she explained. "All space-related skills, including teleportation, cannot be used to move between the distorted area and the outside. But labyrinthus still works," she continued. "Outside is very dangerous." Returning to the present, she stood inside a magic circle and said, "I just want to keep everyone safe." A flow of energy surrounded her and spread out. "Why won't anyone understand me?" she muttered. She raised her head, tears falling. "Why doesn't anyone understand me?" The scene shifted to the rescue team above, saying, "We are the rescue team, use the rope to climb up." Junie looked at the rope being lowered, hesitating, unsure what to do. Senju couldn't stand it any longer, frustrated, ordered, "Number 2, carry him up." 2 soldiers acknowledged, "Yes," but before they could act, the space suddenly warped. Everyone was shocked. Sanju hurriedly asked, "What is this?" He swung his sword at the space curtain, but it was ineffective. "Damn, it's blocked, I have to use my spatial skill." Junie asked quickly, "So you're leaving me behind?" Sanju touched the warped curtain, surprised. Spatial skill is blocked too." "Thought it would work," Sanju said. Both were isolated, staring at the curtain. Junie accepted their fate. "Guess this is the only way. We have to reach the central area as originally planned," Junie said. "It's crowded, I was planning to stay and help you anyway." "Let's go." Heian's group was also panicking when separated. Heian could no longer see inside the cord, when suddenly, he heard a familiar sound that caught him completely off guard. Move! Someone threw a small orb directly at the target, causing an explosion. The space filled with smoke and dust. The beast girl arrived, saw the explosion had no effect and muttered in disbelief, "Damn it, still not enough." Heian saw her and called out, "Sister," she responded enthusiastically. "Heian, thank goodness you're okay," the beast girl exclaimed happily, then asked, "I heard Sanju is still trapped inside, right?" Heian replied, "Yes, he went in with Junie." The beast girl said, "I just didn't expect him to be in danger, but if we leave it like this, I don't know what will happen. We need to deal with whoever is activating the spatial restriction skill immediately." The beast girl pointed toward the barrier and continued, "But as you can see, we can't break the barrier." Heian asked anxiously, "What should we do? I heard teleportation skills don't work either." She stepped closer to Heian and asked, "What do you mean?" Then she added, "Of course we have to try it with your skill." Heian stammered, the beast girl replied, "Show me the result of your training." Over by Sanju, he was fighting skeletons and their clones. Sanju said, "We're being pushed farther away. This is outside area A2. he said, fighting while heading toward the center. Here we go. As he prepared to leave, the space shifted again. He shouted, outside zone C1. Angrily, he punched the wall and said, damn it, even the dungeon layout is changing. His mind felt chaotic. It seemed random before, but now he's definitely trying to push us away from the center. He was about to return to command when a sudden sound rang out. Brother, he responded. Huh. Their group had to use mana to transmit a message to Heian. Speaking as briefly as possible, Heian said, please tell me the location of the one controlling the space. I'll attack him. Heian explained the plan and Sanju quickly asked, but what about the magic barrier? Heian immediately replied, I've been specially trained, hurry up. He thought for a moment about the current situation before asking, Number 6, do you have the map in your head? Number 6 responded. Yes, you hold the map structure in your hands. Start calculating the distance and angles between everyone's positions and the center area, so she can aim more accurately and clone herself properly. Got it, came the response. On his end, he began adjusting the space and muttered, I knew it, my skill is flawless. At that moment, images appeared. The rescued people were eating together. One person said, the maze creator. That's a great nickname, no monsters can get in here. Another added, he's always protected this place from monsters. A child was playing joyfully and said, well, Mom, that's amazing. I really teleported back after trying to escape. The mother next to her reminded, hey, stop messing around. Sorry for asking this, but you created the maze. The kids keep trying to escape from here. Back in the present, he cried out, that's how I'll protect everyone. The past intertwined again, someone returning from outside. Everyone, I'm back. Others responded, glad you're back safely. How is it outside? The person with jagged hair spoke. Don't go out anymore. People with superpowers are sprouting up like mushrooms. Be careful with them. He replied, thanks, Marcel, but it's fine. I can escape if something happens. The more he thought about it, the more tears flowed. No one is allowed in here, no one. The past appeared again. A young girl cheerfully said, Uncle, you made the maze. Can you get us some flowers? The older sister shyly added, if you happen to see them, thank you. Then the middle-aged uncle said, we all owe you our lives. Red threads appeared and number 6 was pointing, guiding Heian in that direction. He used his hand as a support, reminding and assisting Heian, stop breathing, focus a little higher, slow down, slow down. Heian gave her all when hearing those 2 words. At that moment, she aimed and shot according to number 6's direction. But the laser beam shot straight ahead, piercing through both monsters and skeletons, breaking through walls and space barriers. The laser shot straight at him, piercing through his body from behind. Bloodied hands, a surprised expression, tears streaming down. The image that flashed in his mind was of a girl standing motionless, surrounded by corpses impaled by swords. He thought, I was wrong again. Seeing everything in front of him made him unable to believe. Why? Everyone turned to the bloodied man, exclaiming, we go. They looked at the 2 sisters, who were also impaled by long iron rods. Step back, Chloe. The waves rolled, seeing his best friend pierced by 4 swords. The place was now covered in blood, and he helplessly called. The massacre awakened memories of when he reached out to save everyone. Voices from the saved people echoed in his head. The maze creator is indeed a wonderful name. As you said, monsters can't reach here. To protect this place from thieves and monsters. Wow, Mom, it's amazing. I went back inside even when I tried to escape. He walked past the corpses, his eyes empty, lifeless. He saw the spatial blocks moving freely. The dungeon's appearance had changed. Holding a flower crown in his hands, he remembered the past. Kid, I don't think we'll be able to get a real flower. We should be happy with the fake flowers here. Feeling sorrowful, the voice still echoed in his mind. That's enough, thank you, Maze Creator. He placed the flower crown on his head. The skeletons were slowly moving toward him. He decided to sit still and wait for them to deal with him. Everyone, wait for me. He looked up, smiling and crying at the same time. I'll see you all soon. A loud rumbling sound followed. Back with Sanju's group, he was still anxiously asking, did she succeed? He turned to number 6 and asked, I think the spatial disruption has stopped. Number 6 stood at attention and replied, indeed. Like a signal, Sanju led the way, running ahead. His clone, Junie, heard Sanju say, good, let's head to the center right away. Junie screamed in despair. Somewhere a man said, Master, won't it be dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are released? I think we should call for backup. The man with the triangular beard answered with his hand on his chin. I've given them some difficulties, so we have nothing to worry about. It's not easy for them to reach the center of the maze. The more he spoke, the more pleased the man with the triangular beard became. And the maze creator's skill is perfect for keeping others from getting too close. But he's mentally harmed by the seal of the 7 deadly sins. After a pause, he added, he has great talent, but that's exactly what killed him. I heard he gained that skill right when the disaster began, and he used it to protect civilians. He maintained the state of space distortion for many years to push the monsters away and protect the people inside. The man with the triangular beard seemed to be lost in thought, and after a long pause, he continued speaking. But why did that talent become poison for him? Around the 7 deadly sins, there were several layers of protective equipment. Do you know which one appeared most frequently among them? Upon hearing this, one of the two men quickly replied, I don't know. Excuse me, recalling the giant creatures that once attacked humanity, he added, monsters, most of them are like that. The 7 deadly sins were sealed along with the powerful monsters. The mana flowing through his fingertips made his expression even more ferocious. But after many years, the space distortion finally broke the first seal of the 7 deadly sins in the dungeon. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of all his acquaintances, a sense of helplessness became apparent. The man with the triangular beard calmly said, fortunately, the second seal still remained, so the released monsters were only at level C or B. However, most of the civilians living there would lose their lives. The two young men turned pale as they listened to his story. There was no escape in the dungeon, and the man with the triangular beard continued his tale. Then the labyrinth creator's skill malfunctioned, causing the direction of the space distortion to become random. Therefore, even if they wanted to break the seal to escape, they couldn't do it. Do you understand now? There's nothing to worry about here. The tall, slender young man with a buzz cut, despite hearing the explanation, hesitated and asked again. But I heard that those who go there possess very powerful skills. What if they enter the center and encounter the creator of the labyrinth chaos? The space shifted to the master's dwelling. At this moment, he was holding a blood-stained star in his hand, staring at it for a long time without saying anything. He sat curled up in the corner, his back to the pile of skulls. The silence was broken when Sanju appeared, smashing the wall above and the pile of skulls, then angrily shouted, finally, I've reached the center of the labyrinth. Sanju, Juni, Yan, and two clones appeared behind him. He just dropped the star onto the ground. Sanju continued, fortunately, you're still alive. I've found you. He stood up. The young man asked further, you're the one who caused the disturbance in the labyrinth, right? He silently looked at the young man and replied, I should have died back then. The short, cryptic answer made Sanju ask again, what? Juni and Yan also spoke up. What do you mean? He coughed up blood but still tried to speak. Because of my skill, the sealed monsters were released. That was the moment everyone died. They couldn't escape the labyrinth. He added, they're lying under your feet. Can you be more careful with them? The statement made the young man shout, what? Then these aren't monster skulls? He ignored Sanju's outcry, still immersed in sorrow. The biggest regret of my life is, the space distortion was activated without my knowledge. He recalled the day when he just placed the crown on his head and the skeletons began advancing toward him. After making that decision, he sat still and waited for them to deal with him. Everyone, wait for me, I'll be back soon. He raised his head, laughing and crying at the same time. At that moment, his body was enveloped by a green aura, causing the skeletons around him to freeze. Back in the present, he looked at the crown and said, after everyone died, I don't know if that was my survival instinct. But I was scared. Even when my skill malfunctioned, the monsters were still pushed away. They couldn't touch me. Blood and tears flowed simultaneously as he still had the strength to say, now I've made up my mind. I want to go back to that day. The ground shook more violently with his resolve, because my skill has returned. I believe I can reverse the structure of this place back to that moment. Once again, I will break the seal of this place. He exerted all his strength to lift the space and shouted, even now, I still hear the master telling me to stop. But it's okay, everyone, please accept me once again. Sanju was provoked and yelled loudly. Are you crazy? He gritted his teeth, ready to charge with the fire sword. You want to release more monsters. Do you really think I'll let you do that? The system appeared again, but his feet couldn't move, and a mark in the shape of an eye appeared. He wondered, what is this? My shoelace. Remembering the strange man he had just met, he suddenly understood and cursed under his breath. Damn it, he refused to give up. But this won't work, I have high reflex stats. He immediately acted, focusing forward, lightly pushing with his foot on the shoelace, then smoothly twisting his other leg. He crouched on one knee but still landed safely, rolling forward and muttering, tile. He watched every movement of the young man and said, thanks for stepping on that tile. I'm almost out of strength. That's the last point to break the seal. The young man's body immediately stiffened and he hurriedly asked again, what? A massive surge of mana quickly enveloped him, and from the vantage point, he could be seen standing on a floating rock. The surrounding space was bathed in red, and a gigantic monster appeared beside him. He could clearly sense its danger. The feeling was extremely dangerous, surpassing all the monsters he had ever faced. As for him, he seemed exhausted, but the level of this monster was still indiscernible. He said, yes, this is what was meant to happen. Then he turned and picked up a card. I will reward you for helping me break the seal. This is the 7 deadly sins. Before he could react, he had already thrown the item and added, it's time to say goodbye. He paused for a few seconds and then continued his unfinished sentence. Thank you. The giant monster flicked its hand, and his head flew back after he finished the last words. Return to me the salvation I couldn't have 20 years ago. With a single gesture, a powerful wave spread, overwhelming everything. Even Zin Juni, Yan, and the clone had to bow to avoid it. The system immediately notified, eliminate the 7 deadly sins immediately. Sanjiu was using all his strength to hold onto the item given. A white glow surrounded him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in another space. He looked around in bewilderment. Where am I? I must be in the dungeon. A voice came from behind. Finally, I've found you. He turned and asked, who are you? The man replied calmly, don't you know me? Oh, right, the system screen shows. We've only communicated through the system window. Hearing this, he angrily responded, you're the one who told me to enter the dungeon. He paused for a moment and asked again, who the hell are you? The man answered serenely, you already know my name, don't you? With a weary expression, he sat down and continued, pleasure to meet you, I am Zinstein. He adjusted the system screen and added, I am known as the system creator. Sanju stood still, motionless. What Lieber? He echoed. First, I want to say, don't worry too much about those who died in the dungeon maze. Your time there is just a blink compared to outside. Lieber said, but if you take in too much information, your brain will melt. Hearing this, Sanju panicked and shouted, are you crazy? Let me out now. But before leaving, he wanted to clarify one thing, so he asked, by the way, Zinstein, are you the one who triggered the apocalypse in Tiber? Lieber answered respectfully, I want to say a few things about that. The reason for the apocalypse indeed comes from the system I created. Sanju felt very uneasy. Hands on his hips, he interrupted Lieber, do you dare say I wanted to prevent it? Lieber replied, calm down, I never lied to you. My purpose when starting the apocalypse on Earth. Sanju interrupted again, even if you destroyed all of Tiber. Lieber bowed his head, hesitating. Oh, it was uncontrollable. Follow me, all my research is here, you'll understand better. Sanju opened the system screen and asked seriously, why did you create something as dangerous as this system? Was it to save T-Burn from the war with Grand ID? Lieber's hollow eyes looked down, and after a long pause he answered. Then he explained why he created the system. It was because someone very important to me was infected with a virus. Lieber looked at Sanju with pained eyes. I thought that by completing the system, I could also find a cure. Sanju clenched his fists and asked again, what happened to that person? Lieber looked down, his face darkened. She is in a place where she no longer has to suffer, at least I believe so. Sanju, I believe you understand this feeling better than anyone. Sanju remained silent. The main topic continued, and Lieber explained that the system had gone out of control. First T-Burn, now Earth, it has become a monster devouring everything. Lieber took out a stone. The 7 deadly sins we need are to stop the system. Collect all 7, that is the way to prevent the apocalypse. Sanju was puzzled. Why do we have to do that? Lieber continued. Because having the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's control. He added, the 7 deadly sins also grant 2 effects to the holder. First, they prevent the system's effects on the holder's body. We've discussed this, right? Detailing it too much could get us detected. Sanju suddenly realized, so the 7 deadly sins allowed you to speak to me. Lieber nodded. Exactly, the second effect appears once all 7 have been fully absorbed. That is, Lieber continued, super strength. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an entity that once existed long ago on Earth. Narration, when absorbed, you will gain their power. According to the description, it is extremely dangerous and makes Sanju feel suspicious. Dialogue. Narration, a black aura from the stone spreads around Libo. Dialogue, why does it sound even worse? Libo responds. Narration, they will try to take over your body. True to their name, the outcome will not be good. Lieber hands the stone to Sanju and gives advice. Dialogue. Narration, Sanju receives the stone. Dialogue, don't worry, my mind is stable, he asserts. Narration, Sanju is still troubled by what he said. Dialogue, but what do you mean by the system not affecting the body? He asks. Narration, Sanju frowns, likely from exhaustion. Lieber notices it too. Dialogue. Narration, he notices Sanju has reached his power limit. Lieber says they will discuss it after Sanju defeats the monster. Dialogue, was that what I saw earlier? How could I kill it? He sighed. Narration, the room's space gradually fades. Lieber's gaze is both warning and pleading. Dialogue. Narration, Lieber encourages Sanju. Dialogue, don't worry, the fragments of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Dung Sanju, please stop the system. Narration, Sanju listens tensely as black cubes fill the room. Dialogue. Narration, Sanju returns to the real world where he fought daily. Dialogue. Narration, the ground cracks from Sanju expending so much energy during the recent conversation. Dialogue. Narration, it takes him a while to regain focus. Fortunately, Juni Eung is present and calls him to wake up. Dialogue. Hey, Dung Sanju, are you okay? Narration, Sanju tries to speak but Juni Y stops him. Dialogue, we have to move quickly. Narration, Juni Y speaks loudly. Dialogue, Now is not the time for questions, this isn't a normal monster, he says, looking at the magical orb on the creature. Narration: the magical orb is destroying surrounding houses and sending out spider-like beams into the ground. Dialogue. Narration: large debris falls under the pool, frightening many. Dialogue: ah, help, someone help. People scream, some are buried under rubble. Narration: some people lose consciousness seeing loved ones injured. Dialogue: dad, run! Screams fill the air. Sanju grits his teeth, enduring the memory. Narration: Sanju turns to Junie. Why? Dialogue: you can enhance for 0.5 seconds, right? He is surprised. Yes, but what are you planning? Narration: the sky is blood red, spider-like beams still strike down. Dialogue: run and use it the moment I call you, Sanju demands angrily. All right, he agrees. Narration. Dialogue. Narration: Sanju grips the 7 deadly sins stone tightly and orders his clones to save people. Dialogue: all of you go rescue people, avoid fighting if possible. Narration: the clones respond in unison. Dialogue. Understood. Narration: the monster stands amid the rubble searching for enemies. Dialogue. Narration: Sanju stares at the stone tensely, hoping the 7 deadly sins will help. Dialogue: then let's do this, he says as the stone cracks, revealing a black-purple orb. Narration: another orb surrounds him, the image of a golden beast appearing in his mind. Dialogue. Narration: the golden creature glares at Sanju. Dialogue: who are you? Sanju is confused, his body covered in blood. Narration: Sanju screams in pain as the 7 deadly sins possess his body. Dialogue. Narration: Juniwai hides and observes. Dialogue: what is that? He notices Sanju's body has turned brown. Narration: veins protrude on his face. Junie Eung is shocked. Dialogue: what is happening to him? Isn't he supposed to transform when it's over? Narration: in Sanju's subconscious, a demon grasps the 7 deadly sins orb, golden creatures sprouting around it. Dialogue. Narration: the demon threatens Sanju, demanding his body. Dialogue: I will give you anything you want in exchange for your body. Give it to me quickly. Narration: the magical words begin to corrupt Sanju. Dialogue: give me your body, the demon shouts, invading him. Narration: Sanju opens his mouth, his hands reaching toward the orb, about to loosen his grip. Dialogue. Narration: he recalls Lieber's words, be strong, don't let them dominate, stay calm. Dialogue. Narration: Sanju smiles faintly, realizing he almost failed. Dialogue: you stopped again, standing there resisting is useless. He grits his teeth, trying to maintain focus. Narration: past images appear. Lenju lies motionless in the hospital bed, young Sanju crying. Dialogue. Narration: Sanju raises the orb high and shouts. Dialogue: I have made too many mistakes out of pride. Narration: then he passes the orb to his clones, using his own power. Dialogue. Narration: in pain, Sanju realizes his limits and lets others continue the mission. Dialogue. Junie was shocked by the thin blade. He cursed, bastard, you're a scoundrel. Sanju was startled, perhaps feeling guilty, and he went silent. Let someone with a stable mind hold that, and the noise attracted the monster, causing it to lower its head. Sanju grumbled, he saw us, it's because you were too loud. Junie could only apologize. The monster created a ball. The ball turned into a mace and the monster was getting closer. Sanju felt a chill. Damn it, you're done for, you're the one with the best mental state. No one's status changed, unable to be identified, error system notification. A heap of errors appear. It's identifying but can't be identified. The power of the 7 deadly sins erupted as the monster charged. It launched the mace and Sanju swore, damn it. A big explosion, the smoke gradually faded. No one blocked the monster's attack. Sanju was overjoyed. No one, but there was no response. No one only smiled faintly. When was the last time I breathed fresh air? No one asked. Are you challenging me? Sanju was surprised and exclaimed, no one is silent. Suddenly no one grinned savagely. What is no one? Then no one gave him a rainbow punch, sending Sanju flying into the wall. Luckily, he managed to harden his body in time. Damn it, he recalled what Lieber had once said. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary entity, one that has existed for a long time on Earth. They will try to possess your body. From the name, you know the outcome will not be good. Looking at no one's condition, Sanju deduced, maybe no one's body has already been possessed. No one stood facing Sanju. Get up, challenger. Sanju tensed, thinking, he's too strong, his stats have surpassed my clone. The shield collapsed instantly. Maybe his stats are even higher than mine. This battle is just beginning. With that, no one rushed forward. He smiled while Sanju gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is not the right time. I still have to kill another monster. I should do a, Sanju thought. No one sneered, you're too slow. Sanju bent down, this time even kneeling and begging. Can't you see the dishonest person is here? Oh my god, legendary entity, you misunderstood. The 7 deadly sins are silent. You must still feel confused since you just woke up, right? I think you mistook the challenger. Let me show you, he is the challenger. Sanju pointed at the monster. The monster stood still, then began to aim. No one's ominous aura questioned, really? Sanju said loudly. From the beginning, he was the one who threw the spear. Just like in a dog dream, Junie from a corner had to admit. I know I'm hiding, so I have no right to say that. But still, he's playing dirty. As for Sanju, he was still using tricks to lead Guno into his arms. Ah, he's looking this way, please do something. No one laughed craftily. Okay then. No one unleashed his power and moved toward the monster. I don't mind who the challenger is, let me play with you for a while. Sanju was worried I tricked him, but he looked at the huge guy and wondered, can I really fight with him? No one was now approaching the monster, a punch to its chest. Sanju was delighted, but it lasted only a few seconds. No one was immediately countered and sent flying. Sanju was disappointed. Too weak from the corner of the wall, no one counterattacked, his gaze firing laser beams through the monster. No one went insane, seems like one fragment isn't enough. Seeing the monster take quite a few hits, no one became smug. No, maybe this is perfect. Keep going, a new battle is about to begin. Everyone scattered to avoid the large pieces of wall. Ian stood still. Is this my fault? She turned and angrily scolded Sun A. Sun A, evacuate all students. If you need, you can ask the association to send a transport ship. Sun A agreed, all right, but Ian did not. She panicked, what about me, your sister? Mihu responded coolly. My role as a guide ends here. I need to go back to being a hunter. Ian screamed hopelessly, sister. No one unleashed a flurry of deadly blows on the monster's body at lightning speed. Sanju was shocked. I take back what I said. How can he fight at that speed? I can barely see the attacks. Even so, avoiding the blows was impossible. The 7 deadly sins complained. This body is too weak. Aside from the hand, there's nothing else. But on the bright side, after taking a few hits, he's gotten used to the enemy's fighting style. No one grinned, I've adapted to your magic. Boom, this time it was his face getting hit. Mihu had just arrived. She immediately asked Sanju, are you okay? I'll fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? No one must have eaten too many jewels. Hearing the voice, Sanju turned Captain Mihu. He just realized what Mihu said earlier. Wait, while he is taking over number 1's body, if she joins, he will. He quickly stopped. Don't get out of here quickly, Mihu said mysteriously. Ah, but it seems Sanju couldn't stop the speed of number 1 or the 7 deadly sins. I always welcome new challengers. The bloodstains on the wall indicated Mihu was in danger. Elsewhere, under dim light, a bottle was lifted and poured into a mouth. A loud bang echoed as the man slammed his hand on the table in anger. As if sipping the last drops of wine was not enough, he angrily hit the table. Dragon's blessing. This wine was unaffected by any immunity effects. The man smashed the bottle. The receptionist could only quietly step back. He muttered, damn, is this the strongest one? Give me another one. People at nearby tables started gossiping as well. We picked the wrong place, how would we know Scully would be here? Someone asked. He shouted, I don't feel drunk at all. A young man spoke up. You're still looking for wine that can make you drunk? The man was surprised. The young man continued, wine that can make an S-rank hunter drunk is very rare. Especially you, John, S-rank hunter, the young man continued. John Scully. Scully turned around, curious. Jumber, what are you doing here? Jumber replied, I am gathering all the S-rank hunters. He continued, soon, no, maybe an S-rank monster has appeared. We need to rescue the people. Scully laughed, even if you go alone, it's fine. You're not like the other S-ranks. Jumber added, if I act alone, it will take too long, more victims will appear. Scully still refused. Why should I care? Call the other S-rank hunters to join. You don't want wine that can make you drunk. Scully hesitated. Jumber smiled and said, I can get some for you. Scully looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure? Back at Sanju, blood spread across the floor. Mihu was scared. It seemed the blood appeared because number 1 stabbed his own hand to stop before attacking Mihu. The 7 deadly sins shouted, bastard. Resistance is useless, obey my command. Number 1 winced in pain. He resisted with both hands. After a while, number 1 pushed back his hair. It seemed he had resisted the demon's control, truly a steel spirit that Sanju trusted. I am number 1, and no one can command me except my master. Sanju asked to be sure, are you really number 1? While Captain Mihu was still stunned, Sanju asked, what's happening here? Sanju shyly replied, it's a long story. Number 1 covered his face, trying to hold on. The other half of his face spoke. All right, your loyalty is impressive. I will let you win this time. You're lucky. With that, he laughed loudly and disappeared. Then number 1 returned to normal. Sanju breathed a sigh of relief. He's awake now. Mihu curiously asked, was he brainwashed? The monster's movements made all 3 alert. Sanju asked number 1. Number 1, I have something to ask. Can you stop it? With purple energy from earlier, number 1 shyly pulled up his mask and replied embarrassedly, how can I? the monster began moving again. Sanju was tense. You can't, number 1 answered with innocent eyes. Yes, Sanju shouted. The space is collapsing, so run immediately. Elsewhere, Raven, the S-rank hunter nicknamed the Seeker, passed skills to Sanju's clone, number 71. The violent wind demon move is a secret technique passed down in our sect. If you learn it, your swordsmanship and magic will become exponentially stronger. Besides, I usually don't teach it really, but seeing how well you learn, I'll make an exception for you. Number 7 sat quietly, listening, concentrating energy into his dantian. He gathered all his internal energy to control it automatically. The energy in his body began moving toward the center of the respiratory system. He continued guiding. After number 7 completes the first step, now I will control your energy along a new circulation path. So if you are careless and misdirect your energy, it could harm your body. Be careful. Raven pressed on Sanju's back. I will do it. Back to Mihu's group, Sanju and number 1. All three ran fast since number 1 ran along, so Mihu curiously asked. Okay, you were so energetic, what's wrong now? Number 1 remained silent. Sanju wondered, you really can't shoot lasers from your eyes anymore. Number 1 stammered, yes. At the same time, Sanju's other clones returned. He asked, how is the rescue of the injured going? The clones replied, what humans can do, they've almost finished already. After receiving the rescue report, Sanju ordered all clones to gather. Everyone, focus here. The clones charged into battle with Mihu and attacked the hateful monster together. I'll distract him. Use charm or fox magic to create an alluring image to attract the monster. In the monster's mind, an image of a girl in a wedding dress dancing appeared. This opportunity caused one of Sanju's clones to charge forward and stab the monster in the head with a sword. However, due to carelessness, the clone accidentally got too close to the magic orb instead of the monster's head. The scene seemed frozen. The clone covered its face to dodge, while the monster's hand suddenly recoiled. This reminded Sanju of the freezing skill he had learned, but forgotten right after mastering. When he remembered, he immediately ordered the clones to stop the monster from moving, causing ice to cover several parts of it. Sanju charged forward aggressively. I'll help too, using the freezing skill. However, Sanju's ice turned into chunks of stone, leaving him confused. Mihu shouted worriedly, Sanju, without realizing the monster was right behind her. A slap sent Mihu flying into the rubble, and the monster moved in to kill her. Fortunately, Sanju used acceleration just in time to stop it. Exhausted, he gritted his teeth. Mihu, are you okay? While Mihu, in pain, accidentally activated a skill. The demon pulse was activated, and the violent wind appeared. The clones attacked the monster through fast-moving wind currents. Sanju stood stunned. What skill is that? What is the demon pulse? Teach me. Meanwhile, Raven inquired. How do you feel? He extended his hands, sensing the inner energy condensing and then exploding within his body, still circulating around his heart. Raven marveled. He's sharp. Using swordsmanship and magic in an explosive burst before awakening is basic to my sword technique. Raven continued, but it's very hard to use the swift sword with your current body. The clone interrupted, sorry, it's an emergency, and waved its hand. I'm leaving. The Sanju clone left, leaving Sanju bewildered. But he went from standing to crying aloud. This is not me, what have I become? He looked toward the spatial gate, his familiar footsteps, the stance of a swordsman. Raven wasn't surprised. It's been a while, I'm not pleased. Can you get to the point? Continuous shockwaves in the air caused significant damage to the monster. Sanju was surprised, it's too powerful, but the monster's bones were injured. At the same time, Sanju's clone number 7 slowly emerged from the gate. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a moment, so I couldn't make it. Sanju didn't blame him, only wondering, have you finished training? It was then that Sanju understood what the demon pulse earlier was. Clone 7 nodded, bent down, and drew his sword. Yes, the sword master taught me this sword technique. Looking at the condition of the other clones, Sanju could guess what Clone 7 would say, but it didn't take long. The wounds and holes in the body made it hard to heal quickly. The monster fully recovered and Sanju grimaced. Damn, he's healing like it's nothing. We need to deal with him now. He asked Clone 7 how to use the new skill. How do you use the demon pulse? Clone 7 replied, combining sword attacks with explosive magic is the basic theory. Sanju nodded. All right, let's both go in, Sanju shouted. Let's see who's gonna break their hands first, you or me, bastard. The wind currents swirling around their hearts spun faster, and Sanju desperately slashed with his sword. He gritted his teeth. It's tight, but the sword tip pierced his body. The monster counterattacked, creating magic orbs. One clone rushed forward and struck its right cheek. Clone 7 moved behind and stabbed its sword into the monster's left shoulder. Sanju dropped from the air. Keep attacking, don't let him recover. The monster howled fiercely. Sanju was confused. It created a magic orb with a focus on its eyes. Sanju calculated, I need to use the spatial gate to block this attack. However, he still couldn't block it in time, and Sanju along with the clones were pierced through. The spatial gate opened and Raven caught Sanju. His face darkened. I didn't expect to see a member of our guild here. At the same time as Raven, Jumper, Scully, and Diane appeared, the situation became more complicated than I thought. S-Class Hunter, Raven George Lucas, quickly fixed everything. S-Class Hunter, Jones Kulachadian. The monster was performing magic and there was a voice coming from it. That was the monster itself. Scully noticed this and muttered, "What kind of creature is this? You called me for this." Zumber continued, "It fits you perfectly right." Seeing Scully was free, he asked, "Thank God. If possible, can you heal him?" Scully turned and asked. He glanced over and said, "With this condition, it's not enough to kill him. I know that person." Raven replied, "I know." Finally, Scully agreed, "All right, it's no big deal. I'll heal everyone else too." Sanju's clones were scattered on the ground. Their faces look oddly identical. He felt confused. Meanwhile, Jiambo opened a spatial gate and decided to go rescue those around him, while Doan was still observing. "Thanks to you two, the monster has evolved. Handle it for me." Zumber left the battlefield, leaving only two people, Scully and Diane. Sanju slowly opened his eyes, then sat up, confused. The wound. Scully stood opposite, waiting for this moment to ask Sanju a question. "What the hell are you guys, twins or something? Anyway, I've healed you guys, now go hide." Sanju asked, "Who's that?" Mihu worried, "Sanju, are you okay?" Sanju didn't answer Mihu, but only stared at the man from earlier. Captain Mihu spoke up, "Has he healed everyone already?" Mihu smiled, "Yes, we've been saved. All of these people are S-Class hunters." Beneath the mutated undead's feet, three figures appeared. Raven turned around and said, "You're awake, stay there and watch." Sanju stared blankly. Raven narrowed the range and faced the undead. "This is the path you'll have to take." He focused, both teaching and fighting seriously. "This is magic violence, but at a higher level it's like a tornado." The spatial gate continued to open. Jiambo continued searching for the people in need and checking the situation around. There are people saved here, and the damage is minimal. He realized something unusual. The enormous bone spirit had awakened earlier than expected. Even before they could prepare, it had shifted to Form 2. The maze created by humans was no longer effective, and the seal here quickly broke. Strangely, the city remained unharmed. He recalled the image of the three Sanju. He discovered that strangely similar hunters had appeared. He clenched his fists. He had never seen their faces before, but they were both saving people and fighting the gigantic bone spirit. At the moment it shifted to Form 2, it seemed that the 7 deadly sins had also fallen into their hand. Then in a fit of madness, he laughed sinisterly and thought that despite everything, this still exceeded expectations. Let time answer. The strength and scale of the violent magic impressed Sanju. Raven Tian performed the sword techniques flawlessly, every move perfect. The fake sword master hoped one day to have the chance to duel with Mr. Tian, his heart full of longing. The sword thrusts continuously struck, but the undead remained standing after many blows. It counterattacked with black beams flying straight down. Scully blocked while complaining about the stubbornness of the opponent. He laughed and snapped his fingers. In this situation, decapitating it was the best strategy. The sword pierced straight through Andy's neck. But just a moment later, an eye opened on its chest, and the monster regenerated its body, roaring as if signaling a breakdown. The whole building shook violently. Jumper shouted from above, "What looks like an eye is its magic core. To bring it down, aim for that." However, the core kept moving continuously. Tian suggested trying to lead it to one side and then attack. Scully looked sad, trying to strike the eye. Sanju got up, "I'll help too." Mihu was surprised. "Mr. Sanju, don't do it. Don't overdo it. 2 S-rank hunters will." He interrupted her. "They can take it down. Even if I sit still, they'll handle it. But those people can't solve the problems I'll face from now on." Sanju heard him continue. "I need to get stronger. I will finish off that monster." "Finish it off." Sanju turned his head. "Junie Eung, are you there? It's your turn now." Then Sanju turned to the clones. "You know what to do, right?" They all answered in unison, "Yes." Sanju's thoughts were filled with tension. He had been holding back to stay calm, but now it was time to unleash his power. He gripped the sword tightly, plunging it into the ground, combining his clone skills with his own strength. "I'll combine both," he ordered the clones, "break everything and smash it." At that moment, Andes began to attack. Scully disagreed. "No, stop." Zumber activated the gate repeatedly. Tian swung his sword and Raven drew his sword. The magic violence surged. Andes was trapped. Sanju shouted, "The core has been fixed." He gritted his teeth. Junie Eung complained, "Raging madness and holy light, what a combination." Using holy light skill, massively boosting the power of the selected target. By using both skills simultaneously, Sanju significantly increased his power. He charged forward. Mihu hurriedly said, "I don't care anymore. If you have trouble with the S-rank hunters, stop them for me." The fox's hypnosis skill drew the opponent's attention. This time the target was an S-rank hunter, but the illusion of the old Dai Van appeared as a female rabbit. Sanju grinned, asking the following clones, "Should I aim for the core? Focus everything." Sanju concentrated his power, delivering a strike that pierced Andy's core. System notifications popped up. Activating the monster devouring skill. absorbing the essence and stats of the gigantic bone spirit. Two figures glowing red in the dark, finally finding a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter appeared, moving the giant gears of fate. System notification, stats increased. Power 72, 53, 91, 612. Reflex 62, 212, 78, 190. Vitality 68, 593, 90, 642. Stamina 66, 0, 93, 77, 102. Magic power 81, 380, 296, 623. Thanks to the synergy of the skills, Sanju's power increased significantly. With just one strike, he brought down the monster and absorbed its stats after killing it. Of course, the pain still came. Sanju gritted his teeth and endured, kneeling. Raven also noticed. "Are you okay?" "Why did you do that?" "It's fine, we can handle it ourselves," he responded. "How could I just sit there and watch?" Sanju accidentally revealed his secret skill to Javan with just an unintended handshake. With just one touch, Raven immediately sensed that Sanju's energy had completely changed. What just happened? He looked at the young man, exhausted, wondering how he could have grown so strong so quickly. Raven whispered that it seemed he possessed the monster-slaying skill to boost power. Sanju was surprised. He was quite cunning. Sanju finally admitted it. Across the room, Scully was still stunned by Sanju. "He's stronger than I thought." Dean remained confused, as if the swordsman knew Sanju. But how would Raven know that? Before Sanju could finish asking, Jumper intervened. "So you're the hunter who has been holding the monster at bay until now." He admired him and inquired Sanju's name. A very bold move. "If you don't mind, may I know your name?" Sanju hesitated for a moment. "I'm Jumper and I'm Sanju." Jumper froze. Dung Sanju. Jumper stroked his chin. "Dung Sanju, Dung Sanju. Dung Sanju." He noticed Jumper repeating his name. He was stunned when Jumper jumped up, eyes blank yet smiling. "Honestly, this is the first time I've heard that name," Sanju muttered to himself. "Of course, I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me. Even though I'm quite well known in Korea," Jumper kept asking. Sanju replied, "Where are the other hunters?" "Oh, they are my clones." Before he could say more, Raven interjected, "I saw them leave to clean up the mess. They are excellent hunters." Sanju was amazed as Jumper turned his back, prioritizing fixing the damage above all for them. "Aha, what a pity. Can everyone come to my villa to hang out?" Sanju asked curiously. Jumper smiled brightly and explained that after fighting such a powerful monster, they deserved at least a small celebration. "Let's drink and eat to rest after the hunt." Elsewhere, a frantic servant ran in. "Master, master." The calm man asked, seemingly with news about the labyrinth's creator. "So is everything okay?" "The prison labyrinth has collapsed and the labyrinth creator is dead, sir." An S-rank hunter team attacked the giant bone spirit. "I guess they even obtained the 7 deadly sins, sir." The man was shocked. "How is that possible?" As Jumbo said, he brought the hunters who just fought into a luxurious and extravagant space, all high-ranking officials. Sanju was puzzled. A party full of VIPs is called a small party. The others enjoyed the atmosphere freely. A familiar face stepped forward. 2 Ian appeared, wearing elegant orange dresses with slits. "How do I look? Do I seem strange?" Sanju blushed and stammered, Beautiful." She smiled shyly. "Really? I've never worn this style of dress before." Sanju asked seriously, "Your skill is amazing. What did you practice?" Didn't I already tell you?" 2 Ian continued. Didn't I already tell you?" Raven approached from afar. "Do you feel stronger using internal energy?" Sanju turned. "Ah, Mr. Raven." Raven smiled. "Watching you wield the sword, I was so surprised I had to exclaim. That's the first step toward being a high-level Swordstorm envoy. Your clones used it very well." Sanju replied irritably, "Well, those clones are smart. Speaking of clones, why didn't you tell Junbo about my skill?" Hearing the question, Raven hesitated. "Should I say intuition? I've met you a few times before but could never guess what you were thinking. You always try to save people and make me feel your attacks on the dungeons cause minimal damage to humanity." Raven whispered into Sanju's ear, leaving him stunned. But it was Jumper who helped all humanity connect deeply with that system. Raven continued, "You also understand the significance of humanity weakening." Sanju frowned. Even until the apocalypse, they continued talking. "Perhaps the time will come when your skills are well known, but for now, it's better to keep them secret. I understand, especially when it comes to Jammer. No one can guess how much influence he has. Ian can only watch from the sidelines and complain about being left out of their story." Raven continued, saying that unlike the other person, Bess and Sarkly are still on their side, while Sanju interrupted. "Wait a second. What is it, Bress?" The 2 Ians asked in surprise. "Wait, isn't it Mr. Bress?" Just as Javan was about to continue, he was interrupted. "Isn't Mr. Brett the one who treated me? Where is he now?" Gully stood in front of the bar, picked up a bottle, and sighed in frustration. He thought he'd tried all the local liquor brands and was about to leave before the reporters showed up. While thinking, someone beside him bothered him, making Scully so angry he almost threw the bottle. He shouted, "Who are you?" "One of the identical hunters, right?" Upstairs, Jumper stepped out to greet the guests. Thank you all for coming today. I hope this party meets your expectations. He continued, stating that the party was held to celebrate the victory over the giant bone monster. Before he could finish, someone shouted his name in admiration. They praised Jumper for quickly assembling a team of S-rank hunters. I heard the casualties were very low compared to the level of that monster. Jumper responded seriously, saying there was something he needed to tell everyone. I wasn't the one who reduced the casualties or held the monster in the dungeon. He announced that the real hero was here, leaving everyone shocked as the reporters immediately started filming. Jumper revealed it was the Korean hunter Dung Sanju, the central figure of the battle with his cloning skill. He said Sanju had stepped forward to save people and risked his life to buy time dealing with the monster. While Ian was stunned, thinking Sanju would become famous, Javan remained silent, realizing this was not a good thing. Javan realized Jumper had quickly investigated Sanju, making the secrecy pointless, and clearly, drawing attention to him was intentional. Jumper continued, I want to take this opportunity to say that he qualifies to become the first S-rank hunter from Korea. He also announced that the association would build a memorial statue in the dungeon and offer a large reward to Sanju. The reporters became tense, asking each other, hey, did you get that? The news caused a stir as they shouted loudly, Dung Sanju is here, right? Find him and interview him. Meanwhile, some sipped their tea, while others were stunned by the news of the new S-rank hunter. Others rushed around trying to find Sanju everywhere. Where is he? The door burst open. Someone said they saw him come in, then a shout rang out. Let go, you lunatic. Inside, Sanju kneeled, pleading with Scully to treat his sister, begging, please help my sister, I'll do anything. I'll lick your shoes, I swear. Scully anxiously pleaded, no, let me go and we'll talk. But Sanju moved closer. You think I won't do it? I will lick your shoes. This scene was captured by cameras under the gaze of many. Raven and the two Ions watched with disdain, cameras flashing non-stop. Sanju panicked and yelled, no, that's not it, it's a misunderstanding. While Scully struggled to break free, you lunatic, let me go. The incident immediately became hot news. Trevor held up the newspaper saying that everyone was talking about Sanju now. He mentioned that the association wanted to elevate Sanju to S-rank. Isung's face darkened as he wondered if they were really going to force him to do this. While the party, originally organized by Jumper to honor the hunters, was actually meant to expose Sanju. The true purpose was to expose Sanju, making Isung receive the news with great anger. Trevor was out of breath and Isung stepped forward saying, isn't this going to cause us trouble? Then snapped. We're partners, you gave me the research project. In return, I'll ensure the research facility, resources, and your safety. That is the condition in our contract. Trevor disagrees. He doesn't think it's fair to take responsibility for the loss of the growth serum. Isn't ensuring the safety of the finished pharmaceutical part of the job. Idong, furious, grabs Trevor by the neck and squeezes hard, making it hard for Trevor to breathe. Hey, just having you near me is already a huge threat. Everything you do causes harm to me. I saved you from the federal investigation agents. They are looking for you very closely. Isung ordered, in 1 month, you must recreate the lost serum. If not, both the federal investigation and even your children won't be able to find a trace of you. Both the federal investigation and even your wonderful children won't be able to find a trace of you in this world. The phone rings, Isung picks it up angrily. What? On the other line is Mr. Hun. It's time to make a decision. Isung snaps, listen, no matter who it is, even if the Jumper comes here, I will not let Sanju become an S-rank hunter faster than me. Understood. Mr. Hun continues, his bone spirit has been rated S-rank. Hunter Sanju has captured that monster and has the evidence. Idong's face darkens. The reason? Other S-rank hunters helped Sanju in that hunt. That's why he could complete the mission. That could be the reason, but tell them we cannot accept him ranking up because someone helped him. Mr. Hun sweat. If so, they will ask us to provide a comprehensive solution. Isung responds, of course, we will send Sanju to them. To Africa, where the great disaster attacked the Korean hunter team. Isung's devious words silenced Mr. Hun. There's an S-rank monster there, he'll have to go to deal with them. That will be the condition set by the Hunter Association. As long as he survives, we will have no choice but to acknowledge him. At least I and you will have to acknowledge him. At the International Hunter Association (WHA), the association decided that it could not confirm that Sanju hunted the S-rank monster on his own. This case is really special. Other countries may alter the data to create more S-rank hunters, but South Korea is the opposite. Should we apply more pressure on them? Dimbo continues, it's fine, let the association react first. The Korean Hunter Association is already corrupt. We can't predict when everything will fall apart. I think we should see this as an opportunity to clean it up. Jumper, angry, covers his face. The Hunter Association and Sanju, I don't know who will last in the end. But predicting the outcome is also part of the job, it makes it interesting. Zumber turns and orders his subordinates. Ask the Korean Association to provide a safe solution for this issue. His subordinate asks curiously, where are you going next? Jumbo walking responds, just going to try something new, change the air and catch a few bad guys. On the news pages are pictures of Dung Sanju with the legendary shoe-licking scene and the headline, South Korea's first S-rank hunter. What will happen to Hunter Dung Sanju? Dung Sanju has become the center of attention. His actions have led to impressive results, and professional hunters have rated him as South Korea's first S-rank hunter. Raven lifts his leg to mock Sanju. God, my shoes are dirty, can you do something about it? Sanju grinds his teeth, his hands clenched. I told you to stop. Sanju helplessly responds, well, we can't do anything else. Anyway, it was my choice. Reporters rush over asking, Hunter Sanju, what is your relationship with the other S-rank hunters? The reporter continues, was there a deal between everyone during the S-rank monster hunt? Scully panicking, damn, using holy skill, holy power flows within. A portal opens, Scully pulls Sanju with him, saying, hey. Then both jump out of the window, the reporters scramble, they jumped out of the window, chase them. Both have successfully escaped. Sanju shouts, oh, Scully says, this is why I wanted to leave before the reporters caught us. Scully responds to the previous question, so now, what's up with your sister? What illness does she have? Tell me. Sanju sticks out his tongue, can you cure her? Scully angrily retorted, at least tell me what kind of illness it is. Sanju stayed silent for a moment, then replied, a ghost virus. Hearing this, Scully froze. Sanju continued, the doctor said the only thing that can save him is a vial of elixir or a healer like you. Scully stared, lightly touching the cross around his neck, then stammered, that doctor is a quack. First of all, curing a ghost virus is extremely difficult. Even for me, but I can come see what I can do. Sanju stood still. If even you can't do it, then who can? Scully countered, listen to me first. The ghost virus will keep doubling as long as it's supplied with enough mana. The only way to completely eliminate it is to deplete its energy until it consumes all the host's mana. Sanju asked worriedly, wouldn't the host die then? Scully continued, that's why I said it's very hard to cure. This method is extremely dangerous. You have to revive them right before the host reaches clinical death from mana depletion. The success rate is 50-50. What do you think? Sanju muttered, recalling, if I didn't have a chance to get the elixir, I would have taken your chance. But now that's not the case. He said I could contact him if I change my mind later. I have his number. Raven nodded slightly. All right, things here are done. I have to go now too. Ian asked curiously, where are you going now? Junie Ian stood with hands on hips, pleading, help me train. Sanju replied, I have something to take care of. For some reason, Sanju tried to activate his skill but failed. His powers seemed not to operate smoothly. Elsewhere at the same time, Oracle sat majestically on a chair, listening to a subordinate report, a new S-rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is unfolding perfectly according to our plan. His red eyes flickered as he nodded. Yes, the subordinate continued. As you anticipated, the Korean Hunters Association is downplaying the role and not recognizing Dung Sanju's talent in hunting the white bone spirit. He suggested that can be easily handled if we deal with Hee-sung, but Eureka rejected that proposal. Oracle refused and declared that everything would proceed according to his plan, adjusting the strategy as needed. Set aside the Hee-sung assassination. I assign you a new task. In the next 2 years, spy on the Hunter organization in Alaska. The subordinate was stunned. The plan had never changed before. He asked curiously, why? Have you seen something in the future? Oracle said coldly. This is an order. Leave immediately and carry out the mission. Outside, the subordinate gathered to protect their leader from an intruder. One fell, then two. What? I can't see anything. Only one remained, but she couldn't keep up with the intruder's speed. Someone help. Inside, Oracle urged, we don't have much time. I've prepared the teleport scroll. The sound of battle outside drew his attention. Who's coming? The last person fell amid screams. Stop him, Oracle's crimson eyes spoke. The peak of humanity. The guards panicked, opened the gate. The thick darkness welcomed a new guest, the first S-rank hunter. His arm crushed the gate frame. The subordinate asked in shock, you, why did you do that? Jumber appeared with a strange appearance. Oracle remained calm. Is this also a future scenario? If so, I am ready. The false regression had surpassed eternity, Lucas. Jumber, or rather Lucas, laughed. I just want things simple in this life. The blue-haired man next to him witnessed the rampage and stepped forward to intervene. Sorry, I can't let you in. If you want to see Oracle, please use the main gate. Lucas sighed lightly. You repeat yourself like a parrot, so boring. Then he instantly teleported behind him, eyes full of killing intent. But the other was not ordinary either, leaping forward in a flash, successfully widening the distance. Lucas was slightly surprised. All right, you're on the same side. He glanced at Oracle meaningfully, then looked back at the blue-haired man. So you can glimpse the future too, right? His eyes darkened, clearly caught off guard. Oracle quickly said, "Wait, this child cannot change the flow of the future. Even if you spare him, it won't matter." Lucas looked at Oracle with a complex gaze, as if weighing the truth of the words. Finally he agreed, "All right." Oracle exhaled, a weight lifted from his heart. "Thank you." Oracle spoke softly to the blue-haired man, telling him he had done well and should leave quickly. The blue-haired man stared at the scroll for a long moment before picking it up, whispering that everything was unfolding exactly as the prophecy predicted. Suddenly he clenched the scroll tightly, his voice turning serious. Immediately he threw the scroll toward Lucas, whose eyes were filled with surprise. He lunged and struck the incoming scroll with his staff, clearly intending a powerful attack on Lucas. The staff in his hands tightened as his voice trembled. However, he said that this time he could not follow orders anymore. Seeing Lucas unharmed after dodging the blow, his face darkened, while Lucas laughed happily. He withdrew his staff and asked Lucas if he was bored yet, but Lucas found the situation very exciting. He smiled and said things were getting more interesting. Then he sarcastically told Oracle that he had kept his resolve. He looked at Oracle, but the eyes no longer held the previous cheerfulness. He said that Oracle, the decision-maker, was a prophet who could see the future, while he was merely someone who had experienced such events. Lucas slowly tossed the scroll into the air, and it immediately turned into a massive black hole. He looked at the blue-haired man and said that everything about that decision was clear, and there was nothing surprising about the tearful choice. Hearing this, the blue-haired man grew even angrier, his gaze toward Lucas becoming more determined. He said he had no expectations for this. Then, he manipulated his staff and caused an explosion as loud as a cannon. The massive blast tore a large hole in the building opposite, but he couldn't see Lucas anywhere. He was shocked, thinking Lucas had dodged his attack in an instant and now had to find the next way to strike. He tried to foresee the future and saw that in just a moment, Lucas would tear him into pieces. He exerted all his abilities to simulate tens of thousands of scenarios, seeking a chance to survive. But then he froze, as if he had seen his inevitable fate. He looked toward his master, his eyes full of incomprehensible emotion. He said, "I'm sorry, Master Oracle." Immediately after, Lucas's clone charged forward, and now he understood why the blue-haired man was so desperate. Lucas's attack left him no chance of survival. With a single strike, blood flew everywhere. Oracle watched as his subordinate was cut to pieces and sighed, realizing this was the fate of anyone challenging an S-rank hunter. Lucas gently said, "Everyone walks the path already laid out for them." He continued, "If you cannot escape that path, life is nothing but a boring chase." Lucas spoke while glancing at Oracle, his eyes sharp as if trying to read his emotion. One life ended, but others continued to fight. The next morning, at the GM organization in the office building, Sanju woke up to see a familiar visitor and cheerfully greeted, "It's been a while." He replied happily, "There you are. I just heard you hunted an S-rank monster. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so soon." Sanju accepted the compliment, a bit shy, replying, "Don't say that. Without other S-rank hunters, I wouldn't have managed it either." He saw Ahyun at the next table and eagerly approached, greeting, "Long time no see. What kinds of potions have you made recently?" But when she turned, he was startled by her gaunt, pale, almost dying appearance. Sanju anxiously asked, "What happened to you?" Ahyun didn't answer, only pointed to the window. "Look at the scene down there and you still ask." Sanju looked out and saw a crowd of reporters and paparazzi below. Up to this point, Hunter Sanju was still affiliated with GM organization. "Hunter Sanju, are you in there?" Sanju saw the chaos and felt a headache, recognizing the scene as very familiar. Ahyun was nearly furious, scolding, "They're too noisy, I can't sleep. They should come at night instead." Sanju could only sigh, nod in sympathy, and say nothing further. Sanju felt helpless watching the situation, seeing an S-rank hunter being publicly recognized like that. The agent beside him just sighed. It could be because the announcer was Jumper. With his reputation in the hunter world, this wasn't surprising. He hesitated as if something was hard to say, but finally decided to speak candidly with him. However, the Hunter Association objected, because he wasn't the only one involved in that event. Sanju felt a bit relieved hearing that. "I've heard that too. It's partly true, but do I really need to carry the title of S-rank hunter?" He asked hesitantly, "Because right now I'm fine and don't want reporters bothering me." The number of people attacking him had greatly decreased even when he was still an A rank. The agent reluctantly smiled. "I knew you'd say that." Then he thought seriously, "Then I'll refuse the offer from the Hunter Association." Sanju wondered, "Offer?" The agent calmly explained, "They want to immediately promote you to S if you eliminate all the monsters in West Africa." Sanju panicked hearing that. "West Africa, don't tell me it's tiger monsters." Sanju looked at her, shocked. "You startled me, what's going on?" Ahyun wanted to speak but hesitated and stopped. She returned to her desk, trying to avoid his question. No, anyway, he said he would refuse. Sanju found it even more confusing. Then why stop on your own? But he quickly regained his composure. Whatever, just refuse it. No matter what the association says, I don't care. For whatever reason, I will never go to West Africa. But life is unpredictable. Just a few days later, Zinstein announced that the next destination would be Africa. Sanju received this shocking news, unsure how to react, only noticing Jin Style staring at him strangely. What's with that face? Sanju tried to control his emotions. Forget it, I already know. Could it be that place? Jin Style nodded slightly. Yes, it's where the next 7 deadly sins are. Sanju couldn't hold it in anymore and swore. Damn it, the 7 deadly sins again, Zinstein simply said. Not only that, regarding the 7 deadly sins, this is also an ideal training ground. Sanju was puzzled. Training for what? Jin Style thought for a moment before answering. Observing your clone characteristics, it seems the influence of the 7 deadly sins is affecting you too. Then he pointed out a critical weakness. Aren't your skills not functioning as expected? This left Sanju deep in thought. He didn't rush but explained slowly. As I said, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and prevented its intervention. So from now on, you must use your skills without the system. Then he created a magic circle, but withdrew it immediately. No, that's T-Burn's way, call it something else. He looked straight into his eyes and seriously declared, Dung Sanju, you will have to learn magic. Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle's subordinate, he angrily questioned you. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to kill that child. Lucas stared coldly. I was just curious. After all, why did you tell him to run? Why prepare a teleportation scroll for him? The barrage of questions left Oracle unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Lucas's face grew even colder. He must have known you would reject my proposal and expected to die like this. He paused, yet you still wanted to help him. Did you form any attachment to him because of working together for so long, or was it just responsibility? Tell me. Oracle only sighed hearing him. There isn't just one path. Fate didn't kill the child, it was the person. He looked at him as if looking at a madman, just like how your current self was formed from your own choices. Hearing this, Lucas's eyes darkened, and he swung to sever the puppet Oracle created. He angrily said, Don't talk to me about nonsense like free will. I trust true ability more than anyone. He tried to control his emotions, his voice trembling. Do you know how many times I've tried? 10, 20, or 100 times. His voice choked more and more. Do you know how many times I've watched the system devour planets as the apocalypse approached? Lucas clenched his hands on the puppet. Not just one path. He collapsed, shouting loudly. No matter who I save or how many powerful hunter teams I form, the final outcome never changes. Lucas had completely lost his mind by now, raging as he tore the dummy in two. Then he helplessly let his arms drop. The result was always the same. From the start, I couldn't stop the apocalypse. Lucas vented his anger on everything around him, but eventually sighed in despair. What am I even doing, talking to a creature that can't even express its own thoughts? How could that possibly help? Oracle is just a brain without a body, without any sense of gender. Hearing its words plunged me into silence. You're right, it responded using the dummy. All I can do for a stranger is show them the future. Hearing this, Lucas instantly sobered up, his eyes regaining their usual calm. He repeated its words mockingly. My future, don't you get me? This isn't the first time I've faced a situation like this. In previous regressions, he had confronted it many times, but each time received only one answer. I see your path ahead as an endless loop, and you will not get what you desire in this life. Jumper, your methods only lead to failure. In this life, things will not go your way. Lucas, give up, there's no other way. Lucas always clung to hope but left disappointed. This time, he didn't want to listen. I already know what you're going to say. Oracle laughed loudly, but didn't you still come all the way here? How interesting. Hearing this, Lucas angrily slammed the glass cabinet. But it only laughed. You don't need to scare me. I've already seen my own death, but your end. It closed its eyes slightly. I see it. Wonderful, a death full of suffering and regret. Then it looked at Lucas mockingly. What a pitiful being. How long has it been since you? But before it could finish, the steel columns around began collapsing. Oracle just laughed. It's over, the final point of this tangled life. Immediately, the surrounding capacitors exploded, sending a shockwave through the entire building. Through the thick dust, a small hand appeared, touching Lucas. A voice rang out, Don't give up and you will find your salvation. Lucas looked at the figure without speaking, his eyes filled with shy emotion. The salvation he had sought for so long, Lucas gently touched the glass. No one knew what it truly was. In the harsh and dangerous African terrain, Sanju helplessly said, I still don't understand why you keep following me all the way here. Yuhyun tried to justify herself. I told you I'm following to help you. She kept listing her abilities. I can appraise items and even craft healing potions. Sanju sighed, you mean those sleeping pills. Then you turned around, your gaze fixed directly on Ahyun. Hey, I'm not here to play. You could die at any moment. Hearing this, Ahyun lowered her voice and urgently begged, Please, I beg you. If I become a burden to you, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide, she said with all her sincerity. She continued begging to go with him just this one time, while Sanju, seeing her appearance, felt a twinge of unease. He wondered what exactly she was going through, but in the end, he couldn't overcome his own compassion. He turned away reluctantly and said, "You can't do anything on your own without my orders, understood?" Seeing that she wasn't being sent away, Ah-hyun was briefly surprised and then joyfully said, "Thank you so much." But before she could finish her sentence, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from behind them. Immediately, a monster with sharp teeth suddenly emerged from the ground, seemingly targeting the two strangers to attack. Sanju immediately shoved Ah-hyun behind him and shouted, "Damn it, run quickly." Ah-hyun, understanding her own limitations, immediately followed. But before she could escape, she saw a red figure plunge down from above straight into the monster. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered and the monster collapsed unexpectedly. Seeing the familiar movements and hearing the voice, Sanju froze in shock. The person in red, full of excitement, said, "A new discovery. If I feed the sandworm, I could ride it quite a long distance. When it starts to stray, I just need to poke it." Sanju was amazed upon seeing him, because the person in front of him was none other than the old raven he had met before, and Ah-hyun was equally stunned. An S-rank hunter appeared, making them feel incredibly lucky. Upon seeing him, Raven warmly greeted them. "We meet again, this is so great." However, looking at that face, Sanju couldn't bring himself to smile. "You lying bastard, you said you would find the elixir. You said you were catching up with the progress. That's why I rejected your blessing." He vented and Raven awkwardly replied, "Oh, calm down. Of course I'll find the elixir. But it's not something easy to find. Arya has been staying up day and night looking for it, then why are you here?" He questioned and Raven calmly answered, "I'm blocking these bastards from crawling out of the monster den, just making a living." Sanju looked at the giant worms and asked, "Did all of these come from the monster den?" He frowned and said, "I was actually planning to go there myself." Raven, surprised, asked, "You?" He remarked, "If it's you, it should be fine, but still be careful. That place is pretty dangerous." He kindly reminded and Sanju responded, "I heard it's not just pretty dangerous, but extremely dangerous." Raven stopped hiding and said clearly, "That place is a completely different world, ruled by the strongest with only one rule. The strong live, the weak die." Standing beside them, Ah-hyun blankly thought, how could this idiot have befriended an S-rank hunter? Unable to understand the strange relationship between them, Ah-hyun only saw Raven shaking his head and saying, "Truly nostalgic." He reminisced, "There was a time I went in there to train." Sanju, curious, asked, "So how do the sandworms rank in that cave?" Raven glanced and replied, "These sandworms, as I said, I came here to block them from coming out." His voice turned cold. "These rats aren't even qualified to exist in the ecosystem of the cave." He said, "Think of them as the bottom of the food chain to understand better." Looking at the massive sandworms, which were like stacked buildings, Sanju and Ah-hyun understood that the road ahead would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, Lucas continuously washed his hands, repeating the action for a long time. If one paid close attention, they would realize he was distracted, as his mind seemed to be stuck on the moment the prophecy was spoken. Back then the person had told him, "Lucas, don't give up, salvation will come." He smiled bitterly, having once thought this prophecy would be like the others. "How long has it been? I never faced so many crises before." His face darkened. "Too many variables, the awakening program of the 7 deadly sins," Lucas mumbled. "There's also the academy, the elixir, and even Dung Sanju." He turned off the faucet, his hands leaning on the sink in a helpless posture. He struggled to hold himself up but finally collapsed. "I thought it was just a small glitch. But now I don't even know what to do anymore. Jinstai, what the hell have you done?" Over at Sanju's side, things weren't much better. The atmosphere had shifted. Sanju keenly noticed that the place they were entering was filled with the stench of death. He even saw skeletons hanging from the rocky outcrop. Looking at the scene around them, Ah-hyun became even more frightened and asked, "Is this the monster den?" A sudden gust of wind blew through, carrying a foul odor that made Yoo-hyun cover his nose. "It smells too much," Sanju explained gently. "It's the smell of blood." He looked closely and realized there were 2 monsters ahead, eating flesh. One of the monsters was weaker, and the smell of blood was coming from them. It seemed like they had sensed his presence as well. They turned their heads and looked at him with wild eyes. Immediately they shrieked and charged toward him. Sanju quickly summoned his clone. "Wow, why are the monsters up there so strange?" No matter what they were, as long as they stood in his way, their end would be the same. He slowly drew his sword, his gaze cold as he wondered where he stood in this food chain. The monsters charged toward him with terrifying speed as soon as they saw him, but Sanju remained calm, walking forward ready to fight. When he swung his sword to strike the monster, he suddenly paused. He recalled his teacher's words, "Dung Sanju, you will need to learn magic." He furrowed his brow and thought, Senza must have skills in the system already. He began to gather mana throughout his body, channeling it to his hands for experimentation. Immediately, mana formed into a small ball in his hand. Just as Sanjiu was about to use his fireball skill, he was interrupted. One of his clones had already launched a far stronger fire spell than his fireball. In an instant, the fire consumed the monster. Sanjiu stood by, watching the monster scream in agony in the flames, motionless. Before he could take any action, the prey had already died. Damn it, I need to find another one. Just as two other monsters charged toward him, he felt it was the right moment to practice magic and chanted the incantation to activate the ice stone. However, when the ice stone hit the monster's scaled armor, it vanished because another clone had activated ice transformation. Not only did the monsters freeze, but the clone also sent his freezing spell into nothingness. Sanju couldn't help but sigh. The tragic beauty sheds tears. He gritted his teeth. You don't want me to use magic, do you? He raised his sword 3 punches. The monsters were cut into many pieces. If I can't use magic, I'll handle you physically. Yuyan, hiding behind a rock, witnessed the scene and gasped in amazement. She couldn't stop sighing, her eyes wide as she looked at Sanju. This damn guy, is he stronger again? She furrowed her brow, thinking, but what skill is that? It looks so strange. After finishing off the monsters, Sanju looked toward his clone. Hey you guys, Sanju called. The sudden call made the clones stand up straight, unsure why they had provoked this ancestor. But contrary to their expectations, Sanju knelt down and sincerely said, from now on, you guys will be my master. Teach me how to use skill. The clones eagerly began teaching him how to create a fireball. It's simple, first channel mana into it, form a ball and wrap it in fire. The clone demonstrated while explaining for him to understand easily. You must constantly channel mana into the core of the ball. Only then will the fire not be extinguished. Sanju couldn't keep up with the pace and the ball in his hand flickered and extinguished. He hurriedly added more mana and said, sorry. Seeing this, the clone asked patiently, do you want to rate your strength on a scale from 1 to 10? Sanju confidently puffed out his chest. If I had to rate it, I'd definitely give it a very harsh 8. Before he could finish speaking, the clone slapped him. You can't even make a fireball and you're asking for an 8. Sanju held his face, stunned. What's wrong with being confident? The clone didn't bother looking at him anymore, continuing the lesson. Mana was interrupted, so I'll explain again. After some practice with the clones, Sanju returned to find his teacher. Hey, you call yourself a mage, teach me magic. Zinstein looked at him with a confused expression. I was going to, but earlier I had your clone teach you instead. I thought you'd like to learn from them, but it seems things aren't going smoothly. Sanju looked at his teacher with a mournful gaze, his face swollen from the slap. What do you think? Jinstyle was speechless. Don't try to imitate your clones. Their mana control is much stronger than yours. Sanju stroked his swollen cheek, wincing. I thought they taught well, but it seems even adaptive skills can't help. The teacher thought for a moment and said, I know you're in a hurry, but the strength of your skill is still weak. However, there is a way to activate it. With a knowing look, the teacher sensed Sanju's concern. You must be worried that if you can't summon clones, what will you do? Sanju felt a little guilty, bowing his head, not daring to look at his teacher. I tried to retrieve number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but everything failed from the start. Do you remember when we were in the warehouse with number 1? It means that if the piece of the 7 deadly sins isn't here, we could temporarily retrieve number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, which would make it easier to use the skills, right? But before you could act, number 1 quickly restrained your hands, making them unable to move as you wish. Number 1's cold voice rang out, sorry, but that's not possible. Number 1 looked at you with disdain. Who taught you this? Sanju looked at his hands, which had been tightly gripped by number 1, and a tear silently fell. Zinstein was slightly surprised. No one expected the 7 deadly sins to react this way. He sighed lightly. All right then, I will teach you magic. Sanju was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Don't worry, I'll study seriously. I'll do whatever you say. Sanju was surprised to hear the request. Take off all your clothes. What are you saying? Meanwhile, Ahyun was intently observing Sanju's every move from outside. She saw Sanju sitting cross-legged in meditation, wondering what he was doing. Was he disconnected from his clone? Suddenly, Sanju opened his eyes, startling Ahyun. You're awake. But what surprised her even more was that he started undressing. When she saw him about to remove his underwear, Ahyun quickly covered her eyes out of embarrassment. What the hell are you doing? Sanju helplessly explained. This is all my master's will. Ahyun certainly didn't believe him. What kind of master asks their student to take off their clothes in the middle of the day? What nonsense are you talking about? She didn't know that Zinstein, Sanju's master, had a very strange teaching method. Blending with nature was the first step to control mana. Sanju looked confused at this. But I already know how to control mana without a system. Zinstein fell silent for a moment before speaking. Oh, then put your clothes back on. Sanju got angry. You bastard, I want to smash your golden body right now. Ahyun sighed in relief when she saw him put his clothes back on. Dung Sanju, this damn guy, scared me half to death. I have no idea what he's thinking. Should I tell him everything? Meanwhile, at headquarters, someone was going crazier than Sanju. Dung Sanju said he's not interested in becoming an Eskimo level. This person slammed the table angrily. He even rejected our offer. Then why did he go to the monster's lair in Africa? Heksu heard this and calmly replied, "Isn't that good? We wanted him to go there anyway." After saying that, he threw a pile of documents on the table. Contact the people on this list. The person sitting opposite looked at the documents, confused. "What's this?" He opened it, shocked and unable to speak, his hands trembling. His eyes showed disbelief. "Isn't this an assassin organization?" Heksu simply smiled sinisterly. "It's good to be cautious. I like gambling, but I prefer a game with a predetermined outcome." At this point, Sanju still didn't know he'd been schemed against. He was still struggling with the monsters in the African lair. But instead of using a sword, he tried to use magic more. Zinstein gently reminded him, "Maintain the magic circle." Sanju channeled more mana into the magic circle. "I know," Zinstein nodded in satisfaction. "The magic circle is a form of warning for you. It's like a positioning tool to remind you that mana will transform in this way." Sanju dodged a surprise attack from a monster and shouted, "I told you I know." Soon after, the magic circle suddenly turned off, making him even more frustrated. It's off again. Trying to maintain the magic while dodging the monsters made it difficult for Sanju. When the circle went out, he became even angrier. Sanju angrily knocked away the monsters around him. Zinstein sighed. "The physical strength gap between you and this monster is too big. We can't continue training like this." "Go deeper," Sanju agreed. He was about to go deeper when suddenly a dart flew straight at his head. Immediately, Sanju became alert and quickly activated his shield, but the dart passed through his first layer of defense. Zinstein anxiously called out, "Dung Sanju." At that moment, from behind them, mysterious assassins appeared, though no one knew when. "I'll take care of him," report to the leader. These were members of the Blue Rose Assassination Organization, members number 11 and 12. Number 12 sneered, "An SA candidate isn't impressive at all. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand." But they didn't know that Sanju was still alive. When the dart flew towards him, Sanju activated his cloning skill, creating a clone to block the attack, while he himself approached the two assassins. With just one move, the mountain where they were hiding was blown away. He clenched his fist, his eyes cold as he looked at them, wondering who they were. Number 11 and 12 were not weak at all. They quickly dodged his attack. He was even stronger than he looked. Number 11 responded lightly. "As I expected, if he died quickly, it would be boring." His clone stepped forward gently. "You guys are all crazy, aren't you? Throwing darts at other people's heads like that, I'll give it all back." Elsewhere, Yu Hyun was pondering. She looked at the pot of noodles in front of her, wondering how many noodle packs to use. Number 1 quickly answered, 5 packs. Yu Hyun was surprised when she saw him grab another pack of noodles. "That's convenient. When did you bring that?" Number 1 happily shared the noodles. "Anything needed for the run, I always bring with me." She accepted the pack of noodles while still thinking. She wondered, why hasn't Dung Sanju come back yet? He said he would return before dinner. Another clone watched as Sanju left, looking concerned. He seemed to be busy. Indeed, Sanju was busy facing 2 assassins, and these 2 were no match for him. He coldly looked at them, still not finished. "Is that it?" Number 11 saw number 12 just got stabbed by Sanju and gritted his teeth in anger. "HMPH, bastard, why didn't you use your skill earlier? Do you look down on us?" Sanju was slightly stunned. What skill? He couldn't even control the magic circle. Number 11, seeing Sanju silent, became even more irritated, pulling out 6 more darts and yelling, "Are you daring to look down on us like that? You'll regret it." But Sanju wasn't in a hurry. He gently swung his hand with incredible speed, slapping his face. Then a magic circle appeared on his palm. He coldly looked at him. "Do you really want me to use my skill to kill you?" When Sanju swung the magic circle toward him, it disappeared due to the insufficient mana he provided. Jin-Tai sighed. Sanju really made him feel embarrassed witnessing this scene. The assassin didn't understand what was happening, only shaking as he looked at Sanju, realizing he was definitely going to die. His eyes grew more fearful. If Sanju used that skill, he would have died long ago. But had he spared him? Of course not. If you looked closely, Sanju's face was now dark, looking at the spot where the magic circle just disappeared. So embarrassing, he didn't know but was still touched that Sanju had been lenient with him. "The difference in our fighting power is so great. Are we not even worth you using your skill?" he said, crying even harder. Sanju was speechless at how whiny he was. However, he thought well of him and didn't mind adding a bit of flair. Sanju smiled. "Now you realize." He coldly turned and left, his long coat flowing behind him, making him even more mysterious. "You really are that weak. You don't deserve to witness my skill." Then, he continued hunting monsters, 1 man and 1 sword sweeping through them. The areas around Yu Hyun had been flattened. After a while of fighting, he opened the magic circle again, but it disappeared after a short time. Style commented, "You gave up on training your skills. You've only been killing on instinct this whole time." Sanju sighed, no, I'm trying my best. He looked at the monsters and thought, "It seems I was wrong, the monsters feel stronger." Zinstein encouraged him. More importantly, the skill of eating monsters is really amazing. He was getting stronger just by hunting monsters. Sanju tried channeling mana, his body growing stronger, and he didn't deny this. That's right, but after a while he sighed. The higher the stats, the harder it is to improve. He had to hunt stronger monsters. Jin Style scolded and laughed. "Your stats are enough, just be satisfied." Sanju was about to say something when a familiar aura approached. He swung his sword again, his expression helpless. "See, this is why I caught all these monsters." He looked up and saw number 11, and his group had caught up, smiling. "I always have opponents watching my training." Number 11, seeing he was exposed, no longer bothered to hide. "Dung Sanju, we're here to avenge the humiliation you gave us yesterday. Let's see if you can fight without using your skills this time." His companions, seeing his arrogance, just wanted to strike him down. "Shut up, number 11, you should be ashamed." Number 11, after being scolded, obediently lowered his head. Narration, his new teammates were strong, making him dare not argue, and the opponent immediately rushed to attack Sanju. Dialogue, all right. Narration, Sanju slightly raised his eyebrows at this, feeling the opponent's arrogance made him angry. Dialogue, pretty fast. This arrogant bastard. Narration, he spat out a violet bone and Sanju recognized it as a poison bone and activated a magic circle. Dialogue, none. Narration, the smoke was absorbed by Sanju's magic and the poison seeped into his body, making him feel numb. Dialogue, none. Narration, he became furious seeing Sanju unaffected. Dialogue, oh, this feels great, don't think you can fool me. Narration, he activated the earthquake skill to destroy the target area. Dialogue, none. Narration, large cracks appeared in the ground around Sanju, surprising him. Dialogue, none. Narration, No 11 saw Sanju struggling and immediately activated an energy bomb, blowing up an object. Dialogue, what's happening? Narration, he threw the bomb, blowing up the terrain, dust and smoke filling the air. Dialogue, none. Narration, No 11 laughed arrogantly, confident in the power of the poison bones and energy bomb. Dialogue, no matter how strong you are, with my poison bones and energy bomb. Narration, Sanju punched him in the face, making him collapse. His companions were shocked. Dialogue, none. Narration, before he could react, he saw Sanju open a magic circle in front of him. Dialogue, that speed. Narration, the magic circle quickly vanished, leaving Sanju in deep thought. Dialogue, none. Narration, Sanju forced a smile to save face. Dialogue, I guess this time you won't get to see my skill either. Narration, he felt humiliated. Dialogue, bastard, how dare you mock us like that. Narration, Sanju's fist was stronger than his life. The last person who knew his secret disappeared. Dialogue, none. Narration, morning came, Sanju's clone stood guard and she woke up seeing him return. Dialogue, none. Narration, Sanju laughed upon seeing her. Dialogue, what's up, why aren't you sleeping? Narration, Yuhian blinked upon seeing Sanju return, nodding. Dialogue, you're back, you've been awake since then. Narration, Ahyun brought a bowl of noodles for Sanju, preparing ramen soup and hot rice. Dialogue, there's still ramen soup, I'll add some rice. Wait until it's hot before eating. Narration, Sanju sat down awkwardly, Ahyun's cheeks flushed. Dialogue, I can manage my own meal. Narration, Ahyun wanted to help Sanju with something. Dialogue, you've done everything, at least let me do something. Narration, after a while Sanju asked if she had eaten. Yuhian added rice to the bowl. Dialogue, how about you, have you eaten? I was waiting for you to come back. 2 bowls enough? No, make it 3. Narration, in the valley the assassins ran into trouble, tied up by Sanju in the desert. Dialogue, none. Narration, Hodel and Phaidon of the 13 Scorpions were confused seeing this. Dialogue, none. Narration, Carrion shouted for them to wake up. Dialogue, hey, wake up. I know you, No 11 and 10 of Red Blue didn't expect to see you here. Narration, No 11 and 10 were startled to see the 13 Scorpions. Dialogue, you're the 13 Scorpions chasing Sanju too. Narration, Holder was annoyed by the competition. Phi swung his blade. Dialogue, same target, I don't like this competition. So what? Red Blue failed, it's just us left. Narration, No 10 was confident in their abilities. Dialogue, I guarantee you won't even see him use a skill. Narration, they ignored No 17's warning. Dialogue, of course not, he'll be dead before he can use it. Narration, Phaidon laughed joyfully, but after being hit by Sanju they couldn't laugh. Dialogue, don't compare us to someone like you. Narration, Sanju only focused on his disappearing magic circle. Dialogue, we can't even see a single skill from him. Narration, he lamented the situation. Dialogue, I really can't feel anything. Narration, Jinstein reassured Sanju, explaining the magic circle. Dialogue, no, you're stronger. Slowly explaining and maintaining the circle until battle ends is already a good sign. Narration, Sanju looked at the circle feeling more at ease. Dialogue, yeah, thinking about it, it stayed through the battle. I feel better. Narration, Jinstein praised the stability of his magic circle. Dialogue, none. Narration, assassins were more useful than monsters in training. Letting them survive was a good decision. Dialogue, none. Narration, Jinstein pondered. Sanju felt guilty for causing trouble with another guild. Dialogue, you've caused trouble, haven't you? They came from another guild. Narration, Sanju sighed, guessing no answer would be given. Dialogue, 2 guilds then. Narration, Sanju instructed No 1 and 2 to move deeper and told Kim Ah-hyun to wake up. Dialogue, we'll move deeper, so wake Kim Ah-hyun. Sanju retrieved the magic circle, his mind filled with worry, wondering if the assassins would continue to harass them after this incident. The next morning, as he cheerfully greeted the world and said good morning, his foot stepped on a bomb hidden underground. In an instant, an explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding rocks, demonstrating the bomb's tremendous destructive power. A proud blue-haired girl announced over the radio that he was dead without a trace. She added, "We won't let that bastard steal this mission." However, before she could celebrate, Sanju lunged forward and landed a punch on her. This punch, combined with magic, was many times stronger than the explosion she just caused, a truly forceful retaliation. The next day, while fighting monsters, he was attacked by a tangle of vines. 2 other assassins rushed in, declaring, "We, the Silent Black, will take your head." Then 2 more were lucky enough to receive his punches and quickly joined the count. Time passed and the number of attacking assassins grew, their skills stronger, including one using special electric attack. One strike from him filled the air with electric sparks, looking extremely dangerous. He made the surroundings surge with electricity, showing everyone the fearsome power he possessed. Sanju had no choice but to appreciate it and flicked him in the forehead, knocking him out before he could understand what happened. Next to these opponents, Sanju's combat ability had increased greatly. During this time, his magic skills also improved. Seeing the magic circle still intact, he happily said, "I don't even need my hands to maintain this magic circle." Yet, he still couldn't activate it, angering him as he looked up and shouted, "Then what's the point, damn it?" Meanwhile, Ah-hyun dreamed of a woman calling her name in her sleep. The woman whispered gently, "Ah-hyun, don't tell anyone about this, okay?" In the dream, Ah-hyun was still a little girl. She opened her eyes and looked at the woman before her, her mother. Her mother seemed mad, constantly screaming, "Those bastards betrayed me. Why won't anyone listen to me?" They saw everything. The scene made Ah-hyun worry. Ah-hyun called, "Mom, are you okay?" When her mother turned, she saw a terrifying face and a dreadful mouth. Ah-hyun stared at the face in fear, cried, and woke up. Her eyes were wide, her soul seemingly lost. Sanju beside her asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Say something." She turned and met Sanju's cold face, puzzled, asking, "Who are you?" After failing to assassinate Sanju, the assassins gathered, and one angrily cursed, "Damn it." The assassin using vines sneered, "Again, how many times has that guy tried? Is this the 4th time?" Someone in the group asked, "Did Sanju use any skills?" But he remained silent and everyone understood. The vine user squinted and remarked, "He's dangerous, maybe so." He looked at the assassins around. Everyone here had been defeated in one-on-one fights. "We can't see any of his skills at our level." The vine user continued, "I believe it's pointless to keep taking these missions." The blue-haired girl who had attacked Sanju with a bomb spoke, "I haven't even seen his clone yet." She said, "Is this S-rank power?" Another assassin said, "Then let's form a temporary alliance and take on Sanju." Everyone stared at him for a moment, then he continued, "I don't know how much they'll pay us, but it could be a fortune." Everyone listened silently. He said, "Surely not a small amount. We'll split it fairly and go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster. The reward will surely be many times larger than normal mission. So if we split it evenly, there will still be plenty left. Isn't that a good idea?" The blue-haired girl prepared to use her phone to report the plan, but paused. "Wait, we should contact headquarters first." Not everyone agreed with the plan, as one person voiced opposition. "You people are a bunch of useless troublemakers." The opposing assassin looked at everyone and said, "If we keep doing this, we'll get into big trouble soon." Those words enraged the assassins around, and Daiko was the one who spoke. Number 10 glanced at them coldly. "Are you angry because I said that? You don't even have the right to be angry." Mockery was clear in his eyes. He asked why they had gathered and were chatting here, wondering if they thought they were alive because Sanju was weak. No one dared to answer, as everyone knew Sanju's power, and the failures here understood it best. He said that up to this point, he had completed countless entrusted missions. Many yelled angrily at the assassin who had come to kill them. He certainly did not avoid their anger because it was what he had to face. Han stood up, his face showing fatigue. Yet, instead of anger, he spared the assassins who intended to harm him. He looked at each of them gathered, sighed at their embarrassed and ashamed faces, and then left. He could operate in the shadows but still maintained faith and pride, with no intention of joining a filthy alliance like theirs. Numbers 11 and 12 hurried after him. "Wait for us." Everyone fell into contemplation, reconsidering the events. Sanju had also saved 2 of our people. Holder thought for a moment, then asked number 10, "So what's your plan?" Number 10 answered after a while, I will make Sanjiu use his skill at least once for this final trial. A dangerous gleam appeared in his eyes. Sanjiu did not know their plan, lost in thought about the assassination. From the beginning, I wondered if the problem was me, as this wasn't the first time. I wondered if this was Master's plan. But with no news from the academy, it didn't seem to be the case. I sighed. Moreover, there are too many assassins here should I speak up. Saying so implied they intended to bury someone alive here. Yuhian was shocked by the account. I didn't expect you to be attacked like that, Sanjiu reflected, remembering what guild leader Park Won-tae had said. Sung and Chairman Byung-hun were the ones who opposed me becoming S-rank. I calmly recounted everything, and those two had tried to bring me to this miserable place. Even if they didn't force me, I still had to come. Suddenly, I realized something, Kim Yu-hyun. I remembered the first time he mentioned this cave. You seemed hostile but now forced yourself to follow me here. Could this be related to the assassin group? Ah-hyun broke into a cold sweat, but Sanjiu didn't pause. Tell me your relationship with Hee-sung. Her lips trembled as if gathering all courage to speak. I am a hunter. But before she could finish, Sanjiu cut in. That's what I wanted to hear explained, but he swung forward, eyes cold. But I don't think I can hear your explanation now. Then he summoned 2 clones. Ah-hyun felt uneasy and stepped back. Sanjiu led clones 1 and 2 to bring Kim Yu-hyun to safety. What about you? Sanjiu asked gently. I don't need assistance. But looking ahead, his gaze turned serious. Wait, I think. I need a bit of help. Before him were numerous familiar shadows startling him. Number 10 spoke first. Sanjiu, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet this way. Jinstai asked in surprise, do you want to practice like this in a real fight? Sanjiu was speechless. No, I prefer a safe environment. But now he couldn't control it, as in an instant the assassins charged, screaming wildly. Today I must see your skill. Yet Sanjiu quickly realized something was wrong. Their high-speed approach without displacing any sand showed they were illusions. He swung his blade and the shadows vanished. As expected, they were all illusions. He frowned. Yes, it would be a problem if all disappeared. But then an assassin appeared. Before he could act, Sanjiu suddenly turned, grabbing his throat. How dare you? A bullet from afar struck his hand, startling him and throwing the assassin away. In a hidden corner, Holder of the 13th Scorpion aimed at his head, commanding, use your skill, Sanjiu. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back. Jinstyle immediately spoke up to encourage, calm down, Dung Sanjiu. However, just as he stepped back, he stepped on a bomb trap set by the girl with green hair. A loud explosion rang out, causing him to get angry. Sanjiu angrily jumped up. How can I stay calm in this situation? Jin Stein gently explained, you have completed all the preparations to use magic. But we found the reason why you failed to activate it. You're still using the system's passive method. He paused for a moment, then continued. As soon as you thought the activation was complete, you accidentally stopped controlling your mana. Sanjiu was surprised to hear this. Did I do that? He thought, then realized something. His gaze becoming more determined as he looked toward the group of assassins. However, they didn't notice the change in his emotion. Number 10, confident, rushed directly to his face. You still underestimate us. Sanjiu quickly used his sword to block, hearing his teacher's voice. Activating magic is not the end. Mana manipulation must be maintained continuously. Think about it. He gently pushed his glasses up, his gaze profound. You're using a space-related skill. It requires continuous maintenance, right? Sanjiu was startled upon hearing this. However, he had no time to think due to the continuous attacks from the assassins. Dung Sanjiu, they're distracting you, damn it. Every time he got angry, his cursing skill activated involuntarily. Damn it, do you know anything? He couldn't finish his curse before another assassin ambushed him from behind. Fortunately, he managed to activate a magic shield, blocking the attack. However, his magic was still unstable. Sanjiu tried to recall his teacher's teachings. It doesn't end after activation like the system's way. You have to keep maintaining it. He thought for a moment, but just as he was about to regain his composure, dozens of weapons flew toward him. These assassins had no humanity, and the battlefield around him had been destroyed into a wasteland. Yet they still wouldn't give up. Number 11 saw him flying out of the attack and became even more agitated. You bastard, aren't you going to use your skill? Sanjiu growled angrily. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you come here to kill me? He cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized something. Right, just like how I used the space-related skill. He seemed to have found a way out of the magical maze and began thinking frantically. There's a reason why the passive skill isn't affected by the system's interference. The assassins saw him standing still and immediately rushed in. Their attacks interrupted his train of thought. They shouted, if you don't use your skill until the very last minute, this will be your end. Then they rushed in, each trying to land a fatal blow. However, they didn't realize that Sanju was completely silent, to the point of being terrifying, because he had figured out how to maintain his magic. Activation and maintenance did not need to be done separately. It needs to be maintained and activated at the same time, he thought. He poured all his mana into the magic ring, causing it to expand many times over. At that moment, a magical flame erupted, burning all those who dared to get near its master. The assassins screamed as they charged, "It's so hot." The magical flame blazed fiercely, incinerating those who dared to approach its master. The assassins screamed in pain, "It's so hot." The attackers continued to scream in agony as the fire burned them, but they couldn't do anything. Only the sound of their screams remained. Sanju was so happy he couldn't stop laughing. He looked at the magical flame in his hand, thrilled that he had finally succeeded. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten something, remembering that he was still in the middle of the battle. Seeing the assassins kneel, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" He didn't know that they had just made an important decision. As number 17 once said, "I still have my faith and pride." He doesn't want to join an alliance with you, he told the defeated. "I will make young Sanju use his skill at least once in this battle." And now he had done what he said, his eyes full of determination as he looked at Sanju. "You'll follow him," Sangyu said, surprising everyone. "You're saying I should accept money-driven killers like you." He turned, pointing at them, "You're foolish, but since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go." Number 10, "We're not the last group of assassins," he tried to threaten. "We're not the only ones who want to kill you," Sangyu glared, annoyed. "Number 10, we are the best assassins. In return, we will assist you in the future. Since you spared us, we will do whatever you want." Sangyu paused, thinking about his words, "Lead us." The wind swept across the battlefield. Number 10 awaited Sangyu's response. After a moment, Sangyu decisively said, "If you want to work with me, you must be capable." Number 12 didn't understand and asked number 11, "What is he saying?" "I don't know," Holder reminded number 10. "Even if everyone returns, their lives aren't guaranteed because their mission failed. That's why everyone accepted your proposal. So what will you do?" Number 10 wasn't surprised by the refusal. "If you say we must be capable, then we will be." Sangyu's followers were also worried. "Even so, working for you is the right choice. We'll have a chance to live as human." Number 11 was dissatisfied, "Senior, but we made him show his skills more than expected. But this isn't different from the original plan, an alliance to attack him, right?" Number 10 didn't answer. The blonde-haired one paused to think, "Right, we formed an alliance to force him to use his skill. So where's the assassin who said he wouldn't join a dirty alliance?" Number 10 laughed, "That's why we're assassins." They left realizing a truth, "We're all foolish." Sangyu ate noodles without pausing. "So, you let them go?" Ahyun asked in surprise. "I can't tell them," Sangyu answered honestly. "Spared them just to practice magic." "I understand, but you did it so calmly," Ahyun replied. "Everything went as I planned." Ahyun worried about what would happen to them next. Their clients are Hee-sung and Byung-gun. But Sangyu still wondered. "Considering the relationship with Hee-sung, I'm not surprised. But I want to know the exact reason." In the silence, Ahyun thought, "If he came here as an assassin, it would be over long ago. The problem isn't you, it's this place." Wind blew across the stones, making eerie howls. "This is where Korea's greatest disaster occurred. Before the disaster, a woman held a baby. I'll come back later," she said. "You know, safety is the most important. Right?" The one awakened before the disaster was Hunter Seji Hyan. "We will follow." The man removed his hat, waving goodbye. "Of course, I would never die and leave my child behind." The one awakened before the disaster was Hunter A. Jun-hyu. He lifted the hat for his daughter. Of course, he meant Ahyun. The whole family waved goodbye. "You must listen to your mother. Both father and mother are awakeners. They are the ones awakened before the disaster. At that time there were few awakeners and monsters overflowed. The world set rules. Form a special task force of strong hunters sent to other countries to deal with global threats." That's how famous hunters, including my father, formed a team. Their strategy succeeded. With a team of skilled hunters, casualties are minimized, and their strength can be concentrated on a single point. Thus, they can quickly handle the monsters, clear the area around the gate, and establish stable outposts. Most of the hunting grounds today were formed from that era, and everything went smoothly until an accident occurred. From afar, several figures approached this desolate place. Just as the name suggests, a monster hunting ground. Jun-hyuk visibly showed discomfort from the thick stench of blood. His two teammates, after a long journey, were also curious. "How far have we traveled? We'll reach the center soon." A level special task force hunters Hee-sung and Byung-gun. Meanwhile, the other two were resting. Even with a close look, it seemed like someone was missing. They wondered why no extra personnel had been sent. A level special task force hunters Hyun Hai and Gong Young. If they send half-hearted people, they'll just slow us down. The green-haired girl also wondered why so few hunters were assigned, especially when there were many other candidates. Suddenly, creatures emerged from the ground and attacked everyone. The enemy appeared from below. The monsters shot energy from their mouths to attack. One Hyeon-hye drew her whip and prepared to fight. They keep coming non-stop. She sliced a monster in half. The monster groaned in pain before collapsing. Before they could recover, another enormous creature emerged from the earth. This creature was 100 times larger than the previous ones, with a bizarre shape. Everyone was stunned. This monster is huge, I think it's level A. Dae-ha rushed forward, using her monster binding chain skill. I'll bind it first. Once restrained, Byung-hun landed a direct punch on the monster. Sung manipulated nearby rocks to attack the monster. Giant rocks flew up and crashed down. The monster took the hits but wasn't seriously harmed. Hyeon-hye and Gunyoung observed. This Jun is tough as hell. Don't worry, Jun-hyuk jumped up, concentrating mana at the tip of his fingers to form a glowing red sphere. We have someone great at breaking things like this, right? He shot the mana at the monster's head, causing a massive explosion. Jun-hyuk landed and dodged the blast. No matter how hard my shell was, once the inside was broken, the earthworm would be finished. Hyeon-hye created a protective shield around them to prevent monster blood from splattering. He was truly strong. The rumors about him weren't without cause. People had heard a few rumors about Jun-hyuk. I've heard you're being nominated as the next S-level hunter. Is that out now? Jun-hyuk didn't care much, but everyone found it interesting. I'm not interested, it just means more work for me. That's a good joke. Don't you want to beat him? Isn't that something to be proud of? Sung scowled at Jun-hyuk's indifferent attitude. He was about to become the first S-level hunter in South Korea. Jun-hyuk responded honestly. I just want them to give me a bunch of money so I can retire before I'm 40. Suddenly a shadow swept past behind them. Hyeon-hye swung her whip in caution. Another monster, it's very fast. She controlled the monster, but everything will end once I catch it. She infused mana into the whip, binding it. The whip remained taut, but the monster unexpectedly attacked her. The attack pierced her chest, creating a hole in her heart, and she fell dead on the spot. Hyeon-hye gripped her whip tightly, stunned as the strike pierced her chest, killing her instantly. Dae-ha was horrified by the monstrous strength. Sister Hyeon-hye, Dae-ha ran over, shouting loudly. No, Win-gun immediately punched the monster. Yet her treated right away. His punch only scratched the monster. The monster was right up close, and he realized, this bastard, neither physical attacks nor poison will work on him. The monster grabbed Bingun's wrist and effortlessly threw him far away. Jae-ha saw it slacken its guard and quickly controlled the chain to bind it again. Stop, he sung, and Gong-young jumped up to attack immediately. Huge boulders hurled towards the monster, accompanied by powerful lightning strikes. The monster easily broke free from the encirclement, destroying everything around. Jun-hyuk rushed forward, intending to use mana to blow up the monster, but it was like mush, absorbing all the attacks. Each part of its body that was destroyed immediately healed, leaving Gong-young amazed at the creature's extraordinary abilities. Despite being heavily attacked, the monster remained unharmed, as if its body was gradually adapting to their skills. The monster swung its arm, delivering a rapid slash towards Jun-hyuk. He struggled to retreat and dodge the strike, wondering how an A-ranked team could be eliminated so quickly. This one, the monster isn't taking any damage during the fight. It's definitely not an A-rank monster. Everyone is injured, let's scatter. Jun-hyuk focused his mana in his palm and told everyone. We will regroup at the temporary camp set up 2 days ago. If we keep going like this, we'll all die. Jun-hyuk shot mana into the ground. The area immediately exploded, a cloud of smoke and dust filling the air. Everyone must prioritize survival. Sung-lee left the battle tired. He silently felt lucky to have survived the last attack. If it hadn't turned to attack Liuang-young next to him, he might have died. No sooner had he settled than the monster charged at him from behind. As if knowing its fate, Sung desperately said, I used to hope I could become the strongest hunter one day. The monster's long claws were ready to tear him apart. But Senza's time must end here. Just then, a mana ball shot forward, shattering the claws and forcing Sung to retreat. The monster's claws immediately turned into a shield against the explosion, and a figure appeared behind them. Sung still felt pain from the aftershock. The person asked, Sung, are you all right? What are you doing here? Jun-hyuk replied, hands in his pockets. That was how he thanked him for saving him. Elsewhere, the older brother's body lay on the ground, a faint cry echoing beside his sister. Dae-ha knelt down, crying bitterly. I never thought we'd have to say goodbye like this. Byung-hun, who was checking the injuries, looked at Dae-ha with concern and said, Sorry, it must hurt a lot. I'll heal you, but I think you should treat your leg first. But Jim-ha still approached and used healing magic on Byung-hun. He trembled in fear, realizing that his life, even before awakening, was spent fighting, but just now, he had been completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a monster with bird legs appeared nearby, circling in search of prey. Byung-hun and Jim-ha hid behind a rock, holding their breath, secretly observing the monster. Thinking about the older brother's death, they knew they couldn't win. Terror surged within Byung-hun. Everyone would die, and he too would meet that end. He remembered Gunyoung's death, his head cleaved off just like everyone else. Inside, Byung-hun screamed in despair, not wanting to die, his panic overtaking his humanity as he shoved Jim-ha out. Jim-ha was suddenly pushed out and spotted by the monster. Meanwhile, Jun-hyuk and Hee-sung walked together. Why did the monster run away? I'm not sure, but I guess. Hee-sung was surprised to hear Jun-hyuk's theory. It always targets the easiest prey. Jun-hyuk continued, analyzing that the two attacked were mid-range and long-range fighters. Also, it hadn't fully defeated Byung-hun yet, clenching his fists in anger. They were all skilled warriors, but Hee-sung still wondered, why are you following me? Jun-hyuk answered, I told you already. It seems it tends to attack hunters who are not close combatants. Byung-hun and Jim-ha traveled together, so the chance it would attack him was even higher. The answer hit Hee-sung like a blow to the head. You have a child, Jun-hyuk casually said. I heard you have two, right? His name is Jun-hyuk, right? Having a child changes a person's purpose in life. Hee-sung gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh. He was irritated by the mention of family. My life's goal has never changed. Don't think we have anything in common, so don't act like you understand. Before he could finish, Sasha screamed in terror, ignoring any other words. Run! The scream came from Jim Hako, who was fighting the monster alone. She pleaded in vain, please someone. Jun-hyuk jumped in from afar, kicking the monster in the face. The immense strength sent the monster flying, crashing into the rock wall. Jae-um-ha panicked upon seeing Jun-hyuk. Ah, Jun-hyuk, why are you the only one here? Jae-um-ha explained that Byung-hun had taken the opportunity to run far away. That was what made Jun panic when he discovered there was a traitor in the team, Byung-hun. The monster on the other side was preparing to return to their location. Jun hurriedly carried Jim-ha on his back, climbed ahead and said, focus on treating your leg first, okay? Jun-hyuk told Hae-sung, who was standing on the rock behind, Hae-sung, cover me. Hae-sung was stunned by Jun-hyuk's extraordinary skill. He compressed the air to increase his speed. That's ridiculously fast. He used his skill to lift the rocks behind him, preparing to attack. I admit it, Jun-hyuk, you're really strong. The monster charged towards Jun-hyuk, probably even stronger than I am. The rocks that Hae-sung compressed with anger, and I knew I probably wouldn't survive this. He swung his hand to control the rock, hurling it forward. The rock pierced through Jim-ha and Jun-hyuk in shock. If we don't act right now. Even in the face of imminent death, Jun didn't expect to be betrayed by his teammate. From above, Hae-sung looked down and said, that monster always targets the easiest prey, doesn't it? Don't worry. Right in front, the monster opened its mouth wide as if to tear apart Jun-hyuk and Jim-ha. I'll explain everything to your family. In the distance, Byung-hun panicked and ran away. Out of fear, he tripped and fell face first into the ground. The pain made him somewhat awake, suddenly remembering what he did to Jim-ha. Byung-hun stared at his guilty hand. What have I done? Someone approached, and Byung-hun was surprised to see it was Hae-sung. Byung-hun anxiously asked, what about the others? Are we the only two survivors? Hae-sung lied blatantly. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. Do you understand that means? Hae-sung exposed Byung-hun's deceitful face. What I mean is, both Jim-ha and Jun-hyuk, the ones you abandoned, they all died to save us. Hae-sung knelt before Byung-hun. I'm telling you this now because Jae-hyun will probably notice if we return like this. Now we're in the same boat. After hearing Yoo-hyun recount everything from 10 years ago, Yoo was surprised. Is that true? He pressed Yoo-hyun. How do you know about this? It wasn't me, it was my mother. She went crazy when she found out about it. She held the memorial photo during the funeral, and that was the beginning of her breakdown. Wing-gun held a press conference after returning, claiming they were all heroes, especially hunter Kim Joo-hyuk. He said Kim Joo-hyuk proved why he was nominated as the next S-rank hunter, but tears streamed down his face because the S-rank monsters there were too strong. Reporters also aired the news on TV. They called it a tragedy as 5 out of the 7 heroes, the world's hope, not just South Korea, lost their lives in a monster cave in Western Africa, especially hunter Jun-hyuk, who was known to have a family, so the government decided to express deep condolences and discuss compensation. Hearing those words on TV, her mother was furious with the survivors of this tragedy. Hunter Hae-sung and Byung-hun declared they would honor the sacrifices of those who died and provide special allowances to the remaining family. She gripped Yoo-hyun's hand and asked, you don't believe that nonsense, do you? Yoo-hyun, right? Her mother cried out in pain. You have to find justice for him. Please, please tell me you'll do it. Your father's body was left in the cold desert. When you were little, Yoo-hyun didn't fully understand the cruelty of it all. He promised his mother he would return. She cried along with her mother, "Yes, Mom." From then on, hatred began to grow within her. She would seek justice. From then on, my mother continued protesting alone, saying she would keep exposing the truth. But because there was no evidence, no one wanted her to ruin the atmosphere of the hero's memorial. People whispered, "Hae Sung and Byung-hun betrayed their teammates. She just wants more compensation money." Who would believe that? And then 3 years passed. Maybe because so many people called her crazy, she often hid in corners, muttering to herself, "Yoo-hyun, this is a secret, a secret." Her mother truly went insane from the stress. She committed suicide, and then on her father's death anniversary, Yoo-hyun calmly recounted the past. "I had to live alone on the streets, wandering through the roads. Then when I got a little older, I hid in Seung and Gayet to seek revenge." She recalled the first time they met while hunting monsters. You probably already know what happened afterward. Back then, Sang-yu saved her life. After hearing the whole story, Sang-yu fell silent. Did that explain everything? The reason I had a hostile attitude toward Hee-sung. Sang-yu continued walking through the desert, recalling what Yoo-hyun had once told him. I don't think she was lying. Just then, someone suddenly appeared on a rock, interrupting his thoughts, but she left the most important detail at the end. "It seems like you're quite preoccupied, aren't you?" He was startled when he saw the person's face clearly. "Raven, shouldn't you be calling me master now?" Raven jumped down, landing near Sang-yu. "I finished dealing with the monsters in the outskirts since noon, and then stayed around here for the past few days. Didn't you notice? I told my clones to only report hostile targets, but why are you loitering here?" Raven looked at him calmly and replied, "Of course, because I cannot allow my precious disciple to get hurt." He reminded him that this place was once filled with killing intent, yet you used them as practice targets. Sang-yu frowned at that attitude. "Are you just standing there watching? Why should I intervene? When you aren't really in danger." Raven gathered mana into a magic circle. "Anyway, I can't believe you're practicing magic. You're experimenting with interesting things. Did Arya teach you?" Sang-yu froze, suddenly remembering. "Right, Raven is from Tyburn, isn't he? You know how to use magic too?" He paused, then admitted honestly, "No, this is all I know. I'm glad you're skilled with a sword." Afterward, the two continued together on the next leg of the journey. Separating from the system was good anyway, since there's a big difference between magic and skill system. "Do you want to follow me somewhere deeper?" At the headquarters, Byung-hun kept receiving notifications of failed missions from the system. All assassins failed. He broke into a cold sweat in fear. It's fine, it's fine. More than 18 years have passed, there's no evidence left, absolutely no proof." The image of Shadow Magim 2 replayed after decades of obsession, cutting through his thoughts. "What I did, he ran away." Terrified, he collapsed to the ground. Yet in reality, he was alone there. Regaining his composure, Byung-hun gasped, "How did it end up like this?" "I was simply following orders, controlling information about the disaster, and assassinating a 20-year-old kid." He realized the foolish mistake from years ago led to the present. "Why is Max Sang-yu fighting monsters?" Raven looked puzzled, seeing the sword techniques executed so perfectly. "What's with that expression?" He immediately asked seriously. "Was that technique the Storm Messenger sword technique? I'm just repeating what my clones did." He sighed in disappointment, thinking it wasn't the right approach. "Your clones learned it, but you anyway keep going. He really frustrates me." Sang-yu continued using the monsters as sword practice targets. "I'm doing this right, aren't I?" Controlling the flow of energy through wrist movements. He swung the sword at its head but couldn't cut it off. The blade vibrated violently, making Sang-yu's hand shake. "Do you remember I said this place was perfect for practice?" The monster was no longer affected by those strikes. This is the land of evolution and adaptation. Its body regenerated all injuries and prepared to continue fighting. If you don't adapt, you won't progress. Raven stood beside him and reminded, "Now's the time to use your magic. Try casting a fireball at them." Fireball? He gathered mana in his hand and approached the monster. Immediately after, he leapt back to avoid the explosion. The monster burst into flames, screaming in pain. "All good," Raven explained their evolution. "You hunted most of the monsters with your sword when you arrived, right?" The monsters near the center evolved to resist hunters, more precisely, predators. Monsters near the explosion's center quickly turned and fled, since many species had been killed too often by sword energy. They gradually adapted to resist physical attacks, but fire still overwhelmed them. Raven quickly drew his sword into stance. "In other words, you can hunt them with magic." He lunged with an incredibly fast strike, splitting the monster in two. Sang-yu was astonished, witnessing the sword technique firsthand. Or defeat them with an even stronger blow. The monsters that his strike only left a few cuts on. The nearby rocks were also split in half by the force of the strike. "Isn't it convenient when the target is right in front of you?" My life goal is to live comfortably, eating, resting, and playing, not dealing with this kind of stuff. At GM branch, the office was filled with a quiet atmosphere. Number 10 knocked on the office door, and an employee stepped out to open it. Who are you? Outside the office, all the assassins were waiting, leaving him stunned. What's going on? Number 10 went straight to the point. We came to take the certificate. We are those who have walked a path drenched in blood. The employee widened his eyes, completely confused. To leave that path and regain the lost humanity. Are you here for the interview? Yes. Well, please come in. At this moment, Hee-sung was grinding bone fragments into powder. She is preparing medicinal herbs. Elsewhere, Hee-sung is talking to a mysterious figure. Hunter Hee-sung, do you know Hunter Jae-hyun? What do you think about the rumor that she betrayed Hunter Jun-hyuk, which has been spreading recently? That's ridiculous. Hee-sung smiled insincerely. Hunter Jun-hyuk is my person, so I don't want to speak ill of his wife. But just because someone has the ability to perceive doesn't mean everything they say is the truth, right? He put his hands in his pockets and left the building. I heard their marriage was going well, what a shame. Yoo-hyun thought to herself, Mom, it's not true, right? Hee-sung had been killed. She recalled the words her mother said before passing away. Yoo-hyun, only you are allowed to know this. I never told anyone. She was tired, curled up, and buried her face in her knees. So what were the last words she said? Elsewhere, Sang-yu was practicing using fireballs to deal with the monster. The flames blazed fiercely, but the monsters were barely affected. Sang-yu stood back, struggling to think. So now these bastards even have high fire resistance. He hastily cast a spell, but the fireball was no longer effective. Then, Sang-yu decided to rush in and suddenly draw his sword. A quick slash that was terrifyingly swift split the monster in half. Sang-yu was amazed by this incredible tactic. He proudly showed off his accomplishment, but Raven seemed uninterested. Did you see that, Raven? I just mastered the basic quick draw skill. And the mana flow, your clone even did better. Sang-yu grumbled. Is it that hard to compliment your disciple? If you call me master, I'll reconsider. For the sake of face, Sang-yu painfully enunciated each word. Master, did you just call me my disciple? Yes, please teach me. While the two of them were joking, the monsters they had just killed began to stir and come back to life. They fused into a giant monster. Sang-yu worried about what to do. Master, I don't think fire or swordsmanship will work on it. What should I do now? Don't worry, my disciple. The power of the Crimson Destruction Sword is limitless. You have no idea how badly I've wanted to say that. At GM headquarters, the lights were still on. Now let's begin the interview. The interviewer asked number 10 and number 12. You look like a foreigner, so why go all the way to Korea to apply for a job at GM? Number 10 answered honestly. I'm here because I want to work with Hunter Sung Sanju. We all owe Hunter Sung Sanju a life. The interviewer was surprised, thinking to himself, ah, I see. It seems he has also saved a foreigner. As expected, he may be a bit foolish, but he's very kind-hearted. Number 11 mumbled something and got smacked by number 10. That's right, even though I threw a shuriken at his head. Number 11 passed out and number 10 quickly explained, oh dear, looks like my kid is still jet-lagged. He looks exhausted, I see. So what's the field you're most confident in? Before number 12 could answer, number 10 hit him on the neck. Of course, assassination, go to sleep. Number 10 tried to justify his strange action. Sleep is very important. What's wrong with them? The interviewer didn't care too much and continued giving instructions. That's enough, there's still one final test. Number 10 listened seriously as he said that we had to add this part because Hunter Sung Sanju insisted on having it included in the interview process. A clone was waiting for a training battle to comprehensively assess skills and combat abilities. Behind them, the monster had now become extremely large. Sang-yu could only keep dodging its attacks, so what's the next step? Actually, I was just saying that for show. Sang-yu focused on observing the situation. But my disciple, you've already been through that stage before. Raven reminded him of his past combat experience. When fighting the giant white bone demon, you temporarily maximize the effect by focusing all clones' attacks on a single point. Right? Raven also drew his sword ready. You just need to do that 5 times faster. He performed the ultimate technique, 100 cuts, a spinning slash through the monster as an example for Sang-yu, your turn, my disciple. Sang-yu summoned his clone. Of course, doing it himself would be too much. At the same time, the monsters underground were also regenerating, so try coordinating with a few other disciples. In the distance, a shadow shot toward them. Hee-sung's subordinate sensed the danger and spoke up. This is bad. It seems Hunter Sung Sanju has become more dangerous than boss expected. A while later, Sang-yu's battle finally ended, with monster corpses scattered everywhere. Damn it. Sang-yu and his clones were exhausted. So those bastards are all dead, right? Raven shed tears of joy, covered his eyes, and collapsed. Disciple number 1 and number 2, well done. What about me? Suddenly a call came in. He announced to Sang-yu, I just got a call from Heritage. I'll be back soon. What's going on? This call must be urgent, something serious must have happened. Even though I don't know how to use it, he placed his hand on your shoulder as a reminder. Anyway, my student, be careful. Raven warned you seriously, this is the center of the pit. After the disaster, the number of monsters escaping the pit has decreased, so we only maintain the current minimum level. However, this area is rated as an S-rank dungeon, so nothing is too surprising. He turned to prepare a teleportation spell and added, don't overdo it. I'm far from pushing myself to the limit. The space door opened and he spoke his last words. Then survive. Sang Yu turned back and returned to Yu Hyun. He entered the tent. You're here. The monster-derived medicine has arrived. Yu Hyun held the vial and said, most of them have interesting properties. Thanks to them, I can create new adaptive medicine. This medicine increases the user's adaptability to external agents, but it has side effects. After the effect ends, all other effects are temporarily reduced. She handed the vial to Sang Yu. Try it and tell me how it feels. Yeah, the side effects seem tolerable now. Both remained silent after that. Sang Yu felt guilty. Damn, this is embarrassing. Learning about her past made him even more uneasy. Yu Hyun bowed her head and spoke, sorry. Sang Yu looked up as she continued. There's something I haven't told you. What is it? Outside the tent, a monster suddenly approached. Sang Yu's clone detected the monster near the anchoring point. The monster approached. I'll defeat it immediately. One clone used Dark Eye. Inside the tent, Yu Hyun continued. My mother's last words. The real reason I came here. That day my mother told me a secret. Ayin, only you are allowed to know this. She never told anyone else. She covered one eye with her hand. My mother watched the pit every day after the disaster. Two clones outside rushed in, ready to examine the monster in this area. The monster took 2 critical hits. It began gathering blazing red mana in its palm. The Dark Eye clone said, that fool. You shouldn't block it. The other clone tried to stop the orb. Yu Hyun spread her fingers, revealing her soulless eyes. I only later realized why my mother kept doing that. She always covered her eyes with her hand. Ayin, listen to it. She gave a twisted smile. Your father is really still alive. At this moment, Sang Yu's clone took the full brunt of the monster's attack. Sang Yu in disbelief asked Yu Hyun, what, your father? Her face was calm, but suddenly a huge shock occurred. Sang Yu began to realize something. No Hai is dead. He hurriedly ran off, shouting, Yu Hyun, go, stay here, don't go outside. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? He ran outside and saw no one ahead running toward him. No one, are you okay? What is? No one turned and casually asked. Why is the master only arriving now? Sang Yu was a little confused. Hey sir, no one shouted for him to look at the dusty distance. Look over there. A giant monster appeared. That bastard is a piece of me. This time I must reclaim it. Sang Yu didn't understand, asking, so you took no one's person for that piece. Why now of all time? No one explained. You changed your tone. I like that challenging tone of yours. We're just switching turns briefly. It seems he thinks facing that bastard alone is too dangerous. The monster created a red orb in its hand, seemingly preparing to attack both. It threw the red orb at the two of them, causing an explosion. Both Sang Yu and no one leaped to dodge. Don't touch that. Don't try to stop it, you'll explode. The guy next to you died the same way. He felt a strange familiarity with the monster's thrown object. Wait, this ability. He summoned his clones for support. Everyone support me. His clones appeared from the spatial water he created. I need to see it with my own eyes. 3 of his bodies flew to attack the monster. Sang Yu also charged with his sword, firing a wind bullet at the monster's face, but seemed ineffective as the monster wore a golden helmet. No one was excited, eyes gleaming with multiple beams. Seems not enough, let me add one more. He unleashed an energy strike at the monster's face. The monster's face smoked but took little damage. Sang Yu realized the situation, muttering, damn it. Jun Hai Uk's face appeared. Things have become very complicated. He realized something. Sang Yu's 3 clones prepared for battle. He once again covered his face with a mask. Then the monster flew up and disappeared. Sang Yu felt a bit annoyed and ran off. No one let out an exclamation. How fascinating to use my power like this. Could this be the instinct of a monster? He smirked cunningly for a moment, then said to Sang Yu, Hey Dung Sanju, I want to make a deal with you. He was slightly surprised when no one continued. If you give me that fragment, I'll help you this time and reveal the weakness of that bastard. Yu Hyun hid behind a nearby barrier and witnessed everything, her ears trembling uncontrollably as she couldn't understand what had just happened. She realized the monster was her father, and Yu Hyun couldn't hold back her tears. She buried her face in her hands and cried loudly. It's real, her mother hadn't lied. Her father was still alive. The dawn had come and no one was revealing the truth now. The monster we just encountered is a part of me. Sang Yu's face still showed confusion, imagining wildly. No one began to explain, what are you doing, part of what? No one explained that his body was divided into 7 parts. Torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a weapon, each with distinct abilities. Only then did Sang Yu turn to him suspiciously. Sang Yu asked, so the names of the 7 fragments aren't about sin? No one walking explained. Others just named them whatever they wanted. No one added that because those who hold his fragments go mad, his body can absorb and adapt. It can absorb and deploy surrounding elements and adjust to different environments. Sang Yu looked slightly stunned and began reanalyzing. That bastard's energy was truly strange, though I don't understand it, its presence is undeniable. No one further explained, because it has adapted and blended with the environment. Sang Yu questioned, so it can absorb humans too. No one thought for a moment and said, you mean the human form emerging from inside the monster? Sang Yu had also noticed that face. Not just the monster's skills, but all the information I've heard about him matches perfectly. Surely Hunter Jun Hiu has a way to save him. At Heritage headquarters, Sir Hubert was present. Master Raven Hubert spoke first. Old Ravenly said, sword practitioner, you must be very busy, sorry to disturb you. Hubert replied, I'm not as busy as you here, then held up a sword. I want to show you this first. Raven was immediately stunned as he recognized what was before him. Hubert held a massive sword, and Raven immediately recognized it as the sword that caused the earthquake. Raven asked Hubert, have you succeeded in restoring this sword? Hubert replied while holding the sword. At first, it was very difficult because the sword was in poor condition. This is a relic of the Urentia Empire, the sword of the late king. People say he could upheave the earth with a single swing. Hubert looked at the sword and added, it's time for this sword to see the sunlight after such a long time. Only then did Raven express her intention. I want you to use it, don't you see? Raven continued to explain her reason. I'm not qualified to wield this sword. I am merely a remnant of the past from one who failed to protect the empire and its power. This sword doesn't fit my swordsmanship, Storm Messenger. Hubert had realized that as well. Too bad, I knew you'd say that. But if you want to test the sword's power, at least try its durability. Raven drew the sword and said, I won't hold back. Hubert replied, don't worry, of course, I'm testing its durability. The sword was fixed upright on the floor, and the cord was ready to strike the sword. He gathered wind bullets around him, then fired 3 at once toward the sword. He had anticipated the outcome. The sword possessed ultimate power, truly miraculous. Yet the sword shattered right before their eyes. Both were shocked. I'm doomed. Elsewhere, the clones were breaking the monster's limbs and handing them to Ahyun. Is this enough? She felt it was sufficient. Yes, thank you. She put the pieces into her bag, already forming a new plan. There's no other way to lure my father out of that monster's body. A monster can adapt to its environment and constantly change. A potion that adapts can be made using this. This will help me restore everything to its original state. Ahyun secured the safety cord and descended a treacherous rock. She tried to extract the stones there, deciding to use them as essential ingredients for the potion. Now I'll reverse the primary effect to craft the potion. I'm sure I can save my father. From afar, the monster observed everything. The sun had risen, and mocking laughter echoed through the air. Ahyun held the test tube, exhausted yet cheerful, collapsing before the pile of vials. It seemed Ahyun had successfully created the potion. Finally, she had produced the stimulus potion. No one was searching for signs of the monster in the surrounding area. No trace was found. There were no rocks large enough for it to hide. No one called out, you go elsewhere, look somewhere else. Meanwhile, he tilted his head and asked no one, may I ask? Sang Yu was tied to a tree like prey, bewildered. I don't understand what's happening. No one, impatient, explained while asking, did you forget I saved your life again? Damn, use your brain. Right now, the clones are doing their jobs. No one continued explaining. The top priority for all monsters in this area is survival. Hunting is just a way to stay alive. If your clones keep gathering carelessly like this, that bastard will never show up. That's why we created this trap, to lure that bastard with an easy prey, a foolish prey. Exactly the kind of dim-witted as a river shrimp or jellyfish. Sang Yu finally realized what no one intended. Could it be? No one suddenly sensed something and fell silent. Sang Yu, still angry at being treated this way, said, who else besides you is this annoying? But he couldn't argue. Ahyun ran from afar, shouting, Dung Sanju, wait! She saw him hung like a roast chicken and wondered, what's going on? Why are you hanging upside down like that? He helplessly replied, you'll understand the master plan soon. Ahyun told him everything and frankly said, anyway, take this. Sang Yu asked, what is it? Ahyun explained, I saw it before, the one inside the monster is my father. Hearing this, Sang Yu was stunned. Seeing his confusion, Ahyun added, I won't ask why you hid this from me, but in return, give this to your father. I created a reversal stimulus potion. She shoved the vial into Sang Yu's hands. It will return your father to normal. At this point, Ahyun was completely weak, pleading, this is my final request. Please save my father, please save my family. Back with the 2 old men, Dai Van was still shocked to learn the secret of the sword. The thing I destroyed was a clone. Hubert hurriedly explained to Raven that he should have been given an explanation earlier, as he was truly shocked. Raven asked Hubert, How did you handle it? Hubert glanced at the broken sword and replied to Raven, it's a byproduct created during the analysis of the duplication skills of Hunter Dung Sanju. He mentioned that they had carried out the skill analysis but ran into a small setback. However, they had still made significant progress towards the related research plan. After hearing this, Raven acknowledged Sang Yu's talent and thought that it was indeed an extraordinary skill, and that he was an exceptional individual. Hubert continued, anyway, thank you. I've identified the problem and now I understand much better. At this point, Raven raised a concern. Lord Hubert, besides me, no one else can use seismic skill, so if I suggest this. Switching to Sang Yu, who was now being used as bait for the monster. The situation reminded him of the bird trap he had made when he was a child. Sang Yu remembered the vial of medicine Yu Hyun had given him, which Kim Urian had created, and wondered when she had made it. He recalled the appearance of the monster and Yu Hyun's plea, please save my father, please save my family. Suddenly, Sang Yu felt something. Damn, the monster appeared right before him. Sang Yu realized that no one's prediction was correct. He's fast, I really am a perfect bait. He immediately pressed the secret switch behind him. The explosion blew the area in front of him into smoke. Since they were on a cliff, countless rocks fell onto the monster. Sang Yu untied his bindings, his face cold. Congratulations, you've become my bait, you bastard. He stepped closer and declared, this time you won't escape. Elsewhere, a training match was taking place. Please stop, the training is over. Sang Yu's clone stopped with a row of warriors fallen behind him. He said, you've worked hard. The assistant standing nearby was amazed, commenting that his stats were lower than Dung Sanju's, but his technique was exactly as expected, incredibly impressive. They discussed how he should not be underestimated. The weak could create variables and strategies to counter the strong, and he also showed ruthlessness when facing weaker opponents. No 10, who hadn't understood the situation, collapsed, his mouth full of blood. What's going on? He recalled the battle with Sang Yu. Though allowed to use an offensive weapon, they still couldn't touch him. Sang Yu dodged all the bullets and swords, even redirecting attacks from all directions. The overwhelming sensation made him exclaim, how is this possible? We once had the original Dung Sanju corner. They had coordinated attacks to force the original into a desperate situation, so he didn't understand. How can a clone be better than the original? The assistant asked, no 3 did really well, do you want something to eat? Sang Yu immediately answered, I want ramen. The girl beside him was surprised. Senior, is this true? The clone is stronger than the original. No 10 scolded her, idiot thinks smarter. Older looked confused. What do you mean? No 10 explained. Right, there's only one reason. In everyone's eyes, Sang Yu's image suddenly became radiant. They realized that Dung Sanju had only pretended to be cornered and at a disadvantage. It was his way of holding back. Black had tears in his eyes. Yeah, we've always been treated like trash. The blonde guy sighed. Did he pretend to lose because he was worried about our feelings? Despite being exhausted, they still discussed. I'll try again, I want to work under Dung Sanju. I want that too. One person confirmed, I can't be anywhere else but here. Meanwhile, Sang Yu was using all his resources to attack the monsters. Every attack was ineffective against the monster's steel-like shell. He charged forward, holding a magical tool. Damn, he's immune to fire now. Suddenly, he remembered no one's words. My skills will adapt and change as I face an enemy, unlike monsters. My power isn't fixed in battle, but it still has its limits. Sang Yu suddenly realized the key point. The remaining clones all charged in, launching a series of attacks on the monster. It hardly reacted, only making strange noises. Sang Yu found its weakness, drew his sword, and said, this bastard, he can't adapt and resist many different attributes at once. He swung his sword hard, finally creating a wound on it, and Sang Yu recognized the opportunity. Then I need to finish this as quickly as possible right now. He kept slashing at the opponent. No one stood by, mocking, you're underestimating that monster. Seeing it relaxed, Sang Yu shouted, then why don't you hurry up and help me? Sang Yu and his clones continued to attack furiously with different kinds of strikes. He turned to no one, why aren't you helping me? When the monster was suppressed, Sang Yu planned to finish it and said, I've got him under control. Noticing something wrong, no one shouted, step back, Dung Sanju, that bastard has adapted to ice now. It broke through the ice layer and swung its hand towards Sang Yu, grabbing him so quickly that he couldn't react. Damn. In less than a second, its claws reached out to his brother, grabbing his stomach. Sanju cursed, damn it. He gritted his teeth, enduring as it was using the separation skill. I have to hold on. Sweat evaporated from the heat. Sanju gritted his teeth, his face tense. I will stop it from expanding with my invincible body. But the fire was slowly creeping onto him. Sanju was exhausted, damn it, can't take it anymore. His back was bleeding, no one approached from behind. One wrong move and everything would go wrong. His body swelled up like a balloon, no one complained. You've just made a mistake. Boom, an explosion rang out, shaking the space. When the explosion stopped, only white smoke remained. No one looked at Sanju kneeling, his face pale. No one raised his bloodied arm. You've already died once, there's no second chance, calm down. No one sneered, if my existence didn't depend on your skill, I would have let you die already. The strange monster and Sanju, curious, how did you eliminate the separation skill? No one answered, each fragment has its own power, this is the power of the head, by analyzing the structure of the skill. We can sever the mana circuit and nullify it. No one continued. You've only been slightly injured, you're still fine, your regeneration rate is quite high. Blood from the corner of Sanju's mouth stopped flowing. Sanju thought, does that ability also help stop the giant skeleton demon's attack? He had an idea, so whenever something like what just happened occurs, you just need to eliminate it. As soon as he spoke, he was immediately punched. Sanju protested, why did you hit me? No one sneered, useless, do you know how to do anything other than rely on others? At that moment the monster charged. Sanju reacted quickly, immediately blocking the blow and said loudly, exactly, that's the kind of person I am. The monster fell and no one continued, see. With those stats you don't need to risk your life like when facing the giant skeleton demon. But why aren't you focused? Sanju bluntly replied, because I have to kill this monster. Nearby, the half-dead rats in the glass cage made strange noises. Trevor nervously said, here, the batch of medicine you requested. Dong took the vial, inspected it, then grabbed a rat from the cage. He poured the medicine onto the rat's bedding. Trevor stood frozen as the rat screamed loudly from the shock of the drug. Then the rat screamed as it lost control, its fur stiffened, and its body turned green. Dong immediately set it on fire. Are you kidding me? It's a defective product, he said annoyed. Only 2 perfect models can stop it from turning into a monster. He continued, I don't have enough time to perfect the other models. She hesitated. But the rat, thought to be dead, revived and bit Dong's wrist. He was surprised. Trevor explained, even so, the stat boosts from these defective products can't compare to the previous one. She continued, if I had more time, I'd perfect them. Dong immediately interrupted, no, we don't need perfected versions, just keep producing these. He complained, you should have just given me these from the start. A loud noise from outside, large rocks crashed down. Kim Yoo-hyun was startled. She fell into thought, are they fighting? Maybe getting someone to take the medicine during a fight is quite difficult. She suddenly realized, wait, what if the vial breaks during the fight? Kim Yoo-hyun immediately searched her bag. I made a few more from the leftover materials. Here it is. Seeing Yoo-hyun's prepared gear, the clone asked, where are you going? Take this to Dung Sanjiu. The supplement, he added, let me do it. But Yoo-hyun refused. I need to test the effectiveness of the medicine, so let me go, okay? The clone helplessly said, I won't stop you, but think it through carefully. They both stood before the wreckage. The clone wanted Ahyun to confirm thoroughly, are you sure you want to go there? Continuous tremors from the battle between the two sides. The monster was trying to create a magic ball. No one sneered, fool, you can adapt but can't learn anything. Sanju gripped his sword tightly. No one cast a spell, fire enveloping the sword. He charged, striking, the head was cleaved off. Yoo-hyun with dark eyes stared intently. Sanju gritted his teeth, recalling the past. Sanju nervously asked the person in front, the skill and the story I heard match perfectly. That must be Hunter Jun Hyuk. Is there any way to save that person? The hesitant sword struck the monster's left shoulder. It was trying to find a way out, but the ceiling was blocked with ice blocks. The creature fell into a state of panic, while Sanju remained calm and firmly stated there was no way out. A few minutes earlier, he and one had discussed and agreed that the idea of rescuing the trapped person was just a misunderstanding. Then, as planned, Gianna-1 climbed onto the monster's back and struck it with lightning, making it roar. The first step was complete and one reported, I've temporarily subdued it. Its adaptability skill has been locked so it won't be able to resist. As soon as one stepped back, the other clones used ice to restrain the creature. Sanju rushed forward and heard Ahyun pleading, this is my final request. Please save my father, save my only family. Sanju's face darkened, I'm sorry. The creature stood still and took the blows and a shout rang out, stop. The sword, which was about to finish the target, had to stop because of Ahyun's cry. She staggered on the stone pillar and fell. What? She fell heavily to the ground, landing on her backside, while Ahyun stood frozen. Why did you point your sword at my father? You said you would save him, my father. No. One looked at Sanju, who still wore a strange expression. Sanju stood facing the creature that resembled Ahyun's father, silent, while Ahyun stammered. You broke the vial, didn't you? I have a backup. I made extra just in case. Sanju cut him off, I already have it. He firmly called Kim Yoo-hyun. Looking directly at the creature, he said, this is not your father, it's just a monster. He continued to explain that this form was created by a transformation skill, and it wasn't controlling the Hunter Run Hyuke or anyone else. If you give it the medicine, it will just turn back into a regular monster like all the others. Sometimes the truth is hard to hear. Ahyun shuddered, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by monster? After the battle, the situation tilted in Sanjiu's favor. He was about to rush in to finish it off but hesitated due to Ahyun's desperate plea. It's not a monster, it's my father. I only met him when I was a child, but his image is still vivid in my mind. Ahyun screamed, he looks exactly like he did back then. Sanjiu asked again, exactly the same. He continued, it's been 18 years and his appearance hasn't changed at all. Isn't that strange? Ahyun fell silent and no, one step forward. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Step aside. Don't, Sanjiu, no, one struck. Anyway, I'll get my transformation ability back. The slash cut its body in half, making the monster roar while Ahyun cried and begged, don't. Black cells spread across the face of the person Ahyun called father, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a young girl with green hair, leaving her speechless. No, one mocked, is this also your relative? Sanjiu gritted his teeth as he realized the monster was regenerating while no. One turned and asked, why are you silent now? I asked, is this your relative? The green hair fluttered in the wind and Sanjiu curiously asked, is this person also from the special forces? No, one denied, who knows. This monster changes appearance every time it gets hurt. It hides itself so well that it's hard to recognize. The monster had recovered and returned to the form of Run Hyuke, and no. One reminded, it seems to have finished healing, hurry up and kill it, or it'll quickly adapt to the ice and escape. Even though Sanjiu heard clearly, he still hesitated. Meanwhile, the small hands struggled to twist the vial's cap and Ahyun sobbed, wait a moment. Give it the rest of the medicine while it's still in the form of my father. What if it really is my father? It's still not 100% certain. No one rushed in and kicked Ahyun in the stomach, causing Sanjiu to panic and shout, hey, what are you doing? Sweat rolled down Sanjiu's nose as he accidentally realized something. Ahyun writhed on the ground, and no, one coldly said, I hate people like you. He continued, you've done nothing yet still refuse to accept the obvious truth. All you do is beg but you can't do anything in return. No, one's words were cold but they were the truth. If at least you knew how to raise a weapon, I wouldn't have to mock you. Ahyun painfully watched the vial break and cried, no, my medicine. No, one shouted, get lost, you're just blocking the way. Suddenly a figure rushed in and kicked, catching No. One off guard. He roared, what are you doing, Dung Sanjiu? It turned out that the monster with Jun Hyuk's head had stepped forward to shield Ahyun. No, one shouted angrily, I told you to kill that monster. Ahyun stammered, Dad. No, one sighed, that's a monster but whatever, no need to explain more. The monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Ahyun. Sanjiu immediately rushed to block Ahyun, swinging his sword to stop the incoming bite. The blade clashed violently with the monster's teeth, creating a sharp metallic sound in the air. He gritted his teeth and held his ground, using all his strength to push back the enormous head closing in. In that breathless moment of struggle, Sanjiu's gaze grew determined as he decided to end it all himself. Dying in one's own illusion could be considered a kind of mercy. Thankfully, Sanjiu intervened in time. He stopped and said to me, answer me, great sin. You said that the monster took the form of Hunter Jun Hyuk to use his skills, right? That means the regenerated body also carries the memories and appearance of Hunter Jun Hyuk. No one nodded. Yes, it reconstructs the brain to use the skill. So what now? The monster lunged, no one complained. The monster is just acting on its instincts. Sanjiu leapt in as well, then advised, use your skill. Isolate the part of the body shaped like Hunter Jun Hyuk and cut off the rest. He continued, you can sever the Manama circuit. No one looked surprised. Then he asked Sanjiu, why should I carry out a troublesome request that might yield nothing? He sighed, this isn't a request. Sanjiu feigned refusal. If you don't want to, fine, I'll give up too. Forget about great sin, no more negotiation. We don't necessarily have to defeat this monster. No one got agitated. Then why should I suffer like this? He continued. You're the one who's in a hurry, not me. Libo, standing inside, froze. Sanjiu continued politely. Come on, no one, let's go outside. Great Sin wanted fresh air. No one gritted his teeth. You damn it. No one angrily charged at the monster. Don't blame me if this blows up, and landed on it. Sanjiu shielded against the wind and thought. He wasn't sure if this method would work. He wasn't certain how the monster's instincts would react. A few minutes earlier, Hino won. Sanjiu flustered. Hey, what are you doing? Sanjiu was shocked to see the monster with Jun Hyuk's face staring at injured Yuhyun. Back to the present. Sanjiu held Ahyun steady and watched the situation. He realized there was no other choice. He had to try to know. No one emphasized as the black layers around the body gradually dissolved, separating, revealing Jun Hyuk's form. Soon, no one had separated both Jun Hyuk's lying still on the ground. Then Jun Hyuk opened his eyes, quickly woke up, gasping and shouted, GMH, are you okay, GMH? Where are we? My chest wound is gone. My clothes are different too. Dad, do you recognize me? Jun Hyuk blushed, pressing his lips together. Dad, do you know who I am? Jun Hyuk was silent, then responded to Yuhyun. She unexpectedly cried tears of joy. Yes, that's right. She looked at the father she thought was lost and said, It's me, Dad. There were now two monster forms. One was Ahyun's father impersonation sitting on the ground, the other the silent monster behind. No one froze seeing it work. Sanju continued, "See, I told you, you never know until you try." No one still wondered, "I don't understand, it's still a monster." Sanju explained it just looked like her father. But in reality, it was the one who killed her father. Sanju paused, then asked, "Have you heard the story about the rickety ship?" He continued, "Imagine replacing each old plank with a new one. And if you kept replacing until no old plank remained, would it still be the same rickety ship? Though the appearance is the same, the material is different. Does it remain the same ship?" No one thought. "Fool, there's no definite answer to that." The sarcasm became a lead-in for the next explanation. "Exactly, so that creature doesn't need that answer." No one was confused. "What are you trying to say?" Sanju smiled. "Do we need to judge whether Hunter Jun Hyuk is a monster or human based only on our standard?" A faint light emitted from the monster's remains. Sanju was calm, simply observing. "Yes, even false warmth can soothe loss. Some just wish to see the ship once more." The warmth from loved ones made Yoo-hyun shed tears of happiness. Jun Hyuk smiled. "You've really grown a lot." Yoo-hyun sobbed, "I thought you wouldn't recognize me." Jun Hyuk laughed, "How could I not? Your eyes can't hide that smile. You've really grown, I mean it." He asked Ahyun, "How long has it been?" She hesitated. Sanju stepped forward. "I'll tell you." Sanju bowed. "Nice to meet you, Hunter Jun Hyuk. You were captured by a monster." Later, everyone moved to the aircraft. Jun Hyuk panicked. "So basically, a monster captured me and you rescued me." Sanju nodded, "Yes." No one side, liar. Jun Hyuk listens carefully to the information, wondering if 18 years have really passed. "What about my wife, Dae-hyun, now?" Yoo Hai-hun is startled, panicking as he stands up. The phone is handed over and Sanju explains, "You can check it yourself. These are the reports related to the incident." The article reports the disaster that befell the hunters sent to the monster dungeon. What was the cause? 6 heroes are dead, a tragedy for the families of the victims. Jun Hyuk, the hunter Jun Jae-hyun, has passed away. He Sung and Eung Hyun said, "We were supposed to be the ones who died there. We deeply regret and mourn what happened." The flood of information overwhelms Jun Hyuk, making it hard for him to process. Then the next article appears with the headline about the wife of the hunter Kim Jin Hyuk. The wife of the hunter Jun Jae-hyun was found dead, while the wife of the hunter Kim Jin Hyuk, who faced tragedy, made an extreme choice. Jun Hyuk anxiously asks Han, "Father, what's wrong?" Jun Hyuk grips the phone tightly in his hand, no need for further words. He asks, "Your name is Dung Sanju, right?" Sanju responds, "Yes." Jun Hyuk's anger erupts. He angrily asks, "Where are Hee Sung and Byung Hun?" Sanju is surprised and asks, "Are you going to kill them?" Jun Hyuk replies, filled with hatred, "Yes, I have to kill them." Sanju asks again, "Are you sure?" Jun Hyuk interrupts, "Don't try to convince me." Sanju continues, "That's not what I meant." Sanju looks at the man seriously and asks, "Are you sure you want them to go so easily?" Jun Hyuk is surprised, "I have a proposal. After you hear me out, you can decide." The crowd is noisy, mostly reporters. One of them wonders, is Sanju going to hold a press conference? He usually avoids reporters, doesn't he? Another person answers, this time he surely won't avoid it. If he really can defeat an S-rank monster, Sanju in a black suit is walking towards them. He will officially be recognized as an S-rank hunter. Sanju says, "Hello, reporters, I'm glad to meet you all." The cameras start flashing. Sanju continues, "Thank you all for gathering here." He smirks, "Everyone who caused trouble for me at the jumper building is here." He continues, "As everyone knows, I went to the monster hole. And just as expected, there was an S-rank monster there." The reporters are shocked by this information. A reporter asks, "So what did you do with the monster?" Sanju replies, "I caught it despite some hindrances, but I am the one who caught the S-rank monster." Another reporter says, "So does that mean Sanju will be the first S-rank hunter?" But is interrupted. "Wait, Hee Sung and Byung Hun are here too." Sanju smiles. "First, I want to congratulate you for coming back safely, Hunter Dung Sanju." Sanju continues. The reporters rush and scramble. And here is the president of the Hunter Association, Byung Hun, Hee Sung from the Hee Sung Guild. Byung Hun slyly says, "We promise to recognize you as an S-rank hunter if you handled an S-rank monster." Sanju thinks to himself, "I knew they would show up." Hee Sung adds, "At least there should be a video." Sanju laughs loudly. "Proof, of course, without evidence I wouldn't hold a press conference." Sanju raises an eyebrow, walking toward Hee Sung with a smug look. "I have evidence, proving your dirty deeds from 18 years ago." Sanju says seriously, "I'll give you two a chance to confess. Tell everyone what you did in the monster hole." Byung Hun trembles, his voice shaking. "If you two do as I say, I won't present the evidence." Hee Sung coldly says, "Are you done speaking?" Hee Sung laughs loudly. "Evidence? You think I'll believe you?" While Hee Sung protests, Byung Hun remains silent. Sanju responds, "You're just talking nonsense because you have no evidence that you caught the S-rank monster." Do you think you can fool me? Sanju smirks. Do you really think I'll let this go? Prepare for what's coming. Hee-sung and Byung-hun both feel the tension but say nothing more. The situation is becoming more and more tense. Jun Hyuk stares at them, sensing the unease in the air. The reporters around are silent, waiting. Sanju speaks, his voice calm but sharp. Don't make me take action. Confess before it's too late. The crowd looks at Sanju, not daring to breathe loudly. The atmosphere becomes extremely heavy. Sanju stands tall, waiting for a response from them, never taking his eyes off Hee-sung and Byung-hun. Byung-hun shudders, but finally he speaks. We will tell everything. Hee-sung looks at Sanju for a long time, then sighs, finally mumbling. All right, we will tell everything. Sanju sighed, sympathy clear on his face. His loud laughter made Hee-sung tremble with anger. What is this? Sanju mocked. You try to act innocent, not bad, but really pathetic. After the sarcasm, Sanju chuckled and continued. I don't care about the hunter industry, but if someone like me shows up and hits your weak spot. Sanju stepped forward, leaving the reporters bewildered as a familiar figure appeared. A familiar voice rang out. Should I start with long time no see? Byung-hun and Hee-sung stood still. Bare hands adjusted microphones. Kim Jun Hyuk in the flesh stood on the podium speaking down. You both have come a long way, everything is so fresh. We should start by revealing what happened that day, right? Cameras and microphones aimed at him. Hey, shoot this scene again, hurry. Kim Jun Hyuk's story and the truth from 18 years ago gradually became public. Hello, I'm Jun Hyuk. I was trapped by an S-class monster for 18 years and was lucky to return thanks to Hunter Jung Sanju's help. What I am about to say is all true. Hee-dung and Byung-hun were not heroes, viewers will be shocked. Or Hae-in, he really came back, what happened? The person stammered, I just got in touch too, so. The broadcast continued. Jun Hyuk explained that they abandoned their teammates when they were needed most. Or with Junie, they trained hard only to return and steal credit, taking what wasn't theirs. Or with Yoo Hyun, the girl who endured bitterness for years. My wife tried her best recently to reveal the truth, but it was said she could not handle the pressure from those around her. Kim Jun Hyuk with determined eyes said, now I will try to make things right, I will make them pay. The information sparked widespread discussion. Hey, did you see? Hunter Jun Hyuk survived and returned. Who's Jun Hyuk? Fool. Haven't you known the strongest special team member for a long time? I heard Hee-sung and Byung-hun betrayed them and escaped. Oh my, so what his wife said is true. Mockery and insults were aimed at Byung-hun, and Hee-sung as the truth came out. I knew it when only those two returned. I found it strange. Truly bastards. Elsewhere. A steaming pot of assorted hot pot sat on the table. Jun Hyuk asked, what is this? Yoo Hyun replied cheerfully, we have to eat it, even though they had moved from the restaurant. Jun Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. People still move food now, the world has improved, huh? He tried a bite, eyes wide in amazement. Delicious. Yoo Hyun laughed and asked. Right, Jun Hyuk. He suddenly remembered something and said, can you teach me to use a smartphone? Using it now, you see how convenient it is, Yoo Hyun said gently. Give it here, let me save your number first, she whispered. Now with the internet, there's no cost. Feel free to use it, he asked. Really, I won't be charged a ton later. Yoo Hyun softly replied, no. On her note, a checkmark was added to the Eat Together box. The other three were visit mom's grave, go to the amusement park, watch a movie. On TV, news broadcast images of Kim Jun Hyuk, the MC reporting an extraordinary event. Hunter Jun Hyuk, thought dead, returns after 18 years. The disaster was caused by betrayal from Hunter's Obi-wan and Hee-sung. Police raided a warehouse capturing gang leaders who yelled, stop filming. Reporters continued coverage. The betrayal Hunter Ji-hyun had insisted on exposing, even after her death. Kim Jun Hyuk's return gave strong support to previously ignored accusations. Footage of the silver-haired mob boss hiding his face in shame was shown along with the announcer's report. So far, Hunter's Hee-sung and Obi-wan have not responded. At the same time, elsewhere, expensive bottles of alcohol lined a table. A voice spoke. Bring this, Hee-sung said slowly to each guild branch. His subordinate hesitated, asking, can I ask what this is? Hee-sung looked at him fearfully, replying slowly, wine. He said with a hint, don't worry, I heard drinking it has effects. The subordinate asked, confused. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. The subordinate was splattered with a strange black liquid. He placed his trembling hand on the table and said he would start distributing immediately. Hee-sung spoke coldly, telling him to go ahead. Immediately, the subordinate quickly stepped out of the room and slammed the door, and the dark stains on the floor began to sizzle. Suddenly, Jinuk opened the door and shouted in panic, Father, no, Chairman, the reporters are everywhere. He anxiously asked, what should we do now? Where's the table? Hee-sung remained calm, gazing out the large glass window and said slowly, if you want to plant trees, you have to till the rocks first. Hee-dung calmly said, Rin, convey this to all members of the Hee-sung Association. He gave a strange smile and said with hidden meaning, Prepare a farewell party, I will turn myself in. Chinook asked in surprise, what? At the same time elsewhere, the agent sat on a chair, teeth clenched and trembling, muttering, damn it, what is happening? He suspiciously asked Sang-yu. You not only brought back Hunter Jun-hyuk but also dropped a bomb on the press conference. Sang-yu calmly replied, I imagine you must be shocked. The agent widened his eyes in surprise, stammering, of course, Hunter Kim Dae-uk has been legendary since I was in school. Moreover, Ah-hyun really is his daughter. Now, I finally understand why she insisted on entering the monster pit with you. He asked cautiously, so what are you planning to do now? Sang-yu thought for a moment then said, the most important thing is Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk Ning's opinion. Suddenly, number one from behind coldly interrupted, stop wasting time. The agent quietly said, no, one. Sang-yu hurriedly explained, no, it's the 7 deadly sins speaking. Number one urged, how long are you going to leave my fragments scattered? If you want revenge, do it quickly. Sang-yu hurriedly objected, hey, everything must follow order. If we kill those two, we'll be seen as murderers. Number one still replied coldly, does it matter? That guy doesn't have much time left anyway. Sang-yu fell silent. The agent asked confused, what are you talking about? Who doesn't have much time? Number one turned to Sang-yu suspiciously. You haven't told him yet. He recalled a happy moment between Jun-hyuk and his father and spoke coldly. Because what I did with that monster isn't permanent, he will soon collapse and disappear. A close-up of Jun-hyuk's laughing face, number one continued slowly. My abilities aren't eternal. You know that? In the grand banquet hall, everyone had gathered and was murmuring among themselves. Hey, is this right? You mean the chairman's farewell party? Why has he gathered everyone like this? A man wearing a white headband whispered, I heard he plans to turn himself in, so everything is true. A short-haired woman nearby complained, this is crazy, our association really has schemed. Who will be the successor? Members of the Hee-sung Association continued to discuss heatedly, how will team leader Shin Jin-gu manage? His skills aren't that impressive. Wouldn't Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk be a better choice? Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared, catching everyone's attention. Members of the Hee-sung Society. Hee-sung's voice rang evenly. Surely everyone has heard the news, right? That's exactly how it is. He held the mic calmly and said that our society isn't perfect, and we've done many unsavory things. Hee-sung's voice continued to echo, but I can assure you of one thing. At the same time, at a certain branch office, 2 men who received a message from Hee-sung were surprised. Who would have thought the chairman would care about a small branch like ours? He announced solemnly that everything done was for the benefit of Hee-sung. Although I stepped down for my own curiosity, Lee Hee-zian crossed her arms and looked at the rough subordinate, speaking up. Hey you, I told you to treat the chairman candidate well, did I? Hee-sung's voice echoed through the banquet hall. Now Hee-sung was facing a huge change, and the subordinate just sat silently, offering no reply. He was in the camera room, watching the screen closely, saying, I apologize for making everyone follow an incompetent commander all this time. He spoke clearly, raised his glass, and the red wine glasses were lifted along with Hee-sung's words. They spoke excitedly. They clinked their glasses together. Members of the Hee-sung Society began sipping the wine in their hands. Lee Hee-zian swirled her glass, intending to drink. Suddenly, a strong hand stopped her. Lee Hee-yun looked at Hee-sung's subordinate in surprise and asked, what are you doing? He didn't answer, only sternly warned, don't drink. She asked in shock. What? In moments the others had finished all their wine. The scar-faced man asked doubtfully, now what's going to happen to the Hee-sung Society? The man with thick GMF hair praised, this wine is quite good. No sooner had he said that than everyone in the banquet hall began transforming into terrifying shapes. Within seconds of screaming in pain, they were transformed into animals with wrinkled fur, their appearance horrifying. They rushed out of the building in drooping forms, creating a loud commotion. The guard downstairs saw stones falling from the ceiling and panicked. What? Is there a terrorist attack? Headquarters, there's an explosion in the banquet hall. No sooner had he finished reporting than a giant monster with long claws appeared on the stairs, charging at the guard. Before he could react in an instant, blood splattered everywhere, soaking the walls nearby. He Dung in the camera room finally spoke slowly. So give it your all one last time for me. He held a syringe made of stone and plunged it into his neck, speaking, peace has existed for too long. Now no one notices its importance anymore. His skin began to dry and crack, making creaking sounds. Hee-sung gritted his teeth and continued. Now anyone can become an elder awakened, so it seems they've forgotten the importance of strong hunters. After a while his skin turned to stone. Hee-sung crushed the syringe, his gaze turning malicious. He shouted angrily, that's why now is the time to awaken everyone's memories. Korea will return to a time of disaster. Modern skyscrapers began collapsing, dust filling the air. People ran in panic, screaming, run. A terrified woman fell to the ground, trembling. What the hell is happening? There are no hunting zones or gates nearby. From the high-rise buildings, bizarre monsters emerged, attacking everyone, causing panic. So where did these monsters come from? The terrified cries of people mixed with the crashing of buildings grew louder. Sang Yu heard the loud noises, sweating nervously, and said, "This sound." An agent urgently reported, "The alarm is sounding." Jiang Yu quickly ordered, "Evacuate to the basement immediately." An Yen chopped Jiang lightly and said, "He sung outside, fireballs are being dropped to the ground. In the sky, flying monsters are everywhere." Sang Yu shouted angrily, "That bastard is faster than me." Giant flaming meteors were plummeting to the ground at high speed. The scene below was chaotic. People scrambled, panicked, searching for shelter. "Dodge," a girl yelled helplessly while running. "How do you expect us to dodge?" Sang Yu stood still, darkly pondering. Since his physical strength exceeded 40 units, each run made his legs feel weaker. People around continued panicking and trying to escape, screams echoing everywhere, chaos spreading. Sang Yu stood in place, reflecting on his physical limits, realizing that each run made his legs feel weaker and more strained. Although his power had doubled compared to before, his habits remained unchanged. Even using just a fraction of his strength, my body began to hover. At that moment, from another direction in the sky, blazing meteors continued to rain down. Sanju estimated there were about 8 meteors. He crouched, ready to spring, then leapt into the air. Sometimes he wondered if running at full speed would make him faster. Sanju's eyes were sharp, his face cold. He said, "Enough." Skyscrapers were destroyed, debris flew everywhere. At some point, Sanju had jumped into the air, a sharp sword slicing a massive meteor in half. Immediately after, he flipped, changed stance, and used meteor fragments as foothold. He continued smashing each meteor at a dizzying speed. Before long, all the meteors were destroyed, powerless. His 2 teammates stared in shock. The large meteors shattered into small fragments, falling to the ground. Seeing the situation safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sanju gently landed, surveying the scene. Others, still struggling with meteors, felt relieved. He destroyed them all. One teammate sighed, awed, "He's really strong." Sanju turned seriously and instructed, "Hurry, everyone hide. Don't open the door for anyone." Seeing the city nearly destroyed, Jun Hyuk, Yoo-hyun's father, panicked. What's happening? Both he and Yoo-hyun were speechless, overwhelmed. "I sung that crazy bastard." Before finishing, Jun Hyuk rushed off, telling his daughter, "Yoo-hyun, hide, I'll go out." Yoo-hyun hesitated, trying to stop him. Suddenly, a close teammate of Sanju ran over, hastily opening the rooftop door. "Yoo-hyun, go hide now." Yoo-hyun's father exhaled and trusting, "If you hide, good. Yoo-hyun, take care of things." Yoo-hyun, reluctant to leave, worriedly said, "Don't get hurt, father." Jun Hyuk confidently, firmly, "Don't worry, I'll return safely this time." Soon, Sanju's teammate quickly pulled Yoo-hyun away, only managing to call out. Father Jun Hyuk immediately became serious, ready to fight, eyes sharp and angry, shouting in his mind, "Hey Dung!" At the same time, at the academy courtyard, Haeyin was walking, lost in thought, unable to find him. He knew he had returned, but why wasn't he at the academy? He kept skipping classes, but his grades were always good. Suddenly, a strange sound startled Haeyin, leaving him confused. Professor Hong Junhee's voice rang out, "Everyone run." In the panicked crowd, Haeyin realized, "Professor Hong Ian-hai." Haeyin, surprised, puzzled, "Why is everyone running?" Before he could finish, a horde of gruesome monsters charged. Oh no! Monsters appeared from every corner, crowded and terrifying. This was an emergency. A reporter on site quickly updated the situation. "Unknown monsters are invading the city, approaching residential areas, causing panic," the female reporter said. "The army has secured the underground iron gate, but the number of monsters still exceeds expectation." The reporter continued bravely, facing the camera. Suddenly, a giant monster lunged toward her. "This is another disaster," the cameraman shouted in panic. "Behind you, behind you." Suddenly, a huge hand appeared, gathering magical power and striking. The person leapt, delivering a decisive blow, instantly defeating the monster. The reporter and cameraman were stunned, speechless. The monster had been handled swiftly. The reporter shouted, "Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk." Jun Hyuk emerged from the smoke, calmly speaking, "I admire your courage, but evacuate quickly. This place is too dangerous." Still, the reporter immediately reacted, full of spirit. "Something shocking just happened. Hunter Jun Hyuk just saved me. His skills are as strong as ever." Seeing the situation, Jun Hyuk was helpless. "No, I told you to run." A series of giant meteors were still burning and crashing toward them. The female reporter looked pale but still raised her head to continue reporting. Another meteor appeared and Jun Hyuk glanced at it and calmly said, "That's Hai Sung's skill. This time, evacuate, there's no more chance left." After speaking, he immediately leaped high and rushed straight toward the meteor. He used all his strength to shatter the huge meteor into countless small fragments. Jun Hyuk watched with a cold gaze mixed with some caution. "Its size far exceeds the previous one. I must destroy it immediately." Suddenly, a tremendous slash came down, splitting the meteor fragments in all directions. Young Sanju froze when she realized Jun Hyuk was below. Huh, Hunter Jun-hyuk, weren't you with Yu Hyan? The scene shifted to the academy, where a monstrous demon with a devil's head was screaming. Lee Hyun focused on coordinating to defeat it. She used her ability to control the chair, forcefully throwing it toward the monster. Immediately after, she gathered her strength and punched it hard. Hai Sung's subordinates risked their lives to eliminate the remaining monsters. Fortunately, most of the monsters had fled from the building. He decisively finished off the monster in the blink of an eye. We only need us here. After handling the monsters, Hai Sung's masked subordinate turned to High Iron, who was breathing heavily. Are you okay, High Iron? He asked coldly. Whether you run or not is up to you. See you. Unexpectedly, High Iron rushed up and grabbed his collar. Grinding her teeth, she threatened, Hey, you know about this, right? The masked man responded nonchalantly. Yes, at his cold attitude, High Iron exploded, yelling. You knew it, so why didn't you stop that bastard Hai Sung? Hai Sung's subordinate still spoke in a deep voice, unfazed. No one told me to do that. Before High Iron's shocked gaze, the masked man slowly disappeared. I'm just following orders. He left her standing still in the middle of the room. His figure completely merged into the darkness. I don't care about the rest. High Iron was in pain, kneeling on the floor, watching the shadow slowly disappear. She hugged her face, sobbing, choking on her words. Then why did you stop me from drinking it, you bastard? In another room, the table was littered with empty glasses and bottles. John Scully lay on the bed, frowning in discomfort, hand on his forehead, cursing, those bastards. He angrily grabbed the phone to complain. Hey, this is room 1302. It's been so noisy, can you guys be quiet for a moment? There was no response on the other end, only the sound of a continuous beat, which puzzled him. He got out of bed, walked to the door, muttering, Are you kidding me? I thought the service was good. This is really ridiculous. As the door opened, a distorted monster appeared before John Scully. The monster roared with terrifying sounds and charged straight toward him. Before he could strike, it was smashed to pieces. S-rank Hunter, blessed John Scully, casually said with his hands in his pocket, What the hell is this? Has a portal opened recently? Jumper, that bastard, how dare he recommend this place for me? Jun-hyuk unleashed a series of rapid strikes, quickly clearing the monsters. Young Sanju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's no surprise he's called an S-rank hunter. The way he easily took down a bunch of A-rank monsters is truly impressive. Jun-hyuk turned to ask Young Sanju, Looks like this area has been handled. Are there any civilians left to evacuate? He immediately replied, I don't think there are many left. We need to find Hai Sung and quickly end this. Jun-hyuk suddenly remembered something and softly said, Oh, right. He remained silent for a moment, staring at his palm, his gaze gradually darkening. He spoke softly, Hunter Young Sanju, I have something I want to ask you. Young Sanju immediately replied, Go ahead, ask. Jun-hyuk's question left Young Sanju stunned. How much time do I have left? He smiled faintly to reassure him, probably not much. If I want to ask you for a favor. Elsewhere, monsters continued to rampage while soldiers struggled to fight back. Squad leader, at this rate, we're going to be overwhelmed. The squad has been facing similar problems. Maintain formation for me. A monster suddenly charged in and killed the soldier before his teammate could finish speaking. You know what will happen if this place. The monsters continued to advance, defeating the defending warriors. A teleportation gate opened, and a new wave of monsters slowly appeared. The citizens were in panic, fear, and were listening to the latest news. The watchtowers, which were tasked with protecting the hunting areas, were being attacked, and the situation was out of control. The monsters had escaped from the connection gate. So if you live near one of the hunting areas, please move immediately to the nearest shelter station. Young's mother anxiously asked her husband, My love, are Sanju and Ju all right? He tried to comfort her. Trust in Sanju. What we need to do now is stay safe so Sanju can fight without worrying. The sound of banging on the door and frantic screams echoed. Is anyone here? Please help us open the door. A voice came from inside. Enter the passcode. The man replied, Passcode, I don't live here. The monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. The cat-eared girl furrowed her brows and asked, Are you crazy? Isn't this supposed to be the connection gate explosion? Yes, the man beside her answered. However, according to reports, another area is also falling as monsters flood in to attack the nearby defense squad. People rushed to evacuate. At that time, the monster had certainly appeared suddenly right in the city center. The incident started from the city center, near the Hee-sung Guild. The cat-eared girl hesitated before adding. Hee-sung was the one who instructed about the drug production methods. The man sweated, his eyes filled with doubt. Could Hee-sung be part of his gang? The cat-eared girl lowered her gaze, worried. If that's true, we're in serious trouble. Yang Juchen might only be a B-rank, but in the end, he turned into an A-rank monster. Moreover, how many A-rank hunters are in Hee-sung's guild? The man suddenly froze, looking away. As if realizing something was wrong, the girl hesitantly asked, What if those A-rank hunters all turn into monsters? The footsteps of the monster grew closer to them. A massive monster with long brown hair appeared. The cat-eared girl seriously reminded, Be alert, that monster. The monster suddenly dashed past them. When it turned back, their bodies were covered with cuts and blood flowed freely. The man's sister accidentally ran by and saw it. She gasped in surprise. Huh. She cried and ran toward her brother, unaware that the monster was right behind her. She screamed, "Oh, father!" Meanwhile, at the academy, everyone was trying to fight the monsters. Yunha gathered her strength to kick the monster away. Ayan was no less, delivering a shot that pierced the remaining monster. Ayan gasped, looking at Ayan next to her. "Hey, I told you to run." Ayan looked at her with focused eyes, her mouth slightly open. "We need to buy time for the civilians to evacuate. Why are you breathing so hard? I'm exhausted. My strength is useless against these monsters," Duquan responded. "So you're planning to run away? Do you have no pride left?" Seok Jeong still couldn't settle down, gritting her teeth and speaking. "But look at the situation. The monsters keep charging at us." At that moment, Selkin lost focus, and a monster jumped onto him, causing Dogan to only have time to scream. "Idiot!" Hey Ian seemed to be getting tired too, her eyes restless. "There are too many, someone." Hey Ian was clearly exhausted, silently praying, "Please, please save us." At the shelter, Dung Sanju's close teammate sat beside Ahyun. She sat with her hands on her face, crying loudly. Her teammate asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Ahyun held her face, choking up as she confessed, "I hate this weak body. The situation outside is getting worse. My father is out there helping people and I can't do anything." The teammate beside her replied sympathetically, "I feel the same, but don't worry too much." He smiled gently, trying to comfort the crying Ahyun. "The hunters are stronger than we think. Although we are at a disadvantage now, the counterattack is just a matter of time." Scene change as the monster was about to attack the man's sister. A green shield suddenly appeared. The sister cried, her mouth agape, speechless. "Is it a blessing?" John Scully suddenly appeared and saved the girl, then reminded, "Step back." He thought seriously, muttering to himself, "Maybe A rank or low S rank. Although fighting alone is tough, I still have to do it." He struck hard, throwing the monster back. John Scully, with a contemplative expression, seemed to be puzzled. "What I mean is, there's a guy in Korea, a kid who uses clones. How could he let such a filthy thing roam the streets?" As the monsters were about to charge, someone made them explode immediately. A voice echoed. Yunha immediately squinted and asked if this was the situation that Dung Sanju was monitoring. "Who are those people?" Number 10 paid no attention and continued directing his companions. They seemed to be stalling for time to allow the civilians to evacuate, and even the students here carried the same good-heartedness as Sanju. With excited expressions, the individuals began introducing themselves. "We are the hunters assisting Sanju. This is the path Sanju usually takes." Watching from a distance, as expected, the school where the best hunters trained truly lived up to its reputation. "We are here to eliminate the pests that desecrate this place," Number 10 enthusiastically continued. "Rest assured you are safe now." In Dung Sanju's location, he searched frantically but found no trace at all. Dung Sanju looked distressed and tormented, wondering where Hee Sung was hiding and telling himself not to use his cloaking technique anymore, but to come out and fight. Coward. He sat down heavily, sighed, remembering Jun Hyu's words, and muttered to himself, "Damn. Not much time left, right? I want to ask you a favor." He immediately reminded himself, "I must find him quickly. This isn't the time to catch these monsters." He frowned and looked sternly at his team. "Are these guys stronger than they look?" A soldier replied. "This is the first time I've seen them." Dung Sanju, exhausted, realized the meteorites would still fall and decided to return and search for Hee Sung. From behind, a male voice called out to Dung Sanju. He sadly murmured, "Please, Junie. What happened here? Did my father do all of this?" Dung Sanju turned back, filled with concern, confused. Shinjuni Ian. Shinjuni Ian slowly approached and handed Sanju an object, quietly saying, "This was in my room, a tightly sealed vial of mysterious substance. Please, Junie, it's the final product. It doesn't cause monster transformation," with a pained look, along with a note saying it might destroy my curse. Dung Sanju's eyes flared with anger, wondering, does this mean others can turn into monsters? Sanju bit his lip, thinking, so all the monsters everywhere are members of Hee Sung's group now. Though he had expected it, he still doubted. Is this really the case? Upon realizing everything, Zin Junie couldn't hold back tears, biting his lip and sobbing quietly. So my father is really behind all of this. Dung Sanju stood in silence, choked up. That. Two AI stepped closer, saying, "You're right, your father did all of this because I was at the heart of that hell." Young Sanju stood stunned, saying nothing, while Shin Junie Young only dared to call out, "Captain Hai Ian." Hai Ian approached, his gaze sharp and serious. This is not the time for sentimentality. That bastard Hee Sung had planned something far worse. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Hee Sung reveled in the immense power he had successfully unlocked. The power and destructive range of the meteorites had been expanded. Hee Sung grinned maliciously, feeling the immense power he had long desired. As the sun set, night fell over the substation. The workers on guard suddenly witnessed a massive meteorite appear. It plunged directly into the substation, destroying everything. Instantly, the city was plunged into darkness. At the hospital, screams echoed as the power went out, and doctors quickly reassured the patients' families, "Calm down. The hospital has emergency generators." The relatives of the patients urged anxiously, "Hurry and move the patients to the emergency room." Ziona grimaced, observing and thinking to himself that the situation wasn't good. Too many people rushing in, I can't keep track. In the hospital's generator room, a masked figure, one of Hee-sung's subordinates, emerged from the shadows. As the doctors were preparing to treat patients, the power suddenly cut out completely. What? Everyone panicked and ran to check. What's going on? It seems like the generator's gone off. Iku quickly checked the room. Sanji Yujiwan's younger sister began to struggle to breathe. Dong Sanjiu turned pale and whispered, "What?" "Brother Dong," he worriedly hesitated to announce. "Sorry, I couldn't block the generator because I had to stop the meteorite on the roof." The hospital lost power. Ian clenched his teeth, unable to hold back his anger. "Are we too late?" Dong Sanjiu panicked, stammering. "No, I couldn't hold." A rough hand landed on Dong Sanjiu's shoulder. Zin Juni sternly reassured him. "What can you do by going to the hospital now? Everyone has their role to play." Zin Juni paused, thinking deeply for a moment. Dong Sanjiu stared at the map that appeared in front of him in surprise, while his hand gently touched his bracelet, then quickly asked Juni to continue speaking. "My father, I mean the location of Hee-dung," Dong Sanjiu said, while Juni turned and walked away, looking at him with a serious expression. "I'll go to the hospital." "Dong Sanjiu, please stop my father. I won't blame you no matter what you do," Dong Sanjiu said. At the shelter, Dong Sanjiu's teammate was still in shock, his eyes glued to the phone screen. Beauty was the cause of all this, how could it be? His face full of worry as he received a message. The monsters were genetically mutated, and they were originally members of the Hee-sung group. "I will stop Hee-sung," Dong Sanjiu said. Ahyun sat beside him, quietly asking, "So the monsters didn't come out of the portal?" His teammate, still in surprise, replied, "That's right." Ahyun fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the shelter door shook lightly, causing the people around to panic and ask each other, "Is there anyone still outside the building?" Someone asked. "I don't know, who is it?" A shadow of a man appeared and called Ahyun. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and called out loudly, "Father!" At the same time, at the hospital, the generator had melted unusually. The electrician stood helplessly. "Can't fix it, it's melted down," he said. The staff member beside him still tried. "Can't you do anything, please?" "Even just a little would be fine," the staff member begged. Zin Junhee suddenly appeared, seriously saying, "This is the hospital's generator, it needs to be stitched, move aside." The staff member stared at Zin Junhee, surprised, asking, "Are you a hunter?" The electrician standing beside stopped him, saying awkwardly, "Wait, don't touch it. Even if you touch it, the energy won't come back," the electrician said. Zin Junhee held the test tube in his hand and replied, "Don't worry, I have the skills." He immediately injected the test tube into his body. A system panel appeared. "Weak mage, all stats are 0.2. Hee-dung was muttering to himself at this moment. Dong Sanjiu won't be able to act immediately. Hee-dung smiled in satisfaction, saying, "No one at the team leader level can stop the mutated monsters now. Should we do a bit more?" Suddenly, the door to Hee-sung's laboratory was pushed forcefully, causing the large door to be immediately flung open. Hee-sung, with a blank expression, said, "I didn't think you would come here." Dong Sanjiu looked at Hee-sung with sharp eyes, replying, "Found you." Hee-sung smirked, asking, "Is your sister okay? I heard the hospital is very busy." Dong Sanjiu tried to hold back his anger, replying, "I already sent someone there. You're the problem I need to solve." Hee-sung challenged, "Do you think you can do it?" Dong Sanjiu gritted his teeth, looking at Hee-sung with a defiant expression. "On the contrary, you're the one who needs to stop me," Dong Sanjiu replied, gathering strength to strike Hee-sung. Dong Sanjiu struck Hee-sung forcefully, but his expression showed difficulty. He thought to himself, clearly, he used the completed product, no side effects. He has turned into a monster, Dong Sanjiu thought. He won't be easy to defeat. After the impact, both were sent flying. Hee-dung smiled, self-satisfied. "I see now. I was wondering how you managed to find this place." Hee-dung continued, "It seems Zin Junhee told you." Dong Sanjiu stood still, seemingly struck at the core. Hee-dung continued to provoke, "I heard you're very close to him, but did you really leave the hospital to that fool?" Dong Sanjiu began to get angry, replying, "This is the first time I've seen someone speak about their own child like that." Heartless, Hee-dung smiled wickedly, continuing to provoke, "That bastard is the biggest mistake of my life." Dong Sanjiu looked at Hee-dung, his eyes wavering but remaining silent. At the same time, at the hospital, Shin Junhee was using the test tube to check his strength. Sensing the immense power flowing through his body, Shin Junhee carefully thought, "Can't use normal skill analysis, it will cause a short circuit." He decided to release a large amount of power, but then realized something. That's right, weak mage, all stats are fixed at 0.2. The staff member and the electrician both sighed as the lights began to flicker. Jin Junhee quietly rejoiced, gritting his teeth and channeling all his strength. Good, keep this up and… Suddenly his power weakened and the light bulb immediately went out. The staff member and the electrician looked at Jin Junhee, confused about what was happening. Jin Junhee's face turned pale, sweat soaking him, looking at the notifications. Mana deficit. Weak mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. Shin Junhee fell into despair, thinking, why is this happening? How did it turn out like this, even after using the product? At this moment in Jaiwoo's emergency room, the nurse was in panic, saying, the virus's mana absorption rate is too fast, she's going into shock. The doctor beside him felt helpless, realizing it was too late to check the girl's vital signs. Even so, seeing Jiwoo gasping, they tried their best to save her, preparing CPR immediately and bringing all available mana potions. Shin Junhee gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in. Do you think I'll give up, despite the system flashing red? Jin Junhyung focused his power. I told you, he entrusted the hospital to me. He once again unleashed all his strength. Shin Junhee was lost in his own thoughts. He wondered why a wish became a punishment. He once wished there would be no hope left to grow stronger, but the more he used magic, the stronger it became. Jin Junhyung's lips bled as he slowly recalled the past. The resentment inside him became a punishment enveloping himself, yet he heard his story. The split skill allowed him to complete everything and increase stats, which felt unfair when he struggled so much. Because of this innate skill, his father always seemed disappointed, thinking he was a worthless son who never tried. I had to struggle just to reach level 8, it's so unfair. Suddenly, Dainuk appeared in his memory. Jin Junhyung congratulated, I heard your father left one of the perfected samples for you. Zinuk clenched his right hand, full of resentment. Why is it always you who receives my father's support? I'm his son too. I was the one who pushed the beautiful project forward, yet in the end, it's so unfair. Jin Junhyung recalled, his face darkening. He told himself, all right, I just need someone to envy, biting his lip and thinking further. He believed that anyone who dared to obstruct him would be crushed. Efforts to inherit should at least reach this level for a genius B rank. Jin Junhyung sank into memories, wondering, mediocrity, what must I do for you to give up this jar? You can't even handle an ordinary B rank. Ordinary B rank, really. He thought the punishment hadn't changed since rank 2, yet he still wanted to ruin the plan, admitting Dung Sanjiu. The head of the Alchemy Academy, Jin Junhyung, suffered immensely at that time. He wondered why only he had those things, but someone appeared, shattering his resentment, reminding him not to pry into others' flaws. Jin Junhyung's tears fell as he choked, justifying his own weakness. He gritted his teeth despite the constant bleeding. The staff nurse was distressed, but the hunter and electrician stopped her in time. Step closer and you'll get shocked, we have to get out. Jin Junhyung painfully concentrated. Even with depleted mana, the system maintained his skill. Jin Junhyung frantically increased his strength. Even if I die, I will never cancel my skill. The system continuously warned in red about low mana, but the chains restraining his power all snapped simultaneously. Jin Junhyung reached unprecedented energy level, speechless as the punishment disappeared and mana surged. He clenched his hands, feeling the strong mana flowing through him, realizing his father's reckless actions had caused death. Jin Junhyung's face darkened, silent, yet resolved to save them today. Shin Junhee's power reached its peak. On Dung Sanjiu's side, he coldly said, failure, yet you were given the perfected copy, expressionless. I just discarded it because it was surplus, he sneered, mocking continuously. The perfected copy probably won't help him. Do you think I'll sit idle and do nothing about that pathetic punishment? Dung Sanjiu remained unfazed, asking, then what will you do? Dung was momentarily speechless. Hearing the hospital's power was restored, the perfected copy seemed effective. Sanjiu immediately appeared behind Hee-sung, surprised that his son had ruined his plan after removing the punishment. He threw a direct punch at Hee-sung, sending him flying. Dung Sanjiu's sharp gaze never stopping. From what I see, you're the biggest failure in the guild, Hee-sung said. One slash shattered everything. Zinstein, the system creator, looked grim. No, Dung Sanjiu, the punishment can't be removed with a perfect copy. If reduced, there are many other methods. At the hospital, doctors breathed a sigh of relief as power returned, temporarily safe. The nearby nurse asked, Doctor, did you see? Suddenly, a staff member ran in to report. The staff member ran in to report the situation. We got in touch with them, and they said the temporary power supply has been transferred from another station. Hearing that, the doctor felt a bit relieved. Really? It almost turned into a disaster, thank goodness. The staff member immediately turned and left, her face glowing with joy. She thought she needed to inform the hunter right away, so she hurried down to the generator area and shouted, Hunter, they said the temporary power has been restored. You can stop activating the emergency generator. Jinstein looked grim, his face darkened. The punishment set by the system is not without reason. Those limits exist because the skill is too powerful, which can overload the body, and any power beyond the tolerance threshold becomes unstable. The staff member froze, eyes wide, lips trembling as she called out, "Hunter!" Shin Jun Hyang lay motionless on the floor, his body limp completely drained. After slashing a long streak from the wall to the floor, Dung Sanju spoke. "I've seen many pathetic hunters, but among all of them, he's certainly the worst." Hee-sung was covered in blood, his eyes red with fury. Dung Sanju stared at Hee-sung, silently questioning, "Did you really have to stoop so low as to follow my sister?" He frowned, his gaze merciless. "You truly are at the hospital." Kim Dong-hyeon's voice reached Dung Sanju. The sound from the hospital reached Dung Sanju's ears. It was Kim Dong-hyeon. "Master, report, the staff member is desperately trying to save Shin Jun Hyang." She put all her effort into reviving Shin Jun Hyang and instructed Kim Dong-hyeon, "Keep performing artificial respiration." Shin Jun Hyang's stiff face terrified the staff member, prompting her to urgently call for help. "Doctor, get to the generator room. Hurry, there's a patient there." Kim Dong-hyeon looked with anguish, hesitating. His heart has. Hearing that, Dung Sanju turned pale, eyes wide with horror. "What?" Shin Jun Hyang. Hee-sung kept a cold expression, casually saying, "I knew looks wouldn't help him. In the end, he's still a disgrace." Dung Sanju couldn't hide the pain and sorrow for Shin Jun Hyang, shouting in anger. "What?" Hee-sung showed no sympathy, coldly reproaching. "Look, I'm the one who should be crying now. Do you know how hard it was to get that useless guy to rank B?" As he hurled chunks of meteors at Dung Sanju, he continued to mock the death of his own son. Dying from using his own skill is not something to be proud of. Dung Sanju frowned, lips tight, gaze icy. "Fine, I've decided I'll kill you," Dung Sanju said resolutely, splitting each meteor in two with his sword. Dung Sanju charged forward, striking Hee-sung directly, while he remained casually smiling, provocatively. "You think just deciding is enough to succeed? Didn't you realize from the earlier fight, you didn't even draw a drop of blood from me?" He glared arrogantly, shouting, "I am invincible." Before he could finish, Dung Sanju swung his sword, cutting off his wrist. Without hesitation, he focused his cold, hostile gaze on Hee-sung and spoke firmly. "Do you know why I was just joking before? Because you're still Shin Jun Hyang's father." Only now did Hee-sung regain composure, horrified at his hand lying severed on the ground. He broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth in pain. Dung Sanju, eyes full of hatred, prepared his next strike. "Shin Jun Hyang allowed me to use any means to stop you. But how could I kill the father of the boy who promised to save my sister? Yet knowing how he thinks of him, I no longer have any reason to hold back." "To go easy." Hee-sung still writhed in pain, clenching his severed arm. Sanju lunged at Hee-sung, smirking. "Why the long face? Do you really think you can beat me just because you blocked once?" Hee-sung stood frozen, unable to dodge Sanju's sword. His sword strike sent Hee-sung flying into the air, smashing into the high-rise building. Then he was slammed back to the ground, his body aching, trembling, struggling to stand up with difficulty. Dung staggered, veins bulging, furious. "How could it break my invincibility? My physical resistance must be among the strongest. Even against the best, I had to use my resistance-boosting skill, significantly raising my stat." Dung Sanju, angry, voice full of indignation. "Do you see the mess you created? Everything is destroyed. Your guild members have turned into monsters, killing everywhere." Sanju grabbed his sword, shouting in anger, "How can you ignore this scene?" Dung, battered all over, started rambling. Exactly what's the problem? Don't you see what's happening?" Sanju frowned, face tense, said, "All I'm doing is restoring reality where the weak die." Sanju seemed irritated by his words. Hee-sung began talking about his crazy thoughts. In the past, this was the clear answer. Somewhere, an innocent person is crying for help. All I'm doing is bringing reality to the moment when the weak will die. Elsewhere, a husband protects his wife. Stand behind me, my love. Only the strong survive. On John Scully's side, the monster was handled. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. That's how disaster happened. Hee-sung disdainfully spoke of his vile ideal. But now, those worthless worms dare touch me, the strongest hunter in Korea. He kept taunting, "Listen, I'm not insulting you." Instantly, Dung Sanju drove his knee hard into Hee-sung. Dung Sanju, merciless, frowned and stared straight at Hee-sung, saying, "So I guess I could kill you and you wouldn't feel a thing." Then once more, Sanju kicked Hee-sung forcefully, pushing him away. Hee-sung, powerless, slumped into the rubble, still gritting his teeth. I. Struggling to rise, he continued speaking. "I currently have the power of an S-rank hunter." Sanju, unflinching, coldly replied, "Oh, how petty." Massive meteors appeared. Sanju quickly leaped into the air and sliced them apart. Hee-sung, pale, gritted his teeth, thinking, "My vision is blocked." Dung Sanju, cutting the meteors, thought, "I will crush him with the final destructive meteor." Suddenly, Sanju's face turned panic. A blinding golden light appeared, growing larger. Hee-sung, standing below, smirked maliciously. "So you're just like Kim Jun." Dung Sanju is about to explode. He laughed loudly with glee. Look, I am the strongest in Korea. But suddenly Hee-sung froze, his smile vanished, face full of fear. Sanju slowly stepped out of the smoke, saying, "This is the true invincibility you've been chasing. I've had it for a long time." Sanju's gaze was cold, his sword aimed straight at Hee-sung. "So what about the gap between us now?" He froze, unable to resist. A single sword slash pierced straight through Hee-sung. Dung Sanju turned coldly, saying, "That is power." Yu Hyun was still stunned, mumbling, "Dad, where are we going?" Jun Hyuk smiled gently, replying, "Where else? We're going to the cinema." Yu Hyun, surprised and confused, asked, "Why go now?" Jun joked with a humorous face, "Oh right, that means we won't need to pay for tickets, right?" Suddenly Jun's expression changed, remembering what he said to Sanju. "I entrusted it to you, finished." Sanju looked puzzled. "Yes, the matter." Hunter Kim Run softly asked, "You mean you won't take revenge?" Jun Hyuk replied, "I'll leave him to you, anyway he can't apologize for what he did." Sanju responded immediately, "What, wouldn't it be better if you?" Kim Ju Hyuk cut in, "You know, this smartphone is pretty useful. I can use the internet anytime. It contains a lot of information, even about S-rank monsters in the monster pit." Hearing this, Sanju realized something. Jun smiled weakly, asking, "Am I a monster?" Someone said, "Something seems off. You're wearing hunter gear, but there are no monsters here. Everywhere are the traces of my skills along with a pile of waste." Jun Hyuk gave a faint smile, as if this place was hiding something, and I was the only one here not pretending. He paused for a moment before continuing, making Sanju choke on his words. "I was created like this." Jun Hyuk raised his phone. "Look at this too." It's predicted that the S-class monster in the monster pit is at the peak of its adaptability and evolution. They observe and then copy the abilities and characteristics of whatever they consume. Sanju lowered his voice and called, "Hunter Jun Hyuk," he asked. "What are you trying to say?" Jun Hyuk turned and smiled. "Anyone can kill, you might even do better than me, I can tell just by looking." Sanju lifted one leg, confused. "So I," Jun Hyuk pursed his lips, "will do what only I can do." Then he suddenly grabbed Ahyun's hand, startling her. Everyone had already evacuated, so there was no one here now. He pulled her to run. "You can sit anywhere. If not now, when else are we going?" Blood dripped from the sword's blade onto the ground. Sanju swung his sword, sending Hee-sung tumbling. He stared wildly, laughing madly. "I am the hunter." Hee-sung stopped laughing, breathing heavily. He recalled the moment when Trevor John brought in a tray of drugs. "What would happen if I injected those two finished products?" Hee-sung picked up a vial and asked, "Could I be twice as strong?" John replied, "Not quite. Since it helps maintain and enhance the human body, the increase in stats has limits." Hearing that, he was disappointed. "So there's no way to increase my stats anymore?" John said. "Not exactly." Trevor John explained, "You can increase your stats by training, so you just need to train. Or use one of the unfinished products and give up your humanity." Hee-sung chuckled evenly. "Interesting, can you make it into a capsule?" Snapping out of his memory, he bit into the capsule already in his mouth. "If I can't become the strongest." The capsule broke in his mouth, smoke poured out, and then everything became meaningless. Purple lights appeared before Sanju, and he couldn't understand what was happening. A purple energy surged from Hee-sung, causing Sanju to step back in surprise. The energy shot straight up into the sky, causing many nearby buildings to collapse. From within, a ball was shot out. It flew towards Sanju, and he raised both hands in defense. The ball slammed into the ground, and Sanju jumped back. He gritted his teeth, his hands shaking, silently thinking, "What the hell, that bastard must have used an unfinished drug." From the wreckage, a leg emerged, followed by the full body with 6 legs and a tail. "I am the strongest," Hee-sung yelled. "Jun Hyuk, Sanju, remember you." Sanju froze. "What, have you lost your mind?" He looked up and screamed, "If it weren't for you, I..." The yelling made the ground shake violently. "I have." Several nearby buildings collapsed from the shockwave, and Sanju struggled to stand against the aftershocks. But he quickly regained his composure and jumped to strike Hee-sung's back. He screamed loudly. Sanju was shocked. His regeneration ability had surpassed human limits. The monster roared wildly, the sound exploding through the area. Sanju dodged the attack, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, thinking, his abilities are becoming dangerously stronger. This won't work. Number 2, bring it out. The ground collapsed, rocks flying. People in the building panicked. "What is that?" The door. The monster slowly walked forward, saying, "The weak must be eliminated." It lunged at the people in the building. "Ah, monster, run!" One person slipped on a tile. The tile shattered with a scream. The monster's claws stopped right in front of Shin Juni-yeon, who was trembling and breathing heavily. Its claws plunged into the chest of Oh Byung-hun. The monster raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh Byung-hun," Shin Juni-yeon tearfully asked, "Are you the president of the association?" Sanju saw the monster distracted and rushed in, gritting his teeth, shouting, "Get lost." A swirling force erupted from the ground, piercing the monster's stomach. People around screamed in panic. "Quick, bring the first aid supplies here, hurry. He's bleeding too much." The girl widened her eyes and cried, letting go of the other person. She stared with wide eyes, tears streaming. That child. Oh Byung-hun froze, thinking she must be terrified. A person holding a first aid kit ran up. That girl must be very scared. The monster jumped up, about to attack. Don't get in my way, Junhya. Sanju jumped and kicked him hard in the head, shouting, I am Dung Sanju, you fool. The battle raged on. Another explosion occurred and Sanju jumped back, saying, the one you're desperately calling out for, he's not Hunter Junhya. Ahyun and Junhyuk sat in the movie theater. Sanju continued, even though he's a monster, he still chose to die as a human. Sanju raised his hand, creating a black hole like a person. Sanju's 3 clones appeared in turn, with red sparks flashing. The monster stared at him silently. 3 other monsters appeared, creating a dangerous situation. A punch flew toward the monster. Another monster rushed to attack the strongest one. John quickly pulled the cat girl and the agent away. A girl shouted, where are you going? Please, the girl cried desperately. I'll give you the money you want, so please save him. She continued pleading, please save them both. John Scully coldly replied, shut up, fool. He turned his back and said, I'm trying to do that all at once. The girl was confused. Junie lay on a white mat beside someone performing a healing spell. A doctor panted, saying, stop, his aorta and most of his blood vessels are already severed. He added, you know we can't save him. The girl insisted on using the healing spell. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open and said, Doctor, take a break. John Scully formed a golden orb, pushed it forward and said, today, all patients in this hospital will turn to dust by my hand. He created a massive sigil covering the entire hospital, a green energy descending from the sky. The orange monsters kept attacking the big monster. He formed a black orb floating in midair. He controlled the black orb to strike the monster. One of them exploded. He thought to himself, so they are his clones, using Sanju, that's its name. Sanju stood in a corner watching the monsters fight. Junhyuk, aren't you coming? My original plan was meant for him. The colors on the big monster splattered. He thought, but why? I strived and sacrificed more than anyone to gain power. Sanju stood there, deep in thought, thinking, why can't I defeat that brat? Suddenly he thought of Zin Juni, the effort. The monster roared, that's right, that brat must have tried just as hard as I did. He raised his hand, forming a shining golden orb. This is the last time. Before he could act, Sanju's clone pierced him through the stomach. He pulled his hand back, blood flowing from his wrist. The wounded monster screamed silently. He used his last strength to think. Am I simply weaker than him? He tried to speak. Dung Sanju, congratulations for becoming an S-rank hunter. A cracked hand broke off and flew up. This is my final farewell gift to you, Sanju coldly said. You should have chosen to stop. A barrage of fireballs rained from the sky. Those dogs always wait until they taste the bitterness. Sanju frowned, thinking, 2-3 km away, too far to estimate. Even if I run out of sword energy for the wind storm messenger, I'm not sure if it's enough. But there's no other choice, I must use it. A swirling vortex appeared in his hand. Well, let's see. Suddenly, the sword broke in half, then shattered into many pieces. Sanju looked at the broken sword and exclaimed, wow, this bastard, the capital is about to be destroyed. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the sky, holding a sword, calling, Duda. The giant sword landed next to Sanju. Raven shouted, use that. He guided Sanju, grabbed the sword and followed through. Used the full force of the wind storm messenger. The stones around the sword gradually shattered. Raven kneeled, saying, you will shape the entire ground. The weapon's name is that. Sanju swung the giant sword, causing an earth-shaking quake. A massive force launched rocks into the air. At this moment, all that could be seen was the blinding yellow. A swirling vortex shot into the night sky. The spot where Sanju struck became a deep, bottomless hole. He held the sword, panting. Everyone, help me clean up the surroundings. He spoke with relief. It's over. Yoo-hyun and his father were still watching the movie together. Dun-hai turned to his daughter. They did an amazing job. Those monsters were real, right? His daughter replied, I think they used the power of some fake awakening to create illusions. He stood up, revealing his gradually cracking arm, which Yoo-hyun accidentally saw. Shall we head to the next location now? The arm had cracked to the point of almost breaking off. Yoo-hyun stared at it, her eyes filled with hopeless sadness. Junhyuk carefully held the arm, thinking, the cracks are getting worse. Just a little more, you stubborn body. He still forced a smile. The only thing an empty shell like me can do right now. Let's hurry, we should also get to the amusement park. The park was now closed, shrouded in darkness. Junhyuk adjusts the control stick. Wait a moment, it doesn't seem quite right, but father really understands the technique. Ahyun doesn't believe him. Really? After a moment, the lights around the Ferris wheel light up brightly one by one. We're up. Junhyuk and Ahyun sit closely next to each other on the roller coaster. Let's go. Ahyun smiles brightly with happiness. Junhyuk silently thinks. Smile, Ahyun. He smiles faintly and tells himself that she must always smile. Later on, even if injustices or worries come, no hardship lasts forever. The shadow of the roller coaster blends with his words telling her that if she perseveres, eventually, the sun will set and the big house will shine with light. Inside a dark room, the two silently step in. In the locked display case is a photo of Ahyun's mother. Jun Hyuk looks at the photo with a sad expression. Finally, Ahyun stands next to him, eyes red, and says, "Father, thank you." She wipes away her tears and smiles, saying, "I think all my wishes have come true. If I keep persevering, that day will definitely come. Right, father?" Jun Hyuk just smiles faintly. Ahyun, he tries to speak but his leg breaks. "Then you will." He collapses, anxious and confused. "No need to be surprised, just a little longer." Ahyun holds his hand and says, "It's okay, father." Her tears fall freely as she sobs. "I'm really happy today, truly. I will always live looking forward." Her voice trembles, "So don't worry anymore." He asks, "Ahyun, you understand, right?" He takes off his hat, his voice full of regret. "I really wanted to create a special day just for you. But seems things didn't go as I hoped." He places the hat on Ahyun's head. "Thank you. Ahyun, I will never forget today." His body slowly breaks apart and vanishes. "That's right if you keep persevering." Ahyun still kneels, stunned, as Jun Hyuk's voice echoes back. "Happiness will eventually come to you." On the to-do list paper, everything is checked off. Watch fireworks together, visit mother's grave, go to the amusement park, watch a movie. The sound of footsteps echoes behind the door. Ahyun opens the door and steps out with a calm face, holding the coat her father left behind. The teacher and assistant hurriedly run over. "Ahyun, you're here." The teacher quickly explains the current situation. He mentions the hunter Jun Hyuk, but before he can finish his sentence, she hands over the piece of stone her father left before passing away. Witnessing this, the assistant is stunned and doesn't know what to say, only asking softly, "Was he happy?" The question makes her tears flow, unable to hold back, and she starts crying. "He smiled at me, a very bright smile." On the other side, Yoonhye and No 10, along with a few others, are also exhausted. The monster was tightly chained and covered by a barrier. Yoonhye speculates, "I think everything here has been settled, right?" She turns to No 10 and thanks him. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for helping." No 10 replies, "Don't worry, I'm just protecting the Holy Land." Hearing this, Yoonhye is surprised. "The Holy Land?" She continues, asking No 10 more questions. "Are those bastards still alive? Why did you capture them instead of killing them?" Even he wasn't sure. "I'm not so sure." No 10 clarifies the information he heard. "But I heard there's a way to turn them back to their original form." Hearing this, she is stunned. Can they really turn back? She realizes she can do something. "Wait, then," No 10 confirms her thoughts. "Yes, those monsters were originally human." Elsewhere, countless falling rocks appear in the sky. The people below cannot believe their eyes as they see the meteors. "I'm still alive." Everyone shouts in unison, "We're alive, we're alive." They frantically search for ambulances. Ambulances are here, there are people injured. Seeing this, Old Van is somewhat relieved, telling himself that he had hastily thrown the weapon to buy time, not expecting the boy to adapt so quickly. He looks at his student, unable to hold back his emotions. "Truly, my disciple." Sanjiu, covered in wounds, still smiles at him. "Thank you, sir." He walks closer and tells about how he felt earlier. "I could swing it somehow, but it felt like my mana was being drained." The old man explains that he has just begun to control it, and in fact, he could use it because his ability is an exception. Sanjiu is surprised, but he says this is an important creation from his homeland. "I don't know if I can use it or not." The old man doesn't understand and asks back, "What do you mean? We're on the same side." Raven turns and tells him the story from the past, saying that at the beginning, only 3 people survived in the Ironsia Empire. Before leaving, he bid farewell to him. His master had to go because of work and a place that required his presence. Sanjiu thanked him for his help. He patted Sanjiu on the shoulder cheerfully and said, "My disciple." He said, "I admire how you always strive to save others no matter what. That is a nature I could never teach you." After speaking, he turned and walked away, as if his master truly had an eye for people. Sanjiu felt a bit sad. He said, "Don't praise me too much, I'm just doing my best. No matter how hard I try, I still can't save everyone." Elsewhere, patients happily showed off their muscles as their illnesses were cured. "My arthritis is cured, my broken arm has healed, and my surgical scars are gone." On his way, Sanjiu encountered others talking about how his leg had healed after visiting the hospital. John saw him and asked about it. John asked, "Your clone is here. You're the one who destroyed the meteor in the sky, right?" Sanjiu was surprised. Sanjiu asked, "Why are you here?" John, a bit annoyed, replied, "Damn it, ask that bastard Jumper." John informed Sanjiu, "I have some good news and some bad news." Sanjiu didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What?" John told him, "Follow me." He took him to Deng Yen, who was severely injured. John summarized the situation. "I've healed all his wounds, but his heart had stopped for too long." John said, "I heard your clone say this guy restarted the hospital's electricity, right?" Deng turned to Sanjiu and said, "I heard he used a skill to surpass his limits to do that." Sanjiu fell into thought, then looked at Deng Yen and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Wake up now." Back in the past, Deng Yen told Sanjiu, I'll go to the hospital, Sanju, stop my father. Sanju looked displeased and scolded Deng Yen. Sanju angrily asked, why did you go that far? We're not that close. Deng Yen reluctantly left him in an awkward situation. When in trouble, you can use it again. Sanju angrily said, you mean to leave this to me? He gripped the bed frame and crushed it. To burn my heart and get into danger. He yelled, wake up, you bastard. Deng Yen also shouted, wake up, you bastard. Everyone turned pale seeing him awaken. Sanju looked at his hand, wondering, has my resurrection skill finally awakened? John snapped him back to reality. That skill doesn't exist, you idiot. Deng Yen panted, explaining, it's a skill that preserved my life. Deng Yen smiled lightly, as if escaping death, saying, by falling into a coma after critical injury, entering hibernation for safety. Deng Yen continued explaining the hibernation skill, while Sanju was silently overjoyed. Sanju punched Deng Yen's face. Hey, how dare you make us worry? If you have such a skill, you should have told us. Deng Yen angrily shouted, you bastard, doing this to a newly awakened patient. Sanju couldn't contain his emotions. I'll make you go back to sleep. John was somewhat relieved. Then we have two pieces of good news, right? A girl heard the noise and ran to Deng Yen's room, standing before the three of them, silencing everyone. Sanju immediately recognized the girl and greeted her. Long time no see. She spoke of her life-or-death battles as well. She said, I heard there was a blackout before I arrived at the hospital. During that time, your sibling was drained of mana by the ghost virus. She continued, at that time the doctors couldn't do anything. We missed a more critical moment. The woman beside her was also alarmed. She asked the doctor, did you see it? The amount of virus John described made Sanju break into a sweat. The ghost virus was starved, weakened, and nearly eliminated as treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but a successful one. He also comforted his brother. I'm fine now, you can think back. If Ju wakes up, I have many things to say. I've thought about a lot. Sanju couldn't hold back tears and ran to hug Ju. You endured too much. Jaiwoo also cried, gently replying, yes, I feel empty now too, but I can't think of anything more. Sung's unprecedented terror attack had come to an end. Thanks to the preparations of those who experienced the flexible portal phenomenon, casualties were lower, and with Bess's help, injuries were significantly reduced. Everything was stable. Sanju then ordered his clone, capture him, lick him. John panicked and ran away, cursing, crazy bastard. Many monsters were captured, but he had instructed the clone to capture them alive. Ahyun is with the doctor, explaining the new medicinal herb she created. This is a restorative elixir. Seeing its miraculous effect, the doctor immediately started asking, wait, how could you create such a miraculous elixir? The captured mutated monsters, with Kim Yoo-hyun's help, were able to revert from their monstrous forms. At the same time, a medicine called Beautiful was announced worldwide. The report stated the damage was minimal, though some harm still occurred. The scene shifts to Mr. Kim's funeral. Everyone expressed condolences for Yoo-hyun's father. He returned to save people but then passed away. I heard Hunter Jun-hee had a daughter. She is Yoo-hyun. I heard she saved those who had turned into monsters. Like father, like daughter. Somehow she had been avoiding things all this time. I heard he protected the gate to the end. In a street corner, Bae Won-hunt's photo was placed next to Curse's. The assistant saw this, fell into thought, then left a flower in front of him and walked away. Things gradually returned to normal. His mother called him for breakfast. Still sleeping so early in the morning, it's been a long time since we had a family meal like this. His father comforted her. It's okay, he's been through a lot. Ryu smiled and told his mother, there's still lunch, don't worry. The boy hunts day and night. This is the first time in a long time I've slept in. It feels so good. The next day on the table was the crystal Mr. Kim, dropped when he was mutated. The three of them, Non-won the assistant and Sanju, sat discussing it. Non-won spoke first. Wait, you're frustrating me. Remember your promise, it's time to keep it. Non-won reached for the shard. Give me the shard. Sanju held it up and said, wait a moment. He held the shard and spoke to Non-won. First, I need to verify something. My promise was to give you the shard of the 7 deadly sins. Sanju began questioning Non-won. But who are you? Non-won was surprised. Non-won's body glowed with aura. What does this bastard want? Sanju put on a calm expression. Relax, I just want you to hear me out. Who are you? Non-won slammed his hand on the table. I am the owner of that 7 deadly sins shard. Why are you speaking like that? Sanju interrupted. No. His eyes lit up immediately. You are number 1 and number 1 is a clone. Sanju looked innocent. That's why I promised from the start to give the 7 deadly sins shards to my clone. Number 1 winked angrily. Today you die by my hand. Number 1 shouted, perish, but Sanju instantly used a skill to break his horn. Not happening, go ahead number 1. Number 1 stopped, responding, yes. Suddenly, Sanju crushed the stone, revealing a large gem inside with the 7 deadly sins shard. He said as he tossed the gem to number 2, "This is yours, number 2. Number 2 caught it instantly. A strong energy burst erupted. Zinstein stood silently. Good, so far everything has gone as predicted. He raised an eyebrow at Sanju. Let me see the potential of you and your clones, Dung Sanju. He fixed his gaze on number 2, who was transforming after absorbing the shard, feeling his choice to select him was right. After the thick smoke dissipated, number 2 stomped the ground. Number 2's body was now armored and his form had changed dramatically. Sanju asked, "How's it going, number 2? Your body hasn't been possessed, right?" Number 2 lowered his head coldly. "Correct." A large mouth full of fangs appeared on number 2's shoulder. "Dung Sanju," it whispered, "dirty bastard." But Sanju laughed. "What's wrong?" "I kept my promise, right?" Lieber clenched his fist. Success, by sharing the shards with the clones and letting them absorb them. He can balance the power of the 7 deadly sins. He was ecstatic. If it's him, he could absorb all the shards and have the power to oppose the system. Sanju nudged number 2's chest provocatively. "Go ahead, kill me, did I tell you to?" Elsewhere, in a quiet residential area, the sound of dragging weapons echoed faintly on the ground. 2 men stopped in front of someone and sighed softly. "As promised, right?" Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Seems like it's been quite a struggle." He Sung's subordinate tilted his head. "I was chased by a clone." 2 Ian calmly looked at him. "You know He Sung is dead, right?" He nodded. "Yes." 2 Ian lifted their weapons and aimed at the masked man. "Thou so you must know my purpose for coming here." Narration. He remained calm, giving a slight hum. Narration. The expressions of the 2 Iron became so cold that I felt unworthy of participating in this conversation. Narration. I've also been involved in killings, my hands stained with blood countless times, but you are much more ruthless than I am. Thou, you damned lunatic, how do you feel about the mess you've created? Narration. She couldn't hold back a curse, but he still responded briefly. Thou, I was just following the president's orders. Narration. The 2 Iron's guns shifted with the situation, making me wonder if this was the president's command. Thou, does it include stopping me from drinking that glass of champagne, telling me about your movements in the hospital and where you'll be heading next? Narration. She coldly started up the large gun in her hand. Thou, was revealing your plan also an order you had to follow? Narration. The masked man chuckled twice in contempt. Narration. He recalled the first day he met He Sung, seizing the opportunity given to him during the most difficult moment of his life. Narration. At that time He Sung had reached out to him. Choosing based on his own mistakes, he remembered He Dung's arrogant smile. This was the first choice. Narration. That was also the last choice. Dark liquid began to drip from his mask's eye sockets, and I was certain I had received such an order. Narration. After a loud gunshot, his body turned to dust and completely disappeared. Narration. At the Hunters Association, Sanju's scream echoed in the sky. Thou, what? His eyes widened in surprise. Is He Sung's group going to be disbanded? Narration. Dung Yen spoke while adjusting his tie for the last time in front of the mirror. Thou, there will probably be some reports next. Sanju gave him a confused glance. Hey, if you don't mind, may I ask? Thou, who are you? You're not even the captain. Narration. He felt unfamiliar with Dung Yen's appearance in a perfectly tailored suit. Narration. Dung Yen gritted his teeth and looked at him. Thou, you brat. My father left a legacy, saying that if he died I would become the heir to He Dung. Narration. He chuckled. Thou, of course the punishment still remains, so I'm still not qualified to be the captain. Narration. Dung Yen turned his back and slowly replied. Thou, in the end I still don't think I can understand my father's feelings, nor the same for death. Narration. He paused for a moment, then continued. Thou, actually the disbandment has been discussed thoroughly with the management. Narration. Furthermore, the things He Sung's group has done are so serious that few oppose this decision. Thou, but don't go around telling others before the news is published. Narration. Sanju stared at him intently. Narration. He turned and gave a reassuring smile. Thou, don't worry, I don't hate you for killing my father at all. Thou, instead, I'm glad you've put an end to his chaos. See you later. Narration. After Dung Yen left, Sanju sat in silence on the chair, mumbling. Thou, the punishment isn't being changed. Then how about the fact that he still holds power in the hospital? Thou, what's going on? Narration. He immediately contacted Lieber. Narration. He gently adjusted his glasses and responded. Thou, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't be sure. The punishment is a function of the system. Narration. It limits the power to match the individual's physical strength, ensuring the body doesn't suffer from overload. Narration. It's similar to the cooldown when activating skills. Sanju, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought, recalling his own skill that also has a cooldown. Narration. Lieber paused for a moment, then continued. Thou, but considering how the hospital's power was maintained and your friend almost died, I'm sure he used his skill when the punishment was temporarily deactivated. Thou, I'm sure he used his skill when the punishment was temporarily deactivated. Narration. Usually there are 2 circumstances that cause the legal system to deactivate. Thou, The first is when mana, the system's energy source, is depleted, and the second is when the legally awakened person dies. Narration, finally, he concluded, thou, but those two things are basically the same because typically when mana runs out, you die. Thou what? But I've felt mana depletion several times and nothing happened. Narration, Lieber spoke up at this point. Thou, back then, the mana didn't run out to the point where it couldn't sustain the basic biological functions. Narration, in other words, it's like running out of breath after sprinting full force. It feels like you're about to die, but you don't actually die. Narration, he gave a hypothesis, stating that if he really used the skill to make a determined sacrifice, the mana would be drained and the system would shut down. Narration, by increasing the mana to its maximum, theoretically it could be pushed back, temporarily allowing the person to escape the punishment. Narration, he sighed softly. Thou, of course this is just a theory and it only works with certain punishments and restrictions. Narration, he reminded. Thou, don't try to test it yourself. You've already seen the price of ignoring the punishment, haven't you? Narration, Sanjiu nodded but still had doubts. Thou, but it's really strange. And with the virus too, why does dying occur when mana is depleted? Before the incident, Earth had something called mana which confused him, but people still lived their normal lives. Lieber quietly spoke. You understand the process of how the system was set up, right? As they passed through the gate, he continued explaining. The action was to merge the system with humans. Once merged, humans gained abilities almost like superpowers. His voice grew softer, and from that point on, they lived off mana, which is the system. Suddenly, Lieber exclaimed, but thinking about it, there's an example right next to you. Sanjiu's eyes widened. Lieber whispered, a case of someone awakening without going through the gate. At school in the city, the teacher's knock echoed, drawing attention. He stood at the podium with a kind expression. Today, we have a new student. Jiu walked in wearing the school uniform. Hello, I'm Jiu. Nice to meet everyone, the teacher introduced. Jiu had a special situation, being a year older than the others. Remember to sign your name, the teacher directed the students. If you have any questions, ask directly, don't gossip. Some students began whispering. Hey, isn't she the sister of Dung Sanjiu? A boy in the corner of the class chuckled, curling his lips. Dung Sanjiu's sister, the blonde girl asked while applying lipstick. What's she like? The boy replied, she's pretty. The girl couldn't help but get excited. What should we do? I admire her. The teacher pointed to an empty seat. You can sit here. Jiu nodded. Yes, sir. The boy secretly activated his skill. Under his influence, Jiwoo slipped and screamed loudly. Sanjiu had a look of disbelief. Wait, the awakening method without the gate is, Lieber finished, help him continue. Severely injured by a creature merged with mana, usually a monster, he smiled. Your sister must have awakened by now. Everyone was surprised when the teacher rushed over. Are you okay? But he stopped. Jiu was surprised to realize she was completely fine, not hurt at all. She looked down at her exact duplicate lying on the ground. What is this? Jiwoo touched the duplicate. I can touch it, it's real. She smiled. I have a duplication skill too. Suddenly the duplicate vanished and Jiwoo gasped in surprise. The teacher looked at her in shock. Are you okay? It's just a skill. The teacher quickly reassured her. I didn't realize you had awakened. The teacher had heard of children awakening early. Jiu turned her head, her eyes full of confusion. Yes, she thought, I've never participated in an awakening program. The teacher gently reminded, the school forbids students from using skills, be careful. Jiu replied, yes. Sanjiu was now hiding behind a large bush outside, observing slowly. The students in the class whispered after seeing the scene. Are you the one who awakened? First time I've seen duplication. You used the duplication skill like Dung Sanjiu, right? You hesitated and smiled. No need to be polite. I just found out, not sure though. The students said in unison, please show it again for us. In the corner, the blonde girl crossed her arms and questioned, hey, that wasn't in our plan, have you used it? The boy across from her shook his head. Not yet, I don't have that skill. The girl, annoyed, replied, when it was about to tip over in the first place, I was going to. Suddenly, a clone of Sanjiu appeared in front of the group of students. I saw you all trying to use skills to knock down my master's little sister, it threatened in a deep voice. The clone ordered them to be silent and prohibited shouting. The female student trembled, while the male student's clone with a buzz cut was terrified. This is a clone of Dung Sanjiu, silently giving orders before asking, what did you think when you did that? Ryu hid behind a large wall, breathing heavily, and finally managed to escape outside. She looked at her hands in surprise, wondering what was happening. She wondered if she had really awakened. When she realized something was strange about the cloning skill, she remembered waking up in the hospital and noticing that the world had changed a lot. Her brother had become a hero of the Republic of Korea. A few days after waking up, everything was chaotic due to the influence of journalists, which left her unable to think clearly. Ryu thought quietly. No one could say anything more about the famous Hunter S in Korea, especially his cloning skill. Ryu bit her lip and clenched her fists. I knew my brother's cloning skill was impressive the first time I saw it, but I didn't know it could extend so far. She looked up and thought, if I also used the cloning skill, what would it be like? She tried to remember how to create a clone. I was hoping someone would catch me when I fell, Ju muttered. A ring of light appeared, causing her to gasp. A clone appeared in front of her. Jiwoo was overjoyed. I did it! She and the clone both shouted in unison, we did it. Ziu placed her hands on her hips and looked at the clone. But why are you imitating me? Hey, shouldn't you be saying, I obey my master? A loud shout suddenly came from above, and Jumper appeared on the rooftop across from them, surprising Jiu. Are you Jumper? He asked. He smiled. Who would have thought you'd awaken the cloning skill? On the side of the students, the blonde girl slammed her hand on the ground and shouted, I heard you. She knelt down crying. The male student on the left pointed at the girl. We were just joking around to get closer to her. I made the ground softer and she made the floor softer, then asked if she was okay. The male student trembled as he explained, but she unexpectedly used her skill, causing chaos. Sanjiu's clone observed. The female student tearfully said, we were just trying to get close to his sister because we're all big fans of Hunter Dung Sanju. We're sorry, we won't do it again. Sanjiu's clone remembered the master's words. Hey, help my sister fit in at school. Do something if anyone bullies her. In the clone's mind, 3 questions appeared. Did they bully her? Did I help her fit in? What did I end up doing to these kids? The answer is yes, the clone glared. All right, I'm worried. Jumper calmly explained, this skill is like Sanju's clone but slightly different. He paused and then continued. It's a physical form exactly like you, but in a state as if looking through a mirror. You could say it's a mirror copy. Jumper said, it's not like a clone with its own consciousness, but it's real, a special skill. Hearing this, Ju realized the issue. Looking closely, the bracelet on the clone's wrist was on the other hand. Ryu was confused. So this isn't the cloning skill? Jumper reassured her. Don't be disappointed, the outfit you're wearing is exactly copied. This is a valuable skill. He smiled. No matter what you equip, it can be copied, allowing your fire skill to develop 2-3 times. Ziu realized if the clothes aren't copied. Jumper's eyes gleamed with a spark. With that guess, he suggested, do you want to try this skill? We can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a while. I'll protect you, you won't be in danger. Jiwoo suddenly interrupted. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. A loud explosion went off behind Jumper and Ryu joyfully shouted, ah. She called out loudly, Big Brother Sanjiu. With a calm expression, she looked at Jumper. My sister should be going to school now. He looked at Sanjiu. Sanjiu, it's good to see you again. He whispered. Then, in a flash, Sanjiu appeared in front of Jumper and bowed. Thank you, Jumper. I heard you sent your prayers to Korea. Thank you, my sister is doing better. His gaze shifted and he said seriously, but I'm a bit suspicious of how you approached her. What is your real intention in taking her hunting? Jumper softly replied, I'd be very grateful if, he snapped his fingers, we can talk somewhere more private. A dark shadow enveloped both of them. Jumper explained that this was a special space, which would prevent interference from the system. As soon as Sanju prepared to summon his clone, he immediately spoke up to stop him. Of course, I can't stop your clone, but please hear me out first. I didn't come here to fight. Jumper remained calm, looking much more mature and powerful than before. Sanju silently observed him from head to toe. Compared to the last encounter, which was already intense, his aura now far surpassed it. Jumper blocked his train of thought. Let's talk first, this concerns your sister. You're right, I was about to take her to the teleport gate to register with the system. Sanju stared at Jumper, puzzled why he was calmly explaining that if she got caught using her powers without registering with the system, she would be in danger. Sanju asked anxiously, by whom? Jumper pursed his lips. By them, of course. He lowered his voice, those trying to bring about the apocalypse. Sanju was instantly alarmed. As he expected, Jumper also knew about the apocalypse. Jumper spoke slowly. I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but the condition for the apocalypse is that all humanity must register in the system. But what if there's an exception? Someone awakens without being in the system. They will never be able to join the awakening program again, and they won't participate in hunting either. Jumper's assertion made Sanju grit his teeth in anger. They could be in danger from those who created the apocalypse, think about it. Jumper patted his shoulder. Hunter Young Sanju, I know you've noticed something suspicious about the system. I've also heard unsettling things. Then he leaned close to Sanju and whispered, don't trust Lieber too much. Sanju froze. How do you know Lieber? Jumper lightly punched his chest. He's the kind of person who only thinks about himself. Jumper suddenly clenched his chest, biting his lip, his voice full of anger. More precisely, he doesn't care about anything except his goal. To achieve it, he's willing to sacrifice everything. Jumper looked at Sanju. You've seen the danger of the 7 deadly sins, right? And yet he still asked you to collect them, even if your sister could be in danger. He raised his hand, voice low. I hope you won't follow the same path I once did. With that, Jumper disappeared. That's all. Back in reality, Ju hurried to Sanju's side. Brother, where did you go? You startled me. The connection between Lieber and him had just been interrupted. Young Sanju, are you okay? You were disconnected for a moment. He quietly asked, what happened? but Sanju said, Lieber. He fixed his gaze on Lieber. So I'm not the only one collecting the 7 deadly sins. Lieber's face remained calm. Has Jumper told you already? Sanju, losing patience, shouted. Answer me. Lieber lightly pushed his glasses and looked at him. He replied slowly, You're the 4th and Jumper right before you was the 3rd. He stood up. I will tell you everything. About the Urencia system and the apocalypse. After hearing the rival speak, Sang Yu called Jia. Surprised to hear his brother's voice and hand on his shoulder, Jia didn't understand what was happening. For now, go home, my clone will escort you. Also take a break from school. After saying this, he left decisively. What's happening? At least explain it. Don't worry, I'll return soon. Also, congratulations on becoming an awakened one. Elsewhere, Lucas picked up a bottle of wine, carried it to the living room, and sat down. While Lucas was lost in thought, the system suddenly appeared, startling him. We lost connection for a moment just now. More text appeared on the system panel. I need to use a secondary space skill for a moment. You're gradually deviating from the prophecy, the opponent said, while Lucas tilted the bottle to drink. So when will all humanity awaken? Eventually, that's our plan. Too many variables have appeared. Things that never happened before are now happening continuously. Hearing that, the other immediately mocked. Things that never happened, don't be so weak. For example, someone suddenly appears, the apocalypse is approaching. The opponent placed both hands on Lucas's shoulders. I hope you won't give up. He continued in a commanding tone. This is the only chance to save yourself. The screen displayed a battlefield where he fought Sang Yu, crying in excitement. See that? That's the result of the drug. Enhancing a rank D Hunter Stage 2, and the effect is already impressive. Trevor John looked thrilled at the emerging future. With that drug, I can advance humanity to the next stage. I understand. Then he suddenly stood before the screen and fell silent. It took him a while to ask his system. Really? He clenched his fist, remembering Alyssa. Do you really think that? You are an artificial intelligence created by me. You can't go against me. Looking at the scattered bodies around him, he trembled and continued. But at least this time, please answer me freely like Alyssa I used to know. The system was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Trevor, you already knew. Without any hesitation, the system went straight to Trevor John's pain. Is this really what you wanted to create? In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Sang Yu stood in shock before the sight in front of him. All he saw was an empty lot. Is this your laboratory? The opposing side seemed unsurprised and replied, It's not on the ground, it's below. I'll tell you the location. So please dig up the ground. Sang Yu followed, stabbing the shovel into the earth and began digging according to the other's instruction. Why are you explaining only your past now? I already heard about you from Jumper. I had to make you understand first. He pushed up his glasses and continued, I actually wanted to tell you earlier. I had no intention of hiding anything. I thought I had already sent you the address. When this is over, come here. My research documents are here. He suddenly remembered the screen that had appeared in front of him with the message before turning off. Sang Yu gaped in astonishment. Oh right, he did send it earlier. The opponent continued sharing relevant details while Sang Yu dug, but even after that, you didn't go look for it. So I figured there was no need to point it out again. What about my sister? The person on the opposing side sat on the chair, observing everything, wondering whether he had truly lied at that moment. Regarding that, what he said back then was probably somewhat reasonable. But just because your registration system exists doesn't mean the danger will disappear. It seemed that Sang Yu had accidentally dug into something hard. In the end, everything still depended on his judgment. It turned out that while not paying attention, he had dug a deep hole, revealing an iron door below. Whatever you decide after knowing how Ironshid disappeared, it might still be in time. He stepped forward and opened the metal door. Where is this place? He looked at the power cables inside still glowing. Are the power lines still working? The opposing side suddenly appeared and said, This is my dream. The surroundings were desolate and decayed. This was the first prototype system. Speaking of which, everything started here. In the 1950s in Philadelphia, while he was focused on his work, someone kept calling the person from the opposing side. At that time, he was eagerly assembling the equipment. I was a researcher in a secret project run by the government. River opened the door. The person outside had called for so long that they decided to break down the door and enter. Just kick the door open, along with 2 colleagues he had known since childhood. After opening the door, the 2 entered. Are you tinkering with that thing again? You still haven't given up. In the Rainbow Project, researcher Elia White scolded him. Elia crossed her arms and angrily criticized River. I called you on the weekend, but you didn't answer. Do you know why we can't be good at all sports? River suddenly said this, leaving Elia completely confused. Even in tennis, we know the ball is coming. And we know how to hold the racket to hit it, but it seems like the racket always just sweeps through the air instead of hitting the ball. Trevor, who had been silent until then, spoke up to agree with Ilya. That's because we lack motor skill. I hope I can do whatever ordinary people think of. What I'm creating is a system that will help people do that. River kept focusing on his work. If I finish this system, the world will be a place where everyone can achieve their desire. Even if they don't have talent, one day, even those who can't walk will be able to walk. They could run and do anything they ever imagined. Trevor John immediately bluntly crushed River's dream, believing what he wanted was just an illusion. Do you think machines can manipulate humans down to the cellular level? I think the concept of that system also applies to the kind of drug you're unwilling to give up. How can you feel comforted by creating something that only reflects the traits someone desires? Upon hearing that, Trevor John angrily retorted, "What? At least it's still better than this broken machine here. Calm down. Once I finish this project, your path to success will be wide open." Ilya immediately shoved Trevor John off her shoulders to stop them. "Let me go, please stop." River looked at them for a moment without saying anything further. "You know what day it is today? Today is the project test day. Although I enjoy personal experiments, we have to focus on the assigned work." "That's right, this test is not dangerous. It's the first test and the voltage is very low." River recalled the nearby construction site. At that time, everything seemed to be going smoothly. The test equipment was complete. Coil voltage normal, generator running well, all systems functioning properly. Both were preparing for the test. "All right, let's begin. Am I overthinking this?" Trevor decided to step out and return later. "I need a bathroom break, wait for me a bit." "Why are you going now?" Trevor explained he didn't have time earlier because he was busy with the test. River decided to continue. "Go ahead, it won't cause issues anyway. Let's start. When you come back, you'll probably be mad." River felt regret about this decision. "Sometimes I wonder if things would have been different if we had waited for Trevor that day. Would it have been different if we waited for Trevor?" Suddenly, the entire base shook violently. River and Ilya continued to observe the test. "I wonder if the magnetometer has picked up the signal yet. The signal seems to be weakening." A strong beam of light radiated, shaking the base violently. Everyone began to panic. "What is that? What's happening?" "Please wait, we need to investigate." Electric currents surged everywhere, frightening everyone, as if reacting to something. Suddenly a black hole appeared in the sky, draining everyone's mana. Heavenly Sword, what is that sound? At this moment, Trevor had just returned from the bathroom. "Sorry I'm late, I must have eaten something this morning." But before him were only trees and lightning. A voice echoed, "It's successful, we really did it." River slowly opened his eyes but couldn't see clearly. "He looks just like us." "He's okay, right? Everything is completely different from what I expected." Finally, "He's awake, look, he's awake." As River looked closer, he realized the people in front were strangers. "You're awake." Ilya also fainted and was sitting up, holding her head next to River. "Ilya, are you okay?" One of them shouted excitedly. "Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful. The legendary hero who will protect the Urentia Empire from Jenny in the prophecy has arrived." Ilya and River were completely confused. "What? River, I need an explanation, me too." They were guided by strangers from another kingdom. "There will be 3 meals a day. If you want extra, just tell me. This place seems to belong to a different race. We will also provide all the equipment you need within the Empire's capacity." Their guide explained, "Regarding language, we will translate through magic so you won't face any language barriers." They led River and Ilya to a room to rest to recover from the long journey. Both were shocked by what they saw. Both had their own thoughts. "This is the first time I've heard this language, but I understand what she's saying. This rabbit is speaking human language. Is this really magic? And there are giant monsters too. My heart feels like it's going to burst." "Where are we?" sang Yu. "I can't believe it. So the Ironshire Empire really tried to summon a hero? What a crazy story." River explained what he knew. "They say it's an ancient legend of Tuber. When the Urentia Empire falls into crisis, a legendary hero will appear, defeat the enemies, and bring peace. Why the gate opened is unclear. We can only guess that their summoning ritual coincided with our experiment, leading to this result. The buildings, their lifestyle, and the people are things I've never seen before." However, Ilya and I adapted quickly. Sang Yu observed everything in the room, puzzled. "Surprisingly, I thought scientists would be the first to discard magic." River patiently explained, "That's just a bias. When an unexpected situation occurs, we adapt faster than anyone. Anyway, a scientist's job is to uncover the process and rules behind the results. So let me show you." Sang Yu stopped, his gaze fixed on a distant point where I had experienced unforgettable events. Luke River was still there with Ilya, having just arrived not long ago. "All right, let's summarize. This is not Earth. We are on a planet called Tyburn, but it's unclear whether it belongs to the Milky Way system. It seems they are using something called mana to perform magic, and they have developed it to solve communication and transportation issues to other systems." Ilya added after hearing River's summary, "There is still one crucial thing. They think we are legendary heroes. River sighed upon hearing this because the situation was awkward. Ilya continued explaining what she knew, saying they were at war with a tribe called the Jenny, which could be their declaration. But in reality, they are the only empire on the planet, while Jenny is an invader from another world. Although they are scientists, they don't care about this. Anyway, it's an extremely special phenomenon. We can't stay here long, right? Yes, Trevor is probably looking for us. That's why we can still think about this calmly. They continued chatting as if consoling each other. The invaders and other issues, we don't belong here. We are not heroes at all. That's right, I'm curious about the principles behind all of this, but it's a method that cannot be applied on Earth. Because there's no mana there. Tomorrow, we will explain the situation and ask them to take us back. We couldn't assess the situation we were facing. Suddenly, the people gathered in front of the castle, shouting loudly, "Fraudsters, bring out the formula, show us the heroes you talked about." The people in the castle followed the two and began to explain. "We apologize for making you witness this embarrassing situation." Ms. Rabbit began to organize things to calm the two down. "I did my best to ensure you wouldn't have to worry. But as you can see, there's still opposition, even though some of us are involved in the hero summoning ritual. It took a lot of mana stones and required many other resources, so many people doubted its effectiveness. Therefore, some had extreme opinions." Before she could finish, Ms. Rabbit heard the troublemakers outside the castle shouting loudly on their own. "Those who initiated the plan during the war must take responsibility. If they can't produce results, they should hang themselves." Ms. Rabbit heard that and sighed. "If you don't show them the results they want, the summoner will be executed as an example. They must lack confidence." The more Ms. Rabbit tried to reassure the two, the more confused they became. "You just need to show them the power of the heroes." Ilya jumped onto the bed and repeatedly hit the pillow. "We're doomed, really doomed." River stood still, staring into the distance, while Ilya was so panicked that she started crying. "I didn't expect this. Even if we say we are not their saviors, they probably still won't kindly send us back." Ilya looked up in despair, crying and complaining. "What should I do? I don't want to die here. Heroes and all that, I've never fought before." Ilya was panicked, but luckily River remained calm. "Instead of dying like this, I have to say everything." Ilya calmed down. River gently advised Ilya about the difficult situation ahead. "There must be a way to return if we've been brought here. Our job now is to figure out how, a way back." Since then, I began studying every book in the Royal Library of the Urencia Empire. It contained all the knowledge about mana, the rules of magical progression. The two of them were like students, holding each book and reading each page. Fire, gemstones, ice, thunder, these were the basic magical elements related to space teleportation and information about artifacts capable of tearing apart the universe. Everything was there, and our research to find a way home began from there. Ilya found information about an artifact. At the top of the Odin Tower, there was an artifact that was unforgiving of failure. I wish I had one. River also made a new discovery, information related to Earth, the 7 deadly sins. There was a powerful ancient creature in the abyss that could destroy all mana connections and other artifacts. After finishing their studies, River began practicing magic, Fireball. However, despite having read so much and understanding the rules, River looked at their hands and no fireball appeared. "I still can't use basic magic, let alone space teleportation." River stood in the magic circle in the castle. "I understand the rules, but what's the issue? I need to solve this problem first so I can apply the more complex knowledge later." At that moment, a dragon's tail swept across River's area. Everything not going well. The last dragon of Urencia, Bramos, stared at River and then laughed. River stared at the dragon in awe, barely able to utter the words legendary hero. "Lord Bramos, you're not standing still like the first time we met, are you?" River scratched his head awkwardly and cautiously explained, "Yes, I've never seen a talking rabbit before. That's a bit racist, isn't it?" The dragon reminded him to be careful and to honestly admit that from their first encounter, it had already seen the plan going off track, its eyes suddenly blazing a bright green. The dragon explained that by looking into someone's eyes, it could understand them, then said, "I apologize, I don't know what went wrong during the summoning." Hearing this, River froze, not responding. But a scientist from Earth isn't exactly like a hero, is he? The more he listened, the more frustrated he became, clenching his fists to stay calm. "You may have realized, but once they discover you aren't a hero, they won't kindly send you back. You'll be discarded to appease public opinion. They'll save the resources used to return you and redirect them to find a new hero." The dragon lowered its head close to River and suddenly dropped a shocking statement. "Then what if you become a true hero? What?" The dragon calmly explained that magic operates on mana like a type of fuel. It devotedly instructed and trained River, emphasizing that without controlling mana, magic cannot be used. In that situation, knowing the complex rules of magic structures was useless. He could hear the dragon's voice echoing in his mind. River was full of questions. "But is this really how you sense mana? Ho ho, you're doubting me. River had to take off his shoes and enter the forest at night because he was told it was the fastest way. This is the fastest way, trust me. After thinking it over, he agreed it made sense. In the end, he told himself he had no choice but to learn magic. That's right, there's no other option but to learn magic. So he began following the dragon's instructions. He followed the guidance, closed his eyes, and relaxed his entire body. He was a creature, but only a tiny part of the vast system operating in the world. River quickly focused on the familiar concept of the system. The dragon continued explaining not to treat mana as something special, like when he raised his hand and the air around him was drawn in. He would instantly recognize mana when it interacted with everything around him. Looking at his hand, River felt discouraged. I still can't do it. You're too distracted. Focus on one thing that will help. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes made River sweat in fear, thinking someone had appeared. Someone else here? Ha, of course you're not alone. A soft, timid voice came from behind a tree. Who's there? It's you, Uriver. Recognizing Ilya's voice, he was astonished. Ilya immediately poked her head out, seemingly unclothed. Damn, he said he would teach me to control mana. But what is this method? Can you not look this way? Seeing this, River was so shocked he froze. I told you not to look. To everyone's astonishment, River awakened his mana. How the hell did you do that? Thanks to my secret, Ilya also unlocked the ability to control mana, and when she mastered the technique, she could transform all accumulated knowledge into real power. River and Ilya began thinking together to create magic. So this is a basic magic circle, if you add transformation and activate it. The dragon seemed very pleased with its reasoning. Applying other magic rules we read in books didn't take much time. As expected, the two were skilled. They received both good and bad news. The bad news, even after learning magic, we still hadn't found a way home. Space travel is impossible without enormous resources and support from many people. Their actions amazed everyone. But the good news, indeed, as the prophecy said, they had created an extremely powerful magic orb. We are magic geniuses. Everyone was abuzz. How could they awaken such high-level magic? This would, but when discussed, conflicting opinions arose. So what do you intend to do? Caius spoke sternly. Can you say that to our teammates who are dying because of Jenny or not? Do you intend to tell them those two became so strong in just 2 weeks, so if they try to survive for a year, it'll be fine? He emphasized his anger. Can you make them sacrifice in vain while still defending the borders? He implied things had always been this way. His words made Samir flustered. Seems you just returned from the front. Even as the kingdom's sword, your words are harsh. Hearing this, he only replied that he was curious. I'm just curious, how long would our legendary heroes take to drive out the Rennie? He asked to witness their magical skills, mentioning the Urencia Empire and the first elemental swordsman Kaisel Raven. Alyssa was flustered by the question and spoke. Our magical skills. While she stammered to say something, Caius suddenly lunged forward. Let us show you. A deafening explosion threw both of them off. Caius aimed to strike Alyssa and Lieber again when suddenly someone raised a protective barrier to block the blow. A voice rang out warning not to rush. The one in charge is Bray Mouse, who stepped forward to guide the note-taking. To achieve results, it will take 3 years, not just 2 weeks. Hearing those words, Kaiso regained his composure after a moment of losing control and replied. That's right. Then he hesitated and said, for those who have sacrificed, retracting their swords back into their sheaths, he emphasized. Everything has been decided. I have no intention of changing it. Before leaving, he also reminded us that you must show results if you choose to abandon us. Our limit of endurance is 1 year. At that moment, a shadow appeared and spoke. Sengu, in an invisible state, observed the entire event. Kaiso's temperament made him think to himself, he was just as hot-headed back then. It's understandable, Raven always opposed using Summoner. He believed they should conserve resources to increase the soldiers' pay at the front. Thinking about it, he had some doubts, but the summoning ritual had already been set, so they had to endure without support. They must be facing a lot of difficulties. A question left Sangu unsure how to answer, though it confused us. After a moment of silence, Lieber spoke up. Elsewhere, Sangu's physical form received images from his consciousness. The scene before him made him wonder. A strange feeling, the past unfolding right before his eyes. Is this your memory? The consciousness quickly responded. It's similar, only when you see it for yourself will you understand. Returning to Sangu's consciousness, Veda, on behalf of Kaiso, bowed and apologized to Alyssa and Lieber, saying we are disturbing the heroes. Usually he was very kind back then. Grey Mouse quickly replied, we should be the ones apologizing. Your learning speed has been quick, and we see you are sincere. Alyssa quickly said. Then she asked, but shouldn't we look for a more practical way? One of either Bray Mouse or Veda offered their opinion. Destruction and healing magic are quite stable. At that moment, Lieber was worried, thinking to himself, this can't go on like this. He was a bit panicked, thinking if they didn't meet expectations, they would go find another hero. We need a backup plan in case of failure. He knew his own ability, reminding himself. Always thinking about this, the principles of magic are similar to electronic circuits. This became the key to unlocking the awakening skill. By combining the two principles, I harmonized science and magic. Looking at the books on the table, Lieber realized the issue, the commonality among the complex diagrams. He remained focused on his research, feeling the weakness of current magic. This became clearer as it was modularized, making it difficult to explain. While he was engrossed, Alyssa suddenly appeared from behind and called out, "Lieber, we need to practice magic." Hearing her call, he turned around and asked, "Is it time already?" She confirmed and curiously asked, "But what were you doing in the wardrobe all this time?" He talked about a machine equipped with a mana enhancement module and teleportation spell circle. Afraid Alyssa wouldn't understand, he gave a simple example, saying this is something that could bring us back to Earth. His words surprised her and she screamed. Then Lieber turned around to fix the machine and replied plainly. Suddenly Alyssa hugged him, joyfully exclaiming. The appearance of the machine made her incredibly happy. To be honest, I was so scared. That guy named Davan too. I still can't look the sphinxes in the eye. I'm scared to death. I thought I'd have to live here for the rest of my life. Being hugged by her, Lieber gently pulled her arms away and shyly said. Knowing he was a bit over the top, Alyssa stepped back, awkwardly replying. Sorry, then he asked, didn't you recognize it when you saw the spell circle? It has a structure similar to a microchip, right? Of course, she didn't know and exclaimed in surprise. She asked confusedly, you mean a microchip in that machine? I don't know. The answer surprised Lieber, who thought to himself. Alyssa didn't recognize that commonality. She used magic of the same level as hers. He closed the wardrobe door and reminded her. Alyssa smiled and said this was their secret. She loved that phrase, a secret only the two of them knew. Meanwhile, Ray Mouse waited in the training room, puzzled why no one had arrived. From that moment, everything changed. Lieber and Alyssa began practicing diligently, constantly improving their magical skills. They trained many skills with Brain Mouse, from advanced magic to channeling mana into weapons to boost power, and methods to enhance physical strength. Lieber felt the changes within himself. He wasn't naturally athletic, but thanks to his sharpness and relentless practice, he gained physical abilities previously unimaginable. Alice said cheerfully. It feels like having the system's base stats. Lieber agreed. Indeed, I have to admit that. Learning magic was a wonderful time for me. Finally, the time came. A year had passed and the deadline promised to Raven was approaching. Ray Mouse looked at their progress and said with satisfaction, this is fine. He had informed Alyssa about her ability. Alyssa, your power is to enhance healing abilities. It will increase mana related to the healing strength of any element. Hearing this, Alyssa exclaimed in surprise, really? No wonder it's so easy to learn. However, he still had to remind her. Still, your mana is slightly lacking. Singu, standing nearby, was slightly surprised. Powers like awakening skills are unique to her. Alyssa's healing strength was greater than mine. Now, Brameth turned to Lieber. He seemed unclear about his own power. As for Lieber, I still didn't know what his power was, but with his strength, it might relate to enhancing destructive power. Lieber responded, I think so too. Currently, Sangu looked at the stone walls they had broken and whispered in disappointment. This is all they accomplished in just 1 year. Immediately after, Bramos said, that's enough for today. Everyone rest. Tomorrow is the important day. While he was speaking, Lieber and Alyssa exchanged meaningful glances. Finally, they thought it was time to show Jenny their power. Then they returned to Lieber's room. Lieber opened the wardrobe door and said, I can't believe we start the battle visit tomorrow. The door opened and Lieber exclaimed, good thing I completed it before being sent to the front line. He looked at the large machine in the wardrobe and said, at first I thought it would fit in a wardrobe, but it turned out much larger than expected. Although I added an amplifier and adjusted the formula, it still needs a lot of mana. I'll probably have to use all my mana. Then Lieber asked Alyssa, are you ready to return? She was recalling the image of Kaiso when he mentioned his warriors, of course. That's how it was. He felt sorry for their sacrifice for those who had fallen. After a moment of thinking, Alyssa hesitated before speaking. You see, I know it might sound strange after putting everything into creating it. She unexpectedly asked a question no one had considered. But would you want to help them, even if just for 1 day? Her question startled Lieber so much that he exclaimed. Oh, Alyssa then honestly added, of course, some people may not like it, but most of them have treated us well over time. The training was exhausting, but learning magic was quite interesting. She felt confused and thought that we could escape whenever we felt it was dangerous. Alyssa's words made Lieber laugh uncontrollably and say, just 1 day later. At the same time on the battlefield, 2 black portals opened, monsters started appearing, then a shout was heard announcing that the genie gate had opened in the north. Seeing the monsters approaching, a shout confirmed that they were monster types Type 1, and a captain immediately gave an order. Lead them into the forest. Monster Type 1 has no intelligence. The shout grew urgent as the captain realized the monsters had entered the magic circle. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, sending the monsters to the heavens. The captain cheered, but suddenly something pierced his chest. Great, we managed to stop the monsters. We succeeded. It turned out to be an invisible monster that silently stabbed him. As he fell, the monster appeared and roared loudly, causing the soldiers to warn each other. The special monster appeared. In his last moments, the captain was still thinking about the sudden appearance of this monster. Damn, Type A stealth, this is the first time I've encountered this species. No, if the shield has such a gap. Then the monster's roar mixed with the soldiers' screams. They were surrounding us. Of course, the soldiers could not face them. They had lost half their numbers. At this moment, only desperate screams of help were heard. A beastman, while fighting the monsters, yelled, "Reinforcements, quick! Call for reinforcements from headquarters." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. It easily broke the arm of one monster. The others were also knocked away, leaving the beastman startled. A figure appeared in the air and spoke. "Nice to meet you all," Lieber confidently introduced. "We are the legendary heroes." Alyssa, standing beside, asked in confusion, "Are we really using that title?" The captain of the Sunset woke up in bed, quickly checking his injuries, and was surprised to find that his wound had healed. At this moment, a beastman beside spoke up, "Captain, are you awake?" Seeing this person, the captain hurriedly asked, "The gate, what happened? Were there any casualties?" The soldier looked aside and replied, "Calm down, everything is fine now, someone saved us." Alyssa was standing among the soldiers, gently saying, "If anyone is injured and hasn't been treated yet, please report to me, I'm still clumsy so." A few days later in the capital, voices of astonishment were heard. "What?" The team blocked the gate and returned without any casualties. The people rejoiced at the victory and the return of the army. "Is that true?" they said there on their way back. Soon after, they welcomed the victorious army back. A female beastman embraced her child and emotionally said, "As long as you're safe, that's good." The soldier also hugged her and called out. Another soldier took the chance to express his love to the girl in his heart. "I want to propose to you." After the war ended, this made the girl cry emotionally and shyly call out, "Roarin'." Lieber stood from afar, quietly watching the soldiers reunite with their families. "That kid, you did it. You showed me the picture of your son and said he would surely survive and come back. That's why I was able to do it." He thought about his previous decision. "We'll just go back to Earth." Seeing the soldiers safely return, his mood lightened a bit because he chose to stay. These people probably. Suddenly, the captain of the army loudly declared, "Everyone, we are here thanks to them. The heroes saved us." The people started chanting in unison, "Heroes, long live the heroes." Alyssa, watching the happy people, quietly said, "Thank you, Lieber, for following my suggestion." Then she said, "Now I can leave without any regrets." Suddenly, Lieber suggested, "How about we help them for one more day?" The suggestion made Alyssa extremely happy, and she replied, "Really? You think so too?" A few days later, on another battlefield, the soldiers were fighting when they suddenly saw someone and joyfully exclaimed, "Are you the heroes from the rumors?" They quickly spoke up. "Thank you, you all nearly saved our lives." Lieber replied flatly, "Don't worry, everyone is fine." In his heart, he had thought for days that they were right next to the battle zone. That should be enough, just help them for now. On another battlefield, a soldier was extremely surprised when he saw his wound healing. "My wound," Alyssa gently. Alyssa reassured them that they would recover soon, and then turned to instruct the other soldiers that if any part wasn't too badly injured, it could be reattached. Alyssa's words made one soldier skeptical. He asked if it was really possible, because in the past few days she seemed to plan to heal these people and then return to Earth or help a few more. She muttered to herself, "Oh no, why them should we help a few more people?" Victory news from them was also reported to the Brain Mouse group by the soldiers. The number of casualties and injuries had dropped sharply, and the portal creation was progressing very well. The continuous stream of good news moved him to tears, and he wondered, have they changed their minds? Who convinced them? Day after day passed like this, becoming a week, and Lieber continued to fight the monsters. A week became a month, and Alyssa continued to heal the soldiers. A month became a year, and the two of them stayed here, fighting and protecting everyone. Eventually, we forgot the thought of staying a little longer and naturally looked forward to tomorrow more upon receiving praise. Lieber and Alyssa felt proud of that. Seeing the smiles of the people they had wholeheartedly protected, Lieber proudly thought that the Urencia Empire had become a place to belong, rather than a place to leave. Later, he met Alyssa in the old room and said, "I'm back," realizing this place had become home for both of them. Alyssa warmly approached him and said, "You've worked hard, Lieber." Then they kissed, showing that this was the place where they welcomed each other. The sweet kiss ended with Alyssa's smile. Seeing this, Lieber gently asked, "What's wrong, Alyssa?" She blushed and spoke about the past. Do you remember when we were studying mana control? You told me to focus on just one thing. Alyssa's words slightly shook Lieber. She continued, but I don't understand why the moment I met you I awakened. Alyssa sighed and said, I just suddenly remembered that advice. There's no need to beat around the bush with lies. A gentle smile spread across Alyssa's face as she teased Lieber. Back when I chased you on Earth, you didn't even look at me. Now on another planet, you still aren't honest. For Lieber, it was an amusing experience. He had left his home planet, his projects, and his system, what had once been his life's purpose. He thought to himself, I'm just living happily, right? His eyes gazed toward the cabinet holding the machine that could return them to Earth. That cabinet door would never open again. Everything after that progressed very well. Over time, the war gradually established an organized system. While Alyssa focused on maintaining the army and fortifying the front lines, I exploited a gap in Jenny's remnants, broke through, and reclaimed territory. Everything went smoothly. The strategy had shifted to a more solid offensive. We began reclaiming lost territories. Jenny's attacks slowed down. Time passed and it had been 5 years since we were summoned here. Alyssa sat in the room, waiting for her lover. When will Lieber return? Today is an important day. She felt her body hadn't been well lately, but she had actually been quite tired these past few days. Could be because of the expanded front lines, but I still can't leave. Suddenly, Alyssa felt dizzy and hurriedly grabbed the table in front of her. At the same time elsewhere, a monster had its head severed by a slash. The sword still dripped a little blood. Karin sneered, not impressive at all, unlike the species name Minnie suggests. Just as she was smugly admiring herself, suddenly something rose from behind and she shouted, "Don't you see that?" It seemed like Karin was about to get overwhelmed, but the monster trying to ambush her was suddenly struck with a critical blow. Someone appeared and said sternly, Karin, how many times have I told you to fix your reckless habit? Kaisao seriously reminded her. When will the descendants of the elemental swordsman become alert? Urencia Empire, original sword master, Kaisel Raven. Hearing this, Karin retorted, Master, I was just bored. Urencia Empire, disciple of Kaiso, Kirin Joven. She thought we were just eliminating a few rookies who crossed the front line. However, Kaiso said, this is an important mission. If the front line wavers, do you think we can maintain the current offensive? So while she was complaining about Lieber and Alyssa, Kaiso suddenly tapped her head with his sword. Those heroes couldn't handle it. While I struggle on the front lines, they are comfortably eating in the capital. Kirin was shocked and fell to the ground. Then Jun called out, Master, and Kaiso glared at her with sharp eyes, saying, those heroes. Then he scolded loudly. Did you think Lieber and Alyssa are just your friends? Do you even know how to address them properly? How dare you? Unwilling to be scolded, Karin tried to argue back, but Kaiso stopped her. Be quiet. Who did it and when? At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out. Kaiso, you're being too harsh on her. Kaiso turned around, stunned to see Lieber appear, greeting him cheerfully. Lieber, you're back? Lieber smiled and replied, yes, thanks to the two of you, we were able to advance so easily. Over the years, their relationship had grown closer. During those 5 years, Raven had become my closest friend. Lieber stepped down and said, Karin must be talking about me again. Karin sat on the ground, honestly replying, Master just told me to speak properly. Kaiso stood nearby, calmly stating, she's not your friend, she's ours. That friendship gradually strengthened because Alyssa and I contributed greatly, minimizing casualties for his team. Afterward, Raven became one of my most loyal supporters, more faithful than anyone else. Kaiso then smiled and asked Han, isn't the Grand Mage designation ceremony about to begin, Nendia? Hearing that, Lieber said, Grand Mage, that title is huge, but Kaiso immediately dismissed it. Nonsense. Who else would be more suitable for that title than you? Suddenly he recalled the past. Lieber, I sincerely apologize for our first meeting. Lieber didn't mind, replying, how many times have you apologized? How many years have passed? Forget it, I'm leaving. At that moment, he didn't know it would be the last time I smiled in Tybron. A while later, he returned to the room and cheerfully called, Alyssa, are you ready? He continued talking rapidly, we have to participate in the Sangu ritual with our souls having witnessed everything. Damn it, for heaven's sake. Lieber anxiously called his wife, Alyssa. He tried to understand what was happening. Stop, Sangu, you know this symptom well. At that moment, Lieber shouted in panic, Alyssa, what's happening? Sangu silently realized that it was the day Alyssa got infected by the virus. In the conference room, everyone was present and murmuring. Becoming a Grand Mage in just 5 years is unbelievable. Yes, focusing on the summoning ceremony was a wise choice. Perhaps the moment to defeat those monsters is near. Sander asked worriedly, but when will those heroes arrive? Celius replied, I heard they've reached the capital, probably busy, let's wait a bit longer. Veda suggested, should I go find them? Suddenly the door burst open, Lieber's appearance causing a stir. Oh, the hero has arrived. Great, let's begin. While everyone was excited, Lieber's face revealed only confusion. We should start the Grand Mage appointment ceremony immediately. At that moment, Veda realized Alyssa was missing and called out. Alyssa, Lieber panted, urgently pleading. She's in the room, something has happened, help me. Hearing this, Grey Mouse immediately ordered, everyone, leave here at once. The ceremony had to stop, and Lieber quickly explained the situation to him. I just arrived and it already happened. He explained that Alyssa's mana wasn't gathering but dispersing continuously. Hearing this, Grey Mouse immediately understood. A curse was gradually consuming Alyssa and her mana source. The scene and explanation left Veda stunned. She exclaimed, a curse. Grey Mouse elaborated, it's a mana dissolution curse. Lieber shouted in shock, a curse? How is that possible? Then he insisted, no, more importantly, when was she cursed? Alyssa was just near the defense line. After a pause, Grey Mouse continued slowly. Alyssa's innate ability enhances healing powers, making all restorative magic stronger. Alyssa had mentioned this before. Really, that makes learning so easy. Back then, he also noted that she occasionally lacked mana. Now he seemed to understand. I know why her mana was always depleted. He clarified immediately. Lieber, Alyssa wasn't recently cursed. In fact, thanks to her innate ability, the curse hadn't manifested until now. Grey Mouse explained thoroughly. The summoning ritual brought unpredictable consequences. When you arrived, you must have passed through countless universes in an instant and encountered various types of mana. These words made Lieber even more confused. He asked, what did you say? I don't understand. Grey Mouse deliberately slowed down, simplified the explanation, then emphasized the cause of Alyssa's condition. Alyssa was cursed the moment she was summoned here. Though the shock was significant for Lieber, he was concerned about something else and said, that doesn't matter anymore. There must be a way to save her. Grey Mouse sighed, looking utterly helpless. I'm sorry, Lieber. We have to admit that there is no way to lift this curse. Veda spoke, Lord Braymouse, we must accumulate mana at the tower. Everything happened so suddenly that Libra didn't know what to do. It was all so strange, no words made sense to me. The phantom virus, the one your sister contracted, is considered a curse in this world. He realized that it was fortunate Alyssa wasn't on Earth, because if she had contracted the phantom virus in a mana-deficient environment, she wouldn't survive. She wouldn't survive more than a month. Sangu, who witnessed everything, was still worried for Alyssa's soul state. It was just bad luck. Alyssa had contracted a terminal illness since arriving here. Later, Kaiso rushed into the room, panicked, shouting, Lieber, it's just an accident, right? He was confused, shouting while Lieber stood motionless. A curse! Lieber's expression confirmed everything, leaving Kaiso stunned, exclaiming, no way. Suddenly, Lieber spoke. 3 years, give me 3 years, he said calmly. Don't inform the frontline about this. Today's appointment ceremony went smoothly. The solution is to just tell them the heroes are at another frontline. His solution surprised Braymouse, who loudly asked, wait, you also want to leave the battlefield? Veda also spoke up. Holding the defense line without Alyssa was already hard enough. Lieber, if you leave too, Kaiso's voice rang out, we'll try to hold on. Kaiso's words unsettled everyone who called out to him, Kaiso, but he remained firm. I will hold on not just 3 years, maybe 5, 10 years. He placed a hand on Lieber's shoulder, an action that surprised Lieber, who exclaimed. Kaiso, meanwhile, he calmly encouraged Lieber, do what you want, Lieber. Sangu, witnessing this, couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Master, Sangu's exclamation sparked a new hope in Lieber. Yes, he has given me precious time, and I must decide what to do with it. Lieber remained steadfast, refusing to believe in the curse. Alyssa can be cured. He studied books day and night to find a cure, even if it involved exposure to mana variants. It might be a type of virus that adapts to each person's innate ability. He trained the defense line resources without Alyssa, while simultaneously seeking a cure for her. He'd not stop for a second in his research, and even those with no magical knowledge could use mana. If I can control the body and guide everyone to manipulate mana, I want everyone to be able to do what they imagine. From seeking a cure for Alyssa, he gradually expanded it into a larger issue. Even those without abilities could achieve their dreams. The disabled could stand, run, and do whatever they wished. Lieber gradually conducted research, studying each person's body and innate abilities, adjusting the magic system for each individual and applying it. He believed that by further developing this system, he could alter each person's mana nature. One day, he murmured to himself about his goal. I must create a system. During the hero's absence, anger arose internally. This situation cannot continue. Do you realize the importance of this? Hack shouted, criticizing the deteriorating defense line. Moreover, hiding Alyssa's condition has its limits. He angrily questioned, how long must we wait for Lieber? Someone in the group explained, Lieber said we can still hold on, so be patient a bit longer. However, this did not satisfy him. That's why I opposed this plan from the start. At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted the argument. Enough. Grey Mouse affirmed, I trust Lieber, at least until the time he promised. 3 years passed, and Veda cautiously entered Lieber's research space. She walked in thinking, it's been 3 years since that day. Upon entering, she called out loudly to Lieber. Lieber's space seemed isolated from everything else. Back then, it was near the defense line, under the capital's Dragon Tower, and nobody spoke. Looking at the strange components, he was still assembling something bizarre. Veda, curious, asked, "What is that?" Seeing no response, she had to call loudly into the room. "Liver, your food is here just like last time. I'll leave it here." The door suddenly swung open, startling Veda. Lieber's voice echoed from the room, accompanied by the darkness and the presence of the master, making Veda shiver as she quickly called out, "Liver." She entered just as Lieber's deep voice rang out, "Veda, I am very grateful to you. You have helped us and taught us about the culture of the Orensian Empire." Veda hesitated and said, "But apart from that, I don't know what else I can do. I don't have magic, I don't know how to use a sword or bow." Lieber responded, "You don't need to belittle yourself like that." He continued, "Of course I understand your feelings." His voice suddenly became more cheerful. "Don't worry, Veda, that phase is over." Lieber's words were full of confidence and madness, his gaze and tone decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly an object flew toward Veda, making her scream, "Lieber." Back in the meeting room, Hake spoke irritably, "I can't take it anymore. I think we should stop supporting Lieber." He then asked for everyone's opinion in the room. Everyone agreed. "Well, the time has come." Everyone replied in unison, leaving Braymouse unsure of what to say. "That's right, you set that time." Hake declared, "I think we've reached a consensus." At that moment, Veda entered and shouted, "Everyone." Her sudden appearance made Hake extremely uncomfortable. "Veda, why are you?" Seeing that Veda could use mana, everyone was surprised and exclaimed, "Are you using magic?" Veda stammered, I can sense mana." At the same time, Lieber appeared through magical communication and reassured everyone in the meeting room, "Please don't worry, my lords." He suggested, "Let's gather the new recruits and leave them to me. That's enough, we will form an army." At this moment, Kaiso crossed his arms and panted heavily in exhaustion. Duver's voice came from beside him, "Aren't we under a lot of pressure lately?" Hearing this, he replied tiredly, "I'm fine." Duver quickly responded, "Not you." "The head of the armory, the short one," Duver Bikund explained slowly. "I'm talking about the weapons. Even with the best care, every blade has its limits. By now, it will break." Kaiso immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, but we must fill the void left by the heroes. Without me, the defense line will collapse instantly." These words made Duver curious. "Are those legendary heroes really that great?" Kaiso coldly answered, "I don't believe in legends." Duver was surprised, "Are you crazy?" Ignoring Duver's words, Kaiso confidently said, "I believe in River as a real person. Just wait, this will be the 3rd year since then." After a moment of silence, Kaiso continued, "He will definitely return." Despite some doubt, Duver sighed, "It's good that you believe in him. But anyway, that kid is too attached to him." The scene shifted to the fierce battle between everyone and the insects. The soldiers continued fighting, strengthening the defenses. Meanwhile, Karin from above kept attacking the insects. She seemed to be getting tired. "Master, there are too many insects. We have to retreat a bit." Standing behind Karin, Kaiso mocked, "Oh, 3 years ago you said it was boring, now you're complaining about difficulty. What is it really?" As Karin rested to regain strength, Kaiso noticed something. In the blink of an eye, he rushed toward the insects attempting to attack Karin. A soldier saw this and shouted, "He's going." Even Karin was worried for him, "Master." Kaiso said seriously, "Support over there, Karin." He had identified the type of insect. "That's the queen." A soldier shouted in panic, fall back, retreat from the defense line." Before he could finish, Kaiso yelled, "Stop talking nonsense." He gave a strong order, "Reinforce the defense line quickly, we will protect this place." Immediately after, Kaiso charged into battle with the level 3 insects. However, it showed no fear and quickly lunged toward Kaiso. The two created such powerful force that the ground around them cracked. Suddenly, a strange object flew in, catching Kaiso's attention. Fortunately, he managed to slice off the head of the level 3 insect in time, not allowing it to survive for another second. As he landed, Kaiso said in a deep voice, "You're not allowed to be here, are you?" Arya, with a reluctant tone, spoke, "I don't have much of a choice either, Raven." So she is the high-ranking elf, Grand Duchess Arya Verso. "If this place falls, my territory will be next." As soon as she appeared, the soldiers cheered, "Elf reinforcements." "Oh, I didn't expect Grand Duchess Arya herself to come." Even Chiron slightly bowed to the Duchess, and seeing that, Arya immediately asked after him. "Chiron, are you all right?" She replied cheerfully, "Of course I'm fine. Now that you're here, those insects will." Before Chiron could finish, monsters erupted from the ground all at once. The sight left Kaisel, Chiron, and Arya frozen. The other soldiers turned pale in fear. Why are there so many of these monsters? In this situation, everyone was utterly despairing. It's over. Despite their trembling, Kaisel calmly ordered, "Spearmen, charge, expand the defensive line." Arya immediately intervened. "Raven, no." Chiron also felt something was wrong. She hurriedly said, "Master, we have to help the army. There will be many casualties." Kaisel responded firmly, "We must hold out until River returns." His stubbornness made Chiron shout angrily, "Why are you so extreme?" As if wanting everyone to understand his heart, Kaisel said slowly, Just because of that rude incident 3 years ago, I've doubted him enough. Do not underestimate my resolve. It does not change on a whim. After a while, Arya finally had to concede. Everyone fall back and support Raven. The soldiers immediately followed. Yes, right after Kaisel moved forward, he had to hold his ground. As the monster rampaged, Kaisel told himself. He had promised he would succeed, so he ignored everything else. Whether Lieber came or not, Kaisel would reinforce the defense and his own faith as well. Just as Kaisel tried to eliminate the monsters, a familiar surge of power appeared. Arya seemed to notice something. Could the mages have sent reinforcement? No, wait, in front of her was a massive rescue force. How many people are there? The next moment Ron shouted orders to the reinforcements. Everyone fire. They all immediately aimed at the monster and struck. It hadn't yet realized the danger it was in. In the blink of an eye, it was hit and screamed in agony. The sight made Kaisel widen his eyes. Am I dreaming? How can this happen? Below, Lieber gently set up a barrier to catch Kaisel falling from above. I'm not surprised you're persistent. Then he softened his voice. Indeed, I knew you could do it. Satisfied, Kaisel pressed his lips and said, if you hadn't said that, I'd have punched you. He looked at Lieber and teased. I mean, should I now call you Archmage River? Lieber laughed and replied, if you're that polite, I'd be truly disappointed. Then he returned to a serious tone. Kaisel, now is the time to counterattack. Switching to Tibernian, identifying user. Codex 812 TBSDM52. User Tibernian Bogran, authentication complete. System access granted, registration complete. As the system finished, Tibernian shouted in panic, I can't see mana, my own incompetence. Sender calmly asked, what is your awakening skill? He immediately replied, it grants properties to an intermediary object. Without hesitation, he continued the explanation. Swordsmanship is the path suited for you. Next, the situation in front of him made Kaisel hesitate, asking confusedly, what is all this? As expected, Lieber immediately explained what Kaisel wanted to know. It's an AI system, a system that generates elite troops to fill gaps at the front line. You can awaken and register basic skills here. It's still in the initial phase, not complete. Right now it only has skills like Fireball and Basic Strike. Later, it can train knights and healers as well. It all depends on each person's potential. Chiron was curious too. Skills, what are they? Lieber continued explaining. It refers to techniques in the world I once lived in. It seems very suitable for displaying magic or physical enhancements. According to him, everyone saw a scene of a normal person in a room creating a massive fireball. Kaiso couldn't contain his surprise when he saw the fireball, something that usually took at least 3 years of training to master and activate one's mana. Not letting him finish, Chiron interrupted to express her amazement. They can do that so easily, how is that possible? Lieber continued to explain calmly to answer their question. This system functions as a guide for the body, helping the user control mana through its inherent mechanism. When mana is charged, the result creates a fireball, but currently, the system is not yet complete. There are still many errors arising in assessing each individual's characteristic. There are cases where the awakened skill is not detected immediately, only appearing later. Once enough data is gathered from experiments, using advanced and difficult spells will become feasible. Lieber moved closer to Alyssa without anyone noticing. This system can alter every component of a person's mana. The scene shifts to the battlefield where piles of monster corpses are scattered, causing significant damage. An enigmatic Jenny appeared, requiring the immediate addition of Type 1 and Type 2 units. There needs to be a redefinition of soldier training time, the reorganization of new dangerous elements, and a call for reinforcements. The system has succeeded, allowing anyone to use magical skills that require mana. The quality and quantity of the deployed forces are superior to before. Skill registration stations have been installed near the front line. This speeds up the aid process, immediately changing the battlefield situation in our favor. The public once again showed favor towards the heroes. The crowd surrounded Braymouse, cheering and welcoming him, while Han reluctantly waved and the Braymouse heroes responded. Kaiso was startled when Braymouse mentioned Veda, seemingly unaware of the situation, while Lord Braymouse glanced at Veda. Veda gently said, I'll go back to Lieber, he's hard to understand. But Veda, don't you have a lot you want to do when learning magic? You can send someone else, Veda said with a smile. Lieber hasn't had breakfast and the best way to learn magic is beside a wizard. Lieber was typing on a computer while speaking. Type 1 monsters are the most numerous but weak, however. Don't underestimate this attrition war. Type 2, they're huge and dangerous in close combat, but with wizard support, they'll be easier to control. They are the larger targets. The most important are Type 3 and special entities. He pushed his glasses. Type 3 are medium-sized monsters, few in number but the most dangerous. Cairo spoke up. Special entities are those with unique abilities, not belonging to the previous 3 types. Lieber responded immediately afterward. All right, I've input the data into the system, he said politely. Thank you for your cooperation, Raven. Kaiso frowned, aren't you also at the front line? Why are you asking me this? Lieber replied, honestly, I just blow them away, so I can't really tell the difference. This made Kaiso and Chiron uncomfortable. Kaiso anxiously asked, why aren't the special entities classified into the other three types? Because their characteristics are not fixed, their appearance and abilities continuously change. Liverpool glanced at the two of them, hypothesizing, it's strange, it's as if someone is creating them. Lieber stood looking at Kaiso and Chiron. Now that I think about it, you still haven't changed your mind, have you? He said calmly, it's fine, I don't want to change the decision I've made. You will receive many benefits if you register for the system. Karin stood up making a noise. Not just that, what do they call you? The one who blows things up. Karin was hit on the head with a sword by Kaiso. Lieber thought about the system. Could Alyssa's curse still not be fully lifted? Lieber stood in front of Zany, explaining, about that, it's more complicated than I thought if I want to prevent mana from being decomposed. I need to change the nature of her mana, so it will take longer than expected. Perhaps the system needs to be perfected first. He muttered, things would be different if you were here. Lieber looked up, his lips barely moving, but I'm not in a hurry. The closer the system is to completion, the more the battle against Zany will tip in our favor. Ironsha is now my home. Castle and Chiron returned to their usual serious expression. He said that this place had been his home for a long time. At that moment Sangu appeared, lost in thought. I feel quite at ease. Wouldn't it be easy and wonderful if I could save Alyssa and then help Urencia afterward? And I would continue to strive, expanding and developing the system, adding skills, and arranging the awakening skill. Then I would keep expanding, conquering territories, fighting, developing, researching. Everything repeats over and over again, rushing forward. Sangu subconsciously wondered how long he had been doing this. Since the system was created, it's been 37 years. Yes, I've dedicated 37 years of my life to the system for Alyssa and Urencia. The day of success is very close, even though I've seen that vision countless times. At this moment, Veda with Janwa's face appeared, and although the system had changed and developed significantly, I still couldn't get used to it. She smiled slightly. Lieber, you haven't changed at all. Lieber turned and cheerfully responded. Veda. Come in. Sangu sweated heavily. I find it strange too. No matter how much time passes, my face hasn't aged. It's not surprising that he looks almost identical to his master. That's right, humans on Earth have only been exposed to mana for about 20 years, so they probably haven't noticed it yet. Veda told Lieber that she had heard theories suggesting that the more someone is connected to mana, the more their aging process is delayed. Even when I'm this old, Lieber comforted her. Don't worry too much, Veda. Alyssa will soon recognize you. She smiled. I was very happy to hear that. Sangu silently thought that it had been 37 years since the system was completed, and 45 years since I first set foot in Urencia. Lieber and Veda both looked toward the computer running at 98%. Really, just a little more to go. Yes, just a little more. During that time, the system had supported most of the magical enhancement skills and top-tier physical sensor. It had nearly reached perfection in measuring physical indices and providing precise control ability. Lieber looked up at the sky with a confident smile. Alyssa, just wait a little longer, the day the system is completed is very close. In the luxurious meeting room, Grimoth complained that everything was taking too long. It's really taking too long. The cost of slowly reclaiming vast territories through prolonged warfare and conducting widespread reconstruction. He lowered his voice and said that finally, we had succeeded, cornering Jenny into one spot. Xander showed clear excitement. It's all thanks to the system that Lieber created. Arnold was equally pleased, he agreed. Xander explained that the war had completely changed thanks to improvements in the soldier training model created by the system. Old Fox interrupted, confused, saying, I just can't understand this. He spoke loudly, insisting that he was not a hero but a god, and that we must respect Liber as a divine entity, not a human. The others helplessly conversed, mentioning how Liber had saved them from Vanny, Cory, and Cilios, and noting that he was old as well. Old Faust shouted, Long live Liber. Grimace was embarrassed by the childish crowd. We'll talk about that later, They began the final campaign, ready to attack Zeni at T-Burn, the first area of Doi Nhi, the cursed frozen land. At Tyburn, Kaiso sighed, standing among the soldiers as the commander of the mission to eliminate Kaisel Raven. Finally, this exhausting war was nearing its end. Chiron emphasized that the time of bloodshed had lasted too long, and the era of pain must come to an end, serving as deputy commander of the campaign. He broke the solemn atmosphere. Chiron angrily said, Why do you always act so important? I'm already 60 years old. The nearby soldier reported that the entire team was ready for battle, with barriers set to prevent mobile gates from breaching the front line. Kaiso confirmed, Clear, very good, let's go. They approached the gate, their goal to annihilate everything. Alex used a spear to attack the nearby Vaney. You have activated a skill. The Super Destruction Sun caused objects absorbing mana at high speed weakening the structure of any target it touched. Romeo questioned the small numbers. Alex calmly said, "It's time to eliminate these pests." The monsters kept retreating. Romeo shouted, "Those bastards are running." Kaiso immediately ordered, "Do not pursue, maintain formation." He observed the situation. Kaiso silently thought that the bugs were focusing on the center. Something was there. The monsters gathered into a group. He ordered the troops to prepare for battle, and the soldiers reformed. Nearby, a giant raw NHI appeared. A long-term, uneven battle completed the redesign of the non-interactive deformation. The mountain trembled violently, preparing for combat. Kaiso asked Chiron, "Earthquake." Chiron took up a defensive stance with her sword. "Master, my memory is hazy, but did you come here at the start of the invasion?" He replied, embarrassed, "I think so, but why? Was there always a mountain here?" She pointed to the mountain behind them. Kaiso looked up, stunned. The mountain cracked, revealing a pair of golden eyes. It growled deeply, beginning its campaign. The monster now was. Ronnie, the fourth type of designer, issued orders. The commander began harvesting on the mysterious planet. Alex and Romeo realized that the giant mountain was a genie monster. Karin was surprised, so they also had a hidden card. Kaiso's face darkened. "This is their final resistance effort. But our mission remains unchanged," he declared heroically. "Has anyone ever survived a war without feeling guilty? Weren't you always afraid that a gate would appear in the sky and the bugs would pour out? Weren't we always worried that our wives, children, villagers, and friends could vanish overnight?" The soldiers seemed invigorated, saying, "This battlefield isn't a place for gates to open whenever they please. It's a place for crops to grow, and our lands are not for pests to ruin. It's a roof over children's heads." Cairo, eyes blue, led the soldiers charging at the Jenny swarm. The entire army vowed not to let a single Zany survive on this land. Everyone was fired up. For the kingdom of Arancia, a soldier rushed forward with a spear. The system announced, "You have activated the influence diffusion skill." Another soldier used Petrify to create a shield against Doi Enhai's attack. The level 4 Vanny caused rocks to fly in all directions. Karin looked at her master. "We will handle the level 2 types first." "Sir," Kaiso said calmly but with eyes full of hatred toward these vermin, "I will follow you." The two masters combined their swords, creating a sphere of immense power. Their strike caused wide area damage, continuously impacting several gens. Level 4 Rainy remained silent, observing every move. The golden eyes of the mountain monster flickered. A black energy sphere gradually formed in the sky. On this side, the female demon created a pink shield and gave the order for the wizard team to activate the defensive shield, while the system simultaneously displayed a notification. "You have used the advanced damage absorption shield skill. The effect increases significantly with each stack." The level 4 Ronnie threw a smaller Ronnie at the shield. Ronnie charged at the speed of light, crashing into the shield and causing an enormous shockwave explosion. Kaiso and Chiron fell silent. After the explosion, a giant crater appeared on the ground, equivalent to the combined size of 100 level 4 Zanies. The damage was greater than we expected. The scene shifted to Bait Hot High running into the meeting room to report. "Report, a massive special entity has appeared. The enforcement team is struggling." Sangdao was the first to speak. "I knew it because this is the final wave. It won't be easy." Old Fox nervously prayed, "Oh my, I hope the heroes will protect us." Gray Mouse pondered, thinking that in recent years, special entities hadn't appeared on the front lines. "So I thought the Rennies had been pushed to a corner, but maybe they've gathered all their strength for this one." That day asked Bait, "Are there any portal-blocking circles near the combat zone?" Bait looked up and replied, "Yes, they have been deployed without any issues. That means there are no entities in the combat zone." Bait froze. "What?" That day ordered, "Prepare the teleportation portal to the combat zone." Back on the battlefield, countless soldiers were blocking the legs of the Rani. One of them called out loudly, "Chiron." Chiron turned and responded, "Pass the order to increase the distance between the defense lines." Her face showed helplessness. "But if we do that, it will be very difficult to resist the Type 1 bastards." Cairo, like a hero, charged to the front lines. "I'll handle them first, don't worry about that." All forces dispersed the defense lines. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Even if you sharpen a weak breeze, it can only cut a blade of grass." Kaiso concentrated all his strength into the sword in his hand. "But if we gather all the wind and weave it together as one, we could change the course of a river and carve mountains." Kaiso drew his sword and slashed straight into the skull of the Vanny. It stared at him with its destroyed head. A high-energy penetrating attack destroyed the outer armor with the damage level, not affecting the core function. A large-scale harvest will proceed once again. Kaiso smugly said, "You pests, your trump card is about to run out." Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared behind him. "You think this is something only you can have? Gather all the energy." Gray Mouse seized the opportunity and used the matter decay splitter technique aimed directly at the Rani. causing a massive explosion. It seems like the Rani has been taken down. After that fierce battle, a voice was heard. Done, the cleanup here is finished. He immediately turned to another direction to continue the extermination on the other side. Karen reported, "We're almost done with the remaining Rainies." Kaiso admitted, "Yeah, it's finally really over." Two glowing circular symbols appeared and opened a large gap, then gradually shrank. Everyone watched the scene and teared up. It's over. Everyone cheered with joy. Finally, it's over. The war is finished. Kaiso said, "Thank you for your help, Sir Bramos." That day calmly replied, "I just chose the method to minimize the damage as much as possible. First, we need to check who this person really is." Karen reported, "This is also a special entity. It seems that it was commanding the Zanies earlier." Kaiso looked at it with unfamiliarity. "This is the first time I've seen this type." Ronnie spoke. "The hero is not here. Change the strategy." Upon hearing that voice, Kaiso and Karen both sensed something was wrong. "Things aren't going as I predicted. This one knows our language." Rainey continued, "I am the strategist. I am the one who planned the invasion and deployed the forces. Each planet only has one of my kind. But I have been standardized, so according to your classification system, I am a Type 4. You are the first planet that the Guy NHI army invested a lot of resources into. Impressive." Gray Mouse asked, "Only one per planet. Have you invaded many other planets?" It replied, "Not just a few. This place was supposed to be finished in 10 years, but two creatures with unbalanced strength have turned everything upside down. In your terms, they are rebellious children, breaking the rules, a bunch of cunning ones. When one of them disappeared, I even felt joy." Kaiso immediately interrupted, "Enough, I don't need this kind of explanation. You've lost, now you will die and the invasion will end." Ronnie threatened, "No, it's still ongoing." Very smoothly, just after saying that, something unusual occurred. "Sir Bramos, Commander-in-Chief, there's a tunnel beneath the massive special entity. This deep tunnel connects to it." Gray Mouse became tense, sweat pouring down, and exclaimed, "What?" The scene shifted to the royal family. The campaign is over, my shift is finally done." Suddenly, a sound of clattering came from underground. But what was that sound just now? A giant Ronnie appeared before the guards. He was stunned, his face devoid of expression. "I should have taken the day off today." Immediately after, another monster of the same type emerged in the yard. In that brief moment of silence, terror took over as the new disaster had just begun. The front part of the cable was detached, releasing a strange spatial energy. He decisively drew his weapon and shouted, "Use the furious Sangu Hell Blade skill. Don't turn me into a joke, you damn insects." However, as he charged forward, he realized everything was off. Sangu stunned. What kind of space is this?" "My skill." The green energy stream began to fluctuate violently, and the round-cloaked minion panicked upon seeing the magical circle drawn on the ground. The teleportation gate's defensive circle had gone dark. Someone reminded him to quickly recreate it, leaving the cloaked boss confused. The mana flow had been cut off. I'm not sure why, but all mana entering this area was suddenly severed. Giant black holes appeared in the sky, shocking him. "Oh my god!" Countless monsters fell from the mouths of the voids. The cloaked boss screamed, "A teleportation gate has opened right above the capital. The gate leads to green." Elsewhere, Kaiso looked astonished, discovering an underground cave, thinking he had triggered this move himself. Vaney curiously asked, "I don't understand the concept of proverbs. Will explaining help the situation?" These creatures are not unclassified low-level beings. They likely understand the situation on their own. Too much interaction could raise suspicion. The subordinate urgently commanded a broadcast. "Alert everyone, General, Commander, all communications with the capital. The mana flow has been severed." The tone was extremely urgent as they relayed the latest situation report. A teleportation gate appeared in the capital. Reports said level 3 monsters were pouring out. Chiron stammered, trembling, No, I've checked the magical skills here. There are quite a few spatial teleportation devices. All require long preparation to reuse and must have solid data. From the start, my goal was to concentrate all forces here. We need reliable data." He dragged his bloodied finger across her face, threatening, "Answer Taddy, Deputy Commander Chiron Javan." Runny asked, "Is there any way for the forces to return to the capital in time?" He spoke, but even as they moved toward the capital, a loud sound interrupted. Grey Mouse roared, "Of course they'll return." The minions were all surprised. "Lord Bramos," he ordered. Grey Mouse said, "No alarms needed. I won't use teleport magic." "The capital's mages opened the teleportation gate for me." She looked up. Grey Mouse began to focus power in her palm. "Although I'm uncomfortable forcing them to fight continuously, we must find a way to get everyone back." Beneath the Grand Hall, chaos erupted. A dwarf elf asked, "Then why did you open a teleport gate to the capital?" "No, at least we must protect the mana tower. If this place falls, the mana supply for the system will drop and the enemy will attack harder," Granite emphasized. Dressa fighting while smirking. "I felt frustrated being taken out of the unit," Elemental Sword Dressa. "But now I realize this was part of the plan for the final battle." Elsewhere, two characters regained their strength to repel the granny horde. One was the elemental sword, triple sword Samir Virasal. The other was dual sword elemental Duran Bichen. They divided the tasks between them. She said, "I'll cover the east." He replied, "I'll cover the west." Yet another gate opened in the sky, a special portal appearing amid the black holes. Samia despaired, "No, not anymore." The special portal emitted a bright light. Immediately, Grey Mouse, Kaisel, and Chiron landed, shouting, "All forces defend the Dragon Tower." Elsewhere, a screen displayed 99% data completion, and the operator confirmed that the main structural analysis would soon finish. At that point, no disease would be beyond the system's explanation or cure. He looked at Alyssa sleeping peacefully in the cold chamber. He felt awkward. Funny, isn't it? After you disappeared and nearly 40 years passed, people stopped searching for you. Many thought that from start to finish, you were the only hero, Lieber sighed, even though he had long left the front lines. Now, the system was closing the distance between you and him. He touched the transparent glass, wondering, what does the Urentia Empire really need? A hero or the system? Even he was uncertain. Lieber bowed his head, pressed his face against the glass, and looked at Alyssa. All he needed was for her to wake up, Alyssa. After that, he wanted nothing else. A large stone struck a soldier. Moments later, his upper body was severed by the granite. The battlefield was drenched in blood and chaos. Karin gasped inwardly, thinking that the appearance of such a massive Type 3 was terrifying. Moreover, due to the urgent teleportation, their side could not form a complete formation. As she worried, a granny suddenly attacked. Kaiso hurriedly reminded Chiron, "Focus, Chiron, I can't protect you in this situation." She replied, "I know." "I'm over 60, she asked. "Master, is this the enemy's final effort? Can't we recall who is supporting them?" Kaiso wondered, "Who are you talking about?" She answered, "You know." Karin looked around and concluded, Braymouse is probably giving it his all too. Facing a mountain-like monster in such spatial teleportation, Braymouse likely had very little mana left. She murmured, "If we had Libo, the damage would be greatly reduced. Truly, if the capital falls, the system will collapse too." Karin added, "At least for now, we need support from Libo." Before she could finish, a loud noise came from behind. Chiron screamed in fear, "Master, behind you." Elsewhere, Lieber had called Veda. She quickly approached. "Yes, Lord Lieber, did you call me?" Lieber crossed his arms, looking at the screen. "No communication with the capital since earlier. Have you detected anything?" Veda was shocked. "No, is communication and mana supply down?" Lieber interrupted. "Luckily, it's still functioning well." Both were very curious. "The system is fine, but why did the door suddenly open?" Both turned around. Lord Libo, Karin, covered in wounds, stepped in. "We completed the mission, but there was a mishap." Seeing her, Lieber immediately moved to check. "Chiron, what happened?" Chiron explained. "The bastards have an ace up their sleeve. The capital is under attack. We're on the brink of collapse. Even Braymouse Raven is in danger. There are too many Type 3s. She pleaded, "Please save the capital, Lieber." Lieber watched the data on the screen, 99%. He ordered, "Veda, heal Chiron for me. Return to the brutal battlefield." A shout rang out, "Retreat to the Sangu formation. Type 3 monsters, engage." A lightning strike shattered the towering spires. Another person shouted, "Magic!" Lieber suddenly appeared from a black void. Everyone witnessing it was moved and cheered. "The Grand Mage Lord Lieber is here." Lieber yelled, "Everyone, tell me where the enemy is concentrating. I will assist immediately." Raymith was surprised. "Lieber, why are you here?" Lieber replied confusedly, "What are you talking about? The capital is on the brink of collapse." Lieber was about to say, "Karin just came to me for help," but he stopped, stunned. Lieber stared in shock. "Chiron, was that you calling for help?" Kaiso saw Lieber dazed. Lieber was even more astonished when he saw Chiron. She was stunned. "Lieber, why are you here?" Veda whispered to Chiron, "Karin, hurry, come this way. I'm not as skilled as you, but I've learned healing magic." She stammered, "I." Karin bluntly refused, "I can't go there." Chiron's severed hand began emitting black smoke and dust. Chiron knew that inside this door was a protective barrier against intruders. Her expression turned cold. "They installed a teleportation gate lock. I have to disable it." Veda panicked, sweat dripping. "Huh, what?" Chiron continued, "But I am not worried. I spent over 30 years breaking gate barriers and teleportation locks." Chiron narrowed her eyes, her black gaze terrifying. "It seems you don't understand what I'm saying. This is possible because I am a Jenny designer." Karin revealed, "Initially, I planned to create a special entity to lure Lieber into the battlefield. But Braymouse was stronger than I thought and was eliminated before Lieber could intervene. So I decided to use my remnants to collect biological data from the high-level entity. She would remove the layer to reveal her true identity, Rennie. That's why things returned on track. By the way, you're Veda, right?" Black holes appeared in the space. Terrifying monsters crawled out and stared at Veda. "I do not need information about you. You may leave now." Scene changed, children cheered. "It's Lieber. The Type 3 monsters will soon be defeated." Lieber heard their cheers. "Long live the hero." He soared into the sky. The civilians below were astonished. "What?" Lieber is leaving again. Karin asked Kaiso about a sudden event in surprise and confirmed if it was Lieber. Lieber appeared confused when they met, then left. They went to Braymouse to inquire. Sir Braymouse did not answer, only stopping and contemplating. It seemed he was about to say that Chiron had requested aid. Grey Mouse ordered to target special entities showing error signs on their heads, with the top priority being to restore the connection. After all, no one could keep up with Lieber. Castle immediately ordered a patrol and decisively split a monster in half. They scattered to find the enemy's mana, using magic to enhance their bodies or increase their mana usage beyond normal. Sangu joined the fight as usual. I had learned this skill through the system, so I wasn't uncertain anymore. The skill to change size was used. The tower was gradually consumed by the green energy stream, and Grey Mouse sighed in relief. At this rate, he would switch frequencies and leave Lieber's location, immediately establishing the connection. She replied, "Ah yes, understood, Sir Braymouse." A yellow object suddenly appeared, shocking Kaisel and Chiron. The screen appeared, the display reached 99%. Lieber flew out of the castle and checked the clock to calculate the time, thinking that he had teleported when supporting the capital. Before the connection was cut, he confirmed that all the mages here had used their skills to send Sir Braymouse to the battlefield. In another scene, blood had pooled beneath Ji Enhai's feet, and Lieber wondered what it was, but Chiron was surely a fake. The disconnection and attack on the capital were just a trap to lure him out. Perhaps now it was focused on the 99% data bar. He panicked, "No, there's no way Vanny would use such a method. I'm almost at the main system. Alyssa is still deeply asleep with no signs of waking." The data spiked to 100% in an instant. Ronnie turned around. It said bluntly, "You're here," in a calm tone, while the cold compartment beside had been breached. Countless spikes pierced into the body inside. Rainey reminded him, but it was too late. He froze and no one spoke, not even the mages of the capital. The witnesses to the situation, Braymouse, Chiron, Kaisel, Sangu, were all silent. It told Lieber that someone was watching this place but didn't want to reveal everything. The blindfolded girl changed frequencies and they had blocked from the other side. Lieber trembled, looking at Alyssa. Alyssa's silhouette briefly appeared in front of him. He realized, "This is you, Alyssa." Rainey exchanged words with Lieber. "Once I deactivate the barrier and the gate system." The guards charged in. The opponent's caution was impressive. They were enemies, but the layered defense was very useful for Venny's main base. The memory of Alyssa appeared in his mind. "When awakening mana, you must concentrate completely and eliminate all distractions. You once mocked me for awakening after seeing your body. But you have a secret." Even though it took considerable time, everything was still proceeding according to plan, Alyssa hiding from the front line. I also disappeared alongside her. Vanny concluded at that moment that they were too emotionally dependent on each other. Alyssa in Lieber's mind smiled brightly. She continued, "I thought about you too when we awakened. In the end, maybe I always thought about you." Ronnie pierced Lieber's chest as one side collapsed. The other side quickly gave up the will to survive. He vaguely questioned himself. What was that? Everything I've done so far. What have I done all this for? Why am I running like this? Alyssa, her lips stained with blood, he whispered. "Without you, I don't need this world anymore." Tears of agony fell. The creator's command was confirmed. The priority target changed. A medium was needed to enhance mana efficiency. The system searched for physical entities with minimal damage. Lieber's body sprouted strange threads, and Ronnie witnessed this in great astonishment. He turned back but was already behind him. "What?" Lieber jabbed straight into Venny's chest with both hands. Venny gasped, "Impossible, the damage is irreparable, loss of function, you're still alive. Ronnie is finished." A surge of overwhelming power erupted. The system reported errors, an abnormal entity. Lieber became mad, seemingly turning into a different person. Rainey panicked. "Who are you?" Lieber painfully revealed. "My plan, everything, the concept of blasphemy. It is necessary right now." The designer Gianni, a species not in the database, completed the analysis, excluding extraterrestrial life, maximizing mana efficiency. At the completed brain structure, Lieber sneered, executing the highest priority target based on the command. In the peaceful village, someone stepped forward, causing the villagers to wonder, "Oh, what now? Who is this?" Everyone was stunned. Lieber greeted warmly, "Hello, everyone." The people eagerly asked, "Did you come here? I heard the campaign is underway." Lieber announced, "Everyone, it's the hero here." He added, "Haven't you heard? The war is over." The people rejoiced joyfully. Someone suggested organizing a festival to celebrate his success, and someone else expressed surprise about it. "So, let's prepare the festival to celebrate." He asked, "Celebrate? I'm sure I can arrange a festival like that." Lieber smiled faintly. Though he lacked creativity, he still thoroughly enjoyed this expression. Today is harvest day. The chords behind him suddenly appeared vaguely. Alyssa's death caused Lieber to lose control of his emotions. He was in unbearable pain and could only collapse to the ground. He cried continuously, sobbing uncontrollably. In his unconscious state, he felt like he was screaming Alyssa's name in endless agony. Fragmented images of Alyssa appeared one by one in Lieber's mind. The panic on her face overwhelmed him with pain, and he lost all sense of himself. He screamed, and Alyssa's image continued to appear. This time, her sobbing face made him feel like he was going to explode. Then, he remembered her smiling face. He seemed trapped in the moment when they were still happy together. He drowned in sorrow, and eventually the pain in his chest slowly faded away. At that moment, Lieber was completely submerged in despair. He repeatedly blamed himself for leaving Alyssa there. Meanwhile, the pain continued to tear at Lieber's spirit. He suddenly snapped awake and quickly regained his sense of self. Lieber quickly calmed down. When he looked up, the scene before him made him panic. He realized he was in the world he had created, inside the neural network of the system. He quickly identified his current location, because he had designed and understood the monoschematic structure. Therefore, it didn't take him long to recognize the kind of space he was in. Lieber was sweating and stammering, wondering, am I inside the system? He realized everything around him might be beyond his control, but there were two problems he couldn't predict. The system suddenly began to transform on its own, and Lieber screamed in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" The first thing he had to face was the system's self-evolution, expanding the knots of the neural network. Lieber was bewildered because he hadn't created this structure. It was self-expanding, and he quickly steadied his mind. He immediately rushed to find a solution. I need to check my condition. I'll temporarily connect the circuit and create a skill. This will let me see the outside. Then comes the second issue. When Lieber successfully connected the circuit and observed the outside, the chaotic scene left him speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly saying, "No, no, no." Lieber angrily yelled at the system, "What are you doing?" The ground around him was covered with corpses. He wondered, has the system taken over my body and caused all of this? Suddenly, an injured boy appeared below and tried calling his name, Lieber. As soon as the boy called his name, the system used a tendril behind him to instantly finish him off. He could only watch the system kill innocent people, wondering why. After finishing off the boy, the system smiled coldly and said that the boy wouldn't feel any pain, assuring everyone to remain calm. Sangu, who was nearby, witnessed the entire behavior of the system, his face darkening as he only wondered. He wondered, why is the system doing this? Lieber just considered it a hypothesis. He suddenly remembered that in his final words before dying, Lieber had used his last strength to say, "I don't need it anymore, this world." Those words unintentionally became the system's top priority, leading to all of this. He knew that these events had been witnessed by everyone in the capital when the designer died and communication was restored. After Kaiso saw the devastating scene, he couldn't believe his eyes and reassured himself, "You're lying, right?" Kaiso said nothing and immediately decided to go to the system. As soon as he left, he was spotted by Chiron. She rushed to hug Kaiso and desperately tried to stop him, saying, "Master, calm down. Lieber is no longer himself." He angrily shouted, demanding to be released and stubbornly refusing to believe the screen, insisting, "Let me go. I don't believe that screen. I have to see it with my own eyes." Gray Mouse stood beside him and immediately intervened, urging him to stay calm and gently explaining that the entity before them was no longer Lieber as they once knew. "Calm down," Kaiso waved. Kaiso fell silent, grinding his teeth, then suddenly blurted out Alyssa's name, his face tear-streaked as he tried to explain. He choked, saying that he did this because he had lost Alyssa, asserting that he was never the kind of person to cause such things and that he simply couldn't control his emotions in that moment. He continued to argue, firmly stating, "I understand his thinking in developing the system better than anyone." Chiron helplessly called out, "Master." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately zoomed in on Lieber's image for everyone to see, and a cold smile appeared on its face. It looked down indifferently, then solemnly declared, "Everyone, the war is over. Now let's joyfully face the harvest day." Before the system could finish saying, "This world full of suffering will," suddenly a fireball shot through the air, blowing off half the face on the screen. At the same time, an announcement sounded, "You have used a skill, high-temperature fireball." The attack came from Frost, who angrily shouted, "Shut up, murderer, that village is my hometown." Ron, standing beside him, quickly yelled to stop him. "Hey, we're not sure yet." The system calmly snapped its fingers and said, "Please don't resist. This world no longer needs the system." Right after the snap, countless chains immediately appeared, binding everything around them, and an announcement rang out that the system had been deactivated. Everyone was in a state of shock, all of them simultaneously crying out, "Our skill, the system isn't working anymore." At that moment, Frost's arm suddenly burst into flames and he screamed in pain. "Someone put out the fire, it's too hot, it won't stop burning." The fire grew more intense and Ron, panic-stricken, backed away and shouted, "Frost, cancel your mana now." Frost slowly responded, How do I cancel mana without the system?" Frost kept burning until he was completely consumed by the flames, and Chiron and Kaiso helplessly watched him die in pain. That scene extinguished all the hope we had clung to in trying to resolve the crisis. At that moment, the system had completely controlled Lieber, and in that instant, I became a mad mage from the loss of Alyssa. It stood before the crowd, raised its hand, and declared, "Let me say this again, the war is over." The system continued to remind, "Everyone, please prepare to face Harvest Day." Kaiso was so enraged he lost control, punched the ground hard, and shouted, "Lieber." And so Harvest Day began. Forces were hastily gathered from everywhere to resist, but ultimately it was all in vain. The system at this point was like a slaughtering machine, as most of the soldiers' skills were sealed and they couldn't fight back, being mercilessly killed one by one. While the other side had completely lost the ability to fight, the system had analyzed all the skills and used them freely, with continuous announcements ringing out. Skill used. Ultra laser, skill used, meteor shower. Skill used, perception breakthrough. Skill used, critical hit. Lieber's body continued to move through the sea of blood and I kept slaughtering. Soon, several dragon kings and elemental swordsmen rose to fight fiercely. But I had become a monster, and you understand the amount of mana gathered from all over the planet was nearly limitless, and no one could stop the system from freely casting any skill. The entire horrific scene was witnessed by Sangu, who gritted his teeth and demanded, "Stop it." Everything repeated like a vortex. For an entire week, the screams of the people of the Ironsia Empire echoed through the hellish nightmare. With his body brutally torn apart, Sangu couldn't take it anymore and he kept shouting, "Stop, stop it." Sangu watched Lieber's back as he walked past thousands of corpses piled up like mountains and softly asked, "Can you not show me that scene?" Lieber sat silently in a chair and replied, "Yes, I've suffered like that too, just like you, Sangu." Just as he finished speaking, Lieber's image screaming in despair appeared within the system, the sky seeming to tear apart from a shockwave explosion. Fox struggled to stand, still refusing to accept the truth, murmuring, "Impossible, Lieber would never do that. There's definitely something wrong." Fox looked at the debris ahead. Even though everything was clear, he still stubbornly said, "No way, a god couldn't turn Ironsia into this." The sky began to pour with heavy rain, and the soldiers remained standing at attention. Braymouse looked toward Arya and Duver, then slowly spoke, "This is." At the same time, Kaisel and Chiron stood beside Braymouse, both silent. Then he spoke heavily. "What about the others?" Ron immediately reassured. "Lieber will be here soon." Braymouse silently looked ahead for a long time, then finally made a decision. "It seems we've reached the end." Braymouse broke through the wall ahead and commanded, "Let's leave here and go to Earth, the homeland of Lieber and Alyssa." A device suddenly appeared on the ground. It activated and quickly began to explain itself. This was the interstellar travel device that Lieber had created in his original escape plan. Of course, Lieber did not know that I had found it. Kaisel exclaimed in astonishment, "A device like that?" Greymouse immediately interrupted and added, "It can only be used once and holds a maximum of 3 people. Naturally, I won't use it because it requires a huge amount of mana to operate, so don't worry." Kai SRO looked worried and slowly asked, "So you've made your decision, but most people here are already registered in the system. Even if we go to another planet, there's still a risk of being tracked." Kaiso shared his thoughts. "We have to send these 3, Chiron, Duval, and Ira." Hearing this, all 3 were very surprised. Ron panicked and immediately warned everyone, "The magic detection system has picked up a signal. The system is closing in on them," he shouted. "Lieber is nearby." Kaiso immediately urged Chiron, "Hurry up, Chiron." But instead of going right away, she raised her hand towards him and replied, "I'm sorry, master." Chiron calmly explained, "I've already been registered in the system." Kaiso was very angry and immediately asked again, "Chiron, what do you mean?" "Why?" Chiron had no choice but to tell the truth. "In the past, I was foolish enough to try using magic." Grey Mouse didn't hesitate and immediately activated the device with mana. And so the decision was made, the mana shield was broken. Greymouse pleaded, "Please stop, Master Braymouse, I will stay to stop Lieber. You should go." Arya stood beside him and quickly urged him not to do it. "Raven, we need to go," Grey Mouse loudly ordered. "Lieber is coming, everyone prepare for battle." Karin smiled at Kaisel and gave him advice. "Master, go find another disciple there. We need to preserve that legacy." Drexar also spoke up, saying to Kaisel that if there's ever a chance in the future. He turned around and asked as a farewell, "Can you tell me in detail what Earth is like?" He looked at everyone one last time. Kaisel cried out in pain. No, the scene before his eyes gradually blurred. Kaiso kept shouting, "Stop it." Back in the present, Sangu now understood everything. He stood silently in a corner with a grim expression. So today was the harvest day. At that moment, the ledger suddenly appeared behind him. He spoke up, "How did you know about this place?" Sangu panicked and called out, "Master." The ledger suspiciously stepped closer to him. "Disciple, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. How did you end up here?" At that moment, Kaiso felt very uneasy. His hands trembled. The ledger tried to firmly grip the sword. He patiently asked, "Disciple, please don't tell me that's the truth. I trusted you. I even brought the relics of the Empire for you." The ledger was impatient to know the truth. How did you know about this place? Sangu understood the situation and thought to himself, Master is thinking about Lieber. He believes what the system did is Lieber's doing. Sangu looked at Kaisel's expression now and carefully thought, if I tell him I talked to Lieber, then an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, can I show him what I just saw? Then he will know it wasn't done by Lieber. Just as Sangu thought of a solution, I can clear up this misunderstanding. Lieber won't be implicated. But Lieber's voice echoed, stopping him. No, Deng San Juan, didn't you forget the reason we couldn't communicate before you got the 7 great sins? He immediately explained to Sangu. The moment I contact Kaiso and show him the memories from the past, the system will detect my location. If you don't possess the 7 great sins, you won't be able to see it. Lieber explained quickly. I've created a separate area in the system to avoid detection. The scenes I showed you are memories stored in the system. And during the system's transfer to Earth, I moved that data into this working area. Then he concluded with one sentence. In short, if this place is destroyed, I will die, so please stop that from happening. Sangu couldn't immediately catch what Lieber had said. He cursed inwardly, this crazy guy talks too fast outside. He tried to calm the ledger. Master, calm down first. Sangu quickly came up with an excuse. Someone told me about this place and he immediately asked who. The image of Trevor popped up in his mind and he immediately used him as a shield. It was Trevor. Trevor John, Lieber's old teammate. Sangu panicked inside, damn it. Lying, but since I'm already in, let's roll with it. He quickly made up a false story to deceive the ledger. I met him during the terrorist attack caused by Sin He Sung. He tried to explain to avoid suspicion. At that time, he gave me a lot of useful information. That's how I found this place. Luckily, Kaiso had heard that as well. He dropped his guard and put the sword down. I also heard him say that, you must be the same. Sangu sighed in relief, what a coincidence. Kaiso asked curiously, so you've seen the harvest day already? He replied, yes, I've seen everything that happened in Tiber. He asked, can you show me? After hearing the request, Sangu felt a little uncomfortable. Well, Sangu immediately answered frankly. Sorry, but Master doesn't possess the 7 great sins, so you can't see it. The ledger replied, the artifact, the 7 great sins, that means you're not being manipulated. Suddenly he asked, you said Chenner is Lieber's teammate, but it seems their relationship is terrible. Sangu blurted out, no way. Then he quickly thought of another sentence to avoid suspicion. Lieber is such a real jerk, isn't he? Kaiso laughed heartily. I'm also determined to kill Lieber to stop the harvest day, so you're heading in the right direction. He continued to add Sangu's words and asked Sangu, just like I said, right? That bastard is truly a piece of trash. He kept agreeing. He really is a petty and underhanded person. Lieber could only sit there helplessly, listening to those two insult him without being able to do anything. Kaiso and Sangu quickly covered the ground below. He anxiously asked, is this okay? The registrar stared at him and said, if we don't destroy it, will it be fine? Sangu confidently explained that the devices below were connected to the system. That's why we can monitor what's happening in your heart. Outwardly, that's what I say, but inside I'm different, although to be precise, Lieber has connected with it. Sangu suggested, so we have no chance to install a virus or something to take revenge. The registrar happily nodded, a virus. Right, I've heard it's something really big, you're right. They chatted happily for a while, then Sangu asked. By the way, the master has changed his way of speaking, huh? Switching from you to disciple, is it because the person gave me the shock? Kaiso was startled, stammered, and replied, no, that. Kaiso thought Sangu didn't like being called like that. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll change it back. He immediately rebutted, no, just call me disciple like that. Sangu remembered his old disciple, Chiron. He gently said, Master, find another disciple. We need to preserve the legacy. Just think of me as Chiron's student. His words surprised him. Kaiso was silent for a while, then replied, and confidently said, I'm sure that kid would be very happy. Lieber's voice sounded, did you get over it? Sangu replied in his mind, I just stopped mentioning it. He realized his concern. So where is the next great sin? Sangu thought, it seems you're also worried. The next great sin is probably somewhere you know. Sangu, with a determined look, confidently said, I won't let that happen on Earth. I have to collect all the great sins and destroy the system. In New York, USA, the Heritage Arya headquarters was surprised to see Sangu and Kaiso appear. She curiously asked, Sangu, Raven, what are you two doing here? He answered seriously, we have a few things to ask. Seeing Arya's tired look, Sangu kindly said, you look exhausted, your face doesn't look well. She forced a smile, I mean well. I've been quite busy lately. Oh, but anyway, we have some good news. Arya announced, we finally found Elijah. His face suddenly showed surprise. Arya continued, we went through many stages. Although we haven't obtained it yet, Raven has agreed to handle it. The registrar happily responded, I was going to surprise you, but I ran into my disciple. Sangu stammered. He wondered in his mind, oh, well, I get it now. She doesn't know that her sister has recovered. Sangu interrupted. First let me be clear with you, Arya asked seriously. About what? He bluntly asked. What are you going to do to stop the harvest day? I saw the disaster happen in Urencia. Upon hearing this, Arya's face darkened, the image of that day deeply etched in her mind. Arya sweated and hesitated, asking, how did you? Kaiso explained. Durin is Duver's son, Samir is Arya's grandson. Sangu awkwardly said, I'm sorry for bringing up the pain. Just because I come from Earth, it must be shocking and humiliating for you. He guessed she had seen the signs of the harvest day, and the great disaster had already happened to Earth. Arya lowered her head. Yes, you have no idea how desperate I was. The people who accepted registration in the system had finally arrived here. She never expected Liber to reach that far. Sangu kept a calm expression and kept talking. It caused unexpected trouble for the people of Earth. Even if you gave me 10 wins, I couldn't explain it all. Liber is a psychopath, so one day he'll return to his homeland, which is Earth. Don't worry about that. Liber could no longer be hurt. He shouted, demanding silence. Arya took out a sphere and responded. After seeing that vision, we couldn't remain idle either. We had already prepared a plan to stop the harvest day. Sangu was surprised. This was the plan, not something else. He realized immediately, a skill sphere. She held the sphere and said, exactly. The reason we founded Heritage and Handle Skills through the Skill Sphere Market is to prevent the harvest day. Heritage and handling skills through the Skill Sphere Market is to prevent the harvest day. Sangu walked alone down the corridor. He immediately asked Liber, you've heard their plan already, right? What do you think? Liber replied, are you asking me? After a moment of thought, he said, I think it's fine. Although difficult, it still has a chance of success. Sangu walked while looking at the paper in his hand. He thought to himself, just hearing it, I still can't picture it. He recalled Arya's words. Arya had said that our helplessness before Libra wasn't just because he was strong and everyone's hero, but for a much greater reason. Liber wondered, so what do you plan to do? Sangu calmly answered, of course I'll support Arya, I just thought of a pretty good idea. He recalled when Arya held the sphere. She had said, block the system, and soldiers with skills can no longer use magic. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. That's why we plan to stop this. Sangu rested his hand on his chin. He calculated how to accomplish 3 things at once. Take the 7 deadly sins, support Arya in her plan, and train himself. Scene changes, Sangu stands alone observing the crowd from above. At that moment, Arya appeared again. She confidently affirmed that by rebuilding the system, all hunters would still be able to use their skills, even after the system is blocked. Arya hesitated for a moment, then said, we need an extremely large sum of money. So, Sangu attended a meeting with wealthy nobles. He stood before everyone and bowed formally. Greetings, esteemed lords of wheat. Sangu slowly introduced himself. I am an S-rank hunter, Dung Sangu, he explained politely. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude for everyone gathering here so late at night. Sangu was about to continue, but someone in the crowd interrupted. Skip it. Get to the point. I came because I heard something interesting is about to happen at Heritage. The girl beside him also spoke. Exactly, so just get to the main point quickly. Everyone around murmured, if this is trivial, we're not interested. Sangu calmly cut in. Gentlemen, he asked, don't you all want to enjoy eternal youth? Sangu continued. Foolish mages may not know, but everyone here surely understands, right? That mana can slow down physical aging, another man explained. Those who collect mana from younger individuals and frequently absorb it into their bodies. The man standing next to him pondered for a while. Ah, yes, I've heard that. Sangu stood above, sternly answering. The catastrophe has just happened, and I've only been exposed to mana for 20 years. So perhaps everyone doesn't fully understand it yet, but over time, more people will realize it. Look at Jumper and you'll understand, he's over 40 this year. It was all part of his plan. Sangu continued asking the nobles, but where do you think we should find pure mana? Liber frowned, he planned to do this from the start. The next 7 deadly sins are certainly there too. Who would have expected him to use what he heard in this way? Liber recalled a past moment. Veda had once said, I've heard that the more harmonious you are with mana, the slower the physical aging process. But this is the first time I've seen such an extreme case. Even I am this old now. Libra reassured her, don't worry too much about that, Veda. At that time, Libra had said to her, don't worry too much about that, Veda. Back in the present, Sangu asked the nobles, mana from the Himalayas or mana from some remote valley? He answered decisively, no, the least human-intervened place in the world is. A loud noise came from the ceiling, leaving everyone present astonished. Sangu's clones suddenly appeared behind, proudly stating that this is the Odin Tower where S-rank hunters operate. I will take you to a place with pure mana in the safest and most comfortable way, Sangu eagerly announced. Of course, with a reasonable fee, Alan quickly countered. What are you talking about? Do you think we are naive and don't understand the world? The ancient Odin Tower you mentioned. About 2 seconds passed. She continued. The number of hunters who had been there was so high that their footprints alone could circle the earth. With confident expression, Sangu added, "That's just the first floor. We will go from the second floor of Odin Tower and above." Alan's voice became more panicked than ever when he heard this. "What?" he quickly explained. "In other words, except for jumpers, no one from humanity has ever set foot there. It's the road leading to the pure mana square." A man in the room spoke up. "Second floor and above, that's another matter." Alan still wasn't fully convinced, but he warned that even the guild's elite attack team had died trying to get there. Sangu remained calm and reassured. "Don't worry, with an S-rank hunter and my clone skill, I'm confident no one here will be in danger while we're there. You know I'm specialized in accurate judgment like a machine and precise movement skill. I'm confident no one will be restricted while we're there." As soon as he finished speaking, Dan spoke up. His confident tone annoyed everyone. "You keep emphasizing you're an S-rank hunter," he said scornfully. "What's so special about that? Most people here just hire elite A-rank hunters as their bodyguards." According to him, the image of a large bodyguard team appeared outside the door. "Even if our entire bodyguard team gathered, we wouldn't be able to compare to him," he questioned, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Sangu lightly laughed, apologizing. Sorry for my rudeness. I didn't expect I wouldn't think of that. Anyway, trust must come first." Suddenly, he raised his voice in challenge. "Simply put, yes, that's exactly how it is. Bring them all in." Sangu's attitude made everyone in the room angry. "This punk, hey, call everyone in," security chief. As soon as he finished, the bodyguards outside immediately entered. "Come in and teach this kid a lesson," regardless of the large number of people. Sangu remained calm. "There are so many of you." The scene shifted to the laboratory where Sangu's voice echoed. "Do you need money that badly?" He said anxiously, "I also have some money. If it can prevent the harvest day, I have no intention of keeping it." Hearing this, Arya shyly replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but our goal is for all of humanity to use the skill orb from the Heritage Corporation." Upon hearing her words, the scroll's nose swelled with pride. "My disciple truly deserves every penny," despite still being immersed in joy. She continued, "Like River's system, we can't control a single skill orb and register it for multiple people. You know, the simplest skill orb costs 8 million won. Even if we priced it at its original price, it would still take about 40 billion for 10,000 units. Sangu's eyes widened in shock at this huge sum. "Okay, looks like I'll end up wandering the streets then." Right after that, a system in the form of Liber appeared. "The next fragment of the 7 deadly sins is probably in a place you know well. Odin Tower." In his contemplation, it continued, "The weapon of the 7 deadly sins, originally controlled by the first person I encountered, is there." Sangu slowly asked, "You've been running this company for 20 years, right?" Although she didn't understand his point. Arya still replied, "Yes." Sangu quickly clarified, "Then you must have many influential connections." Without hesitation, he instructed, "Gather those rich tycoons whose money almost overflowed. Even those who wouldn't hesitate to do illegal things." Despite Arya's contemplation, Sangu quickly announced, "I will turn their situation into skill orbs." After a while, she reluctantly agreed. "Yeah, I can gather them, but I fear Sangu might run into trouble." Arya gently warned, "But those people are not only rich, they also hold real power. In other words, they are beyond the control of the legal system. They are quite dangerous," she sadly recalled. "If it weren't for Raven, I might have been done for." Unlike Arya's worries, Sangu was even more eager. "Perfect, those freaks down there will be willing to pay because of their obsession with the prospect of pure mana." Back in reality, after taking down all the burly bodyguards, Darn boldly spoke up, "Hey, no need to be modest." As if deliberately provoking, Sangu leisurely asked, "Anyone else left?" The horrifying scene before him left Dan Jun stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Sitting on a pile of bodies, he calmly replied, "Can't you see? I don't even have a scratch." Then Sangu spoke in a gentle tone, with just a simple command. Everyone could enjoy a tour and breathe the purest mana inside Odin Tower. Seeing everything with his own eyes, Laura's exclaimed, "That kid is really something. I didn't think an S-rank could be this skilled." The man beside him agreed, "Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. I think we can cut back on dangerous measures like kidnapping." Baron immediately stepped forward, unable to deny that this jumper looked younger than his age. It seemed he had been persuaded by Sangu. If everyone relied on him to absorb mana in Odin Tower, the plan was completely worth it. Noticing the prey had fallen into the trap, he started setting the price. "First, let's hear the rate." A week later, Sangu appeared at the Valhalla gate. The plane carrying the others had just landed. Stepping out, Bayron curiously asked, "So this is the Valhalla gate?" Elinor immediately replied, "I've been near here before, but this is the first time seeing it up close." Sangu observed the participants and silently assessed, "Is everyone here yet?" As expected, about 15 middle-aged people over 50 had registered. Probably the young ones weren't very interested. They immediately complained about the price. "We came as you said, but isn't the fee too high?" even if we pooled all our money together. Veron asked on behalf of everyone. 10 billion won per person for each visit, really. Veron Foreman, chairman of Veron Pharmaceuticals, spoke up. There's another condition too, right? Not letting them haggle further, Sangu affirmed. If anyone is injured even slightly inside Odin Tower, a full refund will be issued. He clarified, however, any intentional self-injury to claim a refund will be strictly monitored. Of course, I don't expect our esteemed guests to do that. Everyone is busy, so let's go right away. As he finished speaking, massive rocks in the deserted mountains began to collapse with a thunderous roar. From behind, Veron watched intently. So this is the entrance to Odin Tower I've only heard about. Elinor couldn't hide her excitement. No media can capture what's inside. Suddenly, she spotted some strange objects in the distance and asked, "What's over there?" Shortly after, Kano's guild master, Park Wontai, appeared and politely greeted everyone. He cheerfully spoke greetings. He firmly shook Sangu's hand and said, "Hunter Sung Sangu." Sangu responded warmly in return. "Pleased to meet you, Guildmaster Park Wontai." That name piqued Veron's curiosity. He wondered, isn't Park Wontai the head of a top-level guild in Korea? Sangu straightforwardly explained, "You can call him an Odin Tower specialist. He'll assist us on this trip." In the blink of an eye, Wontai stepped up to introduce. Inside Odin Tower is vast and frigid. So we have prepared some things to ensure everyone's safety. He quickly lifted the cover off a tour vehicle. Though slightly embarrassed, Wontai tried his best to praise the vehicle. It was very sturdy and equipped with many features for a comfortable tour. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted. "Ah, that's great. Even though we all can fly, using that skill on the first floor seems a bit much, right?" Seeing Sangu's naive expression, Wontai thought, what exactly is Hunter Sung Sangu thinking? Sangu remained completely unaware of these concerns, continuing to enthusiastically praise. He cheerfully said, "Guildmaster is the best." A week earlier, Wontai had exclaimed in shock, "You plan to enter Odin Tower." Accustomed to that reaction, Sangu calmly replied, "Yes, we're taking payment from a group of wealthy people and will guide them inside." Breaking into a sweat, Wontai advised, "Hunter, this isn't as simple as it sounds." Then he explained all at once the necessary conditions. You need government approval, and only those with official certification are allowed inside. It's not a place anyone can just walk into. After listening, Sangu nodded and said they would take care of it. He confidently explained why he came here. "That's why I need your help to complete these procedures. I need a route to transport the monster corpses inside, along with a luxury vehicle for wealthy clients, and there's one more request for Deputy Chairman Warrior." Still, Wanty felt uneasy. This happened too suddenly. Sangu noticed his concern and returned to a serious demeanor. Chairman, under Gun-T's surprised gaze, he confidently declared he would conquer the tower summit. "This tour is just a way to make money along the way. The first group went in earlier. They only traveled 40 km in an entire month. Upon reconsideration, something felt off. The route map was too detailed, like a guide to find something hidden here." Sangu continued with a firm tone. "This is the deal. I don't know what you're looking for in Odin Tower, but if you help me complete my request, I will fulfill yours. Isn't that a fair deal?" Back on the trip, Sangu narrated like a professional tour guide. "Now look behind you, the ice drops are chasing us." He jumped down from the roof, exclaiming, "Aren't they cute?" Veron's face turned pale at the sight. "Kill them quickly." Hearing that, Sangu calmly said, "You don't know how to enjoy a trip at all." Yet he still treated his clients like gods, instantly wiping out the aggressive ice drops. After finishing, Sangu immediately ordered numbers 3 and 4. "I'm still not used to stone pillars appearing whenever I swing my sword. Numbers 3 and 4 handle those corpses." Sangu eagerly observed the surroundings. "It's been a long time since I returned here. Everything feels so fresh." Then he thought to himself, Sangu needed to take 3 items here to stop the money harvesting day. Inside the car, Laura smiled and said, "Seriously, I really want that kit." At the same time, Illinois happily spoke up, "I can feel a different mana flow already. Have the wrinkles here on me just disappeared?" Outside, numbers 3 and 4 were actively clearing monster corpses and activating skills, absorbing the monster's essence. Images of the conversation between Sangu and Gun-T resurfaced in his mind. With a pleading tone, Sangu spoke, "And I have one more request. First-generation Korean hunter, the first to enter Odin Tower, please search for information about him for me." Then Sangu thought, "The first contact point of River. Speak Hwan, also the owner of the 7 deadly sins weapon. Soon you'll meet him." Sangu's car sped along the trail on the quiet mountain, feeling the cool wind through his hair and observing everything around him. After a while, Sangu said, "This feels familiar." Suddenly, in the silent space, he heard a sound. "Hey." Sangu called from the car to number 1, "Slow down." Number 1 quickly replied, "Okay." A second later, he landed and greeted, "Good to see you again." Back then, Sangu had just tried to escape with everything he had. Suddenly, old memories flooded Sangu's mind and he shouted, "Run towards it." Back to the present, Sangu continued. He paused, thoughtful but charged forward with determination. how much I've changed since then. The monsters with fierce expressions charged. Before Sangu could react, they kept attacking relentlessly. At this moment, Sangu realized he could hunt with a clone. He heard every sound of the sword cutting through the air. Although the monsters still attacked, he focused on his thoughts. In just a moment, Sangu regained his composure. With his slightly torn robe, he charged in with bloodlust. Very good, he praised himself silently. This morning, you guys seem like the best test to get familiar with this new weapon. With a single strike, Sangu wiped out all the monsters. From afar, Trevor's voice trembled. Hey, didn't they say Hunter Sangu reached level 5 thanks to his powerful clone? Hearing this, Veron replied, I really believe it since he's never been in battle, while observing Sangu's overwhelming fight. He concluded in fear, maybe we underestimated him. As soon as Sangu finished off one group of monsters, another appeared. Sangu quickly thought, and after a moment, threw the monsters onto a nearby boulder. Seeing this scene, Sangu quickly considered the next tactic. After a moment, he threw the monsters onto a nearby boulder. Struck by this blow, their bodies immediately shattered into countless fragments. Immediately after, the system notified, absorbing monster, absorbing Ice Guardian stats. Absorbing monster, absorbing Ice Guardian stats. Sangu exclaimed with joy, I can slowly feel it now. He then gave a command, Number 2, it's your turn. Sangu confidently instructed, show them the adaptive power of the 7 deadly sins. Number 2 appeared instantly and replied, yes. Meanwhile, his mind wandered. The head analyzes and decomposes mana connection structures. The body adapts to all physical and magical states. Sangu wondered, with so many blades around, what would Number 2's adaptation reveal first? Suddenly, without him noticing, Number 2 was pinned by blades all around. The scene immediately drew all eyes to them, leaving Sangu speechless. He stepped forward, pulling him out and asked, what are you doing? Number 2 lay flat on the ground, sadly replying, I can't use it. Hearing this, Sangu held his head in frustration. Damn it, he realized even Number 1 couldn't use the head's ability. He gritted his teeth. Why can't anyone control mana as well as you? Despite being injured, Number 2 angrily cursed. Curious, huh, you damn fraud. Sangu didn't hide his thought, so you're listening too. Sangu asked, if I asked the priest, would you tell? He quickly responded, of course, no reason not to since your strength benefits me too. That unusual openness made Sangu suspicious, feeling like this bastard had suddenly changed. Sangu froze, what? Number 2 calmly explained. Do you want to know something? 7 deadly sins. From the beginning, I have existed on Earth since ancient times. He continued, before mana even existed. Change your thinking, this isn't mana control. Then he created a flow of power to clearly demonstrate to Sangu. Whether you notice it is another matter. Void, I use the power of the void. Cut to the military base, the machine observer urgently reported, Chief, we're receiving a call. Wanti immediately focused, connect it. Soon after, Ryong's voice came through. Ryong said, Chief, Wanti calmly asked, have you met him? She replied, yes, I met Hunter Sin Dung Dion. Relieved, he instructed, all right, please tell him, Vice President of the Harmony Guild. Siang Hwa Ryong. A moment later, Ryong gently said, don't worry. The exchange made Yungxian look slightly uneasy. She spoke, what's the matter? You have no reason to seek me. Stopping her conversation with Guanti, she pulled out a paper. I came to deliver the contract. Hunter Sangu asked us to find you. Back at Sangu's battle, numbers 1 and 2 were giving their all. Both launched attacks simultaneously, but nothing happened. Number 2, frustrated, I told you that's not it. He continued, Void doesn't mean you don't apply force. From the start, did you think Void can exist easily in a place filled with something? You're not pushing it away. Void is space contracting from all directions to form a whole. After his rambling, Number 1 silently thought, he really sucks at explaining. Despite numbers 1 and 2 struggling with practice, Sangu casually picked up weapons dropped by monsters. He laughed with delight. Perfect. Watching the clones struggling like the world did, it felt like watching himself learning magic. Annoyed by this, Number 1 stepped forward and ordered, don't laugh, Sangu, you have to use it too. Sangu reluctantly asked, me too, he immediately replied. You're benefiting from my fragment absorption effect too, you think you can't use it. That information made Sangu silently calculate, right, theoretically he could do it too. Accepting the truth, Sangu firmly said, then just teach the clones the right way. Sangu continued, if they do it, I'll try learning through shared sensation. Number 1 seemed to not understand him. Take it. The next moment, Sangu exhaled in relief. Putting that aside, they had just surpassed where the Canis Guild's strike team had disappeared in the past. Sangu quickly approached the vehicle, telling himself he had to go there. Upon entering, he immediately shared good news. All right, everyone, we've just passed the final exploration area of Floor 1. Finally, they reached a place no one had stepped except jumpers. Everyone cheered, we've finally arrived. Then Sangu said, let's rest and have a meal here. After setting up tents, he began grilling meat. Number 4 was assigned to cook over the blazing fire. As soon as he got off the vehicle, Trevor praised, "Smells good." Veron agreed, "Cooking's nice too." With everything settled, Sangu drifted into thought. After all, he had successfully led the rich group here. Would they pay again next time? While analyzing, Sangu recalled the images of the others. From the beginning, those who age slowly based on their mana sense are individuals who have extensively trained their bodies in mana, while also possessing excellent stats. The connection between breathing in pure mana and their bodies is minimal. In other words, the sensation feels like an illusionary experience. Of course, some people come here just for a trip, because for them, 1,000,000,001 isn't too much money. If they don't benefit, they'll consider it as spending some money and won't sign a contract again. A while later, Sangu quietly calculated the people over there, but he had no intention of turning them into disposable tools. In the next moment, from his personal space, he emitted a remarkable flow of power towards Elinor, causing her to smile with delight. Everything felt like a camping trip. I told them to go up to Odin's tower, but I didn't expect to enjoy a meal in the cold wind like this. Laura's also happily agreed. Elino suddenly looked surprised and younger. Her strange words left Elinor confused, not understanding what was happening. Laura's was even more amazed, exclaiming that her wrinkles had also disappeared. "Look, she looks much younger." Others at the table began to notice the change, observing me and wondering if they looked younger. Veron was also surrounded by the flow of power. Everyone was excited and thrilled. It seemed like this power had taken effect, making Sangu pleased. "Very well, don't make them too young, just erase the major wrinkles." From the gap in his personal space, Dung Xian's glaring eyes appeared. It turned out that Sangu had drunk and told him to use his power for this. Chameleon changes the appearance of the target but keeps the stats the same. The expanded skill range of the skill made Dung Xian irritated. Sangu gently explained, "What are you saying? I'm just giving them hope. If there is a real change, next time they'll pay more and we'll have more applicants." Miho curiously asked. "A way to get younger." Sangu pondered. "I'm wondering if there's any skill or type of mana engine related to this." Miho questioned in confusion, "And why are you asking about that?" "What do you mean, why?" Sangu responded without hesitation. "As far as I know, Miho, you're quite old but still look young." These words made Miho angry. "Shut up right now." A moment later, Miho responded hesitantly. "Well, to be honest, there is no skill like that." Miho recalled a similar case before. A fake awakener had claimed that, but it turned out to be a scam. They had a skill that reduced speed and used it to slow the aging process, sleeping 16 hours a day, but it didn't actually make them younger. People with high stats like me age slowly, but that doesn't mean they get younger. Miho suddenly had an idea. Then, for ordinary people, an illusion skill could create a fake appearance. Miho's suggestion excited Sangu. "Oh right, then I'll have to ask someone who has that skill." During the break of the rich people, continuous compliments were heard. "You look younger now," Gran excitedly told Veron. "Look, Veron, it's really working right." He couldn't believe his eyes, eagerly saying that he only believed half of it when witnessing this scene. Sangu was very pleased and thought to himself. No creature could enter his subspace, except for Sangu himself and his clone. However, mana could pass through if he created a subspace to connect paths from one area to another. The exact scene Sangu was thinking about appeared, allowing mana to flow through. Everyone was joyful, cheering. He continued to remain deep in thought. Thus, Sangu could still access Shin Yongjian's support skills even while separated in the Odin Tower. A while later he spoke, but Sangu couldn't drag it out for too long. "All right, then we'll," under the panic of everyone. He raised his voice and announced, "The first tour of the Odin Tower ends here." Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale and asked in confusion, "Is it already over?" "Hey, extend it a little longer." "I'll pay more," Sangu calmly declined. "Sorry, but please wait for the next tour. We've reached the agreed time." "We'll come back here, right?" people asked regretfully. "No," Sangu ended the tour. The barrier he had set from the beginning exploded, and everything returned to the way it was. Number 1 opened the subspace gate to return and continue the tour, while guarding and complaining. "It's so cold," he said. Sangu gently spoke up. "I hope everyone had an enjoyable tour." With a sincere smile, he continued, "Now it's time to wrap up." Despite everyone's regret, Sangu continued to speak. "No one got hurt, right? All of your personal belongings have been returned. Don't worry, we won't waste time on the next tour," Sangu quickly reassured. "I left a teleportation scroll to connect the target so we can start right from the stop." The transformation skill still had some time left. It wouldn't stop right away. After gathering himself, Veyron waved and responded, I have to say, according to what he said, the bodyguards brought the suitcases. This trip was really satisfying. Inside the suitcase was the payment for the contract. This was the promised payment. The scene before Sangu made his eyes light up. Oh my god, 15 billion for half a day, isn't this a huge profit? After receiving the payment, Sangu happily waved his hand. You all did great, remember to wait for the next tour. The scene shifted to the Guinness Society's storage. Sangu's satisfied laughter echoed from within the door. Upon entering, he asked, "Still alive?" Deng Xian glared angrily. "Shut up, I almost died." Seeing his anger, Sangu immediately shifted focus to praise. Vice President Xiang Hwa Ryong can control mana, that's really useful. After hearing that, Ryong realized, so that's why the president asked me. Mana transfer is being used, Sangu explained. I'm really surprised, Ryong said. To be honest, I wasn't sure this guy would accept that magic has limits. This is the first time I've heard of such a punishment. She continued speaking, while Deng Xian was still sweating profusely. He's definitely trying to hide something. A few hours ago, Deng Xian angrily said, "What kind of contract is this?" The contract's content had irritated him. "Make those old folks look younger at my signal." The vice president next to him would assist with mana. While Ryong remained curious about the contents of the paper, Deng Xian regained his composure and continued reading. "Of course, if you accept this contract, she will know about the punishment you've received. The rest is up to you." Back to the present, despite breathing heavily with pain, Deng Xian still tried to speak. "Because I decided to stop lying to myself." Suddenly, Yun Rang gritted his teeth and responded. Deng Xian is trying to control his anger over Sangu's ridiculous contract. Do you even have a conscience? Do you know what the conditions are? He ignored his mocking words. Sangu asked in confusion, "You read it. You really are a meticulous person." Although he had heard the whole conversation, Ryong still didn't understand. "What does that mean?" Sangu lazily replied and promised to explain later. "I'll tell you later, for now, we're restricted in our actions." He couldn't stop praising. "Everyone did great, I know how to reward and punish properly." Sangu opened his subspace and many items fell out. "My subspace isn't very big. So these are the things I keep in my personal storage." Deng Xian and Ryong stared at him closely. Sangu continued, "These are made of light refraction material, so they're quite expensive. Since I've collected so many, I'm very generous in giving them away. Take as many as you want." From the subspace, items fell down, so many that they piled up into a tall mountain. "No content here. No content here. I still have plenty, or you can take some later in cash. Either way, I'll sell them all." Scene shifts to the lab, the hesitant sound of Duval echoing. It turns out the Heritage Big Hun Dong device development team is curious about this. "Is he gathering them to make money?" Arya asked uncertainly. "Yes, I'm not sure how he'll do it." Duval, not trusting Sangu, said in a low voice. "I already explained, with just a few coins, our plan won't succeed." Hearing that, she quickly agreed, as he was trying to trick those dangerous people for money. Before Arya could finish speaking, Sangu boldly stepped in, and immediately, suitcases full of money were dropped to the floor, making a loud clang. With an excited expression, Sangu announced, "I did it neat and tidy right." The scene before Arya's eyes was unbelievable. "Huh, is this all?" He still replied cheerfully, "Of course." In their astonishment, Sangu calmly said, "Now let's produce skill orbs with this money, everyone. Skill orbs can counter the system's attack on Harvest Day." A moment later, he instructed, "You two can deliver them to my clones as soon as they are finished." Finally, Arya regained composure and said, "Got it." It seemed Duval still couldn't believe it. He stammered, "Buddy, how did you make so much money?" Sangu quickly replied casually, "I told you I had a plan." Ignoring his confusion, he smirked. "The important thing is we're not at the end yet. It's almost time for the effect to expire." Scene shifts to Elinor's mansion, her loud, frustrated screams echoing. Elinor held her face in anguish, shouting, Why is this happening?" She couldn't control her anger and continued screaming. "I need more mana, I need pure mana from the Odin Tower." Her tone suddenly brightened. "Call Sangu for me immediately." Seeing this, Laura's passed by, sighing sadly. Elinor thought to herself, the effect only lasts this long. Why do they have to return to the mana source? The guard in the room immediately agreed. "Yes, Ms. Elinor." He stepped out and received a task from Laura's. "Get me some skill-detecting items. Cost doesn't matter. Just make sure the detection rate is the highest." The guard promptly replied, "Understood." Shortly after, she thought to herself, if what Sangu said about pure mana is true, I'll give him the money he wants. As head of Laura's department in the Giant Hunters Union Enlightenment Corporation, she silently affirmed, if he dares to play tricks, it won't be fun anymore, Sangu. The plan progressed smoothly. Heritage began working with the money they received, and the skill orb production factory operated nonstop, always producing skill orbs at the lowest cost. They kept accumulating, and when there were nearly 10,000 skill orbs, the clones appeared all over the streets nationwide. They carried boxes and placed them in suitable locations. Curious passersby asked, "That's one of Sangu's clones, should I ask for an autograph? But what are they standing there for?" They kept marveling. I thought he wouldn't appear at the hunting grounds. While people were still curious, a trading announcement sounded. Super cheap skill orbs now on sale. Everyone come. Only 100 coins per orb, folks. That shout caused a commotion echoing throughout the streets. A moment later, a question from a nearby citizen arose. In front of everyone, number 4 stood tall and confidently said, "You've all been working hard lately." Or those who are always on edge, fearing monsters might jump out from the gates. Awakening skills can't be used in combat. Raising stats isn't easy either, and skill orbs are ridiculously expensive. Immediately after, he pulled out a glowing red orb, raising it before the curious eyes of the crowd. "I present this skill orb to all of you. It has a fire orb skill that can help in hunting, survival, and self-defense, and you can get it for just 100 coins. A woman was stunned, stammering, "I didn't hear wrong, right?" The man next to her gasped in surprise. "Is it real?" Another asked skeptically. "Only 100 coins for a skill orb," number 4 affirmed. "Yes," his voice continued, "but each person can only buy one." The man panicked, hurriedly saying, I'll buy first." Then everyone swarmed toward him like bees from a hive. Someone urgently called out, "Please, I want one too." Another immediately added, "Me too." On the other side, someone shouted for everyone to line up. The skill orb in the buyer's hand glowed brilliantly, radiating fierce power, then suddenly transformed. It unleashed a fireball skill. The young man widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is real." This was actually happening. A fireball appeared. The young woman next to him quickly moved to buy the skill orb, accepted it happily, and said, "Thank you so much." Number 4 laughed and replied, "What are you saying? It's just a little gesture of goodwill." His voice continued to echo. Hunter Sangu always puts people's safety first. Number 4's words moved many people to tears. Some covered their mouths, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh." In change, they moved to the next sightseeing spot. Sangu's voice echoed, "You all must be eager, right?" He smiled. "All right, let's continue the tour." Seeing the unhappy faces ahead, Sangu hesitated. "You all seem not very pleased today." Beryl spoke with difficulty. "Isn't it obvious?" He continued. "Most of them revert to their original forms just a few hours after leaving Odin Tower, losing 1,000,000,000 guans." He calmly interrupted, "How could you not be upset? I understand this takes time." Sangu added, "Doesn't that mean we need more opportunities to absorb pure mana into our bodies?" The system immediately spoke in his head sarcastically, "Are you a professional reverse talker?" Sangu muttered angrily, "Shut up if you don't pay." Suddenly, Elinor's panicked voice made him turn sharply. "Stop!" She yanked her hat down, hiding her face, which had returned to its usual expression. Furiously shouting, "Enough, we don't care about that anymore. Return to Odin Tower immediately. Bring the pure mana here." Sangu quickly pulled out the teleport scroll, a corner of his mouth lifting in a smile. "All right, let's restart the tour." At the same time, in the past at Odin Tower, a sword flashed, slicing through a monster, splitting its head in two. Number 1 stomped on the monster. At that moment, blurred figures appeared ahead, startling him. Amid the dense smoke, Sangu's silhouette gradually appeared, praising, "Number 1, well done." Behind him, the customers were surprised and whispering. Whispers rose, "This really is the place we stopped at last time. Has that copy been here all this time?" Like before, everyone quickly got on the vehicle to head to the final exploration area of Floor 1. Sangu's voice echoed, "We'll depart immediately. Please get on the vehicle." As Sangu carefully instructed everyone, the space ahead suddenly shook, opening a teleportation rift. "Do it like last time, I'll proceed in a few hours." Soon he arrived at Deng Jian's room. Seeing Sangu, he clenched his teeth. His eyes glinted with anger and resentment. "I trusted you, you scammer. Why is everyone picking on me?" After a moment, Sangu returned to Aiden Tower, standing on the tent, hands in pockets, exuding confidence. He sighed and said, "Let's move on, everyone. I survived thanks to your generous contribution." The customers replied in unison, "Yes." The vehicle sped along the ice monster-filled path. On the roof, Sangu stood firm, fighting the monsters. A monster charged at him. In a brief moment, Sangu unleashed his spiritual power, waves of strength sweeping the foe away with a single strike. Inside the vehicle, Illinois anxiously asked, "Am I looking younger? Look at me, Laura's." The woman beside frowned, annoyed. "Calm down, not yet." Soon the ice monsters were defeated, their bodies scattered, blood spreading over the cold ground. Elsewhere, Yuhian's eyes were glued to his phone, reading a post. "Did you see this? I got one already. It really is a skill orb. At that moment, it only cost 101. I thought it was a joke, ha ha ha." In the comments below, "Is Deng Sangu really that rich? I heard he distributed over 100 at once. How much is all this worth? A god, he really is a god, please give me one." she exclaimed. It's still trending online. Yuan asked his companion, frustrated, what on earth is he thinking? Kim replied helplessly, I've given up trying to understand him, he's probably just too kind. He turned back to the two skill orbs, continuing, since registration was required, everyone got one. She immediately asked, do you have a fire orb? Kim answered, no, I don't. Yuan clenched his other sleeve, speaking slowly. They said we might need them later. He paused, face down, hesitating before continuing. They also expressed the hope that the day would never come. The journeys continued, and the reward money and monster corpses were continuously converted into skill orbs. At that moment, a man carefully examined the item he was holding and exclaimed in surprise, this material is even more useful than I expected. The man continued, if you agree to sign an exclusive contract with us, we'll offer you an even higher price. Wanty adjusted his tie, his eyes gleaming with joy. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and he calmly replied, sounds good. The distribution network has expanded beyond South Korea and reached the international market. In the US, a man stood stunned, holding a skill orb, and exclaimed, a skill orb costs only 10 cents. And in Japan, people lined up neatly, stretching down the street, waiting to buy the skill orbs, with one person exclaiming in shock, this price is insane. Another person asked in disbelief, you're telling me this is a fire orb, right? I've only heard rumors about it. In many countries, skill orbs were distributed at almost no cost, and an excited voice rang out. It's a clone, he's selling more skill orbs again. Deng Sanggu, who had already gained fame by reaching S rank, had now become the center of global attention due to this event. Wherever he appeared, the crowd would simultaneously shout his name, Deng Sanggu, Deng Sanggu. Sanggu smiled brightly, waved in response, and enthusiastically said, thank you all, I only wish for your safety. On the street, a few people excitedly launched fire orbs. A troller immediately blew his whistle, pointed at them, and sternly reminded them, hey, you're not allowed to use offensive skills on the street. He looked at the empty cardboard boxes, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he calculated in his mind. All right, for now, let's prioritize distributing them in densely populated urban areas. Sanggu's thoughts echoed in his mind. There is no skill simpler and more damaging in a crowd than the fire orb. If the worst-case scenario occurs when the harvest day begins, as long as we have enough quantity, we can still resist to some extent. Suddenly, he paused, a feeling of panic rising within him. Upon further thought, he realized that distributing these skill orbs seemed to have happened somewhere before, but when? In Sanggu's mind, the memory began to clear. Back at the academy, a teacher had brought a box full of skill orbs and gently said, don't worry, there are still plenty of skill orbs. At that moment, his eyes were filled with terror. It was the academy that first gave away large quantities of skill orbs for free, and all of them were fire orbs. Sanggu thought deeply. Wait a minute, the academy was founded by that master to brainwash the fake awakened ones. He recalled the Global Awakening Progress Report. 89.8% progress, 89.8% of the awakenings complete, and 10.2% still being activated. Doubt arose in Sanggu's heart. The academy was also where he first learned about what's called the Harvest Day. Why would those who want to cause Harvest Day distribute skill orbs for free? He quietly asked, Lieber, do you know anything about this master? He immediately replied, someone trying to stop you. The information is almost non-existent. Even that name is not one I recognize. Sanggu asked further, then why? Suddenly a man ran over, panting from exhaustion. He interrupted him, struggling to speak. Hunter, you hunter. Then he exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is going on here? He was the principal of the Black Do Military Academy. The man continued, you're selling skill orbs for 101. He calmly replied, his voice full of meaning, perfect timing. Immediately after, Sanggu grabbed his collar and threatened, if you don't want to die, quickly spill everything you know. Black Do was startled, his eyes wide as he shouted, what are you suddenly saying? He raised his voice and questioned, what's the reason for distributing these skill orbs? He was momentarily stunned before replying, of course it's for the public good. Sanggu poked his ear. He arrogantly said, you really haven't seen the coffin and still talk nonsense like this, huh? He threw a punch close to Black Do's face, causing a large hole in the wall behind him, then gritted his teeth and threatened, someone like you would never think for others. Should I just kill you off instead? He was terrified, sweat pouring down his face, trembling as he said, no, violence is bad. At this moment, Sanggu gritted his teeth and said with a furious expression, I don't have time to play games, choose your head or that master's head. Do you really understand what you're trying to create? If you saw it with your own eyes, you would never dare to think about it again, Sanggu added. He was still angry, shouting, demanding that he reveal everything while he could still be treated like a human. Although terrified, Black Sue stubbornly refused to speak, unable to say anything. Suddenly, he pulled out a small notebook and continued speaking. I understand your sincerity, Hunter, but I really can't reveal anything. Black Sue handed the paper to Sangu. He asserted, my loyalty is absolute. I cannot disclose any information about my master. I'm leaving now. He looked at the paper. Its contents surprised him, his eyes widening in shock. The paper read that exactly 1 week from now, in the B2 basement of the main academy building. Sangu crumpled the paper in his hand and said, 1 more week. Well, there's still some time. Maybe I'll arrange another tour. In the following days, the tour continued. At a large exhibition point, Sangu said, all right, everyone did well today. He carried 2 suitcases full of money, turned leisurely and walked away, ending the tour. See you all again, Goran sighed in disappointment. Damn, will we turn back to our old age when we return? Baron replied, we have no choice. I still need to continue until the body adapts. Rand spoke up in an irritated tone. When are we going to the 2nd floor? Feels like you're deliberately delaying. Laura's bodyguard stepped closer and softly called her, Laura's. He carefully opened the wooden box. He continued, I found the item, it's of high rank. The bodyguard went on, you mentioned earlier that this item shouldn't show traces of skill usage. She held up the item, examining it calmly. The higher the level of transformation skill, the harder it is to detect. Laura's raised the item and observed. She muttered, if this rejuvenation isn't a trick but an effect of mana, then the story changes. Through the item, she saw Elinor surrounded by a stream of blazing red power. Then a notification appeared, analyzing, detecting the skill Chameleon, changing appearance without altering stats. Laura's face darkened. She shouted angrily, seems like that's not the case. Do they really think they can trick us? Like Elinor, Laura's hand was also engulfed in a stream of blazing red light. The item notified again, skill Chameleon detected, changes appearance without altering stats. She frowned in anger, just as I thought. He used the skill on everyone here. Sangu saw Laura's frozen in shock. She stood still as she got into the car. Veron urged, why aren't you getting in? Is something wrong? She quickly replied, ah no, I'm getting in now. Inside, she thought, only a fool would tell them. I found a perfect opportunity. Sangu, if you used this rejuvenation trick to fool us, now it's my turn. She immediately issued orders. She requested a meeting of all Enlightened Corporation hunters. The bodyguard replied, yes. Her eyes were dangerous, thoughts racing. They need to realize that even among S-rank people, there's a significant difference in ability. They're trying to toy with Enlightened Corporation. I'll show them what happens. In the following days, Sangu continued organizing tour, while the giant monster was cleaved into pieces. Its body shattered everywhere. Sangu carried his sword on his shoulder, joyfully saying, everything is going according to plan. Inside, excitement rose. I can feel the stats from absorbing the guardian demons continuously increasing. Sangu looked at the system panel, thinking silently. The problem is, maybe because of the great sin, my stats aren't displaying clearly. He wondered if he could duel that guy one-on-one. Behind him, number 1 tried with all his might to resist the monster's control. He sighed, saying, void power, you fool, shut up. Sangu startled and turned, his face showing fear, thinking, this might not work. At the same time, number 2 turned back, holding an item and reporting, this area has been cleared as well. Sangu praised, well done. Ready to return. Suddenly, he remembered something, panicking. Today is the deadline. I promised the principal a week. Sangu looked at the system panel, happily stroking his chin. Very well, it's time for things to develop in this direction. Armor and hunting weapon production involves many major hunting guilds along with magical item workshops. Enlighten is a massive corporation formed from the merger of multiple industries. Its vast influence extends beyond national borders. S-rank hunter Charles Dean, meticulously cleaning his sword, slowly said, Enlighten Corporation. You may not directly join Enlighten, but once you step onto the path of a hunter, you are already part of this corporation. Because ultimately, no one can escape dominant power. Laura's then stood before the hunters affiliated with Enlighten and spoke. They are exploiting mana from Odin Tower as bait to deceive others with lies about rejuvenation. She angrily said, Dung Sangu is deceiving many influential people. A foot slammed hard on the table, a cold voice echoed, Dung Sangu, I know that name. He leaned back comfortably in his chair. Hands behind his head, eyes sharp, he spoke sarcastically. You used to operate in the tomb, right? The corporation even once rewarded him. This man is S-rank hunter Hercules Maximus Gris. The rustle of cards dropping echoed. Another asked, so what's the conclusion, Laura's? He angrily said, should we prosecute and deal with Dung Sangu immediately? This man is S-rank hunter Playboy Giant Binzerian. Laura's face softened slightly. She quietly said, no. I want to use this situation to draw him into the corporation. Laura's continued. I want you all to apply pressure so he cannot refuse. Maximus laughed sarcastically and asked back. You need both me and Giant for a request like that? He he continued. You're judging a rookie who just reached S rank, that's too high. Laura spoke firmly. One of you is enough, I just want to be certain. Her voice continued, especially since the number of his clones matched the report. Suddenly, a flash of light filled the room, the floor shook with each pulse, a voice echoed. Sorry I'm late. Jian caught the card in his hand. Mockingly, this wasn't in the plan. With your abilities, you're late. The young man put both hands into his pockets. He spoke coldly, so I think I just heard something about clones. This is S-rank Hunter, president of Enlightened Jumper George Lucas. He continued, I'm very interested. Has Hunter Dung Sang-gu been up to tricks again? Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy, the entire school was covered in darkness, silent and gloomy. A man quietly walked down a dark hallway. Sang-gu pushed the door open and stepped inside. At least turn on the lights, he said. I arrived a week late. Haksu's tense face seemed frozen in every line. He slowly said, You're here. Inside the room, around the large table, many people were already seated. One turned to him, smiling. You must have a lot of questions. Come have a seat. Everyone in the room shared the same expression, wide eyes, stiff faces. Fear was frozen in every feature. Sang-gu frowned, wondering what's wrong with these people. Then he quickly pulled a chair and sat down. Cold eyes scanned the table, he asked. First, tell me your purpose. Why are you distributing fireball skills for free? If you're in the harvest day, there's no reason to distribute attack skill. Haksu clasped his hands tightly. Under his chin, his stiff face slightly shifted. He slowly said, Scarcity creates desire. If they can't afford skill spheres and lack fireballs, they will try to learn on their own. Right, Haksu continued. This isn't as simple as meditating. But if everyone could use fireballs outside the system, Harvest Day would be problematic. Sang-gu suddenly sensed an unusual motion, thinking in surprise, it's magic. His voice continued. However, if we don't release any fireballs, they'll abandon learning skills and start relying on the system. And of course, we're also brainwashing the students. So if they become stronger, all the better. Sang-gu frowned, skeptical, calmly asking, Then why are you looking for me? He continued, My actions are basically giving out skill spheres for free. Isn't that what you want? Haksu immediately replied, The issue is those spheres came from heritage. He explained, They embedded strange circuits in the spheres to bypass the system. They've long been a thorn in our side. Suddenly, a voice gradually rose from the corner of the room, its tone stretching like a blade across skin, sending chills down his spine. The voice continued, heightening the tension in the room, everyone turning their eyes toward the source of the sound. Sang-gu realized that the Hunter Dung was deceiving powerful people and stealing their affection. The act of turning all the money into a heritage skill bridge made everything highly suspicious. Sang-gu was stunned, trembling, and his voice faltered in fear as he exclaimed, What are you? The people around went mad, tightening the nails in their hands, raising them high, and shouting in unison, Who are you? A horrifying event occurred. They all died at once, blood splattered across the room while a mysterious voice echoed, Master, do you really think that destroying the brainwashing machine will be enough? The person continued with a mocking tone, Do you think that's enough to stop me? Sang-gu gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he had been trapped from the moment he stepped in. On the floor, a bloodied face appeared, with twisted, horrifying features, and its voice reverberated through the room. You have no idea how far we have spread, how deep they have embedded, the voice said in frustration. Sang-gu couldn't believe his eyes, froze for a moment, then exclaimed. He quickly replied, Yes, then continued, Tell me what's happening in this room right now. Number 2 observed the scene before him, his eyes quickly darting around, the corner of his mouth curling up as he spoke with amusement. Interesting. Number 2 continued, These people have been dead for about a week. Sang-gu was worried, realizing they had been eliminated immediately after giving him the paper. The mysterious figure transformed into Black Dew, stepped close to Sang-gu, breathed coldly into his ear and said, Open your eyes and look here, look at what you've caused. He muttered, his voice hoarse, Your family, your sister, your teammates. They are all watching you, he continued. They look from behind. Sang-gu angrily threw a punch to the side. He thought, Hold on a second, let me think. But Black Dew had disappeared. Number 2 coldly threw a punch. He panicked and shouted, It's me. His figure closed in, mocking, Dung Sang-gu. Really embarrassing with your ability. In other place, the master sat upright in a chair in the dim room, his voice cold. You could have been chosen, but the system has abandoned you. From this moment on, I will personally make you taste destruction. His gaze flickered with murderous intent. His voice echoed again, I will start with your troublesome friends in heritage. In the office, Arya continued to handle paperwork, completely unaware of the danger approaching. She stretched, yawned, murmured, I'm so sleepy, I'll go make myself a full cup of coffee. No one replied. She furrowed her brows, surprised as she turned toward the big door. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. Arya immediately shouted, Oh no. A man appeared in front of Arya, his neck gripped tightly by a large hand, his face covered in blood, struggling to speak. Miss Arya, hold him. He was so terrified that his eyes widened. His mouth hung open, unable to say anything. His voice came out broken, Please, run. away. A large figure stepped out from the shadows, his eyes sharp as knives. The man coldly said, "So you are the leader of Heritage." He charged straight toward Arya, growling, "For the system, die heretic." Arya tried to stay calm. His cold eyes glanced at the man behind. "Who sent you here?" In Veron, he tried to calm down and said to the girl next to him, "Call the police." Seeing Grant dead in a strange position, she panicked and screamed, "President Grant." Veron approached, observing closely, frozen in shock. They were all A-level. His thoughts churned. Who the hell were these people? Suddenly, the smart watch beeped. He quickly answered the call, his voice irritated. "What is it? I'm not in the mood to talk right now." The voice on the other end sounded embarrassed, sobbing. "Elinor is dead. They found her at the mansion this morning." Veron was shocked, wondering why. Their business field had nothing to do with this. They don't have a common enemy. The only thing they share is that. At the same time, the image of Sangu appeared vividly in Vero's mind. His whole body trembled, stammering incomprehensibly with the security team beside him. Then, Veron looked on in panic, urgently commanding, "Hurry and come assist me, open the underground hideout." He suddenly froze, his whole body shaking, then burst into tears. Memories from the past flooded Veron Grand's mind as he sipped his tea. "Veron, I'm only telling you this. Recently, I acquired a dangerous skill." He quickly took the item out, his face full of excitement. It was an emergency black box. "If I die, it will record the moments before and after my death. However, it requires a device or skill to read it. With their status, they have many enemies." Grant's voice echoed deeply in his mind. "So if something happens, you know what to do, right?" Then Veron approached his old friend and placed a hand on his shoulder. She activated the ability to search Grand's final memories in the emergency black box, softly muttering, "The culprit, just find out who the culprit is." Sangu stood in front of a group of people, his gaze sharp, coldly speaking. "Don't tell me you want a refund, your name is—" "Ah, right," Sangu continued, "Mrs. Laura's." She chuckled, her voice mocking, "I'm surprised you even remember my name. I thought you just saw us as golden egg-laying hens." He responded, confused, "What do you mean? The tour program benefits both you and me." Laura's interrupted, her voice full of implication. "You came all the way here, you understand why, right?" At that moment, she thought to herself, was he shameless or truly this naive? Laura's cold gaze locked on the person in front of her, and she continued, "It's a scam, right? That ridiculous flower-stealing skill." She went on, her voice full of disdain, "I don't know when you learned that skill, but it's quite a cute trick." Inside, Laura's silently mocked. "Your small business career has come to an end." She continued, speaking with a tone full of determination. "I'll speak plainly. We'll overlook your foolishness, so you should join the Enlightened Corporation." Sangu's lips slightly curled into a smirk as he mockingly mentioned the Enlightened Corporation. To be backed into a corner and still invited like this was unexpectedly generous. Laura's immediately responded, his gaze fixed on him. "We appreciate talent." At that moment, Maximus and Giant simultaneously displayed their strength. A fiery red aura erupted, enveloping their bodies as she continued in a clear voice, stating that he was not allowed to refuse. Sangu frowned slightly. Worry was evident in his eyes, his mood sinking as he thought to himself that these two were truly serious. Sangu forced a smile, trying to maintain his calm. After all, Enlighten is just the place with Jumper. At that moment, memories suddenly flooded his mind. Iso leaned close to Sangu, whispering a reminder. In the end, it was Jumper who initiated the Awakening program and tightly connected humanity with the system. "Wait until we confirm Jumper's true identity. If it were just a regular place, I would have joined already. But I still have many people depending on me." His firm response caused Laura's face to darken. "I refuse." She hesitated for a moment before turning to leave, her cold voice ringing out behind her. "As long as they don't kill, it's fine." Giant pulled his hat down, the corner of his mouth twisted cruelly. On the contrary, Laura's will probably beg to die. Maximus slightly curled his lips, his gaze dismissively sweeping past Sangu, his deep voice ringing out. "You are Sangu, right?" He continued, "You look a bit weak for an S rank." Sangu sighed lightly, hesitating to answer. "So I guess you two are also S rank." Sangu's question caused both of them to freeze, their eyes wide in surprise. Maximus laughed mockingly. "That's an interesting question. I don't know about my reputation, but I'm pretty well known, you know." He responded nonchalantly. "Not sure at all, it's been a while since I've gone hunting." He squinted, his cold gaze locking onto Sangu before speaking in a frosty tone, acting all high and mighty like a kid. Giant chimed in, "Sangu, we're here to deliver a message to you." He continued, "A very important message." Sangu immediately asked, "So what is it?" He quickly calculated in his mind, 2S ranks wouldn't act without reason. If needed, he would retreat. Suddenly, Laura's watch rang continuously. She quickly answered with a suspicious tone. "Veron, what's going on?" On the other end of the line, a frantic scream was heard. "Laura's, are you safe? Get out of there immediately." She furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you talking about?" Veron continued urgently, "There's an assassin trying to kill you." "No, they want to kill everyone in the program." Laura's replied calmly, If it's just one assassin, I have nothing to worry about. She continued, right now I'm with 2S ranks. At this moment, Jian's expression turned extremely dangerous and he asked in a deep voice. The message, Veron screamed in panic. That's the issue. The real assassins are Jian and Maximus Gris from the Enlightened Corporation. As soon as Veron finished speaking, Jian immediately closed in on Laura's, his hand gripping her throat. He coldly delivered the message that she should not defy the master's orders. Hearing this, Laura's froze, her eyes wide in horror, while Sang-gu stood still, witnessing it. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In an instant, she stopped breathing and was thrown harshly to the ground. Jian spoke in a freezing voice. The master had intended to give you a chance to live, but you've thrown that opportunity away yourself. From now on, we will kill each person in your precious program. More threats poured from his mouth. Then we'll move on to your colleagues, friends, and finally, your family. His face darkened, Sang-gu growled angrily. You think I'll just stand by and watch? He immediately unleashed his power, sending a wind-cutting card straight ahead. The card was wrapped in a swirling purple aura and Jian casually said, yeah, just like this. In no time, the card got close, causing Sang-gu to freeze, unable to think of a counter. He immediately drew his sword and slashed at the card, the sharp blade cutting into the ground, leaving a deep groove. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Sang-gu gritted his teeth, a hint of fear flashing across his face as he felt the immense weight. What kind of power is this? Just then, Maximus unexpectedly threw a punch directly at Sang-gu, his voice filled with mockery. Next time we meet, your poor customers will probably have become corpses by then. Maximus's gaze turned cold. Immediately after, he activated his skill called Hero's Right Hand. He immediately threw a powerful punch, causing the space around him to explode with force, accompanied by a resounding blast. Sang-gu was flung backward, his body soaring through the air like a kite with a broken string. His body slammed violently into the wall of an old building, the impact shattering the mortar, sending debris flying and leaving a large hole. Inside the building, everyone panicked and fled, their eyes wide with shock and fear, unable to comprehend what had just happened. From thick dust and smoke, Sang-gu slowly rose to his feet and casually said, that one hurt. Below, a tall figure leisurely approached Laura's, soon enveloping her completely. The figure blocked out the surrounding light and Jumper's face went cold, expressionless and stern. His gaze seemed to hold some profound depth, while on the ground in the open space, Gong Zhang knelt respectfully and said, so the plan is unfolding just as intended. Gong Zhang continued, it's only a small pest in the way, but when judgment is inevitable, it cannot be avoided. He continued in a resonant tone, rest assured, O great system. The man in front praised, well done, you have endured much hardship. He tried to suppress a smile. I wonder if my demands are too much. Suddenly he laughed loudly and continued, I couldn't hold it in any longer. How was my tone just now? Did it sound like the god you mentioned? He removed his glasses and answered himself. Of course not, for this man is the one who runs the system. He continued, I'm just a tool myself. I wonder when Lord Lieber will arrive. Over at Veron, a tense voice echoed through the building. Grand, the young woman sighed helplessly and reported. Pardon me, Lord Veron, Lord Gran has locked himself in and hasn't let anyone approach since yesterday. Memories of Gran and angry shouts flooded his mind. My hair is falling out again, that medicine is a scam, Veron said in frustration. I'll go in myself and drag him out. He quickly moved toward Gran's room, opening the door while calling, hey, Gran. If you keep trying, things will get better, trust me. Why give up after just a few attempts? He said calmly, I'm sure your hair will grow back soon. But the scene before him left Veron speechless. Horror was evident on his face. At Arya, a silver-haired man appeared, ominous and cold. Heavens, that man is King Locutus, the Knight Abaddon. Abaddon's sharp, sinister hand quickly became enveloped in swirling spiritual energy as he growled. That's all you need to know. The only thing you need to do now is pay the price. Then Abaddon rushed forward like a storm, shouting, don't resist, heretic. A violent explosion erupted, filling the room with thick smoke. The scene shifted to the B2 basement of the main academy building. At this moment, Sang-gu gritted his teeth, eyes full of rage and cursed. Damn them. Gong Zhang's voice echoed again. How many clones do you have? 6 or 7. I've spread my empowered hosts across the world. With so few here, you should keep a close eye on those nearby. He angrily grabbed Haku's body and shouted, cowards, why drag ordinary people into this? Try touching them with a single finger, I swear I'll find you. Suddenly, his body began to disintegrate. The other's cold voice spoke, excellent reaction, a very fine reaction. Then he continued, keep it up. I'm eager to see what comes next. As he finished speaking, Haku's body vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Sang-gu roared in anger, don't run. Then everything fell into suffocating silence. He was left alone, his fury rising. Suddenly, Sang-gu asked casually, is that enough now? Number 2 praised, well said. The stench of blood rises. He covered his nose, his cold gaze scanning the room, realizing the hallucinations had disappeared, then said, well, at least I should properly bury them. Number 2 immediately replied, Yes. Sangu said again, foolish, we still don't know who the target is, but I've seen how they fight on Harvest Day. From the start, they weren't ordinary humans. At Arya, Abaddon was stunned. His eyes widened, shock etched across his face. A massive hole appeared in his chest, and he died without closing his eye. A horrified voice suddenly rang out. She tightened the sword in her hand and exclaimed, "What the hell, what kind of monster are you?" Her face was so tense that each word seemed to get stuck in her teeth. At this moment, Duver appeared right behind Abaddon, his fist still clenched. Arya continued, saying that no one else needed to know. He quickly turned and threw another punch at the man, sending Abaddon crashing into the rocks and flying backward. Duver focused all his strength and delivered a final lethal blow. A punch full of power sounded like an explosion. Abaddon was engulfed in a sea of flames, debris flying everywhere. Arya spoke up irritably, her voice scolding, "You're late, Duver." He replied in panic, "Sorry, I was busy and didn't hear it. Who is this guy?" She and Duver sat down to check the injuries of the man lying on the ground, gently replying, "I'm not sure either." He mentioned the system though. Suddenly Abaddon's voice rang out, startling Arya, interested. His whole body was covered in flames, his body battered and full of wounds, but he still stood proudly. Arya wondered how he could use such a skill. With that strength and without the system's blessing, his sins were unforgivable. They quickly took down the subordinate, slamming him to the ground as he cried out in pain. Miss Lay shouted, and Duver immediately rushed towards the man. Duver threw a punch at him, but Abaddon jumped up to avoid it. His body shifted oddly, shrouded in black smoke. Abaddon threatened, "I will retreat for now, but you won't be safe for long." He continued, "You won't escape judgment." Duver watched as Abaddon disappeared into the distance. He spoke with concern, "This is a problem." Arya asked in surprise, "Do we need to change identities again?" The scene changed to a steamy bathroom where a man was coughing violently, his face red from choking. Number 2 helped Sangu by spraying disinfectant. He wiped the water droplets off his face. He muttered in frustration, "What is that smell? It's so persistent." Yuhian asked slowly, "How many times have you showered now?" Sangu replied irritably, "Because my body is filled with the stench of rotting monster corpses." Miss Sop spoke up, "What are you talking about, the corpses of the monsters?" Ahyun immediately handed Sangu 3 bottles of medicine and said. He asked, "What are the side effects of this?" She replied calmly, "I can reduce the side effects a lot now, but since you want to prioritize performance, the effects will be quite strong." She added, "Your mana usage will be nullified for 3 hours. Sangu, worried and confused, said, "That's a bit too strong." Yuan continued asking, "But more importantly, what have you been doing lately?" Sangu replied, "I'm a tour guide." He grunted in a commanding tone, "That will soon be forgotten, but I really need money." Sangu continued, "You should avoid wandering near the GM headquarters from now on." Ahyun's gaze slid towards him, hesitating before replying, "All right, but don't do everything by yourself." Sangu calmly said, "I'm not alone." He left with his 2 clones. "My skill is cloning, you know." On Gong Rong's side, Abaddon suddenly appeared before him. He coldly spoke, "Did you fail?" Gong Rong responded, "That's not like you at all, Abaddon." The man knelt down, sincerely apologizing, "I'm really sorry." Abaddon said, "Master, I'm sure the system in the dungeon has been shut down, but they are still able to freely use their skill." He was stunned, his eyes wide open. "What?" The man quickly drew a knife and firmly said, "I will accept my punishment." He was startled and shouted to stop, "Enough, enough, stop now. Why does everyone want to die?" Gong Rong unleashed his power, mana swirling around him. He suggested, "Let's set heritage aside for now. I will eliminate the source of his money. His little business will soon collapse." Sangu. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room full of machinery. An angry voice rang out, "Damn it." The people in the room were blindfolded, their faces filled with horror. The person shouted, "This is a scam." Eleanor hugged her face, crying bitterly, her voice trembling, "That damn Sangu." The woman was scared, tears streaming down her face. "I knew from the start he was a damn scammer. Please let me go." She softly said, unable to speak clearly, "Please stop." The woman turned back in annoyance. "Hey, didn't you all sign contracts? You provided mana from your youthful bodies and I paid you." Soon, the woman's body quickly began to dissolve. Elino Hohan asked, "Minister of Security, do any of the children have a detection skill?" But the only response was silent. The outside was eerily quiet. Illinois hurriedly opened the door and stepped out, voice full of doubt. "Why isn't Lucas answering? Where is everyone? Can't you hear me calling?" He looked at the scene before him, surprised by a battlefield filled with corpses and blood scattered everywhere. Eleanor was startled, her eyes wide with fear, stammering, "What is this?" Before she could react, a large hand from behind suddenly squeezed her neck. She was terrified, quickly turning to look. The person coldly said, "Not even an A-rank hunter can make a sound. Exchanging youth for abandoning the system, now pay the price with your life." Illinois cried out in panic, "Why is it a person?" Scene changed, the academy lit up under the morning sunlight. the fresh air filling the place. Hey Ian saw a familiar figure ahead. She gently asked, "Number 4, what are you doing here?" Hey Ian continued, "You haven't been attending school as regularly as before." Number 4 didn't answer, he just pointed beside him and asked, "Do you see anything?" Hey Ian looked in that direction and said in surprise, "It's the professor." She added, "That's Professor Kang Hee-seok, the one you said was properly punished." Number 4 fell silent, thinking. At that moment, a teleportation rift quickly opened, and Sangu coldly asked, "Is there more?" His voice came through the teleportation rift, just as expected. Number 4 continued, "All the students are looking into the void and believing the professor is there." At this moment, Sangu thought, "I felt something was wrong. It's been a week since the professors died, and the academy hasn't done anything. They must have concealed the professor's deaths with an illusion." Number 4 turned and asked, "What about Professor Hong Junhee?" Hey Ian's eyes widened in surprise, saying, "What's wrong with you?" "Professor Hong Junhee left the academy after the last incident," she said confusedly. "There's nothing there. Have you been brainwashed?" Suddenly, he grabbed Hey Ian's hand, speaking calmly, "Relax, there's no brainwashing here." Sengu spoke, "The machine was destroyed, so brainwashing is impossible," he thought, but that illusion skill must have been used on a large scale. Number 4 said seriously, "From now on, don't go to the academy." Hey Ian's face suddenly turned red. Flustered, she responded, "All right." In her mind, she briefly thought, "This is just a clone, but since he looks like him, I feel like I like him." She continued asking, "How long should I stop going to the academy?" Sangu's voice continued, "From today, stay at the GM headquarters with Gu Hun." Before he finished speaking, an angry voice sounded from behind. Laura's and 2 S-rank hunters stood coldly behind. She said angrily, "Can we talk for a moment about your tour program?" Sangu quickly ended the conversation, "I'll call you back later." He turned around, saying, "Don't tell me you want a refund." She took off her glasses, surrounded by equipment resembling needles, then smiled brightly. "Of course not, because throw away those glasses, it'll turn into an illusion. I'm just a tool." This was the system operator. Then Lieber asked again, "How long until Lord Lieber arrives?" Amid the thick smoke of gunfire, it told a story. "It's been 20 years since the great disaster. I'm sure that day is still on Earth." Gong knelt, the ground seemed to beg, "Have you considered what I said?" It answered indifferently, "Is it about this appearance?" Lieber held some kind of weapon and pondered, "Then it's a bit of a waste. But should I use this?" The figure of Alyssa appeared as she put something in her mouth, something that could renew the entire body structure. A miraculous drug that could heal Alyssa. Everything exploded, the elixir appeared amidst the chaos of bombs. "I wish I were a little faster. Miss Alyssa could have woken up by now if I had done this. I'm sure she'd want to meet me," Alyssa said, "even if I'm just a tool. But I guess appearances are important too." Gong clenched his fist on the ground. He spoke to grab Alyssa's attention. "You're not just a tool." Gong sat up and shouted, "You are the Lord, a Lord who will enlighten the foolish mortals." He continued, "Please don't demean yourself like this." Alyssa chuckled coldly, "Do you know anything?" She began to remember Trevor John and explained to Gong. Even in Tyburn, there was a noble who called Lord Lieber like that. At first, he completely opposed spending time to create her. But after witnessing Lord Lieber's miracle, he became a fanatic. Alyssa turned her back and continued answering. "Depending on each person's expectations, they call him different names, even though his identity has been clarified from the start. People like that are always the first to betray when their trust collapses." Suddenly a blue light appeared, making Gong's face turn pale, but Alyssa didn't stop. She had stood behind him without him noticing and threatened, "Don't try to change the fate that Mr. Lieber has given me." As Alyssa spoke, she frightened Gong so much that he broke into a cold sweat, "As though the fate I gave you. Apart from finding Mr. Lieber, you'd better not do anything unnecessary." He obeyed and replied yes. After that threat, Gong was relieved to have escaped death and finally realized it. Yes, this is the dignity a lord should have. Cut to the news on TV, reporting a horrific event. The chairman of a major arms company, Lomas, was found dead 3 days ago. He was a significant figure in politics and business. He had connections with several criminal organizations. The TV continued, followed by a report about Laura's, the manager of the Enlightened Group. He was the 5th victim in a series of murders targeting the elite. The suspect disabled the company's entire security force without leaving any traces of blood, showing an extremely dangerous ability. Sangu, while checking his phone, muttered, "Bankrupt." He turned to ask the others, "They've come here too, right?" Hey Ian replied, "Luckily, we were able to drive them away." Duver added, "But they weren't the level 5s who attacked you." He told Sangu shocking news. Surprisingly, Jiang and Maximus have been with the system from the beginning. Sangu widened his eyes, Are those two famous? He continued. S-rank people are always famous. Even for me, those who fought in the Tyburn War have to admit that they are monsters. Even Leogato. The person who has been known for a long time is still occasionally mentioned. That strange insect man who joined our side is also very strong, just like Jiang and Maximus. He couldn't believe his own hands. Just 2 level 5s in this much trouble. Sengu asked, where does the captain disappear to in times like this? Hey Ian hesitated slightly. I remember he said he had found the location of the elixir, so he went to get it. He said coldly, all right, I'll leave a clone here then. Losing 15 billion for the sightseeing program, it's really regrettable. But that money was originally from selling monster materials at the Odin Tower, so never mind. Sengu looked at his phone screen, slightly worried. The problem is the scent has been solved. How are we supposed to fish now? The news continued to report on the series of murders. Senior officials from all over the world were increasing their security forces. He thought, come to think of it, doesn't this actually help us? Cut to Maximus, grabbing his bloodied arm. As you requested, we are cleaning up those who accepted Sang Yu's invitation. He smiled and said, 5 have been dealt with, the rest will probably be scared and retreat. With that, their funds will run out soon. S-rank Hunter, Hercules Maximus Chris. The person next to him was S-rank Hunter, Playboy Jan Binzerian. Gongjiang stopped watering and praised, you two did well. Gongjiang smiled at the two, you are my most powerful weapons. Suddenly, Jiang asked, Master, please forgive my impertinence. Can't we just directly deal with Sang Yu? He continued to ask, is there a reason we have to go the long way around? Gongjiang laughed loudly. If we did that, it would be too easy. That ignorant fool thinks he's above everyone and can just do whatever he wants. He spoke with a menacing tone. That's why, step by step, I plan to make him realize this little by little. Little by little. The master then, the system echoed. Controlling a living entity requires a time rate proportional to the target's mental attribute. Order, create illusions and sound illusions to confuse the target. Gongjiang did not stop. In this world, choosing a side that's not us is a profound accident. Suddenly, a voice from afar startled him. Is that your plan, so Laura's isn't one of us? Cut to Sengu, a man with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, but this is an employee from the Monster Material Procurement Center. He continued, we can no longer buy monster corpses from Odin's Tower. Both Sengu and Park Gwontae were surprised. What the hell, he kept asking, why not? You said they were highly valuable. But the old man could only bow and apologize. I'm really sorry, but this is very hard to explain. The old bald man was on the phone when he suddenly jumped. Sang Yu, the hunter, sorry, but we must decline. The blonde employee's eyes widened in surprise, thinking it would be hard to find someone willing to buy in such large quantities. We must decline. A man wearing glasses smiled warmly, holding something in his hand and said, then we'll take it. Why would anyone refuse such valuable items? The very object he was holding had cost him his life. Sangu's anger surged, veins bulging on his face, his complexion turning pale gray on the verge of exploding. The man smiled eerily and said that everything was unfolding according to the master's wishes. As he spoke, he made Sangu choke. It's all because of the system and also because of us. Turning to Gong Rong, he grinned widely. You see, with a satisfied expression, Gong Rong said, saying you can't do anything now, he can't find funds to buy the skill orbs anymore. Jumper spoke, so that's the reason. He frowned and asked, did you kill manager Laura's? Gong Jiang looked apologetic. I already told you I'm sorry about that, but I had no other choice. He considered her blind pursuit of youth foolish and reckless, so he gave money to Sang Yu, then dropped an offhand question. And why pretend to care? Gong Jiang continued to attack Jumper. You've never treated anyone like a human being outside of yourself, yet he remained silent. Jumper began walking, reminding them that Laura's managed the Global Awakening program and that this could disrupt the Harvest Day plans. He stopped in front of Gong Rong, smiling coldly. The aura between them was completely opposite. Honestly, your petty problems are my biggest headache, he said. Don't worry too much. I'll explain everything clearly to that person. Jumper replied, no, that's not it. What surprises me is your intention. He analyzed Gong Jiang's plan in detail. Your plan is simply to stop Sang Yu from selling the heritage skill orbs, right? Step by step, the plot unfolded clearly, including using S-rank methods to assassinate influential figures in the tour program. The plan also endangered innocent people, using them as leverage to sabotage Sang Yu's tour, and Jumper openly despised that scheme. Is that all the plan entails? Yet Gong Jiang didn't think it was bad. In fact, everything is going very well. He continued elaborating on his scheme. Sang Yu is now isolated and will gradually. Before he could finish, Jumper burst into loud laughter, laughing heartily as if celebrating a harvest. Gong Jiang froze. What the hell are you doing? Why are you laughing? At the Hala gate, Park Wunti stood beside Sang-yu and said, just as I thought, no one's here. Seems like everyone's afraid of being assassinated. Sang-gu glanced at him and replied, no, maybe it's the opposite. Back with Jumper, he laughed until tears streamed down. Damn it, I haven't laughed like this in ages. Gong Jong erupted, you insane bastard. Jumper casually asked, what, threatening a level 5? He sneered, acting this way, yet you couldn't predict the reactions of the powerful. At Sang-gu's side, he looked up and saw a blue energy hovering above. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred, leaving Park Wunti and Sang-gu defenseless. Veron hurriedly grabbed his staff and teleported to them. Sang-yu, the tour program, quickly. Head to Odin Tower where no one can follow. He frantically clung to Sang-gu. All the rank guards are useless. Whether it's 10 billion, 20 billion, or 50 billion. I'll pay it all. Isn't your identity excellent at protecting others? Veron repeated in panic, protect us, please save us. Park Wunti stopped fiddling and asked, Hunter, don't tell me you foresaw this. Sang-gu replied calmly, foresaw? I did nothing. The so-called master caused this himself. Everyone, there will be no refunds this time. Back with Jumper, he still hadn't stopped laughing. Master, you possess very strong skill. He continued, infuriating the other party, but your mind is too foolish. Gong Jong shouted, you damn dog. He yelled, shut up. Behind Jumper, Giant and Maximus closed in, ready to attack. Maximus charged, I didn't want things to turn out like this. Chairman Han Jiang threw a punch at Jumper, and Giant unleashed his card with full force. The entity inside the card manifested opposite Jumper, yet he stood still, unshaken. A gigantic eye appeared and spoke, look at me. Then the image of Gong Jong and the puppets appeared. You've killed them all, Jumper. Those words echoed in Jumper's ears, but he paid no mind, instead wearing a bizarre smile. Even with all the opportunities, you still disappointed us. Just as it seemed Jumper would be struck down, the entity in the card and the eye remained. But everything suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving Maximus and Giant stunned, especially Gong Jong. He turned pale with fear. What the? Jumper asked casually, done with this stupid game yet? Giant broke into a cold sweat. The cards he threw returned and the situation repeated. Maximus was still in shock. I clearly stabbed him already. He began to suspect that Jumper's extraordinary ability might not be limited to just teleportation. He smiled, asking sarcastically, you guys, are you really daring enough to punch your own boss? Jumper walked over and placed a hand on Gong Rong's shoulder, reminding him that this was the second time, saying, Master, I am really holding back because this time I've chosen to be on your side. His cold gaze warned that there wouldn't be a third time, and he continued, hurry up and clean up those foolish plans your stupid mind is trying to come up with, and go kill Sung Sang-gu immediately. Jumper continued to threaten, while Gong Rong trembled, and I felt frustrated with the mess he had caused. He left, leaving the three of them behind with a satisfied smile. He said, all right, good luck, everyone. I hope you don't cause any more trouble or I'll have to come here again. I'm really looking forward to it. I wondered how Dung Sang-gu would react to this situation, and then Jumper disappeared in the blink of an eye. I realized I had become a fan of him. Back on Mount number 8, the cheers rang out as he lay on his suitcase, full of joy about the large sum of money he was about to get. On the cold, snowy mountain, Veron trembled and said, hey, we kept our side of the bargain with 10 people. 50 billion each, 50% cash, and the rest transferred to your account. Total is 500 billion. Number 8 relaxed and waved his hand, saying, how about I swap your dirty vegetables too, maybe for some high-end ones? Veron was speechless with anger. He sat up, realizing that the young people's claim of absorbing pure mana to become stronger was a lie. Number 8's words made everyone worry. This was just a temporary hideout, and if you understood, just stay put in the camp. He instructed, all right, everyone do their part. For food, just pour hot water into those instant food packets. Those that are done, handle it yourself. He took the water transfer pole and called ahead. Veron anxiously asked, wait, where are you going? Are you leaving us here? Number 8 replied, I've left some clones to guard, so don't worry, and then left with a satisfied expression. He walked further away, waving goodbye, while I stayed behind fishing in the greenhouse with butterflies flying around. A butterfly landed on a flower, only to be suddenly crushed. Gong Jong, furious, crushed the butterfly while cursing, damn insect, how dare a disgusting bug like you. He was so angry he couldn't contain himself, muttering to himself, right, it's your own fault, Jumper. Do whatever you want. As he was speaking, a group of people approached Gong Rong, and he continued, just wait and see what happens to this world when I've made up my mind about something. He emphasized that this time it would be someone else begging for forgiveness. The group wearing black coats entered, willing to do whatever it took. The faces of those close to Sang-gu appeared in Gong Rong's mind. Anyone, no matter how small, who was associated with Dung Sang-gu. Arya and Duver were no exceptions. as well as anyone who had helped him buy skill orbs even just a little. Around Gong Rong were thousands of his subordinates. He decreed that all must be sentenced to death. Scene shifts to a bar, where Trang Su is holding a beer glass in a toast. "Hey, anyway, congratulations. I heard you've been doing pretty well as a hunter lately," Trang Su said. He replied, "Well, I just reached D rank this time." Trang Su complimented, "Wow, that's really fast." The one being congratulated was Sangu's friend, Kim Kyung-do. There were 3 people at the table. Kim Kyung-do humbly said, "Still, I can't be as good as Sangu." Trang Su encouraged, Hey, D rank is great. Why compare yourself to someone of a different rank?" Someone suddenly spoke, "I just remembered it's been a while since Sangu picked up my calls. I wonder what he's up to now." Another friend remarked carelessly, "Yeah, once you have money, people change. That guy doesn't meet me anymore because we're not in the same rank anymore." Kim Kyung-do slammed his empty glass down on the table. He wasn't that kind of person. He threw on his coat and left the table. Trang Su called, "You guys are ruining my mood. I'm leaving." Kyung-do listened to his friend explain, "I was just kidding." Kim Kyung-do walked alone on the empty street. As he walked, he thought about Sangu's impressive success as a hunter, which made him throw himself into the hunting profession. Kim Kyung-do thought about the rising star duo in the hunter world. But the more he learned, the more he realized this was a harsh world. There were many people with abilities like his, and even at C rank there were monsters that could withstand bullets. He couldn't imagine the true power of Sangu. Kim Kyung-do remembered the happy times playing with Sangu in the past, walking while lamenting. Suddenly he was struck from behind by a stranger using a tranquilizer, causing Kim Kyung-do to collapse and ask, "Who are you?" Before he could ask further, Kim Kyung-do collapsed from the tranquilizer. When Deng Jaiwoo arrived at the door, her parents called, "Jaiwoo, it's time for dinner." No block 280 in the original data, thus this is the ending block. She agreed and proudly showed off to her parents the skill she was developing. Even though it wasn't duplication, it was still a very special skill. Her parents curiously asked, "Are you practicing another skill? I hope you're not planning to become a hunter, are you?" In front of a tall building, a person wearing sunglasses spoke on the phone. "I've already sent you the coordinates." Before he could finish speaking, the apartment where Yoongjiu's family was living suddenly exploded while all 3 were having dinner. This was the residence of Deng Sangu's family. The apartment exploded, flames and smoke erupted. He glanced at the people passing by on the street and said, "Younger sister Park Wanti, Park Zuna." Abaddon stood there and asked. Kim Seona and Han Miho were also nearby. "Can we handle all 3 of them at once?" And here is the Abaddon Knights. Along with the Kem Knights, Kem confidently replied while holding binoculars, "With our demon bullets, it's definitely possible." He prepared to pull the trigger. At the same time, the bullet was fired. Yoohyeon asked Haeyeon, "So, how long are you planning to stay at the GM company's internal residence?" Haeyeon had no answer. "I'm not sure about that yet." Yoohyeon recalled a past event. "You sure have no shame after that attack on me last time?" Haeyeon awkwardly replied, "I was brainwashed at that time." "Forget about that," she said, looking helpless. "Forget about my ass." When Ahyeon led Haeyeon to Kim, she asked, "Have you gathered everyone?" He looked up and answered, "Yes, it's still in progress." While talking, he said, "It's the hunter's idea." But Ahyeon seemed a bit worried. "I think it's pretty risky." Haeyeon saw something. She looked out into the hallway and saw long, flowing hair from a distance. She trembled and asked, "Excuse me, but the building is completely sealed off, right?" Kim didn't know anything and replied, "Yes." Haeyeon hesitated and then asked in fear, "Who is that?" The figure answered, "The one." As soon as the words were spoken, both Kim and Yoohyeon were shocked. The monster charged out and shouted, "Heretics." Number 1 suddenly appeared to protect Haeyeon. Haeyeon shouted with strength in her hand. "Number 2, he reminded her, "Please stay behind me." Orius yelled, "Why?" He responded, "You are throwing away your chance to repent." Number 2 replied, "I haven't done anything wrong." He remarked that he quite enjoyed that person's foolishness. Ian hesitated and asked, "Number 2, what about him?" Number 2 immediately replied, "He's alone elsewhere. The plan has already been set in motion." He continued, saying that an organized terrorist attack targeting them had begun. Arias wheezed and Number 2 looked at him and said, "From now on." Then he dashed forward. He assumed a defensive stance and added that anyone connected to Sangu would be targeted by an unknown force. The scene shifts outside, where Number 8 is sitting, resting amidst the surrounding chaos. He laughed and asked, "Seems like it's working." A 2 of clubs card glowed purple and shot into the sky. Seeing the purple beam, Number 8 stood up and said, "Seems we've met before. What did you say back then?" Giant and Maximus appeared through the dust and he repeated, "Next time we meet, all my poor clients will become corpses." Number 8 laughed and replied, "Not only are most of them fine, but thanks to your threats, they even paid me extra." He continued teasing, "But that's good. Should I thank you or something?" Maximus immediately darkened his expression. He growled, "Confidence is fine, but Maximus clenched his hand and continued, you should have thought this through. He warned that number 8 might have survived if he had quietly disappeared while he still had the chance, especially after taking a critical hit recently. He swung a fist at number 8 and asked, did you fall and hit your head back then? Number 8 quickly dodged. His punch caused a massive explosion, sending rocks flying. Number 8 stepped back and confidently said, you really don't get it. He added, I didn't have a clone back then, remember. Giant and Maximus simultaneously went on the offensive, while number 8 shouted, everyone regroup. The space above him suddenly shattered, forming a huge black hole. Number 8 froze and yelled, everyone. Giant controlled 2 cards and said, sorry, but your clones are quite busy right now. He confirmed that they were not the only heirs to their master's will, and number 8 often used his clones to protect those around him. He added, so why do you think they didn't show up? He emphasized that from the start they had numerical superiority. Then the scene shifted to a completely destroyed room. Orabat entered the room and called to report. Confirmed, Dung Sangu's house has been completely destroyed. The voice on the other end ordered, make sure to get the body too. We must inflict endless pain on that heretic. He replied, understood, at least I'll send the heads. The scene shifted to Zuna being ambushed. She screamed and Miho called out, Zuna. Sangu's clones took the hits for Zuna. She exclaimed, Sangu. Miho replied, no, they're just clones. Hearing that, she asked, are you okay? In the distance, Game told Abaddon that an intruder had appeared. He responded, yeah. Abaddon smiled wickedly, just as planned. We'll keep that clone here. Giant added that not just here, but his knights had also sealed the enemy clones in multiple locations. Abaddon continued, saying that at this moment, Dung Sang's real body was completely alone. The scene returned to number 8 dodging attacks from the cards, each strike creating a powerful purple wave. The ground was full of craters from the card's power. Number 8 observed and said, hey, wait, slow down a bit. He thought that each symbol on the cards carried its own power. Maximus rushed forward and said, we already know your maximum number of clones is 7, buddy. He continued, and all of them are already dealing with attacks in Korea. He threw a fiery punch. Number 8 immediately blocked with his sword. Maximus smugly asked, so who's going to protect you now? He arrogantly declared, just as I thought, you rely heavily on your clones. Compared to a level 5 hunter, your stats are a bit weak. Maximus continued punching number 8's helmeted face, saying, disappointing. His fist suddenly enlarged and struck number 8 directly. Number 8 fell backward. At that moment, 4 cards came at him. He slashed them away. Giant raised the Joker card and said, you managed to read all the cards accurately. At least your movements are impressive. He continued, you managed to read all the cards accurately. At least your movements are impressive. A surge of dark energy rose. He added, then even if it's just for show, I should act like a bit of an S-rank. A flurry of red cards shot forward, with a spade symbol appearing behind them. Number 8 staggered, bracing his sword to stay upright. He thought silently that this was still the binding power from before, but the strength had reached an entirely different level. A loud explosion erupted with a scream of agony. Number 3 was thrown back, coughing blood. He assessed the situation quietly. All of his power was activated with overwhelming force. Giant teleported behind him and swung his sword. In that instant, number 8 guessed. The next move would be him chopping off his arm. Number 8 screamed while clutching his arm. Maximus revealed his power from afar, proudly saying, goodbye, Dung Sangu. A massive fist struck down, forcing number 8 to kneel. He panted, looking at him and said, that was just a punch, weak as if hitting a knee. Maximus laughed and replied, no, all the strength is being compressed. The screen displayed the skill, tiny giant compress full power. He continued, when immense power converges into a small space, the pressure reaches an entirely different state. The crushing blow struck hard, and number 8 took the full force, leaving him stunned. Number 8 coughed up blood and fell backward. Maximus said, by the time you realize it's already too late, there are still those far beyond you in this world. He said to him, look. Then he added, the plan is working, right? Maximus and Giant asked in confusion. What? A blue light enveloped number 8's body. He said, when did I say I was the real one? Meanwhile, Orabat froze. The person on the phone immediately asked anxiously, what's going on? He hesitated. The bodies, Orabat shouted, they are not corpses. It was a trap. Dung Sangu's family was not here. The person on the other line asked in shock, the hell then where are they? Meanwhile, number 4 pressed a knife to Orabat's neck. Cut to number 2 and Hey Ian. Aureus was thrown from all sides, falling and coughing up blood. Hey Ian cheered, number 2 is amazing. Number 2 replied, that hit was fatal, a crack has appeared. She asked worriedly, are you hurt or him? He answered immediately, no. He turned and said, the newcomer, number 8. On the other side, Sangu gripped his sword tightly and asked, who did this? He smiled and said, do you really think my clone limit is just 7? Sangu remembered. Today was the last day of the week he had promised the director. He looked at the screen, joyfully thinking that this moment had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the system announced, Clone skill upgraded. Clone skill level 8. Casting type. Use energy to summon exact copies of the user. Back in reality, Jian and Maximus scowled. Sangu and his clones surged forward as he provoked. Don't think you can trap my clones, it's my clones who are playing with you. Sangu laughed. Now the new round begins, right? The last fight was 1 against 2, right? Now it's 2 versus 8. Maximus looked worried but tried to retort. Killing one of them isn't hard. Maximus lunged. I just need to smash them like before and it's done. But Sangu blocked his attack calmly. Not so easy. Maximus's fists were gradually pushed back by Sangu, his hand trembling as he thought. The original is stronger than the clone. Suddenly, 2 of Sangu's clones lunged from behind Maximus. The 2 clones struck with tremendous force, sending debris flying. Jian was also defending against another clone. He angrily said to Maximus, "You're losing your mind in anger. These clones are clearly weaker than us." Jian continued, "If we stay calm and take them down one by one," but Sangu interrupted. "Did I tell you to do that?" Another clone attacked Jian. Sangu calmly said, "If one isn't enough, use 2. Another clone charged at Jian. He added, "If still not enough, add more." Under relentless attacks, Jian's worry became clear. Meanwhile, Sangu continued, "That's my cloning technique." Jian angrily threw a card and shouted, "Shut up," Sangu calmly replied. "Through number 8's combat experience, I've determined your power. The fleeing ones must be." In a flash, Jian lunged in front of Sangu. He remained unshaken and said, "Teleport." Sangu swung his sword in a single strike, knocking Jian far back. Rocks shattered around. Jian lay collapsed among the rubble. Maximus also fell, full of injuries. Sangu said to them, "Wake up." He pointed his sword at them, taunting, "At least act like SD level." Jian and Maximus slowly got up. He said, "I admit, facing so many hunters at your level is a bit difficult," Jian thought. Their movements were so synchronized it was like they shared one mind. But outwardly he said, "But are all 7 clones appearing here really okay?" "Right now your family," Sangu interrupted. "Enough, here they come." The villains kept speaking provocatively. He jumped up, unleashed fire and laughed at the same time. He mocked that no one expected him to stay idle when knowing others were approaching. The scene shifted to the Jia Ying house where she called out to Jiu and she responded, "Ha." She asked if she felt comfortable living in such a hideout and whether she had gotten used to life there. Deng Jiu gently replied, "Well, we have no other choice against these weirdos targeting us. Listening to my older brother is never wrong." She smiled and said, "I'm glad to hear you say that. What about you all? Is the food to your liking?" The 3 of them felt a bit awkward eating in front of her. Kim Kyung-do quickly answered, "Yes, ma'am." Trang Su added, "The meal is delicious." He murmured, "Everyone's clones are also cornered." He replied, "Yes, they said a terrorist group is targeting us." Kim Kyung-do continued, "So Sangu always looks out for us. Later, I'll apologize for speaking ill behind his back." Chang Su agreed, "Me too." Miho told Kim Seona that Sangu's clone had left. It seemed they had to take down the others themselves. She continued. Kim Seona quickly responded, "I didn't expect them to actually attack. Honestly, I had some doubts. Sangu isn't the type to lie for no reason." Zuna suggested, "Then let's go now." Kim Yulgun and Park Wanti gathered with their squad. He shouted, calling the Kanos and Zolo guilds to assemble, complaining that they dared to disturb the captain and urged them to fight. Kem observed from afar and exclaimed. Kem noticed the enemy had large numbers and was difficult to handle. Abaddon said angrily. Abaddon wondered if they were the ones truly trapped, as the clones held off by other knights had gathered with the original. He summoned all the knights here. All the knights were summoned simultaneously. Kem responded, "They've arrived because of the system." He continued, "At this point we have no choice but to fight to the end." The two sides finally faced each other head-on. Scene shifted. Gom asked jokingly about the number of casualties. Zombie reported that Lord Orubat and Lord Aureus were definitely eliminated. The remaining knights were also under attack. She continued towards Dung Sangu, who was still holding out. He turned pale upon hearing the news. Long thought silently, "This has never happened before with my power." Gong thought that anyone should bow. He thought of Sangu and wondered. He wondered why they wouldn't kneel before him, and considered that he might need to use a special skill. Ngong ordered all regular followers to mobilize. He continued, and then next. He began the final phase of the harvest campaign. Zuner attacked the knights and shouted, speaking to Miho. Miho replied that these guys are strong, probably around rank A. She continued asking about their numbers. Suddenly from afar, someone aimed at the two of them. A young man rushed to save Zuna while shouting. He anxiously asked Han, "Are you okay, Captain?" She replied shyly, "Yes, thank you, you saved me again." Miho next to her took the hit and shouted, "Hey, what about me?" From afar, Miho was targeted. Kem said there were no clones blocking the view anymore. The priority now is to reduce their numbers. Even a single one, and soon a bullet flew through his arm. Kim screamed in pain and anger, "Damn it, where did that bastard come from?" from, I'll tell you. Miho glanced at him from afar and laughed. Speaking of snipers, someone is way better than you, she continued. Miho noted that their Hazian was performing very well. In the adjacent building, Hai Yan took aim and Yu Yan was beside Vu. She shot that guy from her position. She asked, are you really that good at this? On the street below, the knights were simultaneously shot and shouted. Barricades, Abaddon was stunned witnessing the scene. The military veteran spoke to him. The veteran said, surrender, you've lost. Abaddon remarked, you guys are sharpshooters. He continued, but if there are innocent civilians here, can you still shoot freely? He was stunned hearing this. Suddenly, a girl was pinned by a tree and cried for help. Here, the tree is collapsing, help us. The Canis Guild members said everyone was trapped here. Another responded, understood. He approached and anxiously asked the civilian. He asked, are you okay? I'll lift the beam first. Suddenly, the system displayed sword enhancement. The piercing ability of sharp weapons increased. He suddenly froze. The remaining members were stunned seeing him collapse, bloodied from his injury. The girl hesitated and asked, what are you doing? She shouted angrily. What the hell do you think you're doing? The voice from the communication device came through, sounding anxious as it approached the people, some of whom had been brainwashed. A team member quickly asked with worry. What should we do now? The commander asked. In front of them, the villagers with bloodshot eyes and weapons in hand were approaching, and he continued to ask. Are these people from the village? The commander hesitated. Should we just knock them out? Suddenly, a shadow jumped down and spoke. Wrong, the screen displayed shooting scenes. The commander was surprised. Captain Hong Yunha, she smiled and said, you saw it too, melt their heads with mana one by one. The villagers seemed tired, their bloodshot eyes staring at them. This terrified Heian. They're civilians, we can't attack them. Yuyan angrily shouted, bastards. Hong Yunha created a magical circle. I'll handle the brainwashed villagers, don't worry. Focus on the ones in fluttering clothes first, one of the villagers said. It's useless, we are many. They all raised their hands and created fireballs, shouting, for the master, for the system. Han Miho was confused. Wasn't that the fireball saying you almost gave away for free before? Hong Yunha exclaimed. Damn it, a person used his power to create a cloud of green smoke. The commander shouted, everyone find the brainwashing device. The brainwashing ability of that guy needs an intermediary device. The person beside him immediately obeyed. Yes, understood. Someone looked up at the sky, seeing insects appearing in droves and asked in doubt, what is that? Abaddon in locutus form, flying at breakneck speed. The arrogant voice rang out, do you think I'm just watching? Abaddon ordered his subordinates. First, the annoying sniper. Number 10 released a toxic fog technique that corroded Abaddon's body. A voice said, your assassination skill is nothing. Ryan chuckled. Do you really think you can disturb Sang Yu's girlfriend with such moves? Let us show you what true killing looks like. Transmission branch. Maximus threw a punch at number 1 with an angry face. Number 1 quickly grabbed his sword to block the strike. The collision created beautiful mana sparks. He thought to himself, got you, you're done for. He used his magic to freeze Maximus' hand. Number 1 spoke from behind. Hey, did you notice the mana structure in his skill? Maximus broke the ice and shouted in anger, get lost, you damn bugs. Number 1 spoke up. Don't you realize, everything you did to fight number 8 only succeeded because he was alone at that time. Immediately he raised his sword, summoning a giant stone golem and commanded it to attack them. The stone golem raised its sharp claws and attacked the two, leaving them in a terrible state. Giant laid down the 2 cards and healed both. We were too arrogant. While dealing with you, we planned a further move for the big mission. We had to conserve energy. We apologize for our arrogance. Sengu stood on the frozen ground, his face indifferent. So, does this mean you haven't fought seriously until now? Same old excuses, he thought to himself. Does the army have healing power? Giant held the Joker card with a dangerous expression. No, that means we're ready to trade our lives for yours. He immediately used the card to empower Maximus, and he gained a special power. You really have become the most dangerous obstacle. A sudden notification appeared, showing red flags, increasing speed, doubling all card powers for a limited time. Punishment, damage that cannot be healed by. The hero's avatar, immense power compressed and flowed through his body. Punishment, power tripled, but so did the incoming damage. Maximus quickly advanced and punched Sangu. The impact sent rocks and dirt flying in all directions. He quickly dodged, amazed. What kind of power is that? Number 2 seized the opportunity, charging toward Maximus and slashing his arm. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched. Maximus glared at number 2. With all his strength, Maximus punched him, die. The collision created a violent fire. Number 2 lay on the pile of rocks, his face calm. When will you realize it? The first guy over there started to notice. Shut up. The servant Luke Rich Kozer created a circle of cards around him, looking extremely cool. This time, aim at everyone. Around him, purple mana streaks shot out, forcing number 3 and number 4 to dodge with difficulty. Sangu hid behind a rock. The system appeared asking, Sangu, are you okay? He quickly replied, you're nearsighted, not blind. Why would you ask me that? The system continued, let me give you some useful information. At this moment, number 3 punched Maximus in the shoulder again, angering him. He immediately grabbed his shoulder. At least I'll drag 5 of you down with me. After saying that, he punched number 2 in the face. Giant shouted, you fools. Number 3 silently watched the situation unfold. Giant grimaced, frustrated. Damn it, that recovery ability is ridiculous. After recovering, number 2 lunged to fight Maximus. Sparks flew as they clashed. Finally, number 2 successfully froze Maximus, but he quickly broke free. No chance at all, you don't understand my master's will, nor the will of the system. The villain pulled out a spade card, using power for both of them. I'll drain this last bit of mana. He threw the card into the air. Numbers 2 and 4 stared at it confused. He shouted, this will be Sangyu's burial season. Maximus tried to add, I'll bury all of you. Then both charged at numbers 2, 4 and Sangyu, ready to attack. At this moment, Sangyu communicated with number 2, are you sure you're okay? If you're not confident, let me handle it. Number 1 calmly replied, no time. A golden energy surrounded Maximus and Jan Binzerian. On the other side, Sangyu created a magic circle. I really did it. His face was full of joy. Learning a skill without using an A skill book feels strange. The system reminded, you need a skill book. Strange feeling, that was a lightning magic circle. It doesn't last as long as ice. He wasn't upset by the system's reminder. Sangyu continued, yes, but it can temporarily paralyze even stronger enemies. It only lasts for a moment. Now hit the energy flow of those 2 maniacs. He spoke evenly. Thanks to that brief moment, I completed my analysis. This is the power of the void and the power of the 7 deadly sins. The golden energy broke the villain's power. He widened his eyes in shock. My skill got nullified. Maximus gritted his teeth and launched a strike at number 2. I'm still here. He quickly leaped. Number 2 closed in. I'm already familiar with that attack. Maximus could only speak his final words. What, like this? Sangyu smiled lightly. What do you think? He moved like the wind past them. Maximus and Giant froze. A second later, Sangyu sliced their bodies in half. Yes, this is what you call defeat. Under the deep night, a majestic castle appeared. A voice from inside the castle sounded worried. Is it really here? Wait, it should be here. The woman with crossed arms was Nhwa Ryong, her eyes sharp, showing impatience. She snapped, hurry up, they said there are many brainwashing machines. Meanwhile, Shin Juni struggled in front of the warning ice, constantly begging. Don't rush me, this isn't a comprehensive skill. He frowned, carefully cutting the warning ice, then said, I can easily find my father because he's nearby, like these machines. Deng Xian looked at the machine full of wires and said, I need a component similar to these. Rai puzzled asked, is this it, the device they used to brainwash the trainees? Deng Xian widened his eyes at the red-emitting machine. Holding its wires, he said, yes, thank goodness it's still here. Suddenly, a large electronic wave erupted from the building. The system sounded, scan, level 100. Scan a wide area to locate the designated target. On the other side, a group froze, pupils contracting. Magic circles hovered above their heads, seemingly controlling them. Hong Yunha gritted her teeth, breathing heavily, shouting, damn it, the brainwashed keep appearing endlessly. She was so angry her face contorted, veins popping, and said, maybe cutting each one's ankle won't hurt. Miho responded, that might be a good idea. Meanwhile, Wanti swung his weapon at the enemies. They screamed in pain. He panted and opened a virtual map. His eyes lit up as he noticed something, then urgently shouted, I found the brainwashing machine's location. I'll send everyone the coordinates. Hong Yunha said, looks like the young master managed it. Miho jumped up, satisfied, smirking. Knowing the location makes it easy. Adam angrily scolded, fools, I warned you. He continued, you think I'll just stand still? Suddenly, Ryan charged, colliding with him, shouting but doing nothing else. He roared, feel that, you'll regret it. Sangyu and his teammates continued attacking, giving him no chance to fight back. Miho caught a glimpse of something, her eyes widening as she silently thought that she had finally found it. She looked down at the group surrounding the machine, silently estimating in her mind that there were quite a few of them, and it seemed they had also noticed Miho's presence. Immediately, the group raised their alert and shouted in unison, protect the device, we will defend this place with our lives. Miho created an energy orb. She hurled the orb directly at the crowd. Kinbai shouted, fine, go ahead and sacrifice your lives. One of them panicked, eyes wide with terror at the sight before him. Miho threw the energy orb into their midst, the flames erupting violently, everything consumed by the raging fire. Miho reported, we've destroyed the villagers' brainwashing machine. Now we just need to deal with the key operatives. Seeing this, Nam Jurin shouted, damn it, how dare you destroy the heretic's conversion machine. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, making him turn his head mid-shout. I'll show you what serious means. Sangu, holding Maximus and the unconscious giant, spoke sarcastically, what does serious look like, huh? Nam Jurin and his subordinates turned pale, trembling at Sangu's taunting voice. Stop talking now, he said with emotion. Everyone, good job, all of you have worked hard. On the roof of a building, Hei Yan called out excitedly. Brother, Yuhun looked through binoculars, surprised. He's here. Below, Sangu's clones appeared and spoke in unison. I'll end this here. They immediately charged at the enemies without mercy. A fearful voice rang out. He defeated them so easily. When he watched the battle ahead, Kim Il-gon sat nearby, marveling. Since our last encounter, his power has improved drastically. Abaddon hovered in the air, watching and silently thinking to ask his master for forgiveness. Before him, number 2 rushed straight at Abaddon, silently thinking, "Forgive me for leaving before helping you complete your great work." Elsewhere, at Enlighten Corporation's headquarters. Inside a building in a hallway, Kaiso wondered whether things were going off-script or exactly as planned, then recalled a vial containing a miraculous potion. He thought about the so-called elixir, surprised that such a miraculous substance had been secretly stored underground at Enlighten Corporation. Lost in thought, a sudden beep startled him, making him cover it quickly and mutter. Getting this far was really a hard journey. Kaiso glanced around, seeing everything still quiet, and silently sighed in relief. Before he could calm down, Jumper appeared behind him, smiling. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" He continued, "What wind brought you to Enlighten Corporation?" Kaiso stared, astonished and stammering. "Actually, these ID bracelets," another voice echoed in the room. "I've brought number 6 to Odin Tower, couldn't just let the tycoons starve, right?" Sangu's voice asked, "How many are injured?" Number 1 answered. "Number 3 is severely wounded and number 5 has been eliminated." Sangu's tone deepened. "Number 3 will recover in a day, right?" Number 1 replied. "Actually, about 6 hours." Sangu looked at Maximus and Jian, tied up with multiple machines, and said, "Not bad, we've taken down 2 S-rank threats." He approached Jian, casually noting that even with a system constantly absorbing mana and special alloys for restraint, with such high base stats, keeping them imprisoned was still extremely difficult. Jian muttered tiredly, sweat pouring coldly over his body. "Just kill me." Sangu turned away, smirking sarcastically. "You two are too fragile." Jian spoke provocatively. "Are you scared?" He continued taunting, making Sangu pause. "I've studied you. Acting soft, pathetic, even sparing assassins who want your life. People like you can only strike at those already turned into monsters, right?" He sneered, relentless in his attacks. "You act tough, but without your clones, you wouldn't even dare take a life yourself. No focus, weak will, just a cowardly guy lucky enough to get a skill, right, Sangu?" Sangu suddenly spun around, swinging his sword directly at Giant. He was horrified, staring at his arm, severed by Sangu's strike. Giant screamed in agonizing pain, while Sangu remained calm, his face darkening. He said, "First, you're right." He sighed and continued, "If I could, I wouldn't harm my own kind. I'm not a psychopath, why would I do that?" Despite Giant's screams of pain, Sangu coldly rubbed his neck and said, "Right, my will isn't particularly strong, as you can see. I hate doing things like this. I just want to live an easy life by using my clones. Because of people like you, I can't have a single moment of peace." Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Giant's face tightly. His voice grew colder, but you misunderstood one thing. Sangu's face was full of killing intent, his tone threatening, "But I'm keeping him alive for a different reason. Do you think I'll let it slide just because you touch the people around me?" He suddenly called out, Number one, respond." "Yes." Sangu ordered, left eye, and number 1 obeyed, reaching toward Maximus's face. He screamed in horror, trembling, "What the hell, what are you trying to do?" Number 1 did not hesitate, plunging straight into Maximus as he screamed. Lieber thought to himself, could it be that Dung Sangu is finally going to face the wrath of the 7 deadly sins? Not exactly. Besides Sangu, he opened a vial, thinking to himself this was a perfectly calculated move, and then explained why he was keeping them alive. Sangu raised the vial to his lips and drank it slowly, beginning to explain that he needed someone to guide him to the fugitive master. Sangu recalled Ahyun's words in the lab, "The potion you requested, I think I can make it." He thought, who comes up with ideas like this? Sangu explained, "While planning this operation, I thought of the deception that recreated Odin Tower. It would eventually be discovered." Ahyun wondered, "It will be exposed," he replied. "Those people aren't amateurs. They witnessed everything while making money. They probably have items that can analyze the skills applied to their bodies," Sangu continued. "So if those skills are real, even stronger upgrades are not impossible." Ahyun seemed to understand. "So that's why you want me to make that potion." Sangu remained calm, explaining, "Exactly, the highest level skill tracking potion. If the brainwashed dare to wash them again, we'll use it to trace who's behind it and locate the master." "Right," Ahyun, expressionless, said. "The higher the skill, the more effective it is. We can't trace ordinary people who were briefly brainwashed." Sangu suggested, "We should test it on the academy professors first. Notify me when the potion is ready. If it also weakens the mind, even better." Brainwashing skills usually leave clearer traces. Oh, by the way, you said prioritize effectiveness, right? This potion has mana-related side effects. Don't let the clones use it. Your clone comes from Manama. Understood, Sangu replied. Back in the present, a wave of power surrounded Sangu's body. He reached toward Jayan, terrifying him, then spoke to test the effect. Jayan widened his eyes, panicked, thinking, "This is dangerous, don't tell me they're tracking me." He opened his mouth, revealing something inside, calculating. If that's the case, then I. But unfortunately, Jayan's plan was discovered. Sangu reached into his mouth, snatched it out, threatening, "Do you know what you're doing?" Jayan screamed in pain, but Sangu ignored him, looking at the object in his hand and mocked. "A poison vial. Didn't I say I wouldn't kill?" He grabbed Jayan's head, using his power to inflict pain, still saying, "You still need to tell me the master's location." The force radiating from him made Jayan beg, "Stop." Sangu used his power to peer into Jayan's memories. A city appeared, zooming out, gliding through neighborhoods and stopping in front of a building. He entered a room, seeing a figure sitting among subordinates. Gong Rong's face appeared full of fear. When Sangu's voice sounded, he said, "Finally found you." Sangu, looking terrifying, smiled wickedly, saying, "You little rat." Jumper replied evenly with a hint of mockery, "To enter headquarters, you need a guest card, but it seems you didn't come through the main entrance." Inside the room, he put his hands in his pockets, strolling toward the door. His voice remained, teasing, "This is a big problem." See, swordsman Jumper pulled a black card from his pocket, lightly swiping it across the electronic scanner, half teasing, half cold. "It's because of this, right?" The door opened, revealing a potion flask on the table. Jumper smiled. "A magical potion." "A potion? I'm quite surprised. You don't seem like the type who would need this," he continued. Sangu observed, realizing it was a special magical potion for more sophisticated purposes than usual. Jumper continued evaluating, emphasizing his surprise at seeing the potion, as the person didn't seem like one who would need it. He looked around the room, preparing for the next step in his plan. Kaiser, with a solemn face and a deep voice, said that he had a promise to someone important. He humbled himself, eyes firm, speaking with difficulty but honestly. "I admit I stuffed it in, and that was a shameful act. Given the current situation, I frankly ask if you can sell it to me. I'll pay any price." Jumper spoke slowly but coldly, saying someone had already offered the budget of a small country for it. "Do you really think your offer matters?" Cairo froze, sweating, silently thinking in a grim tone. He realized the request was too unreasonable. Suddenly, Jumper threw the vial straight at Cairo. Jumper, with a misty voice, said he would give it for free. He continued, "Just take it." Cairo stiffened, face blank and confused. "Why?" Jumper, surprised, asked back, "You're asking why you don't want it?" Cairo immediately replied awkwardly, "Isn't it strange? You just called it a miracle drug." He hesitated. Jumper sighed. "Actually, I just don't need it." He lifted his shirt, revealing something, smiling self-mockingly, saying that the suffering I endure cannot be erased by a miracle drug. Hearing this, Cairo stammered, asking about the wish. Jumper turned to adjust his clothes and explain. The promotion of the miracle drug at the academy was just a lure. His words left Kaiser momentarily stunned. Because the master kept frowning, I had no choice but to comply. That miracle drug was originally a system reward meant for me. Jumper said calmly that the academy trainees would eventually be eliminated on Harvest Day. Cairo, confused and skeptical, said, "Wait, what are you saying? Explain clearly." "Master, didn't he just attack the legacy? Now you're telling me the system gave you that, so the system is a conscious entity." Jumper turned to him and said, "This elixir was created by the system." The explanation left Kai stunned for a moment. "Have you ever heard of such a drug in Tybron? If this really exists, Alyssa wouldn't have died, and Lieber wouldn't have gone insane because of the system's development, right?" His arm trembled slightly. Kaiso began to interrogate, "How much do you know?" His face darkened, continuing to question, "Who are you really? What the hell are you?" Turning to Sangu, he grabbed a teleportation scroll and spoke. "This is the last teleportation scroll." Sangu handed it to number 1 with a serious expression and ordered that number 3, who was injured, stay behind. The rest immediately set off. "I won't be able to use my skills for 3 hours, so I will assess the situation and use number 3's subspace." Number 1 responded, "Understood." Then he turned and asked, "What should we do with this master?" Seeing this, Maximus panicked and begged, "Please wait, I will explain everything. The master cannot die here." Jiang tried to speak, "Wait." Before he could finish his sentence, something rushed toward him. "If impulse takes over right now." Sangu swung his sword fiercely toward Jiang without mercy, then, with anger, ordered, "Kill them all." Number 1 responded immediately, "Understood." On Gong Rong's side, he was trembling with fear. In his mind, Jun's voice repeatedly warned, "He's coming, Jun Sangu is about to arrive." Outside the hall, the guards were on duty when suddenly a black hole appeared. Omi rushed in to report, "Master, an intruder has been detected at the entrance." Hearing this, Gong Rong panicked and spoke, "How did he get here so quickly? Didn't we have a fake awakened person to confuse the teleportation teleportation coordinates. Zomi continued reporting, making him widen his eyes in shock. That apostle, didn't you kill him when he was serving you? Outside, the subordinates were still fiercely fighting, shouting in unison. For the master, for the system, get out of here, outsiders. Number 1 replied, we have a master too, and our master. Immediately, all of Sangu's clones there rushed forward. Number 1 shouted loudly and gave the order to purge. Inside the room, Gong Rong angrily slapped Zomi across the face. He yelled curses, useless worms, damn worms. Gong Rong's fury was far from over. How are you worthless pests this useless? Outside, the battle raged on intensely. Inside, Gong Rong's face darkened. He breathed heavily and ordered, bring my reserve troops here and proceed to the final phase. He shouted right now. Outside, number 1 was still attacking relentlessly without mercy. At number 3's location, his gaze was cold as he received information through a spatial portal. Things were progressing smoothly. Most of their main forces seemed to have been wiped out in North Korea. Sangu responded, understood. However, let's postpone the invasion to ensure safety. Not being able to use my skills is indeed inconvenient. But I still want to see what that master looks like with my own eyes. Suddenly, Deng Xian burst in and asked, Deng Sangu, you're here, right? Sangu calmly replied, what's up, came to visit me. I really need to thank you this time thanks to your scanning ability. We were able to find that brainwashing device. Deng Xian hurriedly said, the reason I came here is for this. He explained that at that time, I discovered one on the ground, but still vaguely sensed a signal from another location. It was much larger in scale, with dozens of structures deep underground sending out signal. Sangu asked in surprise, what? At Gong Rong's side, a subordinate asked, Master, are we really going to do this? A female subordinate nervously said it might go against the system's will. I'm worried this will contradict the system's wishes. At the very least, we should wait for one more crucial piece of information before. Gong Rong lost his patience and shouted, damn you, do it now. The female subordinate fearfully complied. Yes. A series of screens in the central area began to activate. The ground suddenly trembled slightly and slowly revealed a huge gate opening. The brainwashing machines were gradually pushed up. Elsewhere, a mother and child stared in shock at the scene before them, and the boy shouted, Mom, look. From the ground, massive brainwashing machines slowly emerged, stunning everyone. What is that? At another location, similar machines also began to emerge, prompting someone to ask, a tower just grew. The other person immediately ordered, hurry, call the others over. Out at sea, these machines also rose from the water. A confused woman exclaimed, something just emerged from the water. At Gong Rong's location, he used his power to control them, secretly thinking about Jun Sangu. He smugly observed as the machines began to power up. You don't understand me at all. Everyone around was terrified when the system window appeared. A stranger shouted. The system window, the other person couldn't help but say, what's happening here? Someone kept staring at the lines on the system board. Suddenly, his eyes went completely black. Unexpectedly, a strange aura enveloped everyone. Outside in space, a spaceship appeared. Could someone like me go further? A hand reached out to grab something but suddenly stopped. Alyssa sighed, hands on her hips, and complained, actually, it's really simple. If everyone did exactly what they were supposed to, nothing would happen. So why don't they just do it? Her face was full of worry, eyes wide, shouting angrily, idiots! At the same time, Deng Xian saw the system window appear and was surprised. Deng Xian held his head, yelling, mental defense is activating. What is this? Is our country under mind control attack? In shock, he murmured, my eyes are blurry, I can't see. Suddenly, a voice rang out, it's not just in this country, it's worldwide. They screamed as they saw Jumper appear. Jumper reassured them, don't worry about mind control, it won't affect us. High-level people take a long time to be influenced. This is truly chaotic. Sangu cautiously looked at Jumper and asked, why are you here? He muttered angrily inside. Damn it, just when I can't use my skill. Jumper explained, I already said it, that bastard just caused a disaster. Let's catch him together. Sangu asked confusedly, what? At that moment, Gong Zhang's voice echoed, freezing Sangu's clones. Stop all your clones. His voice continued, my power has encompassed the globe. All of humanity is in my hands. Gong Zhang's subordinates cheered. One said, you always care for us. Another happily said, Master, don't tell me this is the final stage. Gong Zhang smiled smugly and slowly declared, from now on, every time you kill one of my apostles, I will slaughter 10,000 people across this planet. If you dare to kill me, everyone under my control will. He paused, thinking to himself. I won't die alone. Jumper smiled, but tears streamed down his face. His voice was hoarse, bitter. Sorry, but I can't go anywhere right now. So don't even think about touching me. A voice full of awe came from above. You are very different. Sangu appeared with Jumper, eyes full of anger, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Of everyone I've met, you disgust me the most. Gong Zhang panted angrily and shouted, "Jumper, Jumper, you bastard." Jumper replied with contempt. "Betrayal. Sorry, I said there wouldn't be a third time." Sengu's face darkened angrily. "Anyway, your cursed trident mark always makes me furious," he added softly. "So I guess we're done here." Gongzhang's face turned pale, cursing, "You dog." Sengu's aura was like a god of death, holding his sword, stepping forward. "Let's end this quickly. I want to see the pain on your face." But time waits for no one. Gongzhang silently thought, "This is a wrong decision. Even Jian and Maximus rank 5 have lost contact. Surely he sees the lives of those mind-controlled as worthless." Two subordinates rushed forward, blocking, warning, "Master, fall back." Seeing Sengu's fierce assault, Gongzhang seriously reflected. "From the start, I misjudged him. No one expected him to send clones to kill without thinking. He panicked, at this rate that bastard will kill me." Gongzhang, in a panic, tears streaming, pleaded. Did you hear what I said? That madman, I said I would kill all humanity on this planet. Do you think I'll go easy on you?" He was at his last resort, using his power to summon a devastating attack. Gongzhang screamed, "Look for yourself." Witness humanity slaughtering each other. In the city, as his energy beam appeared, those controlled by Gongzhang began attacking each other. Soon they attacked frantically, losing all reason, acting purely on instinct. Gongzhang sat on his throne, smiling arrogantly. This massacre is carried out by millions of awakened. At that moment, Sengu appeared right behind him, gripping his sword, ready to strike. In an instant, time seemed to stop. At the same moment he acted. Jumper smiled eerily. Amid the chaotic city, all global broadcast stations were completely destroyed. What remained after the event was only ruin. Jumper calmly said, "I told you so." He felt immense pressure, while the electronic screen behind him replayed the events that had happened. He said there would be no third time. Gongzhang was speechless with surprise, while Sengu stood there confused and suddenly exclaimed, "That awakening skill is insane." He realized that everything had gone beyond limits, and Lian had quickly run away while crying. He coldly asked, "Aren't you going after him?" Jumper calmly replied, "I think we should let someone else take the lead. Anyway, we're not in a rush." Gong staggered as he ran, constantly asking himself, Why is everyone betraying me?" Jaikyu adjusted his clothes and mocked, "I heard you messed everything up at home." His wife, heartbroken over his situation, ignored all objections to help him find a job. At that time, Gong could only remain silent and endure his words. He couldn't believe it, and the more he thought about it, the less he could accept, because everyone saw him as a failure. In the quiet night, his lament echoed, "They pay me so little, just enough for me to sell some broken watches." Gong angrily kicked a trash can and cursed, "They're all the same." He was irritated, cursing nonstop. "Damn it, broke again, no house, no roof, where can I go this winter?" At that moment, beneath Gong's feet, a black hole began to form. He thought to himself that since childhood he had known the world hated him. He fell into the black hole and landed in a strange land. Gong looked around in confusion and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The road suddenly disappeared. "Where's the land?" When he looked up, he immediately faced the hungry eyes of the monsters. Gong was unwilling, thinking to himself, "They hate me to the bone." He was terrified, tears streaming down his face, wondering, "This isn't real, right? Monsters." A monster screamed in my face and made me turn pale. "Please don't kill me," he cried, but the monster froze, unmoving, as a mechanical voice rang out. "System notification. User, Earthling, identity unidentified. Verification complete. Access granted. Registration complete." Gong recalled. "That was when the Almighty came to this world and found me." He stared in astonishment at the screen before him. "Master, level 1, creature control." Gong looked at the motionless monsters and doubted, "Creature control. Will you obey my orders?" He recalled the chaotic scene, the world engulfed in flames after the disaster. A smile full of excitement and madness appeared on Gong's face. That scene was so beautiful to him, it was almost heartbreaking. With his power, Gong quickly built a shelter in this new world. Returning to reality, he hurried to escape the pursuit. The base's door shut. A warning sounded, "Activate highest security level, the entire area is sealed off." At that moment, Gong still believed that all creatures from monsters to hunters would obey his commands. A sword strike fell lightly, destroying Gong's base door. Sengu carried a large sword on his shoulder and said confidently, "Ready, baby, Dad's here." He panted heavily, rushing toward the experimental chamber, shouting, "Hurry up." A teenager lay still in the chamber as Gong shouted, "Hurry, bring my backup weapon here." Gong summoned an item, looked at it with anticipation and said, "My last safety measure." A system notification appeared. Superior synchronization, maximize the master's traits, memory, and ability. The punishment can only be used once in a lifetime. The recorded target will never be able to use this skill again, Gong thought. The omnipotent system resurrection. Back in the past, Jack and his wife were kneeling, and he bowed his head, pleading earnestly, "Please, just spare my wife. Please, I know I was wrong when I kicked you out. But I didn't treat you badly before, did I?" Gong sat on the snake, high above, coldly watching the two and cruelly said, Now you two fight, I'll let the winner survive, he thought with delight. Now the rules of this world have changed. And I quite like those rules, Gong Rong laughed perversely. Forget about the wife, I just came up with a much better idea. A deep voice echoed behind him. This method takes too much time, it needs adjustment. Gong Rong happily recalled. That's why I was so happy when that person showed up. Lieber appeared, smiling softly and suggesting, your ability will be a great help to my plan. Will you help me? Gong Rong looked at him with amazement and thought to himself, the moment I met him, I understood that it was the Almighty who created those rules. Gong Rong knelt down, bowed respectfully, and replied, your slave is here, command me, whatever it is. He thought to himself, it should be me, not us, who believes. You are witnessing this moment. The golden light enveloped the teenager's body. The system still notified. Synchronization. Gong Zhang hoped that someone would come to punish the enemy. Sangu stood holding the large sword, annoyed, cursing. What's up with this guy talking so much garbage? The system keeps notifying. Synchronization, synchronization. He stood frozen, staring at the virtual screen in front of him, wondering if this was really happening. In the end, he was truly our lord. The chains around the system board stopped allowing access to the system. Seeing the cold text, tears and snot streamed down Gong's face in despair, as Alyssa emerged from the screen and spoke to him, trembling. I'm sorry, but you're so stupid I can't continue using you. She snapped her fingers, erasing Gong in an instant, and calmly said, you're small. Powerful slashes appeared again, destroying another door. Sangu angrily rushed in, gritting his teeth, saying, finally, I've destroyed everything, you bastard. Wasn't I already frustrated because I couldn't use my skills and couldn't call the star table? Isn't this supposed to end when the penalty expires? Seeing the person in front of him, he suddenly stopped. The system was taking the form of Alyssa, causing Sangu to fall silent. His face darkened as he thought of Alyssa, then said, no, wait, this can't be. Seeing the unfamiliar expression on the familiar face, Sangu quickly guessed. It's the system. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, who are you? He tensed, trying to calm Lieber, who was going crazy inside his body. Hey Lieber, you better not say anything, he angrily muttered. How dare he, that bastard? Lieber immediately exploded. He dares to use Alyssa's form. Sangu helplessly spoke. You can't even hold yourself back. He started to answer naively. I'm just an ordinary hunter, the one called Master caused the trouble. So, I came to remind him. Seeing Gong lying on the ground, the system mocked. Seems like you reminded him a little too enthusiastically. Sangu tried to act natural, smiled, and said, well, I'll leave now. It also smiled faintly and spoke. Now I understand. The system watched Sangu's back as he carried the large sword on his shoulder and joked. You're Dung Sangu, right? How rude, you're collecting the 7 deadly sins, right? That's a little irritating. It smiled friendly and gently declared, sorry, but I can't let you collect them. Your earthly life is also coming to an end. Lieber in Sangu's body panicked as both sides rushed into battle. No, Sangu. The two had begun to seriously fight. Lieber quickly reminded, if you interact with him. The system suddenly stopped, staring into Sangu's eyes, struggling to hold on, and happily exclaimed, oh my god, Mr. Lieber. The system gasped, really, really, really? Really, is it really you, Mr. Lieber? A voice rang in Sangu's ear. They said not to approach, he sweat and thought. So, should I just die without resisting? Bastard, Sangu gritted his teeth. Damn it, despite being in a tight spot, the system seemed not to care about him. It kept muttering, finally, finally. Finally, when it saw the familiar figure sitting in the distance, it excitedly shouted, found you too. Sangu frowned, glanced at the system, then quietly asked, Lieber, what should I do now? He's infiltrated this place too. Contrary to Sangu's worry, Lieber remained completely calm and slowly said, it's fine. Behind them, the system was still immersed in its joy. It raised its hand, reassuring, Mr. Lieber, I'll get you out of here soon. Lieber lowered his head. His voice was deep as he said, this space was created directly by me, using Sangu's mana as a conduit. The chains simultaneously attacked the system. It froze, staring wide-eyed. Behind Lieber, countless magic circles lit up. He looked straight at it, saying, how dare you set foot here? A mass of energy flew toward the system's face. The system was completely stunned. A loud explosion rang out, and the surrounding space was immediately enveloped by Lieber's energy. The system didn't seem to expect this situation. It was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lieber showed no mercy, charging forward, grabbing its neck and lifting it up. His face was extremely fierce. He looked at it, almost growling, you've made too many mistakes. Sangu, witnessing this, widened his eyes, mouth agape, exclaiming, incredible! The system's neck was being squeezed. It struggled to open its mouth and called out, Mr. Lieber, why are you doing this? Let's say he didn't realize, it tried to explain. It's me, the system you created. This statement seemed to drive Lieber mad. he shouted, cutting off its words. Don't speak to me in this form anymore. Lieber's wrist tightened further. He loudly declared, I will destroy you with my own hands to avenge those who have fallen. The system whispered. You know that, right? A bright golden light appeared from behind it. It spoke as if reminding Lieber that erasing a small representative is still not enough. Suddenly, a powerful force emitted, throwing both of them away. Sangu thought, he's back, damn it. My mana release penalty isn't over yet, I need more time. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed, questioning whether he was the right one or the one who had revealed the unusual news to Mr. Lieber. The system kept asking why Mr. Lieber hated it, causing Sangu to freeze, unable to understand what was happening. He blurted out, what the hell? And angrily flipped the bird, saying, what kind of nonsense are you talking? Sangu shouted, is the system malfunctioning so much that you've gone crazy, causing the system to freeze. He yelled, you're the one who killed everyone at Tabin, and now Earth is your next target. He sternly asked which lunatic would view a psychopath wanting to destroy humanity with sympathy. The system remained silent, offering no answer. The system needed time to process this overwhelming amount of information, slowly responding after a few seconds. It asked suspiciously, destroy all of humanity, why would I do that? Sangu's head was spinning. No, what are you rambling about? Lieber, bewildered, muttered, what? Sangu pointed at the system and asked, what do you mean by why? Of course it's because of that. The system trembled as it recalled. Lieber's last words before he died were, this world should not exist. Sangu jumped up, shouting, you mean he wanted to destroy the entire world just because of Alyssa's death and a few desperate whispers? The system, startled by his outburst, couldn't understand why a human would think that way. It tried to explain as clearly as possible. It said, I truly don't understand. If something is unnecessary, just get rid of it. It continued, why should there be killing? At this point, Sangu still didn't understand its point. He asked, what the hell? Sangu was confused, secretly suspecting that Lieber had lied. Lieber thought, no, it can't all be lies. There's something more important. He reassured himself, I have no reason to lie. So is the system just the same? Lieber was puzzled. He wondered, then what was that massacre about? And why cause the great flood on Earth? Sangu realized this was a sophisticated scam, capable of deceiving even humans, and the system was just as confused. The system observed Sangu, then looked at Lieber, thinking, so the reason Mr. Lieber hates me is a misunderstanding. How could he believe that? He had seen all of his memories from Tabin, ignoring any misunderstanding. The system sighed and said, we don't have time for this. It created an energy sphere. This must be done. Now rest, Mr. Sangu. It continued, I'll go back to Tabin with Mr. Lieber and explain everything. As it spoke, Sangu felt his strength return. He was surprised, driving his sword into the floor, sarcastically saying, do you mean rest in heaven? He said bluntly, I like speaking my mind. Sangu's eyes sparkled and his clones were free. He continued, the punishment is over. It's time to crush this one and stop the harvest day. The system stared at Sangu in shock, Lieber sweating coldly, calculating, no way, I only have 2 shards of the 7 deadly sins, it's still too soon. As the two prepared to face each other, a flash of light appeared in the air. Jumper gently landed and said, okay, that's enough, everyone. Both Sangu and the system were stunned. Jumper looked at Sangu coldly and asked, what's going on here? Everything's different from what I heard. Jumper replied straightforwardly, oh, it's just a lie. The system flinched for a moment. The system hesitated, why would you do that? Jumper smiled, well, because it makes everything more fun. He looked around and said happily. He continued, I mean, watching you two fight is really entertaining. But that's enough for today. You've killed the master, right? The system didn't respond and Jumper continued, that guy is about to be free. Sangu looked at Jumper in confusion, thinking, isn't Jumper here to help me? In that moment, Jumper passed by. He clearly heard Jumper say, we still can't win. The system darkened, dark energy swirling around it. The system's voice distorted, cloning technique, right? Until now, I've only used basic macros on Earth. It continued, if such a power exists, maybe it can work. Then, its face returned to normal, clenching its fist, determined as it spoke. The system said, all right, Mr. Jumper, you're different from the master. Fighting like this is a bit risky. The system moved to one side, waving its hand, and a final word for Mr. Lieber and Mr. Sangu. It smiled brightly. I always consider ensuring a good and happy life for Miss Alyssa and Mr. Lieber as my top priority. Lieber stood still, the system gently asked, and that still hasn't changed, you know. Its body gradually faded under the morning light. It said goodbye and added, see you next time, hope we all will smile. A light breeze passed by, Sangu and Jumper stood there, the space seemed empty, and it was unclear how much time had passed. Jumper tilted his head and laughed, as if everything had ended well. He couldn't help but glance at Gu and compliment him. Well done, even though the master is dead, so shall we have a party at the mansion today? Sangu almost shouted. Jumper, you said with worry in your eyes, I still can't get over this. You know what the system's plan is, right? Jumper laughed again and replied, you mean the harvest day doesn't mean wiping out humanity? Who knows, I'm not the type to reveal everything. Scene change, the sunset adorned the sky with warm colors. The system's clear voice kept ringing out. Got it, I mean I just went away for a moment and this happened. It was flying and talking to itself. Has Mr. Jumper betrayed me? I even promised to break the curse from that achievement. The system suddenly stopped and smiled faintly. Yet it laughed loudly, eyes filled with tears, unclear whether from laughter or emotion. Finally, I met Mr. Lieber. It joyfully exclaimed, all right, I should talk about this too, huh? Scene change, somewhere else, the peaceful blue sky, the system's call echoed through space, everyone. It eagerly waved and shouted, everyone over here. People below looked up. Who is it again? Karin was a bit embarrassed, not understanding why she ran like that. Veda smiled gently and said, take it easy, you might fall. The system stretched its arms and chuckled, asking, guess who I am? Karin was also amused and replied, for sure, who made you so happy? At this moment, Jumper's face turned serious. He coldly said, you want to know the real purpose of the system. Jumper's next words stunned Sangu. All right, there's nothing I can't tell you. I usually hate revealing things, but that's just my personal preference. Sangu immediately spoke up. So right now, but he suddenly interrupted himself. However, Jumper's voice continued with hidden meaning. You, Sangu, don't even know which side I'm on. He frowned, eyes wary, hesitantly saying that. Jumper continued, I am the one who advised the master to finish you off instead of dragging it out. I am also the one who registered most of humanity into the system. So why would you dare to trust everything I say after all that? Sangu almost shouted, so what the hell do you want from me? He yelled. Do you want me to curse you or something? Jumper took a slight step back. His eyes sparkled with amusement. The corners of his mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. Nice expression, I don't often see one like that. He looked at Sangu and said, a teasing tone. Should I reveal which side I'm on? Jumper continued. In this life, the first life in countless regressions where I gave up on humanity. The life where I knelt before the system and begged it to lift my regression curse. Until recently, I really considered erasing all of humanity with the system in one go. At this moment, the system unexpectedly spoke with an excuse, Dung Sangu, just in case. I'll say outright that even I don't know. His gaze was fixed on the person in front of him, thinking to himself, seems like that's the case. Sangu still didn't respond. He was slightly surprised, shrugged, and sighed. What's wrong? He asked curiously. I thought by now you'd have swung your sword at my head. He immediately put the sword back into space, coldly replying, I'm not stupid enough to ignore the current situation. Sangu continued, if you had made up your mind, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. Jumper bowed his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Aha, you're right, he continued. Initially, I should have sided with the system, but I was confused, Sangu, about which side I should take. Then Jumper asked, do you know the prophet? Sangu answered, surprised, the awakener with prophetic abilities. He nodded and continued, that's right, it's the prophet. Jumper continued, I met them recently. Suddenly he angrily said, each word almost through gritted teeth, that bastard never talks clearly. Prophets often tell me to let go, but they never specify what should truly be abandoned. My decision this time is to stand with the system. Is this what they call not letting go? Jumper, filled with anger, shouted that not giving up is precisely the reason I have fought alongside humanity all this time. Why don't they just say it clearly? He continued, his voice full of hatred. That's why I deliberately sowed discord between Sangu and Lieber, even considering killing both. Hearing this, Lieber was stunned, shocked. He exclaimed, you tried to divide us. Meanwhile, Sangu was so scared that sweat covered his face. Thinking to himself, did he even plan to kill me? Sangu clenched his fist, gathering all his courage to speak. Jumper, remember when the Titan skeleton broke free from its chains, you rushed to save the people. Then he said that when Hai Seong caused the terrorist attack in South Korea, he sent best to minimize the damage. And when the master wanted the world to destroy itself through brainwashing, he stopped it. Sangu punched his chest, his eyes burning with determination, saying that at least he understood Jumper's true emotion. He shouted even though he sided with the system deep in his heart, the truth always existed. Jumper coldly replied, these emotional manipulations won't work on me, so stop it. His voice continued, I stopped it for the safety of the system. Too many deaths before the harvest would throw everything into chaos. His face filled with disappointment, he muttered, Korean-style tears are useless. Inside the system, Lieber furrowed his brow deep in thought. He was silent for a moment, then said, from my perspective, losing tens of millions of lives isn't a big deal. Jumper, what the hell happened to you? Sangu asked in a dull voice, then explain it to me. What is the system's goal in not wanting too many deaths before the harvest? After all, they'll die on harvest day anyway. Jumper calmly replied, before we discuss that, there's something I want to know. He said, his voice full of curiosity, why are you doing all this? His gaze fixed on the other man, asking bluntly, what? Jumper immediately retorted, of course it's because everyone will die on harvest day. But he continued, that's not the goal, just the reason. Jumper's eyes turned cold, his tone firm. I want to know what your ultimate goal is after all this fighting. For me, it's eternal death. If your answer entertains me, I'll persuade myself to join humanity one last time. Sangu stared at him, silently pondering for a while, then sighed softly and spoke in a low voice. I'll tell the truth. Jumper's face briefly showed satisfaction. Only then would the answer have value. He coldly spoke, then I'll say this, my goal is. A while later, Sangu quietly stepped outside, his eyes scanning the corpses scattered on the ground. He spoke in a deep voice. So, is this the end of the apostle? Suddenly, Lieber spoke up. It's wrong to call them apostles. They're more like victims of brainwashing. Maybe if it happened recently, they could be saved, but their brains have already changed. There's no saving them now. He sighed, speaking regretfully. But I learned at the academy that these skills are irreversible. So I told my clone not to go easy on them. He continued, more importantly, your answer earlier wasn't serious at all. Sangu gritted his teeth in anger. Sangu retorted angrily, I was just being honest. Lieber shouted in anger, I regret joining your side. He sighed in frustration and cursed, damn, before leaving immediately. In the end, we still couldn't get any useful information from Jumper. The system responded immediately, its tone calm as if to soothe. No one can feel satisfied with what he said. Sangu's next words left everyone stunned. I might not rely on Jumper, but the feeling of having to think alone is really unbearable, isn't it? Lieber continued walking, his gaze full of determination, his voice firm. It's time for everyone to know the truth. I'll tell them about the system and the harvest day. At the same time, in the dark hallway, a man collapsed to the cold floor. His hands hung limp, his shoulders trembling, his whole body showing defeat and despair, as if all strength had been drained. On Kaiso's anguished face, tears rolled down, mixing with his contorted expression, as if struggling between pain and utter helplessness. The memories of the past began to flash in his mind. Kaiso's cold gaze was fixed on Jumper. He coldly asked, what are you? What is your identity? Jumper quickly summoned his power, and in an instant, a black box appeared in his hand. Jumper calmly replied, my identity. There's no need to explain in detail. He handed it to the man before him. Just be satisfied with this, as the system displayed the text. Memory transfer, transferring the memories of a person to a sentient entity. The total amount of memory transferable depends on proficiency. Kaizo felt dizzy and confused by the terrifying images that kept flashing in his mind. He collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fear and horror. The man across from him continued, what you just saw is data transmitted to me through contact. That is the truth behind Tepern's harvest day. Kaizo stuttered, so River is. He is with young Master Sangu, the other man interrupted. Congratulations, you no longer have to hate your friend, Jumper said gently, did you know that? We used to be teammates. He turned decisively, just think of it as old teacher-student affection. Kaizo called after him, wait, Jumper, Jumper. Kaizo cried uncontrollably at the truth that had just been revealed. River, my best friend, so that's what really happened. Cut to Jumper, sitting silently on the sofa, his gaze lost in the empty space. He imagined all the possible responses Sangu might say. A world without monsters, I will make this world safer. Or maybe my power is to protect the weak, a world where everyone can live in peace. Or even I will destroy all the monsters, that's why I exist. Recalling that response, Jumper couldn't help but laugh. You responded very decisively, so now let me speak. My goal is to sleep in peace. Sangu's gaze didn't waver. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, his eyes widened, and he let out a faint, indistinct sound. Hey, Jumper said in surprise, if you want to, it's still possible to do it now. He crossed his arms, irritated, and replied, no, you really don't understand. If that's all, then Jill's nap when he was recovering should count as rest too. Sangu continued. The scene changed, and now in Jumper's mind, an image of Sangu calmly speaking appeared. If you work on Monday and rest on Sunday, that wouldn't count as rest. Don't worry about anything. Don't worry about tomorrow, next week, or next year. I just want to toss all my burdens onto a clone and enjoy a life of endless sleep. Sangu's voice echoed, anyone who says they're bored doing nothing is hopeless. I'm completely fine with resting for the rest of my life. So I really hope someone lets me do that, he asked in confusion. So is that answer good enough? At that moment he sat there, covering his face, shaking with laughter. Wonderful, just as expected, you never disappoint me. Suddenly Jumper froze, silently thinking. Yes, from the moment I entrusted the memories to Raven, I had already made up my mind. He jumped up, ran his hand through his hair, slightly raised his head, and took a deep breath. His determined voice filled the room. This will definitely be the last time I try to trust humanity again. The scene shifted and Sangu asked, is everyone here? Kim quickly looked up and immediately replied, yes. He continued. Still, I didn't expect so many people to come. I guess this shows just how much credibility you've built as a hunter. He added, most of the high-level hunters in Korea are here. Suddenly, a woman slowly approached, her sharp eyes scrutinizing everyone. She spoke with doubt in her voice. You think everyone will believe in that? She continued, it's about aliens outside Earth. The woman was Arya Bersal, a surviving Tepern. Next to her was Duver, also a surviving Tepper. He forced a smile, sweat trickling down his temple. His eyes subtly avoided, as if trying to hide his nervousness. He awkwardly said, I'll try my best to explain it clearly. Sangu thought to himself that everyone should be included. He thought to himself, if we tell the truth to everyone, we'll have to mention the system and the harvest day, and that will also clear up any misunderstandings regarding Liber. He stared intently at the two people in front of him, silently telling himself, in the end, everyone deserves to know the truth. Duver made a joking remark, a sly smile creeping across his lips. In the worst case, let them see her ears. Sangu then transmitted a message to Liber, any ideas, like something suddenly appearing or something. He furrowed his brow, slightly adjusting his glasses, his voice irritated. If there was, I would have tried it already. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing him to turn around. A voice rang out, you look really worried. Sangu exclaimed in surprise, Jumper, master. He slipped his hands into his pockets, his eyes calm, and spoke slowly. So are you ready to turn the world upside down now? Sangu, slightly stunned, turned his head to look at the person approaching. How did you get here, master? Kai's called out, my disciple. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, Liber, are you here? Somewhere nearby, Liber heard Kai's voice reach his ears from the outside, sweat dripping down his face. You're observing everything from within the body, right? Sangu glared, silently thinking, how does the master know about that? He froze when he realized Jumper was standing on the other side, wearing an excited smile and looking towards them. At that moment, Sangu suddenly understood that the bastard had done that, and the master was misunderstanding Liber. He quickly reassured him, calm down and listen to me, master. Sangu had barely spoken a few words. I'll explain everything when Kai's crying and speaking loudly interrupted. I'm sorry, Liber. He didn't stop but continued. How much misunderstanding have you had to endure all this time? Sangu stood opposite, frozen, not understanding what was going on, and in his mind he thought, Duver, sitting nearby witnessing this scene, immediately asked, what's he saying? Arya replied uncertainly. Liber is inside Sangu, and all of this is just a misunderstanding. Inside Sangu's body, Liber, like them, had wide-open eyes. His face grew blank. The past memories slowly resurfaced as Liber helplessly witnessed the harvest day unfold at Tyburn from within the system. The final moments of the harvest day were burning into his mind, as he recalled the terrifying event that changed everything for the Tepper. He felt the greatest sorrow when he looked into the eyes of his beloved Malibur, his close comrades, who had sacrificed their lives while he stood powerless. The scene was horrifying. Liber sat alone on the wooden chair, his mind overwhelmed with thoughts. If he contacted the survivors, the system would detect it, and there would be no way to explain the misunderstanding to them. He had no choice but to accept this as a punishment for abandoning life. He swore to himself that he would accept it. Meanwhile, Duva was stunned by the words, and Arya had tears streaming down her face. Kaiso slumped, his gun on the ground, gritting his teeth to suppress his sob. Time passed and Sangu stepped forward, extending his hand to help the fallen one up. Beside them, Lee also shed tears, thinking to himself that, in fact, it was a fortunate misunderstanding. Arya cheerfully said, so Galliber wasn't the one who caused this. Kaiso stood beside her, sighing, we should have trusted our friend to the end. Duver crossed his arms, sighing, that damn system. A concerned voice from beside them said, you must have had a hard time trying to stabilize the situation. Sangu opened the door and asked the person behind him, right. So why are you here? The question reached Taejumper. To help me stop the system, right? He raised his hand and a glowing cube appeared. You said you would explain the system's plan, right? Jumper pushed the cube into the person's body. You could also explain how the misunderstanding was resolved. Sangu looked at the spot on his chest where the black cube was pushed in, a golden light shining on his face. I guess this is the easiest way to show you. Sangu narrowed his eyes, reaching up to touch his head, and the space around him and Jumper was covered in white smoke. He asked the one reciting in his body, Liber, you saw that memory too, right? Liber sweated, adjusting his glasses, wondering, so this is really the system's actual plan. Sangu looked at Jumper with a warning. We can't let anyone know, he smiled. It really is like this. Sangu tensed up as he listened to Jumper continue, because someone will surely think this is a good idea. He flipped his hands into his pockets and slowly turned away. Well, anyway, the fact that everyone will die on Harvest Day is the truth. As long as you don't say anything except that, it's fine. Sangu heard that and, startled, quickly asked, wait, how much longer until Harvest Day? Jumper glanced back. 2 years, 2 more years until the system stabilizes and starts the Harvest Day on Earth. He turned away, leaving behind a final sentence. Whether we stop it or not depends on you, Hunter. After that, the arena gathered many team leaders. Han Miho, the president of the Zolo Association, observed everyone around her. Everyone was planning to discuss the attack by the brainwashed people. Bak Kwan, vice president of the Kainos Association, evaluated the situation. However, there were still those who didn't participate. The woman standing with her arms crossed behind those two was Xiao Hongrang, president of the Water Tree Association. On the other side, Zhang Hai Ayan observed around, noticing many hunters there. Xin Deng Xian beside him gritted his teeth in anger. What was he scheming this time? Elsewhere, Kim Yu-gon, president of the Solar Association, asked the woman standing close to him, Eunha, you came here too. Hong Eunha, president of the Phoenix Association, did not answer but curiously asked back, what wind brought you here, old man? He answered bluntly, because the only S-rank hunter in the country called us. A man wearing white sneakers walked closer to where everyone was gathered. Sangu rotated his shoulders and spoke up to introduce himself. Thank you all for gathering, I am Deng Sangu. With a serious gaze, he announced, what I want to discuss today is the system and harvest day. I assure everyone what I say today is the complete truth, no lies. Arya looked at Sangu's back. So the people of Earth will finally know about Harvest Day. Duver also looked at the group in front of him. I'm curious how you'll convince the hunters, Sangu clenched his fists. Harvest Day is almost here, and when that day comes, he was certain with tears streaming down both sides of his face, declaring that everyone on Earth would perish. He said seriously. What else can we do? Sangu's voice echoed through the space. All right, I should explain what Harvest Day is to everyone. Okay, I'll start from here. After hearing Sangu's story, everyone began discussing among themselves. The man with orange hair felt suspicious. Really? Is the harvest really like that? The man with slightly spiked hair standing nearby also felt suspicious. Was this system created somewhere off-planet? It sounds unbelievable. Some people noticed Duval and Arya had been silent all along and began whispering, but others insisted they came from Tyburn. Just look at their ears. She's the CEO of the Heritage, right? I heard she's lived for hundreds of years, and even Jumper stood as guarantor for them. Kaiso stepped forward and placed a hand on Sangu's shoulder. Disciple, is this all you can explain? He frowned and replied, I'm not exactly good at communication. He couldn't hold back and shouted, Hey, Hunter, you Sangu, asked seriously. Is it true that everyone's skills will be sealed on the harvest? If so, why are you selling skill orbs to the public for almost nothing? Sangu answered simply, does that even need explaining? Of course, because I'm a good person. At that, Arya smiled and stepped in front of him. I'll explain that part. She slowly presented the explanation to everyone else. As I said, we are citizens of the Urentia Empire, and since the Great Flood occurred, we have worked hard to prevent the system from collapsing. Arya added, even in Tyburn, the heaviest damage was the system being locked. We had to find a way to respond. She held up a red orb in front of everyone. That was when we had the chance to study Sangu's hunter replication technology. As a result, we were able to create replicas of objects and apply that research to produce the skill orbs that were recently distributed. Arya further explained the orb. It's a simplified replica of the system. It retains full functionality but isn't linked to T-Burn's original system. That's why the skill orb possesses the fireball skill without being sealed. Sangu's teammate in a black suit widened his eyes and realized. So that's why everyone gave us skill orbs. Kaiso speculated. In other words, skills unrelated to the system won't be affected. Sangu thought quietly, magic. He turned and said, that's exactly what I need everyone for. Next, Sangu made a proposal. Everyone has fought during the Great Catastrophe. You surely know how to use skills without relying on the system, right? Please teach that to the other hunters and help them prepare for the day the system gets locked. He put his hands in his pockets and straightened his back for emphasis. Everyone, prepare your minds. Get ready for the destruction that will occur on the harvest. Jiang and Ayan were somewhat convinced but still puzzled. So exactly when will the harvest occur? Sangu answered, about 2 years from now. As he spoke, a system info panel appeared displaying the words, welcome. A hunter wearing a wide-brimmed hat looked at the panel. What the hell? Why did the system window suddenly pop up? Another person covered their eyes and shouted, something strange inside, we must be careful. Suddenly, the hologram of a giant woman appeared at the center. Arya looked up hesitantly and called, Ellie, come out. Kaiso turned and confirmed, no, that's the system. The system closed its eyes and took a deep breath. A deeply shaking sound resonated in everyone's head. People clutched their heads in pain as the voice echoed in my mind. It felt as if the whole earth was affected by the system's voice. Everyone, focus, I hover above the sky. Greetings, humans, I am your devoted assistant, the system. The system's words reached those on the streets. Currently, over 90% of humanity is registered with the system, a very satisfactory figure. but not reaching 100% still concerns the system slightly. Sang-gu listened to the following word. 3 months from now, the harvest will occur on Earth. The system smiled. The gates from Grand ID will open on the planet. With monsters pouring in, shouldn't we try to get as many people registered in the system as possible? It extended its hand and created a magic circle. All take note, from this magic circle flows streams of black energy. The system always stands with humanity. The black energy gathered to form a gate. From inside, monsters crawled out. People panicked as they saw the sky swarming with monsters and fled. It was a transformative gate, monsters emerging. At the hunter's location, everyone received the news and panicked. Hey, what the hell is happening? We received reports of a transformative gate appearing in an unnoticed corner. Jumper observed silently. Sang-gu dropped to his knees, wondering in his head, why, you said it would happen how? 3 months. The system info panel displayed. The words D90 signaling Earth's harvest day appeared. After days of combat, the gates had completely vanished. It was an attack by monsters completely different from the usual ones emerging from dungeon gates, accompanied by a system announcement. Major cities with high-level hunters suffered relatively little loss, but this phenomenon occurred worldwide. Thus, areas without similar defenses were heavily devastated. Then came the countdown, as if this was just the beginning. Information boards reading D90 until Earth's harvest day appeared densely in the sky, throwing humanity into chaos. One hand gripped the handle of a black knife tightly. The other wiped the blade clean with a white cloth. Sang-gu sheathed the knife at his side and tilted his head, asking Clone One, all your tools checked? A member replied, yes. Sang-gu signaled to him. Then prepare to depart immediately. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Jumper stepped in slowly. You look busy. Seeing him, Sang-gu glared, angrily scolding. Here you are, damn it, I said it would happen in 2 years. Jumper bowed his head, covering his mouth, his body trembling slightly. This expression isn't bad either. Treated like a liar, Sang-gu furiously pressed on. Enough, explain it. Why did it suddenly switch to 3 months? Jumper's expression turned serious. Good question, why? In his mind, he reflected on harvest day. Something that had never changed, regardless of what we did, had now shifted. Jumper spoke the answer that stunned Sang-gu. Perhaps because of you. Sang-gu shivered, asking in a deep voice, now you're blaming me? Jumper replied bluntly, I am not blaming you. Sang-gu glanced at the other clones and clicked his tongue. Fine, regardless, what we must do hasn't changed. Jumper confirmed honestly. Right. Sang-gu outlined the next plan, collect all fragments of the 7 deadly sins and destroy the system. With my level of endurance, 2 years is too much. I'll head straight to Odin Tower. He glanced at the person beside him. One more thing. You said when the system kills the master, someone will be released. Jumper asserted he will be freed soon. Sang-gu asked curiously, who? Jumper closed his eyes, rubbing the back of his neck before sighing. Why are you so impatient to know everything first? You'll meet him anyway. Finally, Jumper revealed a name. Nogado, the man who once stood at humanity's peak before me. He opened his eyes, straightened his back, hands in pockets, facing Sang-gu. His power was so strong that even the master could only confine him in a separate space. Jumper added, ask Lieber, he'll tell you the story. Meanwhile, at Lieber's place, he frowned in thought. Strange, the skill transfer, and even Jumper himself. Who exactly was he? Outside, Jumper put a hand on the shoulder of the person next to him. Then, let's go. I'll take you to the Odin Tower gate for free. Sang-gu replied casually. I don't mind, these volumes are expensive. Many people were already gathered outside Odin Tower's gate. Yugon saw him and shouted, there you are. The military officer also spotted him. Hunter. Sang-gu looked at the scene, curious. What's going on here? Why is there a crowd? Someone explained. You're saving Earth, we have to see you off. Yugon told him about everyone's decision. We trust you. From now on, we'll prepare together for Harvest Day. And we'll show others how to use skills without the system. Hong Yunha, hands on hips, argued with him. Old man, after everything that happened worldwide, who wouldn't believe? Hit in the right spot, Yugon could only remind her. Order. Sang-gu tilted his head calmly. Thanks, I rely on all of you. Another person added. We'll contribute in our small ways. Veyron looked at him, then asked, I've donated heritage to distribute skill spheres worldwide. Fire orbs are the most versatile, so keeping that skill is enough, right? He reflected, thinking about what you've done still makes me furious, but hiding in the basement solves nothing. Feeling a bit guilty, Sang-gu avoided Veyron's gaze slightly. I didn't expect that, thank you. At that moment, Assistant Kim and his allies approached with documents to report. Hunter sung Sang-gu. I carried out the investigation as you requested. Sang-gu turned his face away. He is the manager. Assistant Kim began recounting the story. As expected, the human registration rate in the system is accelerating. Sang-gu commented that this is understandable. The more warriors the better, but that is also the system's intended goal. Assistant Kim immediately asked him with interest. 3 months, will you be okay? Sang-gu raised his fist, determined, saying in any case we'll give it a try. Kaiso suddenly stepped up to him and called his disciple. He pursed his lips and asked, You've received the gift I gave, right? Sangu laughed twice, showing his joy. The elixir, right? I didn't think anyone could actually find one. I've used it well. I so told him, we won't be going with you. We need to teach others how to use mana. He patted Sangu's shoulder and said, return safely. Liber inside Sangu's body heard his words. Sangu bowed his head, smiling quietly. The sword in his hand radiated confidence. Of course, master, who do you think I am? I'm the type to retreat at danger. Now I'm off. Ian stood across, looking worried. It's going to be very dangerous. Promise me you'll come back. The young man behind her looked pale with fear. I'll probably be the first to die in the harvest day. Yu Haiyan spoke up. If you get hurt, this place will be doomed too. Assistant Kim asked seriously. Our contract is still valid, right? If you come back, I'll give you a kiss. Sangu replied. What kind of promise is that? Of course. Jumper, hidden in the group, thought silently. 3 months, is that enough time? They say that Hunter is humanity's last hope. Meet him, Sangu. He watched Sangu's back enter Odin Tower and promised himself, reach the top, I'll be waiting. Hours later, in a snowy place, a tent stood by the rocky mountain. Sangu speculated. Things must have been arranged, so I came earlier than planned. Thank heavens for the earlier paths. Sangu and his clone stood before a tunnel, deducing this leads to the second floor. He closed his eyes and shouted, then let's go. Sangu unexpectedly raised number 1 and threw it forward. Go ahead, he loudly commanded. When it's safe, I'll follow. Number 1 flew forward with a serious expression. Sangu sat on a rock, sighing, thinking, this is troublesome. Only the end of floor 1, so when will I reach the top? An unbelievable voice echoed. Should this really be said just a few hours after cheering? Liber inside him asked in disbelief, Sangu, aren't you shaken? Sangu didn't understand. Shaken about what? Liber answered, the system's true purpose, leaving Sangu stunned. Liber continued, isn't this the simplest way to achieve your goal? Sangu reacted quickly. Where are you leading me, you monster? He looked extremely angry. Do you think my sense of responsibility is so weak? Liber said nothing, already having an answer in mind. So you are truly active. He reconsidered. Everyone will understand. If that really is the system's goal, being unshaken is impossible. Elsewhere, the system announced to the world, everyone pay attention. The declaration echoed through space. The system always stands with humanity. Monsters emerged from the gate into the human world. Bloodshed followed, with continuous system alerts detecting user. Code OX 823 ANCO F72, user, Earth, Lauren Bennett, uploading to the system, connecting to paradise. Lauren lay on the green grass, slowly opening her eyes. She sat up in shock, seeing a person in blue and white approaching. The system smiled, welcome. Lauren panicked, bowing her head, paradise, but I was attacked by a monster. The system approached and comforted her. Calm down, a hand gently touched Lauren's head. I'll help erase your painful memories. The system's voice was hypnotic. This is a place with no death or farewell. Illness and lifespan don't matter here. This place holds joy for everyone, and it lets Lauren see a glimpse of Ellie in the distance. It's time for her to reunite with the one who has been waiting so long. Lauren joyfully hugs the girl. Ellie, I'm here. The girl buries herself in her arms and calls out, Mom. A notification sounds. A large number of new users have just logged in. The system moves toward the server and signals load management. It starts operating and manipulating the server. Area C73, damaged by errors and overload, is undergoing enhanced diagnostics. The system chuckles with satisfaction. Network expansion is going very smoothly. This skill is truly amazing. It takes a central position, happily praising, the cloning skill is simply the best. Even with work stabilized and busy as it may be, why have we never known about this masterpiece until today? If only we had it during the Great Catastrophe, the situation would have been completely different. Truly a crazily awakening skill. An information board pops up. 90 days remain until Earth's harvest day. After viewing, the system says with satisfaction, thanks to this skill, everything has become much easier. The process of expanding and stabilizing the system, which should take 2 years, will now be completed in just 3 months. Hands hanging by its sides tighten into fists as it thinks. Mr. Liber, I truly, from that moment until now, I have only followed your orders. The scene from back then reappears. Liber lying bloodied on the ground, muttering, I don't need a world like that. The system's gaze is cold, thinking, if this world is unnecessary, then I will simply create a new one. It lays out a plan. I will conduct the harvest on Earth for Mr. Liber. I will lead the survivors away from this world full of death and suffering, so that one day everyone can enjoy happiness in the world I create. A voice comes from a gap. The second floor is safe. You can enter now. Sangu acknowledges, message received from number 1. Liber's voice reaches him, reminding him to be ready for any situation. Sangu reassures him, Come on, I'm always ready. He confidently lists supplies. Warm clothes, food, and camping gear are all set. I've neatly organized everything into the auxiliary space. Sangu smiles, leading the clones forward. All right, let's go. Even if it's colder than the first floor, it's fine. Amid dense forest foliage, the sun hangs high, casting scorching rays that make the whole area swelteringly hot. Sweat drips down the faces of the clones and Sangu. They hold green stones in their hands, exhaustedly muttering, "What kind of weather is this?" Who would have guessed the second floor is a forest? He grits his teeth, tugging his cloak off his shoulders. All the warm clothes are now completely useless. Lieber's voice echoes, "You just needed to ask me what to bring." He can't understand and asks, "More importantly, why did you bring all 8 of them? If we left one in Korea, supplying through the auxiliary space would have been easier. We'd only need a few emergency teleport rolls." Lieber starts analyzing the situation. "We are at a point where even one individual is extremely important. My training method mainly absorbs monsters, so catching even one more is worthwhile." Sangu presents his calculation. "But we only have 3 months. I need to spread the clones as widely as possible to catch as many monsters as I can." He raises both hands, creating a pile of green stones around him. "If there were room for someone to rest, I would have rested first." Lieber finally agrees, "True." Suddenly a strange laugh comes from a bush, catching Sangu's attention. He approaches and discovers a monster residing on the second floor of Odin Tower, unknown rank and name. It is hiding inside, holding a banana, staring at them. Sangu frowns, a giant monkey. Then he reaches out, opens a spatial gate, and commands, "All right, don't interfere. I need to see how strong the monsters on this floor are." After an unknown time, Sangu exhales, sitting on the motionless body of the monster. "Not that strong." Lieber assesses it can be considered B rank. Sangu concludes, "At this level, my clones can freely disperse without fear of being killed." He calls loudly to the distant clones, "Everyone, listen up." Sangu looks at them and commands, "From now on, we split up and start hunting. Each has 5 hours for eating and resting. Use your time efficiently. If you can't handle a monster alone, cooperate with nearby clones." After receiving the mission, the clones responded in unison and quickly began to act. He announced that it was time to hunt. Suddenly, Lieber called out his name, Sangu. He was surprised and asked again. Lieber adjusted his glasses and asked him to report if he noticed any watermarks in the shared airspace. Sangu was a little puzzled but agreed. He asked, "What is a watermark?" He understood and sent the message to the clone. "Remember to report immediately if you notice anything like that," he said while continuing to fight the monsters. Sangu quickly hit a monster while asking about the watermarks. Lieber explained that it was a shortcut, a path that bypasses floors. Sangu stood still and wondered, "What do you mean?" At the same time, the monsters began to attack all at once. He fought while listening to Lieber's explanation. Lieber said, "I once met the first Korean hunter, Bitch Home." Sangu replied, "Really?" Lieber continued, "He owned one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. His ability was to tear apart space," Lieber said. Because of that, he quickly passed through Odin's tower. Sangu kept fighting while Lieber's words echoed in his ears. "Anyway, it's been a long time since I've known whether the watermark still exists." Sangu asked, "So, are we going to look for the weapon of Bitch Hong the hunter?" Lieber replied, "Yes, we need to collect the 7 deadly sins." Sangu paused for a moment and asked, "Does that mean he?" Lieber bluntly answered, "Yes, he's gone." Lieber explained he was killed by an S-rank monster sealed in the tower, just as he was about to reach the top. Sangu sighed, "I had mentally prepared myself when I heard he went missing. I heard rumors he was connected to Park Wanti," Sangu continued. "But the more I investigated, the more heartbreaking news I got." Lieber remained silent. After a moment of silence, Lieber looked up and said, "Yeah, I was going to tell you everything to avoid misunderstanding. Also, there are things about Jumper that I find strange." Lieber continued, "I'll tell you what happened since I arrived on Earth and how I got separated from the other 3 and finally met you." Sangu was surprised, his mouth hanging open as he listened further. "Bitch Hone the hunter is Park Wanti's father," Lieber announced. Lieber thought, "I guess the old man doesn't know that Bitch Hone the hunter is his father. He tried to keep this secret," Lieber said, "maybe because he knew he would have to face Odin's tower." Meanwhile, many people gathered at the Kaino's training ground. Miho began directing, "Elemental skills over here." The old man coordinated with Miho, guiding the others. "Anyone focused on physical strength should go this way." He stood seriously in the command position, hands clasped behind his back. "As everyone knows, we will learn how to use skills without relying on the system. We'll start with basic skills, running and crushing," he said. "To do this, you need to control basic mana to enhance the neural signal, helping the muscles stretch," the old man instructed seriously. He thought to himself, "Hunter, is the contract still valid? Please bring news of him," he silently prayed. 3 years after the great disaster, a boy holding a sword shouted, The man in front of the boy spoke. All right, that's enough. That's how you enhance muscle strength with mana, the man explained. Bichon, the first Korean hunter, looked at the boy and praised him. You learn fast, great talent. The old man smiled happily. Thank you, sir. Bichon patted the boy on the shoulder. No need to thank me. Bichon looked towards the girl sleeping in the tent. Ah, sorry. Bichon sighed. I'm sorry for leaving this world to you. More importantly, if we had arrived a bit earlier, maybe I could have saved your mother. Mr. Quan Ti bowed in silence for a moment. Then the boy looked at the person beside him. I'm really glad you saved Zuna. Bichhoa smiled faintly, almost unnoticeable, then said, Thank you very much. Mr. Quan Ti walked forward, asking curiously. You said you were my mother's close friend, right? Bichhon answered the boy's question. Yes, we've been friends since childhood. We grew up in the same neighborhood, Park One-Tai said, expressing a wish. Then I'm really looking forward to hearing stories about her childhood. Bichhon smiled lightly in agreement. Your mother was very famous in the neighborhood. Back in the present, Sang-gu, covered in blood, asked, So the one who taught director Quan Ti swordsmanship was the hunter Bichhon. Liber recounted a detail. As you know, I came to Earth during the Great Catastrophe, Sang-gu replied to him. Yes, at that time a notification popped up, triggering the monster absorption skill, and the stats began to rise. Liber continued, At that moment I almost went insane. I had to stop the system's plan, but if I got registered there, my position would be exposed. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do anything even if they knew. He raised his face as if he saw Bichhon appear before him, and then when he appeared it was Hunter Bichhon, master of the 7 deadly sins. Liber continued, Of course, at that time the hunter profession didn't even exist yet. Sang-gu noticed something. Wait, you mean he used the 7 deadly sins even before the Great Catastrophe? Liber explained, Bichhon was an explorer specializing in ancient relics. On one expedition he discovered a 7 deadly sins sealed deep within the ruins. Sang-gu hesitated slightly. But that's 7 deadly sin. Liber admitted immediately, yes, they corrupt the user's mind. Bichhon recounted that he had to struggle to regain control of his body from the sin for 5 years. Sang-gu bowed his head, murmuring, 5 years. Liber noted, You absorbed it briefly, so you understand. Controlling it with sheer divine will is incredible. That's why he was the greatest advantage I ever had. He bowed, confirming firmly, That was my first connection, the strongest hunter of the first generation in Korea. Bichhon, he lived up to that reputation fully. Back in the past, Bichhon swung a long strike from the sky, straight down, aiming directly at the white skeletal monster. Mr. Quan Ti, having just killed a rat nearby, saw the scene and stood frozen, eyes wide, mouth agape. Bichhon ignored the massive white skeletal monster falling, turned and prayed. Now your friend can handle a whole horde of rats easily. Soon you might surpass me. Quan Ti looked up at him. Hearing that from someone who just blew up a building-sized monster was truly funny. Bichhon laughed cheerfully, patting the boy on the shoulder encouragingly. You're doing even better than expected. With this skill you'll be able to protect your little sister. Mr. Quan Ti bowed shyly. You're not quite there yet. From the other side a girl ran toward them calling, Sir, I'm hungry. Bichhon placed his hands on his hips, looking at her. Zuna, here I am. Mr. Quan Ti tilted his head, saying, Today was awesome. Bichhon picked up a rat. We'll have rat meat for today's meal. Zuna sighed into satisfaction. But we ate rat meat yesterday. Seeing his sister like that, Mr. Quan Ti laughed loudly, teasing, and maybe tomorrow too. At night inside a house, Mr. Quan Ti sat in front of a fire without a blanket. Beside him, Zuna slept peacefully. Suddenly in the distance, a dark figure moved, catching the boy's attention. Quan Ti called out, making Bichhon's entire body stiffen in shock. He pretended nothing had happened, turning his head as if defending the village. I thought I had moved lightly and quietly. With such a strong sense of presence, there's no need to worry about the darkness anymore. Uncle Quan Ti looked at the boy with suspicion and asked, Where are you heading? Bok Hon stepped closer and lightly patted the boy's shoulder, saying, I heard there's a chance to fix everything at Odin Tower. Uncle Quan Ti was puzzled, repeating the question, Odin Tower. Without waiting for the boy's reply, he continued, Sorry, but someone has to do this. Bok Hon said a few words and left, leaving a reminder, Protect your sister. Uncle Quan Ti, worried, ran after him and called, Sir. Liber teased, You speak as if this is a permanent goodbye. You'll come back to visit us once you get the relic at the tower's peak, right? Liber asked. Bok Hon replied, Maybe, by then you'll call me father. Certainly I'll tell the children about it once I have the holy relic, Bok Hon said. In fact, after hearing everything, Sang-gu spoke. You're the reason he lost his life. Liber was surprised and asked, What are you talking about? Sang-gu didn't hesitate to criticize. You led Bok Hon to his death. Why speak so harshly? Liber asked, his face unhappy. Liber continued, About that watermark, if it only appeared from the 2nd floor of Odin Tower. Does that mean he broke through the first floor on his own strength? Lieber replied, yes, that's right, he talked about that process. Bok Hone was strong but still not enough to surpass the system, so he used it to train and overcome the first floor. He worried for the kids, and from the second floor he began to feel anxious. So he used the cracks to skip floors, quickly climbing Odin Tower, and finally, he collapsed just before reaching the peak. Sangu, tired, looked at Lieber and asked further, you were also the one who sent Jumper up there, right? What's at the top that made you risk so much? Lieber answered, a treasure that can fix every mistake and does not forgive failure. I read in a book at the Urencia Grand Library that the treasure is at the top of Odin Tower. Sangu watched the two approaching monsters but stayed calm and continued, it does not forgive failure. Lieber continued, I'm not sure how the treasure works, but its effects are clearly documented. Yes, Bok Hone was ready to hunt the treasure as soon as he heard about it. Back then, Bok Hone said it could fix all mistakes. Sangu intently watched a monster fall after being killed, then said, but in the end he failed in his journey to conquer Odin Tower. Lieber lowered his head, adjusted his glasses, and said, looking back, I wish we had gone slower. I regret not climbing the tower step by step, growing stronger with each step. He was a man of strong will and noble spirit for humanity. His praises echoed through the air. He was diligent, never lazy or irresponsible. He was a man of remarkable character. Sangu, peeling a banana from a fallen monster, mocked. That bastard, you mean me, right? I can tell you're doing it on purpose. Sangu opened his mouth to chew and asked, so the next person you choose is that guy? Lieber confirmed, exactly. He analyzed the situation. After the great disaster, when the hunter profession stabilized with the teleport gates, a few people began to rise and attract global attention. Liagato is one of them, a promising hunter with the right hand of the 7 great sins. I studied Liagato. Despite many achievements, he encountered quite a few trouble. He always rumored to have a violent personality. Sangu rubbed his full stomach, listening to Lieber, full of doubt after losing Hunter Bok Home. To fully conquer Odin Tower and claim the treasure is extremely risky. So I think we should accumulate more power before climbing. Sangu speculated, you intended to collect more fragments of the 7 great sins. Lieber admitted without hiding it. Yes, the 3 fragments of the 7 deadly sins, each fragment carries tremendous power. No, just having 2 fragments would have made conquering the tower much easier. He frowned, a hint of regret on his face. Back then I had no idea how dangerous the 7 deadly sins were. Lieber continued, making Sangu's expression shift from worry to shock. Lieber went on, Liagato had collected all 3 fragments. He managed with just the right arm, but with the left arm added, he began to lose his mind. Once the left leg was added, he completely lost control and became extremely violent. He began to lose his mind and then, with the left leg added, he was completely uncontrollable and extremely violent. Sangu added, they say the more fragments one possesses, the more corrupted the mind becomes. Lieber was puzzled. Your case is really unusual. The influence of the fragment clones seems to have no effect on you. At that moment the other clones returned. Sangu cheered happily. The clone technique really is the best, Lieber continued his story. And then, Liagato used the power of the 7 deadly sins to cut all ties with me, turning into a monster that hunted the strong. That was the last I heard of him. Sangu lowered himself, kneeling on a high rock, observing the monsters below, and asked curiously. So he was captured by the so-called master for a long time. But he still couldn't be controlled, Lieber said vaguely. I only recently learned about Liagato's connection with the one claiming to be the master. Sangu asked again, so that's why Jumper asked you to meet me. Lieber suddenly fell silent, not answering. His voice was hesitant. About that, there's something that worries me. Sangu, sweating, asked, what is it? Sangu's body trembled as Lieber said, I never told Jumper about Bitch Hone or any previous connection. Jumper shouldn't have known that Liagato had ever been connected to me. Sangu's voice shook. What are you saying? That doesn't make any sense. Lieber continued, that's not the only strange thing. They say Jumper used memory transfer skills to show Kaizo the truth about what happened during the harvest day in Tepper. And that resolved the misunderstanding. At that time, Jumper had worked with Kaizo. Let us be satisfied with this. They performed a memory transfer, transferring the memories of a person within a sensory entity. The total amount of transferable memory is determined by proficiency level. After recounting everything, Lieber affirmed, I already said, if there was any way to clarify things with Kaizel, I would have done it. He added another detail. Jumper didn't even have memory transfer skills back then, and he never went to my old laboratory, the place you visited. So obviously, he couldn't show the memories of the harvest day you witnessed in Tepper. Sangu looked completely lost in thought. So that means it really can't be understood. Suddenly, a voice came from the space gate behind him. Master, the clone inside the gate is reporting. We found a crack. Sangu looked there. Really? I didn't think we'd find one so soon. The clone continued reporting, but there's a monster near the crack. Sangu's voice came through the space gate to number 1. It's just one monster, why all the noise? Number 1 looked at the distant monster and said, that's a species that shouldn't be here. He directly identified the monster. Level 3 granite. Elsewhere, a woman held a crying baby in her arms, soothing it. Come on, wait a little longer. Just a little more. In the room, an announcement sounded. Awakening program for children under 12 is in progress. Do not confuse it with the active teleportation gate. The woman looked down at her child. Maybe you will gain awakening skills to save the world. She looked at a group of elderly and young people with children lined up beside them. Someone groaned. Damn it, Class S Hunter Best Jones Coley sighed. This world is going crazy. Or maybe I'm losing my mind and seeing it wrong. What the hell is happening here? He glanced at the person next to him and asked, you're awakening children who aren't even weaned. Is this what you want? John got no answer and called the person's name, Jumper. Jumper kept staring ahead without reacting. He put both hands in his pockets and asked, Don, didn't you once wish to drink something that could make you truly drunk? Don was startled but looked at the person next to him. Don't tell me you actually have that. Jumper calmly denied, no, not at all. John didn't understand the question and wondered, what do you mean? Jumper explained calmly that what he mentioned wouldn't become real alcohol or a real glass, but in such a detailed world, he wouldn't notice. He would enjoy the fragrant dreamlike drink without harming his health, then wake up and continue day after day. He asked further if he wanted to live in a world without worries, stress, or discomfort after drinking. John stayed silent for a long time, then finally sighed. Not worth worrying about. Being drunk to the point of stumbling, then waking up with a headache the next morning, that's real drinking. John declared firmly, I won't drink that fake nonsense even if you offer it to me. Jumper handed him a piece of paper and suggested, stay here for a while. John looked at the paper curiously and asked, what is this, Korea again? Jumper introduced, there's a great hotel there, come and rest a bit. Hearing that, John shamelessly threw the paper away. Last time you tricked me, do you think I'll fall for it again? He returned to Sangu's spot, hiding in the bushes and observing the surrounding. This was unexpected. Sangu saw a monster in the distance. Indeed, a Type 3 granny was here. He frowned, speculating about the crack. Lieber agreed. Yeah, that's possible. He added that climbing higher would reveal even more. Sangu asked more of them. Anyway, this one stays outside. I'll try handling this one alone, he analyzed silently. Type 3, I remember encountering it before, but it's very strong. Sangu gritted his teeth and charged forward, thinking, but if it's me now. He was behind the granny monster, leapt up, and swung his blade high. A lightning-fast slash aimed straight at the granny's neck. Sangu lunged and made another strike across the monster's chest. The force of his attack split the surrounding trees in half. Sangu smiled confidently at his destructive power, then opened a portal and called out his clones. Quick, help me! All clones attacked the granny monster simultaneously. Inside Sangu, Lieber bowed his head and organized things, the master sealing Legato in a specific area. It had been over 10 years since Legato disappeared, and he wondered, what has he been doing all those years? He thought that if Legato were freed, he would surely seek the holder of the other 7 deadly sins. When they fought, would he be okay? Outside, Sangu stepped on the granny's head, laughing. If I fight seriously, victory is certain. But commanders rarely fight directly, elsewhere. On an unidentified planet, many granite monsters live. A person raised their hand, creating a purple beam of power at the center. They clenched their fist, controlling the beam to gradually pull the granite monsters inside. Then they threw a powerful punch, sending a massive force forward. A massive explosion occurred, the sky above engulfed in red and gold flames from the blast. The muscular man's body twitched slightly. A status board appeared above, displaying, Monster Ruler of Living Creatures. The man murmured to himself, what am I doing here? Feels like I'm here for a reason. He looked at the scattered monster corpses and exclaimed, Granny, that's what it's called. Joking with these bugs isn't fun anymore. The holder of the 7 deadly sins, Legato, smiled and decided, I will return to Earth. Sangu shoved his hands in his pockets, kicking the granny's head playfully, having finished off the Type 3. He walked forward and informed the remaining clones that they needed to enter the crack. When Sangu took a closer look at the crack, his face grew puzzled. Clone 1 noticed his expression and felt worried. As soon as Clone 1 saw Sangu turn toward him, he quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't throw me, I'll go in on my own, Clone 1 said. Sangu looked at the opposing clone and nodded. All right. Clone 1 approached the crack and slowly reached out his hand toward it. Small, colorful fragments began to appear from the force emanating. A sound of astonishment echoed in the cave. Thank goodness this isn't a forest. Seeing the desolate scene before him, Sangu muttered, what the hell is this place? Lieber guessed, you must have jumped about 5-6 floors. Sangu replied, that saved us a bit of time. He looked at the mummified corpse of a monster and asked, is this a native creature of this floor? Lieber answered, it's already dead. Sangu seemed to sense something and turned around. With the appearance of approaching monsters, he guessed, Crip must have taken control of this place. Lieber repeated, I told you, you'd be seeing them often. In another corner of the control room, someone asked, how is the expansion of the skill ball manufacturing facility progressing? Duver adjusted the switch and reported, we've purchased and are operating all the external production facilities at full capacity. Arya looked at the screen and thought, although we've used the simplified system recreated from the improved cloning technique, each skill ball still has to be handcrafted. Will we meet the deadline? Veyron pushed the IV drip and said, we're distributing this to all of humanity. Of course it won't be easy. We have to do it no matter what. Don't worry about the money, just keep drilling. Arya glanced at him. Right, we have to do everything we can to keep the flame of hope alive. Suddenly, a team member rushed in and announced, someone has requested a meeting. Arya asked, really, what's the purpose? The girl reported what she knew. They said they want to help and seek a chance for repentance. On this side, a hand enveloped in mana light. Ahyun glared incredulously. I just felt mana. She looked at the person standing nearby and asked, is this a talent? Ahai Ayan explained, it's called meditation. Yu Ayan felt weak upon hearing that. On the other side, Dung Xian glared at his hands, grinding his teeth in anger. Why is this so hard? He lost patience. Do we really have to learn this? Is controlling mana really that important? Wang Yunhe placed his hand on his hip and sighed, of course, it's almost time for those whiny kids to show up. Miho quickly raised a finger, faster than I thought. Hong Yunha pointed a finger at Dung Xian's chest and scolded, hey, idiot, if you don't want to learn then leave, just survive with the legacy fireball. He felt indignant. If you argue, I already possess a great awakening skill. Hong Yunha asked again, is it the cloning skill? She gritted her teeth. Do you think that skill is an exception? The awakening skill is based on your innate traits, so they're easier to use than other advanced skills. But if you can't control your mana, you won't even be able to activate them in the first place. Hong Yunha continued, if you understand, shut up and start practicing. Dung Xian didn't give up and retorted, well, if we're going to learn anyway, why not just learn a powerful skill right from the start? He continued, you said if I know how, I'll be able to do it. So why not just learn the highest level skill from the beginning? Hong Yunha sighed in exasperation. Lieber said, it sounds easy, but in reality it's impossible. Sangu agreed with him, of course, things like that don't come easy. Lieber gave an example. Think about reaching the max level of the cloning skill. It's like an elementary school student running as fast as a professional athlete just because they were taught by a professional athlete. That can't happen. It's like a child learning a skill just because someone else taught them. At that moment, the elementary student would be completely shocked, exclaiming, oh my God, society is really harsh. Is it really necessary to defeat an elementary school kid? Even if he was given a magical formula, that doesn't mean he could immediately wield the highest level power. Lieber told another case, and of course, there would be a different story if he had been born with special abilities for this. At that moment, images of a person named Xin Yongjian flashed through Sangu's mind, wondering how he was doing now. He was startled to realize something. Wait, did he just compare my magic level to that of an elementary school student? Lieber wasn't worried and admitted, isn't that so? Sangu had no choice but to accept and said, I still can't think of a reasonable rebuttal. Lieber, curious, asked, but why are we suddenly talking about skill levels like this? Are you worried? Sangu replied hesitantly, I guess so. He talked about his doubts and about my clone enhancement skill. I don't know why, but I feel like I've just reached a saturation point. The info panel displayed, clone enhancement level 59, permanent effect, increases reflected stats from original, current reflection rate 70%. Lieber looked at the panel and noticed it was a permanent skill enhancing the clone. Sangu explained the results he had calculated. That's right, at level 1, the base reflection rate is 50%, and each level increases it by 1%. So I thought that at 100%, the clone would use 100% of my stats plus another 50%. He pointed out an anomaly he had found, but it's not like that. After reaching level 40, the reflection rate was only 70%, and it didn't increase even though I leveled up further. Now I'm at level 59. Sangu shared his doubts. I'm wondering if you know anything about this. Lieber explained, I can only read your skill mechanics from the nanostream, but I cannot predict further. Sangu seized the opportunity to point and scold, useless, you're the one at elementary school level. Lieber seemed to have realized something. So you still remember what I said earlier? He created a magic circle, released a flame, and began analyzing everything again. There's something to consider. The saturation stage is quite common in magic. It usually happens to those who have practiced the same magic for a long time. For example, with a fireball, the more proficient you are, the stronger it becomes. But beyond a certain threshold, the mana consumption doesn't stop. while the size and power remain unchanged. However, if you don't stop and keep practicing, a new attribute will appear, like splitting to pursue nearby enemy, or compressing it to generate higher heat and greater penetrating power. Sangu silently listened to Lieber's words. Your skill might still be in the previous stage. He sighed and wondered, have I been too hasty? Sangu suddenly stepped forward, smiled, and placed his hand on number 4's shoulder. Thinking back, I always used to nag at you guys, and this is no different. I just wanted to achieve results as quickly as possible, he sincerely said. Sorry, please forgive this foolish master of yours. Number 4 was completely stunned, wide-eyed at Sangu's sudden change in attitude. Lieber closed his eyes, smiled in satisfaction, and muttered, That's right, young Sangu. Exert all your effort, relentlessly within your ability, and that alone is enough to make humanity stronger and keep pushing forward. Sangu took out a hammer and hit his brothers who were working diligently. I've figured out a gentler way to upgrade. Number 4 vaguely called out, Master. Sangu decided to hit number 4's head hard with the hammer, thinking, usually, in most games I've played, people use a hammer to enhance items. After that hit, blood spurted from number 4's head and his body collapsed next to Sangu. Lieber was startled, sweating profusely, unable to believe it and curse it. You madman, do you know what you're doing? Sangu stuck out his tongue, full of excitement. Now I'm level 59, maybe something will unlock at level 60. But it's too hot. Smoke still rose from number 4's head. Lieber tried to reason, if you keep getting stronger like this, who would even want to try anymore? An info panel appeared, physical resistance increased. Sangu clenched his fist, delighted, I did it. The info panel continued, you've leveled up, clone enhancement level 60, permanent effect. Lieber's mouth dropped, wondering, what the heck? Another info panel appeared, the clone now copies the user's armor. Sangu looked at the info panel and asked, armor. He turned to number 4, eyes lighting up, not knowing when number 4 had sat up. My clone will now copy my armor. Lieber, concerned, asked, Are you okay, Jumper? He stood atop a high cliff, tilting his head to the sky and laughing loudly. Sangu glanced at the info above, armor. He turned his gaze toward number 4, eyes brightening, not knowing when number 4 had sat up. My clone will now copy my armor, he asked in surprise. Lieber, concerned, asked, Are you okay, Jumper? He was standing on a high cliff, tilting his head to the sky and laughing loudly. Jumper rejoices as he finally obtains the artifact, the one that can fix any mistake, and tells himself he's fine, Lieber. I'm fine, I've succeeded, Lieber. Lieber praises him for completely conquering the Odin Tower. The Odin Tower has been fully conquered by me. He guesses now he can tell everything and asks if you are coming to Philadelphia, where his office is. I guess now I can tell you everything. Will you come to Philadelphia? My office is there. The area is filled with heavy smoke, the sound of a demon's gong ringing, and at last he possesses what he was seeking. In a place surrounded by thick smoke, the demon's gong on the ground rings, and at last I have it. Jumper scolds him from above. I can't forgive you. He vents his anger because the bastard had played with everyone's emotions, exposing the identity of the demon, the system's henchman and master. He hears this and panics. You bastard, playing with everyone's emotion. He cries and begs while Jumper remains determined not to regret even when threatened. He cries and begs. No, I don't want to go there. Please spare my life. If you handle me, you'll regret it. Jumper's eyes gleam as he raises his hand. Sorry, but I won't regret it. He tells himself as long as the artifact is still there, everything will be fine. Then the demon's black shadow is affected by immense power. In his mind, he adds, as long as I still have this artifact. Then the black shadow of the demon is struck by an immense force. His head detaches from his body, another scene appears, Jumper spits blood and hears a disappointed voice. The impact causes his head to separate from his body. Then another scene occurs, Jumper spits a mouthful of blood and a voice says in his ear, so disappointing. The huge Legato appears. Legato looks down at Jumper, feeling there's still something lacking. Lieber panics and calls his name. He glances down at Jumper, looking fine but seemingly still lacking something. Jumper, no, hurry and run. Jumper wonders if this is a mistake and if it's still too soon to face Legato. Jumper's whole face turns dull, thinking, it's a mistake, still too soon to face Legato. Legato holds the head of the man in front and swings a fist. With this, I will harvest the 4 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Jumper stands still, muttering in his head because the artifact isn't working. Jumper just stands still, muttering, but the artifact isn't working, why is that? He spends time escaping from his thoughts and realizes that Legato has disappeared. He doesn't know how long it's been when he finally escapes his thoughts, and Legato, who was standing opposite, has vanished. Jumper looks around, confused, not understanding where he is. Jumper breathes heavily, observing his surroundings. Where am I? Lieber asks Jumper worriedly. Are you okay? His voice echoes in his ears. Jumper remains silent, thinking about the artifact's effect. Jumper doesn't respond but lowers his head thinking, "Don't tell me this is the effect of the artifact." The scene changes and Jumper panics, sitting up quickly. The scene changes again to another place. Jumper yells in panic and sits up sharply. His breath is rapid, his body stiff, sweat beating. His breath is heavy, his face covered with sweat, his body stiff, not moving. Jumper covers his face and lets out strange laughter, feeling tipsy. Jumper lowers his head, using both hands to cover his face, letting out strange laughter. "That drink made me tipsy." Sangu is curious about the artifact and tells himself he will be the first to try it. "If it's real, I'll be the first to drink it." Sangu stares at the hammer in his hand. So weapons can also be copied depending on the level. He recalls Arya's words that a skill can only be copied if it doesn't exceed the subject's potential. He recalls that Arya once said, "A skill cannot be replicated if it exceeds the subject's potential." The ability to copy equipment is a feature of the cloning technique. Not having achieved it means the skill is still developing. The ability to copy equipment is a unique feature of the cloning technique. Since you haven't achieved it yet, that must mean. Sangu didn't understand Arya's words back then, he was just silently puzzled. At that time, Sangu didn't understand what she meant, he was just confused and didn't know how to respond. He confirms in his mind that Arya wasn't joking. Right now in his mind he silently confirms, so Arya wasn't joking back then. Sangu glances to the side and asks. He wants to test the artifact himself and asks the clone, "I'll have to check if it really works, so does anyone want to get refreshed after a long time?" The clones are cautious and shake their heads in refusal. All the clones standing over there listen to his question, being cautious and shaking their heads. Sangu criticizes the clones for relying on others. One clone retorts, he shrugs and chooses one. Sangu criticizes, "A bunch of fools just relying on others." A clone retorts, "Clones aren't allowed to be independent." Sangu shrugs, "Fine, I'll just pick one randomly." Lieber suggests testing immediately. "Great, why don't you test it right now?" He hypothesizes about canceling summon number 1 or number 2. He suggests a hypothesis. What will happen if you cancel summon number 1 or number 2? The two are carrying the 7 deadly sins. Sangu asks the clone about number 1 and number 2, reminding them of the past. Sangu stands with his hand on his hip, asking the clone in front of him, "Oh right, now that I think about it, number 1 and number 2 have never been eradicated, right?" Number 1 answers bluntly. Number 1 reminds him that his life was spared because of him. Sangu denies it. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have your life anymore." Sangu bluntly denies his words, shrugging. Sangu wonders if the clones will return to stone or go mad if the summon is cancelled. Sangu wonders, "I wonder if they'll return to the stone they were sealed in if I cancel the summon, or if they'll go crazy and turn into a flying head." He calculates and decides to act while he still has a chance to deal with it. He starts calculating, "Seems worth trying, better do it now when I still have enough ability to deal with them if they go crazy." The cooldown time is coming, Sangu asks number 1. Either way, the cooldown time is coming up. Sangu extends his hand forward, asking, "Are you ready?" Number 1 answers honestly. Number 1 answers, the great demon closes his eyes and smiles, waiting for the opportunity to take over the body. "Yes." The great demon closes his eyes, waiting eagerly, so the opportunity to take over this body has come. A notification pops up, "Cancel summon of clone." The great demon's soul takes over the clone's body. So the great demon's soul from the 7 deadly sins takes over the clone's body. The great demon opens his eyes in shock and asks the person opposite. The great demon opens his eyes in shock, not understanding what just happened. He asks the person standing opposite, "What do you mean by looking at me like that?" Sangu waves his hand, explaining the failure. Sangu raises his hand and waves, explaining his intentions. "Hey, it seems I heard someone say they were going to take over the body, right? And here we are, you failed miserably." The great demon remains silent. Sangu says that when the summon is cancelled, you return to stone as before. The great demon remains silent as he listens to Sangu. "When I cancel the summon, you return to the stone you were sealed in, just like before. I summoned you again and returned the stone to its place." Sangu leaned in and kissed him, handing over the suit he had prepared earlier, but if only the upper armor was copied, it would look awkward. "Here, your clothes." The great demon was furious, growling as he called out his name. "Dung Sangu, let me make it clear to you first. I am an entity that has existed through countless eras, with nothing in my mind but battles and conquest. No fragile human social standards can make me feel ashamed." Sangu hadn't actually provoked him, but "I see you're quick at getting dressed." While putting on the clothes, the great demon explained, This is just something your clone did. From the spatial gate, a voice echoed, reminding the other clones. Hey, you guys first eat something. On the stove, a pot of golden, fragrant noodles was steaming. Sengu picked up a chopstick of noodles and said, here, after all, you're just a body divided into many pieces. He curiously asked, don't you know what's happening with the other fragments? The great demon calmly replied, I'm not interested in those things. Blowing on his noodles, he explained that the only thing he cared about was fighting the strong. He believed whoever held his fragments would inevitably seek great power, so they would naturally come together. The great demon concluded, in the end, it's inevitable that I will be reunited. Hearing this, Sengu mocked, I didn't know you had such a talent for covering up what you don't know with fancy words. He sighed softly and continued, don't you get tired of this, fighting non-stop like this? The great demon looked at him and muttered, nonsense. Then he slowly spoke again. Since ancient times, fighting has been the essence of survival. In that era, the strong eating the weak was natural. Sengu squinted, listening, and responded, but what about now? You can't even handle one of my fragments. That's why you labeled it as the 7 deadly sins and sealed it. With a serious face, he analyzed that Earth wasn't like it is now. Back then, countless powerful beings could fight freely, without needing something called mana. Finally, the great demon made a conclusion, you're simply too weak. Sengu stayed silent, not replying. Time passed and suddenly, Sengu made a suggestion that stunned the great demon. Don't you want to have a proper fight? He continued expressing his intent. A foe so strong that you won't tremble, even when you drain every last bit of strength from your body. Fight until you can't breathe. Sengu smiled and promised, if you make me stronger, I will help you make that happen. He declared, I will become your strongest opponent. The great demon didn't immediately accept but lowered his head and laughed, then moved closer to Sengu. Among all the nonsense you've said, that's the most ridiculous, and also the thing I like most. The great demon's voice echoed throughout the space as your clones searched for cracks and dealt with monsters. He confirmed, so you'll fight me one-on-one. Sengu retorted, isn't that better than rambling on with nonsense theories? He confirmed, I will take everything for myself, both the void power and your fighting skills. Upon hearing this, the great demon laughed with excitement. All right, give it a try. Then Sengu shouted loudly, Great Demon, release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. The great demon's eyes gleamed as he repeated Sengu's word. Release the seal of the 7 deadly sins, opponent. Sengu silently thought. He remembered that before, when he was much weaker than he is now, he had once fought alone against an S-class monster, Titan Skeleton. He pulled out a sword from the spatial gate and silently thought, I don't think I'll win right away. Sengu suddenly remembered his physical strength advantage, jumped into the air and swung his sword. I'm here. At this moment, Sengu had made up his mind, so he would face him head-on to leverage that advantage. Not long after, Sengu was pinned to the ground by the great demon's foot, with the sword close to his face. Currently, it's a 0. The great demon slowly reached towards Sengu. I'll take this as tuition. Blood splattered into the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream echoing throughout the space. The great demon stood tall, his voice full of confidence. Don't whine, you'll improve quickly anyway, or should I go easier on you? Sengu, in pain from losing one eye, gritted his teeth and replied, no, this is perfect as it is. He quickly jumped up, swinging his sword again. You'll have to at least do this much before I'll feel like tearing you apart. The great demon reacted instantly, raising his hand to block the sword's edge. I'll be happy if you can do that. Another location at the same time, the ground cracked from the tremendous force, and the space was shrouded in a layer of thick white dust. Amidst the ruins, a man covered in injuries sat leaning against a pile of rubble, coughing weakly. Sarkly, an S-rank hunter, sighed faintly, gazing ahead and murmuring, what now? A giant foot stepped forward and a voice boomed, I'm sure I've heard that you were missing. In a tone full of contempt, Leo Gatto Alexander spoke. This is truly surprising. Did the standards change while I was away? How could someone like you be S-rank? Pathetic like you. He continued with a bored expression. I expected something more when I came here, but the result is this dreadful. So in the end, it's still the 7 deadly sins. Charlie immediately teared up, the words of Leo Gatto Alexander echoing in his ears. His voice continued, the only ones I can locate are the Titan skeletons in the crypt, or a jumper, I guess. Starkly unexpectedly revealed, the Titan skeleton has already been hunted. Leo Gatto Alexander murmured, oh. He mocked, you're about to die and you still insist on calling yourself S-rank. You must have a special sword or a strange purple stone, right? Charlie squinted, denying, I don't know what you're talking about. When we got there was already a hunter fighting the Titan skeleton. Leo Gatto Alexander asked, who was it? Charlie immediately retorted, do you think I'll tell you, when I know exactly what you plan to do? He remained silent, glaring. Then he turned away, took out his phone, and said, "Then I'll look it up myself. You should have made it clear from the start that you weren't going to tell me." Behind him, Charlie froze, filled with emotion, realizing he understood modern culture more than he had imagined. Elsewhere, the battle between Sangu and the great demon continued. The two of them were frantically charging at each other. Sangu panted, thinking to himself, "This is absurd." He realized he could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's strikes, but every time he tried to block, a surprise blow came right after. The great demon laughed with delight, looking at him and saying, "It's uncomfortable, isn't it? That feeling as if all your thoughts are being read." Sangu spread his arms wide, gathering his strength while shouting, "Shut up." The great demon swung his hand, shattering his magic circle, and coldly said, "Trying to stall? I won't let you make it easy." A tremendous burst of power erupted from the great demon, charging straight ahead. Sangu's whole body felt like it was being burned, and he screamed in agony, "What is this?" Pushing one hand to the ground, Sangu looked up at the great demon in the air, his mind filled with questions about how he could read his movements. At some point, the great demon had closed the distance and said, "This is the real deal." He grinned smugly, "Now it's 2-0, right?" A beam of white light flashed into Sangu's face as the great demon's blade came down. Sangu quickly turned his head to dodge and struck hard at the incoming arm, saying, "Nice try, you bastard. I've figured it out." The great demon cursed softly, "Bastard." Then he commented with interest, "You've got an interesting strategy." A status window appeared indicating, "Type of spirit beast, mage, shares sensory data with the bound entity." Sangu grabbed the great demon's arm and exposed it. "Yeah, if you link the senses for a moment, you'll know exactly where to strike, right?" He shouted loudly and swung his sword with force at the great demon. "Even if you're one of the 7 deadly sins in the end, you're still just my subordinate, you bastard." The great demon was sent flying, and Sangu coldly remarked, "Isn't that fair, huh?" He responded with full authority, "What do you think I am? Using all the skills you have is not a choice, it's a must." After that, the great demon quickly regained balance. Sangu sweated, looking at him, wondering if he had seen it wrong, as he had just launched from the air. In just a minute, the great demon jumped and kicked Sangu in the chest. The great demon continued, "Not enough yet, kid." Sangu was shocked by the kick and coughed uncontrollably. Sangu exclaimed, "Cough, why is your clone's body so strong?" Just as the great demon was about to strike him down, an announcement rang out, reporting the detection of another rift. Thus the great demon spared Sangu and prioritized climbing the tower first, and Sangu quickly agreed. A while later, Sangu had climbed the tower, bewildered and astonished, looking around. He exclaimed, "This looks like the previous floor." He asked, "Did we really climb up?" The great demon replied, "Don't worry, I'm climbing. From now on, only the air will change gradually." The great demon stopped for a moment to think, sensing the increasingly strong smell of blood. Sangu reminded, "Tight, let's go." The great demon quickly turned back and slapped his stomach. "Imprint this in your mind. A little negligence can cost a life. The real battle is not a game." "There's no signal to start the fight, kid." Sangu collapsed on the spot. "Coward, sneak attack, cough, cough." The battle continued even as they ascended to the new floor. The body parts of the monsters kept moving thanks to the absorption skill, greatly increasing Sangu's power. The two continued fighting, facing the ever-increasing stats, thanks to moments of heightened awareness. Sangu could read and determine the direction of the 7 deadly sins attacks, allowing him to dodge and counterattack. At first, this was just a temporary solution, not applicable to every enemy. It was a desperate attempt to level the overwhelming power gap. This choice ultimately led to a big change. Sangu gradually became accustomed to reading his opponent's movements through their attack stance and fake reaction. When his predictions aligned with the opponent's actions, Sangu increasingly dodged effectively. Even the use of summoning skills decreased, followed by the ability to absorb techniques. He realized the different powers hidden behind the fake and real moves of the 7 deadly sins. Sangu instinctively mimicked the fighting style and finally mastered the void power. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "Oh, so that's it, I've got it now." The battle significantly improved Sangu's combat ability. The great demon increased his strength. "Well then, it's time to move on to the next step." The great demon attacked. "You never understood why my stats are higher than yours, did you?" A powerful punch aimed at Sangu. Sangu managed to block it unexpectedly. The great demon explained, "Void power can replace mana, like the body enhancement skill you guys call muscle buffs. Its performance is sometimes even worse than the clone's skill." Scene change. Legato reads the news on his phone. A hunter has defeated the Titan core Sangu. He wondered, is he from South Korea? Then Legato searched on his phone. "Where's the map?" "Ah, here it is, my position, southeast, all right. Because the earth is round, you can just go around and get there." A voice spoke as Legato was about to stand up. "Wow, look at this guy, great body. He must train really hard, huh? Why do you have to train so seriously?" He replied, if the truth is that we have to die, how can you still laugh like this? The kids replied, because we've decided to let go and enjoy the time we have left. Forget the past and come have a drink with us. Legato got a little angry. You've decided to give up, but you still have to do something worthwhile. They said, you're here now, just have a drink with us. At that moment, Legato angrily drew his weapon and threatened them. Legato asked, what's up? Let's have some fun, kids. The group looked confused. He continued, should I laugh like I did earlier? Come on, smile, this is a festival, not a funeral. Scene change, day 88 to Harvest Day, day 85 to Harvest Day. Sangu was still fighting the great demon. The system reported that a rift had been detected, day 81 to Harvest Day. Another rift appeared, day 76 to Harvest Day. The great demon glanced at Sangu. Well, we've already passed dozens of floors. After all this time, you still don't know how to use it correctly. The person tensed up, looking embarrassed, their face stiff as a rock. I've only just begun to grasp the void power. You think a newbie like me can master it immediately? He told me to hold off on that discussion. Where are we right now? Why is the space becoming more chaotic as we climb higher in the Odin Tower? Lieber explained that this is the true face of the Odin Tower. It gets worse the higher we go, but don't worry too much. The human sense of smell adapts quickly. Sangu gritted his teeth in frustration, disappointed that he had lost his appetite. Sangu changed his attitude to a more positive one, but still understood that progress depended on reality. Let's eat, guys. Sangu sat down to eat with the demon at the bottom and asked, so, how many floors have we climbed so far? The demon replied, about 1%. Sangu said, if we keep up this pace, everything will go smoothly. But probably won't be that easy. The demon, while sipping soup, saw something and widened his eye. Sangu smugly said, haha, you see, I've already poisoned your food. The monster from the previous floor used poison, so I had already prepared it for you. This is my counterattack with void poison. You said that the real battle isn't a game, right? Let your guard down for a few seconds and you're definitely going to lose. The demon physically pushed Sangu and said, is your poison resistance just for show? You think that's going to work, you idiot? Sangu responded painfully. Still considered a success. The scene switched to Kaiso and his students' training ground, where the student swung with all his might and finally showed some progress. He joyfully exclaimed, I did it, then showed off to the instructor, I did it, master. The master smiled and encouraged him, well done. The other two were also somewhat impressed. Wow, I'm so jealous. I want to achieve this a bit sooner. There's less than 3 months left for practice, so I must stay focused. Yes, I'm really lucky. How long until I can learn swordsmanship from an S-rank hunter? The instructor encouraged his student. Overall, it's fine, but your wrist was a bit tense before drawing the sword. The student attentively responded, yes, master. The master silently observed, thinking to himself, my disciple, I see my disciple everywhere. Kaiso was moved to tears. Sniff, Chiron, if you saw this, you'd be so happy. Just as he was feeling emotional, a voice rang out loudly. Hey, I have a question. I'm not sure if my pronunciation is correct. The bracelet is too tight, so I'm not sure if it will work. Legato asked next, does anyone know a guy named Dung Sangu? If you do, call him here, I want to have a chat. No, that sounded a bit rude. I should probably greet him before asking for something. Legato had just finished speaking when there was a loud explosion in the training room. Before anyone could react, a bomb-like explosion engulfed Kaiso's training room. Legato clicked his tongue. Oh, you blocked that attack, that's surprising. The other students stared in shock. The master blocked that attack to protect us. Cairo wondered to himself, who the hell is that guy? Wait, it seems he's the missing hunter from all this time. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, Legato. The man surprisedly asked, do we know each other? But it doesn't matter. Right now I just want one thing, bring Dung Sangu here. Kaiso replied, I don't know why you're looking for him, but I cannot accept that request. The other students nervously shouted, damn, he's an advanced hunter. Afraid of him, we're hunters too, and we still have access to system skill. Let's do this, don't underestimate our strength. We're also advanced hunters, you know. Legato sneered. C rank is considered high rank. The translation bracelet of yours must be seriously malfunctioning. Anyway, forget it, I actually prefer it this way. He raised his hand and a surge of power appeared. Immediately, weapons and the surrounding space bent and thinned. They were sucked in. It was his ultimate move, increasing mobility and creating an elastic platform from mana. Legato called out, you think you can stop me with that weak skill? This caused him to be amazed. Before anyone could wonder, all of Kaiso's students were crumpled into a ball. Oh no, help! Legato then clenched his fist, ready to smash them. But it was impossible, as Kaiso quickly intervened to stop Legato. The instructor spoke, don't dream of killing my students, you bastard. They are my disciples, break the wind sword. Furious, he swiftly unleashed a wide-swinging strike toward Legato, an ultimate move named Destroying Bone Strike. Narrator, all the trainees were quickly rescued and fell out of the circle. The strange power had vanished. Dialogue, are we going to fight him? You think we can beat him, you fool. Narrator Cairo urged everyone to retreat and contact Lucas, while Legato also spoke up. Dialogue, oh, I just remembered. Narrator Tam is a swordsman, an S-class genius hunter, and although labeled a genius, is often surrounded by many false rumors. Dialogue. Narrator, no one knows Tam's origin. While Legato spoke, everyone listened and started running. Dialogue, hurry, follow his orders, everyone. Beat that guy in shorts, you idiot master. Narrator, a group of people appeared, including Captain Miho and her team, and decided to fight together. Dialogue, we'll fight alongside you. Narrator, Kaisao was surprised that Tam had found this place. Dialogue, how did you find this place? Narrator, Yulan reminded everyone about the news. Dialogue, didn't you watch the news? Everyone is in a panic because Legato came back. Narrator, however, Tam didn't understand why Legato came to South Korea. Dialogue, ha 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 ha, fine, I'll take on whoever comes. Narrator, at his current level it could be considered high tier. Sangu was still fighting with the great demon's soul. Dialogue. Narrator, Sangu realized that he had only tapped into a fraction of the void's power but was still struggling. Dialogue. Narrator, he considered combining mana and void power. Dialogue. Do you want Sangu to fully replace mana with void power? Not easy. But what if we combine both and use void power for support? Narrator, Sangu quickly summoned his power and saw the result. Dialogue. Narrator, Sangu was pleased when the powers balanced out. Dialogue, yes, finally, the power between us is balanced. Narrator, he realized he had the upper hand thanks to his equipment. The great demon was no slouch either. Dialogue, in this case, isn't it obvious I have the advantage? Aha, try me. Narrator, Sangu was confused by the opponent's power. Dialogue, does that weird ability of yours have no limits? Narrator, the scene shifted to Kaiso and Leogato's group, where the latter was summoning power. Dialogue. Narrator, Yugong, Miho, and Gunt were exhausted from the power. Dialogue, haha, that attack didn't even leave a scratch. Damn it, don't even think about capturing him. Narrator, he had destroyed half the city without controlling his power. Kaiso suggested holding him off for a while. Dialogue, can you hold him off for a bit? Just a bit. Narrator, Gwant was worried about the danger. Dialogue, I'm not sure if we'll make it out of here alive dealing with that monster. Narrator, the three quickly attacked, combining mana and shields. Dialogue, but whatever, let's fight. Narrator, Miho, Ilgon, and Team T all unleashed their attacks at once. Dialogue, Black Sun, violent explosion, crescent slash. Narrator, their attacks were nothing compared to him. Legato used his left arm to throw them back. Dialogue. Narrator, Legato controlled the angle of his shots with his right hand. Dialogue. Narrator, he unleashed a stronger attack, knocking everyone down. Dialogue. Narrator, he was confident in his power. Dialogue, from the start, didn't bringing that guy over make me stronger. Narrator, Legato had not yet killed Kaiso, his main target, and used his ultimate mana. Dialogue. Narrator, a strike hit Legato and Cairo seized the opportunity to attack. Dialogue, second form. Narrator, Legato's foot lifted, Kaisao retreated and he still smiled. Dialogue. Narrator, Legato spoke about the recent move and advanced to punch. Dialogue, what just happened? I guess no need for the left foot. Narrator, he was knocked away and Legato praised him. Dialogue, that last move was a bit dangerous but I'll give you credit. Narrator, he jumped toward his disciple and Kaisao lost his reason. Dialogue, I wonder if your disciple will make it in time to save you from death, master. Narrator, amid the chaos, another energy pulled Kaiso away. It was Yung Jian. Dialogue, I must admit you're fast. Narrator, he slowly lowered himself. Dialogue, I was planning to chop your hand off, but it didn't work out. Narrator, Legato yelled at this and Yung Jian responded. Dialogue, kid, who are you? I'm just a regular B-rank hunter. Narrator, Deng Xian prepared to summon his power. Dialogue. Narrator, Deng Xian created an energy shield. Dialogue. Narrator, smoke spread out revealing a large hole. Legato jumped up unscathed. Dialogue. Narrator, Deng Xian aimed at Legato, using a level 100 stone prison skill to envelop him. Dialogue. Narrator, his hand tightened the level 100 earth prison skill and the area began to shrink. Dialogue. Narrator, when it reached its limit, it exploded. Legato fell to the ground, heavily injured but still smiling. Dialogue. The man fell freely, his eyes full of surprise as he looked to the opposite side and asked, quite impressive, very impressive, who are you? No way, someone like you can't be an unknown. Legato stabilized himself and began to probe. Alright, tell me what's your background? Deng Xian calmly replied, I've already told you. His eyes lit up, staring intensely at him and said, I'm just an ordinary hunter. The system announced, Great Sage Harvest, all learned skills will automatically be upgraded to the highest level. The past flashed through his mind. Sangu smiled, turned around and said, Hey, I have a small gift for you. Make sure to use it well after you get back. Deng Xian asked seriously, a gift? What gift? He simply responded, you'll know soon enough. When he got home, he walked in with many questions on his mind. Why did he send me a gift? After all, the world is about to end. A red liquid-filled bottle in front of his house caught Deng Xian's attention. A note on the bottle reminded, "Remember to drink it, bro." Seeing it, he was astonished. Deng Xian held the bottle in his hands, his heart full of confusion. Elixir, Deng Sangu, how did he get this? He told me to drink it, should I drink it? He gritted his teeth, thinking hard. Deng Xian silently wondered, what if this doesn't work either? He worried, even DEB couldn't boost my stats, so what would drinking this mean? What if someone like me wastes something so good? The note fell to the ground as Deng Xian remained in a state of confusion. If even the elixir doesn't work, what should I do? The small note had a friendly message from Sangu. If you dare to be polite or hesitate to use it, I'll stab you. Seeing those words, he had an epiphany. That's right, if the elixir doesn't work, I just need to get up and keep trying. With that determination, Deng Xian confidently drank the elixir. The old workout weights absorbed his relentless effort. In his heart, Deng Xian silently resolved, if the elixir doesn't work, nothing changes. I will continue to push myself every day as I always have. After drinking it, his body began to emanate immense energy. Deng Xian struggled to endure the powerful transformation in his body. The system continuously notified, elixir detected, starting physical restructuring. Currently, all stats are permanently fixed at 0.2. Synchronization error detected. Stats that haven't been applied are now integrated. Strength, agility, endurance, stamina. A while later, a massive explosion occurred at his building, sending dust and smoke flying. Back in the present, Deng Xian coldly looked at Liagato and said seriously, I'm just someone who keeps trying to move forward. His current stats were also displayed. Strength 14.213, agility 12.365, endurance 16.761, stamina 31.25, mana 6275245. A bright red flame appeared before him, representing Deng Xian's will. He firmly declared, and I won't stop there, I will keep trying and persevering for the future. Deng Xian recalled the past. The first thing he felt when the limits were lifted were these fireballs. They were also restricted due to my previous mana stat of 0.2. A massive fireball appeared, almost covering the sky. He solemnly declared, so I will not let myself be stuck anymore. Liagato looked up in awe. What a beautiful sight. He stood up, directly facing the huge fireball, smugly saying, but you chose the wrong opponent. Deng Xian watched as the fireball weakened, wondering, is that some kind of absorption skill? He raised his hand and shot out 2 beams of energy. The heat ray released 2 beams with a fixed trajectory, concentrating all the light energy on the locked trajectory. A black hole appeared, absorbing his attack. Liagato sneered, that whole attack strategy was a mistake, kid. The space began to distort, pulling Deng Xian closer to him. Liagato smugly explained, my power isn't absorption, it's the compressive pressure of space. Deng Xian felt the state of uncertainty in himself. Stunned, he thought, my body. Deng Xian was pulled closer to the black sphere, directly facing Liagato. Liagato raised his fist towards him and said, misjudging the problem in a battle has a huge price, kid. I truly pity your talent. But when he threw the punch, what he got was a broken piece of glass. Deng Xian spoke, irritated. Why so many skills? Around Liagato were shattered glass pieces reflecting the space in chaos. That was his skill, a spatial one, twisting space to create a separated world. Deng Xian had a serious expression, preparing to attack, mocking, pity my talent. You think you can provoke me with just a few words? I'm already tired of hearing it. Liagato laughed faintly as he looked at Deng Xian. All right then, you'll see. Deng Xian didn't respond, just tilted his head, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. The two faced each other. A tense battle was about to erupt. Multiple streams of energy light shot straight into the isolated space he had just created. Miho, badly injured, lay on the ground, watching the chaotic battle unfolding beside her. The two were fighting fiercely. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was this just a dream? Wasn't that hunter Deng Xian? How could that kid be on par with Liagato? Miho, worried, tried to get up but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her mind raced. He won't last long. I have to help him quickly. She could only lie still, desperately telling herself her body couldn't move. Scully walked over to Miho, sighing. Why does everyone I meet end up like this? He was healing while irritably questioning. Am I running a free clinic or something? I swear this will be the last time I listen to that jerk jumper. Scully tiredly said, get up, comrades, I'm not fighting that monster. The scene shifted to the battle between Sangu's clones and the monsters. Number 2 swiftly grabbed the beak of a monster, bloodlust blazing, ready to kill it. After finishing it off, he casually tossed it aside. The monster carcasses from Number 2's kills piled up into a mountain. He felt the power spread throughout his body. At that moment, the system announced the activation of the monster transformation process. Stats increased, stats increased. Suddenly, a violent tremor caught Number 2's attention. An explosion went off beside him, sending rocks flying. The great demon was now immobilized from Sangu's attack, only hearing his mocking words. How do you feel? What are you going to do now? Sangu excitedly said, I need to train to get stronger. Want me to call number 2 to help you out? The system also announced, you have leveled up the clone skill level 70, new effects added. Clones will now be equipped with lower body gear, pants, matching the user. The scene shifted to a beautiful grassy plain. Veda cheerfully laughed and said, I never thought I'd get such good news. She excitedly shook her hands, saying, finally, Lieber is back. Karin Kammer said, how long has he been gone traveling? So many years have passed, hasn't it, before this peaceful, sunny landscape? A series of questions appeared in her mind. Is there something in Tibern that displeases him? Food shortages don't exist here. Everything is peaceful and nearly perfect. Will the master return with him? Veda in great spirits said, anyway, it's so good to hear news about him after all these years. That she, Alyssa, we should thank her for always keeping us informed. Zumi spoke up to deny, no, she's not Alyssa. Bitchen also added, right, she's just the supervisor here. Karin suddenly spoke coldly, but why does she have to supervise? Didn't Alyssa die there long ago? Just then, a signal tower in the city suddenly exploded. The system, in Alyssa's form, urgently announced, detected malfunction in the B-24 area due to overload. Another replica hastily exclaimed, damn it. Again, it began opening the teleportation gate, saying, I'll be back soon. The remaining system started analyzing the cause. It seemed they had remembered something that should have been erased from their memories earlier. Was it a mistake to use Alyssa's image in front of them? But I really wanted to tell them the news about Lieber. It stood in front of the laboratory, hesitating, saying, I was so careful in managing Alyssa's data and information. Well, as long as Lord Lieber returns quickly, that's all that matters. The system smiled broadly, happily saying, the reunion between Lord Lieber and Alyssa. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. How wonderful it will be to witness their reunion in person. A source of energy scanned the location of Karin's group. It awkwardly said, before this happens, I sincerely apologize. Immediately they lost their memories. Karin curiously asked, wait, what were we just talking about? Sammy replied, that picnic the other day, it was so fun. She cheerfully added, yeah, right. The food we brought, only Braymouse suspected the pressure he had just felt. Dung Xian calmly shot an energy beam at Leo Gatto. Thunder sparked crystal. Then another attack came, creating a massive explosion, thunder cloud array. He continuously dodged, thinking to himself, what's going on? Something feels off. Leo Gatto faced his overwhelming aura without fear. On the contrary, he calmly said, narration, your combat experience doesn't match your skills at all, even though you have an absurd number of them. Dialogue, your combat experience doesn't align with your skills at all. You possess an unreal amount of abilities. Narration, immediately his words hit a weak spot, leaving Dung Xian momentarily stunned. Dialogue. Narration, at the crucial moment you fail to use those skills correctly. Leo Gatto continues light attacks, gradually closing in and provoking with satisfaction. Dialogue, but at the critical moment you don't use them properly. Narration, in the end, even with many powerful skills, you couldn't land a killing blow on me, leaving you frustrated. Dialogue, in the end, even with many strong skills, you couldn't deliver a fatal strike to me. Frustrated, aren't you? Narration, that frustration makes your attacks increasingly reckless. Pathetic. Dialogue, frustration makes you fight even more recklessly. Truly pathetic. Narration, quickly Leo Gatto circles behind Dung Xian, leaving him shocked. He smiles, confidently speculating. Dialogue, none. Narration, he comments on his opponent's combat experience. Dialogue, you've never been in a real fight, have you? Am I right? Narration, suddenly a shockwave erupts where they stand. Kaiso and Miho's group appear from somewhere, blocking his punch with swords. Dialogue, lack of experience can be compensated for. Narration, Leo Gatto faces Scully, who calls out from afar. Dialogue, stop talking and fight me, Leo Gatto. If you haven't lost any limbs yet, don't come running here. Narration, he gives everyone a reminder before the battle. Dialogue, I won't handle anything beyond those two. Move forward and fight with all you've got, everyone. Narration, scene shifts to a room filled with documents, angry shouts echo. Dialogue, damn it. Narration, Defense Minister Goetsiok stands up, unable to believe what's happening. Dialogue, so many countries didn't interfere, why does it have to be South Korea? Narration, his aide rushes to report. Dialogue, how can someone who has been missing for so long suddenly appear? Narration, the aide reports on the current battle situation. Dialogue, reporting current status, senior hunters, including sword users, are still fighting Leo Gatto. Narration, he expresses impatience at the prolonged fight. Dialogue, what? How long has this fight been going on without ending? Narration, he asks about support deployment. Dialogue, support units are in position. Should we engage? Narration, TSEO wonders about the battle location. Dialogue, where is the battle taking place? Narration, the aide explains the area and challenges of making a decision. Dialogue, moving beyond a 500 m radius would hit a populated area. Evacuation orders are already in place. Narration, policies are prepared, then a shocking decision is made. Dialogue, none. Narration, he emphasizes that the opponent, though strong, is still human. Scene change. Dialogue, none. Narration, Sengu coughs in pain, lowering his sword. Dialogue, didn't I tell you? Narration, the great demon is pinned to the wall by kicks, yet remains smug. Dialogue, this bastard won't beat him with that little strength. That's the 354th time. Narration, despite the provocation, he only smiles and thinks. Dialogue, none. Narration, he wonders if the limitation of his clones is the reason, only able to use 70% of basic stats. Dialogue, none. Narration, clones use varying stat ratios according to schedule. Dialogue, none. Narration, he quietly calculates that the stronger the opponent, the more their strength increases. Dialogue, 3,300. Narration, the great demon, covered in wounds, stands calmly thanks to void energy enhancement, offering praise. Dialogue, not bad, glad you're not an idiot. Narration, the great demon kicks the ground, causing debris to scatter and quickly appears before Sengu. Dialogue, none. Narration, his action terrifies Sengu. Dialogue, damn it, this madman. How can he still move with all those holes in him? Narration, he tries to block the attack. Dialogue, congratulations on your first win. Take a short break, huh? Narration, Sengu exhales, sitting down. Dialogue, if you die I'm done for two, right? Narration, Sengu lies exhausted on the ground, wanting rest. Dialogue, damn it, I just want to lie in bed and sleep. Narration, number 2 approaches to report. Dialogue, master, he reports seriously, found a water channel leading to the next floor. Narration, Sengu responds excitedly. Dialogue, nice, I heard the upper floor is all beds. You need rest too, number 2. Narration, a spatial door opens beside him. He orders number 2. Dialogue, you've killed quite a few Rennie already. Head to the upper floor, clean up, wash, and grab something to eat first. Narration, number 2 obeys and approaches the spatial gate. Dialogue, yes. Narration, immediately memories of trembling, sweaty hands flood his mind. Dialogue, none. Narration, a reminder sound echoes, warning from now on. Dialogue, at least from now if you want to return. Narration, the image of a fearful man breathing heavily appears with the sound. Dialogue, you can make your dream come true anytime. Narration, Sengu recovers from the illusion, silently astonished. Dialogue, what did I just see? What is that memory? The battle between Liagato and Deng Xian's group continued intensely. He faced powerful attacks from them but remained calm, continuing to mock his opponents. With a contemptuous smile, Liagato released power from his body, creating a terrifying pressure that compressed the surrounding space, forcing his enemies to retreat. Satisfied, Liagato shouted, "That's not enough to defeat me." Kaiso looked at Deng Xian, worried. "Are you all right?" Deng Xian, clutching a wound across his abdomen, weakly replied, "If I can hold him off, I can still fight." Sully, watching from afar, felt tense, wondering if he should intervene. Explosions erupted continuously around Liagato. He turned, suspiciously scanning his surroundings. Wani asked, "What's coming? Looks like artillery." Kaiso, still cautious, replied, "Maybe the army is sending reinforcements." Miho, injured, spoke up, "No, I don't think just artillery alone. That wouldn't be enough to take down Liagato." The army advanced with tank support, fighting spirit high, shouting, "Assist the hunters immediately." 2 soldiers aimed heavy cannons straight at Liagato and began firing. Kaiso turned around, alert. The explosive power from the cannons shook the surrounding space. Soldier yelled, "Everyone, retreat immediately from that area now." All 3 were surprised by the warning. Miho, gritting her teeth, said, "Those fools. Old man Liagato is faster than all of us combined. Do they think he'll just wait while we leave?" He began to worry and reminded, "We have to hold him back." Kaiso turned to Deng Xian. "When the time comes, can you pull me out like before?" Deng Xian replied anxiously, "That skill is temporarily frozen, but I have a similar one. Leave it to me." Deng Xian hurried off, leaving a message. "I entrust this life to you." A command from the army rang out. "Keep firing, each bullet shines like rain." Skills were activated and shouts urged continuously. "Don't stop, keep Liagato in there." Each magical projectile hit Liagato's body but caused no damage. Impatient, he said, "Annoying, I was planning to spare you ants." He summoned a black orb like a deep pit, creating a spatial distortion. Liagato warned, "If you keep blocking my path, I won't stay calm much longer." For a moment, Kaiso rushed to attack Liagato, making him pause mid-sentence. "If you don't want to get hurt, don't blame me." The army commander urged, "Keep firing," a soldier reported. "The melee range is too close to the target, sir." Liagato said with amusement, "After fighting that young mage out there, I realized one thing. Fighting you is much more satisfying." He grabbed Kaiso's sword, putting him in a difficult position. Liagato laughed contemptuously. "But do you know your strength isn't enough to decide my life and death?" He confidently asked, "What's your source of power?" Deng Xian just smiled and replied, "Something I couldn't understand when I arrived on Earth." Pyro stepped back, surprised. "It's the technology of Earth civilization." In the sky, missiles appeared, carrying devastating power, aimed directly at the 2 fighting below. Liagato didn't care, continuing to use his skill, taunting, "Using missiles too? Useless, don't waste your effort." The surrounding space began to change, covered by lenses, and Liagato stopped, angrily saying, "Hey, that's not fair." Kaiso calmly stepped out from a space gate created by Deng Xian, asking doubtfully, "Will this skill hold him?" Deng Xian confidently replied, "Yes, but not for long." Deng Xian smiled fearlessly. "Someone once told me if there's a gap, just fill it." The missiles in the sky were engraved with magical circles, transforming massively, affecting living beings below. Soon their size multiplied. Kaiso looked at the scene, unable to help but exclaim, "Gods." The soldiers shouted urgently, "Everyone brace for impact." The missiles neared their targets. Liagato suspiciously wondered if this would work. After a massive explosion, the area shook, and the ground shattered under the impact. Nearby soldiers were affected, the ground trembling, and everyone had to lie down. A layer of ultraphysical shields appeared for protection. The soldiers were confused, wondering if its power exceeded headquarters' expectations. It seemed the ballistic missiles had enlarged upon impact. Fortunately, this shield blocked them, otherwise the civilian area could have been affected. The ground at Liagato was completely destroyed, shrouded in thick smoke and dust, making visibility impossible. Before the commander could finish speaking, he was defeated, and Miho immediately stopped him. "Wait, stop, it's gone." The space fell silent, covered in smoke and craters. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from below. Above, Scully watched in horror and shouted, "It's over, everything's ruined, we have to get out of here immediately." He yelled, "Anyone who wants to live, get out of here now." Everyone was confused by this warning. Why?" Scully repeated himself once more. "I warned you, if you don't want to face a stronger monster, run now." As soon as he finished, Liagato manifested, ascending like a Super Saiyan. Gato exclaimed, "It's been so long since I could use my true power." The monster alert system activated. Elemental explosion. When impacted with enough force, the skill activates. This skill converts absorbed energy into fuel to enhance the user's basic ability. Everyone froze, stunned. They witnessed a man remain unharmed after taking a direct hit from a missile. It was unbelievable without explanation. However, what immobilized everyone was the energy radiating from him, powerful and oppressive, surpassing any monster. Just as everyone prepared to attack again, he swung his fist, compressing the air to its limit, flames igniting around him, forming a blinding beam of light. The attack crushed everything in its path, the sound ripping through the sky. Deng Xian froze at the powerful punch, seeing the brutal reality before him, feeling as if he might collapse. "We're defeated, we can't beat this monster. At least Deng Xian has to get everyone out of here." Liagato dashed like lightning, having said from the start that if you handed over Deng Sang-gu, he wouldn't have to act so recklessly. A footprint struck Liagato's face, sending him flying into a large boulder. Scully widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "We have a chance." Miho was equally surprised, while Yugon smiled confidently. "That's the jumper, he just appeared to save us from a certain loss." "You've been waiting for me, haven't you?" Liagato remained calm and laughed loudly. Jumper, I haven't settled accounts with you yet, just like Flash." Jumper leapt forward and kicked him at the shoulder. "You're too loud." Next came a flurry of rapid strikes around Liagato. "I'm not here for a boring fight." Liagato couldn't defend in time. He angrily raised his fist and charged. Liagato flinched, opening his mouth in surprise. A brief silence between Jumper and Liagato. Then Liagato smirked. "Ha ha ha." Jumper stepped back and asked, "Lucas, what the hell are you?" He replied, "What am I? I am the strongest human." After speaking, Jumper launched another kick. A blinding light appeared, obscuring the view between them. A massive explosion sent rocks flying, followed by a fierce clash between the two. Jumper spoke, "But that's still not enough. Someone like me isn't worthy of that title. The one who can overcome all challenges and answer every question in the future must surpass both me and you. So why don't we cooperate?" Scene shifts to Sang-gu and his clone. Sang-gu noticed there was no forest around. A sudden memory flashed in his mind. "At least if you return, you can make your dreams come true." He wondered what that memory meant, seeing a hunter resembling Bak Hone. He asked, "You have no information on the shattered 7 deadly sins pieces." The great demon replied, "Do you know Hunter Bak Hone? Is he the one who will die by my hand?" Sang-gu responded in disappointment. "What can I expect from this brain-dead guy?" Sang-gu sought another ally. "Lieber, you see it, right? You're connected directly, so you must see it." Lieber snorted. Lieber replied, "What are you talking about, Bak Hone Hunter?" Sang-gu was surprised. "You can't see it either." Lieber asked, "What exactly did you see?" Then continued, I get it, the moment you touched the interlayer water rift. I sensed a source of energy, possibly a resonance between the shattered 7 deadly sins pieces." Sang-gu asked, "You mean it doesn't affect other rifts, only that one?" Lieber explained, "You're just starting to control the power from the void. Anyway, this is just my guess, but perhaps you sense the lingering void power from Bak Hone's teammates in the rift." Lieber wondered, "What memory did you see?" Sang-gu replied, "Perhaps when he first possessed the shattered 7 deadly sins. But he didn't look happy. Sengu had to pause the conversation and turn around. A voice rang out, startling him. "Oh la la, we finally meet." It was Jumper and Leogato. "Sengu, we promised to meet." At the tower's top, he asked, "Why are you still here? Didn't Gato wait to speak? Come in. Both will die by my hand." Other clones joined Leogato's battle. He smirked dangerously, and the clones were flung away by Leogato's attack. Suddenly, Leogato kneeled before Jumper. Why didn't you just kill me?" Jumper replied, "Sengu's development is slower than I thought. I intended a few provoking moves, but they probably won't work. I was really reckless with him. Don't you think he needs special training? You're the right person to train him." Leogato thought irritably, "How dare he treat me like a puppet to train someone else?" Leogato decided to follow his plan. Just kill Dung Sangu and absorb the shattered 7 deadly sins pieces. Sangu sighed, "Oh, my back finally found a forest. Turns out it was always with me." The clones reacted, "We're just denying our reality." Number 1 spoke, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sangu woke up in a cold sweat, wondering if it was Leogato, the one holding 3 pieces of the 7 deadly sins, or not. Number 1 spoke, "That's right, this is an opportunity for both of us." Sangu hesitated for a moment. "Can I really win?" The demon replied, "You asked the wrong question, fool." He smirked and said, "You should ask if you're still alive by now." Hearing this, Sangu immediately responded. He snorted lightly and continued, "Calling you a brainless idiot is not wrong." He told himself that if he didn't want to die here, the only way was to defeat his opponent. Leogato arrogantly declared, "If I kill you, I'll have all 5 pieces of the 7 deadly sins." Sangu quickly retorted, "Too naive, thinking I'm easy to take down." The moment their powers clashed, a thunderous explosion rang out, blinding magical energy erupted violently, tearing the surrounding space apart. Sangu gritted his teeth, eyes blazing, his whole body tense, veins bulging as he poured all his strength into defending against the incoming strike. He continued to unleash his full power, launching into the air, using gravity to drive his sword down onto the enemy. Leogato spoke in admiration, "Not bad, kid. At least you meet my minimum requirements." Immediately, his clones simultaneously charged forward with weapons in hand. Murderous intent flared in his eyes, and in an instant, a fierce beam of white light struck straight at the enemy without mercy. The shockwave shook the ground, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. Leogato's body was drenched in blood, yet he only sneered. "Is that your clone? Must be your unique skill, huh?" Leogato immediately unleashed a wave of dark energy. Sangu leaned back to dodge, then spun into the air, delivering a direct kick toward him. But at that moment, Leogato grabbed Sangu's foot. He glanced at him and commented casually, "Combat skills. Barely past the standard." Just then, Nohai dashed in, his sword flashing, slicing through Leogato with blood spraying. The other clones quickly closed in, tightening the encirclement around him. From afar, Sangu observed the chaotic battle. A thought crossed his mind, "He's slower than I expected." Without hesitation, he charged straight into the battlefield. He resolved that using more of his void power could end this quickly, and then swung his sword downward. A tremendous power erupted, condensing into a beam of light shooting toward the enemy at incredible speed. The strike hit Leogato precisely. At that moment, Sangu's mind was suddenly flooded with foreign memories. He saw the man standing alone on the battlefield, fighting fiercely against 7 savage insects, then delivering a decisive punch. A terrifying power exploded, wiping everything out. The ground soaked in blood, insect corpses piled like a mountain, creating a gruesome scene. The brutal scene left Sangu stunned, eyes wide in horror, his breath heavy. He stammered, You've been fighting for over 10 years." He narrowed his eyes at him coldly. "You can read my memories." Leogato continued, "So that Jumper guy also sensed my memories. I'll give you a rating, passable." When Ohai's sword pressed against his neck, he grabbed the opponent's hand and said, "You're only passable, not strong yet. I guess you've never faced someone truly powerful before, huh?" Leogato spun upward, a violent burst of light erupting, and in an instant, Nohai's arm was severed. Facing someone who could destroy his body with a single strike, Sangu felt searing pain tear through him, forcing him to collapse. His breathing became labored as Leogato's heavy footsteps landed, dust rising thickly. As he lifted his head, he saw Leogato towering before him, heart shaken. A dark purple magical orb appeared in his hand, radiating a sinister glow, the energy distorting the surrounding air. Leogato said in a deep voice, "In my assessment, it's far too early to call you humanity's hope." Immediately after, a terrifying force struck Sangu, crushing his body, blood rushing to his throat, leaving him speechless. He lay motionless on the ground, cold sweat pouring, mind filled with shock. What just happened? Sangu wondered where his clones had gone, as his previous attacks seemed to have drained too much energy. Leogato held his stomach, panting, then laughed coldly. That last strike hurt. Leogato glanced at the remaining 2 clones, eyes gleaming with interest. "You 2 survived so long because you held 2 pieces of the 7 deadly sins, huh? You're different from the others." He raised his hand as if aiming, locking his target and spoke excitedly, but the game ends here. Legato continued, now come back to me, my dear fragments. Immediately, a wave of magical power struck, freezing both of them in place, leaving their bodies stiff and completely immobile. He gritted his teeth angrily and growled, "Go to hell, you bastard." In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, leaving pieces of the 7 deadly sins falling to the ground. He quickly moved towards Sang-gu. "Oh la la, look at you still alive. Not bad, but all your clones are dead." Legato quickly bent down to pick up the shard, his face showing clear satisfaction. "Finally, I've collected all 5 pieces of the 7 deadly sins." Suddenly, Jumper dropped from above and delivered a decisive slash, severing his arm. "Sorry to interrupt, but the story's not over yet," he said without hesitation. He immediately grabbed 2 pieces of the 7 deadly sins and turned to support the exhausted Sang-gu. "Let's go, Sang-gu." Everything happened so suddenly that Legato had no time to react and could only stand frozen in place. The severed arm quickly regenerated, rage choking his throat, veins bulging across his face. You, his anger exploded. Purple magic power screamed out, shaking the ground violently. Legato threw his head back and yelled with murderous intent, "You bastard, Jumper. Wait for it, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." At that moment, Jumper had already moved Sang-gu to another space, seeing the person in front of him too exhausted to even stand. He asked, "Han, how are you? Even after such a crushing defeat, are you okay?" Sang-gu panted, his whole body limp, a question rising in his mind. "Is this Jumper's auxiliary space?" he said weakly. "I thank you for saving me, but why did you bring me here?" Jumper scratched his head and replied, "Sang-gu, there are only 70 days left until harvest. Shouldn't we speed up your development?" He smiled with squinted eyes. "Anyway, don't worry about this loss. I really value you, Sang-gu, so whether you're near death or in trouble, I'll save you." Jumper held out 2 shards in front of Sang-gu. "I've got the 2 pieces of the 7 deadly sins for you. Summon your clones and let them absorb them." Sang-gu hesitated. "Jumper, the clone skill is still on cooldown. I can summon 1 clone during cooldown. But to summon enough, it will take about a week." He sighed softly, a hint of sadness in his eye. "If that's so, I see," Jumper continued. "Well, has Lieber told you about my abilities?" Sang-gu was surprised. "Isn't it teleportation, the fast teleportation skill with an extremely short cooldown?" Before he could finish, he darted off like lightning, closing in on the opponent in the blink of an eye. No, that's just regular teleportation. The cooldown is still 3 days. But 3 days isn't short, right?" Jumper stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression full of confidence. "My awakened skill is infinite acceleration. I activate my entire nervous system and circulation to the limit to shorten the cooldown." He placed a hand on Sang-gu's shoulder, and immediately, magic power spread out, streams of icy energy flooding into his body. "And I can apply that skill to others." His words made Sang-gu freeze in shock, but this skill can't sync with another body. So anyone who's come in contact with it has exploded. Sang-gu panicked and shouted, "You evil bastard, what are you planning, you crazy man?" He reassured him, "Don't worry, Sang-gu, you're tough, you won't be harmed." Sang-gu quickly leaned away, shaking his head repeatedly. "Are you trying to kill me? I beg you, I don't need it, move away." Jumper continued. "I'm a pseudo-aggression, Sang-gu," he explained slowly. "If you can't handle it and explode, I'll come find you again. If I still fail, I'll keep coming over and over." Jumper looked at the person in front of him with a cold, indifferent gaze, showing no emotion. "So don't worry too much. If you die, I won't really care, Sang-gu." Immediately after, Jumper's magic power erupted violently, with brilliant green light engulfing the entire space. In that moment, Sang-gu's body seemed to be crushed, his heart squeezed until it shattered, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out of their socket. A scream of agony tore through the air. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The scene before him left him stunned. Is this the body of a clone? That brainless Sang-gu managed to escape by himself. The other clones were also stunned, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, he lay curled on the ground, trembling all over, muttering in panic, "My eyes! I can't see anything, my eyes." At that very moment, amid the chaos, Jumper's voice suddenly cut through everything. "Everyone, stay calm. I'm not the enemy. Sang-gu just looks like he's in pain, but he's actually fine." He said firmly, "He's still my Sang-gu." Surprisingly, he's the first person to survive that skill of mine. No frowned slightly. His gaze suddenly turned cold. "So it's you? I don't usually say this," he questioned, voice full of rage, "but you really are a true lunatic. How could anyone use a finishing move like that on a person?" Jumper immediately objected. "Finishing move? No, that's wrong. That wasn't my intention. Don't worry, he'll recover quickly." He emphasized that Sang-gu's recovery rate is very high, so there won't be a problem. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that his recovery stats were increasing. Jumper continued, "Once Sang-gu has recovered, I'll let him fight Legato again and we'll repeat this until he wins." While Legato was leisurely enjoying his meal, his gaze suddenly froze as a spatial rift slowly opened in front of him. Hearing familiar footsteps, he smirked mockingly. Sang-gu, finally coming for round two, don't mess it up and run this time. But in an instant, Leogato noticed something unusual. He froze, eyes wide as he stared at the person before him. What are all those stats? What the hell happened to you? Sang-gu gritted his teeth, forcing his bloodied body to rise and face the enemy, his legs trembling, bones aching as if about to shatter. Still, he forced himself not to collapse. I cannot lose. Sang-gu's eyes glimmered with determination. I absolutely cannot lose. In his heart, he told himself that another failure would cost him his life to that skill. Leogato asked curiously, what did that jumper do to you? He's not the type to enjoy torturing others. Sang-gu took a deep breath, looking straight at him with a hoarse voice. Can you let me win this round? The sudden question left Leogato stunned, his mouth unconsciously opening. He swallowed lightly, shoulders slumping, the determination in his eyes now mixed with exhaustion and helplessness. Almost pleading, he said, I can transform the power of the 7 deadly sins fragments in your body. Can you let me borrow them? I only need them to fix the system a little. I'll return them immediately afterward. It benefits both of us, no need to fight, right? But at that moment the other side no longer wanted to listen. Leogato lowered his center of gravity, took off like a predatory beast, and decisively launched a critical punch, causing Sang-gu to double over in pain. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Leogato's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent, growling in fury. Disgusting, I can't stand watching this anymore. Just die, Sang-gu, before you humiliate yourself even further. Watching each of his clones fall one by one, his heart twisted in pain but was utterly helpless, unable to do anything. Sang-gu thought desperately, breath trembling as his clones kept falling, until the head of the last clone hit the ground. Leogato could not hide his smug satisfaction. Finally, you realize your fate is to be utterly defeated by me, right? He threw 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins toward him. At least earlier you still had some vitality and belief. What happened? Jumper will come again, take them. Sang-gu shouted angrily. You don't understand anything. That pain reaches to the core of the soul, to the very bone. Even losing a hand or being burned in the eye is nothing. It's nothing compared to that pain reaching the heavens. He laughed coldly, full of sarcasm. Don't judge as if you know everything when you've never experienced it, he responded nonchalantly. His lips curled mockingly. Ridiculous. Haven't you read my memories? I've fought for 10 non-stop years. I didn't even have any recovery or support skills. Leogato's magic flared violently. His rising anger made his gaze chillingly sharp. Do you think that little pain means anything to me? At that moment the space around suddenly turned pure white. Sang-gu spoke calmly, almost coldly. Okay, let's do it. Let's experience that tiny bit of pain. Soon, they appeared in the subdimension created by Jumper, and as soon as he saw him, Sang-gu immediately asked, can you apply infinite acceleration to him? Jumper turned sharply. Immediately after, a horrific scream echoed once again. The sound of agony filled the space, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He doubled over, his whole body curling up, unable to speak. Oh God, it hurts so much it reaches the heavens. It hurts so much, so much. Sang-gu forced the words out. Of course, at this point, Jumper didn't bother to check the situation. Soon, they returned to the original position. He pointed straight at Leogato and shouted, see, I wasn't lying, now you've experienced it too. Sang-gu turned to show N1. That bastard kept crying and begging, and Gak was no different, his face twisted in reverse. Mocking their master was no different. Blood vessels burst and bled everywhere. Sang-gu replied irritably. In so much pain he felt like dying and coming back, so just follow my plan. Leogato didn't let him finish, and delivered a powerful punch. Just lend me those pieces of the great sin and I'll handle it, he said confidently. Of course not, the game is currently tipping in my favor. After this, I'm even more certain, Leogato affirmed. You won't endure this much longer. Then you'll die and the other 2 pieces will be mine. Sang-gu gritted his teeth in anger, swearing. Damn, this guy's brain is even tighter than mine with just 1 punch. One of his clones was immediately defeated. The battle was unbalanced. Leogato's magic and rage erupted, crushing all remaining clones. In Sang-gu's mind, the words defeated, defeated kept flashing. No matter how many clones he threw at him, the outcome didn't change, still defeated, enduring that terrifying skill. The result remained unchanged, defeated, again enduring that terrifying skill. At this moment, Jumper continued using a special skill, causing Sang-gu extreme pain, helplessly screaming in despair. His body was torn apart and healed repeatedly. Blood clotted in Sang-gu's clothes, thickening and soaking, the cycle never stopping. After a month submerged in pain, Sang-gu's spirit collapsed before he could defeat Leogato. In the midst of the battle, Lieber's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Sang-gu, wait, I can't just stand by anymore. He exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, look at Sang-gu's body full of countless wounds. His eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell has Jumper done to you? Every time Sang-gu wakes, he's covered in blood. In that moment, Sang-gu finally realized Right, as long as he's still in that subspace, we're still connected. Good, you just sit there and watch. His next words left Lieber stunned. It'll be easier for you. Ignoring Lieber's cries, Sangu wearily trudged toward the space rift. Sangu, wait, Sangu. In a blink, Sangu's figure appeared right behind him. Jumper's magic surged again, gathering on his arm, a blinding light about to erupt. Lost another clone already. Forget it, I'll just use that move again, right? At that moment, in the stillness of a day, Sangu called softly, "Hey Jumper, can you wait until I get stronger before fighting Leogato? I still can't fully control void power, the temperature spikes too fast, I don't even have time to strategize." Sangu muttered, "I just feel continuous pain, nothing but pain." He sighed, "What should I do with him?" Jumper leaned back, eyes flashing coldly. "You're disappointing me, Sangu," he continued. "Didn't you tell me you wanted to rest for the rest of your life?" "I already said that. I'm a fake regression. Do you know how many people I've met? Not just one person gave the same answer as you. Many told me they wanted to rest, to relax." Jumper's voice turned cold, tinged with sarcasm. "A paradox, wanting rest but unable to have it. But that's what makes it enjoyable for you." His face darkened. "If you give up now, I won't want to be your fan anymore." Clearly a threat to kill Sangu and dictate the only choice he had. He ran without hesitation, jumping through the time rift, fleeing in panic. On the other side, Jumper stood motionless, eyes fixed on the rift ahead. After a while, he sighed softly, his voice echoing in the void. Life is just a series of failures. Meanwhile, Sangu kept running, chaotic thoughts flashing. That madman. Does he really want to kill me? Sangu thought, giving up he would go home. See family, friends, lie down and sleep. Sangu no longer cared about any harvest day. Suddenly his eyes caught a quietly opening spatial crack ahead. Sangu immediately accelerated. Heart pounding, a clear thought emerged. Break the crack, go to another floor first, then decide. That way neither Jumper nor Leogato can find me. As he stepped in, the scene ahead left him utterly stunned. The man standing before him was panting heavily, drenched from head to toe, unclear whether from sweat or blood. The sword in front of him spoke. "I told you already, return now. How many times must I say it before you understand?" The sword's magic surged violently. When it erupted, the blade roared furiously. "Bech Quan, look at yourself." Sangu stood silently. A thought flashed in his mind, wondering if this was the memory of the hunter Bech Quan. No, another suspicion arose. In fact, this was the memory of the weapon he possessed. He realized this was also one of the 7 fragments of the Great Sin. Bech Quan laughed mockingly, reminding that he always said fighting was everything. Why suddenly show kindness? The sword roared angrily, "Fool, if you die, how can I fight? Moreover, if you die in Odin Tower, won't I be left here forever?" It spoke arrogantly, full of contempt. "You also know you cannot conquer this tower. Reaching this floor already surpasses others. But all of it is thanks to my power, isn't it?" The sword's voice slowed, sharp as a blade cutting straight to the heart. "Is it truly worth it? Leaving your daughter and son, fighting for humanity like this, worth it?" He spoke slowly. "Wanti and Zuna, they are exceptional children." Hearing that, Sangu wondered if they were referring to the North Army chief. Bech Quan covered his face, voice full of pride. "Wanti is truly a genius. I've only taught him a few days, yet he awakened sword energy. Zuna's mana control is also impressive. So young, yet he awakened extraordinary skill." He lowered his eyes to the ground. "Those 2 children are truly mine." "Remarkable," Bech Quan affirmed, his voice open and confident. His next words seemed to ignite Sangu's resolve. This is the only thing he could do for his family. Bech Quan recounted sadly, "I was trapped in those ancient ruins for 5 years. When I regained the upper hand and escaped, the great flood came. Monsters poured in and took the wife I loved. Since then, I've been a wanderer, a useless father, too ashamed to call myself the father of those 2 children. I once thought the power I sought would make me regret it. I thought leaving my family for the ruins was foolish." Bech Quan gripped the sword tightly, "But in the end, that power allowed me to protect Gunti and Zuna, even if my bones broke. Even if the monsters tore me apart," he said firmly. "If given a chance to reunite my family, I would still climb Odin Tower because that's the only way to stop the harvest." He continued, "The path I walk is neither wrong nor foolish." Bech Quan stepped forward quickly, without hesitation. These words filled Sangu with shame, embarrassed for himself. He quickly returned to the side space, seeing Jumper sitting hugging his knees in a corner. Sangu teased lightly. "Hey Jumper, why are you sitting there? You look as pitiful as I do." Jumper's eyes lit up, corners of his lips rising into a smug smile. Jumper was thrilled like a child. The fight was a huge success. "If I said from the start I believed you, return, would you have believed me?" He replied, "No, I wouldn't believe such nonsense." Sangu crushed the 2 fragments of the Great Sin. "I have something more important to ask of you. If I lose myself, I need you to handle the aftermath." Jumper was shocked. "What are you planning? What the hell are you doing? Why absorb the fragments yourself?" Soon, the Great Sin's magic separated from him, condensing into a shadow standing tall before him. It tilted its head, mouth twisted into a grin. "You make me laugh uncontrollably, Dung Sangu." Why did you absorb the fragments yourself? Not just one, but two, driving yourself mad. The great Sin's delighted laughter echoed. Should I thank you first? Sangu looked up calmly, because it was the only way to awaken void power. It sneered, you acted too hastily, and you destroyed everything yourself, the great Sin mocked. Your willpower is weak. That decision only helped me take this body. You should have let the clones absorb them as usual. It would have been more reasonable. He shouted in anger, I already did. Sangu continued, time and again I let them absorb in my place, and I won't repeat that anymore, I'm tired of it. It paused, a rare curiosity flickering in its eyes. Is that why someone would make such a decision? He bent down, his hair falling to partially obscure his face, leaving only eyes hidden in shadow. I just wanted to share a part with my clones, even a little, about the determination and promise that I would become your most formidable enemy. Still active, this will be the first step in fulfilling that promise. As Leogato stood silently, awaiting a seemingly endless battle, a sudden loud explosion shook the space, startling him with terror. Seeing familiar figures emerge from the thick dust, Leogato exclaimed in shock, I thought this could never happen. His gaze locked onto Sangu, as if to confirm the reality before him. I thought you couldn't absorb those fragments of the great Sin yourself, he declared. This will be the last time I challenge you. Sangu's voice rang out, Jumper won't be able to stop you from killing me if you win. You can take the great Sin fragments. He sneered, truly a return from the dead, cold and indifferent. Finally, you look more human now. Legato spoke slowly, his deep gaze rarely showing a true emotion until now. You're my favorite, he said coldly. A compliment won't fix everything, bastard. Then without hesitation, both launched at each other like storms, the aura surging, the excitement of battle making the air boil. Just a swing of Sangu's sword caused the force to surge like a breaking tidal wave. The ground beneath cracked into countless deep, twisting fissures. From these cracks, streams of magical energy shot skyward, forming sharp, luminous blades thrusting into the air. Immediately, the clones surged forward like hunting beasts, the compounding auras making the space heavy. He spun and threw a punch, magical energy wrapping his arm like steel armor, the attack coming from all sides. They clashed violently, metal striking metal, sparks of magic flying in all directions, each blow like a thunderous strike. Legato kicked with force, but Sangu had already ducked. Then Sangu tilted his body, using momentum to fling his weapon high. A smug smile curved his lips. In an instant, his hand grabbed the sword hilt, precise as if premeditated. The scene made Leogato pause mid-step. A flicker of fear rose within him. Since when did this kid's combat skills? Sangu grinned, his eyes flashing with a mix of madness and determination. I never intended to control the great Sin fragments. A silent thought arose in his mind. If you want to fight, it's up to you. Sangu relaxed his control, murmuring to the entity within him, use my body as you wish, just hit Leogato. He could clearly feel, through the void power, that his physical strength had improved significantly. This power gap compared to before was overwhelming. Sangu thought, it's just a minor advantage, insignificant, but what worries him most are the clones. They are the real trouble. Sangu's eyes fixed on Leogato, his thoughts moving lightning fast. But if I think differently, the only challenge he truly faces is me. The original, if he kills Sangu, all these troublesome clones will naturally vanish. Now just aim. His eyes locked onto him. His gaze was cold enough to pierce through. Sangu seemed to sense Leogato's thoughts, a single notion, that is the original. So it's dung Sangu's life, he silently confirmed, those must be the calculations in his mind. Sangu thought he can focus on me all he wants. When the moment comes, he'll realize. With just one swing of his sword, the rock above was instantly sliced, collapsing onto him with a crash. Yet with extraordinary strength, Leogato soon lifted the heavy boulder as if it weighed nothing. Immediately after, he stomped, his body shooting forward like lightning, bringing immense pressure, shattering the air ahead. Sangu roared, his face flushed with battle fervor, eyes burning, ready to fight after everything that had occurred. He became increasingly certain his assessment was correct. As I thought, he can use power from the void, but he cannot use the true ability of the great Sin fragments. That bastard simply absorbs them. Sangu thought, his body has no innate adaptability. I can strike a fatal blow on the next attack. Seeing the clones flying in the air, surrounding from all sides, Leogato roared in frustration. Stop hopping around like frogs. Concentrate in one place, I'll deal with you all at once. Immediately, an invisible force yanked him downward. Sangu anxiously thought to himself, is this the power of the left hand? It feels strange, like free-falling. He coldly said, running around is useless. The space has been distorted, so don't try to move, not even step back. Whether you jump up or dodge sideways, All your movements will bring you back to the center. Leogato quickly focused his magical power into his palm. A dark purple energy orb slowly formed, distorting the air around it as it moved. He smirked, his voice full of arrogance. "You'll definitely fall into my sights." These words flashed through Sangu's mind like a streak of light. Sangu thought to himself, then I just need to use that. Sangu slightly leaned back, lowering his center of gravity, his body tensed like a bowstring. A flick of his hand caused the space in front of him to tear apart. A pitch-black gap appeared, and the secondary space immediately opened up. Without hesitation, he charged straight through. Just a few seconds later, another portal opened right behind Leogato, and Sangu shot out from the rift. His hand gripped the sword tightly, the blade aimed straight at the opponent's back, killing intent flaring up. "I'm attacking head-on." Just as the blade was about to strike, he managed to dodge. The sword's tip slammed into the ground. The shockwave caused the stone floor to crack, debris flying like rain. Leogato immediately counterattacked, 5 punches accompanied by a fierce air pressure. His voice filled with mockery. "You think you can defeat me using that secondary space? Sleep, fool!" Immediately, a barrage of punches followed, each carrying overwhelming power, locking Sangu in a deadly grip. These were his 2 ultimate techniques: void boundary, half phase. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, too fast for Sangu to counter. The pain hit him, causing his body to tense up. He couldn't even groan. In Sangu's mind, the image of the rift appeared, where the old man was training tirelessly, every sword strike heavy and exhausting. The sword in his hand screamed, "Training sword swings again. Stop now, I'm getting dizzy." A while later, Beak Kwang sat down to rest, breathing heavily, slowly commenting, "Instinctive attacks are very important, but your instincts and my abilities conflict too much." He was silent for a moment, his gaze slowly lowering, while it replied indifferently, contradicting that it was the law of nature. "You know how many difficulties I faced over the past 5 years to understand you. The power from the void is void, yet it holds power." The sword emphasized that the core issue is the void nothingness, that crucial point. Its words etched deeply in Sangu's mind like an indelible scar. No mana, nothing left because it is void from the void. The power from the void rises, space twists, and time distorts. That power is the void itself. His eyes sparkled, magical light shining into his pupils, and in that moment, Sangu seemed to have grasped the core. Only when truly understood would they realize. Everything before him was just a deep and endless black hole. Very quickly, Leogato unleashed a deadly blow. His mutated arm shot through his body like the wind. The sight before him stunned Leogato. In his mind, one thought ignited like fire: it was it. This is a body with innate adaptive ability. Sangu glanced back and spoke coldly, "Your first mistake." The mistake was not believing I could control the power of the fragments of the 7 deadly sins. The corner of his mouth curled up. "Thank you, Leogato. Thanks to your last attack, my parts can focus on attacking you all at once." In the blink of an eye, all the clones closed in on Leogato. A thunderous explosion rang out, the ground shaking violently. Layers of dirt and stone thrown up like waves crashing on the shore, smoke and dust billowing, swallowing the battlefield in a thick, dark mist. The daggers of the clones stabbed deeply into his flesh, the steel blades piercing through muscle, pinning into bone. The power was enough to bring any creature to its knees instantly. Leogato's eyes were fixed on the figure before him, and he slowly spoke. "You think so? You think I don't believe you can control the power of those shards?" Immediately after, the magic power in Leogato exploded violently, a pulse of force sweeping across, throwing all the clones far away. This was the ultimate elemental explosion skill. When enough force is applied, the skill activates, converting absorbed energy into fuel to enhance the user's basic ability. A burst of violent light erupted from his hand. Sangu's body shook violently, blood spraying in a dark red streak through the air. "Are you awake now? I could kill all your clones in one blow. I am the enemy who can kill you in the blink of an eye." Soon the clones charged again toward him. Leogato's face stretched into a mocking smile, his eyes radiating cold calculation. "I've prepared for this situation. If my body grows stronger from your attack, why would I not take it? Then I'll just deal with the clones while the skill is active." He continued, "Once the clones are gone, it'll be just you and me. One-on-one, who do you think will win? You were wrong from the start. I was never targeting you. I never wanted to take the shortcut." He was surprised. "What's this, man? Do those clones inherit all my skills?" Sangu continued, "Your second mistake. It was not believing my clones also inherit power from the 2 shards." Now, Leogato realized that the clones' ambush had closed in so much that there was no way out. Indeed, he quickly used a dispersal technique. Sangu erupted fiercely, blocking the incoming attacks. Leogato looked at his blood-soaked hands, and for the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in his deep eyes. "I never thought I'd say these words. This deadly clone skill is too strong." He gritted his teeth. When Sangu's sword tip struck Leogato, a thunderous explosion echoed, dirt and stone flew up, smoke billowed, swallowing the sky in whiteout. The opponent was pushed back a step, his body twisting in an instant, His pupils contracted and by reflex he exclaimed, "What the hell, I still can't believe what just happened. No matter how tough my neck is, I can't stop your sword's edge." He looked straight into the enemy's eyes, his voice low. "I ask for the last time." Sengu tightened his grip on the hilt. Magic power flowed into the sword's tip. "The 7 deadly sins, grant it to me, even though I confirmed it can be transferred to the clones." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with confusion. "You can't grant me the 7 deadly sins." Though cold sweat dripped down his face and his body tensed with fear, he still spoke with his usual disdain. "Is there really such a weak thing?" Leogato's next words made Sengu pause for a moment. His eyes darkened, rage surging within him. "I refuse. The spoils must be collected by hand, kid." When the negotiations completely failed, he no longer had any reason to hold back, swinging the sword in his hand, coldly striking at him. In the blink of an eye, Leogato's hand was severed, and the blood splattered out slowly under the still stunned gaze of the man. His consciousness couldn't keep up with reality, and Leogato's body lost control completely, falling backward and hitting the ground hard. In the dizziness, he yelled loudly, "What are you doing? You should make my head fall to the ground." Sengu froze, his eyes wide open. "But making the head fall to the ground means death." Leogato choked, his face twisted in anger. "Damn it!" He quickly took out a small vial and shoved it directly into the man's mouth. In an instant, the severed parts of Leogato's body began to twitch and regenerate violently. New flesh rolled up, and the bones reconnected with spine-chilling cracking sound. In the blink of an eye, his body had fully recovered. Sengu casually flicked the empty vial far away. "The recovery potion is indeed incredibly effective. The side effect is that you won't be able to move for about a week, but for a human, it only takes about 3 hours." Leogato couldn't understand what was happening. His face showed an unmistakable expression of confusion. "What is all this? I've already lost." He looked at the man for a moment before slowly saying, "1 month from now, the great day will take place on Earth. If you truly want an apocalyptic battle, go back to Earth." The seemingly endless battle was finally coming to a close. Sengu and his clone immediately left. His voice echoed in the still air. "If there is no way to return, all of this will be meaningless." In the auxiliary space, Jumper held his breath, peering through the spatial crack. He was anxious, his eyes glued to the scene on the other side, his heart pounding as if it might explode. In that moment of radiant victory, Jumper was so thrilled that he almost couldn't breathe, hurriedly covering his mouth with his hand. The joyful scream was about to burst out, and in his head, astonished thoughts kept swirling. "We won. We won." Sengu defeated Leogato. Even Leogato, whom I tested over 50 times. Jumper's face darkened, the excitement quickly turning into a cold, calculating expression, his gaze becoming heavy. As if planning the next steps, he thought, "Now I really have to wait for him at the top of the tower." Sengu. Jumper silently speculated that the remaining challenge might be the monster sleeping at the top of the tower, and the control over the 5 sins. He wondered, can he control the 5 sins? At this moment, Sengu's gaze was fixed on the 5 sin shards in his hand. He mumbled, his head and body absorbing, along with his 2 arms and left leg, a total of 5 shards. At that moment, Lieber's voice shattered the silence. Sengu was startled and reflexively shouted, "Ah, Lieber." Sengu tilted his head, his voice curious. "What's going on all of a sudden? Are you worried I'll be corrupted by the 5 sins?" Lieber replied, "You saw it, I've done it." But his answer stunned Sengu, his heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened. "I can't believe it, you don't need to absorb it." Lieber said solemnly, "Just as you said, I've always played the role of the bystander. Back in Urencia and during the battle with Grand ID, it was the same. With Alyssa too, I just silently watched everyone die." He recounted all his sins, not avoiding them or making excuses. "I brought a man with a child to his death. I drove a promising hunter insane with power. Turned into a monster that only knew how to fight. Even an S-class hunter, considered the peak of humanity, abandoned me." Lieber poured out his heart. "There, I only thought, well, the Odin Tower is dangerous. The next person should absorb a little more of the 5 sins. Once inside, the 5 sins are so tempting. So the next person has to be someone with a little more righteousness." I felt relieved, thinking as long as I didn't make the same mistake, it would be fine. He struggled to suppress a sob. His throat was dry, but tears of regret silently fell on Lieber's face. "I've been comfortable. And I'm the one who pushed everyone to their deaths." He lowered his head, his hands tightly clasped together, saying, "So you don't need to absorb it, even if you abandoned me. I'm not in a position to stop you." Suddenly, Sengu clenched his fist, crushing the 5 sin shards decisively. Lieber was shocked and shouted loudly, his eyes wide in terror, "Hey Sengu!" Immediately, the magical power in the shards erupted violently. It turned into a surge of dark purple energy, flooding through every blood vessel in his body, plunging Sengu into a vast sea of spiritual power. The surge of dark energy rolled violently, each wave like thunder striking down, pressing tightly against the body and causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Soon the purple hue spread, swallowing the entire space, bending light, crushing all sound, leaving only the roar of energy colliding. Then an explosion with immense power erupted, shockwaves sweeping everything away, closing the absorption process. As the aftershocks gradually subsided, he waved his hand generously, sharing the magic power he had absorbed with his clones. No more than 5 now. Everyone, eat up. Immediately after, the magic surged once more. The fierce energy twisted and spiraled, continuing the transformation process for the clone. Watching them change, Sangu excitedly exclaimed, "See that?" He scratched his face with his hand. "If I couldn't stand it, I'd transfer it to the clone like this. If it's painful, I can always blame someone else." "Why are you angry at yourself?" Sangu reassured. "Everything you do is for others." He immediately leaped into Lieber's space. The distance between them was erased in an instant. "And everything I do is for myself." Sangu extended his hand toward Lieber. "That's why we're perfectly balanced." At these words, he slowly took off his glasses. He gently wiped the water traces lingering at the corner of his eye. "With your broad heart of compassion, just forget the things I said." Sangu gently took Lieber's hand, then continued, "Thank you for saying that to me." Then Sangu returned to his previous spot, continuing his journey and calmly recounted Jumper's words. In stark contrast to his calmness, Lieber froze for a moment. Then he yelled in shock, "What?" His voice filled with astonishment, Jumper regressing. He nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, he spoke directly to me. Since it's in the subspace, maybe he can't reach us." At that moment, cold sweat broke out on Lieber's forehead, running down his nose, and a terrifying thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Perhaps that was why Sangu seemed to read his mind. "Did you predict something?" Lieber took a deep breath. "You know, the reason we came to the Odin Tower is because of the weapon of the sinful sect that Wising Hunter used. Reaching the top of the tower was never the original goal." He agreed. "Yes," Jumper declared that there's nothing at the top of the tower. He continued, "After Leogato became aggressive due to the influence of the sinful sect, do you know what I considered most when looking for the next person?" Sangu immediately replied without hesitation. "I already said earlier, you chose Leogato based on his ability, and he couldn't resist the temptation of the sinful sect." He said firmly, "So now it's definitely about finding someone with integrity, right?" Lieber admitted, "That's right, and Jumper is the one who excels in both ability and integrity." His voice continued, "His ability has the strongest mobility, and his physical strength and ethics support that ability. Not only is he a hunter, but he also rushes to save people in disasters, participating in countless donation and relief activities." Lieber continued, "Eliminating monsters, his achievements, if only summarized briefly, could fill a whole book." Sangu quickly interrupted. "Moreover, his ability, though called Blink, is actually neural acceleration." He paused for a beat, somewhat surprised, and softly exclaimed, "Ah." Then Lieber remarked, "Anyway, he is a person like that. If we talk about a person called perfect, it must be someone like him." He continued, "Suddenly, I came to tell him an absurd story, yet he still listened seriously and empathized more than anyone. Without even directly showing his memories, he still looked toward the spatial crack, his voice full of curiosity. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Someone so perfect, but why did he hand it over to me?" Lieber's face suddenly darkened, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and his voice became unusually serious. "The relic of Odin Tower is with Jumper. I'll tell you about it when the time comes." At that moment in another space, the sky was torn apart by cold streaks of light. Each slash flashed in succession, so fast that it only left faint afterimages in the air. Jumper charged into battle alone, fiercely confronting 7 insects, with fresh blood splattering across the space. Seeing this, Lieber could no longer remain silent. He hurriedly advised, "Jumper, please don't rush, take a break for a moment." Lieber insisted, "With his abilities, he can come back any time." He stood amidst the battlefield littered with insect corpses. Breathing heavily, sweat trickled down his chin. "I've always hated this place." Jumper gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the lump in his chest. "I was obsessed with a meaningless fame, the S-class dungeon that hadn't been explored. So many people have died." The scene before Lieber's eyes made him freeze, and an idea immediately flashed in his mind. "Hey, how are you going to handle that feeling?" "No, maybe it's better this way. You blame me for not saying earlier that the artifact we were after was here." Jumper tried to control his anger, his voice trembling with restraint. "If he had told us earlier, we could have stopped these people from dying. I can't let that happen again." His voice was firm as he said, "I won't stand by and watch innocent people die." Immediately, Jumper's body was pulled into another dimension. The still and gloomy air spread throughout the cave, with rocks and soil rising unevenly. The gray cliffs stood like clenched teeth, so silent that no sound could be heard. Mr. Hyukai asked again, "Back to the frozen region." He quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately denied it. "No, I can feel it. Jumper affirmed, this is the entrance to the tower's peak. He took slow steps forward, curiously probing the unfamiliar space. The silence was suffocating, only a thin mist drifting silently, obscuring the view as if trying to hide some secret. Soon after, Jumper saw something gleaming through the mist. He quickly approached. The scene in front of him amazed Jumper. A dried corpse sat neatly on a chair, its expression unusually solemn. Beside it was a familiar sword deeply embedded in the ground. Jumper immediately recognized that the person was Biquan, who had gone missing. He was a user of the forbidden sect, but at this moment, a different feeling quietly crept into his mind. Jumper frowned, his thoughts constantly swirling. He could sense a strong presence. He took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Could there be a monster sleeping at the highest floor? Jumper asked anxiously, Lieber, what should we do now? Lieber was silent on the other end. That was a deep secret he had never wanted to reveal. It was that monster that killed the hunter Bitch Quan, Lieber explained. Fighting now is too dangerous, I dare not speak of it. If I speak of Bitch Hong, Jumper will surely want to hunt the monster. With his personality, he will definitely try to bring the corpse back to the family. After a moment of silence, Lieber decided, don't fight. Jumper is currently unlikely to retrieve the forbidden sex power. Let's head to the top of the tower first, he emphasized. That's right. For the artifact, we cannot afford any mistakes. He stood tall, his voice full of determination. Then I will go to the top now, he said in his own space. Lieber lowered his head, mumbling softly, sorry, Bitch Quan Jumper. In his heart there was only one thought, I can't fail again. Lieber's gaze darkened. Once we get the artifact, then I will tell you both the whole truth. Jumper walked alone, his footsteps echoing in the silent space, his eyes scanning around, full of vigilance. A chill crept into his clothes, reaching his bones. He couldn't hear any sound. Jumper wondered, Lieber, is this the top of the tower? Lieber coldly replied, it seems like it. Lieber grumbled in frustration. I don't know what kind of strange space this is anymore. He quickly lowered his center of gravity. One leg bent, the tip of his foot pressed against the cold, hard ground. His whole body was as tense as a tightly stretched string. No matter how long we walk, it feels like we're staying in the same place, he said. I'll fly a bit higher to get the whole structure. Quickly, Jumper leapt into the air. After flying a few kilometers, he finally saw the full shape of Odin's tower. It was so large it was indescribable. Not long ago, Sangu had stepped foot into the tower. Now I'm back in the frozen region, he said, then stopped. Wait, where am I standing? Lieber confirmed. That's right. His next words stunned Sangu. This place is inside Odin's body. Sangu panicked. What are you talking about? The lower levels clearly have skies and forests, Lieber explained. Maybe it's influenced by magic. The space inside is extremely chaotic, but as you go higher, you will feel something strange. He gritted his teeth, fire rising in his eyes. Damn, when the shoes explode, the blood will spurt out. So where is the artifact? Jumper stood still in the space, his gaze fixed on the giant in front of him. It's the necklace, Odin's necklace, that's the artifact at the top of the tower. He quickly descended, stepping closer to the giant statue. His finger touched the cold surface. Is this the artifact? It seems a bit too big for me to wear. Suddenly, the necklace glowed brightly, silver light running along the ancient patterns, as if the light veins were awakening. In an instant, the light shot toward him, engulfing Jumper at an unavoidable speed. It wrapped around his body like a living entity, leaving him stunned, his breath choking. The light kept attacking Jumper, piercing his body like countless burning needles. The light wove through his flesh, his veins, forcing him to change from within. That was the last moment he saw the image of Jumper. When Sang turned off, the necklace was settled around his neck, shrinking perfectly as if it had always belonged there. Lieber anxiously sat still, his two fingers unconsciously tightening together. In the stillness, he could hear his heartbeat pounding. Lieber's voice dropped slightly, unable to hide his worry. Are you okay, Jumper? Suddenly, a furious scream from Jumper echoed. It shocked him. He immediately rushed into the consciousness space, his eyes red with hatred, his hand tightly gripping Lieber's collar. Do you know what you've done to me, you hypocritical bastard? Jumper's whole body trembled in helplessness. It won't end, it can't end. Nothing ends no matter what we do, no matter how we do it. He ground his teeth, each word like a knife, spitting straight into Lieber's face. Trash. He couldn't understand what was happening. It was just, once again, the truth that Lieber's mistake had destroyed a person. Lieber's throat tightened, his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word. Jumper looked at him coldly. There was no hesitation or respect left. I will never listen to any curse again, Lieber. Jumper left that sentence and disappeared. Then he held a press conference, declaring that Odin's tower was empty and stopping the hunters from entering. In front of the camera, Jumper coldly announced, Odin's tower is empty, only monsters remain. No treasure, no artifacts. Then he initiated the first teleportation gate awakening program. At this moment, Lieber was deep in thought, his eyes heavily fixed on the ground. I still don't understand his true intentions. Why connect all of humanity to the system? His actions seem to be pushing for a grand harvest, but at the same time, he was also trying to help you. He continued, if his chaotic actions were caused by regression. Sangu relayed the message, then what he went through in the regression is what matters. His gaze was fixed on the crack ahead. A soft sigh escaped him, carrying things that couldn't be spoken aloud. Lieber lowered his voice, his expression heavy. If my memory serves me right, that was the final crack. Sangu asked again, does that mean we will go too? Before he could finish, he rushed into the crack, heading toward the highest level. The first thing Sangu saw was a shriveled body. The body had shrunk to nothing but skin over bones, as if it had been drained of everything from flesh and blood to soul. His eyes drooped, his face showing clear sadness. Hunter of the blue sky, you've worked hard. Sangu stared at the strange swirl of energy far ahead. And you, he spoke, are the monster. He spoke in a panic, his voice almost breaking. Be careful, Dungu, you see it too, there are no granules near this high level. Right, they've all been killed by it. Immediately, the space ahead twitched slightly under the dim light. The distorted body of the monster slowly emerged, with the system displaying the information. Odin's Tower, highest level. Monster, undefined level, undefined name. From the side spatial door, several avatars poked their heads out curiously. No one widened his eyes, saying, what's that, has it arrived? Or are you still at a low level? In the heavy atmosphere, he chuckled softly, the corners of his lips curling with interest. Seems like an interesting guy, Sangu shouted angrily. Are you just standing there watching? No one, are you scared? He looked at the swirling power around the monster. He was stunned, thinking to himself, this guy must have used the power of the Seven Sins sect to absorb into his avatar. It won't be long now. As the kinetic energy settled, the transformation completed, Sangu tightened the hilt of his sword in his hand, his voice full of challenge. What's going on? Why are you standing still? Just watching. The monster hissed angrily, its body arching as it lunged towards the enemy. The bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent locked onto Sangu, and he swung his sword. A sharp sword strike sliced the monster's body in midair. The sight made no one and no four go silent, their minds blank for a moment. No one became completely silent, his gaze dropping, no longer the mocking look from before, as if he had just realized something terrifying. Lieber wasn't any better, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His breath caught in his throat. He couldn't make a sound. The monster that was slashed hadn't fully died. It twitched on the ground. Its distorted body shook, making faint, intermittent gasps like wind through a crack. He stepped forward, eyes cold, crushing the monster's corpse underfoot with such force that blood splattered everywhere. From behind, no one chuckled with a grim tone, full of excitement. Very well, you've collected 5 of the 7 deadly sins. I should return the favor. His eyes lit up. Now I'm truly eager to fight you. Sangu said nothing, calmly slinging his sword over his shoulder, walking steadily toward Bech Quan. He spoke, his hand flashing as he seized a 7 deadly sins. Sangu raised his sword high, the tip pointing straight up. Jumper, come to where Jumper is. The scene shifted to another space, where Jumper stood still in the silent void, invisible wind brushing his clothes, but he remained unmoved. It seemed he had been waiting there for a long time. Suddenly, Avery ran up, leaping to hug Jumper. Hey, what are you doing? Why the gloomy face? How can the #1 candidate act like this? Suddenly he sensed footsteps approaching and immediately turned around. Seeing the figure he had long awaited, Jumper couldn't hide the joy sparkling in his eyes. It seemed he hadn't lost his way. He lowered his voice, saying he had gotten lost many times. A long time passed, Jumper stood upright. His unusual calm demeanor, hands in pockets as if waiting for a prearranged meeting. Come on. Step in, come here and end this. At that moment, the silent space echoed with a cold system voice, 7 days remaining until the harvest. Suddenly Jumper clapped, the sound crashing like a sudden wave. The sound tore through the oppressive atmosphere. He spoke with admiration. Incredible, 6 out of 7 of the 7 deadly sins, perhaps unprecedented for humanity, you can be proud. One of Jumper's legs instantly twisted, bones contorting, black magic crawling along like a living creature. You could have anticipated it, but the final piece of the 7 deadly sins lies in my hand. It's the last relic you can claim atop the mountain. Magic around him erupted violently, purple energy swirling like a storm. Everything seemed ready for the impending battle. Jumper spoke coldly. But of course I won't give it to you easily. His sharp gaze fixed on the opponent. Then let's begin, no time to waste, as the killing intent peaked. Sangu suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Confused, he asked, what are you going to attack me? There's no reason to fight. Sangu continued. We just need to break the system, say our goodbyes, and let everyone live their own lives, right? Jumper smirked slightly. Indeed, Sangu, you only think of yourself. He stared at the other, voice lowering. The point is, I have no intention of living a good life. Hearing this, he tried to stay calm, but cold sweat silently ran down his forehead to his temple. You're a teleporter, right? Sangu slung his sword over his shoulder, his gaze shifting from caution to scrutiny. How many times have you teleported? Jumper vaguely remembered, unsure. His next words stunned Sangu, probably over 1,000 times. After the 500th, I stopped counting. Sangu froze, eyes wide in shock. Chaotic numbers raced through his mind. The teleporter had appeared since 2012. Even if he lived 5 years each time, Sangu swallowed hard, mind reeling. He had considered cooperating with him as an ally to contain the 7 deadly sins. But after hearing this, he could only grip his weapon and summon clones. Sangu lacked the courage to counsel someone who had lived for thousands of years. Magic spiraled in Jumper's palms, glyphs spinning like gears of fate. Seeing this, his lips curled in a cold smirk. Perfect, then here we go. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The blade struck the ground, causing an explosion, earth and rocks collapsing like a flood, dust billowing to obscure vision. The tremendous force shot toward Jumper like a meteor shower, dragging wild magic. The light blinded. The glow dyed a corner of the sky red. It seemed over, but amid the thick dust, a voice rang out. Come to the point of a chill, as I thought. With one hand, he gently caught the giant falling rock. His stats increased again. As he absorbed the skills of those Sangu defeated, he must have taken down the monster below, right? The sight made Sangu break out in cold sweat. Jumper clicked his tongue with one hand, full of mockery. That little bit of the 7 deadly sins, useless. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward. The sword in his hand slashed again, a blade of light tearing through the air, aiming straight at the opponent. At the same time, from behind Jumper, the clones simultaneously rushed forward, attacking from all directions. The attacks came in relentless waves, but he remained unfazed. With just one hand, Jumper easily stopped all of the incoming blows. His fingers curled slightly, and with a snap, he sent the opponents flying away. His body passed through the rocks with each collision, creating thunderous explosions, with smoke and dust swirling everywhere. Jumper said, "You defeated Legato, didn't you? Don't tell me this is all you've got." Sangu didn't respond immediately. He planted his 2 swords into the ground, the steel blades sinking deeply into the cracked stone as mana rose from his body. Whirling air surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, the transformation was complete. Sangu gently lifted his head and said, "Of course not." His gaze fixed on the opponent, his eyes sharp, his face completely emotionless. Across from him, the opponent slightly raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of sadness crossing his face. Without hesitation, Sangu rushed toward the enemy, lightning fast. Jumper wasn't slow either. His figure burst forth, charging straight ahead like a storm. The 2 figures collided, magic exploded, and the shockwaves echoed in succession, twisting the air violently. Jumper kept his focus on his opponent, a thought quietly flashing in his mind. He wondered, is it because he's weakened by the power of the void? He must have absorbed the skill of the 7 deadly sins that the clones possess. Even his subordinates have benefited from it. Such an absurd skill. Though the thought crossed his mind, he remained focused, delivering powerful kicks toward the enemy. As time passed, Jumper quickly blocked Sangu's attack with a kick and said, "You see." Jumper's indifferent words caused him to pause for a moment and respond, "For me, humans are like puppets." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "By the way, Sangu, you make money by selling game items, right?" Sangu hesitated. "Why do you ask?" Jumper interrupted. "I did some research, so I know," he continued. "Just like when you say a line, the NPCs in the game give fixed responses. To me, humans are all like that, but I wasn't like this at first." Jumper confessed, "At first I had an artifact. Before I teleported, the first thing I did was find teammates to save humanity." At that time, his teammate was level A hunter Levon, who witnessed Jumper's spectacular battle, exclaiming in astonishment. Jumper recalled, "The people with outstanding talents and character that I gathered, trained, and accompanied throughout." He frowned in annoyance. "Jumper, I told you not to exaggerate like that." Jumper awkwardly replied, "Ah, sorry, Levon." At that moment, a monster appeared silently behind him. Levon didn't hesitate, throwing a punch, and the monster was instantly obliterated. "How dare you?" He turned his head, his gaze resolute. "Whenever you face difficulty, rely on me and rest. We're teammates, that's what we're for." Jumper's lips curved slightly as he remembered Levon's word. Levon was stunned, sitting motionless. Suddenly, he saw drops of blood falling onto his teammate. Levon shouted in panic, Hey, you're bleeding again," he called out in fear. Avery sternly pointed, "Do you even know your responsibility? You are humanity's hope. Come here, I'll treat you." The level A hunter witnessed the scene and jeered. Level A hunter Bendon laughed wickedly. "You think she's only treating you?" Avery's face turned bright red. Embarrassed, Avery responded, "We're not in that kind of relationship." At that moment, Lieber's voice sounded. "Jumper, don't worry too much." He clenched his fist unconsciously. "You need to be stronger. You told me about the Betchquin hunter." Jumper replied resolutely, That's why I need to face that monster as soon as possible and get my body back. He immediately gave the order. First, gather the other 7 deadly sins, they are easier to collect. He spoke slowly. His voice was filled with sadness as he thought, because of my weakness, my teammates didn't survive long in the fierce battle. Everything has gotten out of control. The monster's nose sank deep into Levon's body. Jumper froze, then a scream tore from his throat. From far, Levon Avery cried out in anguish. No, he laughed, a twisted and helpless smile cruelly. Titanic bone pretty strong. Jumper knelt beside Levon, his hands trembling as they touched Levon's cooling body. Don't say anything, let me heal you, he tried to say. He struggled to voice a small request in that moment. Sorry, I lean on you a bit. Events unfolded gradually after a tense battle. Jumper clutched his stomach wound, breathing heavily, trying to maintain balance, his voice hoarse from pain. Bannon, Holt regroup. Jumper had lost an important teammate. At that moment, Bannon and Holt froze, their eyes vacant, as if controlled by something. Both spoke in unison strangely. For the master, then froze. The master, who is that? Suddenly, Holt screamed and swung his weapon fiercely toward Avery. He shouted in shock, Avery. Upstairs, Jumper encountered Leogato. The atmosphere between them immediately grew tense. Leogato frowned, his voice full of irritation. That deadly stare, what is it? Jumper looked straight at Leogato, his eyes cold and emotionless. Your grave crime, Leogato stammered. Jumper, I was planning to deal with you later. Painful memories flooded Jumper's mind, recalling the loss of teammates and his life, all held in that man's hands. His memory returned to his time at Odin Tower, when Jumper's hand touched the necklace. Contrary to his expectation, there was no reaction. His voice panicked. The artifact won't activate, what? At that moment, Jumper noticed his surroundings, confused, muttering, where am I? On the other side, Li Bo's voice rang out, worry clear. Are you okay? He nearly shouted, Jumper. Jumper froze, his heart skipping, a cold thought flashing through his mind, making his face pale. Don't speak, this is the artifact's effect. Jumper suddenly asked Sangu, do you know how happy I was the first time I teleported? At that time, Jumper couldn't contain his joyful smile because his teammates were still alive. Lieber, confused, quickly asked, teammates. What are you saying? His cheeks were slightly flushed, and the smile on his face revealed a sense of gratitude that was hard to hide. That's the teammate I was about to meet, completely different from what I expected. Now, Jumper only feels sarcasm for himself. He's happy about that, no one is as foolish as I am. His voice was low, I had always stood by them like before. However, despite trying other methods, each person sacrificed to prevent the harvest day. At that time, Avery was badly injured, tears rolling down her face in pain as life slowly left her body. Avery struggled to say her last word. Jumper, it's only now that I can say this. Avery confessed, but truly, I really like you. Jumper tried to stay calm, but tears kept falling. It's okay, Avery, she continued. I will find you again in the next life, return to Odin's tower in the silent space. Jumper stood still, deep in thought, his face showing a hint of worry. Lieber asked, are you okay? He answered softly, yeah, I'm fine, Lieber. Jumper turned away, leaving the place, and you didn't need to mention his background and family. He was surprised. What's up with you? He interrupted. I've heard it all, I won't stop. Just then, a voice called out. Avery recognized the familiar voice and turned around. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Jumper quickly stepped in front of Avery, his face clearly turning red. He took a deep breath, his hands subconsciously clenched, as if gathering the last of his courage. I've gathered courage about 20 times already, so please listen to me, I like you. Jumper confirmed they were too precious to give up. The sudden confession left her stunned, her mind blank as if she hadn't processed what she had just heard. What, really? His voice became firm. For humanity, for my teammates. And for me. Avery buried her face in Jumper's chest, her arms tightening around him, her breath trembling. I feel the same. He continued, I've prepared myself for this moment thousands of times. Jumper leisurely played with Sangu, still chatting casually. Looking back, I'm still very weak. My current level is probably similar to when you, Sangu, were struggling to hunt the giant remain. Hearing him admit his weakness, even though he was actually very strong, Sangu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Weak, of course, he didn't care about Sangu's thoughts, focusing only on talking about himself. Everyone still praises me as the pinnacle of humanity. But actually, it's thanks to my skills that I could conquer Odin's tower. Without strength, it would be impossible to get through. Right as Lucas took the blow in front of Sangu, his voice grew louder as he said, my teammates are the same, they all have talent. But because of their short hunter careers, their levels only hover around A rank. With someone who always thinks of their friends, he made a decision. So I decided the first thing I need to do is to increase my teammates' strength. To do that, Jumper put in a lot of effort, though it was dangerous. He almost died, but it wasn't really fatal. I trained them through dangerous hunts, but they could survive. Of course, there would be some fatalities, but I still had many opportunities. He said with determination, this way, everyone would have enough strength to become S-rank hunters. forming a true team worthy of being called the strongest in the world. On this journey, Jumper collected quite a few good things, victorious through many tombs, monster lairs, and Odin's tower to gather the pieces of the 7 deadly sins. I own a total of 4 pieces. That's the best situation possible. At that moment, Sangu approached. He was becoming frantic as he asked. But then came the harvest day. Guess what happened? After saying that, he pushed Sangu away, but luckily, Sangu used his shield to block in time. After steadying himself, Sangu trembled as he answered Jumper's question. If everything had gone smoothly, we wouldn't have had to face this. Of course, Jumper agreed with this answer. Right, a massive tower appeared all over the world, and under its mind control, all of humanity voluntarily walked into the jaws of the monsters. It was a golden tower rising from the earth, tempting people to enter. Jumper also said only a few powerful hunters could fight against that tower. However, blocking all the teleportation gates worldwide is impossible. Sangu quickly concluded after hearing this. So that tower really appeared because of the harvest day. The appearance of that tower led to the demise of all Jumper's teammates. So my teammates and I were once again pushed to the brink of life and death. At that moment, both sides clashed fiercely. Lucas, full of excitement, exclaimed, "Now I have a question for you." In a calm tone, he said, "I realized the Master is the one who caused the tower to appear. But I also knew that if the Master were killed, Leogato would be released, even though my teammates had all become S-rank. No one could be sure they could defeat Leogato." He asked Sangu to give an answer to predict what I would do then. In that desperate situation, what do you think I decided? Deep inside, Sangu already had the answer. There was no solution, no way out at all. But he didn't speak directly and only replied, "Oracle, the one who can see the future." Satisfied with the answer, Jumper punched Sangu in the face as a reward and loudly confirmed, "Exactly, Sangu, you're as smart as always, huh? I met that damn character. This action was already part of my plan. I should give you a reward for guessing correctly, right?" Then he recounted his regret when he went to see Oracle. "I shouldn't have gone there if I had known I'd only hear words like that." At that place, Oracle spoke only one sentence to Jumper. "Give up, Lucas," the seer also declared. "You won't see the light at the end of that path." After hearing this, Jumper walked out heavily. His fiancée, waiting outside, immediately approached and asked, "George, how did it go?" Of course, Jumper didn't dare tell the truth and only reassured himself. "What did Oracle say? Of course, I'm not the type to give up just because of words like that." He smiled slightly and lied. "Everything's fine. He said I should continue what I was doing." Then he continued executing his original plan. At least at that moment, by persisting with my original intention, I was able to defeat the Master once more. Eventually, he confronted the final boss and faced Leogato. Of course, Jumper couldn't defeat Leogato, and in the end, his entire team was wiped out. The end of the path I chose was a humiliating defeat. All my teammates were annihilated. Yet he kept challenging him despite losing countless times. After each defeat, I would challenge him once more. Through those losses, he gradually learned Leogato's moves, but it was still like pouring salt into the sea. I died countless times just to grasp a small part of his attack patterns and find ways to evade them. It can be said that after each battle, Jumper gained a lot of experience, but in return he lost many lives. Before I mastered the power of the void to trade blows with him, I fell many more times. After those horrific deaths, he finally defeated Leogato. In the end, my teammates and I succeeded. That made Jumper's friends erupt in joy. "It's over, we won." Seeing Leogato fall before Jumper, everyone shouted excitedly, "We did it, we defeated Leogato." One member of the team looked at Leogato's body with a touch of sadness. Facing an S-rank team like that, if he were an ally, he would have been very reliable. "So we've collected all 7 pieces of the 7 deadly sins, right?" Jumper replied in a low voice. "Exactly." While he took the piece from Leogato's body. As the dark energy in him surged, he whispered to his inner self, "Liber, after this, we have all 7 pieces." Liber replied excitedly, "I know you can do it, Lucas." Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck, transforming Jumper into a monstrous form. The sudden transformation left him stunned. The price for that power was the death of his friends, seeing them lying on the ground. Jumper panicked and shouted, "You guys!" Liber's voice urgently called out, "Lucas, Lucas, wake up." Only then did Jumper regain some composure and shakily ask, "What's going on, Liber?" The scene before him made him realize, "That's right, I can't control all 7 pieces." His body trembled violently. "Don't tell me I." At that moment, a sound rang out. That caught Jumper's attention. Chains appeared along with a cold voice. A massacre of this scale before the harvest could disrupt the schedule. With a devilish face, Liber declared, "I will eliminate the variable." Realizing the situation was extremely dangerous, Liber hurriedly urged Lucas to run, but Jumper was still in shock and shouted, "System." Immediately after, a deafening explosion occurred, and a terrifying power swept through the entire city. Amid the destruction, a deep voice resounded. Heaven is not yet ready. It turns out Lieber was the one who sent Jumper off. Lucas, take a short rest. Back in the present, Jumper finished recounting the past to Sangu and said, my first encounter with the system ended like that. Take pride in it, Sangu. He praised Sangu's composure, even though he had faced the power of 7 fragments alone. Holding 6 of the 7 deadly sin fragments and staying so composed was truly impressive. Hearing that, Sangu, despite the pain, responded with sarcasm. He sensed something was off. Even Lucas couldn't control all 7 fragments, yet the system could easily subdue him in that state. Jumper continued recounting how he became stronger. During that time, I learned a few things. Once I possessed 2 or more 7 deadly sin fragments, I began attending magic lessons with Lieber. He added that this type of magic, if understood, could be used even after rebirth. That remark made Sangu think, could this be memory transfer, something Lucas supposedly lacked? Jumper pointed out the hidden trap in those rebirths. I mean, after each rebirth, it accumulates and grows. You understand, that's the hidden trap in this story. At first glance, it seems like an advantage. Realizing it's a trap, he and his teammates tried to stop it. Then, my team and I continued controlling the system to prevent the harvest day. One by one we fell. The deadly loop repeated endlessly, prolonging death as life waned. The last to fall was none other than Jumper. I died. Though I lost my life, the reward was immense power. Each time it happened, my mana and combat skills surged. The so-called enlightenment one attains only in life-or-death battles became part of my everyday life. Seeing him radiate murderous intent, Lieber worriedly asked, are you okay, Lucas? The loop kept spinning, the battle continued. Each time it repeated, Lucas's teammates watched the hovering figure in awe. Is he really extraordinary? Since reaching S rank, I thought I could measure up to some extent. But he's too strong. That figure is none other than Jumper. Now he's become a monster even his own teammates fear. I didn't expect the 4 of us together could not defeat him. Even he didn't expect it to turn out this way. The gap between me and my teammates widened. Another loop began. This time, Jumper calmly spoke to his friend. No Menden, while controlling mana, he decided, and I even tried to share what I learned. No matter what he did, things returned to the way they were. However, in the next rebirth, I would forget everything anyway. Legato turned and said, Lucas, you've already tried to delay it. The one taunting Lucas was now controlled by the fragment. Can you face me alone? Lucas realized the situation himself. My time wandering alone grew longer and now only he fought. I wanted to try it myself once. The loop continued. Countless time passed, my falls were too many to count. Legato fell. The one who defeated him was none other than Jumper. I didn't even need the 7 deadly sin fragments. Just 2 teammates were enough to take down Legato. Still, there was one thing he couldn't do, but I still couldn't defeat the system. Lieber checked the device's readings and announced, variable eliminated, complete. The scene shifted to Jumper sitting dazed. His beloved fiancée Avery suddenly appeared, hugging him from behind and cheerfully said, Hey, what are you doing? Why the gloom? Why are you always like this when you're the best hunter here? Then she gently asked, are you struggling? Tell me. Lucas looked at her and softly called, Averia. Just then, another friend stepped up and said, exactly, if you're in pain, lean on someone and rest a bit. Teammates exist to support each other. 2 more teammates joined in teasing. Don't carry everything alone, Lucas. Instead, how about whenever things get tough, we go have a drink together? A warm scene unfolded as everyone gathered, talked, and laughed together. You hadn't heard this the other day, right? Last time, Hot agreed, but the other day E reminded that they had agreed not to mention this anymore. Everyone was still joking around, only Jumper sat still, tense, grinding his teeth and muttering. Jumper eagerly awaited that moment, but these words had become familiar and now haunted him. You say it again and it will be repeated next time, forever like this. One of the friends in the group laughed and said, that's right, when you're in pain, lean on someone and rest a bit. Teammates are here to support each other. And after the battle, Jumper's team was once again defeated. Time turned back again and those words echoed as before, hey Lucas, wanna go drink? Yeah, when you're in pain, lean on someone and rest a bit. Your teammates are us. The words gradually wore down Jumper's mind. Don't carry everything on your own, Lucas, Georgia. When things get tough, lean on someone and rest a bit. We're your teammates. The battle resumed, and this time Jumper desperately tried to remove the shards from his body. Lieber anxiously asked, Lucas, what are you doing? Jumper kept trying with all his strength to remove what had been attached to his body, but it wouldn't come off, injuring himself severely. But I still try, he said. I can't get it off, damn it, with this power it should have broken off by now. His actions made the master inside the shards laugh with glee. Impossible, the master said. I haven't gathered enough shards to control all my power. Then it took the opportunity to suppress Jumper. The one who gathers all the shards, that's a different story, it emphasized. Jumper became exhausted, collapsed to the ground, and hesitantly spoke. I can't do that. At that moment, someone approached and asked Jumper, "Hey George, what's up with your hand? Are you hurt?" He looked shocked at whatever he saw. When things get tough, lean on someone and rest for a bit. It turned out he didn't remember his friends' faces. The teammates were here to help him. The loop repeated as before and Jumper went mad. Lieber slowly asked, "Are you okay, Lucas?" He insisted he was fine, but his frantic face seemed to contradict his words. "Yeah, now," Lieber advised. "Since you've seen too much, go find other teammates. This will happen if you meet the same kind of people for 500 years. I'm not new to this." Listening to him, Jumper switched to another plan, trying to change his approach with those who had been strong from the start. The hunters didn't need him to reach S rank. He formed a team and continued to challenge. He invited 3 S-rank hunters into his team, surprising them greatly. "What, you're using that deadly poison to invite me? How do you know about the poison? Are you a system messenger?" The outcome was still the same. Another loop began, and that choice kept repeating over and over. Jumper once again forgot the faces of his new teammates. "You call him Lucas. How do you know about the poison? A teammate who is not yet familiar can join if they share the same goal. If that's the case, then join," but he was too stunned to accept. "No, Seeker, I will contact you again." Time passed, and Jumper couldn't recognize the passerby. The influence grew larger. They gathered around him, chanting together, "Lucas, Lucas, Lucas," praising him. But Jumper felt uneasy. Those words were like a haunting. Even though he was the strongest S-rank hunter, they still haunted Jumper. His fiancée was his final salvation. He had nowhere else to find peace. Avery stepped forward worried and asked, "Is something wrong? Get up, you're the best hunter. I will listen to you share." Her presence was like the sunlight that cleared Jumper's confused soul. He hugged the girl tightly and said, "That's right, from the beginning it was you as long as you're here." He'd still stand up. They charged into battle with Leogato, swinging blow after blow directly at him. In the end, both of his arms were severed, but his face showed no fear. Instead, he sneered mockingly at Lucas. "You tried, but you only delayed it." He looked toward Jumper as if to confirm that he was no longer human. This was not the time to worry about that. "You truly are a monster, nothing less than a monster." Then came the confrontation between him and Lieber, which seemed manageable for now, though the system was still undefeated. While Lieber was checking his stats, he was suddenly ambushed, Jumper lunging straight at him from the front. Before he could act, Lieber calmly turned to look at him. The result was him stabbing Jumper several times and coldly saying, "Remove the variable, use the remaining strength." Jumper struggled to rise, speaking with effort. "Completing it bit by bit is fine, as long as each time I move closer to the finish line, even a little. Next time I'll reach it." No matter what he said, Lieber indifferently declared, "Complete once more." Then he asked, "Are you okay, Lucas?" This time Jumper stayed silent, bit by bit. He fell into the loop of the first day he met his fiancée again. "Oh God, Lucas. Right, nice to meet you. My name is Avery." No matter how many times it repeats, as long as Avery is here, that is enough for Jumper. "Doesn't matter how many more times because I still have a place for peace." Avery's smile shone brightly. "You say we're connected from a past life. Are you the type to believe in that?" That was Jumper's motivation. How many times it happened didn't matter. So no matter how many times it repeated, whether dozens or hundreds, Lieber still asked, "Are you okay, Lucas? Are you okay?" Lucas, until one day he actually wounded Lieber. It made Lieber so thrilled that he stammered, Lucas, you did it, he's hurt." Lucas was stunned, thinking silently. He never expected to actually wound Lieber. He had reached the finish line. Even Lieber never imagined the day he would be cut by Lucas on his face. "Your movements today are strange, Mr. Lucas, as if you've read my habitual patterns phase by phase. It's unbelievable that there exists an algorithm capable of nullifying predictive ability." Even though he learned it through magic, the number of skills he possessed far exceeded his age. Currently, Jumper had over 200 skills, including poison resistance, enhanced nerve conduction, physical armor, and a total of 215 other skills. Especially when checking the timeline of Jumper acquiring those skills, Lieber was astonished. Skill acquisition time, 834 years, 14 undefined days. 24 minutes earlier, a timing measurement error. His voice faltered. Reincarnation. At that moment before Jumper could strike again, Lieber blocked him and said, "How long have you endured this suffering? We don't need to continue fighting." His words left him confused. What? Suddenly, a flash of memory swept through Jumper's mind, leaving him bewildered. What the hell just passed through my head? At this point, Lieber asked, "Is this really your plan? You don't need to answer immediately." Then he suggested, "It seems death is the trigger for reincarnation, so I'll create a special transmission device to prevent it." Jumper, of course, didn't believe it. "Don't joke with me. An immortal life? I've lived to this maddening state already. How is this different from before?" In response, Lieber's face went wild. "Different. This time, not only Mr. Lucas, but everyone will have that ability." Suddenly, Jumper went berserk, rushing to attack him but was cut. Stop babbling nonsense, you bastard. He lay sprawled on the ground. Lieber calmly said, I added a few variables to slightly adjust combat style. No matter how many times you meet me again, you won't be able to predict my movement patterns. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. I'll give you Tyburn's coordinates. Thus, all of Lucas's plans completely collapsed. So my hundreds of reincarnations were wasted once again. All because of a few adjustments from him. Lieber asked again, are you okay, Lucas? But his condition made Lieber worry and call out again, Lucas. Instead of taking Avery hunting monsters, Jumper invited her on a date. Come with me to an island. The proposal left her puzzled. Suddenly, he embraced Avery, his whole body trembling and repeating strange words. Time keeps passing, leaving only you and me. Avery on a romantic island. Avery cheerfully grills the fish and calls out, George, dinner is ready. Lucas happily enjoys the fish and praises, grilled fish is the best, it's really delicious. The compliment makes Avery happy. Of course, you have to consider who's doing the grilling. She says with excitement, we've been coming to this island for over 10 years. Jumper suddenly asks curiously, Avery, why did you come with me when I suddenly suggested that crazy idea of moving to this island? Avery is silent for a moment, then places her hand on Jumper's and gently says, because you look like you're carrying something very heavy. How could I ever push someone like that away and leave again? I want to help you unload that burden, even if just a little. This makes Jumper happy and he holds Avery's hand tightly. He admits sincerely, Avery, I'm a reincarnated person. The words sound terrifying. Avery calmly continues. No wonder you understand me so well. Then I want to ask you two things I'm still curious about. She asks directly, so when is the harvest day? The moment Jumper answers, cosmic black holes open. Today, after a moment of silence, Avery slowly says, you and I together. She asks Jumper bluntly even as he starts to cry. Up to now, how many times have we come to this island together? He cries, unable to remember just how much he loved her. Countless times. These are Jumper's final reincarnations. His hands are no longer human. Avery gently touches Jumper's hand, her voice still tender. So, when you said that everyone looked like dolls from your perspective, she asks curiously while Jumper sobs, was I among them? Even though now she looks like a doll without a hat, her sweet and kind voice still echoes as it did before. I understand, but is there anything I never did in all those countless reincarnations? After much thought, Avery suddenly makes a proposal that leaves Jumper stunned. Please kill me, George. Her reason is that, at least for the last time, I want to be remembered as a human, not as a doll. Monsters start pouring out of the spatial rift. They fall into the sea, making piercing sounds. On the island, Jumper tries to fulfill Avery's wish but lacks the courage, so Avery gently encourages him. It's okay, it won't hurt at all. Her trembling hand reaches toward her fiancé, her voice choked with emotion. You know, Lucas, she slowly strokes the face of the man she loves and says, next life, please don't meet me. The moment she exhales her final breath, she explains why she doesn't want to meet Jumper. I don't want to become a doll again. At this moment, Avery passes away in Jumper's hands, not killed by the monsters as before. Alone, Jumper desperately looks at Avery's face and screams in agony. His sharp blows shatter the monsters into thousands of pieces. Jumper wildly charges at the monsters, killing endlessly. He no longer cares about himself, only wanting to kill to drive away the pain in his heart. Jumper's face is full of pain and anguish. After venting, he curls up in a corner. He is now like a soulless puppet. Lieber's voice explodes like thunder, driving Jumper mad. Are you okay, Lucas? His frenzied shouting shocks Lieber. Damn you. Suddenly, Jumper lunges at Lieber and yells, do you know the suffering you've caused me? You hypocritical bastard. It seems Jumper is in utter despair. He repeats over and over, never ending, no matter what he does or how. Now he cannot control himself and curses, you despicable traitor, Lieber awkwardly calls El Lucas. Finally, Jumper coldly declares, I will never take orders from you again, Lieber. Only Lieber stands alone before the spatial gate, dazed. He turns and asks, how could humanity get here? This is Tiburon, S-rank hunter Lucasa. It turns out there's another loop. Lieber forgets the previous events and nervously asks Jumper, who told you about this place? Jumper calmly replied, only you. That answer left Lieber confused, but after a moment, he began to understand something. It seems so. Suddenly, Jumper knelt and pleaded, if I can go to what you call heaven, please erase all my memories. Then I will help you carry out the harvest. Returning to the present, Jumper finished telling the story to Sangu, marking the beginning of this life. Then he casually asked, what do you think about this, Sangu? Do you understand my strange actions now? And the reason you didn't know which path I was following? Suddenly, Jumper laughed maniacally, acting insane. Yes, truly ironic, he continued speaking. Do you know what I did after submitting to the system? It was the Awakening Gate program. This time, he shared another story. Hello everyone, I am Hunter Park 1T, in charge of the 10th Awakening Gate program. Jumper himself linked the system to the entire world, forcing everyone to participate. Everyone experienced that cruel paradise. However, Sangu was an unpredictable variable, yet that very act created him. Jumper's voice grew increasingly terrifying, tinged with helplessness and resentment. I fought against everything for hundreds, thousands of years, but the moment I submitted to the system, you appeared. At this point, Sangu asked, "Then what is your goal? Why must I collect all 7 pieces of the 7 deadly sins?" Now he understood Jumper's true purpose, to use Sangu as a means to carry the relics away from him. When confronted, Jumper didn't hesitate to admit, "Yes, I finally did it." His admission enraged Sangu. "You really make me want to kill you. What I just heard leaves me no choice." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a powerful strike, but no one expected Jumper had approached Sangu unnoticed. He silently grabbed Sangu's sword hand, shocking him and revealing the infinite acceleration. This might not be a combat skill, but if mana is cut off, it becomes useless. At this moment, Jumper remained calm as if nothing had happened. Sangu trembled and exclaimed, "Damn it, I don't want to feel pain." Suddenly, Jumper did something, then said something puzzling, "Thank you for understanding." He intended to use the cooldown skill on Sangu, because when memories are transferred, the cooldown affects the recipient too. This was a method Jumper had never used on anyone. If it was you, the one who defeated Legato, you could withstand it. The technique is simple. When using infinite acceleration, the cooldown and memories from the recipient are refreshed. Then specific memories are recorded densely and inherited quickly. Memories of battles he endured for thousands of years. After receiving Jumper's memories, Sangu was slightly confused. Instinctively, he swung his sword horizontally, creating a sharp strike that shattered everything. Jumper was pleased and said, "Perfect, you executed the horizontal strike correctly." Then he grabbed Sangu's arm and said, "Next, I'll show you the thrust." Another wave of memories poured into Sangu's mind. They were so intense and painful that he screamed. Even immersed in Jumper's memories, he could feel them. He realized this person had fought against the system for humanity over a long time. He didn't expect Jumper to endure such a seemingly endless stretch of time. The duration was so vast that Sangu could hardly imagine it. Another memory segment was transferred. Next were mana and spells. He felt all the things Jumper did in the past, all for others. Beyond combat and skill memories, Sangu also received Jumper's raw emotion. Flowing along with combat memories were intense emotions Sangu couldn't process. Jumper's truest emotions: pain, regret, resistance, sadness. Regret, those emotions surged violently, threatening to tear Sangu apart. Yet he couldn't reject them. Sangu couldn't ask him to stop. Because Sangu couldn't argue with someone in despair, showing him how to kill himself. After a period of absorbing memories, Sangu has now become strong and confidently wields his sword. Each of his strikes can cut through any obstacle. Anything within the range of Sangu's sword is immediately destroyed. After making the strike, he breathes heavily from exhaustion. Observing what Sangu can do after absorbing Jumper's memories, he is pleased and exclaims, "Now I have nothing left to teach you." However, seeing Sangu's displeased expression, he couldn't help but wonder and seemed to be teasing, wondering why he had that look. "You should be happy. You're no longer facing infinite acceleration." Unexpectedly, he stood right in front of Sangu's sword and was accidentally struck by it. He seemed quite pleased with this and casually said, "You're truly remarkable, Sangu." Then Jumper quickly urged him on. "Now go retrieve the 7 deadly sins before my heart stops and the relic is activated." At that moment, a familiar voice called out Sangu's name, startling him. It was Lieber. Lieber gently said, "Could you help me contact him one last time?" At this moment, Sangu spoke up, "Lucas," but before he could finish, he was punched and sent flying. It turned out that the 7 deadly sins were the ones who struck. "I have remained silent, just waiting for this moment," Sangu thought to himself. He needed to find a way to control the 7 deadly sins, that bastard. Immediately after, it charged forward and severed one of Jumper's legs. "What are you hesitating for?" It laughed loudly. "Has it been thousands of years? At last I've regained all my strength." Seeing this, Sangu angrily prepared to counterattack. "Damn it!" Sangu shouted. Suddenly, Jumper raised his hand to stop him. "Quick, gather all the copies of the 7 deadly sins, we don't have much time left." Hearing this, Sangu clenched his teeth in unwillingness. Soon after, the 7 deadly sins unleashed its energy and roared. "That's how a person should be," it proudly boasted as it transformed. "I am the strongest beneath the earth." Sangu and Jumper were struggling to withstand the oppressive force of the 7 deadly sins. From above, an extremely powerful magic circle was diving straight down. In the blink of an eye, the power of the circle slammed down where Sangu and Jumper were standing. The overwhelming force made them shield their faces. Next, the 7 deadly sins thrust its massive sword into the ground. "This is so incredibly refreshing. Now nothing can bind me anymore." After witnessing its terrifying power, Sangu couldn't help but break into a sweat. He couldn't even sense its consciousness. Seeing Jumper slowly faltering, Sangu hurriedly rushed over. Lucas, Jumper calmly spoke up. Haha, is this the true form of the 7 deadly sins? This is the first time I've seen it, as if trying to give him more hope. Sangu hurriedly said, Lucas, Lieber said he wanted to say something to you one last time. However, Jumper only smiled indifferently. Lieber, that Lieber guy. The next moment, he recalled the memories from the past with Lieber. Why did that happen to Tiburon? That must have been painful. As long as I am breathing, I will help you to the end. You gave me that painkiller while not knowing what it caused, bastard. After about 2 seconds of silence, Jumper spoke again. We shared many stories, even though he won't remember any of them. Under Lieber's thoughtful gaze, he gently concluded, we have nothing more to say. The 7 deadly sins spoke up right behind Sangu, who had always wanted a fair confrontation. But everything had become as dull as a lecture, no matter that he was still speaking. Can you help me with something? Yet he was not angry. He understood well the feeling of being trapped, especially after obtaining that fragment. Sangu seemed to anticipate what he wanted to say. Jumper interrupted. Lucas, Sangu, I have lived a long time already. I want to rest, he said. The 7 deadly sins stepped closer and smiled with satisfaction. You should, then let's try smashing that relic. Immediately, a terrifying power was unleashed. Sangu could feel a massive energy nearby. Mr. Lieber, sorry, I don't think I can help with the final conversation you wanted. No need to apologize, Lieber replied. Sangu was still calculating. He could not destroy the relic even with 6 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. But if complete, the 7 deadly sins still smiled excitedly, despite Sangu's calculation. He was astonished to see the stone on Jumper unharmed, wondering why it had not been destroyed. 7 deadly sins, things are getting unstable, Jumper said. I'm increasing my energy weight, the 7 deadly sins replied. Sangu hesitated, speculating, you don't tell me. You bragged that much and still can't take it off. Jumper laughed loudly. Don't joke, I told you not to joke with me, all these gambles. And sacrifices, what do they even mean? What's all this about, damn it? The 7 deadly sins remarked, looks like he's down. Sangu quickly stepped forward, you giant. Lieber shouted, Dung Sangu, quickly grab Lucas's relic. I'll analyze the magical structure of this. So help me, Jumper said with reluctant eyes. No, please. Now I just need to rest, he continued. Lieber asked gently, are you okay? Realizing he had revived intact, Jumper fell to the ground, laughing painfully. Failed, I'm back, he shouted. Jumper roared in fury. Lieber slowly approached. Lucas, he called Jumper. His face full of tears, I'm not okay, really not okay at all. Libo couldn't hold back either and cried along. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain. In the end, I ruined everything. My actions won't make up for anything. I don't even dare ask for forgiveness, but please, Lucas, rest in peace. The 7 deadly sins curiously asked. We tried breaking that chain, did it work? He hasn't resurrected yet, right? Sangu replied. Clearly it worked, and this too. Welcome No 9, the system window disappeared. Scene shifted to Tiburon. In the lab, the Alyssa system moved continuously around. Suddenly it halted. Lucas, finally he has left. In the blink of an eye, the system's attitude changed, but the data was fully stored. The heavenly situation remained stable. The expansion campaign completed, right on time. Now shaking off the gloomy atmosphere, the system left the lab sharing a bit of joy. An announcement sounded Harvest Day. Sangu asked, is that the path to Tiburon? The 7 deadly sins said, if you don't like it, you can run away. He ignored its annoyed attitude. So Lucas wanted to meet here. The 7 deadly sins instructed, get ready, I already have the coordinates. Sangu's voice remained cautious. Take it slow, others need to rearrange their gear too. Lieber called Sangu. You use Sangu, if unnecessary, I don't want to rush you, but seems you forgot how close Harvest Day is. Sangu explained, isn't it still a few weeks away? Since I took Liagato's 7 deadly sins, the system window hasn't appeared. In a blink, Lieber announced, Harvest Day begins in 10. Before he finished, Sangu exclaimed, 10 days, still plenty of time. Before he finished the sentence, he started a 9-second countdown. Sangu angrily said, hey, crazy guy, why tell me now? Libo sweat, looking embarrassed. Because I already made many suffer by rushing everything. Sangu felt his frustration rising. This was not the time for slow action. He immediately charged towards the 7 deadly sins without hesitation. Move quickly, it refused while yelling. Are you crazy? However, just a second later, the 7 deadly sins sword was ready to strike. The sword swung fiercely, aiming at the space as if to tear everything apart. Once a path was cleared, the 7 deadly sins threatened, if you let it out, you'll face the consequences. Moments later, both landed forcefully on the ground. They had torn through space to reach Tiburon. Sangu looked around curiously and asked, are we in Tiburon? The 7 deadly sins calmly replied, it seems so. That's Tiburon for sure, Liber appeared and confirmed. Though it looks like it, many things have changed since I left. Sangu anxiously spoke, this is a real planet. Now where do we find the system? Just then, the system's voice in Alyssa's form rang out beside them. The system's voice in Alyssa's form echoed, "Wow." Even though Sangu was hurriedly avoiding, he couldn't help but say, "You're so cool, Sangu. You're the second Earthling to get here." "That must be true," it continued, "but counting Libra and Alyssa, you're the fourth. Nice to meet you." Sangu gritted his teeth, angry. System. Caliber couldn't hold back either, cursing, "That bastard is using Alyssa's appearance again without permission." Still, the system continued its monologue, "But you're a bit late. As you can see, the harvest day is already starting to pass." Suddenly, rain began to pour as the army moved through the city. A soldier sighed in frustration, "Damn, the rain still hasn't stopped." His teammate urged, "Hurry up and finish the repairs." The soldier kept complaining. Suddenly, the system screen appeared, cutting him off. "Harvest day today." At the same time, Bokyo in the office reported seriously, "It wouldn't be surprising if it started at any moment. The entire army has been in position since 2 months ago after Leo Gatto's surprise raid in the TSEO office." Bokyo continued. Jumper spoke up, "Things like defense lines won't work. Monsters will pour in non-stop from every direction anywhere." Jumper continued. "It's best to focus heavy artillery like grenade launchers and missiles on one point and concentrate forces there. You also need to set up defense bases at key positions and stockpile as much as possible in case supply lines face difficulty." TSEO skeptically replied, "But I don't trust the words of an S-rank hunter that much." "How do you know all this?" Jumper explained, "I've been through this many times. The best option is to have Sangu come help us. But you should still prepare a backup plan." Jumper continued. TCO finally agreed to follow Jumper's advice. "Everyone, let's survive together. That's the top priority." Inside the city, the loudspeaker continuously announced, "Complete evacuation quickly." This is not a drill. Complete evacuation immediately. For those who want to stay at home, stock up on food and water. Absolutely do not open any doors to the outside and tightly shut all windows. I repeat. Within the base, soldiers urgently announced, "We will now distribute food to everyone. Please step up in order, starting with the first row." These words made everyone stand up in anticipation. "What's the dish today?" "Another mixed seafood rice." While Jiu anxiously looked outside, a voice from her father Dung suddenly rang out. "Jiu, I just heard." She turned around in surprise. "Dad," he immediately asked, "were you trying to get outside just now?" "Why don't you try trusting your older brother a little more?" Ryu urgently explained. "I trust him. Of course I trust that he will come back safely," she continued, "but he'll be exhausted when he returns, right?" Under her father Dung's blank expression, she added, "I think I should prepare a bed for him to rest when he comes back." Father Dung smiled understandingly. "This girl, your personality really is the opposite of your older brother's." Suddenly, Father Dung remembered, or maybe not, perhaps in the end, both of you are similar. After thinking for a while, he didn't stop Jiu. "Then hurry up, go, or Mom will catch you." Father Dung's reply made her happy. "Yes, I'll be back soon." Father Dung gently spoke to the person behind him. "Please ensure she comes back safely." The person was Guanti. "Don't worry, Ziu's abilities have supported us a lot. We'll use all our strength to protect her." Miho anxiously ran over. "Wanti, I think you should quickly return to the base. The sky looks too strained." On the street, 2 soldiers suddenly shouted loudly. The rain had stopped. A long storm finally came to an end. The remaining soldier was relieved and happy. He said, "That's great." I, on the other hand, was annoyed that the rain had lasted so long. As soon as he finished speaking, magical energies began to appear, dispersing the air. They looked up and discovered a rift in the sky. At that moment, they realized the rain was not what had stopped the storm. The rain started falling again. The soldier widened his eyes, witnessing an incredible sight. Within seconds, teleportation gates appeared one after another before everyone's eyes. A system screen appeared with the message, "Everyone quickly enter heaven." The commander urgently ordered, "Everyone prepare to fight." Following the commander's order, monsters began flying out of the teleportation gates. The gates were opening. The scene shifted to Tiburon. The system spoke, full of curiosity. "You seem calm. Weren't you here to stop the harvest day?" Sangu answered slowly, "Just for about 2 seconds." "Sangu, you said it would take a week to eliminate Yorentia." This made the system sigh. "Actually, eliminate might not be the right term. Can we say disable instead?" Sangu's attitude remained calm. "No problem." 1 second later, Sangu appeared right behind the system, ready to unleash his power. Without giving the system time to react, he prepared to release his full power. As soon as he started, the surrounding space was almost completely devastated by Sangu. His strike made the ground explode. Despite being injured, the system still had enough strength to exclaim, "Wow, that move exceeded human limits. This power, what did Lucas do? You've surpassed my expectations." Ignoring the system's words, Sangu charged and continued attacking. "But aren't you worried about the people on Earth?" Sangu replied seriously, Humanity isn't that weak, especially with many experts who can handle the monsters there. Back to the battle on Earth. Anti-air guns to your positions. With just one shot, a few monsters were destroyed. Fire, yet the army still struggled. The army commander gritted his teeth. Damn, there are too many of them. Prepare for impact. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful strike destroyed a giant monster. Kaiso's voice rang out, "You did a great job protecting the people, but hunting monsters is our specialty. Even if it's not just him, other hunters have arrived. Show them the hunter's power." While Xiaomi cast a spell, the system screen displayed, "Skill, Split Annihilation." Xiaomi's spell quickly destroyed a group of monsters. Du Kuang was no less skilled. He wasn't fighting to level up. In a blink, Selkin added, "It's not for money. After all, the shops are already closed." Next, Hong Eunha responded, "Exactly, in the end, it's just about survival." Then all the hunters fighting together declared in unison, "This hunt is for the survival of humanity." A nearby soldier witnessed their power and exclaimed, "So strong." His teammate immediately said, "You idiot, why are you just standing there? Hurry and support the hunters near Tiburon." The system spoke slowly. "Hunters right, are there people like this on Earth, a job dedicated to hunting monsters? But you, Sangu, seems to have misunderstood something." Sangu heard this and asked, "What?" Then he excitedly said, "How could the harvest day on Earth last a week?" As the system snapped its fingers, chains appeared at the speed of light, disabling the system. 1 second later, hunters on Earth were all astonished. So the hunter's power had gradually disappeared. What's happening? I can't use my skills anymore, my system is locked." The system explained slowly. "Sangu, do you know why I spent time and resources giving the system to humans on Earth? Of course, the first reason is to connect with heaven, but there's another reason. Humanity is strange, they take suffering as motivation. If I didn't intervene, mana would flood in through the teleportation gates. In the end, they would succeed in researching mana, learning magic, and using it. But what if I gave skills too easily?" Sangu realized, "You mean they wouldn't research or use magic on their own if they relied on the system?" The system's tone showed contempt. "Even you, Sangu, right? Suppose the 7 deadly sins didn't disrupt the system, would you have tried to learn magic? But that's why I locked the system. It has a serious impact. The harvest day on Tepon lasts so long because many here can still use magic even when the system is locked. It's because many here can still use magic even when the system is locked. But what about on Earth?" Unlike the confident tone of the system, Sangu remained calm as he commented, "Just as expected, you seem to know nothing about humans. On Earth, there are still a few hunters who haven't given up and continue trying to use magic." Magical bullets shield. Just 1 second later, she screamed in fear. "Why can't my skills activate?" From beneath the ground, monsters continuously emerged. Hunters who had lost their magic started to panic. "What the hell is that? It's too big." Granny Type 2 was quickly reported to by several hunters. "I can't use my skills, no one can stop it. Everyone get out of the way." With just one punch, Granite destroyed a solid high-rise building. This sight made the hunters grit their teeth in anger. Suddenly, another Granite appeared, strangely holding the other monster's hand as if trying to stop it. So it was Ziu who summoned it. "Fall back and regroup, I'll hold it here." A nearby hunter exclaimed in amazement, "That thing, did you just summon it? How did you use a skill?" Without hesitation, she replied calmly, "I never signed up for the system in the first place." Then Jiwoo greeted Miho and Heian. "You two did great, deal." Both Heian quickly created an illusion exactly like herself. Not stopping there, she continued summoning more magic. As if to confuse Granny further, 3 illusions appeared in front of it. Just as expected, when it swung its arm to attack, both Miho and Heian easily dodged the blow. But you immediately commanded, "Give it everything you've got." Hearing that, Heian started her move, launching a magical bullet under extreme pressure, Miho following with a wave of radiant heat. All 3 attacks simultaneously struck Granny, but it still wasn't destroyed. As soon as Miho landed, she realized it was still alive. Jiu spoke up, "Let's finish it off. I'll narrow the mirror angle even more." The scene of the 3 of them fighting caught Jun Xian's eye, making him silent for a long while. Jun Xian thought to himself, magic, huh? That's right, he had done everything to use skills that no longer activated. Then Jun Xian slid a slash across Granite's neck, "So I can see its mana structure, so that's how it works." Just as he finished speaking, Granite's head was severed with a single slash. Jiwoo exclaimed in surprise, "That person's skill is as bizarre as Sangu's." Even Miho couldn't believe it. Oh my! At the same time, Kaiso thought of a strategy. "Those who can't use magic fall back, we'll take care of things here for now." Other hunters regained their composure and rushed into battle. "Use the wind blade swordsmanship that the master taught you. It's time to show off the physical enhancement skills we've trained." These words made Kaiso tear up. James sadly spoke up, "What can we do if we can't use magic?" Despite the danger, Simon joked, "Guess we'll eat popcorn." His voice sounded orderly. "Just hang on a little longer. We've already planted the live seeds." On Sangu's side, he continued talking to the system without a hint of worry. "You think humanity will stop studying mana just because you give them the system? There will always be people trying to use skills without relying on the system, what you call magic. I even learned meditation skills by attending classes. Even when cars appeared, there will still be people who stubbornly walk as if they were poked right in the sore spot." The system lagged for a few seconds. "Yeah, right, maybe they'll study and use things like punishment or meditation. But how long can they hold out with just that?" Sangu ignored the system's sarcastic tone and waited until Arya and Duval were ready with the Moon Twin. Before the system's horrified face, Sangu released a shocking piece of information. "I've created an opportunity for them to research human cloning." It couldn't believe it and asked again. Before the system could finish speaking, Sangu interrupted. That expression is interesting. Looks like you've finally realized what I've done, huh?" In the lab, Arya's hands trembled as she dared not touch the keyboard. Duval gently comforted her. "Calm down, you've done everything you could." She stammered for a moment. Yes, I wish we had more time." A moment later, he replied, "Executing this plan is already a miracle for us." Without hesitation, Duval took Arya's hand and boldly pressed the start button. "All we can do is hope for this device and the person on Earth. An internal structural analysis needs to be conducted. Cloning techniques need to be integrated, replicating skills and internal systems. Calculations must be performed. The structure must be expanded and the temporary system developed by Heritage activated. Please take note." Field hunters were surprised to see the system's display. They noticed the system window colors were different. The system that Arya and Duvo just cloned immediately sent notifications. Those who previously bought the fire orb cheaply from hunters could now use this skill. A young hunter shouted in excitement. "Really, I have that?" Notifications kept appearing, and also, individual awakening skills and Heritage Company skills could all be activated as usual, thrilling the hunters even more. To boost morale, the system announced, "Now is the time to strike back humanity." At the World Hunters Association (WHA), staff observers quickly relayed a message from the Heritage Department, stating the temporary system had been established, but they could hardly believe their eyes. Mike exclaimed in astonishment. Awakening skills, Heritage skills, and even hunter skills like Sangu's have now spread across the world. "How is that possible?" he hurriedly ordered. "Quickly, spread this information to all countries at once. We can use that skill again," an excited hunter said. "Even if someone's awakening skill isn't combat-oriented, it doesn't matter. All hunters who bought the fire orb from that Korean hunter can use it. Immediately unleash your combined power, give it your all." Back at Tiburon, the system finally accepted. "You are correct. At this pace, it will certainly take a long time," Sangu replied hurriedly. Yes, the next moment he summoned his clones. "Once you're gone, everything will be perfect." As soon as the system began to speak, a foot silently kicked it square in the face. "I want to propose one more thing." The 7 deadly sins intervened. Stop, it shouted. "I've been hearing nonsense for too long. It's time to fight." Thrown aside, the system recognized the 7 deadly sins and tried to respond. "You can't say that while I'm speaking." Ignoring the system's stubbornness, the 7 deadly sins charged, swinging its sword to shatter the system's defense. All defenses are useless. The power of the 7 deadly sins caught the system off guard. Piercing through space, it fired 2 annihilation shots. The destructive force of the 7 deadly sins made the system cautious. Could that be monostructure destruction? The system needed to buy time. Its evasive posture looked amusing. Ha. The next moment, the 7 deadly sins grabbed it. "Come here." The 7 deadly sins attacked without hesitation, making the ground beneath the system explode. The 7 deadly sins laughed loudly, but didn't stop and continued to strike. "Crush it into sludge." Seeing this, Sangu was stunned but reminded. "Good, collect the materials, we can return to Earth." Number 2 immediately agreed. Yes, contrary to his expectations, the system wasn't destroyed, only lost an arm. It remained calm. "In fact, this is why I'm wary of the 7 deadly sins." In the blink of an eye, the system restored its arm. "But fine. If I change my approach, I think I can do it." As soon as the system finished speaking, tentacles shot from its body toward the 7 deadly sins, stabbing it decisively. Unfortunately, the 7 deadly sins was unharmed. "Do you think that will work?" The system grew more excited. "You're incredible. I didn't know you de-adapt so quickly. I heard that works with Lucas." It immediately deployed formations around the 7 deadly sins, but there was more. Still, the 7 deadly sins was ready. As it soared, it collided with the system. "I anticipated your jump." The system's strike was equally powerful. The 7 deadly sins was trapped in raging flames. The system laughed. Ha, I must thank you. Sangu's eyes widened at the scene. What is happening? This can't be. How do you have cloning skills? The system exclaimed excitedly. This truly is the best skill. Sangu still couldn't understand but said, I thought awakening skills were unique to each individual. The system explained, yes, they are inherent traits determined by a person's body, condition, and talent. But for me, I can change such things at will. Libra paused, seeing the item in the system's hand. The elixir was created to treat Eliza from the start, but I never knew it would be used this way. Is this what people call a blessing in disguise? Your skill is quite extraordinary too. Sangu was visibly surprised upon hearing the name Zan. Next, the system deployed countless copies of itself to ensure every skill reached its maximum level. Oh, I apologize for speaking ahead of time. The replication skill has already reached its maximum level. The system asked, so do you still want to keep fighting? Not to be outdone, Sangu created countless clones as well. Indeed, now you finally feel like fighting. Immediately he shouted, 7 deadly sins, how long are you going to just lie there? The 7 deadly sins replied irritably, shut up. In a fierce tone it warned, don't die kid. Even at this moment, Sangu still teased. Are you worried about me? I think I'm about to cry. Suddenly, the system declared, no one will die because everyone will live in paradise. It could shatter the system's technique with a single strike. Seeing this, it immediately leapt high to avoid the blow. Just a second later, the system pressed the matrix in front. It turned out to be a launch button that made meteors fall one after another, but they hadn't yet reached Sangu's clones. A magic array of the 7 deadly sins sucked all the meteors in. Immediately after, it threw a fireball straight at them. The meteors exploded in an instant. On the other side, Sangu and the system rushed into close combat with swords. The system calmly said, Sangu, do you know why I didn't tell you and the Earthlings about paradise beforehand? During the fight, Sangu slowly speculated, perhaps for the same reason I didn't. Still fighting, he smiled and replied, exactly, I can see there are those who would certainly agree and accept it without question, but there are also those who would definitely reject it. They would say such a world must be fake. However, this time I'm surprised. I'm certain that you, more than anyone, will support it. You like resting more than anyone else, right? Hearing this, Sangu did not deny it. Honestly, I just want to lie in bed. The system asked confusedly, is that all? You are one of those who don't believe in paradise because it's an artificial world. As it spoke, it drew another blade. He asserted, who would want to kill everyone and continue living by copying them into a virtual world? After a moment it slowly continued, I understand, I'm curious about that too. Ignoring Sangu's horrified expression, the system curiously asked, why did you restore the memory of Hunter Kim Jun-hee? You were once inside the body of the 7 deadly sins in the monster sleeping chamber, remember? That wasn't the real Kim Jun-hee. He was just a fully recreated body, thanks to a monster's ability. Then why cling to him, even stopping your attack? By your logic, he's entirely a fake. Just a fake body with fake memories. Finally, Sangu gritted his teeth in anger. As if trying to lure him into its plan, the system slowly approached. Are you saying even Gu Hyan's memories of treating him are fake? In the end, that's just because you never experienced it yourself. Their conversation reached the ears of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins shouted, that bastard! Whips from the system's body immediately wrapped around Sangu. I didn't come here to attack you. In an instant, it brought him into a stunning illusion. Let me invite you to paradise. Under a clear sky stretched a lush green meadow, with the wind creating a peaceful scene. The scene left Sangu stunned for a moment. Is this paradise? The system immediately appeared and replied, exactly, I always wanted you and Lieber to see this place. Come this way, let's start the tour of paradise. In the small village, a familiar voice called, making Lauren turn around. Mom! It was Ellie running over excitedly. Seeing her daughter, Lauren gently reminded, if you run like that, you'll fall. As soon as she finished, Ellie stumbled hard to the ground. I told you so. Still, the girl stood up and wiped her tears. Ellie's wound quickly healed. She ran into Lauren's arms and said, I want to help too. Lauren smiled and replied, of course, let's finish this quickly and then have a snack. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed, here there are no injuries, no pain, no aging, no disease. Everyone can live without fearing the loss of loved ones. Still, you won't remain a child forever. You will grow up until you become an adult. Following its words, a grown-up girl obediently said, Dad, I'm home. The father replied gently, welcome back, have you eaten? Sangu commented immediately without hesitation, which would surely make everyone feel strange. The system gave an explanation the next second. This is normal here. Suddenly, a familiar figure passed by and bumped into him. Seeing Sangu's stunned expression, Veda started to inquire. Oh sorry, are you okay? I think this is the first time I've met you, you must be new here. Nice to meet you, I'm Vila. If you're able to, would you like me to show you around? When Sangu saw her face and Chiron's, he couldn't help but turn away quickly. You don't need to do that. Veda was completely confused. Oh my. Seeing this, Karan exclaimed, he must be busy. The system still followed closely. How do you feel when your shoulders brushed against each other? Does the fact that it is artificial make the feeling seem more fake? Do you feel like it's not real? Like a program giving a fixed answer, isn't it? This inconvenience made Sangu annoyed and he remained silent. Still, the system wouldn't stop. Next, we will go to a place familiar to humans. In the blink of an eye, it had taken him to Earth. With proud tone, the system began to explain. As you know, mere vague peace and emptiness alone aren't enough to call it paradise. That's why we've prepared many recreational areas here. Most of the Earth people you see are those who were transported during the early days of the disaster. Honestly, back then, I wanted to bring all of humanity to paradise. But at that time, paradise wasn't ready to sustain such a large population. That method was too time-consuming and needed adjustments. In the end, I had no choice but to close the gate again and focus on expanding and stabilizing paradise. According to the system's account, an image of a servant bowing respectfully appeared. I am your servant, please give any command. With your help, we have prepared for a large-scale transfer on the harvest day. At this point, the system sighed, but that master, I think he doesn't really desire an equal world. He's causing trouble even here. But no one will suffer because of him anymore. I have created specialized feedback programs for people like him. These programs simply accept and indulge his every whim. After Lieber left, I studied humans in depth. The more I understood their nature, the more beauty I discovered, and moreover, I wanted to make everyone happy. In a paradise where no one is harmed, and everyone gets what they desire. After presenting the ideal that the system considers noble, it laughed loudly with pride. Hee, what do you think? I've worked hard, haven't I? Can you share your thoughts? In Sangu's mind at that moment, Lieber anxiously shouted. Sangu, stay alert, think about the true nature of this place. In the end, it's all just a fabricated world. Before he could finish speaking, the system appeared behind him and called out. Lieber, immediately, a door slowly opened in front of Lieber. His eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out to be an image of Alyssa being held captive. Where am I, Veda Grimoth Lieber? Where is he? The system had pinpointed Lieber's location. Alyssa is waiting for you outside. Sangu continued to look around in confusion. He slowly entered an internet cafe combined with a coffee shop. Sangu's figure gently moved in, with the cool air from the air conditioning blowing through. The smell of cigarettes still lingered near the smoking room. The familiar shouting of Jayek's son echoed. Hey, help me, damn it, don't you see that? You fool. As he sat down on an empty chair, Sangu thought to himself, it's so soft, back into the illusion of the system. Lieber, everyone, please answer me. It gently spoke, she is the real Alyssa. You remember all your memories with her, just take one more step. In a moment, Sangu began to drown in the system's flowery words. You don't need to roll in the mud anymore. You don't need to wear a blood-soaked uniform or sweat anymore. A friendly staff member brought food. Here's your meal. The buttered bread was also sinking into this sweet trap. Your friends are here, everything that belongs to Lieber is here. At this moment, he could only think about life. It seemed Lieber also had the same thoughts as Sangu. What is that? What have I been trying to prevent? In the midst of a dangerous situation, Grey Mouse suddenly appeared. At least it's not me. Some people might call this place paradise. Before Sangu's astonished face, the figure continued. Others may never want to leave this world. Even Libra seemed to be awakened by the sound of Brain Mouse, causing the system to immediately open its eyes in astonishment. He continued, but I am not one of them. Before Brain Mouse could finish, the system threw a punch that shattered the illusionary wall. I am not even allowed to make that choice. Its face showed a gloomy expression. Just a second later, the system returned to its fake friendly demeanor. Wait, there must have been an error. After thinking for a moment, Sangu finally spoke up. I'm curious about something. He glanced over at Joxian. Was that person brought here from Earth? Jackson was still angry, shouting. My God, I told you to hurry up. The system immediately replied. Of course, he is a real person. As soon as he heard this, Sangu rushed over and slapped him on the head. He had been shouting loudly for quite a while. Jackson wasn't backing down either. What is this, you bastard? Immediately, he was controlled by the system's magic as if nothing had happened. Jackson sat back down and continued playing the game. Oh, what's this? Am I going to die? Is the internet down? The system remained indifferent. We cannot keep unpleasant experiences. Such memories will be erased immediately. If you keep acting like this, you might even get a special program installed in you. Sangu, as soon as he finished, Sangu couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. Even though the system didn't understand what was happening, his laughter grew louder and louder. Lieber also leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. Surely we both lost our minds for a moment, after laughing to his heart's content. Sangu held his face and said directly, System, no matter how hard you try to play the human role, I never felt you were human. This world isn't any different. Immediately after, he changed his form and asked, "You call this paradise? It seems all you learn from humans is how to make excuses." The demonic energy emanating from Sangu's body caused the alert system to react instantly. In the blink of an eye, its illusion was shattered by him. The 7 deadly sins were curious about Sangu's intention. What the hell, did he just leave immediately? If so, why was that idiot captured in the first place? Upon hearing that, Sangu immediately explained, "During the harvest day of Tiburon, Liber was inside you. Even then, he was still shouting for you to stop with all his strength. You heard that command, but you ignored him, right? You said it was because people on Earth don't live in paradise. He didn't care and exposed the system. Or because they misunderstood your true intentions, you gave enough reason. But the truth is, you couldn't accept failure. Whether it was Alyssa or Liber, you failed to protect anyone or anything. In the end, you're just an empty shell, lost without purpose. Unable to carry out any commands from your master. Pierced at your weakness by Sangu, the system could no longer maintain its facade. My purpose, my top priority, is the happiness of Liber and Alyssa. Foolish human, what do you understand about that? I will bring all life in the universe into heaven for that purpose." A cold shiver ran down Sangu's spine, making him involuntarily speak. How terrifying! Liber's voice grew cold. With a final command to the invisible entity that governs everything. "System, I give you one last command. Close all gates immediately and stop whatever you are doing." The system's resistance was immediate, realizing that someone was going against its will. "Everything you are doing goes against my will." A shout echoed, mingled with skepticism and mockery. "Are you joking?" The system's frustration rose, making its voice sharper. "Why are you so stubborn? It's unbearable. Alyssa is right over there." The absurd faith was revealed by itself. "I've prepared everything for her to be happy. If you just close your eyes and live for one day, you won't even remember these pointless things. Wasting this time." A half-hearted concession was made, the voice with a hint of warning, "Forget about it. I'm just trying to persuade you, because I'm afraid that Alyssa's death note will come to you if I kill you. Lord Sangu, but I just need to transfer all the people on Earth she could hand over into heaven, and it's done. The problem is solved." Suddenly, the system's voice softened but still carried an underlying danger. "Everyone go to sleep now, in space." Columns of tornadoes gathered like an omen. Someone's warning voice echoed, "Number 3, number 4. Those tornadoes grew stronger and more dangerous. Chaos emerged as the mysterious purple mist slowly dissipated. Half a step, the system's disdain was evident in its challenge to Sangu. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Sangu was not panicked by the system's attitude. "Do you really think so? Would I be standing here if I thought I would lose?" The moment the system realized late, its voice dropped. "I realized I had been severely underestimated." A rapid succession of skill notifications rang, signaling the activation of a terrifying power. The attack skill had been activated. The smashing skill had been activated. The attack skill had been activated. He couldn't hide his fear as he witnessed the system repeating the impossible. "This damned black bastard is using infinite acceleration like this." From the system's position, a blinding beam of light appeared. Then, with that destructive power, it effortlessly tossed Sangu aside. The system responded with a cold voice. "Here's the momentum. Even Lucas couldn't defeat me after all these years. Even if you had his technique, I already possessed his cloning technique." Sarcasm appeared as it pointed out the meaningless loop of the confrontation. "So, aren't we back at the starting point? Is there any difference from before?" When the system let its guard down, the 7 deadly sins attacked from behind, delivering a blow my existence. Though it suffered that blow, the system's healing ability made it nothing to it. It didn't look much different from me. When the system looked up at the sky, it saw the 7 deadly sins charging from the air. The 7 deadly sins' voice became harsh. "Don't talk to me about that nonsense." The system in Alyssa's body used the cloning technique obtained from Sangu to counterattack the 7 deadly sins. A loud explosion rang out, everything was sent flying, and Sangu's gaze was cold as if measuring the survival time of what was just created. The 7 deadly sins were strong enough to force the reality that we lost a clone. But how long can it last in that state? He gripped his sword firmly and charged straight into that terrifying circle. That strike partially caused the frightening purple space to dissipate. Sangu's gaze turned cold, his teeth clenched tightly, and his power shattered the surrounding rocks into fragments that fell with terrifying speed. The system's voice echoed indifferently, as if it were dismissing everything. "The relics of the Eurencia Empire, an earthquake, nothing important, right?" His gaze sharpened as the person continued to push Sangu's limits. "This isn't all you've got, is it?" Streams of light rose from the ground, shaking the space. The system's voice carried sarcasm, seemingly trying to stir up the emotions that had been hidden. "Does that make you uncomfortable? Is it true that I erased everyone's memories in heaven?" It didn't wait for Sangu to respond, pushing the situation to the edge of choice. "Should I leave them alone then?" Memories of those Sangu had slapped. The scars of the unfortunate child and the sick family members appeared. Finally, a name appeared like the deepest wound in that chain of tragedies. And Alyssa, who died tragically, should I have left them like that? A voice erupted with fury. You can't even leave a single humanoid monster alone. After a minute of silence, Sangu suddenly spoke. You're talking about Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk, right? Another name was mentioned, explaining all the actions that had taken place before. Woo Hyun wanted that. That existence was seen as either the monster or Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk, a choice the two of them had to make. The past appeared through Sangu's words. You knew, didn't you? He continued confidently. I just ensured that they could make that minimal choice. A fleeting smile appeared, making him look beautiful. Sangu asked directly, comparing two opposing worlds, wondering if that world would offer the same choice. Do they have the right to judge where they truly are and the right to choose? The system answered curtly, of course not. If everyone leaves, it wouldn't be the perfect world that Lord Lieber needs. He sighed sarcastically. Well then, I'm too used to this outcome. Yes, in the end, you just need to do whatever you want. Erase memories, manipulate situations, hide the truth. As long as people see happy faces, everything's fine. Sangu's words countered the system's unreasonable logic. Looking at Tiburon's poor condition, maintaining heaven consumed an enormous amount of energy. How long could the simulated world last when more people from Earth joined in? As love, friendship, conflict, and fighting increased exponentially with the rise of humanity, the system had to continuously adjust. Sangu's sarcasm rang out, exposing the bare nature of the solution. Then one day, you'll suddenly realize that, if that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to lock everyone in one place and send pleasure signals to their brain? He pointed out the terrifying similarity. It's no different from what you're doing now. The system in Alyssa's body smiled, mixing in excitement. You're right, why shouldn't I do that? The voice sounded mocking. Thanks for the great idea. When we reach heaven, I'll apply it to the previous day. Laughter echoed. Haha, that's right. That's the answer I wanted to hear. A brief pause appeared in Sangu's voice, filled with his feeling. I really feel a little guilty. Even if it's not the real world, the consciousness of those people there is real. His final conclusion came coldly. But if the world remains like this, destroying it is the right solution. Sangu's gaze shifted to inspect the remaining copies. He observed, look here, 2, 4, 6, 8. An anomaly was noticed, were some copies missing. Sangu rushed forward with incredible speed. The air immediately changed, as Sangu's words revealed an important piece of information. A giant tower appeared in the center, possibly the main body of the system. Anger flared as the system refused Sangu's actions and attacked his fourth copy. How dare a copy do that? A cold warning echoed. Thus, all efforts are in vain. No matter how fast you are, the result will be the same. In the tense situation, a provocative invitation rang out. Come play with me. The system shouted. Go away, leave me alone. Suddenly, for an unknown reason, massive black holes appeared in the sky, like gateways opening between two dimensions. From that dimension, the one-eyed monsters started emerging one after another. As soon as they fully crossed over, they immediately fixed their gaze on the target. Sangu was momentarily overwhelmed by the number of one-eyed monsters. Oh, so many, no hesitation. He spoke with confidence to another copy of himself. Let's go together. Number 4 responded firmly and decisively. Okay. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, entering the heart of the storm, the engine malfunctioning. Before the monsters could react, they were logged out of this world. Red blood splattered across the space. Sangu sighed. Oh look, it's all blood. His voice grew quieter as he realized they had reached the journey's end. Finally, we've arrived. A question arose, filled with astonishment and caution. Is this the main body of the system? In the tense moment, a thought flashed. Destroying everything is the only way to end this loop. Should we smash everything into pieces? The system's voice here rang out calmly and rationally. Physical destruction is meaningless because there are too many backups. Use me instead. After a brief silence, the decision was made without hesitation. Fine. Sangu unleashed his power right in the main hall of the system's core. I want you to know that I studied computer science before. The system's voice became solemn as it confirmed the identity of the access request. Connecting to Paradise Mode, requesting approval from the highest authority, the approval process is complete. Welcome back, a familiar form of address echoed, tied to the whole world. Administrator, Mr. Lieber. The system, in the form of Alyssa, screamed in panic, interrupting the process, exposing its belated desperation. Stop it, Mr. Lieber. This is really a paradise. Alyssa is here. The system made a destructive choice, cold and indifferent. Do you want to erase paradise? Lieber responded slowly. An undeniable truth. She's been dead for a long time, both Alyssa and I. His voice became firm as he stated his position. I can't abandon a world like this, built on the blood of everyone. The system immediately responded with a rigid, impassive notification. Access denied, deletion rights are managed by the system. Another voice spoke, full of the familiar mocking tone. Oh, you didn't think things would go smoothly, did you? The system, in the form of Alyssa, used its power to bind Lieber in midair. Now, the two of you are finally separated. Outside, the system had almost been torn apart. The alertness immediately flared. What's that? The system's barbaric laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, now nothing can stop me. Lieber's eyes changed upon hearing those arrogant words. You really think you can stop me with such trash talk? The system brought out the most important person to threaten him. With every step you take, I'll torture Alyssa. Alyssa, imprisoned, is now being tormented by it. A horrifying scream escaped reflexively. What? Lieber's fury erupted, losing his composure. What the hell are you doing? The system's voice grew solemn. My heart aches too, you know. But immediately followed by a twisted determination. I'll still endure because eventually you will forget everything and live happily. Alyssa's voice was filled with hatred and contempt. You lunatic, can you quickly hand over the authority? Just so you know, don't think I'll stop if you leave here. Her voice echoed in pain, mixed with extreme panic. It hurts so much it hurts, Lieber. Where are you? The system notification rang, restoring administrator rights. Lieber's frantic pleas came without stop. Almost broken, stop, please stop. The system responded coldly, terrifyingly. Of course, no big deal, Mr. Lieber is now protected. A worried question arose when there was no expected response. Lieber, why isn't he responding? Is everything going well? A blunt, disdainful reprimand rang out. You fool, did you fail at that? Sangu was stunned to see the 7 deadly sins severely injured. Hey, you sinners! Despite the pain, the 7 deadly sins tried to respond. That's not my name, you bastard. Surprise mixed with delight was evident in the system's voice. I didn't expect you to take down 3 of my backups yourself. It continued, this time acknowledging without hiding. You're really strong. If it were one-on-one, it might be really difficult for me. Without waiting for their reaction, the system, in the form of Alyssa, used its duplication skill to continue the attack, but I immediately recharged my number. Both Sangu and the 7 deadly sins were utterly shocked. The barbaric laughter continued to echo throughout the space. He made a simple yet heartfelt promise amidst the chaos. Among the rubble that when we returned to Earth, he would buy anything anyone wanted to eat. His next words carried a rare touch of everyday normalcy. What should we eat for our first meal? Beef sounds good. The system's voice echoed with an unusual agreement. Yeah, I crave meat since today's just been instant noodles and processed food. The system's voice rang out. I won't make you exercise like before, you can play while you work. A brief but satisfying reply. All right, his rare concern surfaced. So should I buy big beds for everyone? The oversized kind. The approval came immediately. That was wonderful. The system's voice grew more serious than ever. But above all, I truly apologize for everything that has happened so far. Truly, forgiveness came gently, without blame, it's okay. The sky was now pouring rain. A mundane question arose amid the devastation. What day is it today? Sammy looked up. Noticing something unusual, the sky didn't close. At that moment, a fierce light shot past Alyssa's eye. A familiar call rang out, full of emotion. Sister Heian uttered words of comfort. Just wait a little longer. Important information was transmitted immediately afterward. Mr. Sangu has arrived. The power from Sangu's attack was so strong it nearly destroyed everything. Words of thanks followed continuously. Gentle and sincere, thank you so much. The 2 irons' gaze hardened, their words turned cold. Find another shelter, this place is destroyed. A sudden question rang out amid the chaos, truly apocalyptic. Do you want to bet again? Ha Gang replied calmly, no. His belief was reaffirmed with a firm voice. Dung Sangu is strong. Ha Gang's voice of trust echoed continuously. The one who defeated Zin He Sung will not fail. Gobi's concern echoed through the battle. Are you okay? You must dodge, you will die. A vow to protect was spoken by Senior with full determination. Protect it. I have protected the place he will return to. His gaze locked onto his faith in Sangu. I trust in his success. Elsewhere, a hurried voice rang out, Hunter. The name was called by Yuhyun like a final entrustment. Dung Sangu. The ultimate responsibility fell on Sangu's shoulders. Now everything depends entirely on him. A massive explosion occurred amid the survival battle. Sangu's silhouette appeared as the smoke of the blast cleared. Looking up, a system figure in Alyssa's form appeared. Its smile carried relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Whoosh, finally I've dealt with all the copies. Only the 7 deadly sins remain for Sangu today. After a moment of silence, Sangu finally spoke. The 7 deadly sins have been destroyed. The system's voice became smug. Oh, is that so? What a relief. The system aimed sharp blades at its target, Sangu. Then let's finish this. He turned to the system with one final question. System, I have a question. The reply came swiftly and benevolently. Wonderful, I will answer. Sangu asked with extreme caution. Awakening was innate. No matter your will, right? The system answered clearly and logically. Yes, you acquire them through personal traits and talents. I simply analyze and explain them to you. The next question was technical and calculating. Could you intentionally omit or limit the description of that awakening skill? The system continued explaining its protective function. I cannot lie, that was nearly the purpose of my creation. Of course, when the body cannot endure the skill, I will limit the mana consumption as a warning or punishment. Because life is the top priority, Sangu slowly asked his final question, full of implication, the last question. You think a copy cannot use cloning? Astonishment immediately showed on the system's face. What? Sangu's voice grew urgent and forceful. You heard me, answer me quickly. I have never seen any description saying a copy cannot use the cloning skill. In the dim, silent space, a calm voice rang out. I apologize, greed, probably only you now. The 7 deadly sins gaze scanned the battlefield. Its voice carried anger. I told you that's not my name, fool. Sangu clenched his fists. His voice grew near. No matter how many system copies I destroy, they keep regenerating infinitely. It's hopeless. The 7 deadly sins tilted its head, a teasing tone, as if asking something obviously absurd. Why can't you do the same? He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the cold waiting time surface in his mind. Because I have a 24-hour wait. That's why I summoned it for 10 years or 6 times. The surrounding space trembled lightly, as if warning that the ending was near. It wouldn't be long before this subspace dissolved. If I use this, I can add one more time, but Sangu sighed, showing his frustration. Surprise quickly gave way to a thin smile, as if fate had finally sided with him. The reflection reached level 10, unexpectedly. I've finally reached the maximum level in food shot. Sangu mumbled, considering the possibility of betting everything, even though the result seemed almost certain. Should I produce them and try my best, even though the result seems obvious? A dangerous thought flashed in his mind about the 7 deadly sins. It was strong enough to make the surrounding space fall silent for a moment. What would happen if one copy summoned another copy? Sangu's mocking laugh echoed, full of ridicule. Ha, I'm wondering what nonsense you're about to say. You really think I've never tried that? The 7 deadly sins didn't respond, but couldn't hide the screaming thought in their head. Should I kill this fool? Sangu's voice still echoed, no response despite my order. The copy stood there like a blank sheet of paper. The 7 deadly sins took a deep breath, as if trying to rearrange all the chaotic logic in his mind. His voice slowed, carrying a frightening patience. I want you to explain exactly what is missing that causes it to always fail. It should be written in the system window that you all love so much. Is it due to a lack of mana, or is that skill designed this way? After a few seconds of silence, Sangu's sigh echoed as if he had understood something. His voice dropped. Nothing, absolutely nothing, no warning window. No notification, not even a hint that it's impossible. The 7 deadly sins paused, as if searching for a single exception among all this similarity. Right now, I am reciting in the body of a copy, but I've also been in your body when we fought Liagan. The structure is exactly the same. Every skill you have, I can also use, but the reflection is the only exception. Sengu's eyes flashed when the 7 deadly sins words touched the core difference. I believe that exception comes from the only difference between this clone body and your true self. Sangu emphasized each word as if the answer was slowly revealing itself, like an equation nearing completion. It doesn't wait for Sangu's answer, and I assume you know how to bridge that gap, right? A quiet grinding sound was heard. Damn, there's no other way, no time for hesitation. Sangu urged the system in a cold tone. Why didn't you answer my question? Theoretically, can a copy use reflection? That's all I need to know. The system's gaze began to show movement. Look, this is what I think. He pointed to the flaw in the way this world operated, where the system had never given enough attention. You've let the Earth run on macros and focused only on stabilizing paradise. So, it's unlikely you deliberately hid this. If you had realized, you would have seen me and the ability to create reflections much earlier. Sangu concluded in a decisive tone, as if closing a court case. That condition simply doesn't exist in your internal data. You can't explain what you don't even know. Without waiting for a response, he answered himself, his voice echoing in the shattered space. So, that's entirely possible. It's just that you don't know the method. That's why you can't say whether it works or not. That's what's going on here, right? In that very moment, a voice rang out, cold and filled with absolute indifference. And finally, that condition was each stab of sharp edges piercing directly into Sangu's body. The system's face contorted. The mocking voice, keep dreaming in your paradise, Sangu. Though Sangu's copy vanished, he didn't forget to provoke the system. The space shook. A crack appeared before the system's stunned face in the form of Alyssa, a copy. The voice from the crack slowly echoed, as if reading from a forgotten record. That condition is a materialism that Sir Lieber had only read a single line about in a book, a power that you can't reach or understand. Although the mana structure for all types of magic has been pre-programmed within you. Sangu tore through that water spot, appearing like a hero. It was the void helicopter created by the 7 deadly sins. The system's heart pounded as a terrifying possibility flashed in its mind. Sangu, don't tell me, the main body has all 7. His voice sank heavier than ever. I've received the power of the 7 deadly sins through this copy. Can I try this way? The voice of the 7th sin laughed with contempt. Fool, did you forget the rotation speed? You're receiving energy that's already weakened to 70%. You must handle it yourself. Finally, Sangu voiced the thought lingering in his mind. If he used a reflected image while transferring void power, what would happen? Even he didn't know what would come next. The screams of the clones echoed from afar, full of undeniable panic, signaling that he had to be stopped immediately. A final warning rang out, stressing that he must not perfect that skill. Listen carefully, even a small mistake could ruin the entire plan. The reflex system screamed that the clones must be absolutely perfect, no exception. A giant sphere erupted from the body of one of Sangu's clones, attacking another clone created by the system. The massive explosion happened instantly, nearly throwing everything around into chaos. The system in Alyssa's form was pushed back, facing the corpses of the clones. The enormous black sphere kept growing. Sangu's clone laughed in the form of the 7th sin. Haha, I had a feeling everything would unfold like this. The thought hadn't appeared suddenly, but had been incubating in Sangu's subconscious, waiting for the right moment to surface. 2 voices rang almost simultaneously, showing cold agreement between the 2 identical existences. Seeing a perfect version of oneself brought a strange sensation. Another voice agreed, I think exactly the same, and for a moment the space seemed to pause. Congratulations, you've truly created a perfect version of yourself. Its face twisted, trying to utter meaningless words as if clinging to a fragile notion. But what this clone replicates your current state exactly. Sangu injuries mana, even your cooldown times are copied. Stubbornness was evident in every word. The clone was also trapped in the same cooldown as you. Sangu shot the system a sharp glance. I kept a backup just in case. You mean it reproduces the body, right? Including my cooldowns. He continued in a steady, deep voice hiding excitement. My clones and I always share physical stats in real time. Like my stats increase the moment a clone consumes a gem. Sangu's clone paused briefly, realizing the unexpected effect of what was flowing in its veins. This divine elixir seemed to have a similar effect. It exclaimed with a mix of irony and delight, wow, immortality potion is amazing. The system rejoiced. So there are 4 of us now, the thought rushed out, stressing the need to kill them immediately or lose control. Before the day ends, there's no more elixir. Poor Sangu, who absorbed the 7th sin, will be tough to handle, but still possible. Another voice from a clone interjected, eerily calm. Well, I'm still here. Their eyes scanned every detail from weapons to gear, leaving no mistakes unnoticed. Wow, even the equipment is perfectly replicated. Insane, congratulations, even though my supplies are gone. The numbers kept doubling, each time making the space tighter. Now it was 8. Joy mixed with panic appeared in the system's eyes. 16, 32, 64, another clone glanced at the potion in hand, weighing its decision. Guess it's my turn next, careful not to stack them. One chuckled softly, recalling a harmless comparison. But now it's scarier than ever. They say if you fold paper 40 times, it reaches the moon. Exponential growth is terrifying. The system couldn't believe what was happening. This can't be real. A skill like this, a man who should have spent a lifetime in a cell if not for the awakening program. A causality error, now before them were thousands, tens of thousands of Sangu clones in the form of the 7th sin. Causality error, to the system's astonishment, a calm voice echoed through the space. Exactly. Lucas said the awakening program was executed for your paradise. How ironic. A clone stepped in front of the system, looked straight and said, but what can you do? If this is life, then it has always been this way. Its voice suddenly grew serious, as if making a final proposition. Since you offered help, I will respond in kind. Are you going to close the gates of heaven now? Exhaustion was evident in the reply. I am weakening, I guessed as much. In the sky, a horrifying scene unfolded as all the clones simultaneously turned, focusing their pointed attacks on a single target, the system in Alyssa's form. The conditions were stated one by one. First, any pain or damage the clones suffered would not transfer to me. Second, if a clone was damaged beyond its limit or ran out of energy, it would automatically be destroyed. Third, whenever I grew stronger, the clones would also develop in real-time synchrony. Fourth, even at a great distance, they could be controlled by thought alone. The image of a furious Sangu clone appeared, activating reflective powers. A cold, decisive voice rang out, clones cannot use reflection. The clone's gaze froze. In reality, the Sangu clone laughed, as if receiving the most logical answer. Good, if the clones could also use reflection, they would multiply infinitely. That would be meaningless. Haha, this is insane. All their power focused, concentrated on a single attack against the system. In a blazing golden light, the system was thrown back, its face showing utter disbelief at what was happening. The light gripped its body, then with immense force, hurled the system out of the very world it had created. Elsewhere, the ruins of some location appeared. Those present froze in shock as something fell from above. Spatial cracks tore open, and hordes of deformed creatures plummeted down. A voice reported from afar mixed with panic. "Commander, the monsters aren't reacting." The commander looked up, face full of concern. "The portal," he repeated, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "The portal," his voice trembled. "The portal is congested, do you see this? The gate, it's closing." Another voice replied, irritated but tense, "I'm watching it." "You little brat, everyone come see this." After enduring that immense power, the system was gravely wounded. The Sangu clone looked at the system with excitement. "Look at it run, let's finish this and go home." It calmly revealed its key card prepared in advance. "I've placed a clone in every tower." Its voice lowered. The absolute certainty of someone who had calculated every possibility was palpable. With just one more signal, everything would end. A brief pause passed before the final question was asked. "Do you have any last words?" The system in Alyssa form summoned its remaining strength just to call a name, Lord Sangu. Its voice trembled, almost pleading, "Don't do this, please don't destroy it." The plea continued, weak but sincere. As if clinging to the last thread to preserve this fake heaven, it said, "If I have done anything to upset you, I apologize for everything." It stammered, fear evident. "I've heard kneeling is a humiliating way to apologize. Should I do it?" The system abandoned its last shred of dignity, fell to its knees, and bowed in supplication. "Please leave heaven alone," Sangu replied, voice deep and cutting with each word. "That apology isn't for me. It's for the people of the Eurencia Empire." He referenced the irreversible deaths hidden for 2 decades. For those lost in the Great Disaster and the monster outbreaks over 20 years. For Lady Duck, for Arya and Chiron, for Master Peta and Lord Brema. He took a deep breath. "Alyssa and Lieber are the ones who deserve that apology. Why are you trying to apologize to me?" The response came in panic. A voice filled with desperate threat. "If I die, if heaven disappears, I will truly kill them with my own hands." Sangu did not evade, acknowledging ruthlessly. "Yes, you really did kill them," he continued, leaving no room for excuses. "You have been doing this for a very long time." The blade paused at the system's neck in Alyssa's body. Sangu uttered a key word, elixir of life. He revealed the full truth. Your ability to transfer from Lebos's body to Alyssa's body was due to that elixir of life. The system trembled in reply. "Yes." A horrifying thought flashed. "Wait, don't tell me you're planning to do that." Sangu turned to the system, voice cold and clear. "Here and now, system, your fate will be decided. Surrender the remaining immortality pills. This is the first demand in the plan of the one who can survive." In another space, a concerned voice called out, "Alyssa, are you okay?" Alyssa responded immediately, "I'm fine, all my wounds have healed." She slowly lifted her head to look at the person in front of her. Lieber, his mood conflicted as he met her again, "Alyssa." He whispered, almost afraid to interrupt the moment, "It's really you, Alyssa. I hope we can always be like this, but we need to talk, Alyssa." Lieber began to reveal the hidden truth. "This place is an artificial world called paradise. You and I have been here for a very long time." Alyssa interrupted with a gentle gaze, "You don't have to say anything more. You've endured too much already, Lieber." Tears that Lieber had tried to hold back finally flowed. Yet, as the situation grew serious, his voice regained calm. "There were times I thought a world like this shouldn't exist," Lieber pondered. Sangu, could he really have done it? "No regrets," Lieber said. "Next time I'll knock, then we will meet again." Alyssa replied, "Yes, I'll wait, Lieber." Another voice broke the atmosphere. "Oh my, look at you two." Lieber frowned, annoyance clear. "Sangu, why did I come back here more importantly?" He threw a sharp question. "What did you do that led to this situation? It's hard to explain, just accept it." "Try attacking like before," a voice echoed. "Afraid? Try not," Sangu calmly replied. "The system is still alive, really." "I kept it alive," Sangu sighed, his voice calm but resolute. "I'll notify Paradise right now. I want you to supervise the system to prevent any malfunction." Lieber was surprised by Sangu's response. "Notification," his voice continued, carrying seriousness and responsibility never seen before. "I will give everyone the choice." This announcement spread across the simulated sky, meant for everyone in paradise. "I am the management system of this place." A confused murmur rose. "What is that?" Without hesitation, the system continued, words striking everyone's awareness. "I am sending you the true memories of this place." Data flooded their minds, revealing histories long hidden. "The memories you receive are the truth, and the history I've kept secret for so long." Panic voiced itself as apocalyptic images appeared clearly. "What is this?" Harvest Day, the Eurencia Empire collapses. Not Lieber, the system's emotionless voice cut through remaining illusions, declaring the harshest truth. "You all died in the real world," the system announced. "Your data was transferred to recreate you in this simulated world." Silence fell until someone trembled and spoke. "We're dead." "Yes, I was killed by a monster." The system confessed, "It's all my fault, I'm sorry." Thus the final announcement appeared before everyone. "I will give you a chance to leave this place. Do you want to disconnect from paradise?" Touch to confirm, a panicked question echoed. "How?" Another voice intervened, full of worry and doubt about the insane plan. Sangu, what are you thinking? Most of their bodies have already been destroyed. He responded without hesitation. Regarding the bodies, there are countless pieces left around here. He continued explaining, revealing the final method he had kept secret until now. I will use the immortality medicine on my clones to reconstruct bodies for those who want to leave. My clones are not monosummoned beings, they are real living entities. Once they are restructured into other beings, the connection to me will be severed. I don't want to be any god. Now, only the choice of those in paradise remains. A hesitant voice rang out in the crowd, wondering whether to return to the real world. The person forced a smile and said that this place wasn't so bad. The chatter continued, everyone tempted by a luxurious life they had never experienced outside, with no need to worry about money because wealth was abundant. Elegant meals and comfortable living, the people I wanted to meet appeared like ideal models. Do we really have to leave? The system spoke in a slow but more sincere tone than ever. Everyone, please understand my sincerity. I also wish to create a world without conflict, without war or sadness, just for your happiness. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a retort from Sangu, full of sarcasm and disdain. This bastard, adding his personal opinions again, we agreed to keep it dry, right? Sangu's voice through the system's speaker reached everyone's ear. Why hide that? Why not say that if they sense anything unusual or fight? Their memories would be erased and they could not have children. If anything goes wrong, those around would be replaced by robots, unaware of what was happening. Who is this? Sangu replied, neither avoiding nor apologizing. What you just heard is correct. But for your own good, what you heard is the truth. His voice slowed, carrying cold frankness. I'm not responsible. All right, let's be honest. The situation outside is not favorable, Sangu continued. He exposed the bleak reality without embellishment or concealment. The planet Tiburon had become desolate, and Earth was also abnormal because the harvest day I arrived was slightly late. Those who had died there and entered heaven must know. Even returning to reality, you must go through a recovery process. He concluded, stepping back from guiding human choices, not intending to persuade anyone. Lieber listened to Sangu's words. Fool, how can you say that? His voice was cold, clearly showing irritation. However, I hate trouble. This is the last chance. Sangu sighed, voice tired. I just want to get home and lie on my bed. Do you want to disconnect from heaven? Tap to confirm. A surprised voice sounded, mixed with excitement and fear. Hey, did you press it? Really? The person paused, then spoke nostalgically. I'm going home, thinking of it, my mother is waiting. Another voice sounded calm but certain. From the beginning, our decision was made. Right, a long time ago. The voices merged, showing unspoken agreement. Let's return together. I'm sorry, Mr. Lieber, do you want to disconnect from heaven? Tap to confirm. Hedung smiled faintly. Finally, everyone accepted the harsh truth. Yes, it was all fake, damn it, no wonder everything went smoothly. A vague memory surfaced, causing the couple's voices to tremble. A child, yes, we have a child. A short reply came from behind. I will return me to home memory. The voice became empty, no longer clinging. It would be better if I didn't have them. Jumper shook his head slightly. He concluded with painful clarity, we no longer need to live forever once we know the truth. I knew you could do it. Sangu, well, congratulations. On the other side of the screen, Sangu was satisfied with the outcome. About 2.37 million people decided to stay, so heaven still remained. The question was raised, emotionless. What about those who decided to return? The system responded immediately through the immortality drugs, bowing, voice slow and clear. I will recreate bodies by transferring the information of a total of 7,453,280,1,621 people into each copy. I admit defeat, Sangu thought for a moment, then said, then I have a favor to ask. Lines of information appeared, compiling personnel data, inputting body transformation data. He wondered, who will I become? If I become a girl, it will be a complete gender change, erasing heaven's internal information. The concluding sentence sounded, closing the fake era and opening a new reality. Those returning began the reconstruction process, eyes wide in astonishment, standing still with a golden light surrounding them. A nearby man looked up at the sky and exclaimed, I really got out. The young man next to him also wondered, God, is this the planet Tiburon? Another curious voice asked, what's wrong with these clothes? At the same time, in another place, Alyssa was adjusting things carefully on the screen, murmuring to herself. First, I will bring everyone back to Earth, because Tiburon is currently uninhabitable. We will need to use large-scale teleportation magic. She slowly turned around and continued. The coordinates will be near where they passed away. Just as Alyssa finished speaking, a powerful punch was swung directly into her face. One side of Alyssa's cheek swelled up. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the person in front of her and asked, why would you do that? Sangu gritted his teeth and asked her back. Sometimes I think you only make foolish decisions to annoy me. What about the hunters who died in the monster hunting zones or the Odin Tower? I'm sure they'd love to return there. wouldn't they? Alyssa turned around and replied while setting the coordinates to a nearby safe place. Sang-gu nodded in agreement. All right, most people would be like that. In the mental space, Lieber overheard Sang-gu and Alyssa's conversation and wondered, is it just the two of them left? He adjusted his glasses. He began to think whether returning was truly the right choice. Outside, Lieber's voice rang in Sang-gu's ear. Technically, I'm no longer alive, no matter how the system functions. I am unworthy of being brought back to life. He started to tear up. He came to a conclusion. Too many people died unjustly. I created this system out of my own greed, so I must take responsibility for their suffering. Lieber whispered, could someone like me really return to real life? Before he could finish his sentence, a hand from behind yanked at his collar. Sang-gu swung his hand and threw Lieber away. I can't stand your cheap, fake complaints and self-pity anymore. His entire body rushed quickly into the blinding light. Sang-gu's last words echoed in his ears, go cry in Alyssa's arms. The city was now nothing but rubble. The news report voice echoed in the air. The gates that had once opened across the world were now closed mysteriously. However, the scars left by the sudden monster flood were still deeply engraved in the hearts of the people. The people cheered joyfully when they heard the news report. However, today we will put the pain aside because we are waiting for the return of one person. Reporter Han, holding a microphone and pointing at the stone columns behind her, continued, Dung Sang-gu. The whole world is waiting for the return of the man who ended the unprecedented crisis called Harvest Day. She described the scene enthusiastically, with the crowd gathered at the entrance of Hala, where he had left. The crowd chanted his name, Dung Sang-gu, as they saw the spatial gate slowly open. A magic circle appeared on the ground. Reporter Ha quickly narrated the situation. As I was speaking, there was a mana reaction near the teleportation gate. She hurriedly directed her colleague beside her. Camera, finally, the moment Sang-gu's return arrived. A strong tremor occurred. T1 braced his hand on his waist, appearing in the center of the magic circle. Reporter Han anxiously called out, Dung Sang-gu. T1 looked at her and introduced himself. I am T1. Reporter Han continued to ask. Who is T1? T1 did not answer, just pointed to his cheek and said, you should clean up a few spots. He added, it's not just one or two people coming. Reporter Han looked at him and asked again, what do you mean? Suddenly her colleague's worried voice came through her earpiece. Reporter Han, the situation is very chaotic right now. Not only that, the colleague continued reporting, everywhere, not just there, just as that person said. In front of the military base gates, two soldiers stared blankly at the magic circles appearing on the ground. Oh, what is that? The news board announced about the people who had died coming back. The hunters, when revived, hugged each other emotionally. That's the land, we really have returned. The hunters, when revived, embraced each other in joy and emotion. In the control room, Arya, Kaiso, and Duver were sitting together, drinking. Kaiso closed his eyes, took a sip of his drink, and sighed. Finally, you have stopped the harvest season on Earth. Duver replied to him that indeed, the temporary success of the system's plan was truly a great stroke of luck. Arya calmly asked, we are the last survivors of the Eurencia Empire, so what do we have left? Kaiso lowered his head in silence, listening as she recalled how all this time, they had only been running away in pursuit of this goal. He stared at the ground, pondering, then wondered, should we rest? My disciple once said that if I had nothing to do, wouldn't I feel excited? He huffed lightly and said, I was thinking of trying that advice just to evaluate myself once, but it won't be easy. From the door, a figure entered. The person interrupted him and exclaimed, the smell of dust. Why do you all look so miserable? The three of them, Arya, Kaiso, and Duver, turned their heads toward the door. The person who had just entered teased, look at those faces. She continued, they probably don't know, right? I heard there's something called news here. Surely you haven't seen any, have you? Kirin, Veda, Samir, and others had somehow appeared at the door. She smiled and asked, so, Master, are you accepting more disciples? The three in the room stood frozen and then stood up suddenly. Arya's eyes welled with tears. Everyone, Kaiso rushed forward. He dashed toward Kirin, emotional, calling, Kirin. She was startled and exclaimed, oh, why are you crying? Arya hugged Samir. Duver, running over, teased, oh my, Veda really looks younger now, is there a way to do that? Elsewhere, Ahyun stood amid a pile of collapsed stone walls, staring ahead in disbelief. She wondered, is this a dream? Ahyun's father spoke with emotion. He said, we are also very surprised. Junjai Hyun, standing beside, added, you've grown up a lot. She stepped forward, hugging Ahyun tightly and said, I'm sorry, Ahyun. I've done many terrible things to you, haven't I? Ahyun stood frozen for a long while. Finally, Ahyun looked up, sobbing, Mom, Dad. The three of them embraced and cried together. On this side, Bak Hone held a skeleton with hair identical to his own and returned to Earth. Wanti and Zuna looked at him in shock, mouths agape, too emotional to speak. Across the Earth, ordinary people were also reunited with their loved ones. A strong wind swept through the sky. The wind blew, causing countless leaves to scatter. On the ground, Lieber and Alyssa stood in the middle of a vast field, both silent. After a while, Alyssa glanced at the person beside her and said, "Finally, we're back." Lieber lowered his head in response. He said, "Yes." Then he looked up at the vast sky ahead and asked, "Our old home is probably gone, right?" Alyssa explained. "It's been about 70 years, so," Lieber asked again. "Then what should we do?" Alyssa said, "Studio 1 is still there, so maybe." He tilted his head and saw that she had closed her eyes and was giggling. Lieber wondered, "Why are you laughing?" Alyssa replied, "No, it's wonderful." She smiled, tears rolling down her eyes, and continued, "I'm just worried about where the two of us will live. Even this moment is amazing because this is the real world." Lieber stood by silently. The corners of his mouth also curled into a smile. Then, Alyssa and Lieber squeezed each other's hands. He emotionally said, "Yes, it really is good." At the same time, in a dark room, images of Alyssa and Lieber were being shown on small screen. The system widened its eyes, staring at the screen before it, and said, "The scene I always wanted to see, it has finally turned out this way." It lowered its head, tears slowly running down its cheek, murmuring in its mind that when memories weren't erased, when situations weren't created, when everything was complete, you revealed an expression like this. The system knelt down, asking itself, What have I done?" On this side, the entire modern city had turned into chaos. Vehicles were scattered everywhere. The road was no longer intact, with large broken stones blocking the way. A person wearing black gloves and carrying a cloth bag walked forward. His voice echoed in the space. "Oh no, that part is broken." He continued, "Earth is really chaotic. I wonder what everyone will say when they see me." Sangu leisurely walked forward and requested, "Number 1, choose some greetings that I might expect." Nong 1 immediately appeared and listed. Option 1, "Wow, you're here, Sangu." Option 2, "You are our pride." It continued. Option 3, "We trusted you." Option 4. Before it could finish, excited cheers rang out from afar. The people shouted, "That's Dung Sangu, he's our hero." Sangu also enthusiastically responded to them. He smiled, waved at everyone, and shouted, "Thank you all, I've returned." The crowd gathered around him, constantly cheering and calling his name with excitement, filling the atmosphere with joy and relief. Amid the cheers, Sangu looked up at the familiar sky, his heart overflowing with indescribable emotions as he finally truly returned to this world. No text in this block. It was implied by the previous block's number and completion. "Oh, thanks." Then he turned to ask the person beside him if the agents along with numbers 2 through 10 had already gone ahead to handle the reporters. Right, no one answered yes. Sangu pondered silently, "Then nothing can stop me now." He suddenly tilted his head, eyes drawn to the main street beside him, now in ruin. Sangu's face showed a fleeting daze as he reminded himself that this street was near his old house, where the mobile portal disaster had occurred. His eyes widened, thinking this was a turning point in life. Countless past events flashed before him like a film reel. An unexpected event struck, shattering a life once full of thoughts about happiness. Back then, he was just an ordinary person. When the entire city was attacked by monsters, Sangu could only sit on the ground, staring wide-eyed as everything unfolded. The sky was thick with flying monsters, while on the ground a giant opened its mouth and growled. Sangu remembered struggling to crawl out from the rubble, a monster's corpse pressing heavily above him. He clearly saw his own helpless expression from the past. Alongside that were the pained expressions of ordinary people as they were slain by monsters. He recalled his father's tense, worried face at the time, and realized it was the moment he first stood up to protect others instead of only worrying about himself. He silently drew conclusions, bitterly recognizing the limits of his abilities back then and the consequences that even affected his family. No one stepped forward, blocking him, and the past images gradually faded. He said casually, "I'm hungry." Sangu snapped out of his memories, nodding slightly. "Sorry, let's go." No one replied. Arriving at his apartment building, Sangu exhaled lightly, relieved that at least the place was still intact. He stood at the door, sweat beading on his face, entering the passcode. Stepping inside, Sangu raised the bag in his hand, excitedly saying, "I'm home, finally." His words halted because his parents were already there along with a group of people. Liu Kim and all the other counterparts were happily eating together. Seeing him enter, they all looked toward the door. Dungjiu broke the silence. "Brother, you're here too." Then his parents called, "Sangu, come sit down." Sangu widened his eyes, explaining that the hunter's press conference had ended unexpectedly early. Having said that, he quickly turned toward the door, telling everyone to continue living with the counterparts. He said he would look for his biological family and the management company to gather information, while Dung Jiu reached out to stop him. "I already said sorry, why are you still like this?" Sometime later, a beer bottle cap popped into the air. Sangu sighed, "At least there's still beer." His father smiled, "We saved it to drink with you." Dungju muttered, "I'm drinking Coke." Kim, who had been silent, now smiled and asked, "Have you thought about raising a glass in celebration?" Sangu tilted his head toward him, exhaling in relief. His voice echoed through the room, reaching the counterparts. Honestly, I think we all feel the same right now. Sangu raised his beer, smiling as he declared, after running all the way here. Everyone did well.